I fought desperately on the border battlefield for 3 years, killing countless enemies and achieving outstanding merits, only to return victorious. Yet my parents demanded I surrender everything to my younger brother. They claimed he was more naturally gifted, and my sacrifices were simply expected. They even forged my name, saddling me with the reputation of a sickly weakling, all to pave the way for my brother. What they didn't know was that I had already awakened a once-in-a-century divine skill that defied the heavens. My name is Xu Feng. 3 years ago, I joined the army in place of my twin brother Xu Feng to guard the border. For 3 years I survived numerous near-death experiences, returning triumphantly covered in honors. I had thought this would finally earn my father's approval, but never expected that. This is nothing more than a scam to pave the way for Xu Feng. It turned out that Xu Feng was exceptionally talented, and his father and mother didn't want him to get hurt, so they had me join the army in his place. Even all my merits were attributed to his name. Back home, my father Xu Sangxing, my mother Dongfang, and my younger brother Xu Feng were all there. Seeing that the name sign in the merit book was clearly Xu Feng, I finally understood everything. I angrily confronted them, realizing that my efforts over the past 3 years were nothing but a joke in their eyes. I was merely a tool to pave the way for Xu Feng's future. Mother Dongfang, the billionaire CEO of the Royal Beast Gene Corporation, looked at me with disdain. She said that Xu Feng had been taking gene potions since childhood and would awaken at least an S-tier talent tomorrow, while my merits were only meant to be exchanged for resources for him. My younger brother Xu Feng also spoke with righteous indignation, saying he only wanted my merits, not my life. My father Xu Sangxing went even further, stating outright that the name signed on the merit book was Xu Feng's, and no amount of my dissatisfaction would change that. Furious, I laughed bitterly, accusing them of being heartless and ungrateful, and declared I was severing ties with the Xu family. Father roared at me to go back to my room and reflect, but I walked out the door with my luggage without looking back. In the hotel, I frowned deeply. I knew that with my father's status, altering the record of merits would be as easy as turning over a hand, but I couldn't accept it. Does Xu Feng deserve the merits of these 3 years? Right now, the most important thing for me is tomorrow's awakening ceremony. In this world, everyone can awaken the beast-taming talent at the age of 18. Those with S level or above are 1 in 10,000 across the nation. Those with SS level or above are even rarer, capable of becoming the light of humanity. 3 years ago when I enlisted in the military, I unexpectedly discovered my secret. I possess an immortal body. Even if only a single drop of blood remains, I can instantly revive. What's more, with each resurrection, attributes like vitality and mental strength increase, and I become immune to all pain and abnormal status effects. This has been my trump card for achieving illustrious military exploits on the battlefield. I firmly believe that with this special constitution, I will surely awaken extraordinary talents at the initiation ceremony. The phone rang. It was a taunting text from Xu Feng, who thought I'd have nothing left after leaving the Xu family, and he would stand at the summit of the world. I coldly responded with 2 words, idiot. Since everyone thinks Xu Feng is the genius, I'm determined to make them regret it. The next day, I returned to the school playground after 3 years of absence to attend the awakening ceremony. Students around me were buzzing about Xu Feng, saying he had served at the border for 3 years, earning countless merits, and was now hailed as the mortal god of war. Only then did I realize that Xu Feng had been impersonating me all along, even claiming I was on sick leave for 3 years. It was all to pave his way to success. Brother Xu Feng, you really came. A sweet voice sounded beside me. It was Jiangya, my childhood playmate. She told me that her parents had been transferred and had returned to Linen. Her clear eyes were filled with concern as she asked how I was doing. A warmth rose in my heart, and I smiled, saying I was fine. I didn't notice Xu Feng behind me, watching us talk so closely, clenching his fists. He had liked Jiangya since childhood but had never won her favor. He envied me for being close to her. The awakening ceremony began, and students took the stage one after another. Principal Tang Weiguo lamented that this year's students generally lacked exceptional talent until Jiangya's name was called. She placed her hand on the awakening stone, and in an instant, a pillar of fire erupted into the sky. Everyone present was stunned. Flames swirled around Jiangya, the scorching heat forcing people to step back. The teacher announced, Jiangya, SS-tier talent, Crimson Flame Holy Light. It enhances fire attribute attack power of tamed beasts by 300%. The SS-grade talent set the entire playground abuzz. Linen City, which hadn't seen an S-grade in 5 years, actually witnessed an SS-grade genius. The principal was overwhelmed with excitement. Jiangya shyly ran off the stage to show me her talent. I smiled and patted her head, feeling happy for her. Next, Xu Feng. Xu Feng stepped onto the stage, and as he passed by me, he muttered a scornful remark under his breath, telling me to stay away from Jiangya and saying I wasn't worthy of her. I turned my head and sneered, oh really? My brother who only knows how to take by force, are you worthy? Xu Feng was taken aback, then stormed angrily onto the awakening platform. He placed his hand on the awakening stone, and a crimson aura shot up into the sky. The students present gasped in amazement once again, thinking another prodigy had been born. Finally, the teacher announced, Xu Feng, S-grade talent, frenzy. Consumes spiritual power and a small amount of qi and blood, enhancing all attributes of the tamed beast by 50%. Duration, half an hour. The crowd erupted in excitement once again. An S-grade talent was enough to make Xu Feng a future king in the world of beast taming. Everyone was discussing how, with such a talent and my merits, Xu Feng's future would be limitless. I frowned, just as my mother had said. Xu Feng, who had been nurtured with gene potions since childhood, had finally awakened an impressive talent. Next, Xu Mo. Hearing my name, I placed my hand on the awakening stone. In an instant, an unknown force erupted, stirring up waves of black smoke around my body that shot straight into the sky. The entire audience was stunned, thinking this was a hidden talent surpassing SSS grade. Even Xu Feng frowned tightly, consumed by envy. The dark aura dissipated, and I landed on the ground. After hesitating for a long while, the teacher beside me sighed and reluctantly announced, Xu Mo, hidden SSS rank, cursed talent, blood rebirth. A beast master uses blood as a medium, merging into the blood array to nourish their beasts. Depending on the amount of blood infused, the beast's level is enhanced. The entire hall fell into deathly silence, followed by deafening laughter. They say I'm nothing but a worthless waste with a false reputation and a talent no one would ever wish to awaken, a once-in-a-century trash-tier gift. The principal's initial expectations have now turned into pity. The greatest drawback of the cursed talent is its sacrifice of vital energy, which ultimately leads to a sharp decline in lifespan. Beast masters who possess blood reincarnation are known as the shortest-lived beings in the world. Xu Feng's eyes turned from envy to smugness. He thought I'd either have to spend my life paying with my vitality, or watch him take everything I had and ascend to the pinnacle of China. But no one knew the truth. My undying body within was utterly unafraid of draining my life force. They all mocked me, while I bowed my head, barely holding back laughter. A cursed talent that costs vitality? What does it have to do with my immortality? Chapter 4, A Worthless Beast Tamer? 3 ranks up in one go. Vote for gold. This. Xu Mo, don't worry. She blood rebirth if used properly, combined with gene potions to extend lifespan and boost vitality, still holds promise for the future. Listening to the principal's consoling words, Xu Mo suppressed the urge to laugh, instead nodding solemnly with feigned sorrow. On the way down, the surrounding students' mocking laughter rang out continuously. Xu Mo quickly returned to Jiangya's side. Before Jiangya could say anything, Xu Feng beside them couldn't help but speak up. TSK, brother. What exactly have you been doing at home these past 3 years? You've truly disappointed me. I risked my life on the frontier to bring glory to the Xu family, but you? Not only have you been a sickly weakling all this time, but you've also awakened a short-lived talent? If Dad ever finds out, he'll be furious enough to die. I feel ashamed for Mom and Dad. Xu Mo remained silent. Jiangya puffed out her cheeks indignantly. You! Xu Feng, how dare you speak to him like that? He's your own brother, after all. Seeing Jiangya defend Xu Mo, Xu Feng's face darkened with displeasure. Yet, constrained by their bond, he refrained from retorting. Instead, he gave a cold snort and strode away. The awakening ceremony concluded with Xu Mo's cursed talent, ending in a bittersweet and sigh-inducing finale. Xu Mo, my parents are here to pick me up. Shall I give you a ride home? Faced with Jiangya's invitation, Xu Mo hesitated, then shook his head. No, I have some things to take care of. You go ahead. Oh, okay. Without further questions, Jiangya turned and walked away. Amidst the surrounding murmurs of sympathy, Xu Mo left the school grounds. Originally, Xu Mo had believed he would awaken a remarkable talent. Little did he know it would be a despised, shunned cursed talent, the only hidden curse among them. Everyone dismissed it, but Xu Mo alone knew. When combined with his hidden abilities, this talent was utterly broken. But he couldn't reveal his secret. Moreover, he must first find a beast that complements his abilities. Only by rapidly growing stronger would he earn the right to reconnect with the upper echelons of the Huaxia demon-suppressing army. Only then could he reclaim everything. Beast tamers. Freshly hatched. Rare grade beast tamers for just 50,000 Huaxia coins. Young lady, this shop boasts the only legendary tier beast in all of Linen City. Below the Military Affairs Bureau, mine is the finest. Not expensive, just 300,000 Huaxia coins. 2 yuan. 2 yuan. Beast food clearance sale. Everything starts at 2 yuan. This scale is off by 8 taels. I'm reporting you to the Beast Master Administration. Hey, miss. Let's talk this out. How about this? I'll throw in another one for free. Free should be okay, right? Beast Master Market. The busiest district in every city. Here, you'll find all manner of creatures and goods. Anything Beastmaster related you could possibly want to buy, you can find here as long as you have the money. Of course, if you need higher tier items, you'll have to go to the official organization, the Military Affairs Bureau. But there? Without merit points, entry is impossible. Merit points could only be earned by completing missions, slaying enemies on the battlefield, or undertaking tasks within academies and various organizations. Xu Mo walked through the crowd, listening to the constant bawling of shopkeepers around him. He scanned left and right, searching for a beast that resonated with him. Damn it! Another failed hatch. It was clearly a high-tier blind box beast egg, yet it hatched into an ordinary beast. A shopfront drew a crowd. Upon seeing the lowest tier, ordinary beast hatch from the incubator, the onlookers sighed in disappointment and dispersed. Sumo, however, halted in his tracks, drawn to the beast before him. It was a newborn puppy, barely the size of an adult's palm. Its entirely gray fur bore a distinctive yellow lightning-shaped rune. Thunder Dog? Sumo narrowed his eyes. In this world, both tamed beasts and magical beasts possessed innate tiers. From lowest to highest, common, ordinary, rare, legendary, epic, overlord, mythical, ancient, primordial, and chaos. Even within similar tiers, bloodline dominance could create disparities. Though this Thunder Dog was an ordinary tier beast, its unique trait gradually led to its elimination by evolutionary pressure. Specifically, its leveling efficiency is reduced by 50% under standard progression methods. However, when nourished with vital essence, its leveling efficiency surges by 30% compared to ordinary beasts. What ordinary beastmaster would willingly nourish their beast with vital essence? Sumo chuckled. Wasn't this a stroke of luck? He approached the Thunder Dog. Newly born into the world, its wide, bewildered eyes scanned the surroundings. As if sensing the disdain of those around it, a flicker of sadness passed through its eyes. Spotting Sumo, it forced itself to stand and rubbed against his ankle. Sumo smiled gently, patting its head as he asked, "Little one, would you like to come with me?" Woof, woof. The little one barked twice. Sumo picked it up and walked into the shop ahead. "Hey, how much for this beast?" "Oh? You want to buy this Thunder Dog? It's a money-losing beast. A real pain in the neck." The shopkeeper looked utterly astonished. Sumo chuckled, "No problem. Name your price." The clerk shook his head helplessly. "This blood-sucking junk beast? We can't even sell it in our shop. Just take it at cost $300. Sumo reached into his pocket, pulled out 300 yuan, and paid. Then, he raised his left hand, revealing a bracelet. This was standard equipment for all beast tamers, displaying information visible only to the wearer. Sumo. Rank, Level 1 Beastmaster. Mental power, 159. Health points, 188. Beast, none. Talent, Vitality Rebirth. The Beastmaster channels blood as a medium, merging it into a blood array to nourish their beast. The beast's level increases proportionally to the amount of vital energy infused. This was the information displayed on the Beastmaster's bracelet. Sumo silently recited the contract incantation. A golden light flickered in his palm, instantly vanishing into the Thunder Hound's forehead. Looking back at the bracelet, the beast-taming section now displayed an additional entry. Thunder Dog, Common Grade, Level, Juvenile Realm, Stage 1, Skill, Basic Claw Strike Level 1 Skills awaken automatically upon leveling up, Traits, Normal Leveling Efficiency 50%, Blood Feeding State Efficiency plus 30%. From now on, you'll be called Lightning. I hope you won't disappoint me in the future. Woof woof. Sumo smiled, then turned to leave. Sumo, big brother, how did you get here? A voice sounded from behind him. Sumo frowned slightly and turned to see Janya descending the stairs. This isn't your family's pet shop, is it? Janya clasped her hands behind her back, swaying slightly as she laughed. Yep, it's run by my parents. It's called the Elegant Pavilion. Brother Sumo, The young girl's eyes widened at the Thunder Dog in Sumo's arms. You contracted a Thunder Dog? You know, beast masters can only contract one beast per 10 levels. Contracting it means you must have. She trailed off. Oh right, brother Sumo, your talent. Janya fell silent. Sumo chuckled, yeah, it just happens to align perfectly with my talent. Couldn't be more fitting. But? Janya frowned slightly. Sumo, wait for me. Before long, Janya returned, holding a bottle of potion. Sumo, this is a vitality potion. It replenishes a beastmaster's vitality. Take it. Thank you. Sumo accepted it without hesitation. Though he knew the potion cost over 10,000 yuan, he didn't want to refuse her kindness. After Janya offered a few words of encouragement, Sumo finally stepped away. Sumo, do your best. Even though you awoke with accursed talent, I believe that with today's technological advancements, your future will absolutely not disappoint me. Tiandou Hall. One of Linnan City's many Beastmaster academies. Beastmaster Academy, specifically built for Beastmasters, it houses various holographic training devices that allow continuous cultivation to elevate Beastmaster levels. Sumo had reserved the cheapest private room for a full 7 days. Cross-legged in the center of the arena, Sumo chuckled softly as he watched the Thunder Dog named Lightning, who had just finished eating, now wagging its tail before him. Lightning, starting today, I'll use my vital energy to level you up. In 7 days, during the National College Admissions Day, don't embarrass me. Woof woof. Lightning barked excitedly. Sumo's expression turned serious. As he silently recited the incantation in his mind, a violent wind erupted around his body, unleashing a torrent of surging blood energy. Before him, within mere breaths, a blood-red hexagram array materialized, its surface etched with obscure runes. At the very center of the formation, lightning crouched, its expression no longer playful. Blood as the catalyst. Go! In an instant, countless streams of blood energy poured from Sumo's body, flowing like trickling rivulets into the Thunder Dog's forehead. Lightning leapt into the air. Nourished by the vital energy, its body suddenly swelled to twice its size. Within mere seconds, Sumo's body swayed precariously before crashing to the ground. He had exhausted every last drop of his vital energy. But Sumo paid it no heed. In the blink of an eye, Sumo opened his eyes. He had been revived. Mental power, 170. Vitality, 193. Seeing both his mental power and vitality had increased on the bracelet, Sumo smiled. Immortal and indestructible, each resurrection strengthened his being. He thought to himself, who in this world could possibly stand in his way of becoming a god? Looking ahead, the Thunder Dog landed on the ground, wagging its tail as it approached. After forming their contract, a telepathic bond had formed between man and dog. Sumo sensed it had leveled up. It had now reached the second stage of the juvenile realm, standing on the threshold of the third stage. This, the blood reincarnation technique paired with the Thunder Dog, whose very nature feeds on vital energy, truly a perfect match. Come again. Relying on his own immortal nature, Sumo continued to cast the vitality array, nourishing the Thunder Dog. The second time, the Thunder Dog upgraded again. Third stage of the juvenile realm. The third time, a powerful wind surged around the Thunder Dog's entire body, its vital energy radiating outward. Youth realm. Fourth tier. And Sumo? Rank, level 2 beast tamer. Mental power, 203. Vitality, 210. Indeed, through mutual reinforcement, Sumo had successfully ascended to a level 2 beast tamer, signifying his enhanced mental power. Moreover, he possessed vitality that most beast masters struggled to attain, now reaching twice that of an ordinary beast master. Lightning, let's go again. Gulp. Lightning opened its mouth, spewing a cloud of blood mist, its eyes lazily fixed on Sumo. Its expression seemed to say, I can't eat anymore. I really can't. Sumo scratched his head. Bushkaman? You can't handle it anymore? Dogs aren't supposed to not know when they're full? Thunder Dog, see if I'm even looking at you. Buzz. Just then, Sumo's phone buzzed. He picked it up to see a message from someone named Sujeja. My dear little brother, I heard you awakened a hidden talent? I'm at Sunrise Bar, want to grab a couple drinks? Chapter 5, No enemies, no meeting. Vote for gold selection. Giggle giggle, my dear little brother, you finally made it? Sunrise Bar. A tall, slender woman appeared before Sumo. Her jet black hair and crimson lips framed eyes that radiated 1,000 charms. Swaying her hips, she approached Sumo, seized his wrist, and led him to a booth inside. Noticing the small dog named Lightning perched on Sumo's shoulder, she hesitated, words on the tip of her tongue. Her name was Sujeja. She was the daughter of Sumo's eldest uncle, whom he referred to as his cousin. Sumo was the second son in his family, and his eldest uncle was named Su Yunsung. Looking at Sujeja, Sumo chuckled. Sis, how come you've got so much free time lately? Isn't the national recruitment about to start? As a recruitment mentor for Fuyao Academy, openly drinking out like this is a bit unprofessional, don't you think? So what? Your sister's human too, you know? Sujeja ordered 2 cups of liquor, which were brought over quickly. Pushing one towards Sumo, she took a sip and chuckled. My dear little brother, what on earth happened to you? How did you awaken a cursed talent? And why did you contract a Thunder Dog? While the Thunder Dog complements your cursed talent perfectly, do you even know the cost of chi blood reincarnation? Sumo chuckled. Of course I know. Don't worry, I've got it covered. He wouldn't reveal the truth about his own immortality. Sujeja frowned slightly. And what about these past 3 years? I heard you took medical leave, staying home constantly, your body weak and frail. That's why I kept bringing gifts to visit, only to be turned away by your parents every single time. They wouldn't even let me see you. And looking at you now, you don't seem sick at all. Poof. Sumo suddenly smiled. Swirls of light danced in the wineglass he held as Sumo recalled every scene from his past. Snap. The glass shattered in his hand, yet not a single shard pierced his palm. This was the formidable transformation his body had undergone with the enhancement of his chi and blood. Sigma. Sujeja was startled. She hurriedly grabbed a towel, only to find Sumo's palm completely unscathed. Why your hand? Sumo ordered another drink and looked up at his cousin. Growing up, if anyone had been the kindest to Sumo, it was this older sister of his. When he was little, if the family wouldn't buy him something he wanted, Sujeja would always get it for him. When he faced injustice, Sujeja would fiercely defend him, once even breaking her arm in a fight without a second thought. Sumo and she became inseparable best friends. Later, Sujeja entered Fuyao Academy, the foremost of the 4 great academies thanks to her S-tier talent, Thunderstorm Catastrophe. Though Sumo had spent the past 3 years campaigning on the frontier, he knew that last year, Sujeja had become an admissions mentor. Su Jejia quickly noticed the unusual look in her brother's eyes and instinctively asked, "What's really going on? There must be something hidden here, right?" "Yeah." Su Mo nodded. He too wanted someone to confide in about the weight on his heart. So he recounted everything that had happened over the past few years, leaving nothing out. After a long pause, "What?" Crash. Snap. In her fury, Su Jejia smashed the coffee table in front of her with a single slap, drawing disapproving glances from countless people around her. "Hey! What are you doing? This is a bar, not a place for you to cause trouble. Hey, sweetheart. You look pretty good, kind of a boss lady vibe. Why are you acting like some little punk? Need a big bro to help you blow off some steam? Ha ha ha." Su Jejia's eyes narrowed. "Anyone else who dares to talk back to me, and I'll blow your precious things to smithereens." Zzzzz. In an instant, a hawkbird radiating terrifying blue-purple lightning burst from behind Su Jejia. Flapping its wings, it let out a piercing cry. Thunder Falcon, an epic tier beast. No one present dared utter another word. Su Jejia paid for the coffee table and moved with Su Mo to another spot. This time, she managed to control her temper, though her expression remained displeased. "I never imagined Uncle Su Sanxing would secretly engage in such hypocritical behavior. Little brother, let's go. Today, I will seek justice for you." "Whoa, whoa, whoa." Su Mo hurriedly grabbed his sister's arm, shaking his head with a wry smile. Su Jejia had always been like this since childhood. She treated Su Mo like a real younger brother. No matter what injustice he faced, she was always the first to stand up for him. This time, however, Su Mo stopped her. "Sis, I know you want to stand up for me, but first off, you're only a level 32 beastmaster, just a teacher at Fuyao Academy. My father is a 51st level major general in the Linen Demon Suppressing Army. The gap in strength and status between you two is plain to see. You won't gain anything from this. Besides, it might even draw my uncle's rebuke. Wouldn't that make you a bully at home? It wouldn't reflect well on you either." Taking a sip of wine, Su Mo gave a bitter smile. "I don't care about my parents' face. Since they've already treated me like a tool, I don't mind tearing down the facade. But, sis, your reputation, that's something I care deeply about." Su Jejia felt a warm surge in her heart, yet she still voiced her displeasure. "Are you just going to let them treat you like this?" "Of course not." Su Mo chuckled. "I'll reclaim everything that's rightfully mine. But right now? I'm nameless and without standing. It's not the right time. Besides, Xu Feng wants to take all my achievements? He'd better be able to handle the consequences. Rest assured, before long, I will make every single one of them pay. Right, Lightning?" Sumo's shoulder dog, Lightning, barked a few times. Su Jejia hesitated before asking, You're not seriously planning to rampage across the land with this Thunder Dog, are you?" "Su Mo, you've lost your mind. Don't you know Thunder Dog feeds on vital energy? It's consuming your lifespan." Su Mo nodded. "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." "You?" Su Jejia was momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, she finished half her drink and sighed. This time, Fuyao Academy came to Linen City for recruitment. "As a mentor in the admissions office, I specifically requested to come here just to see you. I thought I'd finally gotten news of you. Even though you've awakened accursed talent, I believe you'll forge a path unlike anyone else's." "Oh, right." Su Jejia pulled a nesting doll ring from her storage ring. "Here, this is a gift from your sister. Inside, there are also a few bottles of blood-boosting gene potions." Staring at the storage ring, an item whose ring alone was worth 300,000 credits, Su Mo remained silent, showing no reaction. "What? Do you think my gift is worthless?" Su Jejia retorted. Su Mo hastily shook his head. "No, it's just... Sis, this is too valuable." "So what? You're my favorite little brother." Su Jejia shrugged nonchalantly. "Su Mo, do you know why I've always favored you over Xu Feng?" Seeing Su Mo shake his head, Su Jejia smiled. "Because ever since we were kids, you've been the most honest one. Unlike Xu Feng, smooth-talking and full of ulterior motives. I thought Xu Feng would grow out of it, but instead, he's only gotten worse. And there's something you probably don't know." Su Mo looked slightly puzzled. Su Jejia continued, "You know that Fuyao Academy, the top institution among the nation's 4 great academies, has always only admitted the cream of the crop. Their annual intake is less than 100 students. This year, Fuyao Academy has only 2 new student spots in Linen City. As it happens, only 2 people applied. One is your girlfriend, Jiangya, and the other is your own brother, Xu Feng." Sumo's mouth twitched. "Sis, Jiangya and I are just friends. How did she become my girlfriend? Is that the point?" Su Jejia smacked Su Mo on the forehead. "Who in the world, besides you, Su Mo, can't see the feelings Jiangya has for you? Besides, the point of what I said was about Xu Feng, okay?" Su Mo instantly caught on. Xu Feng had also applied to Fuyao Academy? This was somewhat unexpected. But upon reflection, it made sense. With Xu Feng's S-tier talent and the merits he'd seize by force, if he truly obtained a powerful beast, he'd undoubtedly dominate the entrance exams and enter Fuyao Academy. But, sis, I'm planning to apply to Fuyao Academy too. Should I just go through the motions? Or should you handle my application? Are you out of your mind? Su Jia growled under her breath. Su Mo. Do you even know Fuyao Academy's strict requirements? Your combat score in the Mystic Tower must be no less than 50,000 points. That means you have to clear at least the 5th floor. Do you have any idea what that entails? Of course. Su Mo flashed a confident smile. I trust lightning. It will absolutely get me into Fuyao Academy. Su Jia was so furious she couldn't speak. But at that moment, where's the boss? Boss. Clear the floor. Today, the Southern Frontier War God, S-tier talent holder your brother Xu Feng has the place all to himself. Chapter 6, Didn't your mother teach you? Seeking gold votes. Hearing the commotion at the bar entrance, Su Mo and Su Jia both turned their heads. Both frowned deeply. At the bar entrance stood a group of people led by none other than Su Mo's younger brother, Xu Feng. Xu Feng wore a smug grin, surveying the surroundings with satisfaction. He was pleased with the venue and equally pleased with the sycophants behind him, who constantly flaunted his status and influence. Overhearing this, some nearby patrons began murmuring among themselves. Hey, look! That's Xu Feng, the second son of Su Sangxing, the junior general of the Linen Town Demon Army. Yeah, just look at Xu Feng, truly extraordinary. And that bear beside him, taller than a man? Could that be his contracted beast? Holy moly! I've heard of that brown bear. It's an epic tier beast only found within the military council. Called the ironclad brown bear, it possesses dual attributes, physical strength and defense. This beast is incredibly powerful, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Yeah, I heard that at higher levels, the ironclad brown bear can even reach over 10 meters tall. Its power is truly extraordinary. Let's get out of here. Didn't you hear what young Master Su said? He's reserving the entire place tonight. Staying here is just asking for trouble. Let's go, let's go. Within minutes, the bar emptied completely, leaving only Su Jia and Su Mo seated in their booth. Su Jia took a sip of her drink and sneered, "Humph, Xu Feng? What an air of superiority, what a big shot he thinks he is." If Uncle Su Sangxing knew how arrogant Xu Feng is now, he'd probably be so furious he couldn't get out of bed. Su Mo replied coldly from beside her, unable to get out of bed? You're overthinking it. Do you really expect anything from hypocrites like them who put on a righteous front behind closed doors? Su Jia said nothing. After paying for the private room, Xu Feng slowly made his way inside with ironclad brown bear. Suddenly, he halted, spotting Su Mo appearing nearby. His brow furrowed, and he scoffed, "Oh? Who could this be? So blind as to remain here, unaware that I, Xu Feng the war god of the southern frontier, have reserved the entire Sunrise Bar. Turns out, it's my useless older brother who's been faking illness at home for 3 years. Haven't I told you yet? My twin brother skipped every single day of high school, faking illness at home day in and day out. Finally, he awakened a hidden talent. We thought this hidden talent would make him rich and powerful, but who knew it was a hidden curse talent, reincarnation of chi and blood." Ha. Xu Feng's sycophants burst into laughter. Exactly. Young Master Su was spot on. Who'd have thought your brother not only awakened a hidden talent, but a cursed one at that? Life force regeneration? That talent that drains your own vitality to nourish your beast? Young Master Su, it won't be long before you become the only son in the family, will it? Young Master Su, you must bear with the loss gracefully when the time comes. Xu Feng gave a cold laugh. My useless older brother is just wasting resources by staying alive. He should have died long ago. In the past century, only one beast tamer with blood reincarnation died within half a year of awakening the talent, drained of vital energy. Su Mo, you absolutely cannot fall behind that record. Otherwise, you'll be dead in 3 months? That would break the record, how about it? The mocking laughter echoed relentlessly. Su Jia, listening nearby, seethed with anger. She stood up, ready to confront Xu Feng. But Su Mo suddenly raised his hand to stop her. Su Jia asked in confusion, "Su Mo, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me?" Su Mo shook his head and gave her a meaningful look. He didn't want Su Jia to escalate the situation, or rather, it wasn't time yet. His father, Su Sangxing, was a level 51 beastmaster and a major general in the demon suppression army. Compared to him, Su Jia's current status and beastmaster rank were insignificant. Besides, now was far from the time to reveal his true strength. Su Mo thought exposing the family scandal might give him the upper hand and make them targets of public condemnation. But cornered dogs will bite, and desperate rabbits will fight. If Su Sangxing were to go all in, burning his bridges, all his plans would come to naught. Nevertheless, this did not prevent Su Mo from taking action at this moment. He stood up abruptly, strode over to Xu Feng, glanced at the ironclad brown bear beside him, and said coldly, "Oh? I wondered who it could be. My dear little brother, is it? So this is the ironclad brown bear you traded all your merits for?" Xu Feng gave a cold laugh. None of your damn business. My dear brother, seeing you like this, I gather you've contracted your own beast too? And it's a low-grade thunder dog? Fittingly matched with your life-wasting talent, you two are a perfect pair. Bro, don't wait until your thunder dog grows strong enough to kill you first. Before Xu Feng could finish speaking, Suemo instantly raised his hand and slapped Xu Feng across the face with a sharp smack. Sigma LLL. In an instant, Xu Feng froze. Clutching his stinging cheek, he stared at Suemo in utter shock. You actually hit me? I'm your older brother. You got a problem with me hitting you? Suemo blared down at him, his eyes blazing with fury. The killing intent he'd cultivated over 3 years surged forth, making the surrounding air feel several degrees colder. Just one glance from that gaze sent Xu Feng tumbling into an abyss. Suemo said coldly, Xu Feng, did your mother ever teach you to show respect to your elder brother? Since she didn't, I'll teach you myself. Smack! Another resounding slap echoed as Suemo struck his face again, causing both cheeks to swell instantly. Sumo's face darkened as he said coldly, don't think you can act so arrogantly just because you took everything from me. I'm handing all these merits over to you, can you even handle them? Xu Feng frowned, responding coldly, aren't you afraid mom and dad will punish you? Suemo laughed loudly, then whispered, punish me? I don't even go home anymore. Things have already come to this between us, what the hell do I have to fear from you? Xu Feng, if you have any sense, I advise you to keep a low profile. Sooner or later, you'll pay for what you've done today. Oh, right, has young Master Xu reserved the entire place? Does that mean he'll cover all my and sister's expenses here today? Suemo looked at Su Jiaying. Sis, someone's covering our tab. Let's get out of here. With that, Suemo strode away. Su Jejia watched from behind, shooting Xu Feng a cold, scornful glance before following closely behind her brother out of the bar. Hearing the angry shouts echoing from inside the bar, Suemo shrugged. Su Jejia spoke up beside him, you, kid. I never saw you being this bold when we were little. Today, you really didn't give your brother any face. Is this what 3 years in the southern frontier have changed you into? Suemo nodded. Maybe. If I hadn't been decisive and ruthless, I'd probably have ended up as food for those beasts long ago. Alright, I'll treat you to a meal. After that, I need to head back and rest. Su Jejia said nothing. The two ate a simple meal nearby. Over the years, Suemo had earned countless merits, naturally amassing vast wealth and honors. This easily ensured he could live comfortably in Linen City for over a decade. After eating their fill, Suemo listened to Su Jejia's final words of encouragement but remained resolved to apply to Fuyao Academy. Unable to sway him further, Su Jejia sighed and left. Suemo then returned to the beast-taming pavilion. Meanwhile, at the Su family villa, Su Tsangxing watched his son's face swollen high on both cheeks and gritted his teeth, grinding them audibly. What happened? Tell me now. Xu Feng shuddered violently, unable to conceal anything. He spilled the entire story. After a long moment, Su Tsangxing raised his hand to slap Xu Feng, only to be stopped by his mother, Dongfangya. Su Tsangxing fumed, You! How many times have I told you? I transferred all your brother Sumo's merits to you, not so you could run wild and squander everything. Do you even understand what it means to attract attention? It's fortunate that not many people knew about it today. If this had truly been exposed, our Su family would have been branded with infamy forever. Do you realize that? Xu Feng hurriedly protested, I know I was wrong, but that Suemo he shouldn't have hit me in front of my friends. You have to stand up for me on this. Su Tsangxing, exasperated by his son's stubbornness, snapped, you have the nerve to talk to me like this? Get back to your room. Spend the remaining 6 days training diligently there. You are not to leave. As for that Suemo, I'll handle him. Dongfangya, standing nearby, played the good cop to Su Tsangxing's bad cop. After offering some consolation, Xu Feng finally stormed off angrily, taking the iron armor brown bear with him to his bedroom. Su Tsangxing grabbed his phone and dialed a number. Now! Immediately! Track down Sumo's whereabouts. Chapter 7, The Dominant Woman? Jiang Haining. Vote for gold selection. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed as Suemo opened his eyes. By now, Suemo had been living here for 5 days. Today, he had finally broken through to become a level 6 beast tamer. His spiritual power reached 633, and his vitality hit 485. Simultaneously, his beast companion Thunder Dog Lightning had advanced to the 8th stage of the juvenile realm, standing on the threshold of the 9th stage. It had also mastered its second skill, Thunder Flash. This ability significantly boosted its speed while imbuing the Thunder Dog's basic claw attack with lightning attributes. The basic claw strike attack had also been successfully upgraded to level 3, greatly enhancing Thunder Dog's combat capabilities. Just 10 minutes prior, the Thunder Dog had been fed again after Suemo used his Chi Blood Rebirth technique for the 3rd time today. Suemo felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He was gradually coming to understand that although the Thunder Dog fed on vital energy, its daily intake seemed to have a fixed limit. As its level increased, its food intake grew accordingly. However, Sumo's own vitality was also steadily rising. With both factors progressing in tandem, reviving 3 times a day seemed to be the Thunder Dog's limit for consuming vitality. By Sumo's estimation, only 2 days remained. He believed that within that time frame, the Thunder Dog might well reach the young adult realm. This development bolstered Sumo's confidence in gaining admission to Fuyao Academy. Yet, at that very moment, applause erupted, causing him to jerk his head up. At the doorway of his room stood a woman. She wore a red qipao, her striking curves accentuated by the form-fitting fabric. Her curves were so pronounced that Sumo couldn't help but react instinctively. Sumo stood up, and lightning darted to his side. It was worth noting that over the past 5 days, lightning had grown significantly through continuous upgrades, its size increasing by several times. It was now nearly the size of an adult dog and could no longer perch on Sumo's shoulder. Observing the woman before him, Sumo's brow furrowed slightly as a flicker of caution crossed his mind. He instinctively asked, "Who are you?" The woman smiled faintly. "Hello, young man. I'm Jiang Haining, owner of the Tian Dao Dojo. I apologize for the interruption, but I have 2 matters I must inform you of." Sumo searched his memory. Jiang Haining was indeed the owner of the Tian Dao Pavilion. Rumor had it that 10 years ago, she had founded this beast-taming academy in Linen City. Her husband had once been a renowned beast-tamer in Linen City, but he had tragically perished in a battle against a demon beast. Since then, she had become a widow. Yet now, Sumo felt a twinge of doubt. Outside rumors claimed Jiang Haining possessed neither significant power nor background. What methods had she employed to establish herself firmly in Linen City for so many years? Years of combat experience told Sumo that this woman was far from ordinary. As the woman approached, the Thunder Hound beside Sumo let out a low, whimpering growl. Sumo raised his hand to pat its head, calming the dog. Jiang Haining chuckled softly, saying, "Hee, little brother, seeing you like this, you certainly don't seem like someone who's been sick for 3 years in the Xu family and untouched by the world. It seems those 3 years in the southern frontier have truly changed you." "What?" Sumo's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively asked, "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Haining chuckled, "Don't be nervous, little brother. I mean you no harm. As for who I am, you'll find out in time. Now, let's get down to business. First, the heavy black iron sword you specifically ordered sent back from the southern frontier the Lord of the Underworld has just been delivered." As she spoke, Jiang Haining summoned the sword from her storage ring with a flick of her thoughts. It appeared in her hand, its scabbard engraved with obscure, enigmatic patterns. She then tossed the sword out. Sumo caught it in his hand, feeling the familiar weight of the heavy blade. The black iron heavy sword. Lord of the Underworld. It had accompanied him in the southern frontier, battling beasts for over 2 years, a relentless campaign of slaughter. Sumo drew the sword, and instantly, a bloodthirsty aura surged forth. Soon, he sheathed it back into his storage ring. Gazing at Jiang Haining before him, Sumo couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He wondered how such a seemingly delicate woman could possibly wield this 100-pound blade. But before long, Jiang Haining glanced down and smiled again. "Little brother, this Thunder Dog is truly formidable. In just 5 short days, it has advanced from the first stage of the juvenile realm to the 9th stage. Such rapid progress must be closely tied to your vitality rebirth talent, right? Don't misunderstand. I can see you're surprised. Sister won't hide it from you, my talent is beast perception. While it doesn't grant combat power, it allows me to perceive information about all beasts. Also, let me tell you something, I sensed an unusual aura in this Thunder Dog's bloodline. I believe it will bring you surprises in the future." After speaking, Jiang Haining added, "Oh, right, one more thing. Your parents have arrived and are waiting for you at the front desk of the Tian Dao Hall. Do you wish to see them?" Sumo furrowed his brow, pondered for a moment, then nodded. He stepped out of the building. Finally, he arrived at the front desk of the Tian Dao Hall. There sat Sumo's parents on the nearby sofa, with a Tian Shao hall attendant having already served them tea. When Sumo approached with his Pailai dog, Sutsong slammed his fist on the table in fury. "Sumo! I see you think you've grown wings. After all these years I've raised you, you have the nerve to run away from home. What, did I give you too much leeway? You're coming back with me right now. Also, I've already applied for you to take the entrance exam at a college in Linen City. You're going to take it the day after tomorrow. Sure, you got vitality rebirth, but let's be real, it's just a cursed talent. Compared to your little brother, you're a million miles behind. But I've already pulled some strings for you. Just go through the motions, and you'll get in for sure. Once you graduate, you'll go work for your mother's genetic corporation." Orihata nodded. "Son, your parents only have your best interests at heart. This chi and blood transformation will eventually take your life. But after you graduate from the academy, you can go work as a security guard at my company. At the very least, you'll never have to worry about food or shelter for the rest of your life." Watching his parents play off each other, Sumo gave a cold laugh. "I never imagined you two would come here today just to plan my future for me. I don't know whether to thank you both or feel utterly pathetic. Security guard? What a splendid career choice. How dare you? Su Songqing growled. You little bastard, how dare you speak to me like that? I'm your father. Su Mo chuckled coldly. My father? Have you ever treated me like your son? Think about what you've done. Don't even suggest I come back. Impossible. Ask me to give up the chance to enter a higher academy? I heard that Xu Feng applied to Fuyao Academy, right? In 2 days, I'll be applying to Fuyao Academy too. I'll show you both who's stronger, me or Xu Feng. He's just a genius kept under a medicine pot. He's nowhere near my level. You. How could you possibly match Xu Feng? Do you even know how he was trained from childhood? Do you really think your meager abilities can surpass his? Su Sangxing frowned, but suddenly noticed Sumo's eyes brimming with fierce confidence. For a moment, his heart skipped a beat. Su Sangxing thought, could it be? Su Mo actually has something to rely on? An ominous foreboding rose within Su Sangxing, yet he still said, alright then, I'll arrange for you to attend a prestigious academy. I'll spend some money and pull some strings to get you in. After that, I'll secure you a clerical position in the military. Your future will be worry-free. How does that sound? Su Mo turned and walked away, leaving only a derisive snort. Spare me this sanctimonious talk. Instead of wasting your breath, you'd be better off preparing Xu Feng mentally. That way, when he loses to me, he won't be reduced to sobbing speechless. Chapter 8, Foolhardy to challenge Fuyao? Seeking gold votes. 2 days later. Linen City. Before the Mystic Tower. The Mystic Tower stands in every city across the world, serving to test and record the upper limits of every beastmaster's abilities. This tower has 100 floors, each guarded by different magical beasts, all constructed using holographic imaging and futuristic technology. Each year, on the National Academy Enrollment Day across China, the entrance assessments are conducted before the Mystic Tower. All beastmasters enter the tower for a climbing test. Based on their performance, they receive combat ratings that determine their eligibility for admission to various academies. At this moment, before the Mystic Tower, the 4 great academies stood: Fuyao Academy, Taishu Academy, Tianqing Academy, and Dawnbreak Academy. The admissions offices of these 4 colleges were deserted, with only 1 or 2 people lingering at each desk, casually chatting or asking around. In stark contrast, the entrances to other higher-tier academies and even some lower-tier ones were bustling with crowds. Before long, a shout rang out from somewhere. Outside the crowd, Xu Feng was seen walking slowly, accompanied by his ironclad brown bear, which had now grown to the 2nd stage of the juvenile realm. Arriving before Fuyao Academy's admissions office, he looked at his cousin Su Jejia and chuckled, "Sis, I'm here to take the exam." "Do I even need to take this exam? My ironclad brown bear has already reached the 2nd stage of the juvenile realm and cleared the first 5 layers. It's more than enough. Why don't you just pass me early today? It's a done deal anyway, and I'm eager to get home and play games." Su Jejia snorted coldly. "Stop calling me sister, Xu Feng. This is the new student assessment. Everything must follow the rules. Here's your pass to enter the Mysteries Tower. Go on. I'll be waiting for your good news." Su Jejia emphasized the word good news with particular emphasis. Xu Feng, however, paid it no mind, bursting into laughter. Fine. Today I'll show you all how Xu Feng takes the Mysteries Tower by storm." As Xu Feng's words faded, voices around him erupted in praise, all anticipating his upcoming performance. Xu Feng felt a surge of pride wash over him as he strode toward the entrance of the mysterious tower. However, a voice called out from behind him. "Hello? I'm here to apply for Fuyao Academy." Xu Feng whipped around to see Su Jejia standing before him. Su Mo stood before Su Jejia, his thunder dog by his side, wearing a confident smile. Everyone froze in shock, not just Xu Feng. Good heavens, did I hear that right? Su Mo, he's actually applying to Fuyao Academy? Good heavens. Fuyao Academy is the most difficult of our 4 great academies in Huaxia to get into. You need at least 50,000 combat points in the Mystic Tower, which means reaching at least the 6th floor. Sumo's lost his mind. Sure, he possesses the cursed talent Lifeforce Rebirth, but the beast he contracted is only of ordinary bloodline rank, right? What qualifies him to apply to Fuyao Academy? Exactly. Even if he spent the past 7 days relentlessly training his Thunderdog, it's only reached the 3rd stage of the juvenile realm at best. And that's left Su Mo drained of vital energy, barely clinging to life. I honestly can't fathom how he'd even survive in the Mysteries Tower. Utterly reckless. Sumo's younger brother became a war god in just 3 years on the frontier, earning the ironclad brown bear with supreme valor. That was his destiny. Entering Fuyao Academy was practically guaranteed. What right does Su Mo have? Exactly. This year, only Xu Feng and that prodigy Jiangya will likely enter Fuyao Academy. Su Mo? He's probably just there to make up the numbers. Ha. If he fails the assessment, Su Mo will lose his eligibility for other academies too. Then we'll see how he handles it. Amidst the relentless taunts of those around him, Xu Feng turned back and rushed toward Su Mo. Meanwhile, at the Fuyao Academy side, Su Jejia stood up, her brows furrowed as she looked at her cousin. Suemo, how many times have I told you? Fuyao Academy isn't something you can just waltz into. 50,000. Do you even know what a combat score of 50,000 means for you? Suemo chuckled softly, extending his left hand to touch the bracelet on Su Jejia's wrist. Instantly, Su Jejia's pupils contracted sharply. How did you do that? Suemo shook his head slightly, saying nothing more. He continued calmly, may I ask if I can now apply to Fuyao Academy? The flood of information she just sensed surged through Su Jejia like a raging storm. After a moment, she sighed. You're a madman. 3 years on the frontier, and that's all it taught you? Suemo remained silent. Su Jejia sighed and reluctantly registered Sumo's information, carefully omitting his rank and other attributes. After all, she didn't want to expose all this too soon. The principle that a tall tree catches the wind was something Su Jejia understood better than anyone. Little did she know, Suemo was now brimming with confidence. Over the past 7 days, he had successfully boosted his spiritual power and vitality through repeated resurrections, ascending to a level 7 beast-tamer. His spiritual power reached 785 points, and his vitality hit 550 points. In terms of raw stats alone, Suemo had become the strongest among all the new recruits, even standing head and shoulders above the rest. His thunder dog, Lightning, though of an ordinary bloodline, had already reached the first stage of the youth realm. Among its skills, the basic attack Claw Strike had reached level 4, now imbued with lightning attributes. Thunder Flash, too, gained greater enhancement due to the level increase. Su Jejia shot him a disapproving look. Here's your access card. Take it. You be careful, okay? Don't try to be a hero. Suemo felt a warm surge in his heart as he reached out to take the pass. Just then, Xu Feng arrived beside them, leading an ironclad brown bear. Well, who do I have here? My good-for-nothing older brother. What's the matter? Feeling miserable after awakening that cursed talent? You haven't been home in 7 days planning to make a grand entrance today? Bro, do you even know what grades it takes to get into Fuyao Academy? Do you really think that trash tier Thunder Dog will make you a sensation? Chapter 9, instantly dominating the field. Ranked number 1. Seeking gold votes. Whispers swirled around them. Everyone marveled at Suemo's 7-day absence, and many began speculating about what he might have experienced. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out nearby. Oh, brother Suemo, are you applying to Fuyao Academy too? What a coincidence! Could it be that the two of us will be entering Fuyao Academy together? The crowd turned to see Jiangya, the prodigy of the Jiang family, skipping and jumping toward them. Perched atop her head was a tiny, adorable hawk covered entirely in crimson feathers. Jiangya approached Suemo with a mischievous grin. Suemo, is this your beast companion? Suemo nodded. Jiangya beamed. Suemo, this is mine, a rare grade firehawk. I named her Little Red. Heh, isn't she adorable? Suemo raised his hand to stroke its smooth feathers, prompting the eagle to chirp twice in response. Nearby, Xu Feng witnessed this and snorted coldly. He resented the intimacy between Jiangya and Suemo. Suemo, you really don't know your place. You actually want to apply to Fuyao Academy? Do you know Fuyao Academy only has 2 fixed enrollment spots in Linen City this year? If you fail the assessment and get rejected, no other academy will accept you afterward. Unless Dad steps in and uses his connections to get you into some low-tier academy, you'll never get anywhere in life. You really are hopeless. Suemo chuckled. My dear brother, haven't you considered what happens if you get kicked out? How will you beg father to get you into another academy then? Xu Feng froze. You mean I could get eliminated? Ha ha ha. He burst into laughter, face turned skyward. Brother, you've just told me the biggest joke in the world. Me, Xu Feng, getting eliminated? You must have lost your mind. Anyone who studied for 3 years wouldn't even utter such nonsense. Suemo retorted, fine. Since you're so sure, I'll prove to you just how vast the gap between us truly is. Fine. I'll be waiting for you to eat your words. With that, Xu Feng led Ironclad Brown Bear toward the teleportation portal at the entrance of the mysterious tower once more. Jiangya watched the scene unfold, her brows furrowing as she instinctively asked, Suemo, what about Xu Feng? Suemo shook his head. Don't mind him. Those who sow the wind will reap the whirlwind. Just watch, it won't be long before he pays the price. Shoya, for today's mysterious mechanism tower exam, you must give it your all. You absolutely must outshine Xu Feng. Though Jiangya didn't understand why Suemo said this, she nodded anyway. Don't worry, brother Suemo. My little red has already reached the 3rd stage of the juvenile realm. I'm confident I can clear the first 5 floors without issue. As she spoke, Jiangya accepted the access card handed to her by Su Jejia. The two, accompanied by their 2 spirit beasts, headed straight for the mysterious mechanism tower. Amidst the murmurs of countless onlookers, they both nodded and stepped into the mysterious mechanism tower one after the other. At the teleportation portal entrance, some beast tamers who were still watching couldn't help but discuss. The mysterious tower contained 100 floors. Floors 1 through 5 each contain 1 to 5 blood moon wolves, magical beasts at the 1st to 5th stages of the juvenile realm. Their skill was singular, the blood moon bite, which inflicted a bleeding status on their tamers, gradually draining their life force until death. Floors 6 through 10 each housed a single agile demon beast at stages 6 to 10 of the juvenile realm, the blood-sucking bee. Its skill, poisonous sting, carried inherent poison attributes. Notably, all beasts from levels 1 to 10 are of the ordinary tier, subject to bloodline suppression. Consequently, many observers favor the rare grade fire fierce eagle and the epic grade ironclad brown bear to achieve strong results. Next, the 11th floor features 3 juvenile stage, 10th tier dragon scaled pythons. The 12th floor holds 5 of them, wielding the skilled dragon python stranglehold and possessing formidable defensive capabilities. As for the 13th floor, a young stage, tier 1 flaming bird with the skilled blazing inferno. As the surrounding crowd recounted these details, they fell silent. For every beastmaster knew that in the annual new student trials, there remained an unbroken record for clearing the Mystic Tower. Set a century ago by Long Canghai, the foremost of China's 10 great masters, he fought his way through to the 13th floor, severely wounding the flamingo and earning a score of 129,000. This record had stood unbroken for a century, unmatched by any novice beastmaster. As the discussion swirled, a massive light screen materialized before the mysterious tower, displaying the real-time leaderboard. Xu Feng had already successfully cleared 5 floors and now stood on the 6th floor of the mysterious mechanism tower. At this point, Xu Feng had already earned a combat score of 50,000. The minimum score required for admission to Fuyao Academy was 50,000. Everyone now concluded that Xu Feng had effectively secured his ticket to the academy. Immediately after, the second-place contender appeared. Jiangya, leveraging her SS tier talent, had also cleared the 5th floor, her score surging ahead. Although her beast mastery rank was 2 tiers lower than Xu Feng's, her SS tier talent and the superior performance of her fire fierce eagle had propelled her to the 6th floor as well. 10 minutes later, Xu Feng teleported out of the mysterious tower, panting heavily and drenched in sweat. He glanced up at the leaderboard. Xu Feng had ultimately stopped at the 6th floor of the mysterious mechanism tower, achieving a final combat score of 56,000. Seeing this result, Xu Feng gave a cold laugh. Though it's a bit lower than I expected, it's still more than enough to get into Fuyao Academy. But, Jiangya, you really are incredibly strong. Truly worthy of your SS tier talent, and truly worthy of being the woman I, Xu Feng, adore. On the leaderboard, Jiangya had surpassed Xu Feng to claim the top spot, her final score, 60,000. She too was teleported out of the mysteries tower. Beads of sweat glistened on Jiangya's delicate skin, yet she paid them no mind as she hurriedly scanned the leaderboard. Many knew exactly what Jiangya was watching. Xu Mo. But, up to this point, Xu Feng and Jiangya held the top 2 spots on the leaderboard with a significant lead. Third place, with a mere 20,000 points, had already established them as prodigies among ordinary beast masters. Yet, to this day, no one has seen Xu Mo's name appear. Xu Feng stood beside Jiangya, letting out a cold laugh. Jiangya, you're not still hoping your brother Xu Mo will achieve anything impressive, are you? Don't get your hopes up. With his useless talent, what good results could he possibly achieve? I truly can't fathom why he chose Fuyao Academy. He really doesn't know when to quit. Jiangya frowned deeply. Xu Feng, Xu Mo is your own brother. Not only do you show no concern or care, but you actually mock him like this? Xu Feng snorted coldly, refusing to respond. Countless beast masters nearby buzzed with discussion. Sigh, that Xu Mo probably hasn't even started the first layer yet, right? How could a Thunder Hound with such an ordinary bloodline possibly stand a chance against the blood moon wolves of the first layer? Yeah. Looks like Xu Mo won't be getting into Fuyao Academy. Forget Fuyao Academy. If Xu Mo scores 10,000 points today, I'll stand on my head and wash my hair right here. What does Xu Mo have? With that cursed talent of his, he actually thinks he can get into Fuyao Academy? That's laughable. Exactly. He's nowhere near as good as his younger brother, Xu Feng. After 3 years of frontier battles, Feng became a war god among commoners. His unparalleled valor earned him an epic-tier ironclad brown bear. He's destined for Fuyao Academy. Sure, his score today trails Jiangya slightly, but remember this gap stems from innate talent. Mark my words, Xu Feng will surpass even Wang Tai, one of our 10 great masters, in the future. Who would have thought the Xu family's twin stars would show such a stark difference? It's truly bittersweet. What? Look! In an instant, the entire arena erupted. Just as everyone was talking, a name shot straight to the top of the leaderboard. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000. 100,000 points. It's Xu Mo. Chapter 10, My Son is Worthless? A good for nothing. Vote for gold selection. Shock, utter, unprecedented shock. Silence, a silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. At that moment, before the mystic tower, every beast tamer stood speechless, eyes wide in disbelief, a stillness like the calm before the storm. Within mere seconds, the scene erupted into chaos. How is this possible? 100,000? A genuine 100,000 combat rating. Holy moly, how many years has it been? Not a single person from Linen City has ever achieved a 100,000 combat rating in the new student exams. Is this even humanly possible? 100,000 points in the academy selection? The last time we saw that was back then. Who exactly is this Xu Mo? You guys don't know? Xu Mo is a student from Linen No. 2 High School. Since his freshman year, he's taken 3 full years of leave and never set foot on campus. He only appeared once a week ago during the school's awakening ceremony. Who would have thought such a sickly kid could achieve such remarkable results? Xu Mo? You mean the Xu Mo who awakened the cursed talent blood reincarnation at Linen No. 2 High School not long ago? That's him. Back then, when Xu Mo gained the cursed talent, he was ridiculed by so many. Who would have thought he'd shock us all like this today? Holy crap, did Xu Mo sacrifice his own vital energy to boost his beast-taming level just to get these results? Is he trying to kill himself? Who cares if he's risking his life? His score on the Mystic Tower is rock solid. As far as I recall, in the last 2 or 3 decades, no one anywhere in the country has ever achieved 100,000 combat points in the Mysteries Tower. But why is Xu Mo's younger brother, Xu Feng, struggling so much today? Everyone kept discussing, their eyes fixated on Xu Feng. Many among them were familiar with Xu Feng's reputation. Xu Feng was quite renowned among the graduating seniors, and the crowd buzzed with opinions. Hey, did you see that? That's Xu Feng, the so-called war god of the southern frontier. They say he slaughtered countless beasts down south, slaying over 1,000 young stage demon beasts. He returned home covered in glory, even trading his merits for an ironclad brown bear. Yet today, his performance is far below his brother's. Who knows? Maybe Xu Feng deliberately held back to give his brother face? Ah, that's unlikely. Xu Feng applied to Fuyao Academy, and now his brother has also applied to the same academy. If his brother's results far surpass his own, wouldn't that mean Xu Feng loses his chance to enter the academy? Worse still, if he fails the Fuyao Academy exam, he forfeits eligibility for other academies too. Xu Feng must understand all this. Listening to the senior beast tamers around him discuss this, Xu Feng felt his teeth grind together in anger. His jaw clenched tightly, and his fists clenched into fists. He could have bitten his teeth to dust, and he wished he could have found a crack in the ground to crawl into. Why? Xu Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the rankings displayed on the light screen before the Mystic Tower. Rage burned within him, his face twisted with bitter resentment. Why? Why the hell? Who can tell me? Why did Xu Mo score 100,000 points and surpass me? Clearly, I was the one everyone had pinned their hopes on since childhood, the genius nurtured with countless doses of genetic potions. Clearly, the top spot on this list should have been mine. Xu Feng couldn't accept it. He believed he was the one destined for first place. Yet now, Jiangya, the girl he liked, had not only surpassed him, but even his own brother, the one he considered a good-for-nothing, the one he despised the most, had managed to outrank him, claiming the top spot. Impossible. Xu Feng finally erupted, shouting, Xu Mo must have cheated. He absolutely must have. For 3 years, he's been nothing but a sickly weakling who never trained once. How could he possibly achieve this ranking? Poor Xu Feng. Even now, he still hadn't realized that he had stolen Xu Mo's merits. Nor had he considered what kind of growth Xu Mo had undergone during his 3 years on the frontier. He's gone mad. Exactly. He must have used his cursed talent, draining most of his lifespan to achieve this. Xu Feng turned to Xu Jejia beside him. Sis, are you seriously considering letting Xu Mo, a man with barely any lifespan left, enter your Fuyao Academy? Even if you cultivate him into a genius, he has at most a few years left. Your academy had better reconsider. Abandon Xu Mo, kick him out. I am the one who deserves to enter Fuyao Academy. Xu Jejia stared at him coldly. Then, her gaze drifted to Xu Mo's name on the screen, her eyes distant as if lost in thought. A cry rang out from the crowd, and heads turned in unison. Look! Isn't that General Xu Feng, and Xu Mo's father? What brings him here? And he seems to be surrounded by commanders from our Linen Theater's demon-suppressing army. At the end of the street, a group of middle-aged men dressed in demon-suppressing army uniforms approached, chatting and laughing. Looks like they're here to witness Xu Mo and Xu Feng's glory today, huh? Glory? From the looks of it, not so fast. As the discussion swirled, Xu Changxing led the way at the front, and the officers beside him couldn't help but chuckle. Heh, Major General Xu, today is truly a day of great joy for the Xu family. Indeed, indeed. Your second son, Xu Feng, has returned from the frontier with distinguished service. Not only has he awakened an S-rank talent, but he's also acquired an epic-tier beast companion. Today's Mystic Tower assessment is sure to yield remarkable results. Oh, by the way, which academy has your young master applied to, General Xu? Amidst the surrounding flattery, Xu Changxing laughed heartily. My son is no genius, he applied to Fuyao Academy. Besides, whether he gets in is still up in the air. You lot better not flatter me to death here. If he fails to gain admission to Fuyao Academy and brings shame upon this old man, you'll all be in for an awkward moment, won't you? Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. General Xu, you're too modest. With your son's achievements and prowess having claimed countless honors, single-handedly slaying thousands of juvenile stage beasts with his bare hands, what challenge could this modest mystic tower possibly pose to him? Indeed, indeed. General Xu, your young master is destined for boundless glory. Should you rise through the ranks in the future, General Xu, please don't forget us brothers under your command. Su Songxing felt his face flush with pride and hastily waved his hands in assurance. Very well, very well. With such recognition from you all, I certainly won't forget you. Alright, let's hurry over. I reckon my youngest son has already achieved excellent results and is on his way out. Those around him chuckled. By the way, Major General Xu, how is your eldest son, Suemo, doing these days? Su Songxing sighed. Ah, that child Suemo, ever since he awakened his cursed talent recently, he's been utterly despondent. He hasn't returned home in ages. As his father, it pains me deeply. But I've told him clearly, even with a cursed talent, his mother and I will never abandon his future. At the very least, we'll ensure he never wants for anything. Thankfully, his younger brother is here. In time, he'll be able to lend a hand. The crowd nodded in agreement and continued their praise. Truly, the second young master of the Xu family cares deeply for the people. Not only does he slay demons and monsters on the frontier, but he also holds his elder brother in such high regard when he returns home. Su Songxing laughed heartily. The group walked up to the front of the mysterious mechanism tower. Facing the countless people around them who greeted him, Su Songxing responded with a smile that never left his face. But when he lifted his head and saw the rankings on the bulletin board before him, he froze. What? Suemo is ranked first? How is that possible? Chapter 11, Never seen a real storm vote for gold selection. Su Songxing had always had a catchphrase, a lifetime of military service, what storms haven't I weathered over the decades? But this time, he truly hadn't seen. Su Songxing was stunned. He had fully expected his son to rank among the top contenders. With his epic tier beast companion, earned through countless military merits, he should have easily claimed the top spot on this year's Mystic Tower newcomer rankings. It was practically a given. At the very least, he should have secured second place, right? Yet there it was, Suemo at the top, Jiang Ye in second, and only then, in third place, his own second son Xu Feng, the second young master, the one so fervently praised by countless people around him. How could this be? In his understanding, although Suemo possessed an SSS tier hidden talent, it was a cursed gift, one that consumed vital energy and drained lifespan. Even if Suemo could command powerful beasts, what kind of storm could he possibly unleash? After all, replenishing depleted vital energy takes time. How could that compare to the ferocity of beasts cultivated with genetic potions? Xu Feng even possessed a berserk talent. Yet now, Suemo had surged ahead, overwhelming Xu Feng's scores to dominate the top spot at development. Su Songxing found utterly unbelievable. Beside him, other officers couldn't help but frown, murmuring instinctively. What is going on? How did the eldest son of the Xu family become number one, while the second son, Xu Feng, is now ranked third? Yeah, that cursed talent, Qi blood rebirth, doesn't it consume vital energy? It's only been 7 days since he awakened it. Even if young Master Suemo used Qi blood rebirth twice, his body would need time to recover, right? How could he possibly enhance his beast control to such an extreme level and achieve such a high combat score? And doesn't this mean young Master Xu Feng has been eliminated by Fuyao Academy? Good heavens! General Xu, did your two children not communicate at all? Exactly. According to the projection screen, young Master Suemo also applied to Fuyao Academy. So by achieving this score, hasn't he pushed his own younger brother out? Su Songxing's face darkened to a liver-like hue, his discomfort palpable. Spotting the approaching crowd, Xu Feng charged forward like a madman. Staring at his father, he bellowed, "Dad! What happened? Didn't you tell Suemo not to compete for my spot at Fuyao Academy? Why? Why is Suemo now ranked first? And his Qi blood rebirth, doesn't that require recovery time? Even if he's incredibly powerful, even if he can use Qi blood rebirth 3 times, he's still just an ordinary, run-of-the-mill beast tamer. At best, he could reach the 4th stage of the juvenile realm, right? How the hell did he manage to climb to the 10th floor? Was it you? Did you help him cheat? Shut up! Su Songxing roared, raising his hand to slap him across the face. How dare you speak to me like that? I'm your father. Would I ever betray you to help Suemo? Su Songxing muttered under his breath. The slap snapped Xu Feng back to his senses. From childhood, Xu Feng had always been the prodigy in his parents' eyes, nurtured by them. Even when responding to the national call to fight at the frontier, Xu Feng was stopped by his parents. They secretly arranged for Suemo to enlist in his name, earning countless honors on the battlefield. Upon returning, all the military merits were transferred to Xu Feng. How could Xu Feng, who had been showered with care his entire life, possibly be framed by his own father? But Xu Feng's eyes reddened, tears nearly spilling over. He spoke with a pout of grievance, but why? Why is Suemo a useless good-for-nothing, a bearer of cursed talent now able to climb to the 10th floor? Su Sanqing's brow furrowed. Who am I supposed to ask? Xu Feng, behave yourself. All your uncles are here today. Don't embarrass me. Xu Feng shuddered, then stood obediently by, fists clenched, continuing to stare at the rankings ahead. Look! Sumo's combat rating just went up again. Someone shouted, and everyone noticed Sumo's combat rating rising once more on the light screen before them. Inside the Mystic Tower. The Mystic Tower comprised 100 floors. Each level is guarded by beasts of varying ranks or numbers, ranging from the lowest tier juvenile realm to the highest tier cosmic realm representing the world's most formidable beasts. All of this was forged by the Mystic Tower through its formidable futuristic technology. Every beastmaster may enter this place, relying on their own strength to step-by-step slay demons and monsters, ascending upward. Each level represents 10,000 points, and the combat score reflects the performance of the beast-tamer who enters. Suemo entered the Mystic Tower, stepping into his designated space. Immediately, he spotted a blood moon wolf in the early stage of the juvenile realm lying in the center of the first floor's arena. Suemo paid it no mind, instead leading his thunder dog lightning as both man and beast sprinted toward the staircase directly opposite. The blood moon wolf sensed their approach, leaping to its feet and charging after them with lightning-fast speed, its paws pounding the floor as it pursued relentlessly. Sumo's footsteps echoed as he reached the second floor. There, 2 second-stage juvenile blood moon wolves appeared. Suemo repeated his strategy, ascending step by step. Soon he reached the 6th floor. From the 1st to the 5th floor, a total of 15 blood moon wolves of various cultivation levels relentlessly pursued him. On the 6th floor, the ground trembled beneath the charging blood moon wolves. The crimson aura and the howls of the blood moon wolves were constantly felt by Suemo. But Sumo's lips curled slightly. Having entered later than Xu Feng, Suemo had been anxious about whether Xu Feng might achieve a higher score. That was why he had aimed for a swift victory. He had heard tales of prodigies gathering beasts from earlier floors of the Mystic Tower and concentrating them on higher levels before eliminating them all at once. Suemo intended to follow suit. Thus, Suemo continued his relentless ascent, finally reaching the 10th level of the mysterious mechanism tower. 15 blood moon wolves, ranging from the 1st to 5th stages of the juvenile realm. 5 more appeared before Suemo agile-type beasts ranging from stage 6 to stage 10 of the juvenile realm, blood-sucking bees. Man and dog stood at the very center of the arena. Surveying the 20 beasts before him, Suemo chuckled. He turned to the thunder dog beside him. Lightning, these beasts are yours to slay. Woof woof. Lightning barked twice, its eyes conveying an expression that seemed to say this was no challenge. Suemo roared with laughter. All right. Since you're so confident, go ahead. Slay every single one of these 20 beasts. Though 20 beasts stood before him, the gap between the juvenile realm and the young adult realm was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Thus, Lightning dispatched these beasts with effortless ease. A blue-purple glow flickered and danced across his body. In an instant, Lightning vanished from his spot. When Suemo looked up, he saw the blue-purple lightning flashing relentlessly among the 20 beasts. After merely a dozen seconds, Lightning returned to Sumo's side. Woof woof, it barked twice. Suemo chuckled. Then came the sound of crackle. Before him, all 20 magical beasts exploded in an instant. Black smoke billowed from their bodies as they collapsed to the ground. Within a few breaths, they vanished from Sumo's sight. Simultaneously, a voice echoed within his mind. Congratulations, Beastmaster Suemo. You have cleared the 10th floor of the Mystic Tower. Your current combat score: 100,000 points. Current Academy Recruitment Assessment Ranking, 1st place. Please choose to complete the assessment or proceed to the next floor. Chapter 12, Breaking a Century-Old Record? Vote for gold. Hearing the mechanical voice echo within the Mystic Tower, Suemo froze for a moment, scratching his head. Then, a light screen appeared before him, the information the mysterious tower displayed for every beastmaster who entered its structure. He saw the scores for Xu Feng and Jiangya, with a special note stating they had both completed the assessment. Suemo grimaced awkwardly. Seriously? My dear little brother, you're that weak? I thought you could at least make it to the 10th or 11th floor, which is why I pushed myself like a madman to break through. But, you didn't even make it past the 6th floor? TSK. Suemo snorted coldly. Is this the genius brother father has always nurtured? You've truly disappointed your elder brother. Suemo had held this belief all along, which was why he'd driven himself mad over the past 7 days, relentlessly leveling up his thunder dog. He knew that beyond their respective tiers, the thunder dog could never match the ironclad brown bear. His only hope was to overwhelm the opponent with sheer level advantage. At the very least, a stalemate would be the best outcome. But who would have thought Xu Feng would be so weak? He couldn't even beat Jiangya. Is that it? Is that all? Suemo couldn't fathom where his father had found the confidence to strip him of all his merits and transfer them to Xu Feng. Wasn't this just ruining his son's future? He curled his lip in disdain before fixing his gaze ahead. One thing did offer Suemo some reassurance: the Mystic Tower wasn't being broadcast live. Outside observers could only see the combat scores, not the actual battle footage. Then, Suemo looked ahead at the staircase leading to the 11th floor of the mysterious mechanism tower. His gaze sharpened as he pondered whether he should continue upward. Now, Suemo had secured his place in the Fuyao Academy, but he felt it wasn't enough. Suemo had another task to accomplish, to make a name for himself. He had to let more people witness his formidable strength. Though Suemo understood the principle that standing out invites trouble, he also knew that if he didn't make a bigger splash now, if he didn't draw more attention to himself, no one would ever speak up for him against his parents' oppression. The injustice of his parents shifting all his military merits onto his younger brother would remain unchallenged. Even if Suemo contacted former leaders from the southern frontier, it wouldn't matter. With Xu Feng's name in black and white on the merit ledger, no amount of protesting from Suemo would stir up any waves. Besides, this wasn't southern frontier, this was Linen City. His father, Su Tsangxing, held significant sway as a major general in the city's demon-suppressing army. Suemo stood to gain little from this. Thus, Suemo resolved to maintain his high-profile approach. He recalled the records from the New Life Academy assessments over the past century, ever since the Mystic Tower's emergence. The highest score, 130,000 combat points, was set by Long Canghai, the foremost of China's 10 great masters. A century ago, within the Mystic Tower, Long Canghai had shattered the assessment record by pushing through 13 layers until his spiritual energy was exhausted, achieving a perfect combat score of exactly 130,000. Possessing SSS tier talent spirit of all things, the record he set remains unbroken to this day. Sumo's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. If I were to break this record, I'd surely attract a lot of attention, wouldn't I? Lowering his head, he stroked the head of his thunder dog and chuckled, "Lightning, let's continue. Our goal today is to break through the 13th layer and surpass 130,000 combat points. Let the entire nation, the entire world, witness Sumo's new record." Woof woof. Thunder Dog barked twice, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Suemo chuckled and swiftly led Thunder toward the staircase ahead. Half a minute later, after pounding up the stairs, the man and dog finally reached the upper floor. Hiss. 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 Upon reaching the 11th floor, the sound of several pythons flickering their tongues echoed before them. Suemo narrowed his eyes. Ahead, 3 pythons, each about 10 meters long, appeared. Each snake was covered in thick scales that shimmered with a purplish-blue glow. Dragon-scaled python, possessing scales resembling dragon scales, boasting formidable defense. Skill, Dragon Python Strangle. Under Dragon Python Strangle, all enemies become entangled within the dragon-scaled python's coils. The relentless crushing pressure prevents beast tamers from breaking free, gradually sapping their life force. However, Suemo chuckled, "Lightning, what do you think? 3 juvenile stage, 10th tier dragon-scaled pythons should be no problem, right?" Lightning let out 2 more barks, its body bursting with blue-purple light before vanishing from its spot. Instantly, the 3 dragon-scaled pythons darted about, searching frantically for Lightning's trail, intent on crushing it beneath their coils. But Lightning's speed was too swift. It also possessed a formidable level 4 normal attack, a claw strike imbued with lightning attributes. Suemo stood by, continuously channeling his mental energy to issue commands to Lightning. This was the synergy between a Beastmaster and their contract beast, a bond that also drained the Beastmaster's mental energy. Lightning struck again and again, each blow landing precisely on the dragon-scaled python's vital spot. Minutes later, the dragon-scaled python, its body covered in wounds, was flung backward and vanished into the 11th floor. On the light screen before Suemo, the combat score surged again, 3,333 points. He continued to break his own records. Simultaneously, he was challenging the unattainable record set by Long Canghai, the foremost of the 10 great masters, a feat beyond the reach of all beast tamers in all of China. 1, 2, 3. Within the 11th layer, every juvenile stage, 10th tier dragon-scaled python had been slain. Suemo patted Lightning's head and pulled a piece of meat from his storage ring. Though the Thunder Dog usually fed on vital energy, it also enjoyed many foods favored by tamed beasts like meat. Watching the piece of meat fly through the air, the Thunder Dog leaped up, snatched it mid-air, and swallowed it after a few chews. It even wagged its tail and rubbed against Sumo's leg. Suemo chuckled, all right, stop rubbing against me. Let's hurry up and go. Today, if we break the record, I'll buy you all the treats you can eat in one go." Woof woof woof. The dog barked happily 3 times. Man and dog sprinted forward again, racing toward the 12th floor. Outside the Mystic Tower, the crowd had already erupted into a frenzy. Good heavens! Suemo is still breaking through. He's still chasing his own record. 110,000, a full 110,000 points. And Suemo still hasn't emerged. Does that mean he's pushing even higher? Could he be about to shatter the record set by General Long, our nation's foremost martial master in a century? Is he aiming to break through the 13th floor and reach the 14th? How could that be possible? General Long possesses SSS tier talent, spirit of all things. Everything in the world can be harnessed by him, simultaneously boosting the combat power of all contracted beasts under his contract by 300%. The spirit of all things never ceases, and neither does the enhancement. Suemo may also be SSS tier, but his is a cursed talent. How could he possibly break the record with a cursed talent? Just watch. I'm putting my money on it today. Suemo absolutely won't break this round's record. Oh? You're all so confident in Suemo. I'll make a bet too. If Suemo breaks the record, I'll do a handstand and wash my hair right here. How many geniuses has China produced in the last 100 years? Every single one surpassed this Suemo. How could this sickly weakling possibly break General Long's record? All around, countless beast masters buzzed with debate. Some believed in Suemo, others didn't. Each held their own opinion, and it was precisely this buzz that made Xu Feng feel utterly humiliated. In his eyes, he was the one who deserved such glory, the one others should revere and discuss. Yet now, Suemo had stolen all the glory. Chapter 13, The Heavy Sword Without Edge Cuts Through the Earthfire. Please vote for gold selection. Xu Feng couldn't hold back any longer. He abruptly turned to face his father, his expression filled with resentment. Dad, what should I do? Now that Suemo has secured the top spot and also applied to Fuyao Academy, doesn't that mean he'll replace me? Doesn't that mean I won't be able to enter the academy and pursue further growth? Didn't you and Mom say you'd paved my future path? Is this the path you've paved for me? Hearing his son's accusatory words, Su Sanqing's expression darkened. He raised his hand, ready to slap Xu Feng again, but managed to restrain himself. His brow furrowed as he snapped, "Shut up! Xu Feng, I never want to hear words like that from you again. Do you think I can't see the situation? Do you think I'm not shocked that Suemo took the top spot? Just wait. When Suemo comes out, I'll demand an explanation for you." Hearing this, Xu Feng's heart settled slightly, and he stopped complaining. But the resentment in his heart never truly faded. Further away, Zhang Ye stood beside Su Jejia and Zhang Haining. Her hands kept crossing over each other as she pressed them against her chest, her expression filled with tension. Zhang Ye prayed silently within her heart. "Suemo, you must do your best. Perhaps you can truly break the century-old record. Perhaps you can prove to the entire world that the so-called useless curse talent, mocked and ridiculed by everyone, will finally make everyone's eyes light up." Zhang Haining chuckled beside her. Who would have thought brother Suemo was this formidable? He truly hasn't disappointed me. Hearing this, Zhang Ye's expression froze. A flicker of emotion crossed her mind. Her gaze turned wary as she studied Zhang Haining. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition, but Zhang Haining quickly noticed Zhang Ye's subtle expression. She chuckled, "Little sister, judging by your expression, you must really like little brother Suemo, huh?" Zhang Ye was caught off guard by the question, unsure how to respond. Zhang Haining giggled again, reassuring her, "Relax, little sister. I don't have those kinds of thoughts about this little brother, you know. But he is important to me. He can handle a lot of things for me. But don't worry, it won't affect him in any way, nor will it affect your feelings for him. Why are you telling me all this? I never misunderstood you." Zhang Ye's face flushed crimson as she pouted and retorted. Zhang Haining giggled and said no more. Nearby, Su Jejia watched the two girls converse, narrowing her eyes as if deep in thought. Back inside the Mystic Tower, Suemo finally arrived at the 12th floor with his beast companion, the Thunder Dog. The moment he stepped inside, he saw 5 juvenile stage, 10th tier dragon scale snakes appearing ahead. The dragon-scaled pythons twisted their bodies, swiftly slithering toward the man and his dog. "Lightning, go!" Suemo shouted. Lightning nodded swiftly, let out a bark, and once again unleashed its active skill Thunderbolt Flash. Its form vanished from its original spot, entangling itself with the 5 young realm stage 10 dragon-scaled snakes before it. Though the Thunder Dog was 1 tier higher in rank, facing 5 dragon-scaled pythons proved challenging. The battle raged on for a full 3 minutes before finally concluding. Suemo watched as numerous wounds appeared on the Thunderbolt Dog's body, and his heart ached for it. As the Thunder Dog approached, he hurriedly reached out, patting its head and saying, "Lightning, you've worked hard." Although the monsters and beasts within the Mystic Tower were projections created by futuristic technology, their attacks could still inflict neurological damage on both the beast masters and their contracted beasts. Feeling the pain in its body, the Thunder Dog whimpered softly. With a thought, Suemo activated the Chi Blood Rebirth array before him. He channeled his own vital energy into it, then transformed it and sent it soaring toward the Thunder Dog's forehead. Suemo later discovered that his blood reincarnation talent could nourish his beasts. Not only could it raise their levels, but it could also heal their wounds, though only for the beasts he had contracted. Within a mere half-minute, the Thunder Dog's wounds had completely healed. It bounded back to Sumo's feet, eagerly rubbing against his legs. With a flick of his thoughts, Suemo instantly revived the dog to full health. He chuckled softly, "All right. Next up, the 13th floor should feature young stage demon beasts. From here on, I'll accompany you into battle." Thunder Dog nodded, and the two charged toward the 13th floor. Upon reaching the 13th floor, they saw a bird in the center of the arena. It flapped its wings constantly, floating in midair, its entire body covered in fiery red feathers. The Flame Bird. Youth Realm, Stage 1. Skill, Scorching Inferno. This was the first Youth Realm demon beast encountered since the first floor of the mysterious mechanism tower. Its rank was also ordinary. It could be said that the battle between the Flame Bird and the Thunder Dog would be a 50-50 contest. Suemo chuckled softly. With a flick of his thoughts, the heavy black iron sword that had accompanied him for 2.5 years, Lord of the Underworld, appeared in his hand. Forged from celestial meteorite iron, this heavy blade possessed immense destructive power despite its lack of a traditional edge. Though its blade lacked a sharp edge, its destructive power was exceptionally formidable. It was with this very blade that Suemo had slain demons and monsters, cutting down thousands of beasts along the frontier. His exploits had earned him the title of mortal war god in the hearts of countless warriors. San Long. With a single cry, the sword left its scabbard. The bloodthirsty aura within instantly filled the tower level, the surrounding air suddenly dropping several degrees. Suemo felt the entire blade tremble, as if it yearned for battle. He chuckled softly, running his fingers along the blade of the Lord of the Underworld. "Old friend," he murmured, "it's been a while. I imagine. You must be craving this fight now, right? Come on, let's face it together. Come to think of it, this is our first time facing a demon beast at the Youth Realm." As he spoke, Suemo turned his gaze toward the Thunder Hound. After barking twice, the dog was enveloped in blue-purple lightning and vanished instantly. Suemo planted his feet firmly. His vitality points, boosted by his recent resurrection, reached 562. His physical prowess now far surpassed that of an ordinary person by more than 5-fold. In an instant, he too vanished from his spot. Sensing the man and dog charging toward it, the Firebird let out a cry and soared into the air. Beneath its wings, countless flames flared as it dove toward the ground. In the blink of an eye, the Thunder Dog reappeared, soaring upward. Its claws, crackling with blue-purple lightning, struck the Firebird's wings directly. 2 feathers snapped clean off, causing the Firebird to cry out twice. Its body wobbled, beginning to fall downward. Suemo appeared next, thrusting his heavy sword upward. The blade struck the Firebird's abdomen, drawing a muffled groan from it. The intense pain destabilized its form, yet simultaneously ignited a seething fury within its heart. Beasts of magic or tamed alike, they all possess their own dignity. Being struck down by an enemy inevitably stirred their fury. Suemo watched as a sea of flames erupted beneath the Flame Bird's wings. Flame after flame surged toward the ground in an instant. Within mere breaths, the entire floor of the 13th level was engulfed in flames, leaving only the small patch beneath his feet untouched. SSS. The Firebird let out a deafening cry. Its cry was filled with resentment towards Suemo and the Thunder Dog. Suemo chuckled. We've barely exchanged blows, and you're already losing your temper? But then again. Glancing at Thunder Dog, he added, "Lightning, let's finish this quickly." Woof woof. Lightning's bark echoed just as it vanished again. Suemo bellowed, his heavy sword sweeping upward once more. Though the blade held no edge, its momentum was devastating. It whipped up a gale, forcibly carving a path through the sea of flames before him. "Today, you will die. I, Suemo, have reasons I cannot lose. Take this." Chapter 14, Jealousy distorts one's true self. Vote for gold selection. In an instant, Sumo's gusts parted the sea of flames. Before him, a passageway untouched by scorching flames slowly materialized. Gazing at the flaming bird soaring overhead, Sumo's lips curled in a sneer. He planted his feet firmly, propelling himself skyward like a cannonball. Some might think Suemo was nothing more than a sickly weakling who'd taken 3 years off. The Su family never acknowledged the merits Suemo had earned. They always believed these achievements were merely collective honors gained alongside the army. Yet no one knew. Suemo was the war god of the southern frontier, a true powerhouse among mortals. The southern frontier lay far from Linen City. Moreover, Sumo's father, Su Tsangxing, though still serving as a major general in Linen's demon-suppressing army, had gradually withdrawn from the front lines over the years. Beyond his current responsibilities, Su Tsangxing rarely paid attention to military affairs anymore. Naturally, he remained unaware of Sumo's accomplishments. Had he known, he would surely have been astonished, perhaps even refrained from harming Suemo and shifting his military honors to his second son, Xu Feng. Yet it was precisely this very situation that made every single thing Suemo did utterly astound them all. Close in. Sumo's heavy sword, Lord of the Underworld, slashed downward with force. His body and horse moved as one, striking the Firebird's wings with brutal impact. The immense impact shattered feathers, scattering them across the ground. The Firebird staggered unsteadily, unable to sustain its flight any longer, and plummeted rapidly downward. In midair, Thunder Dog materialized instantly. Blue-purple lightning coiled around his claws as he plunged one into the flaming bird's body. Within 2 short breaths, the Firebird vanished completely from the 13th floor of the Mystic Tower. The surrounding flames also faded away, allowing Suemo to feel the temperature return to calm. Only then did he chuckle softly, raising his hand to pat the Thunder Dog's head. "Lightning, well done," he praised. "Your combat experience grows richer by the day. Together, we'll make a name for ourselves." Thunder Dog barked twice, wagging its tail, its expression brimming with pride. as if telling Su Mo that it had performed well and deserved a proper reward next. Su Mo certainly wouldn't shortchange it. Thunderbolt Dog was the very first beast he had contracted since arriving in this world and becoming a beastmaster. Every beastmaster regarded their beasts as partners, family, and the most important beings in their lives. How could Su Mo possibly shortchange this Thunder Dog? Congratulations, Beastmaster. At that moment, a mechanical voice sounded once more around Sumo's body. Congratulations to Beastmaster Su Mo for successfully clearing the 13th floor of the mysterious tower. Current combat score, 130,000. The Beastmaster has equaled the Academy's freshman assessment record set a century ago by SSS-ranked Beastmaster Long Canghai. Shall you continue upward or abandon the attempt? Please select. Su Mo smiled faintly. He had finally succeeded. What he needed was to continuously build his reputation, to draw more attention to himself, to make his name known. Only then would he have the capital to seek revenge for the Su family and for his younger brother. Lightning, let's go. You rest for now, I'm going to meet someone. With that, Su Mo led Thunderbolt toward the staircase leading to the 14th floor. Outside the Mystic Tower, everyone stood with their jaws dropped, gaping as wide as could fit a tomato. All eyes were fixed intently on the front. On the virtual display screen before the mysterious mechanism tower, Su Mo's score appeared 130,000 points. Su Mo, he actually did it? Good heavens, my goodness gracious, what a prodigy. Didn't they say Su Mo possessed an SSS tier talent, but it was a hidden curse talent? How could he possibly score 130,000 points with a cursed talent? That score, isn't it the same as our dragon generals? Could it be that today, Su Mo is truly about to shatter that century-old, untouchable record? I recall the most recent record was set over a decade ago by Qiangyu, the head of our Huaxia Military Affairs Bureau, who scored 110,000 points, still 20,000 points short of General Long's mark. Could it be that today, Su Mo's performance and his future achievements will surpass both of them? Wait. I thought someone just said that if Su Mo breaks the record, he'll have to do a headstand while washing his hair. Where is he? Where is he? He's already bolted. Saw the writing on the wall and took off. Let's not dwell on him. Focus on Su Mo instead. What kind of score will he achieve today? It's truly exciting to watch. As the murmurs grew louder, Xu Feng and Su Tsangxing's faces turned ashen. They were at a loss for words, their hearts heavy with anguish. Su Tsangxing's eyes narrowed in disbelief, the situation beyond his wildest imagination. In his mind, Su Mo was nothing but a cultivation failure. Compared to his second son, Xu Feng, Su Mo's talent was not just a little lacking, it was like comparing heaven and earth. He had never once believed Su Mo could achieve such remarkable results. Yet now, before his very eyes, the score had reached 130,000 points, just one step away from shattering the century-old record held by Long Canghai. Who was Long Canghai? How could Su Tsangxing, a fellow member of the demon-suppressing army, not know? He was a god in the hearts of all Huaxia people. A spiritual totem for all, and one of the guardian deities protecting China. And now, Su Mo's score was poised to shatter that very record a thought Su Tsangxing found unbearable. He couldn't help but wonder, could I have truly been wrong? Could it be? Did I truly underestimate Su Mo from the very beginning? What exactly has he been through these past 3 years? Su Tsangxing desperately wanted to find someone to learn about Su Mo's activities over the past 3 years, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Wouldn't that give the impression that, as Su Mo's father, he hadn't paid the slightest attention to his own child? Moreover, in the information he had publicly announced, the one who had gone to the southern frontier to enlist and fight the beasts was Xu Feng. Beside him, the officers exchanged puzzled glances. General Su, what's going on? How is your eldest son, young Master Su Mo, so powerful? Wasn't he cursed with a talent? How could he demonstrate such formidable prowess? General Su, surely you haven't spent the past 3 years training young Master Su Mo day in and day out alongside your wife? His performance today was truly eye-opening. With 2 dragons soaring from the Su household, their future prospects are boundless. The surrounding voices dripped with sarcasm. To Xu Feng's ears, they felt like 1,000 knives slicing through his flesh, each thrust riding deep into his heart. Xu Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with fury. Damn it! Su Mo! Why? Why are you so strong? Why could you shatter a century-old record? All this glory and attention should have been mine, Xu Feng's. You snatched it all from my grasp. Why? Why did you have to come and fight me for these honors? Chapter 15, My Brainless Little Brother. Vote for gold. Just as Xu Feng struggled to bear and accept all this, someone suddenly shouted, Look! Su Mo is coming out. Instantly, all eyes turned upward. Sure enough, at the entrance of the Mystic Tower ahead, Su Mo appeared. Simultaneously, all mysterious mechanism towers nationwide broadcast an announcement. Congratulations to Linen City, Huaxia. In the new student entrance assessment, Beastmaster Su Mo has shattered the century-old record for clearing the mysterious mechanism tower. His final combat score, 130,001 points. Boom! A single stone sent ripples across the pond, and the entire venue erupted in an instant. What? Suemo scored 1 point higher than General Long. Holy crap, is Suemo even human? He's actually broken the century-old record set by General Long. Goodness, why do I have this feeling that General Long will be surpassed by Suemo in the future? No way. Don't forget Suemo has a cursed talent, it's a life-draining ability. Even if he spends his life force daily to enhance his beast, let's not even mention that the beast is of ordinary rank. How many lives does Suemo have to pour into it? My guess is Suemo will shine for half a year at most. After that, he'll likely leave this world in a hurry. But regardless, Suemo really surprised us today. This doesn't look like someone who's been stuck at home for 3 years like a sickly weakling. He's practically a god of war, okay? A genius among beast tamers, I tell you. Now, Suemo had truly gone viral. Linen City was ablaze with excitement. Amidst the swirling chatter, an urgent voice cut through the crowd. Make way! Make way, everyone! Step aside! Everyone looked up to see Tang Weigua, the principal of Linen No. 2 High School, charging in from outside atop a giant squirrel. After the squirrel shrank back to normal size, Tang Weigua landed on the ground and hurried forward. Before Suemo could take a step forward, Tang grabbed his hand and exclaimed, Suemo, you're truly incredible. Absolutely amazing. I knew it. I've always believed in you. I just knew your future would be limitless. Today, you truly haven't disappointed your teacher. Suemo scratched his head and looked at the principal. Principal, didn't you tell me not to lose heart before? That I'd still have some potential in the future. But what you said then doesn't quite match up with what's happening now, does it? Tang Weigua scratched his head. Never mind, never mind. How could you possibly know what I was thinking? What do you call this? This is called giving heartfelt advice. Congratulations, Suemo, congratulations on securing first place in the Freshman Academy assessment, breaking a century-old record. Actually, I'm here about something else. Would it be possible for the school to use your assessment results today for some publicity? Suemo chuckled wryly. How could he not understand the principal's intentions? He was clearly capitalizing on Sumo's newfound fame that would likely spread nationwide, cementing his own reputation in the process. As principal of Linen No. 2 High School, Tang Weigua had seen the school languish in mediocrity for years. Now, finally, a genius had emerged, achieving such remarkable results. How could he possibly let this opportunity slip away? Suemo chuckled. Alright, principal, no problem. If you'd like to. Before Suemo could finish, he watched the principal waddle away, arms flailing in gleeful excitement. Suemo curled his lip. What a shame. This principal is way too driven by ambition, isn't he? But Suemo didn't harbor any ulterior motives this time. Instead, he realized that Principal Tang Weigua's actions would only serve to further promote him. Though people often say fame is a double-edged sword, what Suemo needed now was precisely that: to be known, to be recognized by countless people. Only then could he gain the upper hand in his counterattack against the Su family, securing the moral high ground in the public discourse. Suemo, a voice called out. Suemo turned to see Jianya skipping and jumping toward him. As she approached, she instinctively grabbed the hem of his shirt, but quickly pulled her hand back, realizing the gesture might seem inappropriate. Suemo chuckled softly, instinctively ruffling Jianya's hair. Jianya's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, Suemo, congratulations. You've broken General Long's century-old record. In fact, this year, you'll likely be the top freshman in the entire Fuyao Academy assessment. Suemo scratched his head. But? Jianya quickly asked curiously, Brother Suemo, why is your score only slightly higher than General Long's? Hearing this, Suemo felt a bit awkward. It wasn't entirely his fault. When he reached the 14th layer, he discovered a flame bird at the second stage of the youth realm. The thunder dog and the flame bird differed by one minor realm. Within that minor realm, there was still a noticeable gap between them. Although Sumo's vitality had now reached 562, compared to this flame bird, if ranked by level, Suemo was only at the 5th stage of the juvenile realm. How could he possibly inflict significant damage on the flame bird? Even on the 13th level, when facing a young bird at the first stage of the youth realm, Suemo had only managed to inflict some damage and hinder its movements through his extensive combat experience. Ultimately, it was the thunder dog that finished it off. Facing the level 14 firebird at the second stage of the youth realm, Suemo simply had no viable method to inflict significant damage or secure a kill in the shortest possible time. Yet this alone proved Suemo had shattered a century-old record, earning his admission to Fuyao Academy. For Suemo, that was more than enough. His goal was to eliminate Xu Feng to prevent that arrogant upstart from entering Fuyao Academy, even if he was his own flesh and blood younger brother. Su Jia folded her arms, smiling faintly. Congratulations, little brother. Looks like your admission to Fuyao Academy is absolutely guaranteed now. Suemo chuckled. You know why I was so determined to score so high? Su Jia nodded silently beside him, saying little more. Instead, Zhang Haining, standing nearby, offered a faint smile of her own. Congratulations. I must say, I'm genuinely surprised to see you achieve such outstanding results. When shall we celebrate? How about treating your sister to a meal sometime? Watching Jiang Hanying speak, Suemo shook his head helplessly. Meanwhile, Jiangya glanced at Jiang Hanying, then looked down at herself. In that moment, Jiangya felt a gap she'd never experienced before. This is too much. Could it be? Could Brother Suemo actually prefer this type? Then she remembered what Jiang Hanying had just told her something about. She had no romantic feelings for Suemo at all? Then, why was she getting so close to him now? Why was she getting so close to Brother Suemo? Impossible. This absolutely cannot be. In that instant, a voice suddenly rang out. Hearing the voice, Suemo instantly recognized it as Xu Feng's. A sudden thought struck him. He turned to Jiangya and asked curiously, when I was in the Mystic Tower earlier, did my brainless little brother do anything out of the ordinary? I bet he did, right? Chapter 16, Only Worthless People. Vote for gold selection. Jiangya scratched her head and nodded awkwardly. Yes, Xu Feng, he refused to acknowledge your achievements from start to finish, insisting you must have cheated. He even told Sister Su that you must have forcibly drained your lifespan to achieve such results, claiming Fuyao Academy shouldn't have admitted a beastmaster like you. Suemo curled his lip. That Xu Feng, he really only likes to play these flashy games and question others. He never stops to wonder why he's so weak himself. No one said much more, each was lost in their own thoughts. Xu Feng, however, stepped forward with a clatter. Pointing at Suemo, he bellowed, Suemo, I advise you to spill the beans now. What cheating methods did you use to achieve these results? Don't wait until the Academy investigates your underhanded tricks and disqualifies you, bringing shame upon our Xu family. Suemo laughed. Well, if it isn't my good-for-nothing little brother who applied to Fuyao Academy only to get rejected? What's this? Can't stand seeing your big brother succeed? What cheating? What underhanded tricks? You got a measly 56,000 points and got kicked out, and now you're here making excuses? Is this how you act all the time? Suemo, you've gone too far. As Xu Feng's furious shout echoed, a blinding white light erupted from the ironclad brown bear beside him, the signature aura of a physical department beastmaster. Everyone watched as the ironclad brown bear tensed its muscles, raising its massive paw to smash down on Suemo. Suemo narrowed his eyes. If that paw connected, he'd likely take some damage. Yet he made no move to dodge, for he knew someone would not allow Xu Feng to proceed. Enough! Sure enough! A sharp command rang out as Su Sanxiang closed the distance behind him, swiftly arriving at his side. A beast summoned from his side flew out, instantly blowing the iron-armored brown bear away. Dad, what are you doing? He blocked my entry into Fuyao Academy, ruining my future, and you're actually defending him here? Before Su Sanxiang could respond, Suemo struck his younger brother across the face right before his eyes. Clutching his face, Xu Feng stared at his brother in shock. Sumo's voice was cold and detached. Xu Feng. 3 years have passed, and you truly haven't changed a bit. 3 years ago, you were already someone who, once fixated on something, would never care about the reasons behind it. No matter what others said or did, you always had to claim it as your own. What? Did a life of pampering and indulgence from childhood onward give you too much of a false sense of entitlement? Did it blind you to the fact that beyond every person lies another, and beyond every sky lies another? Xu Feng gritted his teeth in fury. Suemo sneered coldly, why did I achieve a combat rating of 130,000? Why did I become the one to break General Long's record? Because I'm stronger than you. You think a genius raised on medicine since childhood is a true genius? You think someone untested by life and death trials can achieve anything? Xu Feng, what isn't yours will never be yours. I'll kill you sooner or later. Xu Feng growled under his breath, his words audible only to the 3 members of his family. Seeing Xu Feng about to retaliate again, Su Sanxiang finally grabbed him by the arm and whispered, Xu Feng, haven't you embarrassed me enough today? Get out of here and wait in the back. Seeing his father's displeased expression and the palpable aura of menace radiating from him, Xu Feng was startled. Reluctantly, he shot Suemo a vicious glare before retreating to the back of the crowd. Behind him, countless beast tamers were engaged in heated discussions. Every word pierced Xu Feng's pride-filled heart, leaving him utterly at a loss. Su Sanxiang lifted his gaze to meet his eldest son, Suemo. Su Sanxiang blurted out instinctively, how did you do it? With your cursed talent? With that ordinary grade beast? It's impossible to break through to the 13th layer and achieve such a high combat score. Suemo chuckled. Want to know? Then let me tell you, in this world, there are no useless talents, nor useless beast tamers. Only useless people. Before you ask that question, shouldn't you have considered who was so useless they only scored over 50,000 points? Who was outshone by others? You, what did you say? Su Sanxiang's expression darkened. His eldest son was mocking him like this, calling Xu Feng a failure? Didn't that imply that everything Su Sanxiang and his wife had done for Xu Feng over the years had been utterly pointless? Sumo's words had just insulted all 3 of them, yet he didn't seem to care. You know exactly what I said. Do you really think handing Xu Feng a few things will give him an advantage over me? Do you truly believe he can handle that military merit? Sumo stepped forward with measured confidence, his gaze fixed on Su Songxing. Today, I'm merely collecting a small portion of the interest I'm owed. You want to shift all the merits I earned onto Xu Feng? Have you considered whether he can even handle them? Today is merely a lesson for Sumo. But one day, I will make you spit back every single thing you ever took from me. Su Songxing's eyes narrowed as he spoke coldly. Sumo, don't you dare forget you're my son. I'm your father. How dare you defy my words? Sumo burst into laughter, leaving many onlookers utterly bewildered. After all, they had been conversing in hushed tones, and no one knew what they were discussing. Sumo then looked at Su Songxing and chuckled. 3 years ago, when you submitted my name for enlistment but forced me to fight under Xu Feng's name, did you even think of me as your son back then? Now you try to intimidate me by calling yourself my father? You don't deserve it. Su Songxing erupted in rage, raising his hand to slap Sumo only to have it seized instantly. What? Su Songxing was stunned to discover Sumo's strength. So immense. What, so enraged you want to strike me? Consider your current position. Though you hold little real power now, you still value your reputation, don't you? Beware of others whispering behind your back. Or do you want me to expose all your shady dealings right here in front of everyone? Sumo, you're asking for it. Sumo chuckled coldly. Whether I'm courting death depends entirely on what you're up to. Anything else? If not, I'm going to rest. Don't disturb me here. Seeing Su Songxing remain silent, Sumo nudged his shoulder and headed toward the rear. Zhang Haining and Jianya hurried to keep up. Many beast masters nearby were buzzing with speculation about what the two were discussing. Seriously, what's going on? What are Sumo and his dad, Major General Su, talking about? No clue. But it kind of feels like there's some tension brewing between them. Look at the fire in both Sumo and Su Shajian's eyes. No clue. Could it be because Sumo snatched Xu Feng's chance to enter Fuyao Academy? But I just can't wrap my head around it. Didn't the brothers discuss this beforehand? Or did they never even consider the possibility of both getting eliminated? Everyone chimed in with their own theories, but no one could pinpoint the exact reason behind it all. Sumo. Jianya caught up to Sumo. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushing slightly as she fiddled with her sleeve. Stammering, she managed, Sumo, congratulations again on winning first place. I'm really happy for you. It's just, I don't know, could I? Beside them, Zhang Haining giggled. Sumo, little brother, to celebrate your first place, how about letting your big sister treat you to a meal? I recently discovered this amazing sauna place with a fantastic buffet. Let me take you there. We can bathe, enjoy the sauna, and then eat. How delightful. Sumo's brow furrowed slightly. Even now, he still couldn't fathom why Zhang Haining placed such importance on him so much so that she'd set aside managing the Tiandao dojo to come here and accompany him through the new student assessment. But he quickly shook his head. No, thanks. I'm not interested. As he spoke, Sumo glanced at Jianya and smiled gently. Would you want to go shopping and grab a bike with me? Chapter 17, The Blood-Sucking Family of 3. Vote for gold selection. Is that really okay? Jianya looked up at Sumo, her face filled with astonishment and a hint of nervousness in her eyes. Sumo chuckled softly. Of course it's okay. So, shall we go? After that, Sumo politely declined Zhang Haining's invitation, letting her return alone. Sumo genuinely didn't know who Zhang Haining truly was or what kind of background he had. To this day, Sumo remained unclear about Zhang Haining's identity and background. Yet Zhang Haining kept appearing by Sumo's side like this, repeatedly trying to probe into Sumo's story, all of which kept Sumo on guard. At this point, without being able to fully trust the other person, Sumo didn't want to develop too much of a relationship with Zhang Haining. Instead, he casually strolled with Jianya along the nearby pedestrian street. They sampled snacks from street vendors. Jianya wore a constant smile throughout the walk, occasionally glancing at Sumo before giggling to herself. Noticing this, Sumo chuckled softly. He ruffled her hair and asked, Silly girl, what are you giggling about? Jianya flushed and shook her head hastily. Nothing. I just think brother Sumo was so amazing today. I'm just happy for you. Sumo didn't say much more, nor did he dwell on it. Then, Jianya asked curiously, by the way, brother Sumo, what exactly happened between you and Xu Feng? I feel like Xu Feng harbors some deep grudge against you. Aren't you twin brothers? How did such a huge conflict arise between you two? Sumo paused, hesitating for a moment before sighing. It's not something I can explain to you right now. You shouldn't speculate about it. When the time is right, I'll tell you. Jianya wasn't one to pry into others' business. Hearing Sumo's words, she nodded in understanding, sparing him the trouble of explaining further. Regardless, today had been a relatively happy day for Sumo. So he treated her, buying Jianya all sorts of delicious treats. Take your time leaving. Come over for a meal sometime, okay? Inside the Su family villa, Su Songxing saw off the officers from the Linen military district. With a loud slam, he shut the door and stormed back into the living room. In the living room, Xu Feng sat on the sofa, his mother, Dongfangya, comforting him beside him. For Xu Feng, admission to Fuyao Academy had been a foregone conclusion. No one could possibly interfere and derail his path. But then Su Mo had stepped in like a spoiler, snatching the opportunity right out from under him and shattering his future. Even now, Xu Feng's entire body trembled with rage. Dongfangya kept soothing her son, but when Su Sanxing approached, he barked, "Why are you coddling him? What's there to coddle?" As he spoke, Su Sanxing stepped forward and slapped Xu Feng across the face. "Didn't I tell you? In the Mysteries Tower assessment, you must give it your absolute all. Even if you're down to your last drop of blood, you must strive for the highest score. That place is merely virtual. It only affects your neural responses, it won't cause real injury. So why, when I heard you emerged from the Mystic Tower, did you not look battered? Did you back out prematurely?" Xu Feng hurriedly defended himself. "What did I do wrong? On the 6th floor of the mysterious mechanism tower, I nearly got stung by a demon snow bee. If I had, my entire body would have been poisoned. Sure, the effects would wear off once I got out, but it would have been excruciating. Were you supposed to just stand by and watch me get hurt?" Smack! Su Sanxing delivered another slap. "Do you realize it was precisely this cowardly fear of death that cost you your chance to enter Fuyao Academy in the end? Do you have any idea how many connections I had to pull for you?" Xu Feng's chest heaved with rage. "You're my father. How dare you blame me? Why don't you blame Su Mo? It was Su Mo who showed up at the academy assessment. It was Su Mo who stole my admission spot. This is all his fault. How dare you pin all this blame on me now?" Xu Feng glared at Su Sanxing, his eyes wide with disbelief. His voice trembled with hurt. "Didn't you always say I was your favorite son? That I was the most gifted of your two sons? That I was destined to be a beastmaster prodigy, destined to be the best in all of China? Now you start doubting me? Criticizing me? Am I really worse than Su Mo, that good for nothing? That cursed talent of a brother?" Seeing Xu Feng growing increasingly agitated, Dongfangya hurriedly stood up and grabbed his hand, only to be pushed away by Xu Feng. "Don't touch me. I see it now, every single one of you favors Su Mo. You all think he's better than me. Only he deserves to enter Fuyao Academy, right? I get it now. You've pinned all of Su Mo's achievements onto me just to offer me some consolation prize after failing the exam today? So that's it. None of you care about me at all." Dongfangya rubbed her aching shoulder anxiously beside him. "Xiao Feng, what are you saying? When have your father and I ever not cared about you? If we didn't care, why would we have given you every resource we had all these years?" Xu Feng snapped. "Enough! I don't want to hear this. Xu Feng. You. Disobedient son. Disobedient son. Starting now, get back to your room. Without my permission, you are not to step outside." Su Sanxing sighed. "Fuyao Academy's rejection is a done deal. No matter how much power I wield, I cannot defy the Academy's regulations. However, I've already arranged everything for you. In Fuyao City, there's another prestigious academy called Sungtian Academy. I've already arranged everything for you. In 1 month, you'll officially enroll at Sungtian Academy. Though it may not match Fuyao Academy, the two institutions share close ties. Their resources won't be too shabby, and it will certainly provide you with solid opportunities for future growth." Xu Feng tried to say more, but his father's imposing presence left him breathless. He snorted angrily, kicked over a nearby chair, and stormed upstairs to his bedroom. At that moment, Xu Feng appeared more like a useless, impotent rajaholic. Beside him, Dongfangya pondered for a moment before sighing. "Old Su, don't be angry. Little Feng is just having a hard time accepting this blow right now, so he's a bit overwhelmed." Su Sanxing erupted in fury. "Bull! Do you have any idea how he caused trouble for me in front of that mystic tower today? In front of everyone, he pointedly named names, demanding why I didn't arrange for him to enter Fuyao Academy directly. He even kept insisting that Su Mo cheated. No matter what happens at home, Su Mo is always his older brother Xu Feng in the outside world. Questioning others like that, where does that leave my face, Su Sanxing?" Dongfangya chuckled softly. I understand. Alright, calm down. But what's really going on with Su Mo? Isn't he just an ordinary warrior? And weren't those merits he earned all collective ones? How did he become so powerful all of a sudden?" Su Sanxing shook his head. "I don't know. But based on my assessment, he must have forcibly drained his vital energy, supplemented by some gene potions that replenish it. By repeatedly damaging his very foundation, he's enhanced his beast control and achieved his current results. That kid's a madman. I only took a fraction of his merits. Is it worth such self-destruction to snatch Fuyao Academy's qualification from Xu Feng's grasp?" Dongfangya asked from the side. "So what are you planning to do?" Su Sanxing fell silent for a moment before crushing his cigarette between his fingers. His gaze sharpened as he replied, "Over the next couple of days, I'll find a way to track down Su Mo and mend our relationship first. Every beast tamer admitted to Fuyao Academy receives substantial resources before the semester begins, crucial for their training. Now that he's pushed his younger brother out of Fuyao Academy, I'll make him apologize to his brother and compensate Xu Feng with something. He's bound to agree, right? Chapter 18, The Beauty Innkeeper's Favor? Vote for Gold Selection. Next, announcing the Academy assessment roster. Suemo and Janya walked along the streets of Linen City. From the heavens, the voice emanating from the Mystic Tower echoed incessantly in everyone's ears. This was the annual process for announcing the results of the Academy's new student entrance assessments. The two stopped in their tracks, listening in silence. The mechanical voice of the Mystic Tower sounded again. The first candidate admitted to Fuyao Academy is Suemo, with 130,001 points, simultaneously breaking the century-old record for the highest entrance exam score set by Long Canghai. The second to enter Fuyao Academy is Janya. Those admitted to Taishu Academy. Janya and Suemo stopped listening to the rest. Janya turned excitedly, grabbed Sumo's hand, and bounced up and down, chattering, "Suemo, congratulations to you and to me. We finally made it. From now on, we'll be in the same school again. I'm so incredibly happy." Suemo, however, stood frozen in place, utterly speechless. His face flushed crimson. Before enlisting, had he ever shared such intimacy with Janya? They were actually holding hands. Even before his journey through time, Suemo had been perpetually single. Now, feeling the softness of Janya's palm and the warmth that made his heart race, Suemo was completely lost in the moment. Janya, however, snapped out of it quickly. She looked down, then hastily pulled her hand away. Her face flushed as red as a monkey's bottom. "Suemo. I just..." Janya stammered out, and only then did Suemo snap back to reality. He chuckled, "Oh, right. Didn't you say you wanted noodles? Come on, there's a noodle shop nearby I used to frequent years ago. It's delicious. I'll treat you." "Yes. Then. I'm going to eat you out of house and home today, brother Suemo." Suemo burst out laughing. You. If you can eat me out of house and home, I'll give you credit for that." The two of them slowly walked into a shop, ordered 2 bowls of noodles, and happily dug in. Not long after finishing, Janya patted her slightly rounded belly and giggled. But soon she asked, "Suemo, I keep feeling like there's some tension between you and Xu Feng. Even though you don't want to tell me why, I still want to ask, is it really okay? Won't Uncle Su take it out on you later?" Suemo shook his head. "Don't worry. I've got it under control." "Oh, okay. So what are your plans next, brother Suemo?" Janya asked. Suemo paused to think. His thoughts were simple. Before leaving Linen City and heading to Fuyao Academy, he would make Xu Feng return everything that rightfully belonged to him, piece by piece. Xu Feng didn't deserve any of it. Suemo had earned it all with his own life on the battlefield. What right did Xu Feng have to claim it as his own? Before Suemo could speak, Janya interjected, "My parents told me that if I get into Fuyao Academy, they'll reward me with a trip around the world. After that, they want me to go to Fuyao City. Honestly, I'd love for brother Suemo to come with me. We could experience the culture and customs of Fuyao City together." Suemo shook his head. I know you'd love for me to go with you, but I'm afraid I can't. I have something more important I need to do." "What could be more important?" Janya asked, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Suemo spoke slowly. "You should know that within our mysterious tower, there are many records that have been broken by one extraordinary genius after another. Before entering Fuyao Academy, there's one record I can still break." "You mean the highest Xuanji Tower clearance record within that month between the student assessment and academy enrollment?" Janya asked. "Exactly," Suemo nodded. "There's a record in the Mysteries Tower for the highest floor cleared by all newly promoted beast masters before entering the academy. The academy assessment record is 13 floors, set by General Long. The pre-academy record is 23 floors with 230,000 combat points. I intend to attempt to surpass it." "But, brother Suemo." Janya's expression was filled with anxiety. "You're playing with people's lives. I don't know how you managed to achieve all this, or how you'll break through the 13th floor, surpass General Long by a single point, and set a new record. But I suspect it's connected to your cursed talent, right? Do you realize that overusing cursed talents damages your very foundation? It drastically shortens your lifespan." Suemo smiled faintly. "Alright, silly girl, as if I didn't know that? Don't worry. My rapid progress comes from other reasons. A master's guidance has granted me these achievements. You needn't fret any longer." "Really?" Janya asked anxiously. Seeing Suemo nod earnestly, she was momentarily at a loss for words. She could only sigh and say, "Alright, I'll believe you for now. But brother Suemo, I want you to know you must take your own life seriously. Don't ever treat this as a joke, because... Her voice trailed off as she spoke, her head bowed as she fiddled with the chopsticks before her. Suemo asked curiously, "Because of what?" Janya pouted and said nothing more. Seeing that it was nearly time, Suemo took his leave first. Watching his retreating figure, Janya murmured softly, "Do you know, someone out there cares deeply about your safety?" Today was a happy day for Suemo. All the way home, he whistled and sang, his mood couldn't have been higher. Before long, he finally returned to the Tiandao dojo. The front desk informed him that Su Mo had become a lifetime member here. From now on, he wouldn't have to spend a single penny for any consumption or training at the Tiandao Hall. Su Mo furrowed his brow and asked, "Why? Who arranged this for me?" The receptionist smiled faintly. "Of course it's the owner, Mr. Su. Please don't ask any more questions. I'm just an ordinary employee. If you ask too much, I might slip up." Jiang Haining? Staring at the receptionist, Su Mo silently pondered, what exactly is Jiang Haining up to? Moreover, Su Mo learned from the receptionist that Jiang Haining had specially arranged the highest-grade cultivation room for him. He ascended all the way to the top floor. As soon as he pushed open the door and stepped inside, he took in the room's layout. The Tiandao Hall had over 20 floors. The top floor featured large floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of the entire Linen City. At the center, beyond the cultivation platform, stood a full suite of high-end facilities. Sumo's gaze sharpened instantly, and the thunder dog beside him barked twice. There, seated on a nearby sofa, Jiang Haining wore tight yoga pants and a white t-shirt, sipping tea before her. Noticing his arrival, Su Mo opened his mouth to speak, but Jiang Haining cut him off. "Su Mo, little brother, looks like you've been having quite the fun with your little sweetheart out there, huh? Did you know your big sister has been waiting here for you for ages? You've really made your big sister suffer waiting for you." Su Mo slowly approached, then without hesitation picked up a cup of tea and drank it down. Jiang Haining giggled beside him. "What? Afraid I might have poisoned it?" Sumo's lips curved into a faint smile. "Someone who truly cares for me would never harm me. So, tell me, who exactly are you, and what are your intentions toward me?" As he spoke, Su Mo focused his intent, and beside him, the heavy sword, the Lord of Darkness, materialized. Chapter 19, One man and one dog level up together, vote for gold selection. Silence. Jiang Haining's expression remained as still as a deep well, his eyes showing not the slightest ripple. She glanced at the heavy black iron sword beside her, then looked back at Su Mo before her. Jiang Haining let out a soft chuckle, her ample bosom rising and falling with each breath. But Su Mo had no interest in observing any of this. He simply stared intently at Jiang Haining. After a long moment, Jiang Haining finally spoke. "Sister, does it really matter who I am?" "Of course," Su Mo replied without hesitation. "You know my history. I have no secrets from you. Even as an ordinary level 22 beast tamer, you can single-handedly lift that 100-gene black iron sword. Someone like you is certainly extraordinary. So, you already know everything about me. Why not open up and tell me about your past?" As soon as Su Mo finished speaking, he saw a flicker of sorrow pass through Jiang Haining's eyes, making him even more curious about her background. Soon, Jiang Haining chuckled softly, "Su Mo, little brother, there's no need to pry into this sister's identity just yet. The time hasn't come for you to know all this yet. I can't tell you now, it's all for your own good. All you need to know is that I mean you no harm. Why must you press me further? Look, you've made me quite nervous." Watching Jiang Haining's affected manner, Su Mo curled his lip. Jiang Haining smiled seductively. "Alright, I won't say any more. As you know, you've become a lifetime member of our Tiandao Hall. From now on, you have free access to all the training rooms here. Now that you're back, I can finally relax. I was worried someone with ulterior motives might take you away tonight. If you don't make it back to the Tiandao Hall tonight, I'll have to report you missing to the police." With that, Jiang Haining stood up. "Ha? Wait a minute. Omega." Jiang Haining's yoga pants clung tightly to her toned muscles and curves, showcasing them to their fullest extent. Instantly, Su Mo felt a surge of warmth in his throat. He quickly lowered his gaze to the teacup before him, unable to bear looking any longer. Little did he know, Jiang Haining had been observing his entire reaction from start to finish. With a giggle, she swayed her hips as she stepped out of the room. Only when the footsteps faded into the distance did Su Mo lift his head. Staring at the closed door, he murmured to himself, "Jiang Haining, who exactly are you? And what are your true intentions?" At that moment, Su Mo felt as though a thick fog was slowly gathering before his eyes. A thick fog slowly gathering. Capital City. Within the Demon Suppression Army headquarters camp. A man sat within his office. He appeared exceptionally burly, his square jawline accentuated by a thick beard that emphasized his maturity. He was currently puffing on a cigarette, tapping his foot, and playing a game on his phone. Soon, the door opened and a female officer stepped inside, placing a stack of documents before him. The man spoke lazily, "Alright, I got it. Leave them there. I'll look over them when I have time. If there's nothing else, you can go now." Hearing this, the female officer paused, then instinctively added, "General Long, it's about something else." The man looked up at her, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "What do you mean? What could possibly be more important than me playing games?" After hesitating for a long moment, the female officer finally spoke, "The record you set a century ago, the record for clearing the Mystery Tower during the New Life Academy assessment, has been broken." His hand paused mid-motion, and even the game fell silent. He looked up at the female officer before him, asking curiously, Who? Who managed to break my record after a century? The female officer pushed the documents forward. The man glanced at them and frowned. Xu Mo? The Xu surname? Is he related to Xu Feng, the war god of mortals from the southern frontier who made headlines recently? The female officer shook her head. That? I don't know at the moment. The man nodded. Understood. You may leave. Watching the female officer leave, the man chuckled softly, narrowing his eyes as his fingers tapped rhythmically on the desk. Xu Mo? Interesting. It's been a long time since someone surprised me like this. Breaking my record? You're truly extraordinary, young man. Too bad about that chi blood rebirth technique, though. You just don't have that kind of longevity. I, Long Canghai, truly wish to meet you in person. Inside the heavenly Dao Hall, Xu Mo sat cross-legged in the heaven-grade cultivation chamber. Once again, he successfully fed the Thunder Dog using his vital energy and reincarnation talent. Watching the Thunder Dog reach its limit once more today, Xu Mo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Feeding it like this every day, the Thunder Dog always seems to fill up after just a little. Who knows when I'll ever be able to raise it to the level I desire. Sumo's constant ambition was to capture the attention of the higher-ups. Then, whenever someone capable of overpowering Su Sangxing appeared, as long as people understood the relationship between him and Su Sangxing, they would believe his words and come to understand his past. Then, everything he wished to accomplish would fall into place. Yet Xu Mo never imagined he would end up in Long Canghai's sights. Later, Xu Mo recalled this incident. His thinking back then was simple: if he could surpass Long Canghai by even a fraction, it would surely catch his attention. Yet at that moment, Long Canghai harbored no particular thoughts about Xu Mo. After all, among those who had undergone the Chi blood rebirth, who had ever lived to a ripe old age? Day after day passed, and before he knew it, 7 days had elapsed. During these days, Xu Mo had successfully pushed his spiritual power to new heights, breaking through from 797 points to 890 points. His Chi blood value also surged from 562 points to 622 points. Xu Mo successfully advanced to the ranks of an 8th level beast tamer. As for the Thunder Dog, over the past 7 days, it had successfully advanced through 2 stages, now reaching the 3rd stage of the youth realm. Its basic claw attack had also been upgraded to level 5. Its active skill, Thunderbolt Flash, had seen another enhancement. Simultaneously, Xu Mo couldn't shake the feeling that a soul-level resonance with the Thunder Dog was building. He sensed the dog might be on the verge of acquiring yet another skill. Today's 3 revivals through Chi blood rebirth had concluded. Thunder Dog let out a satisfied burp, sprawled on the ground, lazily wagging its tail. Xu Mo chuckled softly. Lightning, you rest here. I'm going out for a stroll. Lightning whimpered twice, utterly lethargic. With that, Xu Mo stepped away. After leaving the heaven-grade cultivation chamber, Xu Mo descended via the elevator. But the moment he stepped out of the elevator onto the 1st floor, he heard the sound of an unfriendly commotion coming from outside. Chapter 20, Jiangya in trouble. Danger. Vote for gold selection. Hearing the commotion outside, Xu Mo instantly recognized the voices: 1 man and 2 women. He instantly analyzed who these 3 individuals were. None other than his father, Su Sangxing, his mother, Dongfangya, and the owner of the Tiandao Dojo, Zhang Haining. Xu Mo narrowed his eyes, leaning against the wall to eavesdrop on the conversation behind him. His father's voice spoke first: Zhang Haining, don't think you can talk to me like this just because you have some connections. Don't forget this is Linen City, not your home. Do you really think I wouldn't dare touch you? Zhang Haining sneered coldly. Major Su, that's exactly what I think. If you have any grievances against me, go ahead and lay into me. I'll show you whether I'm truly fearless or just bluffing here. If you lack the guts, Major Su, I advise you to stop right here today. There's no need to keep trading barbs with me, it only makes you look foolish. If you lack the guts, don't play these games in front of me. Su Sangxing was struck to the core by Zhang Haining's words. He snorted coldly and retorted, Zhang Haining, what possible benefit could there be for my son in you protecting him like this? What makes him worthy of your protection? Zhang Haining gave a cold laugh. Heh, it seems Major General Su really doesn't know much. What do you mean? Su Sangxing frowned, instinctively demanding an explanation. But Zhang Haining didn't engage him on that point. Instead, his mother, Dongfangya, spoke softly from the side, Mr. Jiang, we came here today simply to see our child. After all, he's been training at your Tiandao dojo for over 10 days now without returning home to see us. As his parents, we must check on his safety. Zhang Haining scoffed. Come on, this isn't the first time you've seen him recently. Last time you caused a ruckus at my Tiandao dojo, shouting and screaming here, I didn't even bother to confront you. Even later, when Brother Xu Mo took 1st place at the Mystic Tower, it seems you, young Master Su, were quite displeased with his performance. What's the point of bringing this up with me now? Su Sangxing's brow furrowed deeply, utterly unprepared for Zhang Haining's sharp retort. After a moment, Zhang Haining continued, Gentlemen, my stance is quite clear. If you wish to see Brother Xu Mo, you'll have to contact him yourselves. Dongfang sighed beside him. Ah, that boy Suemo has such a temper. Who knows what triggered him, but he's blocked both our phone numbers. We want to reach him too, but we can't get through. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come all the way to the Tiandao dojo looking for him. Zhang Haining gave a cold laugh. Why would Suemo refuse you? I think you both know exactly what you did. You're playing dumb, but you know full well, right? Don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. I, Zhang Haining, won't fall for your tricks. Their faces darkened. Finally, Su Sanxing slammed his fist on the tea table in anger and stood up. He fixed Zhang Haining with a cold stare. Zhang Haining, you'd better not give me any leverage. Otherwise, I'll make you pay for this. Zhang Haining chuckled. Is that so? Well, I must say I'm quite looking forward to it. Don't disappoint me, Major General Su. With that, Zhang Haining watched Su Sanxing and Dongfang leave. Hearing their retreating footsteps, Suemo frowned deeply but stepped out nonetheless. Instantly, Suemo and Zhang Haining's gazes locked. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhang Haining's eyes, but he quickly forced a laugh and stepped forward. Well, if it isn't my little brother Suemo. What's up? Finished cultivating up there and came down for some fresh air? Sumo's expression was exceptionally cold. He slowly stepped forward until he stood before Zhang Haning, once again voicing the question that gnawed at his heart, who exactly are you? Zhang Haining narrowed her eyes and chuckled. Suemo, why are you so curious about this? Knowing who I truly am right now wouldn't benefit you much. Haven't I already told you? This curiosity of yours will ultimately gain you nothing. Zhang Haining paused before adding, I hold no ill will toward you. Doesn't that prove my sincerity? Suemo shook his head. He looked directly at Zhang Haining without hesitation and asked, what was my father here for just now? Zhang Haining smiled. Oh, you mean Su Sanxing? Of course he wanted to see you. When I tried to ask him what he actually wanted to discuss with you, he kept stammering and wouldn't say a single word. After that, I figured you probably didn't want to see your parents, so I turned him down for you. No need to thank me, sis. It's what I should do. Suemo continued, Zhang Haining, I heard everything you two said just now. You don't even hold my father a major general of the demon-suppressing army in Linen City in any regard. He also mentioned that your background is quite extraordinary. You must be hiding some unknown secret. If you don't intend to explain today what's really behind this, if you won't tell me your background and what you're scheming for, I'm afraid I'll have to leave soon. I have no desire to engage with someone who cannot be open and honest with me. Zhang Haining fell silent. In that moment, her eyes betrayed a complex mix of emotions. She realized Su Moyuan was far more mature than she had imagined, always maintaining vigilance in the face of many situations. Zhang Haining's mind raced with thoughts. After a moment, she chuckled softly and said, alright, since brother Suemo is so curious, and I've been pushed to this point by you. Though it pains me to do so, I've decided to tell you. Sumo's gaze sharpened as he settled into the seat opposite Zhang Haining. He had always been intensely curious about Zhang Haining, longing to see and hear her story. Now that the moment had finally arrived, Suemo intended to learn everything he could. But just then, his phone rang. Suemo pulled out his phone to see it was Zhang Ye calling. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. Hello, Yair, what's wrong? Suemo, save me. Someone's trying to bully me. What? A surge of anger instantly welled up in Sumo's heart. He urgently demanded, tell me where you are right now. I'm at. Chapter 21, The Young Master's Bullying in Fuyao City Vote for Gold Selection. Upon hearing the address Zhang Ye gave, Suemo left a single sentence, wait for me. I'll be right there. He hurriedly hung up and rushed outside. Zhang Haining noticed the unusual tension in Sumo's demeanor. Though she didn't know why, she followed him without hesitation. Where are you going? I'll drive you. My car will get us there faster. Suemo hesitated briefly before nodding and getting into Zhang Haining's car. Zhang Haining drove straight towards Sumo's destination. As they drove, Zhang Haining asked hesitantly, what exactly happened? Suemo shook his head. I don't know. Yura called me, saying she's in danger. I have to get there ASAP. Suemo watched Zhang Haining, who seemed to be holding back words. After a moment, as if reading his thoughts, Zhang Haining chuckled softly, I know you're still desperate to find out exactly who I am. It's fine. Since I've decided to tell you, I will reveal everything in due time. I've never been one to break my word. Besides, we should handle Sister Jiangya's situation first. You wouldn't want anything to happen to her, would you? Suemo fell silent. He knew now wasn't the time to probe Zhang Haining's story or background, it would be pointless. Besides, Sumo's mind was entirely consumed by the crisis Jiangya faced. How could he possibly spare any thoughts for anything else? Several minutes later, Suemo finally arrived at a park the location Jiangya had directed him to. Though Suemo didn't know why Jiangya had directed him here, he felt no hesitation whatsoever. After they got out of the car, Suemo didn't linger. He quickly strode toward the interior of the park. At the park's center, a group of men stood surrounded by a variety of beasts, each with its own distinct form. The leader, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in rich brocade robes, gave a low chuckle as he looked at Jiangya before him. Jiangya frowned, her expression displeased. What exactly do you want? I've told you I don't like you, and I have no interest in you whatsoever. Sir, I advise you not to stir up trouble unnecessarily, okay? The man chuckled and replied, Young lady, you're mistaken. I simply fell for you at first sight and wished to invite you to dine with me. Is that request so unreasonable? Is it truly that embarrassing for you? Or have I not shown enough sincerity today? Jiangya snorted coldly, glancing at the entourage of henchmen surrounding the man, along with several tamed beasts each clearly of rare grade or higher. Jiangya wasn't stupid. She could tell this man was no ordinary figure. But that wasn't a reason for Jiangya to submit. She certainly wouldn't be intimidated by him. Straightening her back, she rose to her feet and began walking toward the exit, her voice cold as she replied, Step aside. I'm leaving. Seeing Jiangya about to leave, the man hurriedly reached out his hand, chuckling, Miss, I, Lin Fei, have yet to meet anyone who could refuse my invitation. I advise you to reconsider, don't make things unpleasant for yourself. Jiangya snorted coldly. This is Linen City. I've never heard of a Lin family named Lin Fei. You're probably just a nobody. A man beside Lin Fei interjected, Young lady, you've never heard of Lin Fei, the second young master of the Fuyao City Lin group? Our young master is not someone you can insult. Jiangya's brows furrowed deeply. Lin Fei. Just then, a cold voice cut through the air, Humph. People from Fuyao City? Since when do they need to come to our Linen City to lord it over others? What an arrogant bunch. Hearing this, the crowd turned their heads. Jiangya, as if clutching at a lifeline, glanced sideways. Sure enough, it was Suemo who appeared here. Before departing from the Tiandao dojo, Suemo had summoned the Thunderbolt dog through his mental command. Now, the Thunder dog followed closely by his side. A man and a dog came running straight toward them. Not long after, Zhang Haining arrived behind Suemo. Upon seeing Lin Fei appear ahead, Zhang Haining whispered to Suemo, Suemo, don't blame me for not warning you. The Lin Group, where Lin Fei belongs, is the largest conglomerate in Fuyao City. They are practically omnipotent here. Apart from the Demon Suppression Army and the Academy faction, the Lin Group stands as the third major power that can hold its own against them. After you and Sister Jiangya join Fuyao Academy, you'll inevitably become entangled with the Lin Group. Today, I advise you to engage with them calmly and seek mutual understanding. Otherwise, it might not end well for you. Suemo let out a cold laugh, casting a frosty glance at Zhang Haining. Zhang Haining, are you afraid? Zhang Haining shook his head and laughed. Afraid? There's nothing in this life that I, Zhang Haining, have ever feared. Suemo narrowed his eyes. Funny, me neither. The word I'm least likely to write is surrender. With that, Suemo strode forward. He hurriedly grabbed Jiangya's hand, momentarily forgetting everything else. Scanning her up and down, he anxiously asked, how are you? Jiangya exhaled softly and smiled. In this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of peace. She shook her head. Suemo, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Only then did Suemo relax. He inquired, what exactly happened? Jiangya sighed helplessly. After dinner tonight, I came over here to walk around. That's when I ran into this guy who called himself Lin Fei. He kept insisting on inviting me to dinner again, saying he wanted to spend some romantic time with me. As she spoke, a flicker of displeasure crossed Jiangya's eyes. She had clearly refused him, but he wouldn't let it go. He followed her all the way here and even called his henchmen to surround her. She had no choice but to contact brother Suemo in her desperation. It's all my fault. Suemo shook his head. Silly girl, how could I blame you? You thought of me first when facing danger. I'm thrilled beyond words. Hey, kid, who are you? Before Suemo could say anything else, Lin Fei across from them frowned. He curled his lips, glancing at Suemo and then at the thunder dog beside him, snorting coldly, Humph. What? You think you can come here and show off with just an ordinary grade beast tamer? Look, buddy, if you want to show off, you gotta know when it's appropriate. Can't you see that even the lowest ranked beast master here has a rare grade beast? You're just some ordinary beastmaster, and you think you can play the hero and rescue the damsel in distress? You'd better give up that fantasy. Chapter 22, The Mature Boss Lady's Reminder Vote for Gold Selection. As Lin Fei's words fell, the surrounding crowd burst into laughter. Exactly. Who'd have thought a hero saving the damsel in distress? Kid, have you even looked around? You're picking a fight with our young master Lin Fei? That's just plain arrogant. Hey, buddy, I'm giving you some advice. If you know what's good for you, you'd better get out of here fast. Don't even think about getting any benefits here. Suemo finally turned to face Lin Fei, sneering coldly. Poof. The second young master of the Lin Group, Fuyao City's top conglomerate, right? Lin Fei replied with a smile, that's correct. I am Lin Fei. Suemo snorted derisively. Nothing special. I thought the heir of the top conglomerate would have some brains, but it turns out you're just arrogant and full of yourself. This is Linen City. Do you really think this is your Fuyao City turf? Feeling mocked, Lin Fei's face flushed with embarrassment. He snapped angrily, "Hey, buddy, you're really not giving me any face here." Su Mo sneered coldly, "What's the value of face? All I know is someone here is utterly clueless, arrogantly brazen, and shamelessly running amok. Our Yair has already clearly rejected you. Are you brainless or deaf? Can't you hear?" Before Lin Fei could respond, one of his henchmen stormed forward, raising his hand to slap Su Mo. Su Mo blocked the blow, snapping the man's wrist with a sharp crack. The man let out a piercing scream. Su Mo was that decisive. Anyone who dared to bully him or provoke his anger would receive no mercy no matter what ING status they held. At the same time, it left Su Mo somewhat exasperated. Ever since returning from the southern frontier, he kept encountering one brainless fool after another attempting to provoke him. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, watching his henchman writhe in pain on the ground, clutching his broken wrist. His brow furrowed. Su Mo snorted coldly. "Poof. That's all you've got? You actually dare to mess with me? You think you're worthy? Bro, you gotta watch who you're messing with." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and said, "Give me your name." "I never bully nobodies." Su Mo narrowed his eyes and said, "I don't think you deserve to know my name, but what's the harm in telling you? My name is Su Mo, and I stand by it." "What? Su Mo?" Lin Fei's gaze sharpened. "You're the Su Mo who took first place in the recent freshman entrance exam in Linen City? The one who even broke our nation's century-old record, the 130,000 combat rating set by General Long Canghai?" Su Mo smiled faintly. "I hadn't expected anyone to know my name. Truly surprising. Poof. So what if it is you?" Lin Fei's eyes flashed with contempt. "Nothing I, Lin Fei, set my sights on has ever slipped through my grasp." Hearing Lin Fei's arrogant words, Su Mo chuckled softly. "So what if that's the case? Today, I'm taking Ye away from here. Who among you dares to stop me? Don't forget, China has regulations. Beast tamers are not permitted to battle in public districts. Do you dare defy that law?" With that, Su Mo began leading Jiang Ye away. However, Lin Fei snorted coldly and said, "Hey buddy, just up and leaving like that? That's a bit disrespectful, don't you think?" Su Mo shot back without hesitation, "What's your so-called face worth anyway?" Lin Fei's eyes narrowed, his expression brimming with fury, but he forced himself to calm down. "Fine. How about we make a bet? I can tell you care deeply about this girl, and I, too, have a special fondness for her. I also want to get closer to her. Why don't we settle this on the beast arena? Let's see who's stronger and decide who she belongs to. What do you say?" Su Mo narrowed his eyes, staring at Lin Fei as he spoke slowly, "Using a woman as a bet? Is this the kind of moral lesson the Lin group taught you?" Lin Fei remained silent. Having grown up in such a family, he had never been insulted or abused like this before. Yet today, Su Mo dared to bully him so brazenly. This filled Lin Fei's heart with resentment. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "Su Mo, you're the first person who's ever dared to insult me like this. But I doubt you even have the right to refuse. Our Lin group is a shareholder of Fuyao Academy. Today, if you agree to the wager between us, then that's that. If you refuse, I guarantee that within 10 minutes, both of you will receive notices of expulsion from Fuyao Academy." Su Mo, who had already started walking away, halted abruptly. He turned back, his gaze fixed intensely on Lin Fei, his voice cold as ice. "Are you threatening me?" Lin Fei sneered coldly. "That's right. I am threatening you. Let me tell you this is what those with money, power, and influence possess and can achieve. What good is all your resentment? Do you even have the right to resist?" Besides Su Mo, Jiang Ye finally realized she might have provoked the wrong person. This was getting serious. She instinctively grabbed Su Mo's hand and pleaded urgently, "Su Mo, why don't you just leave? I don't want you to lose your chance to enter Fuyao Academy because of me. You must know that Fuyao Academy is the dream institution for countless beast tamers across Huaxia. Among the 4 great academies, Fuyao stands as the most formidable. Seeing you finally get this chance, if you give it up today because of what happened between us and miss out on Fuyao Academy, I'd feel absolutely heartbroken. I don't want to be the one to blame, the one brother Su Mo hates for the rest of his life." Just then, Jiang Hanying approached Su Mo and whispered, "Little brother Su Mo, I didn't come to pressure you, but I must tell you Lin Fei isn't exaggerating. He's currently a second-year beast tamer at Fuyao Academy, hailed as a prodigy of Fuyao City. He's long been recognized as the brilliant young master of the Lin family, with boundless potential ahead. The Academy's principal favors him greatly, and what he just said isn't false. If you truly refuse today, he might actually strip you of your admission to Fuyao Academy. Sis, I urge you to think this through carefully. Regardless of the extent of the conflict between you and your father, even if there were no conflict, your father's status as a junior general of the demon-suppressing army would still render him utterly unqualified to confront the Lin group. This is especially true given the current rift between you. Even if you had countless achievements in the southern frontier, they would likely pale in comparison when faced with the Lin group." Chapter 23, One battle decides victory or defeat. Vote for gold selection. At that moment, a flicker of displeasure crossed Su Mo's mind. What he loathed most in this life were these powerful and influential individuals who abused their status and positions to act with impunity. Suemo had witnessed countless such figures in the borderlands, exploiting their positions to oppress ordinary soldiers within the military. Suemo had an innate distaste for such people. His words were essentially an insult to Sumo's family, yet Suemo had never once engaged in such oppressive behavior. Hearing Zhang Heining's words now, Sumo's brow furrowed. He turned to look at Lin Fei and saw the smug satisfaction in his eyes. Lin Fei snorted coldly and said, What? You're not scared, are you? If you are, then just admit your mistake and let this young lady join me for dinner. I, for my part, won't say another word. How about it? Me? Suemo finally couldn't hold back. He stepped forward, glaring coldly at Lin Fei before him. Lin Fei, huh? I accept your challenge. But, using a woman as a bet? I'd never do that in a million years. How about we play something else instead? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and chuckled. Oh? What exactly? Go ahead, tell me. Suemo spoke slowly. We'll go to the beast arena. One match decides the winner. If I win, you'll get the hell out of Linen City starting right now. From then on, you won't interfere with Yara and my life anymore, including after we enter Fuyao Academy. If you ever see us, you'd better be polite. You really talk big. You don't actually think you can win, do you? Lin Fei chuckled. Suemo replied coolly, What? Can't you accept the challenge? Why would I be afraid? Lin Fei sneered arrogantly. I don't know your Beastmaster rank, but you've only just awakened as a Beastmaster barely 2 weeks now. How strong could you possibly be? And I command a Dominator tier beast at the 6th stage of the youth realm, the Frost Tiger. Suemo, what do you have to fight me with? Since you insist on making a wager with me, I'll oblige. Lin Fei's eyes sparkled with mockery before he coldly concluded, If you win, I, Lin Fei, will honor that wager. I'll never bother you or this young lady again. I'll treat you both with utmost respect whenever we cross paths. But, if I win, you give up entering Fuyao Academy. Dare you? Why wouldn't I? Lin Fei agreed without hesitation. Beside him, Jiang Ye's expression instantly changed as she exclaimed, Suemo, how could you agree to that? He's a beast master at the overlord level. If you lose, you'll have to voluntarily withdraw from Fuyao Academy, the very school you've always dreamed of attending. How could you just give up your chance to enter Fuyao Academy? Jiang Ye simply couldn't comprehend it. For every beast tamer, entering Fuyao Academy was the greatest aspiration of their entire lives. Now, seeing Suemo about to agree, Jiang Ye simply couldn't bear to watch. How could she bear to see Suemo sacrifice his future for her sake? Suemo chuckled softly. He sensed Jiang Ye's genuine concern and affection for him. He raised his hand to ruffle her hair and said with a smile, Silly girl, I know you're worried. Trust me, I've got this. For some reason, Jiang Ye always heard Suemo say these words and always saw the confidence in his eyes. Yet time and again, his actions filled her heart with worry. Little did she know, Suemo wasn't some blockhead. How could he not feel it? Suemo had inherited not only the memories of his previous self but also that person's feelings for Jiang Ye. From childhood onward, Jiang Ye had always been by Sumo's side, like a shadow, constantly under his care. Now, seeing Jiang Ye being bullied, how could Suemo possibly let it continue? Sumo's beast companion the Thunder Dog had already reached the 3rd stage of the youth realm. This was always his ultimate trump card, the ace he relied on. At a moment like this, how could Suemo possibly choose to retreat? He glanced down at the Thunder Dog beside him. The beast let out 2 barks, its eyes flashing with a hint of displeasure likely mirroring Sumo's own frustration. Suemo flashed a confident smile, lifting his head to face Lin Fei before declaring, Since the wager is set, let's head to the nearest arena. One match will decide the winner and our future. Fine. Straightforward. I, Lin Fei, appreciate straightforward people like you. If not for this conflict between us today, I'd actually enjoy being friends with you. Suemo curled his lip. My friend? You think you're worthy enough? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected such scorn from Suemo, but he said nothing more at that moment. The nearest arena was about a 10-minute walk away. Suemo and Jiang Ye rode in Zhang Heining's car, heading in that direction. While driving, Zhang Haining leaned over and said, Suemo, little brother, it's not that I look down on you or want to crush your confidence. I know your Thunder Dog is powerful now, but Lin Fei is notorious in Fuyao City for being petty. He might just pull some underhanded tricks on you later. Granted, he might be leaving Linen City today, which would make things considerably easier for you. But Fuyao City is his turf. With the military, the academy, and him forming a 3-way power balance, you haven't even enrolled at Fuyao Academy yet, and you're already making enemies. That's hardly a promising start. Suemo curled his lips in disdain. So what? Am I supposed to stand by and watch him bully, eh? Today, I will make Lin Fei pay for this. Besides, there are still 3 weeks before we head to Fuyao City. Nothing is set in stone yet. How can you be so sure that once I'm there, Lin Fei will definitely outshine me? Zhang Haining narrowed her eyes, glancing at Suemo through the rearview mirror. She chuckled, not bad, not bad. You truly live up to the little brother your sister has her eye on. You've really surprised me. Well then, I'll start looking forward to your next performance early. Beside them, Jiangya was completely absorbed in contemplating her next move. She paid no attention whatsoever to the exchange between Sumo and Zhang Haining. Soon enough, they arrived at an arena. Across the land of Huaxia, a strict regulation held sway: no beast-tamer combat was permitted within any bustling city center. This rule was established to prevent harm from affecting innocent bystanders. Naturally, conflicts between beast-tamers still arose, leading to the emergence of beast arenas. The purpose of the arena was to resolve these conflicts. Inside the arena, masters engaged in fair combat. Ultimately, referees and spectators would witness the outcome, determining the victor and the vanquished. Chapter 24, a battle in the spotlight with every seat taken. Vote for gold selection. The Beast Arena. Resembling a colossal arena, its surrounding stands were now packed to the rafters with spectators. For many beast masters, coming here daily to watch one battle after another between fellow practitioners often sparked profound insights. Many of them relished coming here to observe these contests, eager to grasp the key principles of beastmaster combat and refine their own skills. As everyone took in the sea of people, Jiangya's face betrayed a hint of worry. She clutched Sumo's sleeve tightly, her expression filled with concern as she spoke slowly. Sumo, do you really want to fight Lin Fei? There's nothing in it for you. Besides, Lin Fei just wants me to have dinner with him. I can just go with him. Sumo, I truly don't want to see you like this. If anything happens to you, I'll feel terribly guilty. And it could cost you your chance to enter Fuyao Academy. Jiangya's voice grew increasingly emotional as tears finally spilled from the corners of her eyes. Witnessing this scene, Sumo couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. In that moment, he finally understood the depth of Jiangya's care for him. Who wouldn't be touched by such tender concern from such a delicate young lady? Sumo chuckled softly, reaching out to ruffle her hair as he spoke gently. There's no need to worry. You should have complete faith in me. Jiangya's eyes flashed with helplessness as she hurriedly protested. Sumo, big brother. What kind of joke is this at a time like this? Mr. Jiang already mentioned that Lin Fei is a sophomore at Fuyao Academy. After a year of cultivation, he's now at the 6th stage of the juvenile realm and has even brought his beast companion a beast of the overlord level rank. What do you have to fight him with? Sumo chuckled. Don't worry. Just watch me in a moment. Seeing Sumo's unwavering confidence, Jiangya was momentarily at a loss for words. Despite Sumo repeatedly projecting confidence, the moment of truth had arrived, and unease crept into his heart. Zhang Haining, standing nearby, had shed her usual playful demeanor. Her expression turned slightly serious as she asked, Sumo, are you truly prepared? I don't wish to dampen your confidence, but I must remind you once more today's contest will be exceptionally difficult for you. Even with your chi blood transformation allowing you to repeatedly nourish your thunder dog and restore its health, your vital energy will be severely depleted in the process. Then, who knows how long it might take you to recover? It could even affect your future cultivation. Are you truly willing to do this? Sumo smiled confidently and replied, why not? For me, this is my own path of cultivation. You all worry about the price I'll pay, but have you considered this? If I were to lose today, if I were to back down, how could I ever cultivate my mental fortitude? For a beast master, cultivating one's mental state is paramount. Zhang Haining sighed silently upon hearing this. Spectators gathered on the viewing platform began murmuring among themselves. Hey! Look over there, isn't that Sumo, the hidden talent recipient from Linen City? Oh! It really is him. I wonder what he's become after obtaining that hidden talent, Chi Blood Rebirth. And what's going on today? Who's he having a conflict with? Look across from Sumo, that guy seems to be Lin Fei, the second young master of the Lin group from Fuyao City. What's he doing here? You probably didn't know, but Lin Fei heard about this SS-level genius girl in Linen City, that's why he came here. He ignored his family's objections and insisted on coming to Linen City just to meet her. And today, he finally got his chance. The prodigy Jiangya? Isn't she right by Sumo's side? What exactly is the relationship between Jiangya and Sumo? I can't help but notice how close they seem. And look at Jiangya's expression, she appears genuinely worried about Sumo. Who knows? But seeing how things are between them now, I just have this feeling something major is about to happen. Don't underestimate Sumo just because he's the eldest son of General Su. If he provokes Lin Fei, the young master of the Lin group, he won't necessarily come out on top. Exactly. The Lin group holds equal standing with the military and the academy. In Fuyao City, they form one of the 3 pillars of power. Compared to the Lin family, the Su family really doesn't measure up. Does that mean young Master Sumo is in serious trouble today? On the viewing platform, countless spectators buzzed with discussion. Their eyes all held a thick layer of mockery, clearly not a single person was rooting for Sumo. Meanwhile, a figure appeared in the farthest corner of the stands. A masked figure clad in black sat there, eyes narrowing. Had Sumo been present, he would have recognized the figure as none other than his own father, Su Tsongxing. Now, watching the impending clash between Su Mo and Lin Fei, Su Sangxing narrowed his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. Su Mo, you truly don't know when to quit. Even your old man never dared express the slightest dissatisfaction toward any faction of the Lin group in Fuyao City. Yet here you are, directly provoking conflict with them today. I'll be damned if I don't see what you've got to fight them with. Once you realize you've bitten off more than you can chew, you'll end up crawling back to me, begging me to clean up your mess. Just you wait. I'm actually looking forward to it. Finally, Su Mo and Lin Fei stepped onto the stage. Listening to the surrounding murmurs, Lin Fei chuckled and said, "Hey, you're Su Mo, right? I don't think I'm mistaken. Hear that? Seems like none of the spectators here are backing you. Everyone knows exactly what kind of status and standing I, Lin Fei, hold in Fuyao City. No one dares to defy me or cause trouble for me at this moment. But you're truly ignorant of your place. How dare you pick a fight with me, Lin Fei, today?" Su Mo snorted coldly, So what? Does being the young master of the Lin group give you free rein to act recklessly and oppress the common folk? Jianya never had any interest in you to begin with. It seems you're the only one here who doesn't get it, failing to recognize your own mistake. Does that mean I, Su Mo, can't step in to help when I see injustice? Chapter 25, 30 seconds to end the fight. Vote for gold selection. Lin Fei laughed arrogantly. The hero rescues the damsel act? I've seen it all before. But that means absolutely nothing to me. Su Mo, you simply aren't qualified to compete with me. Just you? Even if you're the son of Linen City's Su Major General, you're still no match for me, Lin Fei. Besides, Lin Fei stroked the beast beside him, a beast master of comparable height, none other than the Overlord tier Ice Tiger. I've already reached level 8 as a beast master, and my Frost Tiger has broken through to the 6th stage of the juvenile realm. Su Mo, you're just an ordinary beast master who's only just awakened your talent. What do you have to fight me with? I advise you to use your head. If you kneel before me now, admit your mistake, and call me Grandmaster Lin 3 times, perhaps I, Lin Fei, might be in a generous mood and let you off. Put. Su Mo spat contemptuously, his eyes brimming with disdain. Lin Fei, you're just like every other spoiled brat from a prestigious family I've ever met. You want me to apologize? You'd be better off figuring out how you're going to crawl out of Linen City after you lose. Lin Fei curled his lip. You really are arrogant. Fine. Since that's how you see it, I'll show you just how wide the gap between us really is. Finally, as their exchange continued, the official referee of the arena slowly strode onto the stage. These referees were specially recruited by the Chinese side, each arena paying them high salaries. Their strength far surpassed that of any contestant who could step onto the arena's stage. Moreover, nearly every referee had contracted a defensive-type beast. Driven by the referee's mental command, his beast summoned a barrier around the arena. The transparent barrier shimmered with a faint glow, ensuring the battle would not affect the beastmasters in the surrounding stands. It also protected the entire arena from collateral damage while allowing spectators to watch unimpeded. The referee stepped forward, casting a cold glance at the two combatants before speaking slowly. Have both of you signed the liability waiver? Seeing them nod, he continued, Good evening to all spectators present. We are delighted you have joined us today at the arena to witness this duel between Beast Masters Su Mo and Lin Fei. I needn't elaborate on their identities, both rising stars who've recently captured widespread attention. Without further ado, let the battle between Su Mo and Lin Fei commence immediately. No sooner had he finished speaking than the referee leapt backward. Simultaneously, the Ice Tiger, a Dominator tier beast mastered by Lin Fei, let out a thunderous roar. In that instant, as the roar echoed, Su Mo sensed something amiss in the demeanor of his Thunder Hound. Su Mo's brow furrowed slightly, understanding immediately. His Thunder Hound must have sensed the bloodline-based suppression emanating from the opposing Ice Tiger. This was an instinctive reaction to bloodline suppression between all beast tamers, an unwritten rule established since the dawn of the beast tamer era a century ago. But Su Mo had no time to dwell on this. He knew that despite the bloodline suppression, the Thunder Hound's level far surpassed that of the Ice Tiger. This would minimize the impact of the mutual pressure between them. Su Mo stroked the Thunder Dog's head and chuckled, Lightning, you can do this. You won't let me down, right? The Thunder Dog barked twice, finally assuming its battle stance. Having reached the 3rd stage of the youth realm, the Thunder Dog's size was now nearly identical to that of the Ice Tiger. Lin Fei observed the Thunder Dog's posture and chuckled, You really know how to put on a show, don't you? I suppose your beast is too intimidated by my Ice Tiger's bloodline to make a move, yet here you are, pretending to be ready? What do you think you're doing? Before Lin Fei could finish his taunt, the Thunder Dog crouched low on the ground, its hind legs flexing, then launched forward in an instant. Su Mo snorted coldly from across the field, his voice icy. I can't stand people like you who always spout tough talk before a match. Don't you think it's utterly foolish? Lightning, teach him a lesson. With 2 barks, the Thunder Dog charged forward like a mad beast, straight toward the Frost Tiger. Seeing this, Lin Fei frowned deeply and instinctively took 2 steps back, trying to avoid any potential harm from the clash between the two beasts. Then, through the mental link between himself and his beast, he issued a command with his thoughts. The ice tiger roared in place before charging toward the thunder dog. A layer of frost enveloped its body. This beast possessed formidable strength and defensive attributes. Combined with its rank, it was virtually unstoppable in battle. Precisely because of this, it had been the very foundation of Lin Fei's dominance in the academy and his family's acclaim of him as a prodigy. At this moment, neither the ice tiger, Lin Fei, nor any of the spectators present could have anticipated what was about to unfold. Having been bred for defense and attack, the ice tiger lacked agility. As the thunder dog's body crackled with blue-purple lightning, it instantly transformed into a blur, charging toward the ice tiger. The ice tiger could only clumsily dodge left and right in place, struggling to keep up with the thunder dog's speed. But the thunder dog wouldn't give it that chance. With Suemo continuously directing it through his mind, their wills united as one, the thunder dog swung its claws again and again. Each basic claw strike landed squarely on the frost tiger's body. Gradually, the frost tiger let out muffled groans one after another. After just a few short rounds of combat, its body was already covered in wounds, blood flowing freely. Damn it! Lin Fei's brows knitted tightly as he gritted his teeth. No retreat. Charge forward. We must win this fight. But it was too late. The moment Lin Fei's words fell, the thunder dog extended its claw, smashing it down onto the frost tiger's skull. With a thud, the ice tiger collapsed to the ground, its breath faint. Chapter 26, The Furious Second Young Master Lin. Vote for gold. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. Everyone present froze in shock. They stared wide-eyed at the scene unfolding before them, disbelief flashing across their faces. What the hell? Did I see that right? A Dominator tier ice tiger just got beaten by a mere thunder dog? Is this a fixed match or something? Holy crap, is this really the second young master of the Lin family, the one everyone calls a genius, the future pillar of the Lin group? This is truly eye-opening. He actually lost like that? Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. But how did that thunder dog manage it? Was it purely down to its speed? Highly likely. The thunder dog has always been renowned for its speed. It must have relentlessly attacked the frost tiger with that speed, overwhelming it until the frost tiger finally collapsed under the pressure. But that's ridiculous. The ice tiger didn't even manage a single counterattack before it ended. It was barely half a minute, maybe not even that long. Did any of you notice? That thunder dog was glowing with blue-purple lightning just now. Isn't that supposed to be a passive ability that only randomly awakens after breaking through to the latter half of the juvenile realm or even reaching the young adult realm? Could it be this thunder dog has already reached the youth realm? No wonder the thunder dog could repeatedly wound the frost tiger and ultimately knock it to the ground. It all makes sense now. The surrounding beast tamers murmured in astonishment. Everyone was stunned by the battle's abrupt conclusion, the originally thrilling duel overshadowed by Lin Fei's defeat. Lin Fei watched the ice tiger lying on the ground, his mind relentlessly urging it to get up while calling out to it. But the ice tiger showed no sign of responding. These moments made Lin Fei's heart tighten. He roared, "Ice tiger! What are you doing? Get up!" The ice tiger whimpered, its eyes brimming with guilt and anguish. How could it not want to stand? Its entire body was covered in wounds, utterly weakened, and it simply couldn't continue fighting. Across from him, Suemo chuckled and remarked, "Lin Fei, you still expect your ice tiger to rise? Forget it. It can't get up anymore. Your defeat is now certain. I advise you to surrender peacefully. Our wager between us is nothing more than you packing up and getting the hell out of Linen City. From now on, you'll treat me with a little more courtesy. It won't cost you a single bone, nor will you have to pay me anything." What's the matter? Can the second young master of the prestigious Lin group not even admit defeat in such a minor wager? Lin Fei seethed with rage. When had he ever experienced such treatment since joining the Lin group? When had he ever been so humiliated by another? But today, Sumo's ordinary tier beastmaster had soundly defeated his own dominant tier beastmaster. This stark contrast made Lin Fei realize that it wouldn't just be Linen City in no time, the entire Fuyao city would be abuzz with the news that a prodigy like him had been defeated and fled in disarray by some trash beastmaster in Linen City. The thought of it made Lin Fei feel utterly humiliated. Behind him, outside the arena, the underlings who had followed Lin Fei were now murmuring in disbelief. Did I see that right? Young Master Lin actually lost? Good heavens! That was an ice tiger, a dominant tier ice tiger. How could young Master Lin lose to a mere thunder dog of ordinary rank? It's impossible. Goodness gracious, what kind of being is Suemo? Today has truly blown my mind. It wasn't just them. Even Jiang Ye and Jiang Haining, standing behind Suemo, were equally stunned. The battle ended in less than half a minute so swiftly it left them both utterly stunned. Jiang Haining instantly let out a cheer, jumping up in delight. "Suemo, you did it! You finally won this duel! I'm so proud of you! Keep it up, you can do this!" Hearing this, Jiang Haining beside her narrowed her eyes and fixed her gaze on Suemo once more. Watching Sumo's resolute back, she pondered silently. Interesting. Truly interesting. Little brother Sumo, I realize I've underestimated your strength once again. You never cease to surprise me. It seems my decision to stake my entire future on you was indeed the right choice. Today, I wonder what kind of surprise you'll bring me. Impossible. How could this be? Lin Fei stood across from Sumo, his mind reeling as he muttered to himself. He snapped his head up to stare at Sumo and shouted, You must have used some trick. This is a Dominator tier Beastmaster, how could I possibly lose to your measly common tier Beastmaster? Tell me, what did you do? I truly pity you. Using such petty tricks, don't you feel ashamed, disgraced? Sumo chuckled. Oh, second young Master Lin, what's this? After living all these years in your Lin family's little pond, have you never seen that there are always people better than you, skies beyond skies? You lost once today and already can't accept it? You're refusing to face reality here? You really are foolish. If your father were to find out about this, he'd likely be deeply saddened. Shut your mouth. Lin Fei felt utterly humiliated and shouted in fury. He lunged forward like a madman, swinging his fist. Lin Fei was completely enraged, but he still underestimated Sumo. Sumo casually raised his hand and caught Lin Fei's fist. Lin Fei instantly felt as though he were striking steel, unable to break through. Watching Lin Fei gnashing his teeth in fury before him, Sumo chuckled softly. What's this, young Master Lin? Already losing your temper? You're not exactly brainless, are you? At the very least, you should realize that continuing to pick fights with me like this will only make everyone around you resent you. People will start gossiping about whether you can't take a loss. I advise you to admit defeat now. Otherwise, you can forget about ever fitting in among these beast tamers. You don't want to be the laughingstock of everyone, do you? You! Sumo, you've gone too far. Lin Fei roared in fury. Sumo chuckled. Am I pushing my luck, or are you, Lin Fei, bullying others with your power? Chapter 27, The hypocritical young General Su vote for gold selection. Sumo would never admit he was the kind to bully others, but Lin Fei's repeated oppression of Jiangya was simply too much for Sumo to bear. That was precisely why today's incident had occurred. Sumo had appeared to strike at Lin Fei's pride, forcing him to lose face completely. Sumo had no intention of giving Lin Fei any chance to retaliate. Watching this unfold, Sumo gradually tightened his grip on Lin Fei's wrist. Instantly, Lin Fei broke out in a cold sweat. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Sumo. His heart pounded with fear. He couldn't comprehend how Sumo, who appeared so ordinary, could possess such immense strength. While it was true that beyond beast tamers, there existed paths to strengthen the body and cultivate martial arts in this world. But those were ultimately subpar choices. He couldn't possibly believe Sumo would choose to cultivate martial arts. So why was Sumo displaying such overwhelming strength now? Lin Fei's brow furrowed as he instinctively tried to pull his hand away, only to find Sumo's palm clamp down on his fist like a vice. What the hell do you want? Lin Fei gritted out. Sumo chuckled coldly. What am I doing? Young Master Lin, shouldn't you be thinking about what you're going to do? Who made a bet with me? And who hasn't fulfilled their end of the bargain? Lin Fei gritted his teeth. Sumo, murder is only a step away from the grave. Are you really willing to push things this far? Sumo burst out laughing. Oh ho! Killing someone is no big deal? Was it me who kept pushing you, or was it you, young Master Lin, who refused to repent and kept bullying my friends time and again? You should know better than I do who's right and who's wrong here, young Master Lin. Or do I need to air this out in front of everyone and let them judge? Lin Fei hesitated, his words caught in his throat as Sumo's words crushed him. Finally, like a deflated balloon, he shouted loudly, I admit defeat. As Lin Fei's words fell, Sumo released his grip. The surrounding crowd erupted in a roar of astonishment. In their minds, although Lin Fei wasn't from Linen City, the Lin Group's reputation was well known throughout other cities. Naturally, everyone was familiar with Lin Fei. No one had expected Lin Fei to actually be defeated. Sumo shrugged at Lin Fei and said, Alright, young Master Lin. Since you've conceded defeat, there's no need to continue this contest any further today. I hope you remember our wager. Goodbye. With that, Sumo swiftly descended the stage with his thunder dog. Jiangya approached his side. He nodded to her and headed straight for the restroom of the arena. Upon entering the lounge, Sumo closed the door and sat cross-legged on the floor. Before him, the Chi blood reincarnation great array materialized. The thunder dog finally collapsed, staggering right in the center of the array. As Sumo channeled nearly half of his own vital energy into the thunder dog, the beast finally regained its physical state. Everyone who witnessed the match believed the thunder dog had won decisively. But only Sumo knew what the thunder dog had truly endured. The icy armor shielding the frost tiger proved exceptionally difficult for the thunder dog to breach. It had resorted to a desperate, all-or-nothing tactic, inflicting massive damage on the enemy while suffering equally severe wounds itself, only to finally shatter the opponent's defenses and deliver a fatal strike. Of course, the frost tiger would recover naturally after resting for 10 days or so. Sumo always maintained a sense of restraint. He wouldn't kill Lin Fei's beast right here in the arena that would be asking for a military investigation. Finally, relying on Qi blood rebirth, Suemo fully restored his condition, with both his Qi blood and spiritual power showing a slight increase. He was now just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to 900 spirit power, which would elevate him to the ranks of a level 9 beast tamer. Then, the door to the recovery room opened. Suemo spoke slowly. "Yay, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. Yay, I finally didn't disappoint you. I finally won this match. From now on, we won't have to worry about that Lin Fei causing us trouble anymore." "Wait. What are you doing here?" Suemo turned his head and looked up at the figure appearing in the doorway, his brows furrowing involuntarily. Standing before Suemo was none other than his father, Su Sangxing. Just over an hour ago, Suemo had seen Su Sangxing enter the Tiandao Hall, where he had even gotten into a heated argument with Zhang Haining. Now, Suemo was slightly puzzled. Why had Su Sangxing come here? Why had he sought him out? Seeing Sumo's displeased expression, Su Sangxing finally removed his mask. A smile that looked worse than crying spread across his face. He chuckled as he approached, saying, "Son, congratulations. You won your match against young Master Lin." Spare me the hypocrisy," Suemo retorted, seemingly unwilling to give Su Sangxing any face. He curled his lips coldly and said, "Cut the nonsense. What? You didn't come here today just to congratulate me, did you? Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. Spit it out, what exactly do you want?" Su Sangxing paused, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes, but he forced a smile. What could I possibly want? I've genuinely realized my mistakes. I feel that what I did to you before truly caused you some harm. That's why I came to apologize." "Apologize?" Suemo burst out laughing. "Did I hear that right? You're actually coming to apologize to me? Su Sangxing, don't you realize how laughable that sounds? Have you forgotten what you did to me?" Suemo stared intently at his father, now determined to spare him no face whatsoever. His words brimmed with displeasure towards Su Sangxing, even addressing him by his full name. "You transferred every single one of my achievements and honors to that good-for-nothing Xu Feng. You've always believed that Xu Feng is heaven's favorite son, the future hope of the Xu family. I acknowledge your actions and beliefs, but you should never, ever have the audacity to return to me now and beg for forgiveness. Don't you realize how utterly foolish you are? What? Do you think I, Suemo, am a 3-year-old child? That you can buy my forgiveness with a few crumbs of kindness? Or do you have ulterior motives?" Chapter 28, I overestimated your character vote for gold selection. Sumo's words instantly pierced Su Sangxing's heart. He never imagined Suemo would expose him so directly at this moment. Yet he could only force a smile in response, his bitterness impossible to voice. Suemo narrowed his eyes, realizing Su Sangxing truly did have ulterior motives. After a moment, he chuckled and said, "Seems I guessed right. You really did come here with ulterior motives, all while putting on that pious facade. Let me guess, what exactly do you want? Do you want me to give up entering Fuyao Academy? Or perhaps, you want me to send more resources to your so-called genius second young master? Oh, I remember now." Suemo suddenly caught on, his tone turning cold. "It seems that all those who enter Fuyao Academy will soon be eligible to receive the Beastmaster gift pack distributed to new students, correct? You're probably thinking of making me hand over this gift pack? To give it to the highly promising young Master Xu Feng? Just as expected." After saying this, Suemo saw a distinct shift in Su Sangxing's gaze. His gaze sharpened instantly. "So it's true, Su Sangxing. You truly adore your precious son, don't you? Now you're planning to suck the life out of me like a vampire, trying to take something from me again. Don't you feel utterly shameless?" Exposed, Su Sangxing felt his face burn with humiliation. He gave a cold snort, glaring at Suemo with icy detachment. "Suemo, don't you dare forget I'm your father. What's wrong with me wanting something from you? It's what you owe me." "What a joke!" Suemo retorted mercilessly. "When the hell have you ever given me anything I wanted? Have you ever fulfilled your duties as a father? Su Sangxing, stop pretending to be righteous here. Before I was 15, before I left Linen for the frontier, did you ever care about me? I'm your son, Su Sangxing, and I'm also that Xu Feng's older brother, but from childhood to adulthood, I never felt a shred of love from you. You poured all your affection into Xu Feng. Every time the Institute developed a stable gene-stabilizing serum, you poured every resource into Xu Feng. And me? I didn't get a single drop, not even a spoonful. How dare you call yourself my father?" Sumo's face twisted with rage, and the Thunder Hound at his side barked incessantly, brimming with discontent. Su Sangxing stood frozen, utterly speechless. Suemo continued, 3 years. Do you know what I thought 3 years ago? I believed you sent me to the frontier hoping I would bring glory to the Xu family. I thought that when I returned from the frontier, covered in glory and honors, you, Su Sangxing, would greet me with a smile, congratulate me, and even acknowledge my achievements and my standing in the Xu family. I was deluding myself. Suemo shook his head and smiled wryly. I clearly overestimated your character, Xu Feng, and I clearly overestimated my standing in the Xu family. Not a single one of you acknowledges me. Not a single one of you thinks I'm worthy of living in this family. All you know how to do is strip these merits from my hands time and again, strip away every honor. And now, Xu Feng, you actually expect me to give more? To bleed me dry? Don't you realize you're contradicting yourself? How dare you? Xu Feng stormed forward, his footsteps echoing as he stepped before Su Mo. His hand shot up, poised to slap Su Mo across the face. But suddenly, Su Mo casually blocked his arm. Though Xu Feng was a major general of the demon-suppressing army, possessing physical prowess 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary man, which was already remarkable. But Sumo's physical prowess now far surpassed that of an ordinary person by 5 or 6 times. How could Xu Feng possibly harm him? Thus, Su Mo effortlessly parried Xu Feng's attack. Yet, Xu Feng felt a sudden tremor in his heart. He couldn't believe Su Mo possessed such immense strength that even he couldn't budge in the slightest. Xu Feng's mind raced, wondering what Su Mo had endured. For the first time, doubt crept into his heart. He realized he had paid little attention to Su Mo's growth over the years. This moment finally forced him to confront his understanding of Su Mo, and it was unexpectedly profound. Moments later, Su Mo chuckled. What? Found you can't out-argue me or overpower me, so now you resort to these tricks? Anything else? If not, I'd appreciate it if you'd leave, young Master Su. There's nothing left to discuss between us, and you're only courting trouble by staying here. I'll say it again, if Xu Feng wants to take everything from me, he'd better have the qualifications to do so. And you and Xu Feng will eventually have to give it all back. Xu Feng stared intently at Su Mo, his expression unreadable. Finally, he let out a cold snort. Oomph. Su Mo, you want Xu Feng to give back everything? I say you're the one who's arrogant and overconfident. Let me tell you this, since I've decided to cultivate Xu Feng, he will ultimately receive every resource I give him. You refuse to hand over that starter pack? Fine. One day, I'll make you surrender it willingly. You, a worthless piece of trash. Su Mo gave a cold chuckle. Is that so? In that case, we'll just have to wait and see. I'll let everyone see whether it's me, Su Mo, who's stronger, or your little brother, whom you've poured every resource into since childhood. Oomph. Seeing Su Mo release his hand, Xu Feng shook his fist, forcing down the twinge of discomfort in his knuckles before letting out a cold snort. He then strode away from the room. Pushing open the door, Xu Feng's figure vanished. Moments later, Zhang Ye and Zhang Haining finally appeared. Having searched frantically for half an hour to find this place, they rushed forward without hesitation. Zhang Ye grabbed Su Mo's hand anxiously. Su Mo, are you okay? You rushed back here so urgently, did something happen? Don't scare me. Feeling Zhang Ye's concern, Su Mo chuckled softly, ruffled her hair, and said, It's okay, don't worry. I just had a stomachache and rushed back to use the restroom. Really? Seeing Su Mo nod with a sincere expression, Zhang Ye finally exhaled in relief and chuckled, Oh, I see. Oh, right, why was Uncle Su here earlier? Did he need something from you? Su Mo said nothing. Zhang Haining, sitting beside him, was about to speak up, but upon realizing Su Mo seemed deliberately avoiding the topic, she swallowed her words. Chapter 29, The Invitation from the Boss Lady Vote for Gold Selection. Regardless, today, the conflict between Zhang Ye and Lin Fei had finally been resolved. Zhang Haining added from the side, Lin Fei has already left for the airport by car, preparing to depart Linen City. He has indeed honored the agreement between you two and doesn't plan to stay here any longer. Su Mo nodded. Yes. These are things Lin Fei should do. Even if he hadn't, I would have made this public. Then people would have mocked him and judged who was right and who was wrong between us. Zhang Haining frowned deeply. But if you do that, the rift between you and Lin Fei will become irreparable. Su Mo smiled faintly. Do you truly believe that after today's events this exchange between us, our relationship could possibly mend? Absolutely not. Lin Fei has been utterly defeated by me, by this ordinary person, by this talent everyone dismissed as worthless. The pain in his heart must be unbearable, it's all too predictable. But it's fine, I anticipated this outcome. Beside him, Zhang Ye spoke with a guilty expression, Su Mo, I'm truly sorry. I never imagined I'd cause you such trouble. Su Mo ruffled her hair. It's nothing. I know why Lin Fei came here, it's precisely because you are so outstanding and exceptional. That's why he wanted to come and witness your brilliance firsthand. This only proves how exceptional you are, yay. You should be delighted about it. Zhang Ye hadn't expected Su Mo to twist things so absurdly. She gave a bitter smile, unsure what to say. Su Mo continued, all right. Don't be sad or upset anymore. It's getting late. You should go back and rest. Otherwise, Uncle Jiang might get upset. Hearing this, Zhang Ye finally snapped back to reality. After a brief chat with Su Mo, she nodded and prepared to leave. However, just before leaving, Zhang Ye looked at Su Mo with a serious expression and said, Su Mo, I plan to stay put for the next 3 weeks or so. During this time, I won't go anywhere. I just want to stay home and train diligently, working hard to raise my Beastmaster rank while also leveling up the beasts I've contracted. Today's incident with Lin Fei showed me that there are always people stronger than me, and there will always be those who come looking for trouble. Only by becoming stronger myself will I have the right and the ability to protect myself and everyone around me, just like you did today, Brother Sumo. Over the next 3 weeks, I will strive relentlessly to improve myself. In the future, I will earn the recognition and respect, even the fear of more and more people. Sumo hadn't expected Janya to harbor such thoughts, but he still chuckled softly and nodded. Good girl, you're. I'm truly pleased you've come to this realization. I believe you can make everyone fear you, respect you, and revere you. Keep it up. I'll be waiting for you when you emerge from seclusion in 3 weeks. Janya nodded firmly before stepping away. After seeing her off, Sumo let out a long sigh. Moments later, he turned to Zhang Haining and said slowly, thanks. Regardless, today you didn't choose to kick me while I'm down, nor did you do anything else. As for me, I'm actually hungry. I was planning to grab a bite. Want to join me? Zhang Haining hesitated for a moment before finally smiling. Sure. My little brother inviting me to dinner? I couldn't ask for more. After dinner, the two of them, accompanied by a dog, returned to the Tiandao dojo. Inside, Sumo poured Zhang Haining a cup of tea before finally smiling slowly. Alright, Mr. Jiang. Shouldn't we now be open and honest? Tell me frankly, what exactly are your intentions? A flicker of resignation crossed Zhang Haining's eyes. The earlier sorrow had faded, replaced by a bitter smile. Truthfully, I never imagined I'd be revealing all this to you so soon. But Brother Sumo, I still feel compelled to warn you. Are you truly prepared to hear the story I'm about to tell? Sumo scoffed coldly. Cut the crap. I, Sumo, have never been one to cowardly retreat from any crisis. You'd better not hide anything from me. Zhang Haining nodded earnestly. But before I tell you this story, there's something I need your help with. What is it? Sumo frowned. He had no idea what Zhang Haining was up to this time. Zhang Haining chuckled softly. Nothing much, really. It's quite a simple matter. But you see, I myself have little combat ability, and I don't have many connections among the beast masters in Linen City. So, I don't have anyone I can call upon right now, which is why I thought of asking you, Brother Sumo, for help. All you need to do is accompany me to a place and retrieve an item. Once we have it in hand, I promise, I swear I'll tell you everything. Additionally, I'll give you 500,000 yuan as compensation and grant you 3 requests. As long as they don't violate morality, I'll do everything in my power to fulfill them, even if it means walking through fire and water. Sumo fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Haining before him. He couldn't fathom what she was truly planning. Sumo sensed there was something hidden within Zhang Haining's heart, something he didn't know. Moreover, why had Zhang Haining suddenly chosen this moment to ask Sumo for help? After hesitating repeatedly, Sumo finally asked, where are we going? Zhang Haining spoke slowly, the beast abyss. What? Sumo raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. The beast abyss? Isn't that the area forged a century ago during the war between human beast masters and the demon beasts? A century ago, the heavens and earth shook there. Countless days and nights of war raged, ultimately causing that area to be forcibly cleaved apart, becoming an abyss. What are you going there for? The demon beast abyss has been abandoned for ages since that time, and even some low-level demon beasts still appear there. While it poses no real danger to high-level beast tamers, there's absolutely nothing worth your longing there, right? Zhang Haining chuckled. That's none of your concern, Brother Sumo. I only need your answer. Will you accompany me or not? If you refuse, I'll still tell you my story, but the 500,000 reward in those 3 requests will vanish. Chapter 30, Breaking Through Again. Level 9. Vote for gold selection. Sumo's gaze sharpened. Beneath his cold expression, he stared impassively at Zhang Haining. He couldn't fathom what Zhang Haining was scheming. He tried to glean some insight from Zhang Haining's eyes, but Sumo failed. He still couldn't detect any emotional fluctuation in Zhang Haining. This realization made Sumo frown deeply. Yet, Zhang Haining suddenly stood up and stretched lazily. Today, she wore a pair of tight-fitting jeans. Beneath the alluring curves, Sumo couldn't help but let his imagination run wild just from seeing her. He even caught glimpses of black lace peeking above the jeans and a hint of her flat stomach beneath the hem of her top. Moments later, Zhang Haining chuckled softly. Sumo, little brother, I won't pressure you into rushing your answer. I'll give you time to think it over. I'll come find you again tomorrow. If you agree, we'll head straight to the beast abyss. Everything will become clear then. You'll also receive your reward from me. Such a good deal, I'm sure Brother Sumo won't refuse, right? With that, Zhang Haining turned and walked away. Watching her swaying waist and voluptuous curves disappear from view, Sumo finished the tea in his cup before leaning back on the sofa. He turned his head to gaze at the panoramic view of Linen City. His eyes narrowed as he pondered. Zhang Haining, I find myself growing more and more curious about you. You know my background, you know my history. Now you say these things to me. What unknown secrets do you hold? And what exactly are you scheming for from me? The Beast Abyss. Though it's been abandoned for a century, and though there are still some low-level winged beasts inside, it's hardly a place I'd hesitate to set foot in. As he spoke, Xu glanced at the thunder dog curled asleep at his feet and chuckled. Lightning, how about the two of us accompany her on this journey? And so, Xu and the thunder dog prepared to see out the day. Meanwhile, at the Demon Army headquarters camp in Jingqing town, a man in his 40s or 50s, with a square jaw and dressed in military uniform bearing the insignia of a lieutenant general, strode into Long Canghai's office. Shortly after knocking, Long Canghai's voice answered from within. The general stepped inside. Long Canghai looked up at the man before him and chuckled. Here you are, old Zhao. Yes, General Long. What brings you here? The general, Zhao Yunfei, served as the chief of staff of the Huaxia demon-suppressing army. Seeing him appear, Long Canghai smiled lazily, put down his phone, tossed a cigarette, and lit it with practiced ease. Then Long Canghai spoke slowly. I called you here because there's something I need your help with. Remember that new recruit in Linen City, China, who broke my record from years ago just the other day? Of course I remember. A prodigy of that caliber naturally draws our attention. That kid, I hear he managed to break your record, General Long, using just an ordinary beast of the most common grade and that so-called cursed talent everyone calls useless. Zhao Yunfei looked slightly puzzled and asked, General Long, why bring him up? Sure, his results are decent and he's garnered some attention, but at the end of the day, it's just a worthless curse-type talent. His future is inevitably short-lived. What purpose does it serve for you to pay attention to him? Long Canghai chuckled. But have you observed him these past 2 days? In his daily life, he hasn't shown any signs of weakened vitality. On the contrary, he seems even more energetic. Look, these are photos taken by our brothers over the past couple of days. Zhao Yunfei approached with curiosity, scrutinizing the photos of Xu. He appeared no different from usual, hardly the frail image one would expect of someone suffering from vital energy depletion. Zhao Yunfei paused, puzzled, and asked, General Long, are you implying? Long Canghai chuckled. Nothing much. I'm just quite interested in this young man. I plan to send you ahead to have a chat with him. It'll serve as a signal, let him know that I, Long Canghai, am keeping an eye on him. Also, to tell him to perform well in the future. If he performs well, there will come a day when he catches the eye of our demon-suppressing army. When that time comes, I will personally bring him under my wing to cultivate him. General Long, are you certain? Zhao Yunfei asked. Long Canghai nodded. Of course. What's there to be uncertain about? Seeing Long Canghai so resolute, Zhao Yunfei could only nod in agreement. After saluting, he took the documents and prepared to leave. Oh, one more thing, Long Canghai called after Zhao Yunfei. Zhao Yunfei halted. General Long, do you have further instructions? The latter chuckled, close the door behind you. Don't interrupt my gaming. Zhao Yunfei's mouth twitched, unable to respond, and could only obey the order. The next morning arrived in the blink of an eye. Xu rose early and immediately activated the Qi Blood Rebirth formation. After 3 cycles of Qi Blood Rebirth, the Thunder Dog Lightning successfully elevated its cultivation to the 4th stage of the Youth Realm, its power growing even more formidable. Xu, benefiting from the innate talents granted by his transmigration, also saw dramatic increases in both his spiritual power and vital energy. His spiritual power reached 935 points, allowing Xu to break through to become a level 9 beast tamer, already standing out among his peers. Simultaneously, his Qi and blood value reached 695 points, just 5 points shy of achieving physical prowess 7 times that of an ordinary human. Xu opened his eyes, a sharp gleam bursting from his gaze. Instantly, he felt invigorated. Xu chuckled softly, ruffling the Thunder Dog's head. Lightning, today was another day of growth. I believe we'll only get stronger together from here on out. Thunder Dog barked twice, its expression brimming with delight. Suddenly, the door to Sumo's heaven-grade cultivation chamber swung open. He looked up to see Jiang Hanying appear, holding several breakfast items in her hands. Today, Jiang Hanying wore a short skirt that perfectly hugged her alluring curves, revealing a pair of long, straight legs before Sumo's eyes. As she walked, glimpses of certain alluring curves were even visible. Xu thought to himself. Jiang Hanying was truly a temptress, luring him time and again in this very place. I wonder if she treats others this way too. It must be said, Jiang Hanying certainly had the assets to back it up. Just glancing at her twice, Xu felt an unusual reaction stir within him. Jiang Hanying suddenly spoke up, Congratulations, little brother Xu, congratulations on successfully breaking through again. Not only have you become a level 9 beast tamer, but your Thunder Dog has also reached the 4th stage of the Youth Realm? What a double celebration. Xu frowned. Chapter 31, You're such a coward, vote for gold selection. Xu stared at Jiang Hanying with a deeply furrowed brow. Earlier, Jiang Hanying had confessed to him that her ability was called Beastmaster Perception, allowing her to sense information about all Beastmasters. Xu knew all this. But why? Could Zhang Haining possibly know that he had already reached the rank of a level 9 beast tamer? It was well known that the ranks of beast masters were imperceptible to one another. Even those with formidable psychic power could only perceive their contracted beasts. Certain innate talents might grant beasts tamers the ability to sense other things, but it was absolutely impossible for Zhang Haining to perceive this. After all, she possessed no innate ability to perceive others' talents. Unless. But quickly, Zhang Haining noticed the confusion in Sumo's eyes. She chuckled softly and said, "Alright, little brother, no need to be so surprised. Your sister here sensed an aura emanating from you even before I stepped inside, which is why I made that guess. Who'd have thought I'd actually be right? Surprising, isn't it?" Sumo stared at Zhang Haining, saying nothing. Though Zhang Haining made it sound effortless casually voicing such a conjecture to Sumo's ears, it carried a different meaning. Sumo couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Haining was still deceiving him, as if she harbored some secret he hadn't uncovered. Zhang Haining stepped closer, placing the breakfast on the coffee table ahead and gesturing for Sumo to join her. Zhang Haining asked curiously, "By the way, what are your thoughts now about what sister and you discussed last night?" Sumo paused briefly, then picked up the breakfast before him without hesitation and took a bite. After 2 bites, he nodded. "All right. I promise. I'll accompany you to the beast abyss and help you get what you want. But this time, I expect you to keep your promise. Don't try to deceive me again. I don't have the patience to play these childish games with you, nor do I have the time. Understand?" Zhang Haining nodded just as decisively. "Rest assured, this is the last deal we'll ever make. Once you help me complete this, I'll reveal everything without holding back. Before that, didn't I already tell you? Even if you refuse me, I'll still reveal all my secrets to you. It's just that we'll have an extra layer of partnership between us." Seeing Zhang Haining speak so casually, Sumo said nothing more. He simply nodded and began eating his breakfast. It must be said, Zhang Haining was remarkably thoughtful. She'd even prepared a meal for the Thunder dog. The 2 humans and 1 dog ate with great relish. After they were full, Zhang Haining informed Sumo that she would hurry to make preparations. Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, they would depart from here for the monster beast abyss. The drive from here to the monster abyss would take at least 4 or 5 hours. It was indeed wise to plan ahead. Otherwise, if they entered the abyss after nightfall, it would become a paradise for all the beasts their domain. Who knew what dangers might lurk then? After agreeing to the plan, Sumo spent an ordinary day in the heaven-grade cultivation chamber. He tried calling Jiangya, but her mother answered instead. Jiangya's mother informed Sumo that Jiangya was currently in seclusion for cultivation and likely wouldn't be able to speak with Sumo for at least 3 weeks. After much hesitation, Sumo decided to let it go and said nothing more. Before he knew it, the next morning arrived. After breakfast with Zhang Haining, Sumo gathered his belongings. Accompanying them were Zhang Haining's tamed beasts, a rare-grade treasure-seeking weasel and an ordinary-grade earth bear, both preparing to journey with the pair to the demon beast abyss. However, just as they reached the first floor, the pair turned a corner, about to head toward the lobby entrance, when they saw. Before them stood Sumo's parents. Beside them stood the one person Sumo dreaded seeing most. None other than his twin brother Xu Feng. And before the 3 of them, the receptionist at the Tiandao dojo was blocking their entry. "Mr. Su, Mrs. Dongfang, and young Master Su, our Tiandao hall has strict rules. You truly cannot enter. If you go in and the boss finds out later, he'll definitely blame me. I'm just an ordinary employee, why make things difficult for me?" Hearing this, Su Sanqing's expression darkened. He snorted coldly and said, "Humph. What is it? Is my reputation not grand enough? Or do you not recognize me?" The front desk attendant immediately forced a smile. "Major Su, you're the Major General of the demon-suppressing army right here in Linen City. Who wouldn't recognize you? Surely you're just joking?" Su Sanqing snorted coldly again. "If you know my name, Su Sanqing, then why are you obstructing me like this? Get out of my way and let me in. This business has nothing to do with you. Don't go looking for trouble and bring it upon yourself. It won't do you any good." "This, absolutely not." The receptionist remained steadfast in her stance. Xu Feng, standing nearby, sneered coldly, "You didn't hear me, did you? Ha? Do you even know who my father is? Didn't you hear? My father told you to let us in. Don't make things difficult for yourself. Let me tell you, even the owner of your Tiandao dojo would treat my dad with utmost respect. Do you really think a lowly receptionist like you can make decisions for your boss?" A flicker of annoyance flashed in the receptionist's eyes, but her face remained plastered with a forced smile throughout. "Oh, young Master Su, why are you making things difficult for us now?" Xu Feng snapped, "Get out of my way. I don't have time for this." Xu Feng stepped forward, about to push the receptionist aside. At that moment, Zhang Haining finally couldn't hold back. Her cold voice slowly echoed, "Major Su, you really do have a temper, don't you? When did the Tiandao dojo become subject to the control of your demon suppression army? We are an independent organization within the nation. Isn't your interference a bit too broad, Major Su?" Hearing the voice, Su Sangxing quickly turned his head. At that very moment, he instantly spotted Suemo standing beside Zhang Haining. Before Su Sangxing could respond, Xu Feng beside him lost his temper first. With a few quick steps, Xu Feng stood before Suemo and coldly declared, "Suemo, you really do enjoy hiding like a turtle, don't you? Today, I've finally caught you red-handed." Chapter 32, Promotion from Major to Captain? Seeking gold votes. Perhaps it was a case of a dog taking advantage of its master's strength. Or perhaps he genuinely looked down on Suemo from the bottom of his heart. Chen Fei now wore a sneer on his face, his expression cold as he stared at Suemo and slowly said, Suemo, I heard from Dad that he told you to give me the newbie starter pack you'll receive upon entering Fuyao Academy." "What? You won't even give me that? As an older brother, you can't even do this much for your younger sibling? You're so selfish. Look at you, all you got was a worthless cursed talent. What else do you have?" Smack! Before Xu Feng could finish his sentence, Suemo, without hesitation, slapped Xu Feng across the face in front of everyone present. Today, Su Sangxing had arrived with his men, causing quite a stir and drawing a large crowd. Everyone watching froze in shock. What was going on? They couldn't fathom what was happening at the scene. Why was Su Sangxing so determined to enter the Heavenly Way Hall to find Suemo? And now, when Suemo appeared, Xu Feng stepped forward to spew insults, only to be slapped across the face by Suemo, leaving everyone stunned. Good heavens, what's going on here? How did things escalate to this between the eldest and second sons of General Su's household? No idea. Seems like there's some kind of conflict between them? This doesn't make sense. After all, they're twin brothers. Surely they wouldn't have such deep-seated issues? Then how do you explain this? Sai, what did young Master Xu Feng say to young Master Suemo just now? That's why he got slapped. Who knows? Even why General Su brought young Master Xu Feng here today, none of us have a clue. The buzz of countless conversations around them reached Su Sangxing's ears. Su Sangxing's brow furrowed deeply as he hurried forward with his wife by his side. Seeing Xu Feng go berserk, raising his hand to strike Suemo before him, Su Sangxing urgently reached out to restrain him. Are you kidding me? If he really caused a scene here today, Su Sangxing wouldn't be able to stay in Linen City anymore. Then, if even one of these beast masters around him uttered a single word, it would be enough to tear him to shreds. Dad, why are you stopping me? Xu Feng shouted in utter frustration, his voice boiling with rage. Su Sangxing growled lowly, behave yourself. As he spoke, he turned to face Suemo, his eyes brimming with displeasure. Suemo, you're not giving me, Su Sangxing, any face, are you? Suemo shrugged. Face? How much is your face worth? What's the problem? Did I treat all of you too kindly before? Or did you not listen to a single word I said to you, Su Sangxing? Su Sangxing was rendered speechless. This was his own flesh and blood, yet he dared to speak to him like this. How could he bear it? Moreover, as a major general in Linen District, his status and influence were undeniable. Sumo's mother, Dongfangya, frowned deeply beside him before speaking slowly. Suemo, what are you saying? He is your father. How dare you address him by his full name like this? And you even hit your younger brother just now. Is this how an older brother, a child, should behave? Suemo glanced up at Dongfangya, and Dongfangya froze. Suddenly, she sensed a hint of bloodlust in Sumo's gaze. It was something she rarely encountered in all these years. She couldn't shake the feeling that Suemo harbored some secret she knew nothing about. After a long moment, Suemo snorted coldly again. Stop pretending to be righteous and using your power to intimidate others. All these years, what have you people done to me, Suemo? Do I really need to recount every single thing to you? Each and every one of you doing these hypocritical deeds, then using your family ties to pressure me, to morally blackmail me? Wanting me to submit? It truly makes me sick. Su Sangxing raised his hand to slap Suemo, but suddenly remembered. He hadn't gotten away unscathed from Suemo before, and even now, his hand still throbbed faintly. After hesitating repeatedly, Su Sangxing finally lowered his hand and looked at Suemo coldly. Suemo, I don't want to waste my breath arguing with you right now. Today, your mother, your brother, and I came to discuss something with you. Suemo narrowed his eyes. Oh? Is this a discussion, or an order? Hasn't Major General Su always preferred to act unilaterally, forcibly arranging people's destinies? To hear him use the word discuss today truly makes me, Suemo, feel flattered and honored. Su Sangxing never expected Suemo to be so sharp-tongued. He was rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word of rebuttal. Xu Feng, standing nearby, had been slapped and then shielded by his father. Yet the resentment and dissatisfaction burning within him now were exceptionally intense. Before he could speak again, Dongfangya slowly stepped forward once more. Sighing, she looked at Suemo and said, Suemo, Mom understands you might feel wronged or dissatisfied. But we came here today hoping to have a calm and peaceful conversation with you. After all, you are our child. We know there have been some actions that were hard to understand before, and Mom and Dad didn't explain things clearly to you at the time. This time, we came to discuss things with you in advance, to explain everything thoroughly. Suemo looked at Dongfangya, a hint of mockery in his eyes, waiting for her response. Dongfangya continued, before, your mom and dad were too hasty. The things we arranged for you, the experiences we put you through, they probably were hard for you to accept. So this time, we're here to make it up to you. Ha! Suemo laughed, a wave of sadness washing over him. Compensation? This can't be a weasel paying New Year's calls, they must have ulterior motives, right? Su Songxing's expression hardened, his face clouded with displeasure. Dongfangya also offered a bitter smile. It's like this. Your father knows you're deeply dissatisfied, so he's planning to arrange for you to be stationed at the demon-suppressing army camp in Linen District. With your father's connections and reputation, you'll be promoted directly to captain. Then you won't have to struggle to climb the ranks. This is a fast track to success. Ha 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 ha. Suemo finally burst out laughing. A wave of sorrow washed over him. Captain? Su Sangxing and Dongfangya truly had no understanding of everything Suemo had endured before. Had they known, they would never have offered such compensation. After all, Suemo in the southern frontier. He was a lieutenant colonel. He was a god of war in the eyes and hearts of every mortal soldier. And now, they dare to use a captain to entice him? Chapter 33, Sever Our Ties? My pleasure-seeking gold votes. In the southern frontier, Suemo holds the rank of lieutenant colonel. And now Su Songxing wants to bestow the title of captain upon him? Judging by Dongfangya's tone, it sounded like she was telling Suemo this was a favor being bestowed upon him, that he'd better not be ungrateful and refuse it. And suddenly, Suemo realized another possibility. Su Songxing was so eager to place him in the demon-suppressing army to obtain the rank of captain. Could it mean that he was about to give up on entering the Fuyao Academy? Suemo glanced at Dongfangya and chuckled. What a clever scheme. Send me to the demon-suppressing army, make me a captain in the Linen Theater of Operations, and from then on, I'll be a commissioned officer with a permanent post. Doesn't that mean I'll inevitably abandon Fuyao Academy due to military duties? That you're still scheming to make me give up Fuyao Academy? This must all be for the sake of my so-called genius younger brother, Xu Feng. Xu Feng's expression instantly darkened. He raised his hand, pointed at Suemo, and shouted, Suemo, I advise you not to push your luck. The fact that mom and dad have humbled themselves to come before you and bestow such a great favor upon you, you'd better know when to stop. Don't think that just because you've achieved a little something, you can. Before Xu Feng could finish his sentence, Suemo vanished from his spot. Xu Feng stared in disbelief, wide-eyed as Suemo suddenly materialized right before him. In that instant, Xu Feng froze instinctively, watching helplessly as Suemo lunged forward and grabbed his collar. Suemo shot Xu Feng a cold glance, narrowing his eyes as he spoke slowly. Xu Feng, let me make this clear. Don't think just because you're my brother, you can run wild and spout nonsense. I, Suemo, can't stand people acting like assholes. Not even you get a pass. As Suemo tightened his grip, Xu Feng suddenly found it difficult to breathe. In an instant, his face turned crimson from the pressure. Xu Feng raised his hands, mustering all his strength to push Suemo away, only to find he couldn't budge him. Sumo's strength was truly formidable, and this wasn't the first time Xu Feng had experienced it. Beside them, Su Sangxing rushed forward, shoving Suemo aside to check on Xu Feng. Seeing him finally begin to recover, Su Sangxing abruptly looked up, his face darkening as he roared, Suemo, have you lost your mind? He's your own brother. Do you want the entire Su family to be the laughingstock? Ha! Laugh at the Su family? Suemo roared with laughter. General Su, you'd be better off worrying about how others will laugh at you. The genius you've nurtured since childhood, using every resource the family possesses, is now facing rejection from Fuyao Academy. Worse still, who knows which academy will even accept him next? Word of this will surely spread throughout the military and other cities before long. What might happen to you, Major General Su, then? How, do you even have time to concern yourself with me now? Su Songxing gritted his teeth. Suemo, you're really pushing your luck. You better believe I'll pull strings with Fuyao Academy and have them fire you. Dismiss me? Suemo laughed again. Major General Su, do you even have the authority? Don't forget, I'm the top-ranked graduate of the National New Student Assessment. What authority do you have to dismiss me? Tell me, does Fuyao Academy recognize you, a mere Major General Su, or do they recognize me, the future genius? Xu Feng roared angrily, Suemo, what you've gained is nothing but a worthless cursed talent. And a life-draining one at that. How long do you think you'll last? Do you really believe everyone will see you as a genius? Su Sangxing chimed in with displeasure, Suemo, don't think that just because you've achieved a little success now, you can run wild and bully others at will. Mark my words, you'll pay for this sooner or later. Now get over here and apologize to your brother. If you don't, I'll disown you. Oh, is that so? Hearing Su Sangxing's words, Suemo froze for a moment, then his expression changed. He was overjoyed. This scene left Su Sangxing stunned. You, what do you mean? Suemo chuckled coldly, I just never imagined you'd actually sever our father-son relationship. This is practically a gift from heaven. During his 3 years on the frontier, Suemo had initially retained some filial affection for Su Sangxing. Yet upon his triumphant return, all emotional ties to his father vanished completely. This man who constantly claimed Sumo as his son, this man who had given birth to and raised him, not only failed to honor Sumo's achievements but instead systematically stripped him of everything. Having come from another world, Sumo would have severed all ties with this family long ago if not for the lingering attachment to the home his former self had yearned for. Now, Sumo felt nothing for this family. Seeing the smug look in Xu Feng's eyes, Sumo suddenly smiled. Very well. Since young Master Su intends to sever our father-son bond, I need hold back no longer. A wave of foreboding instantly washed over Su Zongsheng. Beside him, Dongfangya also furrowed her brows. The surrounding beastmasters began murmuring among themselves. Good heavens, it feels like some irreconcilable conflict has erupted between young Master Sumo and General Su. Yeah, it looks like they're about to sever their father-son relationship. What's gotten into young Master Sumo? Did he do something wrong to upset Major General Su and his family? Sigh, young Master Sumo, no matter what, is still the eldest son of the Su family. Without the nurturing of someone like General Su, how could he have achieved all this? In my opinion, it's likely that young Master Sumo is simply too young to grasp this. I truly feel it's not worth it for General Su. Who wouldn't agree? Su Zongsheng is famously devoted to his children. I even went out of my way to listen to his parenting advice during one of his speeches. Who would have thought there was such deep conflict between him and Sumo? Those around him remained utterly oblivious, even using that distorted information to freely pass judgment on everything Sumo had endured. Sumo let out a cold laugh. He had no intention of sparing these hypocritical people any more face. If Sumo had any worries before, fears that Su Zongsheng might lash out like a cornered rabbit, potentially affecting him, those concerns were now gone. Sumo had solidified his reputation and, more importantly, had grown immensely powerful. As long as everything proceeded smoothly, Sumo's aspirations would be fulfilled within the next 3 weeks. Then, Sumo looked around at the people present and spoke slowly. Everyone, do you truly believe Su Zongsheng is nothing but a hypocrite? Has anyone considered why I hold such deep dissatisfaction toward him? Surely you don't all believe that Sumo earned all this solely through his countless military achievements on the frontier? I truly pity your narrow-mindedness. Let me tell you this, the one who went to the frontier was me, Sumo, not him, Xu Feng. Not my brother Xu Feng, who was raised on medicine pots since childhood. What? The surrounding area erupted in stunned silence. Chapter 34, Remember my words, Xu Feng vote for gold selection. What? All the surrounding beast tamers were stunned. They stared at Sumo in disbelief, then shifted their gaze to Su Zongsheng and the other two standing before him. Previously, Su Zongsheng had publicly proclaimed that after the Frontier War, Xu Feng had returned bearing countless honors and merits, even acquiring an S-grade talent, with a future limitless in promise. Xu Feng himself had indeed lived up to Su Zongsheng's words, trading his countless merits for the ironclad brown bear, a supremely powerful beast, as his companion. Everyone believed Xu Feng would indeed follow Su Zongsheng's prophecy, a future bright with endless possibilities. Some even speculated he might ascend to the pinnacle of all beast tamers, becoming an object of envy for countless others. But what about Sumo? He vanished for 3 years, sickly and absent, becoming the focus of everyone's ridicule and gossip. No one believed Sumo would achieve anything remarkable, nor did anyone envision him attaining any future accomplishments. This was the lack of confidence everyone felt towards Sumo, nothing more than their mockery and contempt. And the result? On the day of his awakening, Sumo received the cursed talent that everyone scoffed at, blood reincarnation. It was precisely through these events that Sumo's reputation plummeted, while attention and expectations for Xu Feng soared. Who could have imagined? Over this period, Sumo's relentless efforts and formidable strength propelled him to the pinnacle of the Academy's new student assessment. He achieved the highest score nationwide, becoming the top scholar and even shattering the century-old record set by Long Canghai. This astonishing turn of events stunned everyone, while Xu Feng's failure to pass the assessment fueled even more intense speculation and discussion. As constant speculation swirled, the repeated conflicts between Su Zongsheng and Sumo only fueled the rumors further. Who could have imagined that today would bring such earth-shattering news? The Su Zongsheng spoke of the one who returned from the frontier with countless military honors was actually a fraud? Had Sumo accomplished all of this in his stead? But why? Some beastmasters began murmuring among themselves. Good heavens, did I hear correctly? Young Master Sumo actually took young Master Xu Feng's place to fight at the frontier, defending the safety of the people? This is utterly unbelievable. And from what he said, young Master Xu Feng was raised on a constant stream of medicine since childhood. But wasn't it always said that young Master Sumo was sickly, taking medicine at home every day? Think about it, could it be that young Master Xu Feng, to avoid exposure, has been hiding at home ever since young Master Sumo enlisted in his place after high school? All to keep us from suspecting him? You know what? That actually makes sense. But why, after serving on the frontier for 3 years, did young Master Sumo return and have young Master Xu Feng's name inscribed on his decorations? Why did all the honors and military achievements end up in young Master Xu Feng's hands? More and more people around them grew suspicious. They realized the situation was riddled with inconsistencies. The more they pondered and speculated, the more elusive the truth became. Su Songqing, however, was stunned speechless upon hearing Su Mo's words. His eyes widened in fury as he glared at Su Mo and growled lowly, "Su Mo, shut your mouth. Do you have any idea what you're doing? Are you trying to destroy our Su family? Are you trying to ruin my reputation?" Su Mo responded with a cold laugh. "Poof. What? Now you keep bringing up the Su family in front of me? Now you're telling me you, Su Songqing, still care about your own reputation? When you did all those things back then, did you ever consider me, Su Mo? Did you ever think any of this would come to light today? Did you ever consider whether I, Su Mo, might be your son? Did you ever ponder how much resentment and unwillingness I would harbor after enduring all this? Su Songqing, I doubt you ever considered any of this." Su Songqing was rendered speechless. Mother Dongfang hurried forward, looking at Su Mo and interceding, "Child, it's your father and I made mistakes in the past, but you can't embarrass us like this. You must understand your father is a major general in the Linen District Military Command, and your mother runs her own company. Saying these things now will only invite ridicule from everyone around us. How selfish of you." Su Mo sneered coldly, "Selfish? Ha! Ha! Ha!" His laughter boomed, piercing the ears of those around him. After the laughter subsided, Su Mo lowered his head, his eyes cold and indifferent, as if he were looking at the corpse of a dead demon beast. Gradually, the air around them seemed to drop several degrees, sending a chill through the countless beast tamers present. Feeling the aura emanating from Su Mo, the crowd began to believe he might have truly returned from military service at the frontier. Such an aura was beyond the reach of ordinary men. Su Mo continued, "Now, what good is talking about face to me? Who was just declaring they wanted to cut ties with Su Mo? Suddenly you care about that now? What were you thinking earlier?" Su Mo turned to face everyone present, speaking slowly. "I know many of you are puzzled, wondering how things came to this. What I want to tell you is that all of this is Su Songqing's narrative to the outside world. Back then, 3 years ago when I enlisted, I believed I'd finally earned the recognition the Su family had never shown me growing up. I thought I, Su Mo, would finally prove myself within the family and rise swiftly through its ranks. But who could have imagined that from the very day I enlisted, the name on the military roster was Xu Feng's? And when I returned after 3 years of service, having earned countless military honors, my record of achievements also bore Xu Feng's name. Everyone believed it was Xu Feng who had served 3 years on the frontier, returning with decorated honors. Everyone believed Xu Feng was the pride of the Xu family, the child they were most satisfied with. But no one knew that all this had been silently borne by me, Su Mo." Su Mo's words instantly sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving everyone utterly stunned. The truth was finally revealed. Su Songqing raised his trembling hand, pointing at Su Mo. After a long moment, he stammered, unable to utter a word. His eyes rolled upward, and he fainted. Watching the scene descend into chaos, Su Mo turned his cold gaze toward his younger brother, Xu Feng. Suddenly, a bitter laugh escaped his lips. "Xu Feng, remember what I said? My merits, I dare to give them. Do you dare to accept them? But don't worry, these are merely the first interest payments I, Xu Mo, am collecting from you. Next, I'll make you strip away your fig leaf bit by bit. I'll make you spit out everything that once belonged to me, Xu Mo." Chapter 35, Why Ask When You Already Know? Vote for Gold Selection. Finally, with Su Songqing's collapse, everyone realized things were unfolding exactly as Su Mo had predicted. It seemed Su Songqing's last shred of dignity had been utterly stripped away in that moment. Su Songqing remained silent throughout. Did that mean he tacitly agreed with everything Su Mo had said? Could it be Su Songqing had acknowledged that everything Xu Feng had gained was fake? Could it be that Su Songqing had truly committed such inhumane, utterly repulsive acts in the past? Watching her husband collapse, Dongfang turned to face Su Mo, her eyes bloodshot. Her teeth clenched so hard they ground audibly. "Su Mo, must you push this to such extremes? What possible benefit could this bring you? Have you no shred of decency left? Do you not regard your own father as your father?" Su Mo burst into laughter. "Ha! My father? You stopped treating me as your child 3 years ago, didn't you? I suspect you never did, from the moment I was born, the moment you realized Xu Feng's talents surpassed mine. In your hearts, I, Su Mo, I'm nothing but a tool for Xu Feng to climb the ranks and stand on the stage of glory for the Xu family. Have you ever treated me like a child? Even when I was sent to the frontier, all of you saw me only as a point on Xu Feng's record of achievements, nothing more than his tool. Did you ever consider that? Did you ever consider my life or death?" Sumo's voice rang out with force, each word piercing Dongfang's heart. The latter hurriedly retorted, "But your father and I have already admitted our mistakes. Why bring this up today? Aren't you just waiting for the Xu family to be humiliated?" Sumo's lips curled into a cold sneer. "You claim to know better now? You don't know better. You only spout these self-deceptive lies because the truth has been exposed and there's no turning back. Do you truly believe I, Xu Mo, would heed your words? As I stated earlier, today's actions are merely interest. Anything else? If not, I'll be leaving." Sumo's expression was exceptionally cold, showing no concern whatsoever for the unconscious Su Tsangxing. Zhang Haining, who had witnessed the entire scene, narrowed her eyes as she studied Sumo. Moments later, she suddenly let out a laugh. She thought to herself, it seems things aren't quite unfolding as I anticipated. Brother Sumo, you appear far more ruthless and decisive than I ever imagined. When faced with any situation, you ultimately won't give anyone a chance. Zhang Haining couldn't help but smile inwardly. Sumo, little brother, I never imagined your temperament and your depth of calculation would far exceed my understanding. But this is for the best. Only this version of you can bring me, your elder sister, a brighter future. After a moment's thought, Zhang Haining turned to the receptionist beside her and instructed, arrange for someone to escort Major Su and his family to the estate. I have no desire for our Tian Dao Hall to be saddled with a reputation for murder. Remember, you must only return after confirming Major Su has entered his villa. The receptionist nodded hastily. Su Tsangxing's earlier bullying had already left her feeling deeply resentful. Now, witnessing Su Tsangxing faint on the spot after Sumo's verbal assault, the satisfying plot twist delighted her immensely. She promptly set off to make the arrangements. Amidst the surrounding whispers and speculation, Sumo slowly rose and departed with Zhang Haining. Seated in the vehicle bound for the beast abyss, Zhang Haining spoke up, aren't you afraid that today's actions will earn you Major General Su's displeasure? That he'll retaliate against you in various ways later? Don't you think your behavior was rather childish? Sumo smiled faintly. It's just a minor tactic. You simply haven't seen Su Tsangxing's true colors before. Besides, you claim to know my past so well. Aren't you supposed to be so clever? Mr. Jiang, why play dumb now? My previous actions were precisely to amplify my own reputation. As long as people know me, as long as they keep discussing me, Su Tsangxing won't dare to do anything outrageous to me. This way, I could gradually usher in my moment in the spotlight. Today marks the first step of my plan. Earlier, I secured the top spot in the National Newcomer Assessment. With that achievement, Su Tsangxing would inevitably hesitate before acting against me. He wouldn't dare act excessively toward me. And with everything I'm exposing today, many will surely begin to see Su Tsangxing in a different light. By then, Su Tsangxing will be too busy trying to clear his name and prove his innocence to bother with me. By the time he realizes what's happening, it will likely be too late. Oh? Zhang Haining narrowed his eyes. So it seems you truly have no intention of treating Su Tsangxing as your father. Sumo shook his head helplessly. He thought to himself. Ever since he returned home covered in military honors and learned the truth, Su Tsangxing had ceased to be Sumo's father. Upon returning from the southern frontier, Sumo had still harbored hopes would Su Tsangxing treat him as his son, paving the way for smooth sailing and rapid advancement? But upon seeing Xu Feng's name inscribed in the Book of Merits, upon understanding everything, Sumo had lost all affection for Su Tsangxing. And what's more, Sumo had traveled through time. He had long felt injustice toward the original Sumo's past experiences. What he was doing now was nothing more than seeking vengeance for the original Sumo. Zhang Haining chuckled softly, good. It's clear that brother Sumo is truly decisive and ruthless. Sister won't say another word. Rest assured, I share your thoughts. By the time Su Tsangxing realized what was happening, it would be too late. As for Xu Feng, even if he tried to claim all your military achievements, he could never live up to the title war god of the southern frontier no matter what. Sooner or later, Xu Feng will pay the price for this. Sumo turned his head, his expression serene as he gazed at Zhang Haining, his eyes distant. War god of the southern frontier. That title no one but himself would ever believe it belonged to Sumo. Yet Zhang Haining had known all along. This only deepened Sumo's curiosity about her true identity. Moments later, sensing Sumo's gaze, Zhang Haining asked curiously, what's wrong? Is there a flower on my face, or did you suddenly fall for my beauty? Sumo's mouth twitched slightly as he pursed his lips. I'm just curious how many of my secrets you actually know. Zhang Haining, don't mistake my decision to help you complete the Abyss of Monsters mission now for anything. After this, I expect you to be completely open with me, no secrets, no reservations. I, Sumo, show no mercy to any enemy who covets me or schemes against me even if you are a woman. Zhang Haining giggled. Alright, brother Sumo, you can say whatever you want. How could I ever hurt you? I'm too worried about you to even think of it. Don't overthink things. Sumo remained silent, saying nothing more. He couldn't shake the feeling that Zhang Haining was far from ordinary. Chapter 36, That Nobleman Isn't Dead? Vote for Gold Selection. China. Ever since a mysterious mutation struck a century ago, the nation alongside the entire world faced the plague of rampaging beasts. In the shortest time possible, Huaxia established countless safe zones, which later gradually transformed into various cities where ordinary people could live their lives. Thanks to these safe zones, countless citizens were able to continue enjoying the lives they had nearly lost. In Huaxia, there exists a city known as Fuyao City. Fuyao City is a place countless people across Huaxia dream of entering, simply because it houses one of Huaxia's 4 great academies and also boasts a prestigious higher education institution. Here, one could receive the finest education and eventually become a prodigious beast tamer. Within Fuyao City, three major organizations held sway. First, the Demon Suppression Army. Second, the Academics. And third, the Lin Group, which dominated every aspect of commerce and controlled the city's economic lifeline. The Lin Group monopolizes nearly 90% of Fuyao City's commercial transactions, making it the wealthiest and most capital-rich conglomerate in the city without a doubt. At this moment, within the Lin family estate, Lin Fei sat in the living room. With a sharp crack, he crushed the glass cup in his hand. The sharp rim pierced his skin, and blood dripped down. "Young master!" The butler rushed forward, intending to bandage Lin Fei's wound, but he pushed the butler away without a second thought. The butler stood by, utterly at a loss, unsure how to proceed. Tap tap tap. Footsteps echoed softly. Lin Fei looked up to see his father descending the stairs, dressed in a tailored suit, wearing a monocle, and carrying a thick book. At the sight of his father, Lin Jingyu, Lin Fei immediately stood up. Despite the turmoil within him, he could only greet him respectfully. "Dad, why are you down so early?" "Oomph." Lin Jingyu snorted coldly. "What's the matter? If I come downstairs, are you going to stop me?" Lin Fei hastily replied, "Of course not. I just didn't expect you to come down so early today. Didn't you say you were taking the day off?" Lin Jingyu snorted coldly, then slowly walked over and sat down on the sofa. Raising his hand, the butler nearby promptly handed him a cigar. After lighting it and taking a puff, Lin Jingyu lifted his head, gave Lin Fei a cold stare, and spoke slowly. "I hear you've gotten rather bold lately? Taking advantage of the summer break to go to Linen City all for a girl, right?" Lin Fei's face flushed with embarrassment. He lowered his head, hesitating for a long moment, utterly at a loss for words. Seeing his son's reaction, Lin Jingyu snorted coldly once more. "Oomph. The son of Lin Jingyu has made quite a name for himself in Linen City and Fuyao City. All my business associates in Fuyao City are talking about how my son, Lin Fei, got into a fight over a girl. In that arena, he lost to an ordinary grade beast rider, despite riding a dominant grade beast. Oh my, Lin Fei, you're just getting better and better." With a thud, Lin Fei dropped to his knees on the spot. Bowing his head, he muttered in frustration, "Dad, I know I was wrong. I just lost my head in the heat of the moment. I didn't even bother to investigate the other guy before recklessly picking a fight with him. I never expected his beast to be so powerful. Enough. I don't want to hear any more." Lin Jingyu waved his hand dismissively. "Go bandage the young master's hand." The butler, finally relieved, hurriedly fetched the medical kit and meticulously tended to Lin Fei's wounds. After finishing the bandage, Lin Jingyu coldly addressed Lin Fei, who remained kneeling on the ground. "Get up." Hearing this, Lin Fei rose as if granted a reprieve. Lin Jingyu then said coldly, "I don't care what you were thinking back then, nor do I care what you're thinking now. I'm telling you now, stop trying to cause trouble for Sumo." "Why?" Lin Fei looked up in astonishment. "Dad, why are you making me give up my plans against Sumo? I was even planning to scheme against him at school once he arrives in Fuyao City, to make sure he gets kicked out of Fuyao Academy. Dad, do you have any idea how the students at Fuyao Academy see me now? Many have started mocking me behind my back. Some are even spreading rumors that I, Lin Fei, the heir to the Lin Group, have brought shame upon my family. Have you no regard for your own reputation? Enough." Lin Jingyu's sharp command silenced Lin Fei instantly. Then he continued coldly, "What? You don't listen to me anymore? Let me tell you, this matter has already reached that big shot up top. He's even considering stepping out of retirement. I advise you to stop causing trouble for Sumo from now on. Otherwise, it will spell utter ruin for you, for me, and for our entire Lin family." Lin Fei stared at his father in utter shock, his face frozen in disbelief. "Dad, who are you talking about? Which big shot? Could it be?" Lin Fei dared not finish the sentence, his expression frozen in utter shock. Seeing Lin Fei's reaction, a flicker of sorrow crossed Lin Jingyu's eyes. "Yes, it's exactly who you think it is. That great man has emerged from seclusion. So far, very few people know about this. But I want you to remember this, you little brat, don't go blabbing about this. If you do, it won't end well for either of us." Lin Fei nodded hastily, then quickly leaned closer to Lin Jingyu, his face filled with astonishment. "Dad, why would he come out of seclusion? Didn't he vanish years ago? Everyone even suspected he might be dead, you say?" Seeing Lin Fei nod, Lin Jingyu sighed, not daring to say more. "Don't I share the same doubts as you? But he has emerged. Word is he vanished into seclusion for decades. This time, he's even elevated his strength, reaching level 93 beast tamer, 2 tiers higher than our nation's top warrior, Long Canghai. With that kind of power, no one will underestimate him in the future." "And the first thing that Big Shot did after emerging? He inquired about Sumo. Seems he's quite interested in him. Regardless of what transpired before, Sumo has now caught that powerful figure's attention. Even Long Canghai has privately dispatched people to Linen City to track him down and monitor his movements. You'd better not cause me any more trouble with him." At those words, and the mere thought of that powerful figure's influence and past deeds, Lin Fei shuddered violently. He nodded urgently, replying like a chick pecking at grain, "Yes, I understand. Rest assured, I absolutely won't cause Suemo any more trouble." But what he did earlier really hurt our Lin family's reputation. Lin Fei trailed off, unable to continue. Lin Jingyu nodded. "I'm well aware of his actions. So once he's enrolled, I won't interfere with your petty squabbles. But Lin Fei, I want you to remember this, don't drag this matter out into the open. If it becomes a matter of saving face for anyone, be warned I won't go easy on you." Hearing this, the lingering resentment that had flickered in Lin Fei's eyes vanished completely. A sly gleam flashed in his eyes as he snorted coldly inwardly, "So father summoned me today merely to warn me to be cautious. He never intended to stop my actions after all." With that realization, Lin Fei felt his heart settle. Suemo. It seems our fates are intertwined. Chapter 37, Arrival. Deep into the Heartland. Vote for Gold Selection. A century ago, humanity awoke to their unique abilities, becoming beast masters. They commanded countless contracted beast companions, fighting for mankind, striving to protect the land beneath their feet, attempting to reignite the light of humanity, and building one human settlement after another. During that era, the wars were exceptionally brutal. Long Canghai, the first war god of ancient China, led his squad to confront the mightiest demon beast. The battle raged fiercely. Ultimately, it was Long Canghai who, at the brink of life and death, broke through his own level, elevated his beastmaster rank, and with his overwhelming combat prowess, turned the tide of battle. That very battle took place several hundred kilometers from Linen City. Legends even claim that Long Canghai's beast riding strike shattered the earth with a single palm, creating a chasm stretching kilometers long and plunging hundreds of meters deep. Others claimed it was divine retribution from the heavens, protecting the people of China. Ultimately, the power of thunder and lightning split the earth, safeguarding the peace of countless Chinese citizens. Opinions varied, and no one knew who was right or wrong. Yet the very existence of the demon beast abyss served as a testament to the efforts and perseverance humanity had poured into this land during those days. Now, standing atop the abyss and gazing down, Suemo felt his spirit soar with pride. A century ago, it was this very battle that marked humanity's complete rise, giving all beast tamers and common folk a glimpse of hope. This abyss of monsters more than a relic of battle, it stands as a spiritual totem humanity preserved for the sake of future hope. Gazing at the faint outlines below the abyss, the biting cold wind howled. Even standing atop the monster abyss, Suemo could hear the winds shrieking and sense a hint of danger in the air. Fortunately, over the past century, the beasts within the abyss had grown exceedingly scarce. The beasts within were relatively low tier, making things considerably easier for Suemo, a beastmaster wielding a 4th tier youth realm thunder dog. In contrast, Zhang Heining's two beasts, a treasure-seeking weasel and an earthbear, were a defensive type and a treasure-seeking support type beast, respectively. One couldn't expect them to perform particularly well in combat. This was likely the primary reason Zhang Haining had invited Suemo to assist her. Beside him, Zhang Haining patted his shoulder and said, "Suemo, let's go. I know a shortcut nearby that leads straight to the bottom of the demon beast abyss." She looked up at the sky and said slowly, "It's getting late. With all the backtracking, by the time we enter and exit the demon beast abyss, it'll probably be 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Let's not delay any longer. If we wait until nightfall, some beasts lurking in the shadows, even low-level ones, could deal us fatal blows. This night is a paradise for all beasts." Suemo nodded, his mind filled with wonder. Why was Zhang Haining so intimately familiar with the abyss of monsters? Could it be she wasn't visiting this place for the first time? What exactly in the abyss of monsters could possibly command Zhang Haining's attention? And who had accompanied Zhang Haining here before? After much deliberation, Suemo still couldn't make sense of it. In the end, he could only follow Zhang Haining as they slowly descended. Following a mountain path, they finally reached the bottom of the demon beast abyss after over an hour. Standing there, feeling the howling cold wind around them, even Suemo felt a chill. Yet beside him, Zhang Haining seemed utterly unaffected. Sumo's eyes narrowed in surprise. He hadn't expected Zhang Haining to display such resilience. Simultaneously, Suemo inhaled sharply, taking in the thick, pungent scent of blood mingled with a faint stench of decay. Furrowing his brow, he remarked slowly, "Seems the abyss is still teeming with beasts slaughtering each other. The stench of blood is overwhelming." Zhang Haining nodded. "But you needn't worry. The beasts here aren't very powerful. For someone like you, Suemo, they should be a piece of cake. Resources are scarce here, so high-tier beasts rarely venture this far. Suemo, you needn't worry. I called you here because I'm confident in your strength that you can protect me and keep us both safe." Suemo nodded, then pursed his lips. "All right, cut the chatter. Where exactly is this thing you're looking for? Let's find it quickly and get out of here before trouble finds us." Zhang Haining shook her head helplessly. "Suemo, you really are no fun." Fine. I won't say another word." Then, Zhang Haining retrieved a detection device from her storage ring. The device activated, continuously scanning until it finally pinpointed the location. The two set off toward the front. Along the way, Suemo and the thunder dog beside him kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. The Thunder Hound occasionally let out a low growl. Suemo stroked its head and said softly, "Lightning, you sense it too, don't you?" The dog whimpered softly. Sumo's heart sank. Indeed, Lightning sensed the same thing he did. Both man and dog sensed a faint, ominous presence in the air around them. This dangerous aura filled Suemo with an unprecedented sense of crisis. An ominous foreboding surged within him. But why would such a dangerous aura exist within the abyss of monsters? Hadn't it been said that the abyss had lain barren for a century, its resources depleted, making it impossible for any beasts to thrive? Having fought on the frontier for 3 years, Suemo possessed a keen sense of danger. He had always trusted his instincts, but at this moment, he wished he didn't. A flicker of worry surfaced in Sumo's heart, causing him to glance at Jiang Hanying beside him. Her apparent lack of concern only deepened his confusion. What hidden strength could she possibly possess to remain so utterly unfazed? The two slowly made their way along the rugged path beneath the demon beast abyss. The deeper they went, the narrower the path became. Sunlight barely penetrated, casting the surroundings in deep gloom. Overgrown weeds obstructed their vision and hindered their path. As they continued forward, Jiang Hanying suddenly halted. Suemo turned to look at her. He parted the nearby grass, revealing a narrow cave entrance before them 2 meters tall and gradually widening to 1 meter across. Jiang Hanying said, "This is the place, brother Suemo. What I seek lies within. Wait for me outside. I'll be back soon." Chapter 38, The Badge of Powerful Mental Strength. Vote for gold selection. Hearing Jiang Hanying's words, Suemo hesitated slightly. But after sensing the area, he too felt there didn't seem to be anything overly dangerous inside. Suemo always trusted his sixth sense. From start to finish, he hadn't sensed even a hint of danger within. After a moment's thought, he finally nodded. He motioned for Jiang Hanying to walk inside. Jiang Hanying retrieved a flashlight from his storage ring, illuminating the surroundings ahead. As they stepped deeper into the cave, Suemo remained seated at the entrance, keeping watch. China. In the southern frontier, a barren plain stretched out, dotted with small hills. Yet those with keen eyes could discern a colossal wall, resembling a giant dragon of the east, standing tall at the border between China and its neighboring country. Within its confines lay countless military camps. At this moment, within every camp, group after group of soldiers were busily preparing meals. Their expressions were unusually somber. One soldier sighed and remarked, "Alas, the beasts have erupted again on the southern frontier. What will become of us?" Indeed. The high-level beast tamers have all gone to battle the demon beast leaders and various high-tier creatures. Now, we ordinary soldiers must face wave after wave of young demon beasts. With ammunition running low and food supplies cut off, we're barely holding on. Suemo has left us, and it feels like we've lost our backbone. Without the war god's protection, without him charging at the forefront, it seems we're struggling to bear the burden. I wonder how Suemo is faring back in Linen City now. A look of sorrow appeared in every soldier's eyes. It had been some time since Suemo, whom they all respected, had left. They had hoped this war in the southern frontier might finally enter a period of relative calm. Yet, unexpectedly, the beasts erupted once more, repeatedly devastating their walls and camps. This relentless onslaught had subjected both warriors and civilians alike to unprecedented pressure. What could they possibly do now? All they could do now was pray for the high-level beast tamers fighting on the front lines to return victorious soon. Only then might their safety be assured, but whether any of this would come to pass remained unknown. It was an uncertain future. Inside a tent near the camp, a square-jawed general bearing the rank of lieutenant general sat before a sand table. Flags marked every region on the map, and a wave of bitterness washed over him. Soon, an officer entered, saluted, and reported, "General, the high-level beastmaster squads on the front lines are currently engaged with high-tier demon beasts. This battlefront may stretch indefinitely, and we have no idea when they will return. At the same time, our rear supply lines are on the verge of collapse. I've already made arrangements to contact our demon-suppressing army, but with the front lines constantly draining their resources, they may struggle to sustain our operations for much longer. These beasts are far too vicious." The officer gritted his teeth in fury. If not for this world crisis, how could we possibly face such dire straits? The general frowned deeply before speaking slowly. "Immediately, arrange for someone to take my personal letter to the capital of Huaxia. Find General Long and inform him that we need to recruit one more person to join the fight." The officer asked curiously, "You mean Suemo?" The lieutenant general nodded. "Yes, Suemo. My sole thought now is to bring Suemo back. Only he can turn the tide of this situation. He is a god of war among our mortal soldiers. With him, the soldiers have faith and purpose. It's precisely because of his presence that our warriors remain fiercely determined and their morale remains high. Moreover, he single-handedly slayed thousands of juvenile stage demon beasts over the past 3 years. His strength speaks for itself. With him here to aid us, I believe we might truly withstand this sudden onslaught." "But..." The officer hesitated slightly. "General, hasn't Suemo already retired and returned home? Moreover, he stated his intention to enroll in the academy and become a beast master in the future.
Now, with his school term about to begin, wouldn't it be inappropriate to summon him back on short notice?
The general replied, I will contact the demon suppression army to arrange for them to coordinate with the academy Sumo is about to enroll in beforehand.
Once Sumo arrives here, I'll handle all the arrangements.
Go now, there's no time to waste.
If we delay any longer, I fear that should the southern frontier fall, the countless cities behind us and all our people will face the onslaught of demon beasts. The casualties would number in the tens of millions.
I trust Sumo fully understands the gravity of this situation. The officer nodded urgently upon hearing this, swiftly picking up a letter from the table before him and making arrangements. The general stared at the documents appearing on his desk, his brow furrowing deeply. How could this be? Why is Sumo's name absent from this year's list of retiring officers? And this Xu Feng, what connection does he have to Sumo? Sumo stood at the cave entrance with his thunder dog, both man and dog vigilantly scanning their surroundings. At this moment, Sumo felt the ominous foreboding that had surfaced earlier growing ever stronger within him. For some reason, despite countless people claiming that within this abyss of monsters, due to years of scarce resources unable to sustain all the beasts, it was highly unlikely many monsters would appear, Sumo couldn't shake the feeling that danger was steadily closing in around him. Yet, for the moment, he couldn't pinpoint anything specific. Sumo desperately wanted to urge Zhang Hanying to hurry up with her actions inside. Just then, Zhang Hanying finally stepped out. He looked at the plaque in her hand, which emitted a deep, ancient metallic glow. Its mere presence commanded awe. Yet Sumo quickly furrowed his brow. As a beast master, his perception was exceptionally keen, and he sensed powerful psychic fluctuations emanating from the palm-sized plaque. Uncertain what such a token could be, Sumo instinctively turned to Zhang Hanying and asked, "What is this?" Zhang Hanying shook her head and chuckled softly. "Sumo, little brother, this is something new I've acquired. It doesn't belong to my past, nor to my story. I haven't." Wait. Before Zhang Hanying could finish, Sumo abruptly pulled her close beside him. Chapter 39, Shall We Die Together? Vote for gold selection. In an instant, Zhang Hanying felt Sumo's touch. Sumo gripped her tightly. The warmth radiating from his palm and the sheer weight of his strength left Zhang Hanying speechless. She froze, lifting her head in surprise to look at Sumo. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and her cheeks flushed faintly. How many years had it been? How many years since a man had touched her hand? And especially now, at such close proximity to Sumo, Zhang Hanying caught a faint scent emanating from him, something like sweat, yet also a distinctly masculine aura that seemed to radiate from his very being. She couldn't explain why, but as she inhaled deeply, she found her own breathing growing slightly ragged. But at that very moment, Sumo's brow furrowed deeply. He paid no heed to Zhang Hanying's words, nor did he notice her reaction. His gaze was fixed intently on the path they had just come from, and he instinctively said, "Danger." Zhang Hanying finally snapped to attention and hurriedly scanned ahead. Yet the grassy thicket showed no sign of movement, appearing eerily still. Beyond the cold wind rustling the grass, where could any danger possibly lurk? Sumo shook his head. Seems you didn't sense it. I trust my instincts, trust the judgment honed through 3 years of life and death trials in the southern frontier. Hey, is there a way out of the beast abyss along the path behind us? Hearing this, Zhang Hanying froze for a moment. After a brief pause, he replied awkwardly, "Well, I don't know. I've only been here twice before, and both times I came alone. Both times, I encountered some beasts here. Though they were low level, I'm not a combat type beast tamer, so I had to turn back empty-handed. This is my first time venturing this far. I only know the path we descended, the one that can take us back the way we came. As for whether there are other routes beyond that, I have no idea." Sumo turned to stare at Zhang Hanying in astonishment, blurting out, "Mr. Jiang, is this your idea of confidence? You haven't even scouted this place properly, no reconnaissance of the terrain, no mapping escape routes, yet you dared bring me here alone? You really don't value our lives." Zhang Hanying replied awkwardly, "I didn't expect this either. Based on the records and feedback from all the beast masters who came here before, there shouldn't be any dangerous beasts here. That's why I..." Sumo cut her off abruptly, covering Zhang Hanying's mouth with his hand. His brows knitted tightly as his gaze fixed intently ahead. "Run!" Without hesitation, Sumo grabbed Zhang Hanying and sprinted down the overgrown path, deep into the heart of the demon beast abyss. Finally, behind the 2 humans and 3 beasts, came the urgent rustling of leaves and the hissing sound of a serpent flaring its fangs. In an instant, cold sweat broke out all over Sumo's body. Glancing back while running, his eyes widened as he exclaimed, "A dragon-scaled python." Zhang Hanying turned to look as well, instantly activating her innate skill beastmaster perception. In that instant, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, one after another. Yet she didn't slow her pace in the slightest, her voice filled with urgency as she exclaimed, Three young realm stage 5 dragon-scale snakes. How is this possible? Didn't they say the abyss never harbors beasts beyond the youth realm? Why are there 3 at the 5th stage of the youth realm?" Sumo had no time to answer her questions, gripping Zhang Hanying's hand as he sprinted forward. The treasure-seeking weasel was perched on Zhang Hanying's back. Behind them, the Thunder Hound and Earth Bear were also sprinting at full speed.
Suemo called out as they ran, "There's no time to worry about that now. If there's no way out of the abyss up ahead, we'll both die here." Zhang Haining gave a bitter smile. "Wouldn't you be happy to die alongside your sister? Wouldn't it be beautiful for us to die together? What the hell are you doing, cracking jokes at a time like this?" Suemo shot her a look that was both exasperated and amused.
Suddenly, after running for an unknown length of time, Zhang Haining's hand slipped from Sumo's grasp, followed by a shrill scream.
Suemo halted abruptly, turning to see 3 dragon-scaled pythons rapidly closing in from behind. They were now only 20 or 30 meters away.
Then he looked down and saw Zhang Haining had fallen to the ground. The palm of her hand was pierced and bleeding, while her other hand was rubbing her ankle clearly. She just twisted it. Despite being a beastmaster in her 20s, Zhang Haining's physical vitality was no different from an ordinary person's. Only those like Suemo, who had gained innate abilities through transmigration and repeatedly revived to boost their vitality, or other martial artists who forcibly trained their bodies, possessed stronger physical constitutions. As the 3 demon beasts closed in, Zhang Haining urgently pleaded, "Little brother, you must go. Don't worry about me." As she spoke, the earth bear positioned itself between Zhang Haining and the 3 beasts. With a single thud, the earth bear struck the ground, causing a layer of earthen wall to rise. A series of thumping sounds followed, likely the 3 dragon-scaled pythons relentlessly slamming into the barrier.
Suemo hesitated for only an instant before bending down without further thought.
He scooped Zhang Haining up in a princess carry and sprinted forward along the narrowing, uncharted path. Behind them, the earth bear continued sprinting after deploying its earthen barrier, keeping pace surprisingly well.
No longer burdened by Zhang Haining's pace, Suemo accelerated even faster than before.
Yet, after sprinting only a few dozen meters, he heard the earthen wall behind them shatter instantly. Suemo glanced back as he rounded a corner, seeing the 3 dragon-scaled pythons closing in rapidly. He couldn't help but curse under his breath, "Damn it, how the hell did these 3 dragon-scaled pythons get into the beast abyss? They're a real pain in the ass." Little did he know that Zhang Haining hadn't heard a word he said. At that moment, she felt Sumo's chest heaving rhythmically, his hot breath brushing against her cheek. She even felt the arms holding her brush against her body, that real friction. Her face flushed crimson in an instant, as if it might drip with moisture. Chapter 40, Trouble. Thunder Dog Wound. Vote for Gold Selection. Suemo naturally had no idea what Zhang Haining was experiencing at that moment. In fact, he hadn't even paid attention to her emotional state. The only thing on his mind now was running relentlessly. If only. Simultaneously, he cursed inwardly. If it were only a 5th-tier youth realm dragon scale python, he believed his contracted beast, a thunder dog, also at the youth realm, could likely hold its own against it. With Sumo's extensive combat experience, working in tandem with his beast, slaying the dragon-scaled python wouldn't have been a challenge. But now, 3 had suddenly appeared. How could Suemo possibly handle this? As he raced forward, the path narrowed relentlessly. Panic gripped Sumo's heart. Escaping seemed increasingly impossible. He had no idea what lay ahead, what unknown environment awaited him, but now he had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep running forward. Before long, Zhang Haining emerged from her earlier days and emotional turmoil. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened as she spoke, "Suemo, there's a cave ahead on the right. We can go inside." Suemo glanced to the right and indeed spotted a cave opening in the rock face ahead, just large enough for one person to squeeze through. Glancing at the great earth bear beside him, he realized getting through wouldn't be too difficult. Without hesitation, Suemo nodded. Continuing to run blindly now held no meaning. He could only press forward and find a place to hide. Suemo estimated the cave entrance was barely wide enough for a dragon-scale python to squeeze through. He could exploit this narrow passage to pit his thunder dog against the serpent, taking them down one by one. Perhaps this crisis could be resolved that way. Without hesitation, he reached the cave entrance. Suemo swiftly hoisted Zhang Haining onto his back, cupping her hips with both hands as he dashed inside. Behind him, the thunder dog and earth bear followed one after the other into the cave. Zhang Haining let out a soft gasp, her face flushing crimson. The sensation on her hips left her speechless, a tingling numbness spreading throughout her body. Suddenly, Suemo halted his steps. Zhang Haining snapped out of it and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Suemo shot her a disapproving look. "What the hell are you doing? It's pitch black in here. Turn on your flashlight." How am I supposed to hold it with both hands? Only then did Zhang Haining realize what Sumo's hands were doing. In fact, because Zhang Haining had slid down slightly, Suemo lifted her up again, both hands. Squeezed her hard. Squeezed. Once. Zhang Haining let out a coy moan. The sound instantly made Sumo's heart race. But soon, Zhang Haining switched on her flashlight. Seeing a narrow passage ahead, she continued jogging forward. The hissing of the dragon-scaled python echoed behind them. Suemo paid it no mind. After traversing a dozen meters, he finally spotted a small platform ahead. Suemo reached the platform, set Zhang Haining down on the ground, and leaned her against the nearby stone wall.
He whipped his head around to look ahead, and sure enough, a dragon-scale python was darting toward the narrow passageway up ahead. Hiss! 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 After a moment's hesitation, Suemo let out a fierce shout and charged forward like lightning. Watching the dragon-scale python plunge beneath the platform before them, charging straight toward Suemo and his companion, Suemo charged forward without hesitation. In his hand, the heavy sword that had accompanied him for 2.5 years, Lord of the Underworld, appeared simultaneously. Lightning! Let's go! Suemo and Thunderdog leapt into the air together. Suemo leapt high into the air. From above, the heavy sword struck the dragon-scaled python's head. Though the dragon-scaled python's head was exceptionally hard, it was still momentarily stunned by Sumo's immense force. Then, Thunderdog swiftly darted toward the distance, its body flickering with blue-purple lightning. Its razor-sharp claws struck the dragon-scaled python's vital point. With a hiss, the dragon-scaled python screamed, its body thrashing wildly, causing the entire cave to tremble. Suemo even saw rocks tumbling down from the cave walls. Jiang Haining, get to the open area in the center immediately. Watch out for falling rocks. Suemo had no time to worry about Jiang Haining's safety. He could only shout a warning before raising his heavy sword once more. With another massive downward strike, he landed a brutal blow squarely on the dragon-scaled python's head. The dragon-scaled python's entire body now occupied the small platform, filling 1/3 of the space. Yet the dragon-scaled python paid no heed. Having finally locked onto Suemo and the Thunderdog relentlessly attacking its vital spot, it hissed twice. Its eyes blazing crimson like hellish demons. It felt as though someone was watching Suemo from the depths of a dark pool, from the abyss itself, sending a chill through his very soul. What a terrifying gaze. This was the first time since joining the military that Suemo had faced a beast at the youth realm. In that instant, he truly felt the terrifying pressure emanating from the beast, along with the formidable aura radiating from its eyes. Fortunately, Suemo and his Thunderdog had undergone a trial within the Mystic Tower and had previously fought a dragon-scaled python. He knew its signature skill was the Python Strangle. True to form, as if sensing Sumo's intent, the dragon-scaled python swiftly coiled its body, preparing to bind Suemo within its coils. Without hesitation, Suemo issued the command to Thunderdog. Man and beast moved in unison, charging toward the dragon-scaled python's vital point at 7th inch. Suemo leapt high into the air, bringing his heavy sword, Lord of the Underworld, crashing down in a powerful downward strike. The earth shook and mountains trembled with a thunderous boom. Suemo poured every ounce of strength into the strike. He knew that if he didn't give it his all, once this youth realm dragon-scaled python bound him, death would be his only fate. Even with his current high vitality, he held little chance of resisting. The heavy sword struck, compounded by the Thunderdog's attack. Its claws, crackling with blue-purple lightning, pierced the dragon-scaled python. Instantly, the python felt excruciating pain, its body once again convulsing violently. With a thunderous crack, the dragon-scaled python's tail lashed out, striking the Thunder Hound squarely. The dog let out a wretched howl, crashing into the rear stone wall. It coughed up a mouthful of blood, its eyes glazing over. Bad news. It was clearly gravely injured. Chapter 41, the jade pendant on Jiang Haining's chest seeking gold votes. Oh no! Sumo's heart tightened as he shouted, "Lightning, how are you?" Lightning lifted his eyes, gazing weakly at Suemo before slowly shaking his head. Suemo, bound by their contract, sensed through their shared consciousness that Lightning's current mental state was indeed poor. But now was no time for Suemo to dwell on other matters. As the life force of the dragon-scaled python before him steadily ebbed away, Suemo relentlessly swung his heavy sword, striking its body again and again. Under the relentless assault, the dragon-scaled python finally succumbed completely. Suemo, drained of energy, felt utterly exhausted. He exhaled deeply and stored the dragon-scaled python's corpse into his storage ring. All slain beasts could be sold to specialized institutions upon return. Their bones, hides, flesh, and blood could become valuable medicinal ingredients, table fare, or research specimens for genetic companies, all highly lucrative. According to Sumo's estimation, a 5th-tier youth realm dragon-scaled python could fetch at least 100,000 credits each. 3 of them meant 300,000 credits. Combined with the 500,000 credit reward Jiang Haining had promised him earlier, that was 800,000 credits coming in effortlessly. Suemo stood to gain quite a fortune. But Suemo had no time to dwell on this. Instantly, he heard hissing sounds and the slithering of dragon-scaled pythons approaching from outside the cave. Suemo lifted his head, shining his flashlight toward the sound. He saw another dragon-scaled python slithering toward the cave entrance. But now, Sumo's heart sank. He was severely weakened, and his contracted beast, the Thunderdog, was also gravely injured. How could Suemo possibly help the Thunderdog recover? Suemo suddenly turned his head and glanced at Jiang Haining, who had just shifted to the center nearby. After hesitating for a moment, Suemo stepped forward and asked, "Mr. Jiang, how are you?" Jiang Haining struggled to her feet, shook her head, and said, "It's nothing. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about me." Before Jiang Haining could finish speaking, Suemo swiftly raised his hand and delivered a karate chop to the back of her neck, instantly knocking her unconscious. The treasure-seeking weasel and earth bear beside him, seeing Sumo's action, were about to erupt into attack. A single glance from Sumo silenced both beasts instantly. Sumo then sat cross-legged on the ground, summoning the Vitality reincarnation array. The Thunder Dogs immediately gathered around it without hesitation. Sumo poured every ounce of his vital energy into the array, restoring the Thunder Dog's formidable presence. With a flicker of his intent, his body swayed momentarily on the ground. A brilliant light flared from his form, restoring him to his original state. His vital energy and spiritual power surged once more. Sumo sensed his vitality had reached 701 points, and he couldn't help but smile. Sumo had now elevated his vitality to over 7 times that of an ordinary person. Feeling the intense surge of power within him, he smiled with confidence. He was certain that with his coordination with the Thunder Dog, he could repeatedly battle the dragon-scaled python before him. Moreover, with each resurrection, Sumo's physical prowess grew stronger. If need be, Sumo would simply rely on resurrection to fight this dragon-scaled python. He refused to believe it. Could the dragon-scaled python possibly resurrect? At worst, after dying several times, the dragon-scaled python would finally meet its end before him. As the dragon-scaled python slithered toward him, Sumo gripped his heavy sword, Lord of the Underworld, preparing to meet the challenge head-on. But he failed to notice that behind him, Zhang Haining, who had seemingly fainted, had a jade pendant hidden beneath her t-shirt, resting against her chest. The jade pendant emitted a gentle glow, seeping from her chest into her body. Zhang Haining slowly opened her eyes. Lying on the ground, she watched Sumo's body suddenly burst into light. The once exhausted Sumo had miraculously recovered. Zhang Haining's eyes widened. She forced herself to remain utterly silent, even mentally commanding the two beasts to keep quiet. Her mind raced. Sumo, how much more about you do I not know? You truly surprise me. Today, I never imagined I'd uncover the secrets hidden within you. Zhang Haining yearned to rise and fight alongside Sumo at that moment. Yet, a sudden thought struck her: if she did so, wouldn't Sumo realize that she knew about this hidden secret? How could Zhang Haining not understand why Sumo had just struck her? Clearly, it was precisely to conceal this secret. After much hesitation, Zhang Haining concluded that revealing it would surely arouse Sumo's suspicion and might even lead to him restraining her. An idea took root in Zhang Haining's mind: she would never harbor any ill will towards Sumo. In fact, she intended to help him grow and develop. But for now, she could only silently endure it all. As the dragon-scaled python charged toward them, Sumo and the Thunder Dog, both restored to peak condition, lunged forward. Man and beast once again locked in a relentless struggle with the serpent. The surrounding cave trembled more violently, showing signs of instability, as if it might collapse at any moment. But Sumo paid no heed. Swiftly dispatching the dragon-scaled python, she revived once more, simultaneously healing Thunder Dog's wounds. After storing the python's corpse in her storage ring, Sumo and Thunder Dog exchanged a glance before racing along the pitch-black passage toward the exit. Sumo thought to himself, they couldn't continue fighting here. The cave could collapse at any moment. He feared that if it did collapse, even with his immense abilities, the 100-meter-high mountain would be more than enough to crush him, Zhang Haining, and even the three beasts to smithereens. As the footsteps faded into the distance, Zhang Haining slowly sat up. She let out a soft whimper and instinctively touched her ankle, which had already swollen. Zhang Haining pursed her lips. Why is it swollen there, and not there? But Zhang Haining fixed her gaze on the narrow passage ahead, murmuring softly, Sumo, I'm getting more and more curious about you. Who knows what kind of story will unfold between us two in the future? Zhang Haining had regained consciousness, but Sumo remained utterly unaware. Sumo was confident his hand blade strike would have knocked Zhang Haining completely unconscious. It was a skill he'd mastered during his 3 years in the southern frontier, and it had never failed him, not once. How could he possibly know that Zhang Haining wore a jade pendant around her neck, a pendant shrouded in mystery, yet possessing a remarkable hidden power? Chapter 42, Even Sisters Feel Pain. Vote for gold selection. Zhang Haining now dared not follow Sumo. Instead, she sat on the platform inside the cave, listening silently to the sounds drifting in from outside. After a mere half-minute, the sounds finally ceased, and Zhang Haining exhaled a long breath. She knew Sumo must have successfully defeated the last dragon-scale python by now. Even to Zhang Haining, it was incomprehensible. Why would the abyss of monsters produce 3 dragon-scaled snakes at once, all at the young expert realm level or higher, and even at the 5th tier of the young expert realm? Such occurrences had never been recorded in the past 100 years. Zhang Haining couldn't shake the feeling that lately, whether in Linen City or elsewhere, the beast seemed stronger and more ferocious than before. She couldn't shake the feeling that some invisible hand was orchestrating all of this. The thought left Zhang Haining with an uneasy feeling. Her heart tightened with anxiety and distress. Could it be that she was truly about to face all of this? Zhang Haining didn't know what the world would become when confronted with everything she envisioned in her heart, nor what fate humanity would ultimately face. But she felt she had to do something. Especially when she recalled the plaque she had found within the storage ring, a conviction grew ever stronger within her heart. Back at the cave entrance, Suemo finally dispatched the last dragon-scaled python before him.
Wiping the corner of his mouth, Suemo recovered instantly with a single thought.
Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Suemo muttered under his breath, "Damn it, those dragon-scale pythons have defense like steel. Good thing I can resurrect and don't feel pain, or else I'd have really bit the dust here today."
Earlier, Sumo and the Thunderdog had worked together, preventing the Thunderdog from taking a third hit.
Instead, Suemo lost his footing in balance, giving the dragon-scale python an opening.
Its tail struck him squarely in the chest. He nearly met his maker right then and there. Fortunately, his resurrection ability allowed him to recover completely. Suemo spoke as he stored the dragon-scaled python's corpse into his storage ring. The storage ring had ample space, easily accommodating 3 dragon-scale pythons.
Suemo turned and patted the Thunderdog's head, chuckling as he said, "Lightning, good job. Today, the two of us took down 3 young realm 5th stage dragon-scaled pythons.
When we get back, we'll be able to exchange them for at least 300,000 yuan. 300,000 yuan, plus the 500,000 yuan commission Boss John gave us, that's a full 800,000 yuan. That's more than the bonus and severance pay I got when I left the military." Thunderdog barked excitedly beside him, clearly thrilled.
"Oh, right." Suemo slapped his forehead, finally realizing, "I completely forgot Boss Jiang is still inside. Let's hurry in." As he spoke, Suemo stepped forward into the passageway, switching on his flashlight to illuminate the way ahead.
Upon hearing Sumo's voice, Zhang Hanyi incautiously lay flat on the ground, continuing to feign unconsciousness.
Suemo approached, scratched his head awkwardly, and whispered, "I'm truly sorry, Boss Jiang. I had no choice. After all, even now, I still don't know your true identity or what you're really after. So there are some things I simply can't reveal to you, things that no one in the world knows about me, Suemo." As he spoke, Suemo crouched down, patted Zhang Hanying, and called out to him several times.
Only then did Zhang Hanying slowly open his eyes, looking at Suemo before him with a dazed expression. Suemo retrieved a rechargeable lamp from his storage ring and placed it nearby, instantly illuminating the surroundings. The walls were battered and broken from the dragon-scaled python's impact, with chunks of stone scattered across the floor, creating a scene of utter desolation.
Zhang Hanying looked around in bewilderment at the scene before turning back to Suemo. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "Suemo, what happened to me? And why does my neck hurt so much?" Suemo chuckled and said, "Ah, it's my fault for not protecting you better.
A rock fell from above and hit you right on the neck, knocking you unconscious.
I was too busy fighting those 3 dragon-scale pythons to notice until now." Zhang Hanying nodded urgently, her eyes brimming with emotion. But inwardly, she thought, "You little rascal. You're the one who knocked me out just now, and you're telling such blatant lies without even blinking." Soon, Zhang Hanying asked anxiously, "Suemo, what about those 3 dragon-scaled pythons?" Suemo chuckled and replied, "They're all taken care of. But I'm feeling a bit weak.
Drinking the gene potion helped me recover somewhat.
But you know, Boss Jiang, I went through all this trouble to accompany you here, faced such a huge challenge, and nearly lost my life in the process. If you only give me 500,000 yuan, wouldn't that seem a bit too little?"
Seeing Sumo's infuriating demeanor, Zhang Hanying silently cursed Sumo's family in her heart. Since Suemo didn't hold her family in high regard anyway, Zhang Hanying felt no qualms about the verbal abuse. But her face quickly broke into a smile again. "Fine," she chuckled, "I'll give you an extra 100,000 yuan when we get back." Only then did Suemo grin, baring his teeth. Almost immediately, Zhang Hanying instinctively yelped in pain, clutching her twisted ankle. Suemo finally snapped to attention, quickly sitting cross-legged on the ground and whispering, "Don't move around. You've sprained your ankle. If you get it treated right away, it should be fine. But if you don't, you might be limping for a long time." Hearing Sumo's words, Zhang Hanying froze in shock. "Really?" Seeing Suemo nod, Zhang Hanying's heart sank with anxiety. Despite being the owner of the Tian Dao Gym, Zhang Hanying was still under 30. Since arriving in Linen City, she had never encountered any real danger and naturally lacked basic knowledge about such everyday matters. However, Zhang Hanying froze in shock. Suemo reached out and slipped off Zhang Hanying's shoe, revealing a delicate foot before him. At that moment, Suemo paid no heed to Zhang Hanying's reaction whatsoever. He instinctively reached out and touched the top of her foot. In that instant, the intense sensation struck Zhang Hanying like a bolt of lightning, leaving her frozen in place. Chapter 43, Little Brother, You're Such a Dog. Vote for Gold Selection. Zhang Hanying let out a soft a pouty sound tinged with other, more complex tones. Hearing it right by Sumo's ear caused his movements to freeze instinctively. He lifted his head, staring at Zhang Hanying in utter bewilderment. Suddenly, he noticed her face was flushed so brightly it seemed it could drip with sweat. As a man, Suemo knew exactly what he'd done to provoke such a reaction from Zhang Hanying. But quickly, Suemo scratched his head and said, Sorry about that. I was probably a bit exhausted after the fight, so my hands were shaky and I accidentally bumped your foot. You're not that sensitive, are you?" Zhang Hanying's cheeks glowed so intensely they seemed ready to drip water. She shot him a disapproving glare before replying with a hint of allure, "What do you think?
As a native of Linen City, don't you know? My husband passed away 10 years ago, so these past decade. She trailed off, too shy to continue. Hearing this, Suemo finally understood. 10 years of full decade. That was more than enough time for a woman to change, wasn't it? He recalled that over these 10 years, he hadn't heard any local rumors suggesting Zhang Haining had found a new man. It seemed Zhang Haining had remained alone all this time, running the Tiandao gym. Reflecting on this, Suemo found it somewhat plausible. But soon, he sighed helplessly, but there's no way around it. We have to treat your foot. I learned emergency treatment in the southern frontier. Why don't you try doing it yourself? Zhang Haining hesitated, then shook her head. Forget it. I wouldn't know how to do it. What if I mess it up and it affects my recovery? Suemo sighed, then retrieved some bruise ointment and spray from his storage ring, along with several wooden splints and gauze. These were all items Suemo had stored in his storage ring since acquiring it. Having lived in the southern frontier for so many years, he knew how crucial emergency supplies could be. It had become second nature to him. With that, Suemo carefully tended to the swelling on Zhang Haining's ankle. Sitting on the ground, Zhang Haining watched Sumo's focused expression. A man like this in such a moment was utterly captivating, and she found herself slowly becoming mesmerized. Zhang Haining was right. 10 years ago, her husband had died in a war against beasts, sacrificing his life to defend their homeland. Ever since, she had lived as a widow. In the years that followed, beyond keeping vigil over her husband's spirit, she had never sought out another man. She had never shared any intimate contact with any other man. Today, Suemo was the first to do so, from initially holding her hand, to eventually embracing her, even carrying her on his back, touching her hips, and now. Zhang Haining's delicate feet appeared before Suemo. And Suemo? This woman, not yet 30, radiated an aura that drove men mad, stirring an uncontrollable excitement within Suemo. Suemo kept reminding himself that he was merely treating Zhang Haining's injury and mustn't let his thoughts wander. It was precisely in this state of mind that Suemo finally finished treating Zhang Haining's ankle. After immobilizing it with a splint, he retrieved a walking stick from his storage ring. Handing it to Zhang Haining, he said, "Alright, your foot will have to do for now. Use this cane to get around. If we encounter difficult terrain, Suemo hesitated for a moment before offering a bitter smile. I'll carry you instead." Zhang Haining blushed and nodded shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. "All right." Suemo, an 18-year-old young man full of vigor, couldn't help but inwardly scoff at Zhang Haining's reaction. No way. Could Boss Zhang actually have feelings for me? I'm still just a kid. Suemo scratched his head awkwardly, quickly dismissing the thought from his mind before speaking slowly. Everything seems to be settled now. I just checked outside and didn't sense any more danger. Why don't we head back? Zhang Haining pondered for a moment before nodding. All right, let's head back. Though today's tender moments with Suemo left Zhang Haining feeling strangely nostalgic and reluctant to part. She desperately wanted to linger here with Suemo a little longer, but what excuse could she possibly give? None seemed quite reasonable. Thus, Zhang Haining decided to leave with Suemo. Suddenly, a faint crackling sound echoed behind them. Suemo froze instantly and turned to look behind them. Behind them was clearly just a wall. Where could this sound be coming from? Zhang Haining asked with a hint of confusion, "What's wrong?" Suemo spoke up, "Didn't you hear that? Just now, behind both of us, there was a snap sound. It sounded like something small appeared." "Huh?" Zhang Haining scratched his head. "Nope. Seriously, Suemo, your ears, are they dog ears or something?" Beside them, the thunder dog barked twice, as if echoing Zhang Haining's words. Suemo turned to look at the thunder dog and asked, "Lightning, you heard that too, right?" The thunder dog barked twice again, confirming it had heard the same thing as Suemo. Zhang Haining stood dumbfounded beside them. "Looks like you really do have dog ears, brother Suemo. You could hear that?" Suemo shot her a disapproving look. "What's that supposed to mean? Dog ears?" He had no intention of explaining anything to Zhang Haining. After all, his heightened hearing was a result of his enhanced vital energy. With his chi and blood levels rising, every organ and ability in Sumo's body had correspondingly improved. Whether it was his sense of smell, hearing, or physical strength, everything was 7 times greater than that of an ordinary person. This allowed him to pick up on subtle sounds that most people couldn't detect. The heavy sword, Lord of the Underworld, reappeared in his hand. Suemo slowly stepped forward, moving toward the source of the sound. The cracking sound had ceased, and the surroundings felt eerily quiet once more. Apart from the sound of Sumo's footsteps, there was nothing else. Finally reaching the edge of this small space, Suemo reached out and touched the wall before him, sensing a slight difference in temperature around it. He tapped it lightly and finally heard a hollow sound from the other side. Zhang Haining hobbled over, leaning on her cane, her face filled with astonishment. Goodness gracious! Could there be another hidden realm inside this cave? She turned to Suemo and asked, "Suemo, should we go in and take a look?" Chapter 44, A Space Formed Over a Century? Vote for Gold Selection. Hearing Zhang Haining's words, Suemo turned to look at her.
After a moment's thought, she wondered what kind of world lay beyond the hollowed-out stone wall.
Would it hold threats or opportunities?
The path before Suemo now resembled a fork in the road, each branch carrying a 50% chance.
After much hesitation, Suemo decided to investigate. If trouble arose, he could always rely on his infinite revives to keep fighting. But Suemo turned to glance at Zhang Haining.
The look in his eyes made Zhang Haining shudder involuntarily.
What are you doing?" she blurted out. "Listen, I'm a proper lady. You, don't you dare do anything inappropriate to me here. Watch out, sis, I'll get mad at you." Zhang Haining didn't know why she blurted this out, but strangely, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her. Yet that feeling quickly dissolved into resignation. Suemo froze for a moment. What did she mean by inappropriate things? Would knocking you unconscious be out of line?
Shaking his head, Suemo slowly said, "All right, step back 2 paces. I'll try to break through here."
Zhang Haining limped backward.
When Suemo judged the space was sufficient, he summoned every ounce of strength and swung his heavy sword, King of the Underworld, with all his might. With a thunderous crash, the blade collided with the stone wall. The roughly 20-centimeter thick barrier shattered into fragments, scattering across the floor. Stepping over the scattered stones, Suemo raised his flashlight to illuminate the interior.
Ahead lay another narrow cave passage, and at its far end, a faint glimmer of open space seemed to be visible. Drip, drip, drip.
The sound of droplets landing on the stone surface echoed, creating a series of splashing noises.
Suemo listened intently.
After a moment, he spoke slowly, "I don't hear any other magical beasts moving inside. Only the sound of dripping water.
Moreover, I sense air currents moving around us.
It seems there's a separate space ahead, and we should be able to exit this place from there."
"I'm going in to check. Are you coming?" Zhang Haining pondered for a moment before nodding.
"Of course.
If I don't follow you and something happens to you, or you leave me here alone, who's going to compensate me for my life?"
"You are responsible for me."
Suemo froze for a second before saying, "Ms. Zhang, what do you mean by that? What do you mean I'm responsible for you?"
"You clearly hurt your foot yourself. You fell and it swelled up."
"It has absolutely nothing to do with me, Suemo. Let me tell you, people should be responsible for their own words.
If this gets out, who knows what people will say about me." Zhang Haining stuck out her tongue and shot Suemo a flirtatious glare.
All right, I was just teasing you, sis. You go ahead inside. I'll catch up slowly behind you."
Suemo glanced at Zhang Haining's foot, pondered for a moment, then nodded. He thought to himself that going in first to check things out wouldn't hurt. If anything was truly wrong, he could always turn back and quickly lead Zhang Haining away. That would be a breeze.
Finally, Suemo led the thunder dog forward.
With the flashlight illuminating their path, the man and his dog stepped cautiously along the pitch-black passageway. Step by step, the closer they got, the more Suemo felt the air currents ahead intensify slightly. Simultaneously, the sound of dripping water grew louder and more urgent.
Suemo frowned deeply.
This was his first time stepping into such a mysterious area, his first discovery of a place that held a hidden world within.
He had no idea what lay within. Thump, thump, thump.
Sumo's footsteps echoed relentlessly between the stone walls, each step shattering the silence like an unrelenting demon urging him forward. Finally, after traversing the narrow passageway stretching dozens of meters, Suemo beheld a vast chamber ahead, spanning roughly 100 meters in width. He lifted his head to gaze ahead, where a sloping passageway ascended upward, its destination unknown.
Suemo frowned, scanning his surroundings.
This place didn't seem naturally formed. It looked as if some powerful magical beast had violently destroyed it, leaving the surrounding stone walls shattered and pitted. Drop by drop, water condensed slowly from the ceiling, falling onto the stone floor below. The constant dripping had carved out small pits, each about half a meter deep. Sumo's mind raced with speculation. This place must have been forming for at least 100 years. How else could those water-pitted pits be explained? Finally, Zhang Haining slowly approached.
She stood beside Suemo, surveying the surroundings with admiration. This place seems to have been formed over a century ago. What kind of place is this? How could such a space come into being? Suemo shook his head, saying nothing. Look!
Zhang Haining's exclamation was followed by 2 barks from the thunder dog before it dashed forward.
Suemo also saw it in the dim corner ahead, illuminated by the flashlight, lay a vast straw mat. The mat was withered and dry, yet upon it lay an enormous egg. What kind of egg is this? Suemo blurted out instinctively, already striding forward.
Zhang Haining shot Suemo a disapproving glare from behind, inwardly thinking, this little brother really doesn't know how to appreciate the moment.
After all the effort I put into walking here, couldn't you show a little concern for your big sister? What? Is my body not tempting enough for you?
Zhang Haining silently grumbled to herself, but there was nothing she could do. She leaned on her cane and hurried after Suemo.
Finally reaching the massive, entirely green egg, Suemo scratched his head.
In this world, many beast tamers came into being through the hatching of eggs. Yet not a single piece of information about this blue egg appeared in Sumo's mind.
He couldn't fathom what could possibly be inside it. Quickly glancing around, Sumo surveyed the space surrounding the egg. Seeing how utterly devastated the area was, he swiftly concluded that this space was most likely deliberately created by the egg's parents. Destruction of this magnitude. Could it mean the parents of this egg possessed formidable power? Ordinary beasts couldn't possibly cause such immense destruction. Soon, hearing Jiang Hanying approach, Sumo asked, "Do you know what kind of beast this egg belongs to?"
Jiang Hanying shot him a disapproving look at the question.
"Do you think I'm some kind of hatchery expert? My talent is beastmaster perception, not egg identification." Sumo scratched his head awkwardly, chuckling, Forgot. He quickly scanned the surroundings before leaping up and landing on a hole in the stone wall ahead, over 2 meters off the ground. The opening appeared to be at least 10 meters in diameter. Shining his flashlight into the vast opening, Sumo discovered the passage twisted and turned. He could only see a few dozen meters ahead before everything vanished into darkness.
At the same time, Sumo scanned his surroundings. 3 years of combat in the southern frontier had honed Sumo's formidable reconnaissance instincts, his observational skills and meticulousness truly astonishing. He noticed the surrounding walls were unusually smooth, as if the parents of that egg had forcibly carved a path through the mountain with their own bodies. There wasn't even a single loose rock in sight. At the same time, Sumo glanced down at the ground, which was covered in dust. It seemed as though no one or no living creature had set foot here for an incredibly long time. The dust was at least 2 or 3 inches thick. Stirring up swirling dust as he moved, Sumo leapt backward along his original path, executing a backflip to land safely on the ground once more.
Jiang Hanying asked curiously, "What did you see?" Sumo shook his head and said, "I saw an incredibly smooth aperture-like passageway. I have no idea where it leads." At the same time, a thick layer of dust had accumulated at the bottom of this passage. "I guess no living creature has set foot here for a very long time." Jiang Hanying glanced down at the egg before him, tugged at the corner of his mouth, and continued, "This egg is truly enormous. But how did it appear here? Without prolonged human presence, it couldn't have ended up here." Sumo nodded awkwardly, shrugged, and said, "How should I know? Maybe this egg has been stored here for many years, never hatching. Perhaps it's already dead." Crack. A faint crack appeared on the surface of the eggshell. Chapter 45, The Bloodline of the Azure Dragon? Vote for gold selection. Sumo froze awkwardly in place. Turning to look at Jiang Hanying, he pointed at the egg and blurted out, "Did this egg hear me just now when I said it was dead? Is it responding to me?" Jiang Hanying chuckled and replied, "Could be. But regardless, based on your assessment, it truly has survived here for a very long time. It seems its parents placed it here and never returned to guard it. Little did they know today would be the day it finally breaks free from its shell. I wonder what kind of creature lies within." Jiang Hanying searched her memory for a moment before shaking her head. "Sis, since I've studied the knowledge and history of beast taming, I've never heard of any tamed beast that lays an egg this size over 50 or 60 centimeters in diameter and nearly a meter tall. It might be an entirely new species." Sumo remained silent as another faint crackling sound echoed from the eggshell before him. Sumo suddenly snapped to attention, glancing at his phone. It was already 1:30 p.m. He sighed softly. Who knows how long this egg will take to hatch? Should we wait here or take it with us? Jiang Hanying shook her head. I've researched the incubation process for beast eggs. It requires extreme care. Moving it could easily harm the young beast inside. Besides, this spot is quite secluded. No dangerous beasts should tread here anytime soon. And didn't you just say there's no immediate danger around? Why don't we both stay here and keep it company until it hatches? That way, we can see what kind of beast it truly is. If fate truly brings us together, we might even take it with us. Hearing Jiang Hanying's words, Sumo nodded in agreement. In this world, there were many ways to obtain a beast companion. But the way beasts reproduce isn't too different from most creatures. Some hatch from eggs, while others are born directly. Additionally, some are cultivated through genetic engineering. All beast tamers acquire their mounts through one of three means: purchasing them directly from beast shops with money, buying them from places like the Military Affairs Bureau using merit points or credits, or venturing into the wild to try their luck. If one could encounter a beast of higher rank and even successfully form a contract with it, their future prospects would undoubtedly be limitless. Of course, there is one crucial point to note. If a beast truly develops a strong affinity for a beast master and actively seeks them out to form a contract, the depth of the bond formed, the synergy and affinity between master and beast, and even the speed and efficiency of the beast's subsequent growth would all surpass those of ordinary contracts. Jiang Hanying's words clearly conveyed to Sumo that if the beast emerging from this enormous egg were to form an affinity with either Jiang Hanying or Sumo, it would be an absolute stroke of luck. Should that occur, both of them would likely gain a beast companion with 100% affinity. In the future, whether it was upgrading the beast or engaging in combat, they would be able to command it at will. Jiang Hanying chuckled again and continued, and look at this enormous egg before us. The beast it nurtures inside must be incredibly powerful. For some reason, even though it's encased in this eggshell, I can sense that the beast inside is likely incredibly powerful. Suemo nodded in agreement, sharing Jiang Heining's intuition. Though the eggshell currently bore only a faint crack, Suemo could sense intense spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from within. After a moment's thought, a powerful sense of anticipation welled up within Suemo.
Of course, he didn't harbor any specific expectations.
Regardless of whether this beast took a liking to Suemo or Jiang Heining, it would ultimately find its home.
At the very least, he could sell it and get some money in return. Of course, all this hinged on the beast showing no compatibility whatsoever with either Suemo or Jiang Heining before deciding its fate. With no other choice, Suemo retrieved 2 chunks of leg meat from his storage ring. He tossed one directly to the thunder dog and clutched the other in his hand, taking a big bite. Jiang Heining watched this unfold beside him, and her stomach promptly growled in response. She instinctively swallowed, sniffed the air twice, and her eyes nearly lit up.
Suemo finally noticed her reaction, turning to look at Jiang Heining with curiosity. What? You want some too? Jiang Heining shot him a disapproving look. Of course. I'm human too, you know. Do you really think I'm some creature born from stone who can go without eating or drinking for my entire life? Suemo scratched his head. Aren't girls supposed to watch their figures? You're already big enough and you still want to eat? Huh? Big enough?
Jiang Heining flushed crimson, stepped forward, snatched the meat from Sumo's hand, and began stuffing it into her mouth without a care.
Suemo looked utterly helpless. But then, just then,
the sound of snapping and cracking echoed incessantly.
Suemo stood up and turned to look ahead.
Ahead of him, a shell entirely covered in a deep blue hue shattered instantly. From within, a dazzling golden light radiated out in all directions. Such intense light caused Suemo to instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes. After a full half-minute, as the light gradually faded, Suemo lowered his hand and looked forward. Amidst the shattered eggshells, the egg liquid had already pooled across the ground, completely soaking the straw mats. Then, from within the liquid, beneath the encroaching shell fragments, a thunderous roar erupted as a beast soared skyward.
And then, crashed back onto the straw mats. Huh?
Suemo scratched his head awkwardly. In that moment, he finally caught a clear glimpse of the little creature before him in the surrounding light. It was a beast-tamer creature covered in bright green feathers, round and plump like a watermelon. Its head was pointed, and its tiny wings weren't even as big as Sumo's palm. It lifted its head in confusion, its eyes the size of green grapes observing the world. Finally, upon spotting Suemo, it opened its beak slightly, emitting a sound that could belong to any creature. Then, flapping its tiny wings, it flew straight toward Suemo.
Splat! Well, Suemo had to admit, this little guy probably couldn't quite fly yet. Its body was sticky and slimy, yet it hopped and bounced across the ground until it finally reached Suemo, rubbing against his pant legs incessantly.
Jiang Heining, watching from the side, felt her heart melt instantly.
Oh my gosh, this little thing is just too adorable. She added, such an adorable little thing. Since I started learning about the history of beast tamers, I've never heard of such a strange form before. This little thing looks like a plump little bird, but I've never seen a bird with a body like this. Yet, looking into its eyes, they seem deep and full of authority. What kind of creature is this? Suemo shook his head awkwardly beside her. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? Watching the little creature rub against his pant leg, smearing egg yolk all over it, Suemo shook his head awkwardly and hurriedly pulled out several bottles of water from his storage ring. Watching the little creature, he sighed and began rinsing its body with water. Then he took out a towel to dry it off. After a while, the little creature shook its head vigorously, now completely dry. It suddenly flew up, looked directly at Suemo, chirped away in an incomprehensible language, and then landed on Sumo's shoulder. Suemo froze for a second. Wait, is this little guy already trying to bond with me as its master? Am I that charismatic? Jiang Heining rolled her eyes beside him. Oh dear, looks like I'm out of luck. Probably just a newborn mistaking you for its parents. So it's understandable that it's bonding with you. Of course, if the contract succeeds later, you two will definitely achieve 100% affinity and synergy. After that, its leveling up won't be a worry either. But what kind of creature is this little one? I've never encountered a species like this before. Let me investigate. Jiang Heining possessed the innate talent of beastmaster perception, enabling her to sense information about all beasts in the world. She extended her hand, and a soft glow emanated from her palm, instantly surging into the creature nestled on Sumo's shoulder. Yet, after merely a dozen seconds, when Jiang Heining opened her eyes, she stumbled back in shock, frozen in place. Suemo, standing nearby, looked slightly puzzled. Ms. Jiang, what's going on? You seem really surprised? Is this little guy weak? Jiang Heining replied, weak? It's incredibly powerful. Suemo, do you even know what kind of beast it is? Seeing Suemo shake his head, Jiang Heining slowly declared, an ancient grade, the sole heir to the Azure Dragon lineage. Chapter 46, a weak name makes for an easy life. Vote for gold selection. A single stone sent ripples across the pond, and Suemo froze in place. Staring wide-eyed at Jiang Heining before him, he asked in disbelief, Mr. Jiang, are you sure you're not pulling my leg? The sole survivor of the Qinglong lineage? Do you know how the Qinglong lineage has been recorded throughout our nation's history in countless ancient texts?
Jiang Hanying nodded, his expression unusually solemn.
Su Mo, I am well aware of the true nature of the Azure Dragon lineage.
Legend has it that 100 years ago, during the Great Cataclysm, the 4 divine beasts of China, the Azure Dragon, the Black Tortoise, the Vermilion Bird, and the White Tiger, each guarded the vital energy veins of China.
Yet throughout history, these 4 divine beasts existed only in name. No one had ever witnessed their true forms.
It is precisely because of this that the 4 divine beasts have become the spiritual totems in the hearts of all the people of China and all the beast tamers. I've even heard that not even Dragon General Long Canghai, the foremost of our nation's 10 great masters, has ever had the chance to meet any of the 4 divine beasts.
Otherwise, the Dragon General would surely be protected by them now. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Jiang Hanying gazed at the tiny creature perched on Sumo's shoulder, resembling a small bird, and couldn't help but smile bitterly.
I never imagined this little one would be the last surviving heir of the Azure Dragon lineage.
Just now, I sensed all its information, and at the same time, a fragment of memory surfaced in my mind. It seemed like the little one's parents had completely departed from this world. It now is the last heir of the Azure Dragon lineage. In the future, there will be no more beast tamers from the Azure Dragon lineage except for it. As she spoke, she raised her hand to gently stroke the little creature's head.
Su Mo even caught a glimpse of sorrow flickering in its blinking eyes. Then, as if basking in affection, the little creature let out a series of contented purrs. Su Mo chuckled, "You're quite the little connoisseur of comfort, aren't you? Does this mean I'll be massaging you daily, stroking you like a cat every single day?"
The little creature spread its wings, fluttering them rapidly.
But soon, Su Mo suddenly thought of a problem.
He turned to look at Jiang Hanying and said, "Ms. Jiang, what should we do with this little guy?"
Jiang Hanying shrugged. "Didn't sister just say? It's all about fate. Since the little one likes you so much, why not keep it by your side? When the time is right, you'll naturally be able to contract a second beastmaster. Once you break through to level 11, you'll naturally be able to contract a second beast. When that time comes, why not contract it?
You two share such a strong bond, and the little one actively wants to contract with you and grow close to you.
Once the contract is successful, your bond will reach 100%. After that, with your nurturing,
the little one's leveling speed will skyrocket. Moreover, it possesses 3 unique traits: shape-shifting, flight, and bloodline pressure.
You'll understand these once you've bound it. This is impossible." Su Mo exclaimed urgently upon hearing Jiang Hanying's words.
"Mr. Jiang, I did agree to you earlier, but I never imagined this unremarkable, unfamiliar egg would contain a primordial grade beast, one that could even be considered a divine beast.
To claim it all for myself? How terribly awkward would that be?"
Jiang Hanying chuckled softly, her eyes brimming with satisfaction towards Su Mo. All right, little brother Su Mo, no more excuses. I know this divine beast, the Azure Dragon, is truly priceless.
But everything in this world is bound by fate. It favors you and wishes to be with you. Why not simply yield to its will?"
At this point, Jiang Hanying lowered her head and smiled softly. "I already possess the only memento my husband left me. To me, it matters more than anything, even more than my own life.
That is enough for me.
And today, if it weren't for you, brother Su Mo, risking your life to fight 3 young realm 5th stage dragon-scaled pythons, I fear I would have perished long ago in this demon abyss.
You are my savior. This little green dragon is yours." Hearing Jiang Hanying's words, Su Mo hesitated, his thoughts tangled.
After a long moment of internal struggle, he finally agreed. Truth be told, Su Mo also yearned for a supremely powerful beast companion. It would undoubtedly be the greatest asset in his future endeavors. But
this was far too precious.
Seeing Jiang Hanying so readily bestow the Azure Dragon upon him, Su Mo felt a surge of emotion he couldn't quite articulate.
Yet at the same time, Su Mo couldn't help but wonder, what exactly was Jiang Hanying scheming? Su Mo absolutely refused to believe Jiang Hanying would genuinely be willing to part with the little Azure Dragon.
He couldn't help but recall how she'd repeatedly appeared in his life lately, persistently probing into his affairs.
Could it be that she'd been scheming to obtain something from him all along? Could it be his body?
The thought sent a chill through Su Mo's body, and he shot Jiang Hanying a wary glance.
Woo woo woo.
Just then, the little green dragon on his shoulder whimpered, flapping its tiny wings and patting Su Mo's head.
Su Mo rolled his eyes, glaring at it. "What's the deal, little guy? Why are you hitting me?"
The little creature puffed out its cheeks in a pout, its already round form looking even more adorable.
Jiang Hanying chuckled from the side. "You haven't even named it yet.
Though your current level isn't high enough to bind a contract with it, you should still give it a name."
Su Mo finally snapped out of it and declared without hesitation, "All right, then. Let's call it Little Chubby." The little green dragon let out a yah.
Its wings flapped even faster, propelling it straight onto Su Mo's head. Its claws frantically stomped on Su Mo's hair, prompting Su Mo to cry out in pain and beg for mercy.
Su Mo quickly grabbed it and placed it in front of him. Looking at the two strands of hair that had fallen, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Little fatty, do you know how much hair loss troubles young people these days? And you took so much of my hair? Besides, I gave you such a nice name. As the old saying goes, a good name makes for an easy life, you know? I'm doing this for your own good. After whining for a while, the little green dragon finally realized it couldn't win against Su Mo. With a sigh, it seemed to accept the name Su Mo had given it. Jiang Hanying chuckled helplessly from the side. You really are a genius at naming things. Who names a beast like that? What's the difference between Little Chubby and Moneymaker? Su Mo chuckled. Bad names sound good. Little Chubby rolls off the tongue. And look at him, plump and round as can be. The name fits him perfectly, don't you think, Little Chubby? The little green dragon sighed again. Boom! In an instant, the surroundings trembled violently, the ground shaking violently. Chapter 47, The Qinglong's Burial Ground. Vote for gold selection. The violent tremors caused Su Mo and Jiang Hanying to sway unsteadily. Just then, a thunderous rumble echoed, followed by the sound of countless rocks tumbling down. Turning to look behind them, they saw the path they had come from was now completely blocked by the debris. Jiang Hanying's heart sank. It seems your battle with the dragon scale python just now must have damaged the surrounding mountains, she said urgently. Luckily we managed to escape. Otherwise, we'd probably be flattened into meat patties by now, truly meeting our end together. Su Mo sighed and shook his head. Yet, he also felt a sense of relief. Lifting his head to gaze at the 2-meter-high opening ahead, he remarked, fortunately, there's another way out here. Since Xiaopeng's parents managed to bring him here, there must be a way in. That means there must be a way out too. Mr. Jiang, shall we leave from here? Jiang Hanying nodded. With that, Su Mo braced his legs and leaped directly onto the opening ahead. Earthbear lifted Jiang Hanying from behind, and Su Mo caught him, placing him beside himself. Soon after, both Earthbear and Thunderdog leaped up and joined them inside the cave entrance. Su Mo, holding his rechargeable lamp, navigated the winding cave passages, stopping and starting along the way. Finally, after more than half an hour, at 4:30 p.m., the two successfully emerged from the twisting cave tunnel. The sight that met their eyes left both Su Mo and Jiang Hanying frozen in place. Before them lay a colossal chasm that seemed to split the earth and sky. A crack barely wide enough for a person above them poured down faint sunlight. And as luck would have it, bathed in this sunlight, they could clearly see a massive pit ahead tens of meters deep and over 100 meters in diameter. But what astonished Su Mo and the others most was what appeared within this colossal pit. A colossal skeleton stretching hundreds of meters in length. Woo woo woo! The little green dragon on Su Mo's shoulder let out a whimper, then without hesitation flapped its wings and flew forward, soon landing within the pit. There, upon the remains, the little green dragon wept incessantly. Su Mo frowned deeply and spoke slowly. It seems these remains must belong to its father or mother. They are likely those of the Azure Dragon Divine Beast, one of the 4 divine beasts, from 100 years ago. Su Mo soon noticed countless fractures along the lower half of the remains. He spoke slowly. It appears that 100 years ago, the Azure Dragon Divine Beast suffered severe injuries in a battle. Look at the bones in its lower body, multiple fractures, some even crushed to pieces. This likely prevented it from continuing the fight for long, or it couldn't recover in time. Essentially, it was left to die slowly. Later, the Azure Dragon transported the baby dragon's egg into that vast space we encountered earlier. Little did it know we would end up with it. Jiang Hanying nodded. Perhaps this is our destiny. Perhaps this is the fate meant for you, Brother Su Mo. It seems this little Azure Dragon is destined to be yours, Brother Su Mo. Congratulations. But I think you should focus on leveling up. Quickly reach level 11 Beastmaster so you can bind the little Azure Dragon to yourself as soon as possible. First, it will strengthen your power in the future. Second, once the contract is complete, the little green dragon will become your greatest ally. It will even be able to block those who covet the little green dragon and seek to snatch it away from you. Su Mo nodded. Ancient tier beasts were exceedingly rare in this world. Every ancient tier magical beast that descended into this realm became the object of a frenzied scramble among countless beast tamers, corporations, and even military factions and academic institutions. Su Mo wasn't foolish. If he didn't bind it to himself promptly, it could very well cause him significant trouble in the future. On the contrary, after binding the contract, the mutual understanding and affinity between him and the little green dragon, coupled with its abilities, would undoubtedly bring Su Mo immense benefits. After pondering, Su Mo declared, once we return, I'll intensify my training to break through to level 11 Beastmaster as soon as possible. Then I'll bind little green dragon. Jiang Hanying nodded beside him. Her eyes narrowed as she thought to herself, Su Mo, little brother, I'm truly curious. How exactly do you manage to radiate that aura? And how do you recover so instantly after each chi blood rebirth, despite being so weakened? Sis. I'm just so curious about you. Su Mo and Jiang Hanying stood silently at the edge of the deep pit, watching intently. Though night gradually descended, they knew the little green dragon was utterly reluctant to leave its father or mother. It likely wouldn't depart anytime soon. After an unknown amount of time, the little green dragon took flight once more, landing beside Su Mo. Seeing the little dragon's reddened eyes, Suemo raised his hand to stroke its head and said, "Little one, don't be sad. Though I don't know if that was your father or mother, they brought you to that platform so you could live safely, healthily, and happily in the future. Trust me, since you've chosen to accept me and stay by my side, I'll take good care of you from now on. I won't let you down." The little green dragon finally let out 2 whimpering cries. Then, Suemo turned his head, looked at the giant skeletal remains in the deep pit below, bowed deeply, and said, "Elder, I don't know what you went through back then, nor why you sent your child to that platform. But now that it has been born into this world, and has even chosen me, I will treat it with the utmost care. Elder Qinglong, rest assured. I will nurture its growth step by step in the future and will never betray the profound expectations you placed upon it." As Sumo's words faded, a deep, resonant dragon's roar erupted across the heavens and earth, causing the entire world to tremble. Looking up once more, the colossal Qinglong remains before him had already been shattered into dust, scattering with the wind across the heavens and earth. Chapter 48, Zhang Heining's earnest request seeking gold votes. As this extraordinary celestial phenomenon unfolded before them, a single tear fell from the corner of the little green dragon's eye, landing on Sumo's shoulder. Suemo couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. He raised his hand to stroke the little green dragon's head. The soft, furry touch stirred a lingering melancholy within him. Then, Suemo spoke with the certainty of a promise, "Little fatty, rest assured. I will never treat you unfairly. From now on, as long as you stay by my side, and as long as I, Suemo, remain in this world, I will never let you suffer the slightest injustice. Together with Thunder Dog, we'll climb to the pinnacle of beast masters. Trust me, I'll restore the glory your parents once had." Little green dragon nodded firmly, then nuzzled against Sumo's head twice. Suemo smiled. Zhang Haining watched the scene unfold beside them, a knowing smile spreading across her face as satisfaction filled her heart. He was touched that Xiao Qinglong had found such a bond with Suemo, and equally moved that the little dragon had finally found a master who truly cared for it. He was certain it would never suffer any injustice in the future. "Alright," Zhang Haining said. "Suemo, it's already 6 p.m. We need to hurry back. If we don't head back soon, the demon beast abyss might very well become our final resting place." Suemo nodded. It wasn't that nightfall made the beasts more ferocious, but rather that darkness became their natural shield. Their movements within it were difficult to detect, posing an unprecedented threat to all beast tamers and even the common folk. Suemo and Zhang Haining assessed their bearings. Retracing their steps was impossible. Fortunately, a narrow fissure lay nearby. It must be the path they had entered through. Continuing down it should lead them back to where they started. After reaching this point, the two advanced step by step toward the front. Not long after, 2 7th-tier young stage demon beasts suddenly leaped out from ahead. In that instant, Sumo's heart skipped a beat. 2 7th-tier young beast realm beasts? Earlier, when facing 3 5th-tier youth realm dragon-scaled pythons, Suemo had to defeat them one by one. In each round of combat, both he and the Thunder Dog had sustained at least one serious injury. Now, 2 youth realm stage 7 demon beasts appeared at once? How were he and Zhang Haining supposed to handle this? Roar! Suddenly, a sound rang out beside Sumo's ear. The dragon's roar echoed in Sumo's ears with such profound weight that he could even feel the ground beneath his feet trembling. To their astonishment, Suemo and Zhang Haining watched as the 2 beasts before them instantly dropped to the ground, trembling violently and dared not lift their heads. Witnessing this scene, Suemo understood. Zhang Haining chuckled beside him. "Seems this little guy's innate bloodline suppression works whether he's contracted with you or not. Today, leaving this demon beast abyss won't be a problem for us too." Suemo smiled in return, then recalled what he knew about the Azure Dragon. He then retrieved a piece of grilled meat from his storage ring and tossed it directly in front of the little Azure Dragon. The little Azure Dragon opened its mouth, instantly sucking the grilled meat inside and swallowing it whole. Watching its form show no change whatsoever, especially since that piece of meat was a full size larger than the little Azure Dragon's body. Suemo couldn't help but exclaim, "You little rascal, you really should be called Little Chubby. How can you eat so much?" The little green dragon shot him a disapproving glare. Then, it simply curled up on his shoulder and fell fast asleep. Zhang Haining chuckled silently as she looked at Suemo let it rest. That dragon's roar must have drained a lot of its energy. "We don't need to worry about anything else now." The two cautiously passed by the 2 7th stage youth realm demon beasts. Suemo could still sense the palpable fear emanating from them. Zhang Haining remarked curiously from the side, 7th tier youth realm? "If we could slay them both and bring them back, we might even earn a tidy profit." Suemo shook his head. "Forget it. Cornered beasts fight back fiercely. Even rabbits bite when cornered. If we corner them, they might fight back in desperation. We won't gain anything from that." Zhang Haining shrugged at that. With the little green dragon clearing their path and its dragon's roar echoing behind them, the pair had nothing left to fear. After walking for a short while, Zhang Haining suddenly thought of something and said slowly, "I finally understand why the demon beast abyss has been so restless lately, even spawning young demon beasts. They must have sensed the little green dragon about to break free from its shell. That's why they've come here seeking a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Don't underestimate these beasts as mere animalistic monsters. Their bloodline-based senses are far stronger than ours. At the same time, they've never dared to approach the deepest part of the abyss or the platform where the little green dragon resides. They've likely sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from its father or mother, which is why none of the beasts have dared to make a move.
Who would have thought we'd stumble upon such a windfall? Sumo chuckled. But regardless, this is ultimately a good thing. Zhang Haining nodded.
Walking beneath the starlit sky at the very bottom of the demon beast abyss, the two faced little danger. Along the way, they did encounter some beasts of varying ranks and levels. Yet, whenever these creatures faced Sumo and Zhang Haining, the sight of the little green dragon perched on Sumo's shoulder caused them to instantly prostrate themselves on the ground. Trembling, they dared not lift their heads or utter a sound. This saved Sumo and Zhang Haining a great deal of trouble. Finally, at 8 p.m., they ascended to the outer rim of the abyss of monsters.
Zhang Haining took the wheel and drove straight toward Linen City.
Throughout the journey, Sumo kept observing his new companion, the little green dragon. Watching the little green dragon sprawled across his lap, belly exposed, mouth slightly open, even emitting faint snores, Sumo chuckled to himself, "You little rascal, you really trust me, huh?
Not afraid I'll sell you off?"
Whether it heard Sumo's words or not, the little green dragon rolled over on his lap.
Zhang Haining giggled beside them. "Sumo, it seems little green dragon has truly taken a liking to you.
I suspect there will be quite a few stories unfolding between the two of you in the future."
After a pause, she added, "All right, let's hurry back." Sumo nodded. Before long, the two finally returned to Linen City.
The sky was dotted with stars, and the gentle breeze brought a welcome coolness to Sumo. After getting off the car, they walked into the Tian Dao Hall and ascended to the top floor. At the entrance of the Tianji Cultivation Hall, Zhang Haining stopped. She glanced at Sumo and chuckled softly, "Little brother Sumo, you should get some rest too. I promised you before that once you completed this task, I would tell you everything about myself.
But, right now, I have something even more important to attend to."
Suddenly, Zhang Haining's expression turned serious.
"Today, I found my husband's belongings.
Among them is something of extraordinary importance not only for my future and my life, but for many others as well.
I must study it immediately. Sumo, I know it's been wrong of me to keep teasing you like this, time and again. But I still hope you can forgive me. Can you wait for me a little longer?
Once I unravel the secrets within these belongings, I will come to you without delay and share everything I've discovered."
Chapter 49, Taking Advantage and Denying It? Seeking Gold Votes.
Hearing Zhang Haining's sudden words and seeing her unusually earnest expression, Sumo found himself momentarily at a loss. From start to finish, Sumo had always felt that Zhang Haining was hiding far too many things from him. She carried many stories within her that Sumo found impossible to fathom.
Sumo desperately wanted to know what secrets Zhang Haining held, and he longed for their relationship to be built on honesty.
But today, from that ancient, heavy plaque, Sumo had also sensed powerful spiritual energy fluctuations. It seemed Zhang Haining was right, her late husband had been a beast tamer, so leaving behind such a relic was understandable.
Still, Sumo couldn't fathom what kind of impact this relic might have on Zhang Haining.
Judging by Zhang Haining's serious demeanor, it was likely no trivial matter. This thought led Sumo to recall everything that had transpired between him and Zhang Haining today. He couldn't help but marvel at her decision to willingly give him the newborn little green dragon, even after witnessing its birth.
Sumo knew full well that any ancient great beastmaster creature was an exceedingly rare existence in this world. Placing even one such creature in an auction house would likely fetch an astronomical price. Even if Sumo and his family emptied their entire fortune, they likely couldn't afford to buy one. Even if Zhang Haining sold the Heavenly Path Dojo, it might not be enough.
Yet now, Zhang Haining had gifted it to him, handing it over willingly, with no intention whatsoever of disputing its ownership.
This deepened Sumo's understanding of Zhang Haining.
He gradually sensed that perhaps she truly harbored no ill will toward him, and that she genuinely had something important to accomplish.
After pondering for a moment, Sumo nodded. "All right, Boss Jiang.
This time, I choose to trust you. It's precisely because of what you've done for me today, precisely because you didn't fight me over Xiaopeng when you had the chance. I sense your regard for me, and I feel you likely harbor no ill will. This time, I'll trust you once more, but this is the last time." Hearing this, Zhang Haining suddenly smiled, radiating alluring charm. "Good, good, good. Little brother Sumo, I knew you were the kindest to me. Today you truly helped your sister solve a major problem, but your sister has also given you two great gifts."
"Ha?"
Sumo furrowed his brow, glancing at the little green dragon already snoring soundly in its nest beside him. Then, his curiosity piqued, he looked at Zhang Haining and asked, "Didn't you only give me one big gift, this little green dragon? What's the other big gift?" At this, Zhang Haining's face flushed crimson. She lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her robe as she whispered softly, "Isn't the other gift me, your sister? Little brother, haven't you taken enough advantage of your sister today in the demon beast abyss? This is the first time in 10 years that any other man has touched me."
"What? Now you're pretending you don't know me?"
Sumo was rendered speechless. Moments later, Zhang Haining giggled, swaying her hips as she leaned on her cane and vanished from Su Mo's sight. Watching her retreat, Su Mo felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. He sighed deeply and returned to his bed. Turning his head to gaze at the distant little green dragon, a whirlwind of emotion surged within him. Little one, I never imagined I'd have the fortune to encounter you today. An ancient great beast tamer, since this is a gift of fate, rest assured. From now on, I will treat you well. Starting tomorrow, I'll work tirelessly to level up and reach level 11 as soon as possible. By then, I'll be able to bind you to me. Su Mo secretly hoped for a deeper story with the little green dragon, yet he could never have imagined what lay ahead for him. Regardless, today was undoubtedly a good day for Su Mo. Just then, Su Mo's phone buzzed. He picked it up to find a text notification. 600,000 yuan had been deposited into his bank account. Su Mo instantly understood this was clearly from Zhang Haining. That Zhang Haining still remembered him, still remembered the reward she'd promised him, was surprising. Truthfully, for Su Mo, obtaining the Azure Dragon, an ancient great beast coveted by countless people worldwide, was already an immense stroke of luck. Its value far exceeded the reward Zhang Haining had promised him. How could Su Mo possibly bring himself to ask for more? But now, seeing that Zhang Haining had already transferred the money, even if Su Mo wanted to say something, he could probably only accept it. Sighing, Su Mo prepared to drift off to sleep. Meanwhile, within the Heavenly Path Hall, not far away in a room, Zhang Haining had returned. He shed his clothes and took a bath. Drops of water clung to his skin as he limped back to the bed. Glancing at his slightly swollen ankle, Zhang Haining smiled. Su Mo, little brother, you really are so gentle, such an enchanting young man. Sis doesn't know how many more stories will unfold between us in the future, but rest assured I've noticed that little Jianya seems quite taken with you. I'm not the type to be a third wheel, someone who steals men from others. But, the story between us two has only just begun. The night passed without further incident. The next morning, Su Mo awoke early. No choice, the little green dragon kept flapping its wings, smacking Su Mo's face over and over until he was forcibly woken up. What a nightmare! Su Mo opened his eyes, gazing at it with utter exasperation. What are you doing? The little green dragon pointed its wing at its own belly. Unfortunately, its wings were far too short to actually reach its belly, so pointing was the only option. Su Mo instantly understood the little dragon was hungry. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. Hey, little guy, you're only 2 days old, how can you have such a big appetite? I gave you a huge chunk of meat yesterday. Wasn't that enough? But then again, an orphan divine beast with such bloodlines would surely possess extraordinary traits. A big appetite wasn't exactly surprising. Su Mo then retrieved several chunks of meat from his storage ring, giving the little green dragon the larger portion and sharing the smaller piece with the thunder dog beside him. Both the dragon and the dog ate with great relish, leaving Su Mo feeling somewhat helpless. Knock knock knock. Just then, the sound of knocking echoed. Su Mo responded, and the door opened. A young woman stepped in slowly, carrying breakfast. She looked at Su Mo, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Good morning, Mr. Su Mo. Ms. Jiang has instructed me to deliver 3 meals a day to you starting today. Ms. Jiang has important matters to attend to and will likely not be able to visit for some time." Su Mo nodded. I understand. Ms. Jiang mentioned it yesterday. Alright, leave the breakfast here. Thank you for your trouble. The girl quickly set down the breakfast, gave a slight smile, and backed away from the room. Chapter 50, An uninvited guest at the Su residence? Vote for gold selection. Linden City, Su family villa. Early in the morning, while having breakfast, Su Tsangxing suddenly heard a knock at the door. Su Tsangxing and his wife, Dongfangya, had been discussing recent developments concerning Su Mo. Su Mo had now been successfully admitted to Fuyao Academy. Su Tsangxing had even begun scheming to connect with Fuyao Academy's contacts, plotting to get Xu Feng admitted there only to later find a way to expel Su Mo from the academy. By then, Su Mo would surely come begging for forgiveness and mercy. Then, whatever Su Tsangxing wanted to do would be as easy as plucking fruit from a tree. These past few days, every time he met Su Mo, Su Tsangxing had been slapped like this. Under these repeated humiliations, Su Tsangxing felt his dignity utterly shattered. As Su Mo's father, how could he possibly tolerate such humiliation? Su Tsangxing was gradually losing his rationality. All he wanted now was to see Su Mo pay the price for this. But just then, thump thump thump, a knock sounded at the door. Su Tsangxing frowned, turning to Dongfangya and demanding, "Did you arrange for someone to come to our house?" Dongfangya shook her head. "Why would I? How could I possibly arrange for someone to come to our house? Our family is going through a difficult time right now. Wouldn't that just add to the chaos? Are they waiting to cause you trouble?" Su Tsangxing frowned, then pursed his lips and said, "Go see who it is." Dongfangya stood up and walked to the door. However, the moment she opened the door, she froze in place. At the doorway appeared a group of men, led by a general bearing the rank of Major General, accompanied by countless officers. In that instant, Dongfangya was so startled that the bowl in her hand dropped to the floor. Who are you?" The man before her paused in surprise, then chuckled.
Hello. You must be Mrs. Dongfanya, the wife of Major General Su? My apologies, I didn't realize I'd startled you. Are you alright?
After speaking, the Major General turned to the officers behind him, waved his hand, and instructed, "Help Mrs. Dongfanya clean up the mess on the floor."
2 officers stepped forward and swiftly cleared away the scattered food and debris. Hearing the commotion near the door, Su Sanqing hurried over with quick, staccato steps.
Upon seeing the group before him, Su Sanqing immediately recognized the Lieutenant General standing at the center.
Instantly, he blurted out, "Chief of Staff Zhao, how did you get here?"
Indeed, the figure at the doorway was none other than the Chief of Staff of the demon-suppressing army. Though Su Sanqing had largely stayed out of military affairs over the years and paid little attention to news, he was well versed in the ranks and leadership at demon-suppressing army headquarters. Naturally, he recognized Zhao Yunfei, the trusted aide by General Long Canghai's side. Zhao Yunfei chuckled softly as he stepped forward. He saluted first, then extended his hand with a smile.
"Major General Su, my apologies for dropping by unannounced today. I hope I haven't disturbed you?" "Not at all, not at all. How could that be?"
Despite his many doubts, Su Sanqing maintained a smile.
He then turned to his wife and introduced, "Honey, let me introduce you.
This is Lieutenant General Zhao Yunfei, Chief of Staff at demon-suppressing army headquarters."
Only then did Dongfanya react, hastily offering her greetings. The couple then hastily invited Zhao Yunfei and his entourage into the room to take a seat. Watching the couple eat breakfast, Zhao Yunfei said awkwardly, I didn't expect that I'd rush over immediately after landing and end up interrupting your breakfast, Major General Su and your wife." Su Sanqing waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, Lieutenant General Zhao. Any time you come is appropriate. Even if you knocked on my door in the middle of the night, I'd rush to open it for you, wouldn't I?" Su Sanqing kept buttering him up.
A man in his 40s or 50s buttering up others sounded rather incongruous. Meanwhile, upstairs in the villa, Xu Feng quietly opened his bedroom door and listened intently to the conversation outside. Su Sanqing looked at Zhao Yunfei before him and finally spoke up, "Major General Zhao, what brings you here today?
Could it be that there's been some misconduct in linen, or perhaps the theater needs temporary personnel? Just say the word.
Whatever I, Su Sanqing, can do, I'll arrange it immediately. For the sake of our nation, I will never tolerate petty criminals harming our people or our demon-suppressing army. At the same time, I will spare no effort to ensure the peace and security of our Huaxia people."
Su Sanqing's expression was earnest, even patting his chest to emphasize his pledge.
Zhao Yunfei chuckled softly, flicked some ash from his cigarette, and said, "Don't be so tense, Major General Su. There's no need for concern. Within our nation, all high-ranking officers of the demon-suppressing army act in the best interests of the people. You needn't worry about such matters. My visit today concerns a different matter entirely, one that involves you directly, Major General Su." Zhao Yunfei nodded at Su Sanqing and praised, "Congratulations, Major General Su.
From now on, you're going to rise through the ranks like a rocket."
Su Sanqing froze, glancing at his wife. Her eyes mirrored his confusion. He was just as bewildered, his gaze darting urgently to Zhao Yunfei. Scratching his head, Su Sanqing asked, "What do you mean, Lieutenant General Zhao?" "As you can see, I'm already in my 40s or 50s. Serving as a major general in the linen theater every day, I haven't achieved anything significant in my life. How could I possibly have the qualifications for a meteoric rise?"
Major General Su, that's not quite right."
Zhao Yunfei stepped closer, draping an arm over Su Sanqing's shoulder in a friendly gesture.
He chuckled and said, "Who doesn't know about the recent events at your home, Major General Su? How can you still refuse to acknowledge it?" "What exactly do you mean by that?" Su Sanqing's heart skipped a beat as he instinctively asked. For some reason, a bad feeling was creeping over him. The other man continued smiling as he said, "Old Su, you're still playing dumb with me, huh? Your eldest son, young Master Su Mo, topped the national rankings in the freshman assessments across all academies. He even broke the century-old national record set by our General Long." "What's the matter, Major General Su? I can't believe you'd forgotten something like that. Old Zhao here certainly hasn't. You're not trying to deny it now, are you?" Chapter 51, Su Sanqing's No Way Out vote for gold selection.
The words struck Su Sanqing like a bolt of lightning.
An ominous foreboding surged intensely within him. Ever since Su Mo exposed his affairs yesterday, Su Sanqing had fainted on the spot at the Tiandao Hall. Jiang Haining had then personally arranged for him to be sent back. From yesterday afternoon until now, Su Sanqing had been consumed by unbearable pain and rage. He raged at Su Mo for laying bare every deed he'd committed, and he agonized over the barrage of criticism that would surely follow, criticism that might even breed resentment in others. Su Sanqing had always been a man who valued his reputation above all else. What he dreaded most was having his dignity publicly undermined. Such humiliation would likely leave him unable to show his face in public ever again. Simultaneously, Su Sanqing harbored another deep-seated worry. Su Mo was gradually gaining notoriety and would inevitably attract significant public scrutiny in the future. If Suemo continued to disregard his authority and exposed everything, it could ultimately cost Su Tsangxing his rank of Major General. His official position would be in jeopardy.
Minimally, this would be seen as a family dispute, a failure in parenting. At its worst, it would be abuse of power using his position to have his eldest son take someone else's place in military service, even maliciously erasing that person's military achievements. And now, Su Tsangxing's worst fear had materialized. Zhao Yunfei's arrival. Zhao Yunfei had come here, specifically requesting to see Suemo by name? Su Tsangxing's mind raced frantically, unsure how he should respond to this unfolding situation. Just then, Zhao Yunfei, standing beside him, patted his shoulder and said, "What's wrong, old Su? That look on your face, you seem reluctant."
"I'd say this is good news.
Your young master Suemo, despite possessing accursed talent, is still in the limelight. He's already caught the attention of General Long, and his future prospects are boundless. General Long even mentioned he intends to personally mentor your son, Suemo, from now on. You won't have to worry about young master Sumo's development anymore. As long as your son performs well, he'll rise through the ranks effortlessly.
You'll reap the benefits too, old Su.
In a few years, you might even be promoted to lieutenant general or even general."
"This is wonderful news. Why are you looking so gloomy?"
Su Tsangxing forced a smile, unsure how to explain his true feelings. How could he possibly speak of matters that could cost him his head or his position? Just then, Zhao Yunfei stood up, looking around.
"Young Master Suemo should be home at this hour. Why don't you take me upstairs to see him?"
Even if he hasn't risen yet, he must be home at this hour. Young people these days are like that, staying up late, sleeping in, skipping breakfast. Let me take a look upstairs. It'll give me a chance to observe young Master Sumo's living environment at home. That way, I can discuss these matters with General Long when I return." With that, Zhao Yunfei headed toward the stairs. Su Tsangxing hurriedly clapped his hands and stood up, blocking his path. Zhao Yunfei paused, looking at Su Tsangxing with curiosity.
"What's the matter, old Su? Why are you stopping me? Young Master Suemo has achieved such remarkable results. What's the matter? Is he secluded and unwilling to see anyone?"
Zhao Yunfei patted Su Tsangxing on the shoulder and said, "Old Su, I'm here on General Long's orders. From now on, you'd better keep mentioning me to General Long.
Who knows? Maybe I'll get promoted again someday. That would make my life complete.
Ha ha ha, old Su, I'll be counting on you from now on."
With that, Zhao Yunfei turned to leave, heading upward. "No!" Su Tsangxing shouted impatiently. The sudden outburst startled Zhao Yunfei into a momentary freeze. Even clay figures have their limits. Zhao Yunfei frowned, glaring at Su Tsangxing. "Old Su, what's this all about? Why won't you let me see young Master Sumo's current living quarters? Or are you refusing to let me meet with young Master Suemo? Let me tell you, I'm here on General Long's orders. I absolutely must see young Master Suemo, otherwise, I won't be able to report back."
Hearing this, Su Tsangxing instantly felt a pang of panic. Zhao Yunfei kept invoking Long Canghai's name to pressure him, leaving him no room to refuse. But how could Su Tsangxing possibly let Zhao Yunfei go up to see Sumo's bedroom? After all, Sumo's bedroom had long since become a junk room. Dust covered everything inside, untouched for years. Even last time, when Suemo returned, he hadn't gone to his own bedroom, he'd just slammed the door and stormed out. If Zhao Yunfei saw this, who knew what kind of trouble he might cause? Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Su Tsangxing's mind. He hurriedly chuckled, "General Zhao, it's not that I go old Su, am keeping you from seeing him. It's just that since the freshman academy assessment ended, Suemo has been in a state of physical weakness. You remember that contest with the second young master of the Lin group in Fuyao City, right? After that match, he collapsed into bed, utterly drained, and emotionally, he seemed to have hit rock bottom. Now, even his mother and I can't enter his room without him yelling at us to get out. I'm not refusing you access, I'm just worried that if my boy ends up yelling at you, wouldn't that leave you with egg on your face?" Zhao Yunfei was genuinely stunned by Su Tsangxing's words. He exclaimed in shock, "Suemo, he's ill?" Su Tsangxing nodded. Zhao Yunfei hurriedly asked, What happened? What kind of illness? Has he been examined?" Su Tsangxing sighed. "Alas, he won't see anyone now. 3 times a day, we just rush in to place his meals on the bedside table and hurry out again. How could we possibly arrange for a doctor to examine him? We have no idea what's wrong with the boy. His mother and I are both worried sick." Su Tsangxing continued, "General Zhao, it's not that I'm refusing you access. It's truly for his well-being. I'm worried that if we really upset him emotionally, and if that really affects something else, what would we parents do then?" Zhao Yunfei nodded. "Ah, you're right. A patient's emotions really shouldn't fluctuate too much. But who could have imagined young Master Suemo would end up like this? All right then." Zhao Yunfei suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, "Old Su, I happen to know a renowned doctor in the capital who specializes in treating us beast masters. He's also a healing type beast master. Here's what we'll do, I'll contact him right away and have him come to Linen City as soon as possible. I'll bring him along to examine young Master Suemo together.
Perhaps young Master Suemo has internal injuries compounded by psychological trauma. With that veteran physician present, I'm confident he can restore young Master Suemo to full health. But isn't that a bit much? Su Songqing forced a smile. This wasn't about Suemo being ill, it was all just his excuses. If Zhao Yunfei actually summoned the doctor only to discover Suemo wasn't even there, let alone being sick, then he'd be in a real bind. Chapter 52, Xu Feng Scheme. Vote for gold selection. Finally, Zhao Yunfei settled the matter. He looked at Su Songqing and said earnestly, "Old Su, you must understand that young Master Suemo is the strongest among this year's new students in our Huaxia assessment. If something truly happened to him, wouldn't it become a laughingstock and gossip for others in the future?" Zhao Yunfei continued, "It's settled. I must return immediately to make arrangements. I'm heading back to the capital immediately to contact the divine physician of ours in the Huaxia demon-suppressing army. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should be able to bring him here within about a week. Rest assured, I will see to it that young Master Suemo makes a full recovery. I'll take my leave now, no need to see me out. I must hurry back to make these arrangements." With that, Zhao Yunfei moved with lightning speed, turning and striding away from the spot. Watching Zhao Yunfei's departing figure, Su Songqing lifted his head, his mouth agape. After a long moment of stunned silence, not a single word escaped him. He was stunned and flustered. He never imagined that casually offering an excuse would attract Zhao Yunfei's attention at this moment and potentially derail his entire plan. He hurried to the doorway and peered outside, watching as Zhao Yunfei and the others waved before getting into their car and driving away. Su Songqing closed the door, the smile on his face instantly fading. He darted back into the living room, lit a cigarette, and lost all appetite for breakfast. Just then, Dongfangya approached Su Songqing, sitting beside him and asking, "What do we do?" "Old Su, how did things suddenly turn out like this?" Su Songqing sighed in return, "Damn it, how the hell should I know? I just didn't want him to see that little bastard Sumo's room. You know it's just a junk room now, covered in dust. If Zhao Yunfei saw that, our family would be utterly disgraced. But thankfully, Zhao Yunfei came straight to our house. He didn't pass through the city center, so he hasn't heard about what's been happening with the Su family these past couple of days. He doesn't know about that little mess between me and Suemo. At least we have a solution now. At least we can figure out a way to muddle through this." Dongfangya frowned deeply beside him. After a moment's thought, she asked, "Old Su, should we go find Suemo? Have a proper talk with the boy, apologize to him? Then get him to come home immediately and find a way to cover this whole thing up? Otherwise, your position could be in jeopardy." Su Songqing countered Dongfangya, "Don't you know what kind of person I've been all these years? Are you seriously suggesting I lower myself to seek out Suemo now? Besides, don't you know what Suemo did to me before? He's humiliated me time and time again. Now you want me to go to him? Where would that leave my dignity? Where would that leave my face?" Dongfangya hesitated, then sighed after a long moment. "But what else can we do? In a week, Zhao Yunfei will bring the doctor over. Who will he examine then? Ghosts? Treating thin air? By then, won't everything be exposed? Do you really think you can keep threatening and bribing Suemo? Do you think he'll listen to you?" Su Songqing fell silent. He sat blankly on the sofa, chain-smoking one cigarette after another. Deep down, he knew Dongfangya was right. If he didn't go apologize to Suemo or offer him some benefit to earn forgiveness, he was finished. He even wondered if Suemo would accept his apology at all. Given that kid's temper and everything he'd been through, who could possibly endure that? Besides, Su Songqing simply couldn't bring himself to swallow his pride and go to him. Wouldn't that be an obvious humiliation? Just then, footsteps echoed down the stairs. The couple snapped their heads up to see Xu Feng slowly descending from upstairs. Seeing Xu Feng, Su Songqing's expression darkened. "What the hell are you doing down here? Didn't I tell you? You're not allowed to leave the house. I told you to stay home and reflect on your mistakes. What, you don't listen to me anymore?" Xu Feng opened his mouth but said nothing. He walked over to sit opposite Su Songqing before speaking slowly. "I know I was wrong. I've reflected deeply these past days. I was too arrogant and had forgotten my roots. I was always trying to show off in front of others, even going so far as to repeatedly try to hurt my own brother. What I did before was wrong." The words of scolding Xu Feng that had been on Su Songqing's tip of his tongue were abruptly swallowed back. Xu Feng continued, "The reason I came down here is because I believe there might still be a chance for the chief of staff of the demon-suppressing army to resolve matters with Suemo." Su Songqing froze, then blurted out, "What do you mean? You've got a way to help me out of this mess? Listen to me, if you can help me through this, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. I'll find a way to secure every resource for you." Su Songqing clutched at this lifeline, his heart swelling with joy at the thought his son might truly solve his predicament. Xu Feng gave a bitter smile. "Forget it, Dad. What good would more resources do? I've had access to so many resources since childhood, yet I still can't even match Suemo. I'm still overshadowed by him." Dongfangya sighed from across the table.
Xu Feng, your brother attained Shi blood rebirth through his own efforts. He earned everything with his own lifespan. It has nothing to do with you.
You're already outstanding. Many see you as a top performer. Your parents are proud of you. There's no need to feel inferior over this. Xu Feng smiled and continued, let's set that aside for now. Mom and Dad, you two were just discussing it earlier. Since Suemo definitely won't be coming back, why not let me take his place? At this, Su Tsangxing snapped to attention and blurted out, you mean you'd pretend to be sick, impersonate Suemo, and get examined by that doctor? Xu Feng nodded. Exactly. We're identical twins and look incredibly alike. I could just pretend to be Suemo, go to the room, and wait for the doctor to examine me. I can just keep using heart issues as an excuse to fool them over and over. They won't catch on. That way, you save face. Plus, I can recover quickly and even help you talk things over with them. Su Tsangxing slapped his thigh in admiration. Xu Feng, that's an absolutely brilliant idea. If you can really pull this off and fool everyone, then your old man here won't have to worry about a thing. Alright. That's how we'll do it. I'll listen to you. Hearing this, Xu Feng finally smiled happily. Dongfang stood up beside him and said, come on, kid, let's go have breakfast together. This time, your mom and dad both want to properly thank you. Xu Feng chuckled softly, a single tear finally falling from the corner of his eye. Yet at that moment, no one knew what Xu Feng was truly thinking. Silently, he thought to himself, Suemo? From now on, the Xu family no longer needs you. I can live your life for you, I can deceive everyone for you, but you? Just wait to die again and again in the cycle of rebirth. Su Tsangxing watched Xu Feng eat his meal, his heart heavy with sorrow. Ah, what a pity. Every beast tamer has a special bracelet bound to one person's DNA information. There's no way for Xu Feng to completely impersonate Suemo, otherwise, I would have found a way to have him take his place. But son, rest assured your old man will give you everything you desire. I'll make sure you live a good life and enjoy whatever you want. Chapter 53, Breakthrough. Level 11. Vote for Gold Selection. Suemo naturally knew nothing about the events unfolding at the Su residence, nor did he have any clue that members of the demon-suppressing army had come specifically to visit him. Had he known, Suemo would have rushed straight to the Su family to expose everything. This would have been far quicker than his previous plan to seize everything from the Su family and Xu Feng as swiftly as possible. Yet none of that transpired. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. With a thunderous boom, a blinding light erupted from Sumo's body within the heaven-grade cultivation chamber. A sudden, windless turbulence swirled around him, causing his robes to billow violently. Yet, a protective barrier instantly formed around Suemo, successfully absorbing all the force and shielding the surroundings from damage. This was the beast-taming hall's automatic defense system, developed by defensive-type beast tamers. Its purpose was to ensure that the shockwaves generated during breakthroughs by both beast tamers and their beasts within the hall wouldn't damage the surroundings. Suddenly, Suemo opened his eyes, and a golden light radiated from them. A confident smile touched Sumo's lips. Finally! After 3 days of relentless effort, he had finally reached level 11 Beastmaster through repeated resurrections. Suemo now brimmed with self-assurance. He had become the strongest Beastmaster among all his peers. Across the entire nation of China, no one had ever broken through multiple levels at the age of 18, let alone reached Sumo's level 11 Beast Tamer rank. Simultaneously, two distinct voices echoed within Sumo's mind. One voice informed Suemo that he was now capable of contracting a second beast. The other voice, mechanical and impersonal, announced, congratulations, host, on your successful breakthrough. You may now awaken your second talent. Ha! Sumo's brows suddenly furrowed. The system's voice hadn't sounded in 3 years. It had last appeared 3 years ago, when Suemo died and was resurrected for the first time. Back then, it had informed Suemo that he possessed 3 great talents: immortality, indestructibility, and inviolability, and had never appeared again since. And now, it had sounded once more? Simultaneously, the system informed him he could awaken his second talent. What did this mean? In this world, beast masters possessing dual talents were already as rare as phoenix feathers and Shilin horns. Among them, Long Canghai, the foremost of China's 10 great masters, had awakened his second talent at the age of 20. He was even one of only 3 individuals worldwide to possess 3 talents. Legend has it that Long Canghai awakened his second talent, called berserk power, an SS-rank talent, during an academy-assigned mission outside the academy at age 20. Later, through a stroke of fate, he awakened a third talent, cementing his status as one of the world's only 3 individuals possessing 3 talents. While dual-talent beast masters are more common than triple-talent individuals, their numbers are still far fewer than triple-talent bearers. Sumo's expression brimmed with delight, his shock palpable. He thought, why did the system prompt me about awakening my second talent precisely when I broke through to level 11 as a beastmaster? Could it be that every time he advanced 10 levels and contracted a new beast, would he simultaneously awaken the next talent? If so, he could break through the shackles of dual talents, triple talents, and ultimately become the world's only multi-talent possessor? No! In fact, Suemo has already. Woof woof woof.
As Suemo pondered, his thunder dog hurried over, barked twice, then began rubbing its head against his leg. Meanwhile, a little green dragon now even plumper than before flew onto Sumo's shoulder. These past 3 days, the little green dragon had either been sleeping or eating. The food in Sumo's storage ring was practically depleted. Suemo had planned to go shopping in the next couple of days, but unexpectedly, today he successfully broke through to become an 11th level beast tamer.
Alright. Lightning and little fatty, you two step back. I might be about to awaken my second talent. Hearing this, one beast gazed at him with confusion while the other looked delighted before retreating to the back. Suemo immediately sat cross-legged on the ground, carefully sensing the flow of chi and blood within his body. Suemo had now reached a vital energy level of 910 points, while his spiritual power stood at 1,201 points. He finally understood that after reaching level 10, beast masters could only advance one level for every 200 points of spiritual power gained. Yet, none of this mattered to Suemo. With a thunderous boom, a surge of energy erupted from around Sumo's body as he focused his perception. Immediately afterward, a surge of blood energy erupted from within Sumo's body, enveloping him and forming a crimson sphere of light. Suemo hovered in midair, his brow deeply furrowed. He sensed earth-shattering changes occurring within his body. At the same time, Suemo thought if it weren't for his ability to feel no pain or dizziness immortality he would have vomited blood from the agony by now. Even now, Suemo lowered his head to examine himself. His skin was already cracked inch by inch, and drop after drop of blood flowed continuously outward. Sure enough, Suemo had nearly killed himself, just like the legendary Long Canghai when he awakened his second talent all those years ago. Yet after the talent awakening concluded, Long Canghai had fully recovered. Suemo now observed his own body. After the fissures appeared, they were visibly healing at a rapid pace. Though he felt no pain, Suemo could sense boundless power surging outward from within his body. With a thunderous boom, the force finally erupted, shattering the surrounding protective barrier before gradually subsiding. Thud! Thud! Suemo landed on the floor. Before he could say anything, urgent knocking sounded from outside the door. Mr. Suemo, are you alright? We just received an alert the protective shield in your room shattered instantly. Are you okay? Hearing this, Suemo scratched his head awkwardly. I'm fine. I accidentally pushed through a barrier just now. My apologies for disturbing you. Oh, I see. As long as you're unharmed, Mr. Suemo. After all, Mr. Jiang specifically instructed us to ensure you remain completely safe. We'll leave now. Mr. Suemo, the protective shield in your room should be fully repaired in about half an hour. Please remain cautious during this time. Alright. Thank you. Finally hearing the footsteps outside gradually fade away, Suemo suddenly furrowed his brow. What had he just heard from that attendant? Zhang Hanying had specifically instructed them to ensure he faced absolutely no danger? A wave of warmth instantly washed over Sumo's heart. He felt touched by Zhang Hanying's special care for him. Sumo's lips twisted bitterly. Zhang Hanying, what exactly are you scheming with me? And to repeatedly instruct others to protect my safety. I really don't know what to say. Chapter 54, Contracted Divine Beast. Azure Dragon. Vote for gold selection. But Suemo quickly dismissed the thought and began examining his newly acquired second talent. The moment Suemo sensed his second talent, astonishment washed over him. Vitality Healing, Cursed Talent, SSS tier. The Beastmaster consumes their own vital energy to heal all living beings within the healing formation. The healing range increases with the Beastmaster's level. Even if a creature is on the brink of death, regardless of whether it is the Beastmaster's own beast, all creatures, including humans, will be healed. The more vital energy infused, the greater the healing effect. Whoa! Suemo sucked in a sharp breath, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never imagined that among all recorded SSS tier talents in the world, only one cursed talent existed: Lifeforce Rebirth. And now, a second SSS tier cursed talent had emerged? But why had none of the knowledge or literature he had previously encountered ever documented this? After a long moment, Suemo reached a conclusion. There was only one possible explanation. He had become the first bearer of this cursed SSS tier talent, Vitality Healing. Holy crap! Suemo suddenly smiled. Thank goodness he possessed immortality. Otherwise, acquiring yet another cursed talent would likely have driven him to his grave from sheer frustration. He might have become the world's first beastmaster to die of sheer frustration. Woo woo! Just then, the little green dragon leaped back onto Sumo's shoulder. The little green dragon had grown a bit since their first meeting. It whimpered continuously while flapping its wings and patting its own face. Little fatty, you're not hungry again, are you? Xiao Pang shook his head, then hurriedly pointed at the thunder dog before gesturing toward himself. Its tiny wings fluttered incessantly, making it utterly adorable. At that moment, Suemo finally understood. You mean we can form a contract now, right? Seeing the little green dragon's adorable head nod up and down, Suemo gave a helpless, wry smile. Alright, I'll bind you now.
In truth, Suemo had been striving to elevate his cultivation realm precisely for the purpose of binding the little green dragon. At the same time, Suemo harbored a lingering question: why did the little green dragon, as an heir to the green dragon lineage, look so much like an angry bird? And why did it have feathers? But since knowledge of the Azure Dragon lineage was scarce in this world, Suemo could only assume that perhaps the Azure Dragon lineage, to which the little dragon belonged, had adopted this appearance as a means of concealment, protection, and deception before he himself grew powerful enough. Finally, the little green dragon flew before Suemo and landed on the ground. Suemo slowly extended his hand, silently reciting the incantation. A soft glow instantly appeared in his palm, coalescing before him into a palm-sized formation. He retrieved a needle from his storage ring and pierced his own finger. The blood instantly shot toward the array before him, radiating a dazzling light before vanishing into the young Azure Dragon's forehead. "Alright," Suemo admitted, finding the exact spot on the little green dragon's forehead was really tricky. Finally, the light imprint enveloped the little green dragon entirely, merging into its body. Watching the little green dragon soar into the air, a beam of light shot forth from its body, connecting directly to Sumo's own brow. Suemo felt a new bridge of connection form between himself and the little green dragon. This bridge held no barriers whatsoever. It was the absolute harmony and sense of connection brought about by 100% intimacy. In just half a minute, Suemo had successfully contracted the little green dragon before him. However, just as Suemo raised his wrist to check the information displayed on his Beastmaster bracelet, he was startled to find no data for the little green dragon appeared. After a moment, Suemo realized the reason. After all, to date, no one in the world had ever successfully contracted with a dragon of the Azure Dragon lineage. It was likely precisely because of this that no corresponding information appeared on the beast-taming bracelet. After a moment of editing, Suemo successfully added the little green dragon's information to the device. He then proceeded to review all the information displayed on the beast-taming bracelet. Suemo. Rank, level 11 beast tamer. Mental power, 1201. Health points, 910. Talent. Vitality Rebirth. The Beastmaster channels their blood into a blood array to nourish their tamed beasts. The level of the tamed beast increases based on the amount of vitality infused. Vitality Healing. The Beastmaster expends their own vitality to heal all creatures within the Great Healing Array. The array's range expands with the Beastmaster's level. Even creatures on the brink of death, regardless of whether they are the Beastmaster's own beasts, all beings, including humans, will be healed. The greater the vitality infused, the more potent the healing effect. Beast Taming. Thunder Dog, Lightning, Common Grade. Level, Youth Realm, 6th Tier. Skills, Basic Claw Strike 6++, infused with Lightning Element. Thunder Flash, boosts own speed. Skill auto awakens upon leveling up. Traits, Normal Upgrade Efficiency 50%, Efficiency plus 30% when feeding on Vitality. Azure Dragon, Little Fatty, Grade, Ancient. Level, Juvenile Realm, Tier 1. Skills. Bloodline Roar LV.1, Basic Attack, releases intimidating pressure. Dragon Breath 10,000 miles level 1, within 100 meters, unleashes Azure Dragon's breath at will, scorching all in its path. Abilities, Transformation, can transform into a Azure Dragon, enhancing all attributes while unleashing skills like Dragon's Breath. Flight, after transforming into a Azure Dragon, capable of carrying passengers or cargo through the skies. Travel thousands of meters in an instant. Bloodline Aura, even opponents of equal rank will feel pressure equivalent to a full tier above the Azure Dragon's level. Staring at the various data displayed on his Beastmaster bracelet, Suemo finally exhaled a long breath. For him, today had been nothing short of a string of good fortune. Not only had he successfully broken through to level 11 Beast Tamer, with his vitality and spiritual power surging dramatically, but his physical prowess had also reached 9 times that of an ordinary person. Simultaneously, he had successfully awakened his second innate talent, Vitality Healing. This SSS tier curse talent would likely drive any Beastmaster to near madness if bestowed upon them. But Suemo couldn't care less. He even yearned for more abilities that consumed vitality. With each resurrection, Suemo would gain massive dual attribute enhancements. For him, this was absolutely beneficial without any drawbacks. Simultaneously, he successfully bound the Azure Dragon Little Fatty. This little Azure Dragon, resembling an angry bird, now finally possessed its own abilities, Bloodline Roar and Dragon Breath 10,000 miles. As his level increased in the future, it was likely he would gain even more formidable abilities, along with the power to take physical form. Suemo gazed at the little green dragon before him and chuckled softly. "Xiaopang, show me your transformed form." The little dragon nodded, flew before Suemo, let out a deep, resonant dragon's roar, and instantly transformed. A green dragon, roughly 20 to 30 meters long, appeared before Suemo, coiling and uncoiling around his body. Its scales glinted with a cold, metallic sheen, and its massive claws radiated overwhelming power. The claws looked razor-sharp, and the dragon's eyes radiated an overwhelming aura of power, striking fear into anyone who dared to look. Chapter 55, For the nation's sake, I'll risk life and death. Vote for gold selection. Excellent. Excellent. Suemo roared with laughter.
This was his first time in this world, no, in both of Sumo's lifetimes, having traveled through time to witness the true form of a dragon of the Qinglong lineage. Though he had seen the skeletal remains of a divine beast from the Azure Dragon lineage within the abyss of monsters, those were ultimately just bones. When the young Azure Dragon's true form appeared, though only 20 or 30 meters in size, the divine beast aura and overwhelming pressure emanating from it were absolutely the most formidable Sumo had ever encountered. Sumo felt exceptionally elated. This marked his first contract with a higher-tier divine beast, the young Azure Dragon, possessing ancient bloodlines. He was certain it would bring him countless benefits in the future. Clap, clap, clap. But just then, a burst of applause echoed through the air. Sumo whipped his head around to see Zhang Haining standing at the entrance of the cultivation room ahead. The little green dragon shifted back to its previous form and landed on his shoulder. Sumo then stepped forward. Approaching and sizing Zhang Haining up, Sumo instinctively asked first, "How's the injury on your foot?" Hearing Sumo's words, Zhang Haining's mouth opened slightly, but the words she had been about to speak instantly retreated. A wave of warmth washed over her heart, and she couldn't help but think, "Sumo, little brother, how can you be so gentle? If I didn't know for certain that Sister Jiangya likes you, I might have thrown myself into your arms right now. But alas, how could I ever take what belongs to another?" After a moment's thought, Zhang Haining smiled faintly. "It's fine, don't worry. It's already healed. Congratulations, little brother Sumo, congratulations on successfully reaching level 11 Beastmaster. This little green dragon, descended from the ancient divine beast lineage, it seems all the abilities within little fatty have now been unlocked. In the future, as he continues to level up, he'll learn even more abilities. Sumo, you must never neglect it." Sumo chuckled in return. "Of course. But I must thank you, Boss Jiang. If you hadn't given me the little green dragon, we two might never have shared this special bond." Zhang Haining shook her head and smiled. "Enough praise for your sister here. Let's not engage in mutual flattery either. To me, I'm just a beast tamer with support abilities. A combat-type beast like the little green dragon doesn't hold much practical value for me, it's rather meaningless. It's better to give it to someone who needs it more, like you, with your indestructible body." In an instant, Sumo's brows furrowed deeply. He took 2 steps back as the heavy sword, Lord of the Underworld, materialized in his hand. At that moment, Sumo could hold back no longer. He fixed a cold, piercing stare on Zhang Haining before him and said icily, "Who exactly are you?" "Zhang Haining, if you don't give me a proper explanation today, even if you once helped me, I will make sure you die without a proper burial." Sumo, possessing the trait of immortality, had never revealed this secret to anyone. It was the very foundation and trump card of his survival in this world. Yet unexpectedly, Zhang Haining had exposed it in a single sentence. Sumo's heart skipped a beat as a palpable sense of danger began to creep over him. Turning to Zhang Haining, she remained utterly composed as the heavy sword, the Lord of the Underworld, was aimed directly at her. Instead, she giggled softly, There, little brother Sumo, no need to be so startled. Didn't I already tell you? Once I've fully grasped something important, I'll naturally come find you. I've come to you this time for 2 reasons. First, to lay everything about myself bare before you. Second, to present you with a gift. Besides, I know you've been wary of me." Suddenly, Zhang Haining's expression turned exceptionally solemn. She looked at Sumo and spoke each word deliberately. "If it benefits the nation, I'll risk life and death. Even if I'm shattered to pieces, I'll never look back." In that instant, Sumo froze. He stared at Zhang Haining before him, so stunned he didn't even notice the heavy sword, King of the Underworld, slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. Then, Sumo furrowed his brows and asked instinctively, "Who exactly are you? What's your relationship with Zhou Nantian?" Sumo's pupils contracted sharply. The first part of that sentence quoted the opening line of a couplet, while the latter half was a phrase rarely uttered by ordinary people. Yet combined, they formed the most crucial phrase in Sumo's mind. He had only ever heard this phrase from one person, who always uttered it privately to him alone. He had never heard anyone else repeat it. Sumo stared intently at Zhang Haining, his eyes brimming with confusion. Zhou Nantian was Sumo's master. Upon entering the southern frontier, the first veteran comrade Sumo had met was Zhou Nantian, who was already in his 50s at the time. Yet this martial artist in his 50s, never having stepped into the ranks of beast tamers, had single-handedly withstood countless demon beast assaults through sheer vitality and physical strength. It was under Zhou Nantian's guidance that Sumo mastered combat techniques, learned to slay demons and monsters, and protect the countless homes behind him. It was Zhou Nantian who guided Sumo onto the path of combat. It was Zhou Nantian who imparted countless life-saving techniques to him. And it was Zhou Nantian who, time and again when Sumo faced hardship in the southern frontier, provided him with vital supplies and support. Sumo never imagined that the words Zhou Nantian often shared privately with him would be repeated by Zhang Haining. Zhang Haining suddenly smiled, a bitter expression flickering in his eyes as he spoke slowly. "Indeed, it's just as the old man said. He said that if I ever mentioned these words to you, I would surely gain your trust." Sumo finally sheathed his heavy sword, the Lord of the Underworld, and took 2 more steps back. He stared at Zhang Haining, his brow furrowed, and demanded, "You call him the old man? What exactly is your relationship with him? Zhang Heining's expression dimmed as he replied, he's my adoptive father. Suemo, little brother, now that I've opened my heart to you in this first step, what? Not inviting your sister inside? Could it be you intend to make your sister confess everything right here at the door of this cultivation chamber? You really don't know how to treat a woman gently.
Seeing Zhang Haining slip back into her usual flirtatious manner, Suemo finally snapped out of his daze. Nodding, he invited her inside to take a seat. They settled on opposite sides of the tea table. After taking a sip of tea, Zhang Haining sighed and spoke slowly, I am Zhou Nanshan's adopted daughter.
28 years ago, when I was just born, my vitality was critically low.
Doctors said I might not survive more than a few days, and that my treatment could drain our family's finances.
So my parents abandoned me in a trash bin.
Shortly after leaving me, both my parents were killed by beasts. It was during that time that Zhou Nantian found me and brought me home. Ever since, I've lived in Zhou Nanshan's household, becoming his adopted daughter and growing up alongside his biological son, Zhou Xingtong.
Who are you talking about? Zhou Xingtong? Su Mo interrupted. Chapter 56, the old man didn't have to die. Vote for gold selection.
Su Mo believed that after 3 years of tempering on the frontier, his temperament had grown sufficiently calm and detached. Faced with any situation, he doubted he'd react with the same shock and awe as his peers. Yet now, Su Mo still felt a jolt of shock. After all, the name he'd heard today, the entire story, and every person involved were all deeply intertwined with his own life. Zhou Nantian had been like a second father to Su Mo during his first 2.5 years in the southern frontier. Without Zhou Nantian, Su Mo would never have survived in the southern frontier with such ease. In fact, he would have died many more times than he had. While it could be argued that more deaths made Su Mo stronger, this alone was proof of how much Zhou Nantian had sacrificed for him. Zhou Nantian once said he had passed down nearly all his lifetime's knowledge and every technique he knew to Su Mo. He even confided that while he had always withheld certain techniques from his own children, Su Mo was the only one who had absorbed everything he taught. From that moment on, Su Mo felt profound gratitude toward Zhou Nantian. Yet an event later unfolded that plunged Su Mo into profound sorrow for a very long time. Even now, the memory still brought him heart-wrenching sorrow. But Su Mo quickly pushed those thoughts aside. Looking at Zhang Haining before him, he spoke up, you mean Zhou Xingtong is your brother? Zhang Haining chuckled, yes, he is indeed my brother, though we share no blood relation. But that doesn't diminish my affection for him in the slightest. Ever since that old man Zhou Nantian took me in and raised me, ever since I could remember and began to understand the world, Zhou Xingtong always treated me like his own flesh and blood sister, caring for me with the utmost devotion.
That's been 28 long years now. And him?
He's been gone from this world for 3 years already.
Su Mo spoke with a sorrowful expression, I'm sorry for your loss. I didn't mean to bring this up. Zhang Haining shook her head. It's nothing. I've long since grown accustomed to it. Su Mo remained silent across from her, his mind drifting back to Zhou Xingtong's legendary life. From the day she was born, Zhou Xingtong had awakened a unique innate ability, the eye of all things. His eyes were heterochromatic, each pupil a different color. Simultaneously, Zhou Xingtong could project his spiritual energy to observe all things in the world. Nothing in the world could obstruct his vision. Legend held that Zhou Xingtong could discern the rank and abilities of any person, any tamed beast, or any demon beast. It was precisely because of those eyes that he was recruited by the Demon Suppression Army at a very young age. From that point onward, Zhou Xingtong accompanied the Demon Suppression Army on countless missions. In every battle, Zhou Xingtong proved unstoppable, becoming the eyes of the entire Demon Suppression Army. His eyes provided crucial pre-battle intelligence and ensured safety for countless others. Yet 3 years ago, at the age of 25, Zhou Xingtong met his end in a remote wilderness, an accident whose circumstances remain unclear to this day. Had a passing patrol not discovered his body, he would likely have been devoured by beasts within days. Since then, no one in the world has known the cause of his death. The thought of such a legendary figure, a man who once possessed dual talents in Huaxia, filled Su Mo with profound regret. Yet what stunned him even more was discovering that Zhou Xingtong's father was that old man. That very Zhou Nantian who had taught Su Mo his skills, imparted life-saving techniques, and cared for him as his own son. Zhang Haining continued, ever since my brother died 3 years ago, I've been investigating alongside the old man. We both uncovered some information. First, Zhou Xingtong had been spotted in the southern frontier before her death, and she passed away shortly after returning. The old man suspects Zhou Xingtong's death is connected to the front lines defending against demon beasts in the southern frontier. So he resolutely enlisted in the military to go to the southern frontier, and it was during that time he met you. He often wrote back to me, saying he had high hopes for you. He said you seemed to possess extraordinary abilities. If fate permits, and if you return alive from the southern frontier, he hopes I will keep a close eye on you. Coincidentally, my business is in Linen City, so I could properly talk with you. The old man even told me your name, described your appearance, and even sent back a photo of the two of you together. As he spoke, Zhang Haining retrieved a photograph from his storage ring and handed it to Su Mo.
Suemo took it with trembling hands, staring at the image of himself in military uniform standing beside the old man, Jonantian. Suemo kept running his fingers over the photo, and soon tears began to fall.
Suemo let out a bitter laugh. Old man. I never imagined, even after being gone for half a year, you'd orchestrate such a grand scheme to have your adopted daughter meet me alone? After a long moment, Suemo returned the photo to Jiang Haining and continued, so, it was because the old man gave you this photo that you started keeping tabs on me, right? That's correct, Jiang Haining nodded. Because of this, I've kept tabs on you all along. Shortly after your discharge, I discovered that while in the military, you single-handedly fought thousands of demon beasts, earning supreme military honors. But, all those records of merit were under your brother Xu Feng's name. If the old man hadn't sent me that message, I probably wouldn't have noticed anything. But the old man explicitly stated your name was Suemo, while the records listed Xu Feng. That's what prompted me to look into your family, and eventually uncover these truths. The old man told me that since neither my brother nor I possessed combat-oriented beastmaster talents from childhood, he never considered teaching us combat techniques. That's precisely why we now face such different fates. My brother ultimately perished relying solely on his own abilities, while I opened this beast-taming pavilion using my own beast-taming talent. Do you know how the old man died?
Suemo nodded earnestly across from him. Of course, it was that damned beast tide.
Sumo's mind drifted into recollection. Half a year ago that was the largest beast tide outbreak. Hundreds of juvenile demon beasts battered the walls of the southern frontier of Huaxia. That night, Suemo and the old man led countless warriors into the fray, engaging in a frenzied battle. However, the old man, determined to shield Suemo from a beast's attack, resolutely positioned himself behind him and absorbed the blow. It was precisely that blow that claimed his life. Suemo pounded the coffee table before him in agony, shattering it with a thunderous crash. Jiang Haining watched from across the room, silent. Suemo gritted his teeth and spat, "It's my fault. All my damn fault. If I hadn't hesitated back then, the old man wouldn't have died. If I'd been just a bit faster, just a bit stronger, the old man might have lived to see you. It's precisely because of this that I resolved to carry on his legacy, earning countless merits. But when I finally returned to Linen City, I discovered that all those merits had been transferred by that old bastard Su Sanxing to that good-for-nothing Xu Feng. That was earned with the old man's life. Xu Feng doesn't deserve it. One day, I'll make Xu Feng pay for this and spit it all back out. That day won't be long in coming." Chapter 57, Damn it all. Vote for gold selection. This was the story of Sumo's experiences in the southern frontier. After finishing his story, Suemo abruptly lifted his head to stare at Jiang Haining and declared, "I don't know what your stance is regarding the merits I've earned, but I want you to know this, I will make Su Sanxing and Xu Feng pay for this. That honor was bestowed upon me by the old man himself, and I will not tolerate anyone stripping it away from me." Jiang Haining nodded solemnly. "Actually, I learned about this later. I have no other thoughts on the matter.
Because the old man told me then that he had imparted all his lifetime's knowledge to you. He also said you possessed an energy that even he found somewhat intimidating. Later, the old man also told me that once, while searching for you deep within the beast tide, he found you gravely wounded, bleeding profusely, and on the brink of death. Yet, you suddenly revived and charged back into the beast tide. It was only then that the old man realized there was a secret within you, which is why he instructed me to keep a close watch on you."
Suemo nodded, then asked, "So you only confirmed I possess this undying ability through the messages the old man sent you?"
Jiang Haining chuckled and replied, "You could say that, but not entirely. Because just now, I witnessed every single ability you possess." Suemo furrowed his brow, puzzled.
"What do you mean?"
Jiang Haining focused his mind, and a plaque materialized in his hand. This was the very token he had found within the demon beast abyss. Staring at it, Jiang Haining slid it directly towards Suemo and said slowly, "Remember when you accompanied me to retrieve this token from the abyss of monsters?"
Suemo nodded. Of course he remembered.
It was precisely because of this token that Suemo and Jiang Haining had experienced so many adventures together, that Jiang Haining had taken so many liberties with him, and even now, the sensation on Sumo's hands was still vividly etched in his memory. Ha. It was precisely because of this token that he had obtained the little green dragon and bound it to himself. Jiang Haining continued, "This token was the last clue my brother left me before he died. Before he passed, he left me a letter, instructing me to open it only after he had departed this world. I didn't understand why he left it at the time. After learning of his death, I tried every means to reach the beast abyss, but somehow it dragged on until now. Over these past 3 days, I finally uncovered the truth behind my brother's death through this wooden plaque." Sigh. As for the truth of the matter, my brother Zhou Xingtong died in such a mysterious way, a death that was unjust, a death that was meaningless.
Suemo across from him frowned slightly, instinctively asking, "What was he killed for?"
Jiang Haining shook her head, looking at Suemo as she spoke slowly, "I can't tell you, sister.
Or rather, you're not worthy of knowing yet. Remember what I just told you?
Knowing too much about certain things won't do you any good. Like how the old man died the same way my brother did, both met the same fate, for the same reason.
Suemo sprang to his feet, staring at Zhang Haining as he urgently demanded, "Are you saying the old man's death wasn't to protect me by blocking the way, but that he was framed?" Zhang Haining nodded. "Yes. A week before he died, the old man wrote me a letter. He said he'd been poisoned, his body growing increasingly weak, his strength fading. He feared his time was short. In the end, the old man was likely already at the end of his rope during that battle. It just so happened that he used the opportunity to protect you and then left this world. For him, it was a death that served his purpose." Suemo felt as if a bomb had exploded in his mind, the shock overwhelming him. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Zhang Haining. Sumo's hands trembled, his eyes bloodshot. No one knew just how important the old man, Zhou Nantian, truly was to Suemo. And now, Suemo finally understood that the old man's death back then had hidden circumstances. Without hesitation, he spoke with unwavering seriousness, "Mr. Jiang, I need you to tell me everything. Who framed your brother? And who framed my master? What were their motives?" Zhang Haining shook her head firmly. "No. Calm down. I know you desperately want to know why your master died back then, but I hope you understand I have my own reasons too. These past 3 days, after uncovering the secrets of the past from my brother's belongings, I've been suffering even more than you. Do you know what I feel? I want to find those people and tear them limb from limb. But I can't. The group behind framing my brother and my adoptive father, your master, their power is too vast. So vast that even Long Canghai of the Demon Suppression Army would think twice before confronting them." Suemo slumped down in defeat. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. After smoking 3 in quick succession, he spat angrily, "Damn it all. Don't let me find out who they are. Or I'll make them pay with their lives." Zhang Haining nodded across from him, speaking slowly, "I understand how you feel. Truthfully, the old man who raised and cared for me all these years has passed away. My heart aches just as much as yours. But I know better than you do that we don't have the strength to fight them now. Therefore, Suemo, you must focus on growing stronger." Zhang Haining looked intently at Suemo and said, "Ever since I learned of your abilities, ever since the old man repeatedly praised you to me, I knew that one day, you and I would inevitably meet. Little did I expect that your emergence would bear the weight of my entire legacy. Now, there's no one left by my side I can truly trust. Only you, Suemo. Having heard the old man praise you so highly and knowing you inside out, I'm telling you all this. I need your help." Suemo asked, "How can I help?" Zhang Haining replied, "Suemo, I've been thinking deeply these past 3 days. I believe that only you with your unique gift of immortality and mastery of both martial arts and beast-taming can fulfill my wish. I hope you can grow stronger quickly, help me find the mastermind behind this, and avenge me." Zhang Haining continued, "Oh, right. Truthfully, I didn't know about your talent at first. I was simply curious about you. It wasn't until I recently gained my second talent, the Eye of All Things, that I realized you possessed such a gift." Suemo couldn't sit still again. "You, a second talent? The Eye of All Things?" Chapter 58, The 7-Talent Possessor. Vote for gold selection. He stared at Zhang Haining, frowning as he asked, "You mean, you inherited your brother Zhou Xingtong's Eye of All Things? How did you manage that?" Zhang Haining gave a bitter smile. "It's right here, that plaque among the ruins of the coffee table. Because it holds all of my brother's life essence. After realizing he was being targeted by forces behind the scenes, he chose to die. Before his death, he used a replication ability he had once mastered to transfer all his powers, including the Eye of All Things, onto this plaque. With his last ounce of strength, he left the abyss of monsters and traveled 100 miles before finally collapsing, barely clinging to life. This tablet has been hidden in that cave all this time, until I finally discovered it. And now, I pass this token to you." Seeing Zhang Haining's earnest expression, Suemo grew puzzled instead. "What do you mean? Hand this token over to me?" Zhang Haining spoke with unwavering sincerity. "This token contains all the power of my brother's Eye of All Things. It can be absorbed by 2 people. I absorbed one portion and the other. Brother Suemo, I want to give it to you." "Absolutely not." Suemo protested without hesitation. "How could this be? This is your brother's legacy, his power. Why would you give it to me? We're not even related." Zhang Haining spoke slowly, "But my brother and I weren't blood related either. We weren't related by blood or by marriage. Yet he gave it to me. Because he trusted my kindness. He trusted my character. And I believe in you too. You've lived by the old man's side for 2.5 years. During that time, he taught you every technique he knew, even entrusting you with that heavy sword, Lord of the Underworld. Do you know why I recognized you instantly? Because the heavy sword, Lord of the Underworld, was what the old man made me and my brother carry on our backs every day when he trained us to build our physical strength and stamina. That's why you were amazed I could pick it up so effortlessly. I know it intimately. The fact that the old man entrusted you with the heavy sword, King of the Underworld, tells me he trusts you completely. And I, having learned all these days about what you endured in the southern frontier, risking everything, even your life, for the people of Huaxia, combined with the old man's faith in your character, I too have come to trust you completely. Zhang Haining looked at Su Mo and continued, "Sister, I know this might sound like I'm trying to morally coerce you, but I truly hope you'll accept it. Only with the eye of all things can you grow faster in the future. The forces behind the scenes have given us little time left. And right now, you are the only one I can trust. In fact, looking ahead, you are likely our greatest hope for standing against this force. You possess talents no one else has: immortality and indestructibility, alongside two cursed gifts that perfectly complement you, though others call them useless. These will become your trump cards to defeat this force in the future." Zhang Haining stood up, bowed deeply, and said earnestly, "Su Mo, I won't force you. You can agree to take it on, then grow strong quickly to avenge the old man and my brother. Or you may choose to abandon it and continue living your own life from this day forward. Rest assured, I, Zhang Haining, will guard your secret with my life. From now on, we'll each walk our own paths. We won't interfere with one another, and I absolutely will not bother you again." Watching Zhang Haining slowly rise once more, Su Mo's brow furrowed deeply. He saw the earnestness in her eyes, and he saw the plea hidden within her gaze. Zhang Haining never pressured him to make a decision. Su Mo fell silent. He pulled out another cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag. In that moment, his mind finally cleared somewhat. He had believed that arriving in this world, possessing immortality, had become his sole trump card. Yet he never imagined Zhang Haining would uncover everything through the eye of all things. He also never imagined that Zhang Haining would have such a connection with the old man who was both mentor and friend in his life, a figure of immense importance to him. Su Mo felt truly heartbroken. Especially upon learning that the old man's death had been orchestrated by others, Su Mo could no longer contain himself. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Su Mo picked up the token before him and declared earnestly, "I agree. But Zhang Haining, once I become a level 50 Beastmaster, I hope you'll tell me every single secret without delay. Though I now grasp the immense power of the forces you mentioned, I want us to face them together. He was your foster father, but he was also my mentor, a man I regarded as a second father." Zhang Haining nodded firmly. She slumped onto the sofa as if drained of energy, letting out a long sigh. A sense of relief flickered in her eyes. Watching Su Mo take the token in his hand and infuse it with his spiritual energy, he unsurprisingly discovered the eye of all things ability manifesting within. Then, like a surge of memory, the ability instantly flooded into Su Mo's body. Simultaneously, it wrought a profound transformation upon Su Mo's eyes. Su Mo felt a sudden chill wash over his eyes. With a single thought, he could now clearly see the information floating above Zhang Haining's head. Only then did Su Mo realize that Zhang Haining had finally become a dual-talent individual. And as for himself? Had become a 7-talent possessor. 7 talents. Vitality, rebirth, vitality, healing, eye of all things, immortality, indestructibility, unwavering, and endless. In that moment, Su Mo realized he possessed so many earth-shattering abilities even. This couldn't possibly be the standard equipment for a transmigrator, could it? Zhang Haining suddenly smiled across from him. 7 talents. In this world, those possessing 3 talents are already few and far between. 4 talents? Unheard of, unseen. Su Mo, little brother, I truly can't wait to see what other astonishing talents you'll possess in the future. Perhaps, no, definitely. Little brother Su Mo, you will become the one to confront the forces behind the scenes. You will become the savior of this world. Su Mo stared coldly at Zhang Haining, remaining silent for a long while. After an unknown period of time, he sat back down and pointed at the coffee table before him, saying, "I don't have to pay for this coffee table, right?" Zhang Haining scratched her head and retorted, "Honestly, little brother, your way of thinking still surprises me." "Never mind. How could I possibly make you pay for this? It's practically worthless anyway." With that, Zhang Haining picked up her phone and sent a message. Before long, 2 people pushed open the door and walked in, replacing the table with a brand new one. As for the plaque bearing all of Zhou Xingtong's memories and 2 abilities, Zhang Haining tucked it away. She intended to keep it close at all times. Perhaps when she missed her brother, it might serve as a small reminder. Soon, noon arrived. While eating in the room, Zhang Haining casually remarked, "I know you want to gain more attention through your abilities, so you can expose Su Sanxing and what he did to you before. Sis, I'll admit it, you succeeded. 3 days ago, the morning after we returned from the Beast Abyss, Zhao Yunfei, the chief of staff of the Demon Suppression Army, arrived in Linin City." Su Mo froze. How come I didn't know about this? Chapter 59, Sumo's scheme against the Su family vote for gold selection. Su Mo spun around abruptly, lifting his head to stare at Zhang Haining. His expression was filled with confusion. After all, in recent times, what Su Mo craved most was to see his reputation grow ever larger, to witness more and more individuals capable of outshining Su Sanxing arriving in Linin City. Then, whenever he met them face to face, he could make them understand the profound injustices and oppression he had endured all this time. Only then could Su Mo fully expose everything, forcing both Su Sanxing and Xu Feng to surrender every last thing they held in their hands. Su Mo's thinking was straightforward: what didn't belong to them, none of them deserved to possess. Besides, could Xu Feng even handle all those merits? Su Mo absolutely refused to believe it. However, the chief of staff of the Demon Suppression Army headquarters, Zhao Yunfei, had personally come here, which did leave him somewhat puzzled. Upon hearing Sumo's words, Zhang Hanying offered a bitter smile from the side. You've been training relentlessly within the Heavenly Path Hall, constantly enhancing your own strength and your beast-taming abilities. How could you possibly know any of this? But don't worry. In 4 days, Zhao Yunfei will return here. To be honest, this whole situation is rather frustrating. As he spoke, Zhang Hanying chuckled softly, slowly revealing to Sumo the purpose of Zhao Yunfei's visit to Linen City to seek out the Su family, specifically to meet Sumo. I hear General Long Canghai has taken notice of you. After you shattered the record for clearing the Mystic Tower during the Academy's new student assessment, he became quite curious about you. That's why he dispatched Zhao Yunfei to come here urgently to negotiate with you and convey General Long Canghai's intention to cultivate you. He wants you to grow quickly and eventually join his side, developing under his guidance. Sumo scratched his head. He did indeed hope to catch the attention of influential figures, but he never imagined it would be General Long Canghai who noticed him. After a long moment, Sumo gave a bitter smile. Didn't that small thing blow up a bit too big? It was just breaking a simple record, right? Is that really worth General Long Canghai's attention? Besides, shouldn't everyone know I possess the blood curse, that laughable, useless talent? Surely I'm not someone worthy of cultivation and attention? Zhang Hanying shook his head. Do you think everyone's an idiot? If even I can see there's something secretive about you, how could General Long not notice? I'm sure General Long has already investigated you discreetly. He's seen that despite your formidable strength, you show no signs of unusual weakness or blood depletion. That must have made him realize you're hiding some undisclosed trump card. Hearing this, Sumo instantly understood. His heart skipped a beat as he realized he'd completely overlooked this possibility. Sumo had been focused solely on pushing his limits, achieving remarkable results in the Mysteries Tower, never imagining his transformation would draw such intense scrutiny. But upon reflection, it made sense. Up until now, Sumo had always appeared energetic and full of vitality in public, which must have stood in stark contrast to the side effects of a talent like the Qi and Blood Curse. That Long Canghai would harbor such suspicions was, in a way, understandable. Sumo pressed on, then what? Why did you say he'd return to Linen City in 4 days? Zhang Hanying continued, Zhao Yunfei went to the Su residence and met with your father. He then tried to find you, but Su Sangxing kept blocking him, refusing to let him go upstairs. Only after Zhao Yunfei pressed and questioned him relentlessly did he learn you were ill. Su Sangxing said you were confined to your room at home, never seen by anyone throughout your illness. Hearing this, Zhao Yunfei panicked. He decided to rush back to the Demon Army headquarters in Jingqing Town immediately to invite a powerful Beastmaster, one with healing talents effective on both beasts and humans, to come here urgently and treat you, hoping to hasten your recovery. According to his message, he will arrive in Linen City 4 days from now, appearing at the Su residence where you belong. Sumo nodded slowly, finally processing the news Zhang Hanying had just delivered. Afterward, he thought to himself, his moment had finally arrived. Zhao Yunfei, chief of staff of the Demon Army in Jingqing Town? With his rank and capabilities, he far surpassed Su Sangxing. At that time, Su Sangxing would stand no chance of gaining any advantage over him. Sumo thought to himself that he might just manage to find a way to meet Zhao Yunfei before that moment arrived. But Sumo narrowed his eyes again, a different thought forming in his mind. Zhang Hanying, observing this across the table, asked curiously, what's up? Little brother Sumo, I notice your eyes seem to be plotting something against him. Knowing you, I suspect you'll likely arrange to meet Zhao Yunfei 4 days from now, in the morning, right? Unexpectedly, Sumo shook his head and replied slowly, Mr. Zhang, I have a better plan. At that time, not only will I reveal my true identity to Zhao Yunfei, but I'll also deepen his trust in me and ensure he becomes utterly disillusioned with Su Sangxing. Oh? What's the plan? Zhang Hanying leaned in closer. Sumo glanced down and froze. Holy crap! Is this someone else's wife? After a moment, he whispered his plan to Zhang Hanying. After listening, Zhang Hanying gave him a thumbs up. Good. 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 Brother Sumo, I never imagined you had such a scheme up your sleeve. It seems 3 years of combat in the southern frontier not only tempered your aura but also sharpened your cunning and treachery. Sumo chuckled in response, if I hadn't been cunning, I might have died long ago at the jaws of those beasts. But Boss Jiang, there's something else I'm even more curious about. How did you know Zhao Yunfei was coming here? And earlier, when you faced Su Sangxing, why was his gaze filled with such palpable apprehension toward you? It seemed as though he knew your background was no ordinary one, and dared not do anything out of line toward you? Would you be willing to share that with me? Chapter 60, Heaven's Injustice, Fate's Cruelty. Vote for Gold Selection. Sumo finally voiced the question that had been gnawing at him. He had harbored this suspicion for some time. He always sensed Zhang Hanying harbored too many secrets unknown to others. Even Zhang Hanying's identity and status had consistently piqued Sumo's curiosity. It couldn't be helped Sumo had spent the past 3 years in the southern frontier, knowing little about the affairs of Linen City.
Before enlisting, Suemo had been just an ordinary student, unwelcome at home, and no one would have shared these irrelevant stories with him.
That was precisely why Suemo sought to learn all this from Zhang Haining himself.
Of course.
Suemo smiled again.
If Mr. Zhang prefers not to discuss it, if it falls outside the scope of what you're comfortable sharing with me, I certainly won't press the matter.
This is your private matter, Mr. Zhang. Now that you've confirmed your relationship with my master, Zhou Nantian, and even risked everything to pass down the eye of all things to me, I hold no guard against you. I trust you completely now. It's perfectly fine if you choose not to speak of these things. However, Zhang Haining unexpectedly shook her head. Her expression turned earnest as she gazed at Suemo and spoke slowly. Suemo, I can tell you everything. Seeing the deep sorrow in Zhang Haining's eyes, Suemo frowned in shared empathy. He knew Zhang Haining must be hiding something else from him, likely some unknown, heartbreaking past that haunted her. His mouth opened, but after a long moment, Suemo decided to try persuading Zhang Haining.
Truthfully, he no longer wished to know her background. But just then, Zhang Haining sighed, held out her hand, and asked, "Can you spare me a cigarette?" Suemo paused, then silently nodded and handed her a cigarette. After lighting it and taking a drag, Zhang Haining coughed twice before speaking slowly. "My husband, many people in Linen City probably know him. 10 years ago, he left me. Actually, the day before I came to Linen City 10 years ago was the day of my wedding with my husband." As she spoke, Zhang Haining retrieved a photograph from her storage ring. In the photograph stood a man in military uniform, wearing the insignia of a major general, alongside a woman in a wedding gown, Zhang Haining herself. Both wore expressions of happiness and indescribable joy. Upon seeing the man's face, Suemo slowly furrowed his brow. Why does he feel so familiar? Could he be Xia Hai, the war god Xie? That Xia Hai, the Blade Sovereign who conquered the world with his sword skills, mastering both martial arts and beast-taming? Zhang Haining looked up at Suemo with a hint of surprise. After a moment, she sighed and nodded. Yes, that's Xia Hai. He's the foremost genius of the dual cultivation of martial arts and beast-taming. 10 years ago, he was a major general in the Huaxia Demon Suppression Army, hailed by General Long as a god of war within the ranks. Though his official rank was 20 levels below General Long's, his dual cultivation of martial arts and beast-taming made his combat prowess no less formidable. They sparred countless times, each match ending in stalemate. Neither could claim victory. And he is my husband. What? Suemo frowned, instinctively asking, how could the two of you possibly know each other? Zhang Haining chuckled, shot him a disapproving look, and retorted, what's that? Can't you see my charm? With charm like mine, it's only natural that Xia Hai would be smitten. Zhang Haining stroked the photograph before her, her gaze lost in memory as she spoke slowly. It was when I was 15. I went outside Linen City to gather a medicinal herb, but on the way, I encountered a demon beast attack. Xia Hai, who happened to be returning from a mission, found me and saved my life. From that moment on, we fell for each other. For 3 whole years, Xia Hai promised me that once I came of age, he would return covered in glory to marry me. But due to the influence of powerful forces behind the scenes, Xia Hai couldn't hold a grand wedding for us. He could only invite relatives and friends to share the news, not even allowing them to attend the ceremony. I agreed without hesitation. After countless days and nights of waiting, Xia Hai finally appeared when I turned 18. He and I took this photo at the empty wedding venue, and thus we became husband and wife. But Zhang Haining's voice caught slightly, tears welling in her eyes. Just when I thought I'd found my Prince Charming, my hero, my true love, the man I'd pursue for the rest of my life. Zhang Haining sighed as she spoke, finishing the cigarette in her hand with a deep drag before continuing. But on the night of our wedding, just as we returned to our new home, Xia Hai received an urgent assignment. It was urgent, and he had to go even though it was our wedding night. Xia Hai changed into his combat uniform and left without delay. I waited for him in our room that night for what felt like an eternity. He had told me it would only take a few hours, but it wasn't until 4 a.m. the next morning that I received a call from an unknown number. It was Long Canghai. He informed me that Xia Hai had been killed in action, with no remains recovered. Among the squad that accompanied Xia Hai from the Demon Suppression Army were 3 beast masters above level 60. Every single member perished in that mission. Not a single survivor was found, nor were any remains ever recovered. I was stunned by the news. At the same time, I turned on the TV and saw an emergency report. A massive explosion had occurred north of the city where I lived, instantly flattening the surrounding area for dozens of miles. Long Canghai told me that Xia Hai's mission location was precisely there. Suemo listened to this account, at a loss for words, his expression growing somber. Xia Hai's story was no stranger to him. Before enlisting, he had already heard about him, and during his time fighting in the southern frontier, he often listened to his comrades recount Xia Hai's exploits time and again. Ever since joining the demon-suppressing army, Xia Hai had cultivated both martial arts and beast-taming. His formidable sword skills earned him the title of Sword Sovereign, hailed as the greatest combat power in Huaxia beneath Long Canghai himself. He had never failed a mission, always returning victorious. If Suemo was the god of war among ordinary soldiers in the southern frontier, then Xia Hai was the supreme being in the hearts of all beast tamers and martial artists. Yet fate played a cruel trick. Amidst the shifting winds of that mission, amidst explosions that shook the earth for tens of miles, he vanished from the world entirely.
Chapter 61, The Youngest Level 14. Vote for Gold Selection.
Suemo lifted his head to look at Zhang Haining, his voice tinged with regret.
I'm sorry, Boss Jiang.
I never imagined I'd stir up painful memories for you again.
Suemo truly felt sorrow for Zhang Haining. Her adoptive father, Zhou Nantian, her brother, Zhou Xingtong, and her husband, Xia Hai. Each and every one had left Zhang Haining's world, one after another. Suemo thought to himself that each departure must have dealt her a devastating blow at the time. Yet here she stood, sharing these memories with him. What immense strength she must possess. Truthfully, I've endured so many life and death partings over the years that I've long since grown accustomed to it. Zhang Haining gave a bitter smile, shook her head, and then said, Suemo, you needn't try to comfort me like this. I truly can bear it. Suemo remained silent. Zhang Haining continued, after that day, I left that city and came to Linen City, returning to my adoptive father and brother. There's no one left I can truly open up to, no one worth clinging to. So we settled down in Linen City. Later, Long Canghai called me. He said my talent was exceptional, so he arranged for me to become a member of the General Staff Department at the Demon Suppression Army headquarters. He hoped I would help him scout more talent within Linen City. It was precisely through this position, and because of my husband, that I was able to establish a firm foothold in Linen. As for your father, he naturally knew my status. That's why when he faced me that day, he dared not speak his mind, let alone do anything out of line. That's how I learned about one thing after another. In fact, it was my reports to Long Canghai that revealed your actions, Suemo. Suemo finally understood. Today, he had even learned a layer of Zhang Haining's identity that shocked him. Suemo finally understood. No wonder he had attracted attention so quickly. It turned out Zhang Haining had submitted his information to Long Canghai. No wonder you opened this beast-taming academy. All the beast-tamers training here have to register their information with you. You really know how to keep the benefits within your own circle, Suemo chuckled. I should thank you, Boss Jiang, for informing General Long about me. Otherwise, who knows how long I'd have to wait before I could fully execute the next phase of my plan. No, Zhang Haining shook his head. Suemo, even if I hadn't told General Long, he would have found out soon enough. All mystic towers across the nation will announce this development. Given his curiosity about you and his investigations, he'd have figured it all out anyway. I merely helped things along and did you a favor. But you've helped me so much, even agreeing to my request. A debt of gratitude this deep, I doubt I could ever repay it in this lifetime. Suemo shook his head and smiled bitterly. Don't say that, Boss Jiang. I too wish to do something for my master. Moreover, you've twice granted me immense opportunities, first with Little Green Dragon and Little Fatty, and second with the Eye of All Things. To speak of repaying such favors? I could never repay them. Wasn't it 3 opportunities? What's this, Brother Suemo? You won't even admit to taking such a huge advantage of me back then? Besides, I can still feel it on my butt now. It's as if you pinched my butt that day. It's still vivid in my mind. Before Zhang Haining could finish, Suemo hastily covered her mouth. Zhang Haining watched as Sumo's face flushed crimson, as red as a monkey's but looking as if it might drip with moisture. After a long moment, she finally wriggled free of his hand, giggling softly. Then, her expression turning serious, she said, Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Suemo, I'll say it again, I hope you grow up quickly. The time left for us, for the demon-suppressing army, for the people of China, it's running out. I truly hope you can turn this situation around. Also, I truly enjoyed that day. Zhang Haining finished with a flirtatious remark, then swayed her hips as she walked away. Suemo stood speechless for a long while. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly let out a bitter laugh. Regardless, today had brought Suemo an overwhelming flood of information, and he now had a different plan for what lay ahead. Suemo knew he had to grow stronger. Before him stood not only Su Sangxing, but also Xu Feng and his entire family, 3 people who treated him as nothing more than a tool, stripping him of everything. Beyond seeking vengeance, this path was paved with mystery after mystery. The circumstances surrounding his master's death, the death of brother Zhang Haining, all these threads demanded Suemo's careful unraveling. Suemo didn't want to wade into this quagmire, but he considered himself a man who repaid every kindness. Though Zhang Haining had exploited him to some extent before, she harbored no malicious intent. She had even entrusted him with the sole survivor of the Qinglong lineage, the only Qinglong divine beast, and gifted him the talent known as the Eye of All Things, possessed by only 2 individuals in the world. Bound by this debt of gratitude, Suemo must do something for Zhang Haining. Besides, what could possibly threaten one who possessed immortality? Just then, a whimper sounded beside him. Suemo turned to see the little green dragon had flown to his feet, rubbing against his ankles and flapping its wings against his pant legs. Suemo chuckled softly, patting its head before saying, Little fatty, from now on, let's carve out our own place in this world together. Alright, since we successfully formed our contract today, I'll formally use the Chi Blood Reincarnation Array to enhance you for the entire day. The little green dragon let out a joyful cry. And so, Suemo continued his cultivation journey within the Heavenly Path Hall. Every day here, Suemo trained like a madman. The moment he opened his eyes, he would enhance the strength of the Thunder Dog and the little green dragon. Through repeated resurrections, he also improved his own abilities. In his spare time, Suemo diligently practiced the various combat techniques his master, Jo Nantian, had taught him years ago. Over these days, Sumo's combat prowess grew increasingly refined, and his personal strength became ever more formidable. In the blink of an eye, the fourth day arrived. Boom! 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 3 thunderous explosions echoed in rapid succession. Suemo opened his eyes. The furnishings around him had been shattered by the impact, reduced to piles of debris. Yet Suemo suddenly smiled. Indeed. Over these 4 days, Suemo had made significant progress. Thunderdog had reached the 7th stage of the youth realm, with its basic claw attack reaching level 7. Simultaneously, its Thunder Flash ability had been enhanced once more. As for Qinglong Xiaopang, its level had reached the 8th stage of the juvenile realm. Its Bloodline Roar skill had risen to level 3, and its Dragon Breath 10,000 miles ability had advanced to level 2. As for Suemo, his current spiritual power stands at 1980 points, and his vitality has reached 1230 points. Within just 4 days, with the aid of his 2 tamed beasts and by absorbing their vitality, Suemo has successfully broken through to become a level 14 beast tamer. Level 15? It was merely a single thought away. Chapter 62, Jiang Hanying grows more and more devilish. Vote for gold selection. Feeling the formidable power surging within him, and sensing the equally potent strength emanating from the 2 beast tamers by his side, Suemo suddenly smiled. In this moment, Suemo felt he had finally grown powerful. At the same time, he knew he could finally put his upcoming plans into action. Suemo lowered his head to look at the Thunder Dog beside him, now nearly as tall as his chest. Standing on all fours, it was easily 1.5 meters tall. Suemo chuckled. In this world, the Thunder Hound was a common tier beast. Due to its inherent traits, almost no beast master would choose to contract one. Yet, through a twist of fate, it perfectly aligned with Sumo's own characteristics of immortality and blood rebirth. It was precisely because of these that Suemo and the Thunder Hound before him shared a peculiar connection. Through his recent growth, Suemo suddenly grasped something just as Jiang Hanying had previously told him. Jiang Hanying sensed something unusual within the Thunder Dog, and Suemo felt it too. He sensed something within the Thunder Dog's bloodline that seemed poised to awaken. This feeling grew increasingly intense, yet Suemo had no idea when this awakening might occur. Following this, Suemo turned his gaze to the little green dragon perched on his shoulder. At first, the little green dragon ate constantly, growing significantly larger. But as Suemo steadily improved over time, the dragon's size gradually stabilized. Now it simply rested on Sumo's shoulder, looking utterly adorable. Only Suemo knew the truth. Once the little dragon fully manifested into its true form as the Azure Dragon Divine Beast, its body would ultimately stretch to an astonishing 50 meters in length. Suemo even looked forward to the day when the little dragon grew to thousands of meters in length. What a sight it would be when it appeared before all the demon beasts. Clap, clap, clap. Just then, applause erupted. Suemo looked up just as Jiang Hanying appeared. Behind her, 2 servants swiftly placed breakfast on the coffee table before bowing and hastily retreating. Jiang Hanying wore a form-fitting qipao today. As she swayed her hips with every step toward Suemo, a high slit revealed glimpses of her breathtakingly fair legs. Suemo, being a young man in the prime of his vigor, showed a slight reaction. Jiang Hanying chuckled softly, stepped forward, and sat down opposite him. Unbeknownst to Jiang Hanying, who was engrossed in the alluring sight before her, she spoke, "Brother Suemo, congratulations. Congratulations on successfully breaking through to level 14 Beastmaster today. You're just 1 step away from level 15. And congratulations to both Little Fat Azure Dragon and Thunder Dog for their level ups. But don't worry, you won't have to pay for the damage you caused around here. Big Sis will take care of it for you." Hearing Jiang Hanying's teasing, Suemo finally snapped out of it. He shot her a disgruntled glare before grumbling, "I never imagined that my breakthrough including my Beastmaster prowess would unleash such overwhelming pressure. Especially Xiaopang, its bloodline power is too high. At the same time, with each resurrection I grant it, its body and strength keep improving, demanding ever greater energy. Sigh, who knows just how far it can carry me in our growth together." Suemo was also relieved that each resurrection had steadily increased his vitality points, now surpassing 1212 times that of an ordinary person. Suemo could now leap dozens of meters high in a single bound without exaggeration, and his strength had reached the level of 1000 Jin. However, even with his enhanced vitality, the Thunder Dog Lightning could be fully sated within a single day with just 2 resurrections, while the Little Fat Azure Dragon required 4 to 5 resurrections. Suemo reflected that if he hadn't grown stronger through repeated trials, it might not take many revivals to satisfy the little Qinglong. Still, he didn't mind. After all, each death and resurrection brought immense benefits to Suemo. Jiang Hanying chuckled upon hearing this and said, well, who else possesses such innate talent yet still manages to be so pretentious? I came to tell you that in half an hour, Zhao Yunfei will be landing in Linen City. After disembarking, he'll head straight to the Xu family estate. Is your plan also about to begin? Suemo pondered for a moment before nodding. Let's eat first. Once we're full, we'll get moving. Zhang Haining said nothing. Watching the two of them eat their fill, she saw Suemo rise from the table. Only then did she remember something and said, "Oh, right. I've brought 2 special gifts for you this time." No sooner had the words left her mouth than Suemo saw Zhang Haining pull 2 books from her storage ring. Suemo furrowed his brow and asked, "What are these?" Zhang Haining explained, "This one contains the heavy sword techniques my adoptive father, Zhou Nantian, mastered over the past 60 or 70 years. It's called the Grand Heavy Sword Decision." In his final letter to me before his death, he mentioned that he had only passed down 1/3 of the Great Union Heavy Sword Decision to you. The rest is all contained within this book. It was written entirely in his own hand, a unique copy in the entire world. The old man expressed his hope that you would one day unravel all the secrets of the Grand Union Heavy Sword Decision. Only recently did I dispatch men to other cities and finally locate the Dehi Heavy Sword Manual I had hidden away, hoping to return it to you. Hearing this, Sumo's expression shifted abruptly. He never imagined that the heavy sword techniques Zhou Nantian had taught him, already so formidable, were merely 1/3 of the whole. Even more astonishing was that at this very moment as death approached and he faced other schemes, Zhou Nantian still thought of him, still sought to do something for him. Tears welled up in Sumo's eyes as he reached out and accepted the book before him. His expression turned solemn as he declared, "Master, I have been an unworthy disciple, ignorant of your true nature until now. Rest assured, I will live up to your expectations. I will ensure your spirit in heaven. Rest in peace." Chapter 63, Dying? Great. Vote for gold selection. But soon, Sumo's gaze shifted to another book in Zhang Haining's hand. Seeing the 4 characters demon-slaying sword technique written on the cover, Suemo instantly understood. He hurriedly looked at Zhang Haining and asked, "This demon-slaying sword technique? Could it be the very same technique your husband, Xiahai, mastered?" Zhang Haining nodded. "Yes, it is the demon-slaying sword technique. My husband dedicated his entire life to mastering both martial arts and demon-subduing techniques, becoming a genius unparalleled in the world. But what many don't know is that his pride and foundation, the very skill that defined his existence, was this very demon-slaying sword technique. He gave it to me years ago, telling me that if he ever fell on the battlefield, he hoped this technique would be passed on to someone more capable and suited to wield it. The demon-slaying sword technique demands immense vitality and a formidable physique. Only through repeated, relentless practice could one begin to grasp its essence. All these years, I never found a suitable candidate. But today, I have finally encountered one." Zhang Haining looked at Suemo, his expression earnest. "Suemo, I don't know what you think, but I believe you are the perfect fit for it. Your strength, your hidden talents, and your unwavering resolve to defend our homeland all align perfectly with this demon-slaying sword technique. And here, this is the second gift I'm giving you." As she spoke, a broad sword materialized in Zhang Haining's hand. Over a meter long, its exceptionally broad blade now glinted with a cold, menacing light. Merely seeing it drawn, Suemo felt the air around him instantly thicken with a bloodthirsty aura, as if the temperature itself had dropped several degrees. The 2 beasts by his side, the Thunder Dog and the little green dragon, both took a few steps back the moment they saw the great sword appear, their eyes filled with fear and wariness. Suemo instinctively murmured, "What a powerful aura of bloodshed." Zhang Haining nodded. "Naturally. My husband, Xiahai, used this demon-slaying blade to cut down hundreds of thousands of demonic beasts. It was precisely because of these feats that everyone in the demon-suppressing army regarded him as a god of war. Countless souls have fallen beneath this demon-slaying blade. Suemo, my dear, I wonder if today, you dare to take this demon-slaying blade? Dare you take this demon-slaying blade technique? I must warn you beforehand, those who cultivate the demon-slaying sword technique risk being consumed by its backlash and dying." Suemo paused briefly before replying, "Mr. Jiang, I might fear other things you mention, but death by backlash? Do I fear death?" With that, Suemo stepped forward and grasped the demon-slaying blade. A deep hum resonated from the blade, and Suemo froze instantly. In his mind's eye, he saw flashes of blades, mountains of corpses, seas of blood, and the slaughter of demonic beasts. The screams of all the beast-tamers and the demon suppression army echoed incessantly. Then Xiahai appeared, wielding this broad-bladed greatsword over a meter long, charging into the surging tide of demonic beasts. With his swift and elegant demon-slaying blade technique, Xiahai cut down countless beasts, saving the cities and countless homes behind him. With a whoosh, Suemo returned to his normal state. He lowered his head, lifted the demon-slaying blade, and caressed its edge, murmuring, "What a formidable sword." Having accompanied Senior Xiahai through countless battles over the years, it has finally earned such glorious achievements. Excellent, excellent. This aura of slaughter is precisely what I cherish most. Sumo's lips curled upward as he declared with confidence, "Senior, your wife entrusted me with the demon-slaying blade and its technique. Rest assured. I, Suemo, will become the second genius to master both martial arts and beast-taming." I will make all the demonic beasts across China, and indeed the entire world, tremble in fear again and again. But there was one thing Suemo didn't say. I'll take good care of your wife too. Watching Suemo accept both manuals and the demon-slaying blade, Zhang Haining finally exhaled in relief. She said, Suemo, little brother, I have now revealed every secret I possess to you. The demon-slaying blade, the 2 manuals, these were the last secrets I held. Now they are all yours. Sister truly hopes you won't betray my trust or let me down. You will fulfill my dying wish, and you will avenge my adoptive father, your master, and the others. Suemo nodded firmly, his expression solemn. Rest assured, Boss Jiang. I will succeed. Zhang Haining smiled. Suemo, don't call me Boss Jiang anymore. Suemo froze, scratching his head awkwardly. Then what should I call you? Zhang Haining chuckled. You can call me Haining, or dear. Sumo's mouth twitched. Call her dear? The more he thought about it, the more awkward it felt. Even as she spoke, Zhang Haining's face flushed slightly. But soon, Suemo realized he really couldn't keep calling her Boss Jiang anymore. Zhang Haining had done so much for him and trusted him completely. Calling her Ms. Zhang now felt unnecessarily formal. With a chuckle, Suemo suggested, how about I just call you Sister Haning? Zhang Haining nodded. All right. Suemo continued, Sis Haning, thank you for telling me everything. Thank you for accompanying me through all this. I promise I won't disappoint you in the future. A flicker of disappointment crossed Zhang Haining's eyes, but she still chuckled and said, Suemo, I'm truly happy you're willing to call me Sister Haining. Alright, now that we've eaten our fill, shouldn't we be leaving? Sumo's brows instantly furrowed. He knew the plan was finally about to begin. So, the 2 of them, accompanied by Sumo's 2 spirit beasts, left the spirit beast pavilion. They climbed into Zhang Hanying's car and headed toward the distant mystery tower. Meanwhile, at the Xu family villa, 10 minutes later, Su Sangxing and Dongfangya had long finished their breakfast. Seated in the living room, they waited with tense, anxious anticipation. Just then, the roar of engines echoed outside the door. Su Sangxing turned to look outside. Upon seeing the arrival of numerous vehicles designated for the demon suppression army, he rose to his feet without hesitation. He suddenly glanced at his wife, Dongfangya. They exchanged a knowing smile and nodded in unspoken understanding before rushing to the villa entrance and pushing open the door. Sure enough, along the road ahead, Zhao Yunfei and a group of officers from the Demon Suppression Army headquarters in Beijing were getting out of their vehicles. Beside Zhao Yunfei stood an elderly man who appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. His hair was entirely white, yet his eyes were sharp and piercing, and he walked with a vigorous, purposeful stride. Seeing this, Su Sangxing's eyes lit up, and his heart tightened. He thought, finally, the moment has come. Success or failure, whether I can keep my head on my shoulders, all depends on today. After a moment's thought, he hastily put on a smile and approached obsequiously. Chapter 64, A Substitute for the Real Thing? Vote for Gold Selection. Swiftly approaching Zhao Yunfei and the others, Su Sangxing and Dongfangya gave a slight nod. Su Sangxing smiled, Welcome, Lieutenant General Zhao. Welcome to all the leaders from headquarters. You didn't even give me advance notice, so I could arrange for someone to come pick you up. At the very least, I should have hosted a welcome banquet to properly honor your presence. Zhao Yunfei chuckled and said, No need, old Su. You know why we're here this time. Young Master Sumo's condition is critical and requires immediate treatment. Zhao Yunfei continued, Young Master Suemo is about to arrive at Fuyao Academy for the start of the semester. We absolutely cannot afford any mishaps at this critical juncture. After urgently reporting this matter to General Long, he immediately dispatched this level 55 healing beastmaster by my side Sun Jixian, Old Master Sun. Master Sun possesses the innate ability to heal others through beast-taming, and he also commands the beast Tianshan Snow Toad. This creature can absorb toxins from any patient's body, effectively curing ailments as if by magic. In numerous battles across our demon-suppressing army, it has saved the lives of countless commanders and soldiers. Upon hearing this, Su Sangxing froze momentarily, cursing inwardly, Damn it! I never imagined news of Suemo would reach Long Canghai's ears again at this very moment. Su Sangxing had been on edge these past days, repeatedly rehearsing today's possible scenarios with Xu Feng. His goal was to ensure Xu Feng showed no flaws whatsoever, even anticipating every conceivable possibility to help Xu Feng pull off this deception. Yet, he never imagined that Long Canghai would ultimately learn of it, even going so far as to send this man named Sun Jixin to Linen City. Little Feng. Today, you absolutely cannot let me down. Su Sangxing inwardly groaned. He truly did not want Long Canghai to discover that Xu Feng was Suemo. If the truth came out, Su Sangxing knew he would surely pay with his life. But after a moment's thought, Su Sangxing forced a nervous chuckle. He was confident Xu Feng could pull this off, certain he could pull the wool over everyone's eyes. With that, Su Sangxing stepped aside and said, Welcome. I never imagined Elder Sun would be here as well. You must know, Elder Sun, that in the hearts of all us demon-suppressing army commanders and soldiers, you are nothing short of a god. You are the master healer in our hearts. With you here today, I'm certain my eldest son, Suemo, will overcome his illness and recover fully. As parents, we can finally rest easy. Sun Jixian chuckled softly, stroked his beard, and waved his hand dismissively. Not at all, not at all. A physician's heart is compassionate. Saving all living beings is our duty, something we cannot refuse. Moreover, I have heard of young Master Suemo. He is currently favored by General Long and may well become one of the most brilliant talents among countless beast tamers in the future. I shall take special care to ensure he suffers no harm whatsoever. Su Tsangxing nodded urgently. That's wonderful, that's wonderful. Let's head over immediately. Su Tsangxing turned around, gesturing for Zhao Yunfei and the others to follow him toward the villa. As he did so, he instinctively glanced sideways, his eyes catching a faint movement behind the curtains of a second-floor window. Only then did Su Tsangxing feel somewhat reassured. Before long, Zhao Yunfei, Su Tsangxing and his wife, along with Sun Jixian, ascended to the second floor and arrived outside Sumo's room. Over the past week, Sumo's room had been meticulously cleaned and furnished, every detail in place, spotless and immaculate. As they pushed open the door, they saw Xu Feng lying on the bed ahead. Xu Feng bore an almost identical resemblance to Suemo. Unless one was extremely close to them, it would be impossible to spot the difference. Xu Feng lifted his head, glaring at the four figures before him. His expression instantly turned violent as he shouted, "Get out! All of you, get out! Who are you? I don't want to see you! Get out of here!" As he spoke, Xu Feng feigned pain and coughed twice. Seeing Xu Feng in such a pitiful state, Dongfang's eyes reddened. Clutching the hem of her clothes, she said sadly, "I'm so sorry, Lieutenant General Zhao, Dr. Sun, for making you witness this. Our child is like this now, often yelling at us, but at the same time, his physical condition is becoming increasingly unmanageable. As his parents, we fear he may not hold on much longer." Sun Jixian sighed beside them and said, "Don't be so sad, you two. On my way here, I learned more about the situation. It seems young Master Suemo has been repeatedly depleting his own body through his cursed talent Chi Blood Rebirth. Though he appears normal in daily life, once this accumulation reaches a breaking point, young Master Sumo's body simply cannot bear the burden any longer. Rest assured, I will spare no effort today to help young Master Suemo regain his health." Su Tsangxing nodded earnestly beside him and said, "All right, Mr. Sun, we'll leave it to you." As they spoke, Sun Jixian nodded and slowly stepped forward to stand before Xu Feng. Watching Xu Feng continue to scream wildly, even grabbing objects from the bedside table and hurling them, Sun Jixian chuckled softly, walked directly to Xu Feng's side, sat down, and firmly grasped Xu Feng's wrist. He spoke slowly, "Child, do not be afraid. I am here to save you. The Tianshan snow toad I possess can draw out all toxins in the world. It will surely turn your crisis into safety today." Meanwhile, at the Mystic Tower. As a crucial part of the Academy's new student assessment, it was also open to all beast masters on a daily basis. Beast tamers would flock here to hone their combat skills, perhaps training against specific beasts. Of course, some also came to gauge their recent progress, a way to validate the growth achieved through relentless training over the past period. Finally, the vehicle came to a stop. Suemo and Jiang Haining both stepped out. Yet, the moment they stepped out, a voice rang out from nearby, "Oh, little brother, what brings you here?" Chapter 65, Two women meet and spar vote for gold selection. Hearing that voice, Suemo froze. The sound was unmistakably familiar. How could he not know who it was? He turned his head and, sure enough, saw Su Jejia slowly striding toward them from a distance. Today, Su Jejia was dressed in an exceptionally provocative outfit, looking like a streetwise young woman as she swayed her hips seductively. As she drew near, she glanced at Suemo, then shot a sideways look at Jiang Haining beside him. "Mr. Jiang, what brings you here?" Jiang Haining offered a faint smile, saying nothing more. Suemo asked from the side, "Su Jejia, what brings you here?" Jiang Haining chimed in, "I'm accompanying brother Suemo here to take him to the Mystic Tower climb." "Why are you here?" Su Jejia retorted, her voice tinged with irritation. "Is that a problem? Do I need to report my whereabouts to you, Boss Jiang?" Su Jiaying turned to Su Moyan and demanded, "Su Moyan, what exactly are you doing? You didn't use your vital energy again to forcibly boost your strength, did you? I've told you before, Chi Blood Rebirth is dangerous. Without absolute experience and without gene potions to sustain your vital signs and replenish your Chi Blood, every time you use Chi Blood Rebirth to forcibly boost your beast's power, you're needlessly risking your own life. Don't you want to live anymore?" Despite Su Jejia's harsh tone, Suemo could clearly sense the genuine concern in her words. Suemo smiled faintly and said, "All right, sis, you don't need to lecture your little brother here. I know what I'm doing. Besides, Sister Han-Ing has helped me a lot. During my recent cultivation, she provided me with ample resources to ensure my body remained unharmed. See how well I am now?" Suemo couldn't possibly tell Su Jejia about the secret he carried. As for Jiang Han-Ing learning about these things, it was purely unavoidable. As for others, Suemo didn't want to reveal too much. It's wise to guard against others, but never harbor ill will. Even with his own sister, the walls had ears. Sumo's concerns were very real. Su Jia glanced at Zhang Haining and blurted out, Ms. Zhang, my dear brother actually calls you Sister Haining? I'd like to ask you what exactly are your intentions toward my brother? I, Su Jiaying, have always believed there is no such thing as a free lunch. I'll never believe you'd do all this for my brother without expecting something in return. Sumo's heart skipped a beat at her words. He hadn't expected his offhand remark to provoke such a reaction from Su Jia. Watching Zhang Haining chuckle, he said, You've misunderstood, Teacher Su. I treat every member of our beast-taming pavilion equally. Sumo's younger brother has secured our beast-taming pavilion's annual sky-grade training room. With his status and financial resources, if I don't seize this opportunity, how else would I make money in the future? Do you really think my pavilion is a charity? Sumo silently gave him a mental thumbs up, impressed by Zhang Haining's quick wit. Su Jiaying heard this and found it somewhat reasonable, but still gave a cold snort. Regardless of your motives, Mr. Jiang, I'll give you this warning, from now on, you'd better not try to harm my brother, Su Jiaying. If you ever lay a finger on him, not even a single hair, Su Jia, will come looking for you. He's the brother I've cherished my entire life. I won't tolerate him suffering even the slightest harm. Watching these two women, both incredibly important to him, now locked in a tense standoff, Sumo stood by utterly bewildered. Normally, he wouldn't bother intervening, but this time was different. Sumo had plenty on his plate and didn't want to invite unnecessary trouble. As the two women inched closer, their swords nearly clashing, Sumo swiftly reached out and shoved them apart. After glancing left and right, Sumo sighed and said, Can you two just calm down? Also, Su Jia, Sister Haning has helped me tremendously these past few days. There are things I can't explain openly, but rest assured, she absolutely has no ill will toward me. Sumo then turned to Zhang Haning and said, Su Jia is my cousin. Her family has treated me like their own child since I was little, and they have nothing to do with my family's affairs. She knows everything about what my family has been going through lately. She even joined me in cursing Su Sangxing and Xu Feng right in front of me. So please don't hold any grudges against her. Hearing Sumo's explanation, the two of them finally exhaled in relief. Then, Su Jia asked, Sumo, are you truly feeling no discomfort at all? Seeing Sumo nod earnestly, Su Jia pressed on, Then what brings you to this mysterious mechanism tower? Sumo retorted, What brings you here? Su Jia pursed her lips and said, I just wanted to test the results of my training over the past half-month. It's also a way to say goodbye to this place. I'm heading back to Fuyao City soon. New students are enrolling, and I'll have plenty to do then. Sumo finally nodded. I'm here to test my own progress too. If you're not in a rush, you might as well stay and take a look around. Su Jia shrugged without hesitation. Of course I'm not in a hurry. I won't be leaving Linen City until this afternoon. Since you're here, I'll stay and keep you company for a bit. Sumo felt a pang of emotion. Just moments ago, he'd seen Su Jia rushing about with such urgency she must have had important matters to attend to. Yet she'd chosen to stay and keep him company. Sumo understood clearly that she wanted to stay and test Zhang Haining, to see what she was really up to, or perhaps to keep an eye on his situation. This cousin of his had treated him like a precious treasure since childhood, caring for him with unwavering devotion. Such warmth filled Sumo's heart. After a moment's thought, Sumo stepped forward and approached the entrance to the Mystic Tower's passageway. He extended his Beastmaster bracelet, and the mysterious mechanism tower automatically scanned his information. Of course, it only retrieved his name, nothing else. This was a continent-wide regulation designed to prevent the storage of excessive information about Beastmasters, thereby safeguarding their identities and personal details. This served as a safeguard for Beastmasters. Chapter 66, Instant Kill. 15th floor. Vote for gold selection. Sumo had just stepped into the passageway when he teleported into the mysterious mechanism tower. Outside, Su Jia turned to look at Zhang Haining, her brows furrowed as she asked warily, Mr. Jiang, what exactly are your intentions toward my brother? Let me tell you, you better not have any inappropriate intentions toward him. I, Su Jia, am not someone to be trifled with. Anyone who harms my brother will absolutely not get off scot-free. Even if you're from the General Staff Department of the Demon Suppressing Army Headquarters, I won't let you off the hook. Hearing Su Jia's words, Zhang Haining's eyes narrowed. He turned to glance at her, then chuckled softly. Who would have thought, Teacher Su, that you'd take such an interest in me, Zhang Haining? To even uncover my true identity through this quite unexpected. Su Jia snorted coldly. Spare me the nonsense. Let me make this clear, Sumo grew up under my watchful care and attention. I've always treated him like my own brother. I absolutely will not tolerate anyone hurting him in my presence. Don't think that just because I'm returning to Fuyao City soon, I won't have people watching you constantly to see what you do to my brother. If I discover you've harmed him in any way, watch out, I'll come straight from Fuyao City to make you pay. Zhang Haining smiled faintly, responding calmly and confidently, Very well, then Teacher Su, I'll be waiting to see what happens. Besides, Brother Sumo came here today to climb the tower and challenge the record. I'd rather we not bicker here. Let's focus our attention on Brother Sumo instead. What do you say? What? You said what? Climbing the tower to break a record? What record could possibly exist now? Could it be? Suddenly, Su Jia snapped to attention.
Only now did she grasp the true purpose of Su Mo's visit. She stared intently at Zhang Haining and asked, could it be that brother Su Mo was going to challenge the century-old record in the Mysteries Tower? The record for clearing the tower before new students enter the academy? The more she spoke, the more alarmed Su Jia became. Zhang Haining's expression remained as still as an ancient well, responding with a faint smile. She turned to dash toward the mysterious mechanism tower, but froze in her tracks. Behind her, Zhang Haining said, that's right. You guessed correctly. But now, even if you wanted to stop him, you couldn't. Once he enters the Mysteries Tower, unless he himself withdraws with an overwhelming will, he absolutely cannot come out. You're insane. Su Jia rushed to Zhang Haining's side and shouted, Zhang Haining, do you have any idea how extraordinary Su Mo's talent is? His cursed talent comes at the cost of his lifespan. Inside the mysterious mechanism tower, while it can't inflict actual harm on the Beastmaster or his beasts, if he loses, Su Mo will definitely use Chi blood reincarnation to repeatedly enhance his contract beast's power and restore their condition. By then, the physical damage Su Mo will have endured will be real. Is he trying to kill himself? Zhang Haining chuckled, alright, Teacher Su, I know you care deeply about Su Mo, but this is all his own decision. Besides, brother Su Mo has the determination and reasons to break this record. He also possesses sufficient means to ensure he remains unharmed. You needn't worry here. What do you mean? Su Jia frowned deeply. Zhang Haining continued, haven't you noticed? Brother Su Mo seems more reserved lately, his abilities have grown stronger, and his physical condition doesn't appear as frail as before. Su Mo's younger brother is far more formidable than either of us realize. You really shouldn't be fretting over this, okay? Su Jia glared at Zhang Haining through gritted teeth before sighing. She knew Su Mo had always been stubborn, especially after returning from 3 years in the military. Su Jia felt he had transformed into a different person, no longer the little brother who used to trail behind her, needing her protection. Su Mo had changed so much. If not for his familiar face and their shared history, Su Jia might even suspect he'd been possessed by someone else. But none of this diminished Su Jia's care and concern for him. Yet, as she had discussed with Zhang Haining earlier, once a Beastmaster entered the Mystic Tower, no one could force them out unless they chose to leave of their own accord. For ordinary Beastmasters, Su Jia had no worries. The trials within the Mysteries Tower only inflicted damage on their nerves and senses, causing no substantial harm to their physical bodies. But Su Mo was different. His cursed talent consumed vital energy. Should he encounter danger within the mysterious mechanism tower and require the Chi blood rebirth array to forcibly enhance his power and restore his beast's body, the damage Su Mo would suffer would be very real. Su Jia naturally didn't want to see Su Mo end up that way, but now the arrow was already on the string, there was no turning back. Lifting her gaze to the light screen ahead, Su Mo's name remained conspicuously absent. Anxious worry crept into Su Jia's heart. Brother, you absolutely must not come to harm. If anything happens to you today, I won't let Zhang Haining off the hook. Zhang Haining never imagined that merely accompanying Su Mo here would land him in such unwarranted trouble. Meanwhile, a group of beast tamers had quickly gathered nearby. The Mysteries Tower was a frequent gathering spot for beast masters. They would continuously climb the tower here, refreshing their records and observing their growth over time. When Su Mo appeared here just now, many had noticed his presence. As they drew closer, murmurs began to circulate. Isn't that Su Mo, the national champion from the Academy's new student assessment? What's he doing here today? Could he be here to see the results of his recent training? Could be. I have this feeling maybe Su Mo came to break the record again. Ha? What record could he possibly break? The highest pre-academy admission clearance record? That's the record set by General Long. Could Su Mo really do it? Holy crap, is Su Mo going to break another record today? Word of this would send the entire nation into a frenzy of excitement and shock. Look! Su Mo just cleared 15 floors in an instant. Someone shouted, and the crowd erupted in commotion. Everyone abruptly looked up. On the light screen ahead, Su Mo's name on today's daily leaderboard instantly leaped from the back to the top position. Behind it, the battle score was displayed, 150,000. In just the half minute it took for everyone to exchange words, Su Mo had instantly completed the kill and surged to the 15th floor. Chapter 67, Confronting the 16th floor Golden Turtle Vote for Gold Selection. Before the Mystic Tower, the Beast Masters murmured among themselves. Holy crap, is Su Mo really going to break that record? Holy cow. Unbelievable. Could it be that today Su Mo is about to forge another legend for Linen City, another myth for our city? He's already the national top scorer in the new Student Academy assessment. Isn't that enough? Wait, everyone, Su Mo has the cursed talent Chi blood rebirth. How could he have grown this strong in such a short time? Is he repeatedly depleting his vital energy? Doesn't he value his life? Even if he keeps breaking records now, what's the point? Eventually, his life force will be depleted, and Su Mo's lifespan will keep shrinking.
More and more people were noticing something was off with Sumo. Speculation ran rampant and judgments were being made. If Sumo truly was forcibly boosting his power by depleting his vital energy like this, then the fate awaiting him in the end would hardly be a happy one. Sighs of regret for Sumo rose from every heart. More and more people were saying it. Even if Sumo could break the record and astonish everyone once more, what would it matter? A genius who doesn't live long can't truly be called a genius. Meanwhile, Zhang Haining and Su Jejia listened intently from start to finish. Zhang Haining's brows furrowed slightly before relaxing. A smile touched her lips. It seems, little brother Sumo, you truly have the power to surprise your big sister today. Perhaps today, the achievements you wish to demonstrate, the attention you seek to gain, they will finally come to pass as you desire. Go for it, little brother Sumo. I believe you'll surprise everyone. Meanwhile, Su Jejia stood nearby, her brows furrowed as her delicate hands clenched tightly. Su Jejia felt exceptionally tense. She was genuinely worried that Sumo might run into trouble. After all, she didn't know what resources or abilities Sumo truly possessed. All she knew was that Sumo possessed chi blood transformation, repeatedly sacrificing his own lifespan to draw upon vital energy for continuous enhancement. Beyond that, she knew nothing. Watching Sumo now, he had surpassed his combat rating from the new student assessment by a full 20,000 points. This meant Sumo had successfully broken through to the 15th layer. This was a milestone countless new beast masters struggled to achieve. Yet the next 8 layers Sumo needed to conquer were as difficult as ascending to heaven. Zhang Haining, observing Su Jejia's visibly tense expression, chuckled softly. Alright, teacher Su. Regardless, Sumo is a young man I've taken a special interest in, and as your cousin, I won't stir up any unnecessary friction. I just want to tell you, don't be so tense. Brother Sumo's strength is far more formidable than either of us imagined. A century ago, Long Canghai set the highest record for the new student entrance exam, 23 layers cleared, with a combat score of 230,000. That was because General Long possessed extraordinary talent. Right after awakening his Beastmaster abilities, he was recruited by the Demon Suppression Army. He fought relentlessly in countless missions, honing his skills through repeated life and death trials while also contracting a second beast. That's what made him the standout everyone admired. And Brother Sumo is no different. Didn't you just see it? The second beast he contracted appeared beside him. Hearing this, Su Jejia instantly understood. Right. She had only just remembered that Sumo had contracted a second beast. But Su Jejia whipped her head toward Zhang Haining. How did he get that beast? Did he buy it? Even if Sumo returned from the southern frontier with his discharge pay and various bonuses, he couldn't possibly afford a high-grade beast like that. Zhang Haining chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper in Su Jejia's ear, it was a beast he obtained by chance while accompanying me in the abyss of monsters. It's ancient grade. What? Su Jejia stumbled back in shock, her pupils shrinking as she stared at Zhang Haining. She instinctively opened her mouth to speak, but Zhang Haining raised a hand to silence her. Teacher Su, some things are better left unsaid. I only shared this with you because I see how close you and Sumo are, and how much you care about him. Su Jejia nodded urgently, daring not utter another word. What followed was an intense surge of joy in her expression. Gazing at the rankings displayed on the light screen before her, she thought, perhaps today, Sumo could truly create another miracle. Break the century-old record that no one had ever surpassed. At the same time, don't forget that Sumo still has half a month left before the new semester begins. Meaning, when comparing players of the same age, he broke the record half a month faster than Long Canghai did. The value of such an achievement was undeniable. Inside the Mystic Tower, Sumo shrugged as he finally stepped onto the final staircase, reaching the 16th floor. Gazing at the golden-hued turtle that appeared before him, Sumo chuckled, a golden turtle, a defensive type. But today, the higher your defense, the more it exposes your weaknesses elsewhere. Sumo had just ascended rapidly with his 2 tamed beasts, the Thunder Dog and the Little Green Dragon. From the moment they entered the first floor of the mysterious mechanism tower, facing the Blood Moon Wolf there, Sumo and his 2 beasts charged straight toward the staircase leading upward without hesitation. They made no stops whatsoever, ascending relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, they reached the 15th floor. Sumo observed all the demon beasts within the 15th floor, trailing behind them blood moon wolves, blood-sucking bees, dragon-scaled pythons, and even flame birds. These creatures had proven exceptionally challenging when Sumo had first confronted them over half a month ago. Today, however, they would no longer be a cause for concern. Sumo's strength was now incomparable to before, and the Thunder Dog and Little Green Dragon had become his greatest assets. Sumo smiled faintly, surveying the dozens of demon beasts before him. He ruffled the Thunder Hound's head beside him and chuckled, Lightning, this is yours. Lightning vanished instantly from his spot. Though his rank was ordinary, Lightning, now at the 7th stage of the youth realm, held absolute dominance over these demon beasts. A flash of lightning erupted around all the beasts. In the blink of an eye, every single one lay fallen. Immediately afterward, the Mystic Tower's voice echoed, Congratulations, Beastmaster Sumo, on successfully clearing the 15th floor.
You have earned a combat score of 150,000 points. Sumo saw the small light screen of the mysterious mechanism tower before him, displaying that he was only 8 floors away from breaking Long Canghai's record.
Sumo continued his ascent, finally reaching his current position, the 16th floor of the mysterious mechanism tower.
A golden turtle, over a meter in length, appeared before him. Its massive form stirred the ground with each step as it rose from the earth, sending tremors through the tower with every footfall. Though only a meter long, this golden turtle weighed over 1,000 jin. Sumo chuckled softly, glancing at his thunder dog.
Lightning, he said slowly, what do you think?
With your youth realm, 7th tier strength against this youth realm, 4th tier golden turtle, it should be no problem, right?
Woof woof woof. The thunder dog barked happily twice, then vanished instantly. Vanished from its spot. After half a month of training, today was finally about to show its true power. Chapter 68, How come this kid isn't sick? Seeking gold votes. Inside the Xu family villa. At that moment, Su Sangxing and his wife stood together at the doorway of Sumo's bedroom. Watching Sun Jixian ahead of them, who was using traditional Chinese medicine techniques to examine Xu Feng's various ailments. Xu Feng, now mimicking Sumo's behavior, grew increasingly agitated, repeatedly trying to push Sun Jixian away. But to his astonishment, Sun Jixian's hands gripped his arms like pincers, holding him fast and rendering him utterly immobile. Xu Feng's heart skipped a beat.
After all, Xu Feng's primary mission today was to feign illness to convincingly portray symptoms of agitation while simultaneously preventing Sun Jixian from discerning that he was fundamentally healthy.
At that point, he wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore.
But if Sun Jixian caught even the slightest hint of deception, Xu Feng would have to invent all sorts of excuses and elaborate lies to fool everyone present.
But right now, Xu Feng couldn't manage it at all. He couldn't even move, for crying out loud.
Just then, Sun Jixian frowned deeply, raised his hand, and pressed a finger directly onto one of Xu Feng's acupoints.
In an instant, Xu Feng froze.
He lay on the hospital bed like a wooden statue, utterly unable to move a muscle. Besides Su Sangxing, Zhao Yunfei chuckled and remarked, as expected of old Master Sunday. With his masterful acupoint pressure technique, he's finally managed to subdue young Master Xu Feng. Zhao Yunfei glanced at Su Sangxing again and added with a smile, rest assured, old Su. With Master Sun Jixian here, whatever issues young Master Sumo may have, they'll surely be resolved.
We have nothing to worry about. Su Sangxing froze in place. He never imagined Xu Feng could be restrained by pressure point control. A wave of anguish washed over him.
After all, the one thing he dreaded most was the truth about Xu Feng impersonating Sumo being exposed.
If that happened, everything would be ruined. Now that Xu Feng was immobilized, wouldn't he become a lamb led to the slaughter?
After a moment's thought, Su Sangxing considered whether he should intervene to stop Sun Jixian's actions. But Dongfangya, standing nearby, seized his hand and offered him a reassuring glance. Seeing that look, Su Sangxing felt a bitter ache in his heart, but it eventually calmed him. He forced a smile and said, of course.
With Dr. Sun handling things, I'm confident Sumo will be perfectly fine today. Zhao Yunfei nodded.
Of course.
We trust old Sun's abilities.
Besides, we're here on orders today.
We absolutely must see young Master Sumo restored to health. Otherwise, we'll have a lot of explaining to do. We don't want to bear the responsibility for young Master Sumo failing treatment and being unable to enter Fuyao Academy. In the future, General Long still intends to personally cultivate young Master Sumo. He's even brought some gifts for young Master Sumo this time. Once young Master Sumo recovers, I will personally deliver them to him. Su Sangxing's face lit up. Hearing about gifts, especially ones from Long Canghai's side, filled him with an indescribable joy.
Recently, Su Sangxing had been agonizing over how to transfer all the new student benefits Sumo would have received before entering Fuyao Academy onto Xu Feng instead, so that Xu Feng could gain more resources. He'd operated this way since childhood, even transferring all the military merits and battle achievements Sumo earned during the Southern Frontier campaign to Xu Feng's name. Now that there was a way to further boost both Sumo and Xu Feng's resources, how could he possibly refuse? Yet, not long after, Sun Jixian's brow furrowed slightly, and he let out a soft snort. Everyone present froze momentarily, their eyes lifting in unison. Sun Jixian scratched his head and spoke up, I never imagined that young Master Sumo's condition would prove so elusive. We still haven't pinpointed the source of his illness.
Could this be what one faces when attempting to transform vital energy in blood? Su Sangxing hurriedly interjected, Master Sun, could it be that this child, Xu Feng Sumo, has some other ailment within his body? Or perhaps something you've never heard of or seen before? Sun Jixian nodded. That could be the case. However, I suspect it's more likely that there's some hidden toxin within his body. Everyone, there's no need to worry. Sun Jixian flashed a confident smile. With a flick of his thoughts, a pure white toad instantly crawled out of his pocket. The toad extended its tongue, gazing excitedly at Xu Feng before it. Sun Jixian smiled faintly. This is my beast companion, the Tianshan snow toad. I've contracted 3 Tianshan snow toads in my lifetime, with 2 contract opportunities remaining. With it present, whatever toxins young Master Su Mo has within him will be alleviated. With that, Sun Jixian focused his mind, mentally directing the Tianshan snow toad towards Xu Feng's forehead. Without moving, Xu Feng allowed the Tianshan snow toad to land directly on his forehead. Immediately, it extended its tongue, adhering firmly to Xu Feng's skin and beginning to suck relentlessly. Su Sanqing and Dongfangya watched from the side, their hands clenched tightly in anxiety, fearing Xu Feng might show signs of distress. Zhao Yunfei, observing the scene, chuckled softly. Mistaking the couple's intense concern for mere overprotectiveness, he hastily reassured them. Now, old Su, Mrs. Dongfangya, there's no need for such worry. With elder son here, young Master Su Mo will surely recover. Su Sanqing gave a bitter smile. It wasn't worry about old son's presence at all, it was pure anxiety over whether Xu Feng would give himself away. The thunder dog vanished instantly from its spot, charging toward the golden turtle ahead. The golden turtle sensed the thunder dog's attack and retracted its neck, burying itself deep within its shell. Such was the golden turtle, relying on its impenetrable defenses, it repeatedly withstood attacks from all enemies. The thunder dog's entire body flickered with blue-purple light. Bolt after bolt of lightning struck the golden turtle's shell like sharp blades. Though the golden turtle initially withstood the relentless barrage, it suddenly sensed the thunder dog's lightning power piercing through its shell to strike its very core. Chapter 69, Breakthrough. Level 15. Vote for gold. Boom. 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 The floor of the 16th level of the mysterious tower trembled violently. The golden turtle finally thrust its head out, glaring furiously at the thunder dog before it. Its eyes burned with fury. Today had been nothing but humiliation. Its vaunted formidable defense proved utterly useless at this moment. The thunder dog barked twice beside it, its expression brimming with triumph. However, in an instant, the situation took a dramatic turn. The golden turtle stomped its foot hard on the ground, radiating a golden glow from head to toe. In the next instant, its entire shell transformed into a weapon, hurtling directly toward the thunder dog ahead. Su Mo shouted anxiously from the sidelines, "Lightning, watch out!" The thunder dog barked twice and effortlessly dodged the golden turtle's charge. Su Mo breathed a sigh of relief beside it, thinking to himself that despite the golden turtle's lower level, its destructive power was immense. Any beastmaster of comparable level would likely sustain some damage from the impact of its golden armor. Fortunately, the thunder dog excelled in speed. Lightning and thunder crackled all over its body, making it significantly faster than any other tamed beast or magical beast of the same level. This was its crowning ability. Easily evading the golden turtle's attack, the thunder dog extended its claws, unleashing bolts of lightning as it relentlessly assaulted the creature before it. The golden turtle repeatedly poked its head out, finally giving the thunder dog an opening. Without hesitation, it plunged its claw down, cleanly severing the golden turtle's neck. The battle, lasting roughly half a minute thus far, concluded with the golden turtle's body severed from its head, ending in complete death. Woof woof! The thunder dog barked twice, swiftly approaching Su Mo and rubbing against his waist. Seeing the thunder dog now standing as tall as a man, Su Mo chuckled softly, feeling deeply satisfied. This companion had grown alongside him time and again, and its current formidable strength was truly remarkable. Su Mo was certain the thunder dog would not disappoint him in the days ahead. He ruffled the dog's head before retrieving a piece of meat from his storage ring and placing it directly into its mouth. Consuming meat restored the thunder dog's stamina, achieving the same effect as Chi Blood Rebirth and the healing array he had just mastered. After swallowing the meat whole, the thunder dog felt significantly revitalized and happily wagged its tail. Su Mo patted its head and continued, "Alright, Lightning, let's keep moving upward." The thunder dog barked twice. Perched on his shoulder, the little green dragon even yawned lazily at this moment. Su Mo gave its fluffy head a resigned pat and chuckled, "Alright, little fatty, no more slouching around here looking so lazy you even yawned. You'll have your chance to shine soon." The little green dragon whimpered twice. Then, the man and his two beast companions lifted their heads and headed toward the staircase leading to the 17th floor. Soon, they reached the 17th floor. Before them appeared another golden turtle, but this one was a 6th-tier youth realm beast. Su Mo flashed a confident smile. Before he could say anything, the thunder dog one tier higher than the golden turtle dashed forward instantly. Under the thunder dog's relentless assault, the golden turtle finally fell after over 40 seconds of battle. Su Mo glanced at the small screen of the mystic tower beside him. It displayed his combat score for the day had reached 170,000. But for Su Mo, this was still not enough. His goal was to shatter the combat record set by Long Canghai a century ago, a staggering 230,000 points. He still had a full 6 floors to go to reach that mark. Su Mo tossed another piece of meat to the thunder dog before continuing his ascent toward the 18th floor. He swiftly reached the 18th floor of the mysterious mechanism tower, only to find a golden leopard at the 7th stage of the youth realm standing before him. Seeing the diamond leopard, which shared the same tier as the thunder dog and also excelled in speed, Su Mo couldn't help but frown. He began to worry whether the thunder dog had what it took to stand against the diamond leopard. As if sensing Su Mo's unease, the thunder dog barked twice, its expression radiating confidence, before vanishing instantly from its spot. Suemo and Little Green Dragon watched intently as the battle unfolded. The golden leopard, equally adept at speed, had already left trail after trail of afterimages on the ground. For ordinary people, discerning its speed was nearly impossible. It also possessed the skilled diamond bite. Its teeth were like blades, boasting formidable biting force. Meanwhile, the thunder dog refused to be outdone. Blue lightning flashed across its body as it relentlessly attacked the diamond leopard ahead. Amidst the relentless exchange of attacks and bites between this beast rider and the demon beast, Sumo's heart tightened shortly after. He heard the thunder dog emit a whimper. He focused his gaze and saw the thunder dog stumble backward, its body swaying unsteadily. A massive wound gouged into its belly, the result of the golden leopard's bite. Seeing this, Sumo's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly asked, "Lightning, are you okay?" Fortunately, at that moment, Lightning turned its head, baring its teeth. Blood dripped from between its fangs, yet it grinned happily. Lightning then turned its gaze, and Suemo saw the golden leopard finally collapse with a thud beside them. Its injuries were fatal, far more severe than those of the thunder dog. Suemo rushed forward, his heart tightening as he examined the thunder dog's injuries. He could already sense that the thunder dog was barely clinging to life. Sumo's face was filled with guilt. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged on the ground, and the Chi blood rebirth array appeared before him. The thunder dog swiftly lay down within it. Suemo poured every ounce of his energy into it, finally succeeding in fully restoring the thunder dog's injuries. Feeling his own body grow equally weak, Suemo focused his intent. With a thunderous boom emanating from his body, a formidable aura radiated outward from him. After an unknown period, Suemo finally opened his eyes, a sharp gleam bursting forth from his gaze. Mental power, 2001 points. Vitality, 1258 points. That's right. Just now, through his latest resurrection, Suemo had successfully broken through to become a level 15 beast tamer. Once again, Suemo had shattered the highest level record for a beast tamer of his age. However, few in the world bother to keep track of such things anyway. Chapter 70, Breaking the Record. Vote for gold selection. Outside the Mystic Tower, Su Jiaying and the countless beast tamers beside her watched the changes unfolding on the light screen before them, each with their own thoughts. Su Jiajia felt particularly anxious. Though Zhang Heining's conversation had revealed that Suemo possessed strength beyond her comprehension, she feared it was precisely this power that enabled his repeatedly astonishing feats. But what exactly was it? Su Jiajia didn't know, and this uncertainty weighed heavily on her mind. She constantly worried that Suemo might meet with misfortune because of it. Meanwhile, the surrounding beast masters watched the events unfolding on the light screen with an almost spectator-like attitude. Hey, did you catch that? Suemo just broke through the 17th layer. The 18th layer monster, I think it's a golden leopard, right? And a level 7 golden leopard at that. Yeah, but can Suemo actually pull this off? I say, this is just Sumo's last desperate effort. But no matter how strong Suemo is, could he possibly match the might of our dragon General Long Canghai from a century ago? General Long possessed an SSS tier talent. Sure, both he and Suemo have SSS tier talents, but Sumo's is a cursed talent. No doubt General Long was far superior. I reckon just reaching the 18th layer would be a huge feat for Suemo. Plus, the golden leopard at the 18th layer is at the 7th stage of the youth realm. It's also known for its speed, just like the thunder dog. Both are speed-type beast tamers and demon beasts. Between the two, I absolutely refuse to believe the thunder dog could win. He's only been awakened for half a month. How much progress could Suemo possibly make? And for him to also successfully elevate his thunder dog to the youth realm? That's laughable. No one held out hope for Sumo's performance today. Yet in that very moment, eyes widened in shock and mouths gaped wide enough to swallow a tomato. Everyone froze in disbelief as Sumo's score on the light screen ahead surged once more. Earlier, the combat score had remained frozen at 170,000 for over a minute. Now, it had surged to 180,000. Holy crap! The entire arena erupted once more. Su Jiajia's expression was especially agitated. You did it, little brother. You actually pulled it off. Su Jiajia had been deeply worried about Sumo's strength and performance, but now she finally breathed a sigh of relief. But she knew that at least 5 more levels of the mysterious tower awaited Suemo. Could Suemo continue his success through these next 5 floors? No one could say. Holy crap, what did I just witness? All around, countless beast masters stared in stunned silence. None had expected Suemo to actually break through to the 18th floor. Some began to harbor expectations, while others started issuing final ultimatums to Suemo. Some believed Suemo might even surpass Long Canghai's record next, but more and more were doubting whether he could even break through to the 19th floor at all. Sure enough, after waiting about 5 minutes, when everyone saw no change whatsoever before them, no movement in the battle score, some beast masters began to snicker. Looks like Suemo really is just as we said. The 18th floor of the Mysteries Tower is a barrier he can't overcome. Yeah, I actually thought Suemo might break through to higher levels of the Mysterious Tower today. Looks like I was overthinking it. What a pity. General Long Canghai's record will never be broken after all. Sigh, if you ask me, Sumo is just teasing us here. Besides, think about it carefully. With Sumo's current strength, could he possibly break such a record? Absolutely not. He merely possesses Chi blood reincarnation, a technique that enhances his beast-taming abilities by consuming his lifespan. How much lifespan does Sumo have left to keep enhancing his beast-taming skills and shatter these records? Exactly. Looks like today's event is finally coming to a close. Let's call it a day. After some discussion, people began to turn away, many beast tamers ready to head home. But in that very instant, a shout erupted from somewhere. Look! His rating's going up. What? Hearing this, everyone turned in astonishment. On the light screen before them, Sumo's score, which had been 180,000 points, was now rapidly climbing. 190,000. 200,000. It showed no signs of stopping. The score above continued to surge upward, point by point, in the blink of an eye. Within a mere dozen seconds, when Sumo's score finally stabilized at 230,000, everyone present was stunned. They felt their worldviews had been completely shattered. How is this possible? Sumo, he actually broke through 230,000 points? Could this mean? Exactly, someone exclaimed, their hands trembling. This means Sumo has equaled the highest record set by General Long Canghai a century ago. How is that possible? Is the Mystic Tower malfunctioning? Faulty? Have you ever seen the Mystic Tower malfunction in the past century? This is the Mystic Tower that appeared when the world entered the apocalyptic catastrophe and the era where beast tamers reigned supreme. Has it ever malfunctioned in the past 100 years? Amidst the collective astonishment, a voice echoed from the Mystic Tower ahead. Attention all of Huaxia. Congratulations to Linen City's Beastmaster Sumo for equaling the record set a century ago by Long Canghai. Prior to the new student enrollment, the Mystic Tower's highest clearance record stands at 23 floors and 230,000 combat points. The Mystic Tower's announcement struck like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through every heart present. Even if they were reluctant to believe it, the tower's announcement was so authoritative that they had no choice but to accept it. Beside them, Su Jia and Jiang Hanying both exhaled deeply. Jiang Hanying crossed her arms, a confident smile on her face. Oomph, just as I thought. Brother Sumo, you never disappoint your sister. Su Jia chuckled beside her. Not bad, little brother. You've tied General Long's record. Now it's up to you to break it. But if you can reach the 24th floor, if you can unleash your full power against the demon beast that appears there, and if you can earn even a single combat point, this record will be yours. Before the Mystic Tower, emotions ran high. Some rejoiced, others grieved, as whispers filled the air. Some wore expressions of astonishment, their faces frozen in disbelief, unable to accept what they had witnessed. Others felt genuine joy, delighted that Sumo had achieved such a feat. Yet, inside the Xu family villa, Su Cangxing and the others stood frozen in place. Chapter 71, The Overwhelming Might of the Azure Dragon Lineage. Vote for Gold Selection. 5 minutes earlier, Sumo watched the Thunder Dog beside him, now fully recovered and having just devoured 2 large chunks of meat, and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. After all, this was Sumo's battle companion. In the future, the Thunder Dog would accompany Sumo through countless days and nights of battle, becoming one of his most trusted companions. Seeing his combat partner, his friend, suffer such damage in this battle, Sumo knew the injuries sustained within the Mystic Tower were merely neurological effects. What Sumo witnessed were mere illusions. Yet if he failed to restore Thunder Dog, the Hound would remain trapped in this false state, unable to rise and fight at full strength in the battles ahead. Ultimately, Sumo must unleash Chi Blood Rebirth to aid the Thunder Dogs. Fortunately, under the Chi Blood Rebirth technique, the Thunder Dogs instantly recovered to their original state, allowing Sumo to exhale a long breath of relief. Gazing at the staircase entrance leading to the 19th floor ahead, Sumo curled his lips and chuckled coldly. Alright, it's time to get serious now. Lightning, you've gained enough combat experience. Now it's time for little Fatty to shine. Finally, the little green dragon perched on Sumo's shoulder opened its adorable, cute little mouth and yawned, looking utterly charming. Sumo chuckled softly, then took swift strides forward, dashing toward the staircase entrance leading to the 19th floor. Before long, the 2 men and their beasts arrived at the 19th floor of the mysterious mechanism tower. Before them stood not 1, but 2 golden leopards. Sumo gave a cold chuckle, and the golden leopard crouched low to the ground. Originally enjoying a peaceful slumber, the 2 golden leopards suddenly sensed enemies at the staircase entrance. They sprang to their feet, their eyes fixed intently on Sumo and his 2 beasts, followed by low, menacing growls emanating from their throats. Sumo snorted coldly. Beside him, the little green dragon lazily lifted its head from his shoulder, showing no intention of paying attention to the golden leopards before them. Seeing the little green dragon's indolence, Sumo sighed helplessly beside him. What's the matter? Even 2 golden leopard beasts at the 7th stage of the youth realm can't pique your interest anymore? Xiao Pang flapped its wings impatiently, and Sumo understood its meaning perfectly. He patted the Thunder Dog's head before speaking. Alright, let's head upward. As he spoke, Sumo crouched slightly, then launched forward like a cannonball.
Though Suemo was merely an ordinary person, his overall strength far exceeded that of an average human by a factor of 12. With over 1,200 vitality points, Suemo possessed strength equivalent to several thousand jin. A single powerful thrust from his legs propelled him instantly into the air. When he reappeared, he had already reached the staircase entrance opposite. Behind him, the thunder dogs followed close behind. Finally, the two golden leopards snapped out of their daze. They let out two fierce growls on the spot before charging relentlessly toward Suemo. Suemo paid them no mind whatsoever, continuing his ascent up the staircase. Before long, Suemo reached the next level of the Mystic Tower. 3 golden leopards appeared ahead, and Suemo followed suit, continuing his ascent. He dashed toward the staircase ahead, his footsteps echoing with a steady clatter. Without hesitation, he sprinted forward, reaching the 23rd floor of the Mystic Tower in an instant. Finally, Suemo halted his steps. Before him and behind him stood 5 golden leopard beasts at the 7th stage of the Youth Realm and 6 black frost colts at the 8th stage of the Youth Realm. The black frost colts stood 3 meters tall, towering like dark clouds obscuring the sky. Their mere presence instilled fear. Their heads were jet black, while their 4 legs were pure white. Their signature skill was Earth Trample, which was precisely how they earned their name. Each time a Wushwang steed stomped the earth, it created countless fissures on the ground, making it difficult for anyone to stand firm. There was even the risk of falling into bottomless abysses. Such is the formidable power of the Black Frost Steed. Seeing the 11 beasts appear, the little azure dragon finally perked up. It lazily soared into the air, surveyed the creatures below, and let out a small yawn. Suemo stood by, looking helpless, yet he understood this was the confidence possessed by ancient great beast tamers. The diamond leopard and the black frostfoal both let out furious roars, charging straight toward Suemo and the thunder dog. Finally, a dragon's roar echoed through the air. In the sky, the little green dragon activated its shape-shifting ability. Instantly, a massive green dragon, 50 to 60 meters long, materialized before all the beasts. Its body shimmered with a cold, emerald green glow, and without a breath of wind, it radiated an overwhelming aura of power. This was the first time Suemo had witnessed the young dragon manifest its true form since reaching the 8th stage of the juvenile realm. Observing the dragon's form now noticeably longer and thicker than before, Suemo couldn't help but marvel. Even at this stage, the divine beast's presence alone exerted an overwhelmingly formidable pressure. What would it become when its power grew even mightier, when its abilities continued to strengthen? Who could say? Immediately after, the young azure dragon let out another deep, resonant dragon's roar. This roar carried even greater momentum and terror than before. As the dragon's cry echoed, Suemo looked up to see all 11 demon beasts surrounding him now lying prostrate on the ground. Even the 3-meter-tall black frost steed lay trembling on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. Following this, the thunder dog barked twice beside him before charging forward. As the thunder dog moved relentlessly, all the demon beasts before him remained frozen in place, paralyzed by the dragon's roar. Without hesitation, the thunder dog launched a swift attack, unleashing its standard claw strike. With each successive blow, both the black frostfoal and the diamond leopard met their end. Woo! Witnessing this scene, Suemo thought with a twisted sense of amusement, does this count as a dog taking advantage of its master's power? In the blink of an eye, every demon beast before him had been slain. Simultaneously, the mechanical voice of the Mystic Tower sounded beside Suemo. Congratulations to Linen City's Beastmaster Suemo. You have successfully equaled the record set a century ago by Long Canghai, the highest Mystic Tower clearance score achieved by a new student before entering the academy. Congratulations to Beastmaster Suemo for clearing the 23rd floor of the mysterious mechanism tower. Current combat score, 230,000. Chapter 72, Sun Jixian's perplexed question seeking gold votes. Hearing this announcement, Suemo finally let out a laugh. This was the very purpose behind everything Suemo had done today to make himself utterly famous. Whether it was the Mystic Tower announcement or others' discussions, as long as his name was thoroughly spread, that was enough. Zhao Yunfei was currently at the Su residence. Zhao Yunfei, relying on the lies fed to him by Su Sangxing, had always believed that Xu Feng was Suemo. When the time came, Zhao Yunfei would likely shower all the benefits and attention upon Xu Feng. Suemo wasn't stupid. How could he possibly let Zhao Yunfei have his way? Therefore, taking advantage of the Mystic Tower's nationwide announcement and Zhao Yunfei's presence at the Su residence, Suemo decided to shatter this record belonging to Long Canghai. Truthfully, even if Zhao Yunfei hadn't come, Suemo would have broken this record anyway. Only by doing so could he attract increasing attention. However, he hadn't planned to do this today. He might have waited until the very last day before his entrance exam for the new student academy. But now, he had no choice but to act sooner. Fortunately, the little azure dragon did not disappoint. Having successfully broken through to the 8th stage of the juvenile realm, it leveraged the bloodline suppression inherent between ancient tiers, coupled with the unique attribute of bloodline pressure. Even beasts of the same rank and level would feel a pressure equivalent to being one entire realm below the azure dragon. This was the very confidence Suemo drew upon, believing he could ascend successfully within the Mysteries Tower today. As the little azure dragon unleashed its dragon's might, all the demon beasts before and around it instantly prostrated themselves on the ground. They dared not move, becoming helpless victims at his mercy. The thunder dog, emboldened by its dragon master's might, unleashed its claw strikes. Enhanced by the power of thunder and lightning, it repeatedly sent all the demon beasts to a silent, fated demise. Finally, Xu had successfully broken and equaled Long Canghai's previous record. As for whether he could break it? Xu smiled confidently. Even if he reached the 24th floor, a single simple strike against any beast before him would shatter that record effortlessly. But Xu chuckled softly. He also wanted to probe the true strength of the little green dragon, to see just where his own limits truly lay. He no longer harbored the same desire for low-key discretion as before. Xu only wanted everyone to witness his boldness, to see his growth, to fear him, or to admire him. What were those beast tamers saying? That he was nothing but a worthless talent, a reincarnated waste with no hope of achieving greatness in this lifetime. Xu was determined to shut those mouths once and for all. Moreover, there was one crucial matter above all else. Today was the day Xu was confident he could make Xu Feng, Xu Feng, and Dongfang, the entire Xu family, pay the ultimate price. Over the past 3 years, the injustices endured by his predecessor after his transmigration over the past 18 years, every humiliation and unfair treatment Xu suffered within the Xu family today, they would all pay the price, one by one. Xu glanced at the thunder dog beside him, then at the little green dragon. With a serious expression, he declared, "Little fatty, lightning, let all of China tremble at our might. Make them all focus their eyes on me, Xu." The little green dragon finally perked up, letting out 2 excited barks. The thunder dog barked happily in response. Then, the man and his 2 beasts continued striding resolutely toward the staircase ahead. Meanwhile, at the Xu residence. 5 minutes earlier, Sun Jixian was using his beast, the Tianshan snow toad, to continuously treat Xu Feng. After establishing a connection between its forehead and Xu Feng's, the Tianshan snow toad swiftly began absorbing the toxins within Xu Feng's body. However, after a full 5 minutes had passed, Sun Jixian couldn't help but frown. Through his senses, he discovered the Tianshan snow toad hadn't absorbed any toxins threatening Xu Feng's life. Instead, it had only drawn out minor toxins likely from years of excessive nutrition or wasteful accumulation due to constant gene-enhanced potions. Even through Sun Jixian's pulse diagnosis, he detected not a single trace of weakness or apparent exhaustion in Xu Feng. It seemed Xu Feng's qi and blood were remarkably abundant. For a moment, this left Sun Jixian hesitant. Seeing Sun Jixian frown, everyone froze in place. Su Congqing's heart skipped a beat. He knew the truth was about to be exposed. Yet Su Congqing clung to his confidence. With all the excuses and justifications he'd used during their daily conversations with Xu Feng lately, he was certain he could pull the wool over everyone's eyes. Zhao Yunfei, standing nearby, also showed a hint of hesitation. He instinctively asked, "What's wrong, elder son? Is there a problem?" Sun Jixian finally sighed, letting out a puzzled hum before speaking slowly, "This doesn't add up. It shouldn't be like this. Before you arrived, everyone was telling me that young Master Xu was ill, possibly poisoned, and also emotionally volatile. But why do I sense none of that now? Not even the slightest pulse changes that should accompany such agitation. On the contrary, the toxins accumulated in young Master Sumo's body over the years were caused by all those gene potions and supplements he'd taken before. I detect no other toxins whatsoever." Zhao Yunfei glanced hesitantly at Sun Jixian, who continued, "Moreover, I sense that young Master Sumo's body it seems that over these past 3 years, I sense he's been taking genetic potions daily to enhance his body's various metrics. Taking too much of this gene potion isn't beneficial, it can backfire. However," Sun Jixian glanced at Zhao Yunfei, then at Su Congqing, and said, "But hasn't young Master Xu been fighting on the frontier these past 3 years? How could he possibly have consumed so many gene potions?" Zhao Yunfei frowned upon hearing this. Su Congqing beside him felt his heart skip a beat. Oh no! He thought to himself, having calculated every possible reason and excuse, yet failing to consider this very scenario. Su Congqing felt a wave of distress wash over him, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Zhao Yunfei frowned deeply before finally speaking up, "Major Su, what exactly is going on here? Could it be that all these years, you've been exploiting your position to secretly deliver gene potions to young Master Xu? Do you realize that for someone of your standing to give young Master Xu genetic potions without cause, forcibly enhancing his abilities, is a violation of our demon-suppressing army's regulations?" Hearing this, Su Congqing instantly grew flustered. He rubbed his hands together awkwardly, forcing a smile, yet found no words to explain. But in that very instant, an announcement from the Mystic Tower suddenly echoed around everyone's bodies, outside the Xu family villa. Chapter 73, Do You Take Me for a Fool? Seeking Gold Votes. Congratulations to Linen City's Beastmaster Xu. You have successfully equaled the record set a century ago by Long Canghai, the highest Mystic Tower clearance score achieved by a new student before entering the academy. Congratulations to Beastmaster Xu for clearing the 23rd floor of the Mystic Tower with a combat score of 230,000. What?
Zhao Yunfei froze upon hearing the announcement. His brows furrowed as he glanced at Xu Feng lying in the hospital bed, then shifted his gaze to Su Sangxing beside him. Then he blurted out, Sumo? Isn't Sumo lying in that hospital bed right now? Why did the Mystic Tower just announce he tied General Long's century-old record? Su Sangxing froze, his heart skipping a beat. For a long moment, he couldn't utter a single word. Meanwhile, Xu Feng, lying on the hospital bed, felt a storm of shock surge through his mind. Xu Feng stared in disbelief, eyes wide, but with his acupoints sealed, he was utterly unable to move. Su Sangxing screamed inwardly, what? Sumo? Sumo again? Su Sangxing couldn't believe it. He refused to accept what he'd just heard. Why? Why Sumo again? Why has Sumo stunned everyone once more? Why has he once again become the center of everyone's attention? And, has he gone mad? Forcibly draining his vital energy to boost his beast-taming prowess, just to tie Long Canghai's record? And why did it have to happen at this particular moment? In Su Sangxing's mind, even if Sumo succeeded in 2 days, it would only matter if Zhao Yunfei wasn't present. Then, even if he cleared the 100th floor of the Mystic Tower and stunned everyone, so what? Wouldn't all the glory and attention then fall squarely upon Xu Feng? Wouldn't all of this become Xu Feng's glory? Yet everything unfolding now delivered a resounding slap across Su Sangxing's face. Noticing the conflicted and hesitant expression on Su Sangxing's face, Zhao Yunfei pressed again, General Su, what exactly is going on? I need an explanation. Only then did Su Sangxing snap out of it, his eyes darting around. A moment later, inspiration struck, and he hurriedly replied, General Zhao, you mean Sumo? You saw him lying in bed, didn't you? There are plenty of people named Sumo across the country. I suspect that man has little to do with the real Sumo. But this Sumo is quite formidable. Breaking General Long's record is certainly worthy of the demon-suppressing army's attention. Is that so? Zhao Yunfei showed no intention of indulging Su Sangxing's flattery. He remained coldly indifferent as he replied, but I did some research before coming here. I discovered that indeed, there are quite a few Sumos across the nation. The report from the Mystic Tower mentioned that it was Sumo, the Beastmaster from Linen City. I happen to know that there are over a dozen Sumos in Linen City. Yet, aside from the young master Sumo from your family, none of them possess extraordinary talent. The remaining dozen or so Sumos are all ordinary F-tier talents. You claim they managed to tie General Long's record with F-grade talent? Do you take me, Zhao Yunfei, for a fool? Su Sangxing hadn't expected Zhao Yunfei to call him out so bluntly. Left speechless in that moment, he suddenly didn't know how to explain himself. Zhao Yunfei finally caught on and slowly said, I always wondered why, whenever I came to your Su family, I only ever saw one of the twin brothers, Sumo or Xu Feng. And the person standing before you, whom you've always referred to as young master Sumo, I'd like to ask, which one of them is the real Sumo? Zhao Yunfei turned to face Xu Feng, his eyes instantly radiating an intense aura of pressure. Xu Feng stiffened, unable to move, yet he still felt a wave of intense fear wash over him, making his breathing grow heavy and strained. Before long, cold sweat beaded on Xu Feng's forehead, and he finally snorted coldly. Zhao Yunfei spoke up, Master Sun, restore his body first. I need to have a proper talk with him. Sun Jixian, who had been standing nearby, also sensed something was amiss and hastily lifted the immobilization spell on Xu Feng. As soon as his body regained mobility, Xu Feng hurriedly protested, this must be a coincidence. I am truly Sumo. That Sumo must be someone with the same name. I am Sumo. I am the Sumo who possesses the cursed talent. Enough. Zhao Yunfei snorted coldly. Spotting the beast-taming bracelet resting on the windowsill, he walked over, picked it up, and returned to the struggling Xu Feng. Seeing Xu Feng about to flee, he snapped the bracelet directly onto Xu Feng's wrist. Zhao Yunfei then glanced at the Beastmaster's bracelet. The name displayed there was Xu Feng. In that instant, he understood everything. He turned to Su Sangxing beside him and snorted coldly, well, General Su, I finally understand why. I finally understand the entire story behind this. I never imagined you would have Xu Feng impersonate Sumo to endure all the special attention from our demon suppression army headquarters. What on earth were you thinking? Su Sangxing stood beside him, at a loss for words. A man who valued his reputation above all else, could he possibly tell Zhao Yunfei that it was because of an irreconcilable conflict between him and Sumo one that had even pushed their relationship to the brink of rupture? Sun Jixian, having finally grasped the situation, instinctively asked, General Zhao, what should we do next? Zhao Yunfei pondered for a moment before bellowing, guards. A group of soldiers burst through the doors. Zhao Yunfei snorted coldly. Take them all into custody. Escort them to the Mystic Tower. I want to see for myself who this Sumo is, the one who claimed today's record near the Mystic Tower. And as for the man before me who claims to be Sumo but is actually Xu Feng, what little secrets does he hide? The soldiers swiftly restrained Su Sangxing and his family of 3 without hesitation. Not a single one dared resist. After all, the man before them was none other than the chief of staff of the demon-suppressing army. A level 60 beast master. With Su Songqing's mere level 51 abilities, he was utterly insignificant before Zhao Yunfei. Thus, the soldiers escorted Su Songqing's family of 3 out of the villa and headed straight for the Mystic Tower. While en route, Zhao Yunfei's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was Long Canghai. He answered promptly, his voice filled with deference. "General Long, this is Zhao Yunfei." Long Canghai's voice was cold over the line. "Zhao Yunfei, what's going on? Didn't you say that kid Sumo was gravely ill, confined to bed at home? How could this? Based on my estimate, you should have only just arrived at the Su residence. How could he have recovered so quickly, and even broken the record I set a century ago within the mysterious mechanism tower? Interesting, very interesting. This little brat Sumo is truly fascinating." Hearing Long Canghai's words, Zhao Yunfei felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. A bead of sweat formed on his brow as he hesitated, unsure how to respond. Long Canghai sensed the unease in his demeanor and inquired curiously, "What's wrong? Why the hesitation? Are you hiding something from me?" Zhao Yunfei finally spoke up. "General Long, the truth is, we've been deceived." "What do you mean?" Long Canghai's tone carried a hint of displeasure. Zhao Yunfei hurriedly explained, "It's like this, the young master Sumo we believe to be bedridden at home, feigning illness, was actually Su Songqing's twin younger son, Xu Feng. The real Sumo doesn't appear ill at all. In fact, he's even matched your century-old record in the Mystic Tower." "What?" Long Canghai's voice brimmed with disbelief. Chapter 74, The Truth Unfolds? Vote for Gold Selection. Astounded. At that moment, Long Canghai, who was at the Demon Army headquarters in Jingqing Town, gasped in astonishment. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. Just 2 days prior, he had received news from Zhao Yunfei that Sumo was gravely ill, bedridden, and even irritable, a condition that could severely impact his daily life. Long Canghai felt utterly distressed. Without hesitation, he had immediately dispatched Zhao Yunfei and even summoned Sun Jixian, the most skilled physician in the demon-suppressing army, back to the headquarters. His sole purpose was to ensure Sumo could recover in time. But the outcome? Who could have imagined? Now he was hearing that Sumo's severe illness and confinement to bed were fake? Moments later, Long Canghai furrowed his brow and spoke slowly. "What exactly is going on? Explain this clearly to me." Zhao Yunfei sighed, already sensing the discontent in Long Canghai's tone. Recalling Long Canghai's usual demeanor, panic began to grip Zhao Yunfei's heart. He dreaded the possibility that Long Canghai's wrath might eventually fall upon him, and if that happened, he was finished. So he recounted the entire incident, leaving nothing out. After a long pause, Long Canghai spoke slowly. "How is that possible? Think about it yourself. Does that even make sense? No matter what, Sumo is still a member of the Su family, and Su Songqing is his biological father. As Sumo's status and influence rise, Su Songqing will bask in the reflected glory. Why would he have any reason to deceive us over something like this? Could there be some conflict between them?" Zhao Yunfei pondered for a moment, but after a long while, he still couldn't make sense of it. Long Canghai finally spoke slowly. "Zhao Yunfei, regardless of who is right or wrong in this matter, I need you to immediately investigate and uncover the exact circumstances. Report back to me as soon as possible." Zhao Yunfei hurriedly replied, "I'm currently escorting the Su family to the mysterious mechanism tower. Once we meet Sumo, who was reported by the Mystic Tower, we'll naturally know who's right and who's wrong." Long Canghai merely hummed in acknowledgement before hanging up. Cold sweat instantly beaded on Zhao Yunfei's forehead. At that moment, he still feared Long Canghai's authority. That was just the way Long Canghai was. Though Zhao Yunfei wasn't meeting him for the first time, nor was this their first conversation, he still couldn't help but feel a tinge of fear. He was too formidable. The overwhelming aura and pressure forged through years of battle and conquest were not something ordinary people could possess. Even as a level 60 beast tamer, Zhao Yunfei found it difficult to withstand. Finally hanging up the phone, Zhao Yunfei let out a cold chuckle in his heart. "Su Songqing. I'll be watching to see how you intend to deceive Zhao Yunfei from now on. It's been so many years, and I've never seen anyone like you. Truly, it's like a flower girl getting into the sedan chair first." Soon, they arrived before the Mystic Tower. Su Songqing, escorted by a group of warriors, was brought to this spot. All the beastmasters present froze at the sight, murmuring among themselves. Good heavens! What's going on? How could General Su and his entire family be captured? Yeah, what's going on here? And look at that guy beside him shouldering the rank of lieutenant general. He seems pretty powerful. What's going on here? Goodness, General Su's expression looks off. Could something be wrong? What's going on? By all accounts, the Su family shouldn't be in this state now. Exactly. Young Master Sumo has achieved such astonishing breakthroughs, even matching General Long's previous records. How could things have turned out like this, forcing General Su to endure such suffering? You guys don't know, but young Master Sumo exposed how he was bullied by General Su time and time again. That's what led to him becoming like this. Huh? What does that mean? For a moment, everyone froze in shock. Zhao Yunfei, standing nearby, suddenly furrowed his brows. He turned to the Beastmaster who had just spoken and cautiously inquired, "What exactly did you mean by the events involving Xu Mo and the Su Sangxing family?" "Ha?" The beast tamer paused slightly at the question but answered honestly, "General, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. All I know is that young Master Xu Mo mentioned before that it seemed to involve General Su's family." "Shut up!" Before the Beastmaster could say another word, Su Sangxing cut him off with a sharp command, halting his further explanation. Hearing this, the Beastmaster promptly shut his mouth, not daring to utter another word. He feared saying the wrong thing and incurring Su Sangxing's wrath. He certainly didn't want to get himself into trouble in Linen. After all, as the leader of the demon-suppressing army within the city, Su Sangxing's power was undeniable. Zhao Yunfei, observing this, snorted coldly. "Oomph. What's this? Su Sangxing, are you trying to bully people with your authority?" Su Sangxing laughed it off, replying, "Not at all. I'm just worried they might slip up and say something that tarnishes my reputation or causes you to misunderstand. If that happened, I'd be utterly ruined." Zhao Yunfei snorted coldly, "Do you really think there's anything about you that deserves our collective recognition now? Fine. Since you don't want him to speak, I'll wait. Young Master Xu Mo should be coming out soon. Why don't we let him explain what really happened? What do you think?" At those words, Su Sangxing's heart skipped a beat. He desperately wanted to stop Zhao Yunfei, but momentarily had no idea how to proceed. After agonizing over it, Su Sangxing's mind was screaming frantically, "Work, brain! Work!" But no matter how hard he thought, no good solution came to mind. Back inside the Mystic Tower, Xu Mo remained oblivious to the intriguing events unfolding outside. At that moment, he had just arrived at the 24th floor of the mysterious mechanism tower with the little green dragon and the thunder dog. He had just successfully broken through the 23rd floor, equaling Long Canghai's record. All of this had long been within Xu Mo's expectations. He was confident that he would absolutely not stop here. This was far from over. Xu Mo still wanted to see just how far he could ultimately go. Of course, everyone including Xu Mo himself knew that if he stopped here, it would be effortless to reach the 24th floor, casually defeat the demon beast before him, earn a few combat points, and shatter the century-old record set by Long Canghai. But Xu Mo felt he couldn't stop now. Although he had always believed that standing out invites trouble, that fame brings fear, just as a pig fears its own strength, what he needed now was precisely that attention. Xu Mo was certain that his recent equalization of Long Canghai's record, broadcast nationwide, would reach Zhao Yunfei at the Su family villa. In fact, they might already be on their way. These were Xu Mo's speculations, yet he still yearned to probe the very limits of his own potential. Thus, Xu Mo ascended to the 24th floor, where he confronted the demon beast that appeared before him, a thunder wind fire deer at the 9th stage of the youth realm. Chapter 75, Visitors from the Southern Frontier, Conflict. Vote for Gold Selection. The appearance of the thunder wind fire deer, especially at the 9th stage of the youth realm. Xu Mo couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Truthfully, he wasn't sure if he possessed the strength to confront it. Though the little green dragon held bloodline suppression, whether it could truly subdue this thunderwind fire deer remained uncertain. Quickly, he glanced at the little green dragon on his shoulder, now restored to its fluffy form, then cautiously asked, "Little fatty, what about this thunderwind fire deer? Can you suppress it?" The little green dragon let out a sharp cry, its expression seeming to ask Xu Mo, "What do you mean, capable? Drop the question mark." Seeing its unshakable confidence, Xu Mo burst into laughter, feeling deeply satisfied. Thus, the little green dragon soared once more, wielding its shape-shifting power mid-air. A vivid green dragon materialized before them. The thunderwind fire deer crouched on all fours, its expression filled with terror. Seeing this, Xu Mo chuckled softly, patting the thunderdog's head. The thunderdog unleashed its own active skill, purple-blue lightning crackling across its body as it charged forward. Reaching the thunderwind fire deer's side, the thunderdog extended its claws, attacking relentlessly. Each strike left the thunderwind fire deer covered in wounds, displaying an unmistakable intent to finish it off. Simultaneously, with each of the thunderdog's movements, Xu Mo watched the battle score on the light screen beside him surge wildly. This score was also being continuously updated outside. More and more beast masters witnessed Xu Mo's combat score still soaring rapidly, uttering words of astonishment. Good heavens! Could Xu Mo actually keep setting new records? Holy crap, I thought matching General Long's record was already a monumental feat. Could Xu Mo's current strength surpass even General Long's? Is Xu Mo still not satisfied with all this? Holy crap, isn't Xu Mo's talent the bloodline rebirth curse? Just how powerful is he? How many secrets are still hidden from us? Could it be that today, Xu Mo will forge yet another legend for our nation, for the beast tamers of Linen City? Could he possibly shatter yet another record, one that countless across all of China would struggle to surpass? Goodness gracious, I apologize for underestimating Xu Mo before. How foolish of me to dismiss him as having a worthless talent. Now I see what's wrong with this talent. It's absolutely incredible. But I've always worried about Xu Mo achieving such feats repeatedly. Doesn't that mean he's forcibly boosting his beast master abilities through constant chi blood rebirths? Can his body and lifespan truly endure this? Who knows? I just hope all the achievements he's built up now, every display of his talent and every honor he's earned, aren't just a flash in the pan. I want to see Sumo create his own legendary feats time and time again in the future. Amidst the crowd, Zhao Yunfei heard these words and couldn't help but frown in deep thought. How could he not share the same doubts as the other beast masters? When Sumo first appeared, Zhao Yunfei had shared the same skepticism, believing such abilities would prove largely useless. But now he realized he had truly overthought it. He had also looked into the records of the previous Beastmaster who had attained Chi Blood Rebirth. Though the information was sparse, he knew that the lifespan of that Beastmaster had been far too short. His Beastmaster beast hadn't even demonstrated remarkable strength or significant level growth before abruptly departing this world. Yet everything Sumo possessed now is Beastmaster prowess. The various feats he displayed seemed far more glorious than that previous Beastmaster's achievements. Could it be that Sumo either possessed extraordinary longevity or harbored a hidden trump card unknown to everyone? Recalling the words Long Canghai had spoken to him in the office earlier. Despite Sumo's current possession of Chi Blood Rebirth, Long Canghai's recent observations suggested Sumo appeared no different from his usual self. Perhaps Sumo truly possesses some undisclosed aspect? But all this would likely remain unknown until Sumo emerged. But just then, behind Su Sanxing, military vehicles sped up one after another, coming to a sudden halt beside the group. Witnessing this scene, everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled, wondering what exactly had transpired. Several officers and soldiers from the Linen District demon-suppressing army disembarked and approached Su Sanxing. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, they were at a loss for what to do. It was Zhao Yunfei who spoke up coldly. "What business do you have here? General Su is currently under the temporary control of our demon-suppressing army headquarters. The Linden City Demon-Suppressing Army Theater of Operations is now under our command. If you have any matters, you may address them to me first. I believe I still hold the authority to decide." An officer hesitated briefly before speaking up. "Well, General, we've received word from the Southern Frontier Demon Suppression Army. They specifically requested to see young Master Sumo." As he spoke, the officer turned to look at Xu Feng beside him, thinking to himself, "This must be young Master Sumo?" After all, he had seen young Master Sumo's likeness before. Thus, upon seeing Xu Feng, he hurriedly said, "Young Master Sumo, the Southern Frontier Demon Suppressing Army specifically requested to see you by name. They've likely arrived by now." Xu Feng's expression turned awkward beyond description. He had no idea whether he should agree or refuse. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several military vehicles arrived in the distance. A group of fully armed officers and soldiers rushed towards them. As each approached and saw Xu Feng being restrained by other soldiers, the expression of the leader darkened. A male officer with the rank of colonel on his shoulder turned to see Zhao Yunfei standing nearby and coldly demanded, "Zhao Yunfei, what are you doing here? Why is Sumo being detained without cause?" Before Zhao Yunfei could respond, Lu Mingsheng raised his hand decisively and shouted, "Everyone, go free young Master Sumo." As he spoke, his raised hand signaled a group of soldiers to charge forward. Fully armed, they raised their weapons, aiming them squarely at the group led by Zhao Yunfei. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Battle was about to erupt. Chapter 76, Breaking a Century-Old Record. Vote for Gold Selection. As Zhao Yunfei stood silently by, Lu Mingsheng's group of soldiers moved forward to rescue Xu Feng. Xu Feng rubbed his slightly sore wrist, his eyes darting around as if contemplating something. He spoke urgently, "That's right, I am Sumo. You want to take me to the southern frontier, correct? Let's go." Hearing this, Lu Mingsheng looked at Xu Feng and nodded. Then, glancing at Zhao Yunfei beside him, he snorted coldly, "Chief of Staff Xiao, I've come here with orders. We must bring Major Sumo back to the southern frontier today. General Long must have already received word of this. Are you still going to try to stop us?" "What? Sumo? Major General?" Zhao Yunfei frowned, his voice escaping involuntarily. Truth be told, Zhao Yunfei was utterly baffled. How could he have known Sumo had done such things in southern frontier? All he'd ever known was Xu Feng. So who exactly was this Sumo? Beside him, Su Sanxing's heart skipped a beat upon hearing these words. Like Xu Feng, both men now wore expressions of utter shock. Xu Feng stood frozen in place, his pupils dilated in disbelief, utterly speechless. Finally, Lu Mingsheng regained his composure. Nodding, he spoke slowly, "That's correct. It's Major General Sumo. Colonel Sumo holds the same military rank as I do. In the southern frontier, he's become a war god among mortals, racking up countless military achievements, slaying thousands of juvenile stage demon beasts, and receiving innumerable honors and decorations from our military. Logically speaking, General Zhao, you should be aware of this. Why are you now pretending to know nothing?" Zhao Yunfei's brow furrowed deeply. He sensed the situation was unfolding far beyond his expectations. Why did it feel like things were growing increasingly complicated? After a moment's thought, Zhao Yunfei realized perhaps this was all Su Sanxing's scheme again? Before Zhao Yunfei could press Su Sanxing further, a beastmaster nearby shouted again, "Look! Sumo's rating is rising again. Could he be breaking through to the 24th layer? What? Everyone turned their heads at the outburst. On the nearby light screen, Sumo's combat score continued to climb rapidly. It was approaching 240,000. This meant Sumo was likely to surpass the 24th layer, continuously shattering the record set by Long Canghai a century ago. Lu Mingsheng froze upon witnessing this scene. The screen displayed the name Sumo. Sumo was precisely the person he had come seeking today. Then who was this person standing before him, claiming to be Sumo, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Sumo? Lu Mingxing turned to Xu Feng, his brow furrowed as he demanded, "Who are you?" Xu Feng froze, unsure how to respond. Instead, Zhao Yunfei spoke up coldly from the side, "I know you have many questions now, but my mind is also in turmoil. This matter is complicated. Just watch for now. Once the real Sumo emerges from the Mystic Tower, you'll understand everything." Lu Mingsheng hesitated for a moment before finally nodding. Before them, on the light screen, Sumo had successfully broken through the 24th layer. Under the relentless attacks of the Thunder Dog and the overwhelming pressure of the little green dragon, the Thunder Windfire Deer lay utterly prostrate on the ground, dared not make a single move. The Thunder Dog launched wave after wave of attacks. But remember, even prostrate on the ground, the Thunder Windfire Deer was a genuine 9th-tier youth realm cultivator. There was a gap of 2 minor realms between it and the Thunder Dog. Even when the Thunder Dog strained with all its might, it struggled to breach the Fire Deer's layered defenses. Fortunately, persistence paid off. The Thunder Dog finally succeeded in slaying the Lightning Windfire Deer. Sumo successfully cleared the 24th floor of the mysterious tower, achieving a battle score of exactly 240,000. Patting the Thunder Dog beside him, Sumo saw how exhausted it was and gave it another piece of raw meat. The beast happily devoured it. Then, the man and his 2 beasts marched side by side toward the 25th floor. Floor 25 presented 2 mature stage, first-tier Thunder Windfire Deer. Upon seeing these 2 Thunder Windfire Deer appear, the little green dragon on Sumo's shoulder let out a whimper. Sumo instantly realized something and asked, "What's wrong, little fatty? Could it be that stage 1 mature realm beasts have reached the highest level your bloodline can suppress?" Although Sumo's little green dragon possessed the bloodline suppression trait, its actual strength remained low. Combined with the suppression between rank and level, it was likely already struggling to suppress beasts below the mature realm. The little green dragon nodded, chirping away for a while. Sumo sensed it was trying to tell him that for now, it could only suppress Thunder Windfire Deer below the mature realm. Anything beyond that was likely beyond its current capabilities. Taking all this in, Sumo nodded. For him, this was already sufficient. Soon after, under Sumo's mental guidance, the little azure dragon circled the sky once more. Without hesitation, it resumed its true azure dragon form, unleashing the bloodline power inherent to divine beasts. Though the Thunder Windfire Deer visibly hesitated under the young azure dragon's imposing presence, it showed little else. Its speed remained formidable. The Thunder Windfire Deer was an exceptionally rare beast even among the ordinary grade beasts. It was one of the few ordinary grade beasts possessing 3 attributes, wielding the powers of thunder, wind, and flame simultaneously. Though its skill, Thunder Windfire Slaughter, was singular in nature, its power was undeniably formidable. Under intense suppression, the 2 Thunder Windfire Deer both at the 8th stage of the youth realm simultaneously unleashed their skill, Thunder Windfire Slaughter. Instantly, both deer raised their front legs. Before their bodies, 2 whirlwinds emerged, one a swirl of blue and purple, the other a blend of white and red. Sumogwan, merely observing from afar, could already sense the overwhelming killing intent radiating from them. He thought to himself that if they were truly facing a Thunder Windfire Deer at the first stage of the mature realm, the 3 of them would likely meet their end right here. Fortunately, the bloodline suppression possessed by the little green dragon had restrained the 2 Thunder Windfire Deer's power to the 8th stage of the youth realm. The Thunder Dog possessed the strength of a youth realm 7th stage. Sumo firmly believed that with the dog and the little green dragon providing aerial support, they still had the capability to inflict some damage on these 2 Thunder Windfire Deer. Thus, Sumo's spiritual energy commanded the Thunder Dog to act swiftly, and in an instant, he vanished from his original position. The Thunder Windfire Slaughter technique unleashed by the Thunder Windfire Deer was hurtling straight towards Sumo. Yet suddenly, the deer saw Sumo vanish from his position, and the Thunder Dog had disappeared as well. The 2 Thunder Windfire Deer, unable to locate their target, struggled to find it and attempt to counterattack. It was at this moment that the Thunder Dog closed in, positioning itself alongside one of the Thunder Windfire Deer. It unleashed its basic attack, relentlessly striking the beast before it with its razor-sharp claws. Sumo arrived simultaneously. After so many days of living and fighting together, the man and the dog had developed a deep rapport. Adding to this, Sumo himself was already a seasoned combatant from his experiences in the southern frontier. Working together in a coordinated pincer attack, the man and dog swiftly took down 1 Thunder Windfire Deer in just 20 seconds. With 1 down, Sumo instantly felt the pressure lift. Facing the 2nd Thunder Windfire Deer proved far less arduous. Another 20 seconds passed, and through the combined efforts of Sumo and the Thunder Dog, they took down the last Thunder Windfire Deer.
But in its death throes, the Thunderwind Fire Deer launched a desperate counterattack, colliding with both the Thunderdog and Sumo. Even a Thunderwind Fire Deer suppressed to the 8th stage of the youth realm delivered a collision that was no trivial matter. Sumo felt as if his body had shattered into pieces. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Glancing at the light screen beside him, which indicated he had successfully cleared the 25th floor, Sumo gave a bitter smile. Well, he chuckled, it seems that with our current strength, clearing the 25th floor and earning 250,000 combat points is already our limit. What a pity. I had hoped to train a bit longer, waiting until all three of us were stronger before attempting this tower climb again. But Zhao Yunfei arrived here ahead of schedule, forcing me into this situation. Still, the 25th floor is quite good enough for me. Alright, let's head out. In midair, the little azure dragon shifted back to its original form and perched on Sumo's shoulder. The thunder dog barked twice before returning to Sumo's feet, where it crouched and wagged its tail. With a flick of Sumo's thoughts, a flash of white light appeared before him, and he vanished instantly within the mystic tower. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a massive crowd gathered in front of the mysterious mechanism tower. All eyes were fixed on him. Seeing this scene, Sumo froze. What was going on? Simultaneously, the voice emanating from the mysterious mechanism tower echoed throughout Linen City and resounded across every city in the nation. Congratulations to Sumo, Beastmaster of Linen City. You have successfully broken the century-old record set by Long Canghai. Current highest tower climb record before the new student entrance exam, 25 floors. Combat score. 250,000. Chapter 77, When Women Fight, Men Suffer. Vote for gold selection. Originally, Sumo was feeling quite pleased. After all, he had successfully cleared the 25th floor and earned a combat score of 250,000. This not only shattered the century-old record set by Long Canghai. It was also a triumph for Sumo and his two beast companions. For Sumo, this was the record every beast tamer yearned to break or achieve. Who wouldn't want to become the center of attention in everything they do? Who wouldn't want their achievements to be admired? Sumo was no exception. Therefore, having achieved such an outstanding result, Sumo was naturally overjoyed. He even found himself humming a little tune. Hee hee. But then. No more hee hee. The moment he stepped out, he saw countless beast masters standing ahead. Each of them had their mouths wide open, as if they could fit a light bulb inside, staring at him in utter shock. This scene almost made Sumo laugh. He loved this kind of dramatic entrance. But soon, he sensed something was off about the atmosphere. Curious, Sumo asked, "What's everyone doing here?" Wait a minute. The moment the words left his mouth, Sumo froze. His eyes narrowed as he looked ahead, where his parents and his younger brother, Xu Feng, were caught in the crossfire between the two opposing factions. Sumo's brow furrowed as he thought to himself, what's going on? What's wrong with Su Tsangsheng? Then, Sumo noticed a man standing nearby, his shoulders bearing the insignia of a major general. His heart tightened slightly as he analyzed the man. Perhaps this was the Zhao Yunfei Zhang Haining had mentioned. Soon, Sumo noticed another group on Su Tsangsheng's opposite side. A group of soldiers clad in Southern Frontier combat uniforms stood there, flanked by a colonel. At the sight of this man, Sumo's expression instantly grew solemn. He never expected to run into someone he knew here. But Sumo's heart sank again almost immediately, and worry began to creep into his mind. Lu Mingsheng, Chief of Staff of the Southern Frontier Combat Division of the Demon Suppressing Army, holding the rank of colonel. Why was he here? Could it be because of my record-breaking achievement? Absolutely impossible. There was no Mystic Tower in the Southern Frontier. Besides, he had only just broken the record today. Traveling from the Southern Frontier to here would require crossing mountains and rivers. With flying beasts in the skies, aerial transportation was highly unsafe. In this era, few would choose aerial travel. This meant Lu Mingsheng and his group must have departed Southern Frontier at least a week earlier to arrive here. Sumo's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that some danger had befallen the Southern Frontier? But then he recalled that when he left the Southern Frontier, nothing particularly unusual seemed to be happening there. The beast tide had gradually subsided, and with so many high-level Beastmaster squads stationed nearby, it seemed unlikely that anything serious could have occurred. Brother! Sumo. Just as Sumo was deep in thought, he happened to see Su Jejia and Zhang Haining approaching from the side. Su Jejia stepped forward, grabbed Sumo's hand, and examined him thoroughly from head to toe. Her brows furrowed slightly as she asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" Sumo chuckled. "I'm fine, don't worry. With my two most trusted partners here, how could anything possibly go wrong?" With that, Sumo patted the little green dragon on his shoulder and then the Thunder Hound at his feet. The two beasts, one in front and one behind, let out two barks each, their expressions unable to hide their delight. Being held in such high regard by Sumo, they felt immense respect and confidence. Su Jejia, however, remained uncertain and pressed on, "Are you really okay? I'm telling you, this isn't something to joke about. You have to be completely honest with me. If there's really something wrong, I'll take you to the Beastmaster Hospital for a checkup right away." Sumo chuckled softly.
Alright, my dear sister, you can rest assured. What's the matter? Can't you stand seeing your little brother doing well? What could possibly be wrong with me? Look at me now, full of energy and vitality. My beast-taming skills are flawless. Isn't that great?
You saw I earned 250,000 combat points, and I still have enough energy to keep fighting on the 26th floor. I just chose not to rest and recuperate to avoid getting hurt.
Hearing Sumo's confident words, Su Jejia finally exhaled a long breath.
She then said slowly, as long as you're okay. You have no idea how scared I was when Boss Jiang told me you were going to break the record set by Dragon General over a century ago.
Have you completely lost your mind? Do you even realize the immense effort required to break that record? Did you understand how ferocious the beasts beyond the 23rd floor truly are?
I heard the beasts on the 25th floor are already in their mature stage.
Do you really think you can stand against them? Suemo chuckled softly, his heart brimming with profound emotion. How could he not feel Su Jejia's genuine concern for him? At the same time, Suemo had never gone into battle unprepared.
3 years of combat in the southern frontier had instilled a valuable habit in him.
Before any battle, he would thoroughly research his opponents.
It was precisely because he had studied the Mysteries Tower, precisely because he understood every characteristic of the beasts within. Suemo dared to enter the mysterious mechanism tower with such confidence today, equally confident in his ability to achieve an outstanding result.
Seeing the reproach in Su Jejia's eyes, Suemo felt not the slightest hint of resentment.
Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Whether it was Su Jejia or his uncle's family, everyone showed Suemo extraordinary care. This allowed Suemo to experience a rare sense of familial warmth and mutual care among elders.
Thinking of this, Suemo couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness.
Saddened by why he had never felt this in his own family. Everyone treated Suemo as a tool, a mere stepping stone for his biological twin brother, Xu Feng. Su Sanqing and his wife spared no effort in committing countless acts that violated morality and professional ethics. All to secure endless resources for Xu Feng. Ironically, it was Su Jejia's family who had little connection to Suemo. His eldest uncle and aunt, a family of 3, showered Suemo with meticulous care. The stark contrast between these two worlds alone was enough to stir resentment within Sumo's heart. Beside him, Jiang Hanying chuckled softly.
Well, Teacher Su, wasn't I right? You worry too much. Why fret so over brother Sumo's safety?
I've told you before, he has his own capital and strength to rely on. Su Jejia shot him a disapproving look and replied slowly, I'll give you that you didn't deceive me.
But if anything happens to Shumu because of this, Boss Jiang, I won't let you off the hook.
Jiang Hanying chuckled softly.
Suemo, curious, asked from the side, Hey, what's going on with you two ladies? You're not about to start a fight, are you?
He couldn't help but recall what his old master had once told him.
When women fight, men suffer. Suemo couldn't help but feel a pang of worry.
At the same time, he was still pondering which one he should help if they really did come to blows.
Chapter 78, Xu Feng's Windfall. Vote for gold selection.
Beside them, Jiang Hanying seemed to notice the shift in Sumo's expression and chuckled softly.
Suemo, little brother, what wild thoughts are running through your head now? Sister here can't help but feel like you've misunderstood something about me?
She shook her head slowly before continuing.
Alright, you don't need to worry about anything.
There's nothing inappropriate between me and your sister, she's just concerned about you, after all.
Oh, right, it seems today wasn't just Zhao Yunfei coming to see you. People from the southern frontier of the demon-suppressing army have arrived too. Upon hearing Jiang Hanying's words, Suemo finally snapped out of it.
A pang of regret washed over him. He'd been so preoccupied with keeping Su Jejia and Jiang Hanying company that he'd completely forgotten about a relatively important matter.
He quickly turned around and caught the gaze of Zhao Yunfei and Lu Mingsheng.
Approaching Zhao Yunfei first, Suemo immediately raised his hand in a military salute. Zhao Yunfei, observing this, chuckled softly, his eyes brimming with satisfaction.
He returned the salute. He chuckled and said, I suppose you must be the real Suemo? Suemo nodded firmly. That's correct, General Zhao. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Seeing his nod, Suemo continued, I'm truly sorry for the spectacle I presented today.
I imagine you must be rather displeased at having been deceived, General Zhao? Zhao Yunfei laughed heartily. Ha!
You're a sharp one, kid. Indeed, had you not achieved such a remarkable result today, I might have remained completely in the dark. I would have been filled with genuine dissatisfaction.
But now I'm genuinely curious, why did it happen this way? Would young Master Suemo care to explain? Suemo replied bitterly, General Zhao, you flatter me.
I'm hardly a young master. I'm merely a discarded pawn of the Su family, nothing more than a worthless, good-for-nothing failure in Su Sanqing's eyes.
Shut your mouth.
Just as Suemo was about to speak further, Su Sanqing cut him off with a sharp command from the side. A chill ran through Sumo's heart, overwhelmed by endless anguish. Finally, Su Sanqing's worst fear had materialized. The one thing he dreaded most was Suemo revealing everything. If that happened, Su Sanqing himself would be finished. That was precisely why Su Songxing had intervened so abruptly.
Suemo suddenly sneered coldly, "What? Su Songxing. Now that trouble has struck, now that you're about to be exposed and lose everything, have you started regretting it? Why didn't you speak up when we were doing these things?"
Zhao Yunfei overheard their exchange, his eyes narrowing. His thoughts churned, so it was true. Earlier, Zhao Yunfei had harbored such doubts.
He always suspected Sumo's involvement wasn't as straightforward as it seemed, and now it was confirmed.
Suemo then turned his gaze to Su Songxing, who stood frozen in shock, his face twisted in anguish. Slowly, he spoke. "So it seems, Su Songxing, your life isn't going so well now."
"I absolutely adore this kind of life. Do you have any idea how long I, Suemo, have waited for this day?" At this moment, Suemo no longer intended to conceal anything. He turned to Zhao Yunfei beside him and said, "General Zhao, I am a member of the Su family." The warriors previously deployed to the southern frontier were also sent by the eldest son of the Su family. "I apologize, but breaking the record in the Mystic Tower today was entirely my own plan." Zhao Yunfei, slightly intrigued, pressed urgently, "What do you mean? Are you telling me you deliberately lured me here?" Suemo chuckled and nodded. "Yes. I just didn't expect you, General Zhao, to arrive so soon. That was indeed unexpected.
But there's no denying that all of this was part of my own plan from the very beginning. I wanted to draw more and more attention to myself. Only then could more people learn about the injustice I've suffered within the Su family." The more Suemo spoke, the more pain and sorrow Su Sangxing felt. Regret had already consumed his heart. At this moment, Su Sangxing desperately wanted to stop Suemo, to make him stop talking.
But how could Suemo give him that chance?
Noticing the hesitation in Zhao Yunfei's eyes, Suemo continued, "Back then, under Su Sangxing's orders, I left home and enlisted in the military in the southern frontier. From childhood onward, I was never welcomed in the Su family. They never treated me as a normal, legitimate child of their own. In their eyes, I was merely a substitute, nothing more than a stepping stone for Xu Feng's upward climb.
I grew up in this environment."
Then one day, Su Songxing summoned me. He said he wanted me to enlist in the army in the southern frontier and fight, that he wanted me to prove myself there.
I was overjoyed at the time.
I sensed that Su Songxing had finally begun to acknowledge me, finally wanted me to do something for the Su family, to win some honor for them. At this point, Suemo clenched his fists tightly. These were secrets he had buried deep within his heart for far too long. Time and again, he had wanted to share them. But back then, he was unknown. He simply didn't know whom to tell. That was precisely why Suemo had strived relentlessly to reach his current standing, to make more people aware of his experiences, hoping someone would come forward to vindicate him. Now that the chance had finally arrived, Suemo was determined not to let it slip away. Many beast masters had gathered around.
After hearing Sumo's account, the crowd couldn't help but erupt in astonishment.
Good heavens!
So that's what young Master Suemo went through back then?
Yes, I always thought it was young Master Xu Feng who enlisted and fought in the war.
Who would have thought it was actually young Master Suemo? What on earth happened? What was General Su thinking back then? Why did he send young Master Suemo off to war alone? Why did he let him endure all that? More and more people were discussing it.
Zhao Yunfei stood nearby, his brow furrowed. He turned his head and met Su Songxing's pained expression.
Zhao Yunfei understood. This time, Suemo had probably been right.
All of this must be Su Songxing's doing.
He pressed on, "What happened afterward? How did things unfold?" Suemo offered a bitter smile. "What happened next, I'm sure many already know.
It was precisely through my rise to prominence in the southern frontier, through my relentless efforts time and again, that I ultimately earned countless honors.
I thought that upon returning home, I would finally feel Su Sangxing's recognition and appreciation for me. But what happened?
Su Songxing had the audacity to do this. He took every single honor I earned and attributed them all to Xu Feng." Sumo's rage intensified with every word, his teeth grinding audibly. Su Songxing immediately cut in, "You're lying. How could that possibly be true? You're making this up. This is slander and defamation." Suemo burst into laughter. "Su Songxing, at a time like this, you still have the nerve to accuse me of spreading rumors? Then let me ask you this, if, as you claim, Xu Feng was the one who went to fight in the southern frontier, did Xu Feng know the bloodshed and carnage he would face there? Did he ever know how many military honors and decorations he earned?" As he spoke, Suemo turned to look at Xu Feng, his gaze intense. He was confident Xu Feng could never answer that question. Sure enough, Xu Feng froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Suemo snorted coldly. He has no idea. Xu Feng. Nothing but a petty scoundrel who only knows how to reap without sowing. What could he possibly understand? Chapter 79. Did I give you permission to speak? Vote for gold selection. Silence. Shock. A whirlwind of emotions swirled through everyone's minds at that moment. Witnessing this scene unfold, everyone froze in disbelief. None of them could process what had just happened. They never imagined the situation could be this complicated. Suemo looked at Su Songxing, letting out a cold chuckle.
Seems you can't answer that, huh? Su Sanxing, what else do you have to say? Remember what I told Xu Feng back then? Suemo turned to Xu Feng and said, Xu Feng, I told you back then that I could give you the military merit, but could you truly bear it? I spent 3 full years on the frontier battlefields, fighting under your name. In those 3 years, I endured unimaginable suffering and torment, yet I also earned countless honors and military merits, earning the deep respect of countless soldiers. You know none of this. You have no idea what I went through. You couldn't possibly bear such honor. Having said that, Suemo turned to look at Zhao Yunfei and said, General Zhao, many might think that as the eldest son of the Su family, I shouldn't be saying these things, and few would believe them. Yet it is the absolute truth. All the injustices I endured within the Su family, every grievance I bore today, I have laid them bare. My purpose is to make Su Sanxing pay the price for them. A single stone sent ripples across the pond. After Suemo spoke these words, everyone present was stunned. Whispers spread through the crowd, faces etched with disbelief. Good heavens! So, this was the real reason Suemo kept taking sick leave back in school? Goodness, who would have thought Suemo went through so much back then? I always thought he was just a sickly kid. So Suemo went through all that too. Sigh, General Su really has a heart of stone. How could he bear to send his eldest son alone to the frontier to endure endless suffering, all for the sake of letting his second son reap all the glory and honors? General Su, how could you possibly have the heart to make such a decision? As the truth dawned on everyone, Su Sanxing instantly became the target of collective condemnation. Yet besides Suemo, Su Jejia and Zhang Hanying remained silent. They knew all about these matters. Otherwise, they wouldn't have supported Su Mo's every action for so long. They had even worked behind the scenes to help Su Mo secure countless valuable benefits. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunfei finally grasped the full extent of the situation. His brow furrowed deeply, displeasure evident in his heart. He gave a cold snort before speaking. General Su, you truly are a fine general for our demon-suppressing army. And what a wonderful father you are to young Master Suemo. Su Sanxing glared at Suemo with clenched teeth. After a long moment, he finally spoke. Suemo, I am still your father, after all. I merely asked you to help your younger brother with a few things. How could you be so heartless, so selfish? Do you even deserve to be called a good brother? Suemo suddenly burst into laughter. He reached into his ear and sneered, did I hear that correctly? Su Sanxing, what are you saying to me now? You actually claim to be my father? When you chose to send me to the southern frontier to survive under the claws of those demonic beasts, did you ever consider that you were my father? All those years, from childhood to adulthood, as you did one thing after another to me, never once acknowledging Suemo, did you ever think of yourself as my father then? Now you come to me with this? Don't you find it utterly ridiculous? Su Sanxing blurted out instinctively, what good does this do you? Must you see me pay the price for this, utterly ruined and disgraced, even stripped of this hat on my head? Suemo sneered coldly. So now that you've done something and must pay the price, you're suddenly trying to morally blackmail me? Smack! No sooner had Suemo finished speaking than he raised his hand and slapped Su Sanxing across the face. Countless soldiers nearby aimed their weapons at Su Sanxing, freezing him in place, unable to move. Suemo stared at him intently, his voice icy. Su Sanxing, you have the nerve to say this to me? I acknowledge you as my biological father, and the blood bond between us will never change. But do you deserve to be called a father? From childhood to adulthood, in your and Dongfang's eyes, I, Suemo, have always been nothing more than a tool. After Xu Feng and I were born, the moment you two assessed our talents and discovered the gap between us, realizing Xu Feng was stronger than me, you abandoned me completely. From childhood onward, whenever any gene-enhancing potion or valuable resource became available, you never shared a single drop with me. Every single one of you showered all the benefits solely upon Xu Feng. In your eyes, I was nothing but a dumping ground. You made me taste those side effect-ridden gene potions. The snacks Xu Feng had eaten, the last bite of meat he left behind, you tossed them at my feet like dog food. Even when we went out to play, Xu Feng always walked ahead, enjoying everything. And me? I'm left standing beside all of you, watching everything I should have shared with him become Xu Feng's possessions. Xu Feng basked in your affection, devoured everything you offered, while I could only trail behind like a dog, begging him to spare me scraps from his feast. When you did all these things, did you ever feel what I felt? Did you ever consider how I felt? Smack! Suemo grew angrier as he spoke, delivering another sharp slap. After Suemo finished speaking, the scene fell instantly silent. All the beastmasters, including the warriors from the demon suppression army, froze in shock. They stared at Suemo in astonishment, never imagining he had endured so much injustice and suffering in the past. They never imagined Sumo's childhood, and indeed his entire formative years, had been so grueling. Sumo's gaze burned fiercely upon the three before him. A cold sneer formed in his heart. Su Sanxing, Xu Feng, and Dongfangya. Did you ever imagine this day would come? Originally, Suemo could have easily ignored all this. After all, he was merely a transmigrator. Everything that had happened was simply the experiences of his previous incarnation.
But now that he had arrived in this world, now that he was continuing the life of his predecessor, now that he was carrying out the will of his predecessor in all he did, Xu Mo felt resentment toward the injustices he had endured. It was time to avenge his predecessor. Yet suddenly, Xu Feng shouted from the side, Xu Mo, what right do you have to say these things? What right do you have to complain about all this? I, Xu Feng, am clearly superior to you. I should be the one enjoying all this. I'm merely receiving the treatment a genius deserves. How dare you think any of this is unfair? What right do you have? Smack. You. Thud. Before Xu Feng could finish speaking, Xu Mo suddenly raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Then came a kick, sending Xu Feng flying several meters away. The slap was delivered with such force that Xu Feng's face instantly swelled up. The kick sent Xu Feng clutching his stomach in agonizing pain. Xu Mo stared at him coldly, speaking slowly, did I give you permission to speak? Chapter 80, if only I'd known then vote for gold selection. Silence. At this moment, Xu Feng remained utterly silent. His eyes widened as he glared at Xu Mo, his gaze filled with a desire to tear him limb from limb. For Xu Feng, his hatred toward Xu Mo had reached its peak. His pride was being brutally trampled. Especially now, as Xu Mo received increasing help and care from others, Xu Feng felt an even greater gap in their status. This trampled on his pride, and such treatment was becoming unbearable for Xu Feng. Two soldiers beside him restrained Xu Feng, rendering him unable to move. In this state, he lifted his head to glare fixedly at Xu Mo, his voice cold as ice. Xu Mo, you dared to strike me? Xu Mo shrugged indifferently. So what if I hit you? Got a problem with that? Xu Feng, let me tell you this, you're simply unworthy of all this. You'll never be a qualified beast tamer. I don't know if you orchestrated this from the start, nor do I know what you truly think of me. But I can say with certainty that you, Xu Feng, knew about this from the very beginning and were involved all the way to the end. Xu Mo met Xu Feng's gaze, which seemed ready to kill him, and gave a cold laugh. Xu Feng, you want to kill me? Do you have the strength? Do you really think that just because you've obtained an S-rank talent, you can do whatever you want? Do you really think that with such power, you can bully anyone else? You're not worthy. Xu Feng glared at Xu Mo, his teeth clenched in fury. At that moment, his heart was filled with bitter regret. The stark disparity in their current statuses was unbearable. He refused to accept this reality. Xu Feng struggled to lunge forward, driven mad with the urge to confront Xu Mo. But Xu Mo wouldn't give him that chance. Raising his hand once more, Xu Mo delivered a sharp slap across Xu Feng's face. With a cold sneer, he said, Xu Feng, remember that ironclad brown bear you acquired? If I recall correctly, you traded all your merits for it back then. Afterward, you even went to the bar to brag about it time and again. Rest assured, it won't be long before I strip you of it all. What belongs to me will be reclaimed. At this moment, Xu Mo had no intention of giving Xu Feng any more chances. Everything Xu Feng had once taken from him would be reclaimed, piece by piece, today. Finally, the surrounding beastmasters snapped out of their daze. Now that they understood the full story, they began discussing it among themselves. Good heavens! Finally, I understand the whole story. So that's how it was. All along, this was just Su Sanxing's family plotting against Xu Mo. Yes, it's truly astonishing when you think about it. After all, Xu Mo is General Su's own son, the pride and joy of their family. Who would have imagined that in the end, young Master Xu Mo would become a tool for young Master Xu Feng's ambition? All these years, young Master Xu Mo endured such immense injustice. Now, at last, his wrongs have been righted. I wonder what kind of mood young Master Xu Mo is in now. His feelings? Most likely, young Master Xu Mo must be filled with intense resentment or perhaps immense joy? After all these years of enduring one injustice after another, he has finally succeeded in making the truth known to all of us. I believe General Su and his associates will inevitably pay the price for their actions. Paying the price is certain. What General Su did is utterly infuriating, especially since he exploited his position to carry out these acts. Honestly, it's something no one could ever accept, right? Sigh, who would have thought? General Su, after all, is the junior general of the demon-suppressing army in Linen City. How could he commit such acts? Isn't this an abuse of power? And to harm his own flesh and blood? How heartless must he be to do such a thing? The surrounding crowd buzzed with murmurs. Su Sanxing's face finally turned ashen. He knew that whatever he said now would likely be meaningless. Su Sanxing had become a criminal, a figure despised by all. He would inevitably face mounting condemnation. Zhao Yunfei turned to face Su Sanxing, his voice dripping with scorn as he sneered, I knew it. That's why you kept avoiding me and trying to deceive me whenever I came to your house. When I actively sought to meet young Master Xu Mo, you kept stalling me, using all sorts of excuses to keep me at bay. So this was all your scheme, Su Sanxing. Zhao Yunfei looked at Su Sanxing and sneered coldly, Su Sanxing, as a general of the demon-suppressing army, you have truly disappointed me. The most crucial principle is this, never harm your family, never betray the organization, and never violate your duty as a soldier. The soldiers of China must always serve the nation and its people, striving tirelessly for the peace and security of countless citizens.
Yet you
commit such heinous acts.
Don't you feel you've lost your conscience?
No sooner had Zhao Yunfei finished speaking than he saw Su Sangxing collapse to the ground.
Gone was the former Su Sangxing's carefree demeanor. Now he appeared utterly wretched.
Sitting on the ground, his face was pale, his expression filled with regret. He raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. It's all my fault, Su Sangxing said guiltily. It's my fault that Su Mo never got to live his own life. It's my fault for failing to fulfill my duties as a father. As he spoke, he lifted his head to look at Su Mo, his face etched with remorse.
Son, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I've come to understand the mistakes of my past actions.
Please, forgive me. Give me a chance to make amends for all the wrongs I've done to you over these past 18 years.
Will you?
Seeing the sincerity in Su Sangxing's expression, Su Mo laughed coldly.
So now you're regretting it? Why didn't you think of that back then?
As the old saying goes, if you've done nothing wrong, you have nothing to fear.
Su Sangxing, you're not truly remorseful.
You've only realized you might lose your position at the top because of this, that you might lose the life you currently enjoy. That's why you're suddenly trying to beg for my forgiveness.
What? Regret now? If you'd known then what you know now, why did you do it in the first place? At that moment, Su Mo had no intention of giving Su Sangxing any leeway.
It was precisely these words that utterly shattered Su Sangxing's last shred of hope.
Chapter 81, finished? Then shut up. Vote for golden selection. The surrounding beastmasters witnessed this scene unfold.
It was clear Su Mo had no intention of giving Su Sangxing any chance now.
What Su Mo likely craved most now was to see Su Sangxing pay a heavy price for his actions. As for anything else, it didn't matter.
The beastmasters began murmuring among themselves.
Good heavens! Who would have thought young Master Su Mo would act with such ruthless decisiveness? It seems he has no intention of giving Su Sangxing another chance. What else could he do? If you were young Master Su Mo, if you were the one wronged, do you think you could forgive him? Who could endure all the injustices he's suffered over the past decade? Young Master Su Mo probably understands all this.
Precisely because he's endured so much, he's become this way in the end. Xu Feng, however, sat beside him, rubbing his cheeks again, his head feeling dizzy and foggy. This extreme agony pierced his heart, trampling his dignity utterly. Yet precisely because of this state, Xu Feng found it even harder to accept everything happening now. He lifted his head to stare at Su Mo, his voice gritted with fury. You're just a little luckier than me. What gives you the right to take everything from me? You're nothing but a failure. You've never been as good as me, not once since we were kids. You were meant to be the stepping stone beneath my feet, supporting Xu Feng's rise to greatness.
What? Now you refuse to accept your place? Let me tell you, your success is nothing but luck. You only became what you are now because of some fluke opportunity. You'll never be stronger than Xu Feng. Su Mo, fortune favors the bold. Don't think you can keep crushing me after today. I advise you let me go.
Su Mo, you're my brother, after all.
Don't you find it disgusting to act so selfishly?
Dongfangya, unable to accept it, chimed in from the side. Child, from childhood to now, everything you've endured, Mom admits it. Mom and Dad did make some mistakes, but we did it all for the good of you two brothers. Your brother Xu Feng has always shown far greater talent. He deserved more attention. It was simply about maximizing resources.
Even if you harbor resentment, shouldn't an older brother at least avoid becoming like this?
Look at our family now. Your father and brother are at odds, completely disgraced.
Is this really the outcome you wanted to see?
Mom and Dad can apologize to you and make up for what you've lost in the past.
All we ask is that you let this go. Let today's events be put behind us, okay?
The injustices you endured before, your father and I will find every possible way to help you make up for them.
Are you done?
Before Dongfangya could continue, Su Mo cut her off coldly. Shut your mouth when you're finished.
Do you really think I, Su Mo, am still a 3-year-old child who can't tell right from wrong? Dongfangya, Su Sangxing, Xu Feng, do you think I, Su Mo, am unaware of everything you've done to me since I was a child?
After speaking, Su Mo stared coldly at the three people before him, continuing to expose them. I vaguely remember it was when I was 3 years old. That day, I was filled with joy, eager to show you the single character I just learned to write.
But as I passed your bedroom door, do you know what I heard?
Dongfangya's brow furrowed, a vague sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Su Mo spoke slowly. I heard you say that Xu Feng's talent surpassed mine, but his blood contained impurities. While it could be gradually improved with genetic potions, it might still hinder Xu Feng's future development. So, you decided to use my blood to nourish Xu Feng, hoping to purify his blood.
Back then, I didn't understand any of this.
I was lured to the hospital with nothing more than the snacks you offered me.
Watching tube after tube of my blood being drawn 7 whole days of it. How could I have known why? You kept deceiving me all along, feeding me all sorts of lies. I bet half my blood is still coursing through Xu Feng's veins now? What? That's it? And he's still such a useless piece of trash, only awakening an S-class talent? What a complete waste of space. Xu Feng, hearing this, spat out a mouthful of blood before retorting, Sumo, so what? My S-rank talent is still stronger than your cursed talent, isn't it? You think possessing an SSS-rank talent makes you superior to everyone else? Let me tell you, you'd better see things clearly. No matter how arrogant you are, no matter how many merits you've earned, no matter how you are now, it's still a cursed talent. A useless talent that only knows how to fight desperately. You. Ah. Before Xu Feng could finish his rant, he suddenly let out a piercing scream, writhing in agony. Sumo had already closed the distance, raising his foot to stomp down hard on Xu Feng's chest. The excruciating pain overwhelmed Xu Feng, making even breathing a struggle. Sumo looked down at Xu Feng with a cold smile. So, young Master Xu Feng still thinks he's above everyone else? In your eyes, I, Sumo, am nothing but a worthless piece of trash with a cursed talent, a good-for-nothing who wastes his life, as you put it. It seems you really are trash, young Master Xu Feng. You can't even measure up to the useless you speak of. From childhood onward, you've enjoyed every resource, basking in the care and assistance of countless people. I vaguely recall hearing Su Tsangxing and Dongfangya discussing in the living room when I was young that it was a newly developed gene potion, but one with severe side effects, temporarily unsuitable for your consumption. And what happened? They ended up giving that potion to me instead? Do you have any idea how long that gene potion made every bone in my body scream in agony? Those side effects, I'll never forget them for the rest of my life. Although Sumo had arrived later through transmigration and taken over this body, the memories of the previous owner, those memories of agony, still lingered in Sumo's mind at this very moment. As he spoke, Sumo's teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. Chapter 82, So what if Xu Feng is dead? Vote for gold selection. For Sumo, it was an agonizing memory he would never forget. After drinking that bottle of potion, his entire body felt like it was being torn apart by 1,000 knives. Even breathing became scorching and agonizing, making the simple act of opening his eyes to see the world feel like a luxury. That memory remained etched in Sumo's mind forever, and the agony itself lasted for days on end. Later, Sumo passed out. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself alone in a hospital room. It wasn't until a nurse arrived shortly after that he realized he had truly regained consciousness. Sumo stared coldly at the three people before him, his foot tightening its grip once more. The crushing blow sent Xu Feng screaming in agony. Sumo then gave a cold laugh and said, "Do you remember when I was lying in that hospital bed? Why weren't you two there with me? I only found out later that Xu Feng had been clamoring to go to the amusement park, so you two took him there without a second thought. Did you ever consider what I, his older brother, endured while Xu Feng was happily screaming and shouting at the amusement park, joyfully enjoying his childhood? I lay alone in that hospital bed, staring at the stark white ceiling, breathing in the pungent smell of medicine, feeling the pain radiating through my body. Human joys and sorrows are not shared equally in that moment. I finally grasped the true meaning of those words. That's how it was for me. From childhood onward, no one ever liked me, and no one was willing to invest even the slightest resource in me. And that's precisely how I grew up in such an environment." Sumo gave a self-deprecating chuckle, gazing coldly at Su Tsangxing as he spoke. "Su Tsangxing, do you know what I've truly felt all these years? I've been yearning, hoping that one day you would understand, that you would feel the injustices I endured, that one day you would change your minds. How I longed for the day when I could feel a shred of happiness and warmth from you again, to experience the emotions this family should have offered." Su Tsangxing urgently replied, "Son, I know I was wrong. I begged your forgiveness. Isn't that enough?" Sumo laughed coldly, "You don't truly know your wrongs. I'll say it again, you only feign regret because you've realized everything is irreversible. Su Tsangxing, there's no need for such false virtue. I'm not a child. Do you really think I can't see through your true intentions? Besides, I gave you a chance last time. When you wanted to fill my record of achievements with nothing but Xu Feng's name, I clearly told you then. Can Xu Feng even bear such glory? What saddens me most, Su Tsangxing, is why you never once cared about what I endured, what I accomplished, or what I gained during these 3 years in the southern frontier. Had you paid even the slightest attention, you would have known. Yet you paid none whatsoever." Su Tsangxing's heart jolted. In that moment, he finally understood the meaning behind Sumo's words. Su Tsangxing thought sadly to himself, he truly had paid no attention to any of it. He thought to himself, had he truly paid attention, he would have long since learned of the honors Sumo had earned in the southern frontier and the glory he had brought to the Su family. Had these achievements truly been made public, Su Tsangxing's prestige would have soared. In the future, upon achieving success and fame, how many would have looked up to him with admiration? Su Tsangxing felt profoundly foolish for having willingly relinquished all of this. Xu Feng, still at his feet, wailed in agony. Sumo chuckled coldly. "My dear brother, you call yourself the pride of heaven, the prodigy of the land. What's this? Can't endure a little pain? Do you even realize how insignificant this pain is compared to what I endured as a child? Back then, you basked in the spotlight, enjoyed every resource imaginable, while your older brother me endured all the hardships and torment for you. My dear little brother, don't you want to thank me? You've reaped all my achievements, yet never once did you utter a word of thanks. Instead, you mocked me relentlessly, calling me Sumo a worthless piece of trash. If I'm a failure, then what exactly are you? Snap. Sumo's voice grew increasingly heated. The moment his words fell, a sharp cracking sound erupted from Xu Feng's body beneath his feet. Everyone looked over, their brows furrowing. They saw two ribs protruding from Xu Feng's chest, creating a slight indentation. Xu Feng howled in agony, his voice piercingly shrill. Sumo paid no heed whatsoever. Compared to the suffering he endured as a child, and all the torment he'd faced since discovering Su Sanxing's betrayal, what did this amount to? Brother, stop. Finally, a voice rang out. Sumo turned to see Su Jejia standing nearby, her brow slightly furrowed. Sumo said, "Good sister, are you feeling sorry for Xu Feng?" Su Jejia shook her head helplessly. "How could I possibly feel sorry for them? I'm just afraid you'll trample him to death. After all, our nation has its laws, and our family has its rules. Internal strife is strictly forbidden among beast masters, and equally forbidden among commoners. Little brother, if you really do end up with a death on your hands, I won't be the one to protect you." Sumo sneered coldly. "A human life? I couldn't care less. Countless souls have perished by my hand. Do you really think I'd be afraid of this little dog's life, Xu Feng?" As he spoke, Sumo's eyes widened. He watched Xu Feng suffer increasingly under the relentless blows, his agonized screams growing fainter until they nearly faded away. Suddenly, the little green dragon on Sumo's shoulder let out a whimper. That single cry brought Sumo back to his senses. He sensed that the little green dragon had detected his loss of control and was warning him not to act on impulse. Sumo felt a pang of helplessness, but thankfully, his emotions settled considerably. Meanwhile, many of the surrounding beast tamers who spotted the little green dragon perched on Sumo's shoulder couldn't help but look puzzled. That beast on young Master Sumo's shoulder, that plump little bird-like creature that looks just like an angry bird, what kind of beast is that? Could it be that young Master Sumo relied on this beast to dominate the competition and set a new record? Just how many secrets does young Master Sumo possess that we've never known? Sigh, but when you think about it, after enduring so much hardship since childhood, Master Sumo achieving such greatness now is truly astonishing. You're right. Young Master Sumo has truly overcome immense hardship. This is pure feel-good story material, the textbook underdog turned hero plot. Ah, but young Master Sumo must be suffering too, right? Even with all these accomplishments now, even with such immense power, what does it matter? What he ultimately gained was a talent born of relentless struggle. I truly fear young Master Sumo's future may be difficult to sustain. I truly hope young Master Sumo isn't just a flash-in-the-pan genius. Chapter 83, talking about human rights? Vote for gold selection. Watching the growing crowd around him and listening to their conversations, Sumo shook his head and smiled. He no longer wished to discuss these matters. Everything Sumo had done, every hidden card he held, no one knew of them, and he had no intention of revealing them. Soon, Sumo lowered his gaze to Xu Feng at his feet. Xu Feng's breathing had slowed considerably, his expression twisted in agony. Sumo chuckled coldly. "Xu Feng, you're such a useless piece of trash. Is this the genius that Su Sanxing and Dongfang spent so much effort cultivating? Seems pretty mediocre to me." Su Sanxing and Dongfang stood silently by, utterly at a loss for words. Then, Sumo lifted his foot and kicked Xu Feng aside. With a thud, Xu Feng slammed into the wall, nearly knocking himself unconscious on the spot. Sumo turned back, chuckling coldly. "My apologies, everyone, for subjecting you to this spectacle. Little did I expect that all the Su family has endured would finally be laid bare today, making us a laughingstock." Everyone stood speechless, while Zhao Yunfei sighed beside them. "Sumo, today I realized that both in terms of reason and the rules of the Demon Suppression Army, everything Su Sanxing did warrants a heavy price. Regardless, you are ultimately a victim. For everything you've endured, the Demon Suppressing Army must give you a proper resolution." Sumo nodded slowly as he looked at Zhao Yunfei, who continued, "Would you consider entrusting me with resolving this matter? Rest assured, I will handle it with the utmost care. Su Sanxing will ultimately pay the price for his actions, and I will see to it that justice is served. Furthermore, every single merit Xu Feng forcibly seized from you will be made to return to you. What rightfully belongs to you will be yours. However..." After a moment's thought, Zhao Yunfei stepped forward and whispered, "Sumo, I still need to make something clear. I know you might not agree, but I hope you understand not everything can go your way. Su Sanxing and Xu Feng have done all this, and they can only pay this price for it. The injustices you've endured since childhood, we're afraid we can't resolve them for you. I hope you can understand." Sumo nodded. "General Zhao, there's no need for such words. I understand these matters are difficult to resolve, after all, they're family affairs, and there's little concrete evidence to prove Su Sanxing and the others were wrong. Besides, I can accept it. At the very least, seeing Su Sanxing pay the price and watching Xu Feng spill everything, it brings me a certain sense of satisfaction." After a moment's thought, Sumo chuckled softly. "General Zhao, I trust you will uphold justice. I have every confidence you won't let me down." Zhao Yunfei nodded, though inwardly he thought with sorrow, how could he possibly disappoint Su Mo? After all, Zhao Yunfei himself had been deceived this time. He had originally come to Linen City under orders, hoping to offer Su Mo some assistance and bring him news. Instead, he had been deceived by the Su family, leaving Zhao Yunfei feeling his pride had been deeply wounded. Especially upon learning what Su Mo had endured within the Su family, realizing that Su Sangxing, in violation of his duties as a general and commander of the demon-suppressing army, had abused his authority to harm others. Even his own flesh and blood, Zhao Yunfei's rage could no longer be contained. Turning to Su Sangxing, Zhao Yunfei declared, Su Sangxing, your rank as junior general of the demon-suppressing army's Linen Theater is hereby suspended pending investigation. I will personally arrange for personnel to temporarily oversee all affairs of the demon-suppressing army in Linen City. A group of soldiers nodded in unison and proceeded to restrain Su Sangxing. Xu Feng, standing nearby, was not spared either. Dongfangya, however, rushed to interject, You can't do this. Xu Feng is injured. Are you really going to take him away for no reason? What about human rights? Zhao Yunfei sneered coldly. Madam Dongfangya, when you subjected young Master Su Mo to all manner of experiments since childhood, did you ever consider human rights? Now you bring up human rights with me? Besides, you fed young Master Xu Feng so many gene-enhancing potions since childhood. His body's recovery abilities are incredibly robust. How could there possibly be any issues? Additionally, Mrs. Dongfangya, I hope you will refrain from interfering with our work. While it's true that young Master Su Mo's achievements were stripped away without your direct abuse of power, I believe you, Madam Dongfangya, bear emotional responsibility for this outcome. If you obstruct justice here, I won't be polite. Dongfangya hesitated, at a loss for words. How desperately she wanted to stop this. After all, they were her husband and son. Yet now, with these events unfolding, she felt utterly helpless. But no matter what, the situation was irreversible. Finally, Su Sangxing and Xu Feng were taken away by the Demon Suppression Army headquarters. What awaited them now was a relentless investigation. As for the outcome of the investigation, Su Mo was confident it wouldn't disappoint him. He trusted Zhao Yunfei's character and believed the majority within the Demon Suppressing Army were upright. Of course, if a few individuals had acted blindly and made mistakes, that too was understandable. The surrounding beast masters watched as Su Sangxing and his son were led away, their voices filled with disbelief and regret. Who would have thought Major General Su would end up like this? This is surely the price his family must pay for their wrongdoings. Major General Su? He'll probably just be Su Sangxing from now on. He certainly doesn't deserve that title anymore. Sigh, who would have thought that Major General Su, so revered and dominant in our Linen City, was secretly such a hypocrite, committing acts that make one feel sick. But regardless, today he finally paid the price for it. It's just a pity about all that young Master Su Mo has endured over the years. He really has suffered. Watching Su Sangxing and Xu Feng being led away, Zhao Yunfei turned to Su Mo and said, Su Mo, this is likely the utmost I can achieve while adhering to protocol. As for the outcome, I will notify you immediately. I hope you understand. Chapter 84, Mixed Reviews. Vote for gold selection. Su Mo nodded, refraining from further unreasonable demands. He understood this outcome represented Zhao Yunfei's absolute limit. Considering he still needed to rush off and make arrangements, Zhao Yunfei was about to leave when he suddenly added, I almost forgot to mention our primary purpose for coming to Linen City was to meet with you and deliver something important. Zhao Yunfei looked at Su Mo and continued, You've awakened an SSS tier talent. Though it's a cursed talent, it's undeniably worthy of the SSS tier designation. Moreover, you've shattered the highest record set by General Long in the New Life Academy assessment a century ago. That's why General Long ordered me to come to Linen City to meet with you. I hope you understand that you have now caught General Long's attention. Additionally, General Long has asked me to bring you a gift. Zhao Yunfei raised his hand, and a ring instantly flew out, landing in the palm of his hand. Presenting the ring, Zhao Yunfei chuckled and said, This is a gift specially prepared for you by our Demon Suppression Army. It contains 100,000 merit points, which can be exchanged for various items at the Military Affairs Pavilion, along with 1 million huaxia currency. Consider this a small token of appreciation from the Demon Suppressing Army. We hope you'll use it to acquire necessary items and enhance your capabilities in the days ahead. Of course, even General Long didn't expect you to break yet another of his century-old records before I arrived. That was quite a surprise. Had you broken this record before my departure, I might have sent you an extra gift. It seems, this time, our demon-suppressing army saved a bit of money. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yunfei chuckled softly, though a hint of astonishment lingered in his heart. He was astonished by Su Mo's consistently impressive performances. Su Mo was naturally aware of this. He was aware that the demon-suppressing army had now taken notice of him and was actively seeking ways to approach him. What Su Mo hadn't anticipated was the demon-suppressing army's intense focus on him, even going so far as to send various resources, 100,000 merit points and 1 million huaxia currency. The 1 million huaxia coins meant little to Su Mo's family.
Dongfang's gene company generated tens of billions in annual revenue, but Suemo himself didn't possess that kind of wealth. His current funds were dwindling. Suemo had even considered selling the carcasses of the 3 dragon-scaled pythons he'd slain recently to raise funds for his upcoming living expenses. Being a beast tamer was an expensive endeavor. Purchasing various food resources and supplies for taming creatures required substantial funds. Additionally, some beast masters needed to buy gene potions to enhance their physical constitution. Of course, Suemo had no such need, but that didn't diminish his desire for money. Still, it was a blessing in disguise. Since he could earn money, it was clearly a good thing. Free money was never a bad thing. The Demon Suppression Army was a vast and powerful organization, jointly dominating the 2 major factions of China alongside the Academy faction. This sum of money was likely insignificant to them. With a flick of his thoughts, Suemo lifted the ring and placed it onto his Beastmaster bracelet. The Beastmaster bracelet served as a Beastmaster's identification credential and could also store various resources like merit points and huaxia currency, making it extremely convenient. Soon, Suemo had stored all 100,000 merit points and 1 million huaxia currency into it. He then turned to Zhao Yunfei, saying nothing. The latter seemed to grasp Sumo's intentions. Zhao Yunfei said bitterly, additionally, all the merit points consumed by the countless honors you've acquired previously will be reclaimed by us going forward. Additionally, the ironclad brown bear contracted by Xu Feng will also be reclaimed at that time. Moreover, Xu Feng will subsequently pay a price that he should have faced all along. We will not let him off lightly, nor will we allow such a person to live freely. Only then did Suemo chuckle. Zhao Yunfei continued, there's one final message to convey. General Long has expressed his hope that you dedicate yourself to cultivation, that you grow swiftly and astonish the world. When the time comes, General Long intends to bring you to his side for personal instruction. You're one lucky bastard to earn such favor from General Long. I'm even a bit envious myself. As Zhao Yunfei's words fell, they sent ripples through the crowd. All the beast masters nearby were stunned. Whispers erupted among them. Good heavens! Unbelievable, young Master Suemo has caught General Long's attention? Holy crap, doesn't this mean young Master Suemo will have a deep connection with General Long from now on? And judging by what General Zhao said, it seems General Long might even become young Master Sumo's mentor. From now on. Whether it's status or future growth, it'll be something we can only look up to. Exactly. Need we say more? Throughout history, those favored by General Long can be counted on one hand. General Long possesses 3 extraordinary talents unmatched anywhere in the world. With General Long's guidance, young Master Sumo's future prospects will surely be boundless. To be honest, I truly never imagined young Master Suemo would be so incredibly fortunate. For a moment, I'm at a loss for words. Exactly. Think about it, young Master Suemo is getting all this attention now, but at the end of the day, he's just someone with a cursed talent. Who knows what kind of future he'll have with that cursed talent? Who knows? Cursed talents are something everyone wants to avoid. Now young Master Suemo has acquired one, and such a life-draining one at that. You must remember, many have possessed the cursed talent before and managed to live. But the SSS tier talent, the only cursed talent, is a life-draining existence. Who would willingly acquire it? I truly worry about young Master Sumo's future. I hope he doesn't become a short-lived existence. If that happens, I doubt he'll be able to accept it. Needless to say, he possesses immense talent and remarkable achievements. He's even caught the attention of General Long. If he truly gains General Long's favor, his status will inevitably soar. It's just a pity it's a cursed talent. Chapter 85, Sumo's Incredulity. Vote for gold selection. More and more people were discussing it, and Suemo listened nearby, a hint of helplessness in his heart. How could he not understand their pity? After all, possessing a cursed talent within the SSS tier was a gift everyone despised, a talent no one would ever wish for. And Suemo himself had no control over what talent he would receive. However, there was another crucial point. Suemo had now acquired 2 SSS tier talents, both cursed talents. The world knew that among SSS tier talents, there was only one known cursed talent, Chi Blood Rebirth. Yet no one realized that another SSS tier cursed talent existed, Chi Blood Healing. By consuming vital energy, it generates a healing array capable of indiscriminately restoring all living creatures and tamed beasts within its reach. For a beast tamer, this power is absolutely formidable. Beasts with area of effect healing abilities were rare, and beastmasters possessing such beasts were even rarer. The combination of the two was exceedingly uncommon, 1 in 10,000. After pondering, Suemo concluded that with these 2 cursed talents, he could surely achieve remarkable results and truly prove himself. As for everything that had transpired today, he had considered it a stroke of incredible luck merely to draw the attention of Long Canghai, Zhao Yanfei, and the others. Sumo's sole desire was for them to notice him, to make them understand what he had endured, to feel his grievances, and to ensure that Su Sangxing and his entire family paid the price for it. That alone would suffice. From start to finish, Suemo harbored no goodwill toward any of them. Especially after his rebirth, he had longed for them to pay a bitter price. Now that price was finally coming due.
Regardless of the circumstances, Sumo felt a deep sense of satisfaction.
Many beast masters nearby had also caught on to the situation.
Hey, have you ever thought about it? Young Master Sumo has now caught the attention of General Long.
With his career bound to soar, anyone connected to him will likely enjoy lifelong blessings living in comfort, with clothes brought to them and food served to their mouths.
But things don't seem to be going as smoothly as we imagined.
As the speaker finished, others began to realize the truth.
Exactly.
With the huge conflict between young Master Sumo and Suit Sangxing now, plus the deep enmity with his younger brother, everything young Master Sumo gains in the future won't have anything to do with them. Maybe this is the fate that General Su and young Master Xu Feng will ultimately have to face.
Sumo chuckled. Indeed.
These beast masters were right. Once Suit Sangxing and Xu Feng had done what they had done, once they were no longer under his command, whatever path he chose to take in the future would have nothing to do with them.
Now, Suit Sangxing and his son had been taken away.
Zhao Yunfei stepped forward, patting Sumo's shoulder.
Sumo, I won't call you young master anymore. I just hope you can adjust your mindset in time.
After all, one was your father and mother, the other your own brother.
I never imagined things would end up like this. I hope you can understand. Sumo shrugged indifferently. No need to say more.
I've longed to see Suit Sangxing and the others pay the price. Otherwise, I wouldn't have pushed myself so hard to improve, striving to break records and make the Mystic Tower's announcements echo across the nation. My goal is to make you appear, to make you discover everything I've done, and ultimately to make you understand the injustice I've endured.
Zhao Yunfei chuckled beside him. So this is what you've been thinking. I always assumed you were just acting high and mighty, even General Long.
Never imagined both General Long and I were part of your scheme.
Sumo hurriedly interjected. If this has caused any friction between General Zhao and General Long, I can only offer my apologies once more. Where there's scheming, someone is bound to find out.
Sumo had anticipated all of this.
Indeed, it was highly likely to provoke discontent among many. Sumo had weighed this possibility long ago.
Yet he remained confident that once he made everything public, some would choose to believe and forgive him, harboring no further resentment.
Sumo. Not long after, Zhang Haining approached Sumo.
Surveying the scene, the commotion had gradually subsided.
As more people grasped the truth, Zhang Haining's thoughts drifted elsewhere.
After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke up. Sumo, I don't think now is the time for you to catch up with old friends or celebrate. The people from the southern frontier have arrived. I hope you'll speak with them properly.
I hear there's been an incident in the southern frontier. In that instant, Sumo finally understood.
He had been so preoccupied with Suit Sangxing's affairs that he had nearly forgotten about Lu Mingsheng from the southern frontier. The purpose of their visit was that trouble had erupted in the southern frontier? Sumo had considered this possibility before, but he had been unwilling to accept it, so he hadn't dwelled on it. Little did he know that something had actually happened.
Sumo turned to Lu Mingsheng beside him, stepping forward and blurting out urgently, "Old Lu, what's going on? Has something happened in the southern frontier?" Lu Mingsheng frowned deeply as he looked at Sumo. Yes, but are you really Sumo? At those words, Sumo instantly understood.
With a thought, he drew the heavy sword, the Lord of the Underworld, from his storage ring, a gift from his master. This heavy sword was quite renowned in the southern frontier theater of war. It was precisely with this heavy sword that he and his master had once swept through the battlefield, slaying countless demonic beasts and averting innumerable crises. It was precisely this sword that had saved Sumo's life on numerous occasions, its blade having claimed the souls of countless foes. The moment Lord of the Underworld appeared, Lu Mingsheng finally realized what was happening. He hurried forward, looked at Sumo, and saluted. After Sumo returned the salute, Lu Mingsheng spoke urgently. Sumo, the southern frontier incident. After most of you and countless warrior officers retired, we thought the southern frontier would finally find peace. We believed the southern frontier would no longer face problems, that at least the beasts would remain quiet for a while. But alas, the beast tide has erupted once more.
Our remaining beast-taming squads have already ventured deep into perilous territory, circling and confronting countless demon beasts.
Meanwhile, the ordinary warriors guarding the city gates are gradually struggling to hold their ground.
Sumo frowned in tension, blurting out, "How could this be?" Chapter 86, The Enigma Descends. Vote for gold selection. Sumo stared at Lu Mingsheng, his brow furrowed. Before I left, didn't we conduct a comprehensive survey? Didn't we confirm there were no high-frequency magical beast activities nearby? No high-level magical beasts appeared, and there were no signs of any magical beast outbreak either? Lu Mingsheng sighed. How should I know? But regardless, this is what's happening now.
Right now, our southern border is already struggling to hold its ground.
Commander General Qiao ordered me to summon you back.
Sumo, let me be blunt, before this, you were a god of war among countless mortal warriors, their very faith. It was precisely your emergence that gave more and more people hope for survival. Under your protection and through your battles, everyone was able to unite as one.
You are absolutely vital to countless warriors.
Therefore, like General Qiao, I urge you to return to the southern frontier without delay.
Of course, I never imagined you'd become a beastmaster. With this new power, you'll likely lead our warriors even more effectively against the endless tide of young beast realm creatures. Sumo, please return to your post. As Lu Mingxing's words fell, all the southern frontier warriors beside him roared in unison, "Bring back War God Colonel Sumo! Bring back War God Colonel Sumo, to save the southern frontier!" Seeing all the warriors before him shouting with such fervor, a wave of deep emotion surged through Sumo's heart. He recalled everything he had experienced alongside countless warriors over the past 3 years, and remembered the immense hardship and torment all the soldiers had endured in the southern frontier during this time. Yet a lingering doubt gnawed at Sumo's heart. Before his discharge, the Demon Suppression Army had conducted exhaustive investigations and inspections, confirming no issues remained. They had concluded that the beast tide would remain largely unchanged for at least the next decade. Now, however, things had turned out this way. Could it be that the beast tide was still capable of unexpected shifts? At the same time, the cries of these soldiers stirred something within Sumo. How could he not yearn to return to the southern frontier to resolve this crisis? All around, countless beast masters witnessed this scene, each of them momentarily stunned. Soon, wild whispers erupted. Good heavens! Who would have thought young Master Sumo held such immense credibility in the southern frontier? To be so beloved by so many. Yeah, who could have imagined? Over these past 3 years, young Master Sumo has endured so much, leading countless southern frontier warriors to slay innumerable demon beasts and safeguard the peace of this region. Hearing Colonel Lu speak like this, I truly sense how grave the situation in the southern frontier has become. But why, after all these years living in Linen City, have we never felt any of this? What else could it be? Today's stability and peace in China are precisely because countless soldiers, each sacrificing their lives and youth to defend our homeland, have made it possible. This is all thanks to the demon-suppressing army of China. Thinking back over the years, how many revolutionary martyrs and heroic predecessors of China sacrificed their lives one after another to protect our nation's territorial integrity? It's truly moving. This is our China's demon-suppressing army, the faith and conviction held in the hearts of countless Chinese warriors. I wonder what young Master Sumo intends to do. Will he go or not? Indeed. With only half a month left before entering Fuyao Academy, Master Sumo now faces this sudden call to support the southern frontier. If this delays his admission, who knows what path he'll take? It could profoundly impact his future prospects. Every family has its own troubles. I wonder what choice young Master Sumo will make next. The more I think about everything young Master Sumo has done, the more infuriating Su Sangxing's treatment of him becomes. We needn't call him General Su anymore. He'll surely pay the price for this eventually. He brought it all upon himself. Beside him, Zhao Yunfei frowned as he listened to Lu Mingxing's words. A faint smile tugged at his lips, yet his eyes betrayed deep hesitation. Meanwhile, Zhang Haining swayed her hips as she slowly stepped forward. She approached Sumo and said, "Brother Sumo, I have something I need to discuss with you. Would it be possible for us to step aside and talk privately?" After some hesitation, Sumo nodded. So Sumo and Zhang Haining walked together to a nearby corner. Sumo looked at Zhang Haining, his brows furrowed as he asked, "Sister Haining, what's wrong? Is something the matter?" Zhang Haining paused for a moment before speaking coldly, "Brother, do you remember what I told you? The death of your master, my adoptive father, Zhou Nantian, and the death of my brother, Zhou Xingtong." Sumo's heart skipped a beat. How could he not understand this matter? This story had left an indelible mark on his heart. From the very beginning, Sumo had desperately wanted to know the truth behind it all. Seeing Sumo nod, Zhang Haining continued, "All these years, I haven't been idle. Through relentless investigation, I've uncovered a few clues, including intelligence from the Demon Suppression Army headquarters. What I can tell you now is that I've largely pieced together the identity of the organization behind it all. But I must warn you now, their power is too formidable. Their capabilities are beyond what you can currently oppose. What I can reveal is that they possess a tremendous capability, a device in their possession. This device possesses the ability to regenerate endlessly and violently. Its primary function is to harness psychic energy to command legions of demonic beasts. In other words, what you witnessed in Linen City was beastmasters using their own psychic energy to command beasts to fight alongside them. But those people? They can use this device to command hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of magical beasts to serve them. You understand what I mean. Chapter 87, My Sister's Worries and Refusal. Vote for Gold Selection. Upon hearing this, Sumo's brows furrowed deeply. He instinctively asked, "Are you saying that all the magical beasts appearing in the southern frontier over the past 3 years have been deliberately driven by someone to carry out destructive actions?" Sumo's mind was already churning with shockwaves. Such a revelation far exceeded his understanding of the world. In the 3 years since arriving in this world, Sumo had never once witnessed any organization attempting to control demon beasts. How had things come to this? Moreover, piecing together everything he'd experienced over the past 3 years with Zhang Heining's words, Suemo felt intensely that something monumental was about to unfold. Zhang Haining pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I know what happened 3 years ago. Why so many beasts rampaged across the southern frontier battlefield, breaching our nation's gates. I cannot explain it now, nor can I fully comprehend it myself. But what I want to say is this: the recent resurgence of demon beasts attacking the southern frontier is highly likely connected to that organization. This very organization is the mastermind behind framing your master, framing my adoptive father Zhou Nantian, and framing my brother Zhou Xingtong. As for whether my husband Xia Hai's death is also connected to this organization, I simply don't know yet. Zhang Haining looked at Suemo with utmost seriousness and spoke slowly. Suemo, this is all I can tell you for now. My purpose in telling you this is to make you understand that the organization you're about to face may be far more formidable than you imagine. I hope you maintain your focus and approach this with caution, but above all, I hope you avoid any harm. I don't want to see you in trouble, nor do I want to see you in danger. Do you understand what I mean? A wave of warmth washed over Sumo's heart. He sensed Zhang Haining's genuine concern and care for him, otherwise, she wouldn't have shared this with him. After a moment's thought, Suemo chuckled softly. Alright, Sister Haning. I understand. I know you don't want to tell me everything. I'm well aware that behind you lie even greater secrets and greater threats. Everything you've done is simply to protect me. Rest assured, I'll handle everything that comes next with the utmost caution. Zhang Haining finally smiled, her eyes radiating an indescribable sense of relief. Suemo, knowing you can see things clearly and understand what I've told you puts my mind at ease. Moving forward, I hope you handle these matters wisely. Above all, don't let certain organizations frame you. As for the southern frontier, I truly believe you must go. You should understand and surely grasp how profoundly you, the war god among ordinary men, represent faith for those soldiers. It's precisely because of your existence that so many warriors are filled with fighting spirit and hope. Moreover, according to the intelligence I've gathered, the beasts currently threatening the border are all in their juvenile stages. With the Thunder Hound and Little Green Dragon by your side, there won't be any issues. Suemo exhaled deeply, his confidence in the journey ahead growing stronger. But soon, Su Jujia looked worried and asked, Brother, you're not going to the southern frontier, are you? It's so dangerous there. Are you really going? What about your enrollment at Fuyao Academy? You're about to join as a full member. If this other matter delays your enrollment, it could cause serious problems. What if the academy no longer admits you? Your future prospects would be ruined. Listening to Su Jujia's words, Suemo shook his head and gave a bitter smile. Sis, I know you're worried about my safety and don't want me to get involved in such dangerous business. But do you know what I've endured these past 3 years in the southern frontier? I've witnessed the iron hooves of demon beasts trampling everything in their path. I've seen countless warriors confront these monstrous creatures, enduring countless injustices and injuries. How could I possibly stand by and watch these beasts continue to trample our homeland with impunity? But it's truly dangerous out there, Su Jujia said anxiously. Suemo chuckled and replied, Sis, what does danger matter to me? Wasn't everything I've endured these past 3 years dangerous? Wasn't everything I've done in the southern frontier these past 3 years dangerous? Are you telling me to just stand by and watch those warriors suffer? Sis, you can rest assured. Haning told me that the beasts in the southern frontier are all at the juvenile realm now. With my abilities, dealing with those beasts is a piece of cake. I don't even need to worry about anything. Upon hearing this, Su Jujia turned to look at Zhang Haining. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke slowly, Zhang Haining, who exactly are you? I'm growing increasingly curious. What exactly is your purpose in approaching my brother? And how do you know so much? Your background must be extraordinary. I think you should be more open with us and share your secrets. Zhang Haining chuckled softly. Why, Teacher Su, are you worried about your brother? As for your curiosity about my background, I can assure you there's absolutely no need for concern. I've already explained everything to your brother, Suemo. He knows me inside and out by now. If he isn't worried, why should you be, Teacher Su? Stop worrying needlessly. Suemo chimed in from the side, that's right, sis. Sister Haning has already told me her true identity and shared many stories about her past. I choose to believe her. Brother, how can you just blindly trust someone like that? Su Jujia said. I trust Zhang Haning completely. Suemo declared. From the very beginning until now, Zhang Haning had given him countless things. Whether it was the little green dragon she willingly handed over without competing for it, or the subsequent stories she shared about everything that had happened to her, or finally, the countless treasures she bestowed upon him, including the heavy sword manual, the sword technique, and even that demon-slaying blade that belonged to her husband. Every single one of these things was the most precious existence in Zhang Haining's life. And the fact that she had given them to him, wasn't that precisely because of her extraordinary trust in Suemo? Chapter 88, Mystery 1, The Shadow? Seeking gold votes. In the distance, Zhao Yunfei and Lu Mingsheng stood together. Lu Mingsheng watched Suemo conversing with the two women. His brow furrowed as he asked, what's going on? How did Zhang Haining end up with young master Su Mo? You know, she. Lu Mingsheng trailed off. Zhao Yunfei sighed beside him. What? You're going to mention that Zhang Haning is old Zhou's adopted daughter, Zhou Xingtong's younger sister, and Xia Hai's wife, right? Lu Mingsheng nodded urgently. Zhao Yunfei sighed again. I never imagined they'd end up together either. Perhaps it's fate. General Long said to let Zhang Haining go. Besides, her union with Su Mo might not be entirely bad. Oh, right, I finally have time to ask you about this. You've been mentioning turmoil in the southern frontier.
With more and more demon beasts invading, it seems the southern frontier is in danger.
Could this be the work of the shadow? Lu Mingsheng froze for a moment. After a long pause, he sighed and slowly replied, the shadow? I have no idea. I've speculated time and again whether it could be the shadow's doing. But in 3 years, we've never found a single trace. If it's not the shadow, who else could it be? Yet even when the frontline Beastmaster squads battle those high-tier beasts, they've never detected any sign of the shadow. 3 years up to this very moment, not a single trace. Has headquarters uncovered any leads? Zhao Yunfei sighed, shook his head, and said, if we could actually uncover something, we probably wouldn't be so frustrated now. General Long has been pouring every ounce of his strength into this, investing immense manpower and resources to track down any trace of the shadow, yet ultimately, there's been nothing to show for it. Let's just hope this disturbance in the southern frontier is the beasts acting on their own and has nothing to do with shadow. At that moment, Su Mo stepped back toward them. Looking at Lu Mingxing before him, Su Mo asked, Old Lu, when is the next beast tide expected to hit the southern frontier? Lu Mingxing pondered for a moment before replying, probably in 3 days. But just then, Lu Mingxing's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from Major General Qiao Yunfeng, the commander of the southern frontier. He hurriedly answered the call and asked urgently, General, what's the matter? Qiao Yunfeng's voice came through the line, urgent and strained. Lu Mingsheng, have you located Su Mo yet? Frontline reports indicate a new wave of beasts is approaching, hundreds of them. They'll reach our southern frontier in just 12 hours. I order you to bring Su Mo here if necessary, tie him up and drag him, we desperately need him in the southern frontier. In an instant, Lu Mingxing's brow furrowed. He nodded frantically in agreement. Understood, General. I'm already with Su Mo. I'll relay the message to him immediately. After hanging up, Lu Mingxing turned to Su Mo and said urgently, Su Mo, the general just called. There's trouble in the southern frontier. A horde of hundreds of demon beasts is currently surging toward the southern frontier border. They're expected to arrive in 12 hours. There's no time to waste, we must depart immediately. The journey will take 3 or 4 days. You must come with me. Su Mo nodded solemnly. Rest assured, Old Lu. I've decided that no matter what, I must go to the frontier to fight. Regardless of my abilities, regardless of my standing among the warriors, even if I'm just an ordinary soldier for the warriors of the southern frontier, for the countless civilians behind our border, for the lights in every home, I, Su Mo, will do what must be done. Behind him, Su Jia finally heard Su Mo's decision. A wave of helplessness washed over her. Her mouth opened slightly, but no words came out. Instead, Zhao Yunfei stepped forward, patted Su Mo on the shoulder, and said slowly, all right, go with confidence. I know how much you care for the southern frontier. Making such a difficult choice truly weighs heavily on you. But rest assured, upon my return, I will immediately discuss this matter with General Long together, we will coordinate with Fuyao Academy. You can focus entirely on the battle in the southern frontier. The matter with Fuyao Academy, even if it takes a little longer, it's fine. This is a special backdoor arrangement General Long is making just for you. At these words, Su Mo chuckled softly, his heart brimming with satisfaction. He never imagined that both General Long and Zhao Yunfei would go to such lengths to save face for him. He felt both flattered and a little overwhelmed. At the same time, Su Mo wondered, did Long Canghai and Zhao Yunfei know about his trump card? If they were unaware of his true capabilities yet still showed him such care and concern, it was undeniably something that deeply moved Su Mo. 12 hours? Su Mo muttered to himself, then glanced at the little green dragon beside him. The little green dragon let out a soft whimper, as if telling Su Mo it was perfectly fine. Su Mo finally exhaled deeply, turning to Zhang Haining and Su Jia. He spoke slowly, Sis Haining, big sis, I absolutely must go on this trip to southern frontier. I know you're worried about me, but please try to let go of that worry. I must go to the southern frontier to stand with those soldiers and face everything together. If it benefits the nation, I'll risk life and death. Since the southern frontier is in peril, the nation needs me, the people need me, I, Su Mo, absolutely cannot back down. Furthermore, Su Mo looked at Zhang Haining and whispered, Sis Haining, I don't know if I'll be able to return in 15 days. I don't know if I'll be able to go to Fuyao Academy with Jiangya. But if I don't make it back, I hope you'll tell Jiangya for me. Tell her to go ahead without me. Reassure her that I won't encounter any problems. I will appear before her, safe and sound, without fail. Zhang Haining nodded. Lu Mingsheng hurried over and said, all right, then let's hurry up and go. I've already arranged the fastest train. Suemo shook his head. It's too late. 12 hours? The train would take at least 3 or 4 days. We have to fly. Are you out of your mind? Lu Mingsheng exclaimed urgently. Fly? Modern aircraft aren't that safe.
If flying beasts appear in swarms, we'll only meet our doom with the plane crashing and everyone dying.
Unless we have flying mounts. Suemo nodded. What a coincidence. He actually had one.
Just then, the little green dragon perched on his shoulder suddenly took flight, flapping its adorable wings as it soared into the air.
Under the gaze of countless onlookers, a flash of light erupted. Those around them were left utterly speechless. Chapter 89, Identity General Jiang? Vote for gold selection. Good heavens. What on earth is that in the sky? Is it a dragon? A green dragon? Goodness gracious, could this be young Master Sumo's beast? But why can't I sense any rank on it at all? What kind of beast is this, exactly? Exactly. And why, in all these years, have I never encountered such a beast in any of the countless Beastmaster manuals I've read? It can alter its form and even change its appearance. What kind of beast is this? The crowd grew increasingly stunned, yet Suemo showed no hesitation. He patted the Thunderdog's head. Man and beast leapt into the air. He and the Thunderdog landed directly on the back of the Azure Dragon. Suemo then spoke slowly, Old Lu, I'm heading to the southern frontier first. You'll have to find your own way back from here. The situation in the southern frontier has become critical. I can't afford to delay any longer. I must depart now. Suemo patted the Azure Dragon's back. The massive dragon, over 50 meters long, instantly soared into the sky. Under everyone's gaze, it vanished before their eyes in an instant. That's fast. So incredibly fast, faster than I am in bed. What? What kind of beast is that? While dragon-like beasts have appeared in Huaxia over the years, I've never seen such markings, such coloration, or such a massive form. Unbelievably swift, faster than any flying vehicle. Among countless flying mounts I've witnessed, none could match this speed. Young Master Suemo might truly reach the southern frontier within 12 hours. These men, every warrior of the Huaxia demon-suppressing army, have sacrificed so much for our nation. May young Master Suemo return safely. Yes. They shield the homes of countless families from demon beast attacks with their own bodies. And we the people and beast tamers are all praying for their safe return. Before the Mystic Tower, the beast tamers murmured among themselves before gradually dispersing. Lu Mingsheng, however, watched Suemo depart with such haste. Staring blankly for a long moment, he finally sighed, Goodness, what on earth has that kid Suemo been through in such a short time? I had always thought he was just an ordinary officer, an ordinary war god. Little did I know he'd become a beastmaster. Now he's become so formidable, even breaking General Long's record? Terrifying. What will he achieve in the future? Zhao Yunfei shook his head silently beside him. Only then did Lu Mingsheng snap out of his thoughts, speaking urgently, All right, it's getting late. I must hurry to the southern frontier. My mission here is complete. Everyone, I must take my leave. Everyone nodded in farewell as Lu Mingsheng departed. Su Jejia stood nearby, clenching her fists tightly. Finally, she could only sigh and mutter under her breath, Brother, you really? Why must you gamble with your own life? Zhang Haining spoke earnestly from the side, Perhaps this is the faith of the Huaxia demon-suppressing army. Perhaps this is the deep-seated affection that wells up naturally in the hearts of countless Huaxia people. China has endured thousands of years of hardship and now faces the Beastmaster era. Yet what has never changed since ancient times is the faith in our hearts. Teacher Su, I know you must be deeply worried about Brother Sumo's safety. But please rest assured he will be fine. Trust him. Su Jejia hesitated, then sighed and said, Never mind. I need to return and inform the Academy's principal about this matter. I'm heading to Fuyao City from Linen anyway. I hope the principal will proactively look into this matter once informed. Better not let my little brother get into any trouble. Zhao Yunfei chuckled beside her. Rest assured. Once I return, I'll also mention this to General Long. Sumo's admission won't be affected by this. Only then did everyone nod in agreement. After taking a phone call, Su Jejia departed without delay. Zhang Haining also prepared to leave, but Zhao Yunfei suddenly called out to stop him. Turning to face him, Zhang Haining inquired, General Zhao, is there something? Zhao Yunfei stepped forward, chuckling softly. Major General Jiang, it's been an age since we last met. How have you been faring in Linen City all these years? Hearing this long and used title, Zhang Haining's expression froze. He replied bitterly, Humph, Lieutenant General? That title. It's been a while since I've heard that. But thanks for the good wishes. Life in Linen has been quite pleasant indeed. Zhao Yunfei sighed before continuing, as long as you're doing well, General Long will be more at ease. Also, if I'm not mistaken, you and Suemo just discussed the shadow organization, right? Unexpectedly, Zhang Haining shook his head. Sort of. I mentioned that someone might be manipulating these beasts, but I never used the word shadow or revealed too many details. Rest assured, Suemo is still young. I wouldn't expose him to this prematurely. For him, the sooner he knows, the greater the danger to his life. Jiang Haining shifted the conversation abruptly. I'm actually curious, has Long Canghai uncovered anything about the Shadow Organization? Or did he just let his younger brother play him like a monkey, time and time again? Zhao Yunfei paused, then replied bitterly, only you would dare call General Long that. Anyone else would have been arrested by now. As for what you mentioned, whether it's about the Shadow or his brother's affairs, there are no leads yet. You know as well as I do that both sides have been locked in conflict for so many years. A century has passed, how could this possibly be resolved easily? Jiang Haining curled her lip and snorted. Go tell Long Canghai to hurry up and get to the bottom of this. My adoptive father, my brother, and my husband, they shouldn't have died so unjustly. I intend to avenge them. Zhao Yunfei nodded solemnly. I'll remember what you said, young General Jiang. I'll convey it to him when the time comes. Oh, right, I wonder if you've considered why Suemo, despite awakening a cursed talent that allowed him to cultivate his beast to such formidable strength, still shows no physical abnormalities? I've heard that you and Suemo have known each other for quite some time? Surely. Suemo must have explained the reason to you, right? Chapter 90, The Belatedly Awakened Beast Master Vote for Gold Selection. Jiang Haining narrowed her eyes slightly, shook her head, and said, Do you think I'm some kind of god who knows everything? Or do you think brother Suemo trusts me so much that he'd share every single secret he's so proud of? Zhao Yunfei stared intently at Jiang Haining, trying to detect any hint of unease in her eyes. Clearly, he was overthinking it. Jiang Haining's expression was so calm he couldn't detect a single flicker. Jiang Haining shrugged. What? Anything else? If not, I'm leaving. My beast-taming pavilion still needs my attention, and I don't want to waste my time here for nothing. Zhao Yunfei's lips curved into a faint smile. Alright, Miss Jiang, take your time. Also, should anything come up or if you have any news, we'd appreciate it if you could keep us informed promptly. After Jiang Haining nodded, Zhao Yunfei finally let her leave. An officer approached Zhao Yunfei and asked earnestly, General, what should we do next? Zhao Yunfei's brow instantly furrowed. His aura instantly radiated outward, causing the surrounding air to abruptly grow colder. His gaze sharpened as he looked into the distance, his voice cold and detached. Next? Next is the time for Su Songxing and Xu Feng to pay the price. Su Songxing. You dared to conspire with your youngest son to scheme against everyone, even me. Did you truly believe this old Zhao was some kind of pushover? Then, Zhao Yunfei coldly demanded, Where is Su Songxing's family now? The officer beside him hurriedly replied, reporting to the general, the Su Songxing family has already been transferred to the Linen War Zone. They are currently under the control of our brothers in arms. It's unlikely he can stir up much trouble for now. Would you like to go see for yourself, General? Zhao Yunfei nodded. Of course I must go see for myself. What Su Songxing and his family did is disgusting. It violates basic human principles and contradicts the standards our demon-suppressing army demands of its subordinates. How could we possibly tolerate such scum continuing their ways? They will pay the price for this. Let's go. We'll head over immediately. I intend to make Su Songxing feel the consequences of his actions. I'll see just how he intends to dodge me this time. In all my years as Zhao Yunfei, this is the first time anyone has dared to deceive me. This matter, no matter what, I will see it through to a proper resolution. Let certain people pay the price they deserve. The officer beside Zhao Yunfei nodded in agreement. How could he not sense the fury burning within Zhao Yunfei's heart? With a sweeping gesture, Zhao Yunfei climbed into a military vehicle in the distance. A cloud of dust billowed as it sped away. Around him, a few beast tamers lingered, still hoping for a spectacle. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Well, at least we finally saw the Su family pay for their crimes. It all feels like a dream. Yeah, who would have thought Su Songxing and his family would do something like this to their own son? It's heartbreaking just to think about it, and so unexpected. That man is truly heartless. Exactly. Who could have foreseen it ending like this? But at least there's closure now. I imagine young Master Suemo must feel a lot better about it. You bet. Suemo must be feeling incredibly satisfied now. After all, the matter's finally resolved, and some people paid the price for it. That's the best possible outcome for him. Wait, hold on, have you all realized something? Suddenly, someone snapped out of it. A beast tamer turned to the others beside him, astonishment in his voice. Just now, we were all marveling at the formidable beast Master Suemo possesses. But even now, we still don't understand, we still can't grasp what kind of existence this beast truly is. In all the records of ancient China, there seems to be no description of this beast. That means it's never existed before, right? Several beast tamers nearby nodded in agreement. They had all noticed earlier that no historical records mentioned a beast capable of such shape-shifting, one that could transform into a dragon yet appear indistinguishable from an ordinary plump little bird before metamorphosis. It defied analysis. This puzzling revelation only deepened their confusion. But someone suddenly realized this might not be the crux of the matter. A beastmaster glanced at him and urgently asked, Look, what exactly are you trying to say? Stop beating around the bush. Exactly. If you have something to say, just spit it out. Keeping us all in suspense isn't exactly helpful.
Amidst the growing confusion, the Beastmaster finally spoke up. Everyone, think carefully.
What does this represent? What does it mean?
As we all know, young Master Suemo possesses a thunder dog as his Beastmaster beast. Yet just now, he managed to control a second beast.
Doesn't that mean he's already a level 11 Beastmaster or even higher? Boom!
As the words fell, they sent ripples through the crowd. Only then did everyone around him realize yes, for countless Beastmasters, there was an inescapable rule: only those who reached level 11 or above could contract a second beast. After that, every 10 levels from level 1 onwards would unlock the ability to contract another beast. Sumo's recent successful second beast contract proved he had already surpassed level 11. As this fact became clear and analyzed by everyone, the crowd finally snapped out of their daze, gasping in astonishment. How did Suemo manage this? To break through to level 11 or above in such a short time? It's simply unbelievable. He only awakened his talent 3 weeks ago, yet in just that time, he's already become a level 11 plus beast tamer? Unbelievable. What kind of breakthrough speed is this? Chapter 91, Jiangya appears, hostility in full force. Vote for gold selection. More and more people began to grasp the situation. They marveled at Sumo's extraordinary talent and the power he now possessed, but they were equally stunned by how he could achieve such a rapid breakthrough to level 11 and beyond. Based on their experience and understanding of beast masters, they had never heard of anyone achieving such rapid advancement. Some even urgently pointed out, if memory serves, when General Long Canghai shattered the record a century ago, it was also through his formidable and rapid breakthrough speed. But according to records and the general's own account, the fastest time between his awakening and the creation of the newborn took 5 weeks. It was only during those 5 weeks that General Long became an 11th level beastmaster. Setting aside young Master Sumo's exact rank, likely only level 11 or slightly above. Yet young Master Suemo achieved all this in just 3 weeks. How did he manage it? Even with Chi Blood Rebirth, he might not be able to pull it off, right? Indeed. Chi Blood Rebirth demands the sacrifice of one's lifespan, depleting the body's vital essence to achieve breakthrough. I fear young Master Sumo's physique will only grow weaker as he faces future trials, likely ruining his prospects entirely. Yet he shows no signs of such consequences. Who can explain how he managed it? Could he possibly have some other advantage? Unbelievable. More and more people were astonished by Sumo's strength, stunned by his astonishingly rapid advancement. Simultaneously, they were filled with curiosity about what hidden cards he might hold, what undisclosed secrets lay within him. This growing sense of wonder led many to anticipate, to speculate, and to analyze. Suemo, of course, remained oblivious to all this. In the distance, Zhang Haining sat in his car, silently watching the Mystic Tower gradually fade from its earlier bustling chaos into stillness. The demon suppression army had departed. Seeing no further excitement for the day, the beast tamers discussed among themselves, expressed their astonishment, and then dispersed one by one. For Zhang Haining, there was little left to observe. Yet a faint worry stirred within her heart. Zhang Haining murmured to herself, Suemo, little brother, I wonder what dangers you'll face next. Please don't make your sister worry. Remember that in this world, in Linen City, countless people care about your safety. You carry the faith and hopes of so many. Zhang Haining didn't know if placing her entire future fate in Sumo's hands was right or wrong. Yet, after much deliberation, she felt that perhaps only this way could the current Suemo fulfill the expectations she held for him. Suemo shared a profound bond with her adoptive father, and the deep-seated hatred he carried within him mirrored Zhang Haining's own pain. Zhang Haining realized that while Suemo might not be the most suitable person for this mission, he was her only option. At the same time, Zhang Haining was also worried that Suemo might face danger if he went to the southern frontier. Though she remained confident in Sumo's capabilities, certain he could handle everything flawlessly, the southern frontier was, after all, a perilous land, a place fraught with trouble. Who could guarantee he wouldn't face danger? Zhang Haining clenched her fists, beads of anxious sweat gathering in her palms. Suddenly, a striking figure flashed into view in the distance. The sight of this person, the look of excitement and anticipation on her face, made Zhang Haining pause in surprise. She leaped from the car and sprinted forward. Jiang Ye. Watching the figure pace back and forth before the mysterious mechanism tower, surveying the surroundings. Zhang Haning hurriedly called out a greeting. Indeed, the one who appeared was none other than Jiang Ye. Today, Jiang Ye wore a cute dress, dressing herself up exceptionally beautifully. Yet none of this could conceal her joy. Zhang Haining hadn't expected Jiang Ye to appear here. This girl who was Sumo's beloved and had been his childhood sweetheart. According to Sumo's account, Jiang Ye should have been secluded somewhere these past few days, training to enhance her beast-taming skills and personal strength. Why had she suddenly appeared here today? After some thought, Zhang Haining mused, perhaps. It was precisely because Suemo had broken the record. The mysterious tower had issued nationwide announcements, first about him tying the record, then about him breaking it. With these two consecutive announcements, every beast tamer across the nation had heard the news.
Naturally, it was only logical that Jiangya would have heard about it too.
Suddenly, however, Jiangya heard Jiang Heining's voice behind her and quickly turned around.
She glanced at Jiang Haining, paused for a moment, and said, "Mr. Jiang, what are you doing here?" As she spoke, a sense of unease began to stir within Jiangya.
After all, she had long imagined Jiang Haining as her romantic rival. Consequently, her guard against him remained high.
How could Jiang Haining fail to notice the emotion in Jiangya's eyes at this moment?
She gave a helpless smile and said, "Alright, little sister Jiangya, I understand why you harbor such hostility toward me.
But I want you to know that my feelings toward brother Suemo are nothing like what you imagine.
It's simply impossible for us to be together.
I can tell you like him very much.
In fact, brother Suemo often tells me how wonderful you are and how much he likes you. So, since you both have feelings for each other, why harbor such intense hostility toward me here?"
Really?
The moment Jiangya uttered these words, her head dropped instantly, her face flushing crimson, as if it could drip with moisture.
She fidgeted nervously with the hem of her skirt before protesting. "What nonsense are you talking about? I have absolutely nothing to do with Suemo."
Jiang Haining observed Jiangya's reaction and chuckled softly.
Alright, Jiangya, no need to act like this. I can see right through you. Why pretend everything has nothing to do with you? You know, you don't have to call me Manager Jiang either.
Given your relationship with brother Suemo, since he calls me Sister Haining, why don't you
call me Sister Haining too? Chapter 92, Jiangya's belated realization.
Vote for gold selection. Jiangya lifted her head to look at Jiang Haining, her eyes darting around restlessly. By now, her heart was churning with turmoil. Perhaps it was a woman's intuition, but Jiangya began to choose to believe Jiang Haining's words. She believed Jiang Haining held no hostility toward her, and she believed Jiang Haining might not compete with her for Sumo's affection.
Wait a minute. But quickly, Jiangya snapped back to reality. What had Jiang Haining just said? She said Suemo had told her that he liked her too? Jiangya's face flushed crimson once more. She lowered her head, her expression flushed with embarrassment as she stammered, "Suemo, he really said that to you?" Seeing Jiangya's reaction, Jiang Haining giggled softly. She hadn't expected her offhand remark to provoke such a strong reaction from Jiangya. Yet, Jiang Haining hadn't lied, though she might have embellished the words slightly. Earlier, when Jiang Haining and Suemo were together, during their casual chats, Jiang Haining had brought up the relationship between Suemo and Jiangya. Each time, Suemo would look utterly helpless, rolling his eyes at her in exasperation. Yet he had also confessed to Jiang Haining that he genuinely liked Jiangya. After all, who wouldn't like a girl who had been by Sumo's side since childhood, such a cute little girl? Suemo was no exception. Even though Suemo had arrived through time travel later on, the story between him and Jiangya, all their shared memories, had always lingered in his mind. Naturally, Suemo carried these feelings into his own life. Within this relationship, both parties expressed their emotions with remarkable intensity. Jiang Haining raised his hand to ruffle Jiangya's hair, chuckling softly as he said, "Alright, little sister Jiangya, you really shouldn't overthink things. Brother Suemo has always had a soft spot for you. It's just that he has so much on his plate right now. Family matters have piled up, leaving him facing countless challenges and responsibilities. The weight of vengeance and duty he carries is overwhelming. That's why he hasn't been able to open his heart to you, or rather, he simply hasn't had the energy to look after you. Don't feel resentful about it, after all, these are matters concerning brother Sumo's family." Jiangya blurted out, "Haining, what do you mean by that? What's going on with Suemo and his family?" At that moment, Jiangya instinctively addressed Jiang Haining as Sister Haining. Seeing the change in how the young girl addressed her, Jiang Haining chuckled softly, feeling particularly pleased inside. She continued, "It seems brother Suemo hasn't told you about this before. Sister here should respect Zumo's wishes and not tell you these things. But Jiangya, you care too much about Zumo, so I'll tell you anyway." As she spoke, Jiang Haining recounted everything Suemo had endured. After hearing it all, Jiangya was stunned. Oh my god. So Suemo had endured so much injustice at home? His parents actually hurt him like that? No wonder whenever I saw Suemo, I always sensed something emotionally off about him. Thankfully, now everything has finally been resolved. Jiangya had already learned about the consequences Su Sanxing and Xu Feng had faced, but suddenly, a thought struck her. She urgently asked, "Where is Suemo now?" Jiang Haining hesitated upon hearing this. After a moment's thought, he decided he should tell Jiangya the truth. Besides, Suemo had specifically asked him to pass on a message to her. Jiang Haining sighed and said, "Suemo received news from the southern frontier. Countless demon beasts have invaded our territory again, causing a major crisis there." As the legendary warrior who rose from the ranks of civilian soldiers in the southern frontier, Suemo is revered as a symbol of hope by countless fighters. Ultimately, he has been assigned to return to the southern frontier once more. Jiangya's expression changed instantly. What? What are they doing? Suemo has already fought in the southern frontier for 3 years. Why are they forcing him to go back? It's dangerous there.
These past 3 years, I haven't even known what he's been through. Just hearing your account now, I can already sense the immense hardship he endured.
And now, they're making him go through it all again? Must they push him into such peril? Where is Sumo now? I must find him. I must stop him.
I refuse to let him go to the southern frontier.
It's far too dangerous.
As Jiang Ye was about to leave, Jiang Haining hurriedly reached out and grabbed her arm. Jiang Ye turned to look at Jiang Haining, her eyes filled with disbelief.
Sis Haining, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me? Are you in cahoots with those people from the southern frontier? Don't you know how dangerous the southern frontier is right now?
Sending Sumo alone to the southern frontier is like pushing him into a pit of fire.
You keep talking about Sumo brother this and Sumo brother that, don't you worry about him at all?
As Jiang Ye's grip tightened, Jiang Haining snapped, Jiang Ye, calm down. Startled by the sharp command, Jiang Ye froze in place, her eyes brimming with tears as she stared intently at Jiang Haining. A flicker of resentment toward Jiang Haining surfaced in her heart, and the fleeting warmth she'd felt toward him vanished instantly. Jiang Haining spoke slowly, I understand your pain. I know you don't want to see Sumo go through this, but all of this is his own decision.
What?
Jiang Ye felt as if a bomb had exploded in her mind, leaving her head buzzing. She never imagined for a moment that all of this was Sumo's own choice.
Instinctively, Jiang Ye demanded, why? Has Sumo lost his mind? Chapter 93, Fighting Spirit? Instantly extinguished. Seeking gold votes.
Seeing the turmoil in Jiang Ye's emotions, Jiang Haining could only offer a helpless, bitter smile. He spoke slowly, Jiang Ye, I've only known Shumu for 2 or 3 weeks. But you and Shumu have grown up together since childhood.
Don't you know Sumo's younger brother? His personality? I think you should understand all this better than I do. Sumo is just like that, always impulsive when facing anything.
He charges headfirst into everything.
That's how stubborn he is, isn't it?
Jiang Ye froze, finally catching on.
Yes, hadn't Sumo always been like this in everything he did, from childhood to adulthood?
Back then, she had witnessed Sumo's changes time and again, and she had also witnessed his stubborn nature.
That was just who he was.
For the sake of a single thought in his heart, for the sake of protecting those around him, he would sacrifice everything he had. Even when he knew the future was fraught with danger, even when the path ahead was shrouded in fog and the outcome uncertain, he remained stubbornly the same. Jiang Ye had mentioned this more than once, yet Sumo seemed utterly indifferent to her words. After a moment, Jiang Haining sighed, finally realizing that Jiang Ye had come to terms with it. She spoke slowly from the side, I know you must be heartbroken and don't want him to venture into such danger, but all of this stems from Sumo's own actions and convictions. He cannot bear to see his comrades from the southern frontier, those who fought alongside him for 3 years, trapped in peril. At the same time, he truly is indispensable in this battle now.
He's also the spiritual anchor for countless warriors. That's why brother Sumo must go, he has no choice but to go. Sumo also asked me to pass on a message to you.
Jiang Ye hurriedly looked up and asked, what message?
Sister Haning, please tell me.
Jiang Haning chuckled softly, her voice deep and solemn. Sumo said that if you learn of his journey to the southern frontier, please do not worry or grieve. He hopes you can grow stronger quickly and focus on your cultivation.
If he hasn't returned before you enter Fuyao Academy, he wants you to go to Fuyao City on your own first. He will definitely come to Fuyao City to find you then.
Jiang Haining sighed as she spoke, looking at Jiang Ye earnestly. Jiang Ye, little sister, I can see you truly care for brother Sumo and worry about him deeply. Sumo, for his part, also has some feelings for you. But ultimately, you both have your own paths to walk.
He can't spend every day indulging in romantic entanglements with you, lost in the sweetness of your relationship.
Remember, you're both beast masters. In this era where magical beasts run rampant, humanity faces constant peril, and survival is precarious, beast masters bear a mission, an honor, and a responsibility. Only beast masters can become guardians of peace in their lands, protectors of all people. Beast masters must grow stronger to defend our human territories. You surely understand this. Therefore, I hope you can understand him. At the same time, you should strive to grow stronger yourself. In the future, follow in brother Sumo's footsteps. That is what you should be doing. Constantly worrying about him day after day serves no purpose, doesn't it? Hearing these words, Jiang Ye instantly snapped out of her daze.
She finally understood. Jiang Haining was right. Why should she fret over him time and again?
It served no purpose. Only by growing alongside Sumo herself, eventually standing by his side, could she truly share more stories with him. Not like now, trailing behind him daily, worrying about every aspect of his life, fretting over whether he might face danger that would only make her seem overly sentimental. After coming to this realization, Jiang Ye lifted her head resolutely to look at Jiang Haining and said earnestly, Sister Haining, I understand now.
I'm sorry for being so indecisive and overly sentimental before. Hearing you say that, I finally understand.
Perhaps the only way is for me to grow up quickly, to reach a strength equal to Sumo's. By his side, advancing together, that will be the best companionship for him in the future.
Jiang Haining chuckled softly. That's exactly right. It's best that you've come to this realization. Jiangye inquired again. Oh, right, what level is Sumo at now? Zhang Hanying pondered for a moment, scratching his head. All I can say is that brother Sumo has contracted 2 beasts now. Jiangye froze. All the resolve and fighting spirit that had just ignited within her instantly snuffed out like a flame extinguished, leaving her speechless. After a long, heavy silence, she forced a bitter smile. Sumo, he really is a freak. I never imagined he could grow to this level in such a short time. It's terrifying. But then again, no wonder he keeps shattering General Long's records and even setting new ones. Never mind. Jiangye smiled bitterly. No matter what, I have to become stronger. As she spoke, Jiangye looked at Zhang Hanying and said, Sis Hanying, thank you for talking to me so much today. Thank you for guiding me through all this. Rest assured, I'll work hard to grow stronger. I won't let Sumo worry about me, I won't become a burden to him, and I will become his right-hand person. I'll stand by his side as we face whatever the future brings. Zhang Hanying chuckled softly, reaching out to pull Jiangye into an embrace. With heartfelt sincerity, she said, Jiangye, I'm so glad you feel this way. It's wonderful. I believe in you, sister. You will succeed. She added instinctively, come to think of it, I was just like you back then. I believed in someone too, always convinced that if I grew strong enough, I could build a good life with him in the end. And what happened to you too? Zhang Hanying felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, offering a bitter smile. Later? Later, he sacrificed himself. He was so powerful that others plotted against him. In the end, he was sacrificed, leaving this world completely. Our story ended there. Zhang Yahao was speechless. After a long moment, she sighed and said with a look of remorse, I'm sorry, Sister Haning. I didn't mean to bring up painful memories. Zhang Hanying chuckled softly, shaking her head. It's nothing. I've long since grown accustomed to it. It's precisely because of all these repeated events that I've come to recognize your emotions today, to see the resolve you've shown in sacrificing so much for Sumo. It only strengthens my belief that in the future, you two will surely find your path together. Alright, I won't keep you with this. I have things to attend to and must leave. Would you like me to walk you part of the way? Chapter 94, I Like a Boy. Please vote for gold selection. Jiangye thought for a moment, then smiled faintly and shook her head, politely declining Zhang Hanying's offer. Zhang Hanying chuckled softly, not pressing the matter further. He turned and walked away. Soon after, back in the car, he rolled down the window and waved at Jiangye in the distance. Only after receiving her response did he start the engine and drive away. Passing a traffic light, Zhang Hanying murmured to himself, Sumo, you must come back safely. It's not just your big sister worrying about your safety now, your future girlfriend is deeply concerned too. She's even resolved to grow alongside you, becoming your right-hand woman to help you face whatever challenges lie ahead. If something truly happened to you, who knows how many hearts would break. Zhang Hanying drove away. Jiangye's brows furrowed tightly as worry flashed through her mind. Sumo, you're so foolish, so foolish. Why do you keep choosing to put yourself in such dangerous situations? I suppose only by doing so can you remain true to yourself. Sigh. You're still the man I know, not a bit changed. You absolutely must come back alive. I remember everything you told me. If you truly can't return before enrollment at Fuyao Academy, I'll go ahead and wait for you there. With that, Jiangye left without hesitation. Soon after, she returned home to find her parents seated inside the beast-taming supplies shop. Father Jiang Zhixing, Mother Li Kaier. Seeing them appear, Jiangye's emotions finally overflowed. She rushed forward like a madwoman, throwing herself into her mother's arms as tears fell one after another. Feeling her daughter's intense distress, Li Kaier couldn't help but feel puzzled. She hurriedly asked, What's wrong, Yor? What's gotten into you? Don't scare your parents. Why are you suddenly crying? Has something happened? It's nothing, don't worry. Whatever it is, you must believe that Mom and Dad will help you solve it. We won't let you face any danger. Her father, Zhang Zhixing, also hurriedly added, Daughter, no matter what happens, if the sky falls, Mom and Dad will be here to hold it up for you. Tell us what's really going on. Jiangye finally lifted her head and said painfully, Mom and Dad, I've fallen for a boy. Hearing this, Zhang Zhixing froze for a moment before saying, Doesn't he like you? Who is it? Tell me, and I'll drag him here by force if I have to. My daughter is known as a prodigy. She was the strongest presence at this year's awakening ceremony at school. Who's blind enough not to like you? Rest assured, I'll make sure justice is served. No. Jiangye shook her head urgently. Mom and Dad, I only found out today that he likes me too. Zhang Zhixing and Li Kaier exchanged glances, both looking puzzled. Li Kaier quickly ruffled her daughter's hair and stroked her locks before saying, If you say he likes you and you like him back, isn't that mutual affection? Why are you crying then? Shouldn't this be something to celebrate? Her father nodded in agreement beside her. After a long moment of silence, Jiangye finally asked, Do you know who he is? Zhang Zhixing paused, then shook his head along with his wife, Li Kaier. Then Jiangye slowly said, It's Sumo. What? The moment the words left her mouth, both parents froze, then sprang to their feet. Zhang Zhixing blurted out, You mean? The person you like is Sumo, the eldest son of Major General Su? The Sumo who awakened the cursed talent blood reincarnation? The Sumo who hasn't been seen at school for the past 3 years, who's been bedridden at home every day, the Sumo who grew up with you since childhood. Each prefix confirmed it was indeed Sumo himself.
But none of these prefixes were complimentary.
Jianya nodded helplessly. Mom and Dad, it's this Sumo.
I know you must have many doubts and probably don't think highly of him, but I want to tell you Sumo has been wronged.
All of this is a misunderstanding. Li Kaier chimed in urgently from the side. What do you mean? Quickly explain everything to Mom and Dad.
Oh, right, I recall the Mystic Tower announced half an hour ago that Sumo from Linen City had equaled General Long's record, even setting a new one.
That's Sumo. Could it really be him? Jiang Zhixing hesitated for a moment. No way? I was just wondering if it could be a coincidence. Could it really be that kid Sumo?
Jiang nodded, then proceeded to recount Sumo's string of record-breaking achievements, while also sharing the many injustices he'd endured over the past period. After a long moment, the two exchanged stunned glances. Jiang Zhixing slammed his fist on the table in anger. I never imagined Sumo endured such injustice within the Su family.
That Su Sanqing is nothing but scum. How could he scheme against his own flesh and blood? Is he even human? Li Kaier chimed in from the side. Yeah, who would have thought?
Su Sanqing, as a major general of Linen City commanding the city's demon-suppressing army, would end up doing something so hypocritical. But thankfully, this incident has come to light and justice has been served. Su Sanqing and Xu Feng have paid the price for their actions. I imagine Sumo must feel some measure of relief now, right? Then, Jiang Zhixing seemed to recall something and spoke urgently. But, daughter, if what you're saying is true, then Sumo's remarkable achievements must mean that his active innate talent, Shi blood rebirth, hasn't really hindered him much? It seems this boy possesses some undisclosed secret or trump card? These factors are likely the primary reasons he can move with such ease. Earlier, we were convinced this child's cursed talent meant his days were numbered.
But now it seems we've all underestimated him. But this is a good thing, so why are you still so distressed? Jianya sighed and finally spoke. Because I just left the beast-taming pavilion and headed to the Mystic Tower when I suddenly received news Sumo received an urgent order to leave Linen City and head to the southern frontier. Chapter 95. Xu Feng still has the nerve to talk trash? Vote for gold selection. Her father, Jiang Zhixing, frowned deeply beside her and asked instinctively, to the southern frontier? Why? Jianya recounted the situation in the southern frontier to the two once more. After a long moment, Jiang Zhixing sighed. I've heard something about it. I've heard that over the past 3 years, beasts have relentlessly attacked our southern border territories. It's only because of countless warriors and the actions of these beast tamers that the people behind the southern frontier walls can continue living in peace and safety. I never imagined. I thought the recent announcement from the southern frontier new district said that demon beast invasions along the border had gradually stabilized and all the people could live in peace. But who would have thought it would come again? Mother Li Kaier clasped Jiang's hand and patted it gently. I know you must be deeply worried about Sumo. But I think you should understand more clearly that this is precisely Sumo's faith and his life. For countless people, for the countless homes and families behind him, Sumo chose to give everything he has. Though the road ahead is perilous, you should trust Sumo. He will not disappoint you, and he will protect himself. Just as you said, he holds affection for you in his heart. He will return safely to you, seeking to express his feelings. Jianya nodded earnestly, then spoke with resolve. Mom and Dad, I understand. I was just feeling anxious for a moment. It's truly hard to accept this situation. But hearing you explain it like this has eased my mind considerably. I won't keep you any longer. I've decided to dedicate the remaining 15 days to immersing myself entirely in my cultivation. I will make sure my beast companion, Little Red, grows rapidly, and I will also ensure my own cultivation level advances swiftly. By the time Sumo returns from the southern frontier, I'll present him with a completely renewed version of myself. As she spoke, a bitter ache lingered in Jiang's heart. You see, when she heard the news from the Mystic Tower today about Sumo achieving such remarkable results that had the entire world watching, Jiang had been itching to leave the mountain. She wanted to congratulate Sumo and also tell him about her own growth over this period. Through her recent cultivation, Jiang had ascended to a level 4 beast tamer, becoming a standout among her peers. Yet, unexpectedly, she ended up experiencing this kind of situation. Shortly after leaving home, Jiang arrived at the Beastmaster Pavilion. Her family had reserved a sky-grade training room for her here for a full month. Sitting within the training chamber, Jiang murmured with burning determination, Sumo, just wait. I will never hold you back in the future. Since I've chosen to love you, I will face everything alongside you in the future. I will grow stronger as quickly as possible and never bring shame upon you. When that time comes, I'll make you look at me with newfound respect. I'll be by your side, helping you meet every challenge ahead. You like me, and I like you too. Linen City. Within the demon-suppressing army's camp, Zhao Yunfei arrived by car shortly after setting out.
Just as he approached the camp entrance and his vehicle was about to proceed, a woman stepped forward, blocking its path.
Zhao Yunfei frowned deeply upon recognizing Dongfangya. Rolling down his window to address her, he said coldly, "Madam Dongfangya, what brings you here? Our demon-suppressing army hasn't had any recent collaborations with your gene group." "General Zhao Yunfei, why feign ignorance?" Dongfangya retorted. Zhao Yunfei chuckled. "Oh? What exactly does that mean, Mrs. Dongfang?"
"Old Zhao here is too dim-witted to grasp the subtleties."
"Why not just come out and say it plainly, General Dongfang? What's the real reason?"
Dongfangya hesitated for a moment before speaking.
"General Zhao, you know perfectly well why I'm here.
I came to see how old Xu and my son, Xu Feng, are faring."
Zhao Yunfei replied coldly, "They've both been arrested for breaking the law. I think you needn't concern yourself anymore. They won't end up well, and they'll inevitably pay the price for their actions." "What? You don't seriously believe that people of their status and standing could possibly change things with their actions, do you?" Dongfangya shook her head hastily. "No, I understand your point. But I was wondering if they might have been blinded by something for a moment. Could you give them a chance?" "A chance?" Zhao Yunfei's voice was cold. "Give them a chance? Who will make up for all the wrongs Su Mo suffered?" Dongfangya pleaded urgently, "I can make it right for him. Whatever Su Mo wants, I can give him."
"I'll talk to Su Mo myself, just please spare old Su and that kid, Xu Feng."
Zhao Yunfei chuckled coldly. "Ms. Dongfang, are you suggesting money could buy Su Mo's forgiveness? But I ask you, can money possibly make up for everything Su Mo endured growing up?"
Dongfangya hesitated, unsure how to respond. After a long pause, Zhao Yunfei finally said, "Ms. Dongfang, please leave. Whether it's Su Sangxing or Su Feng, both of them will pay the price according to the law." After much hesitation, Dongfangya decided to throw caution to the wind and responded coldly, "But according to our nation's laws, Su Sangxing did wrong and must indeed pay the price for his actions. However, Su Feng does not need to. I demand you release Su Feng immediately." Noticing Dongfangya's sudden assertiveness, Zhao Yunfei chuckled. "Ms. Dongfang, you've decided to go all in? Fine. You want me to release Su Feng? Then you can wait here. Within 24 hours, once the investigation into him is concluded, I will release him." With that, Zhao Yunfei waved his hand, and the driver sped the car back inside. Zhao Yunfei had no intention of engaging with Dongfangya any further. His sole focus now was to swiftly resolve everything between Su Feng and Su Sangxing.
Soon, he arrived at the interrogation room within the compound.
Zhao Yunfei strode into the interrogation room where Su Feng was being held. The moment he stepped inside, he heard Xu Feng's furious shout from the other side, "What the hell are you doing? Zhao Yunfei, don't you dare think that just because you're a lieutenant general in the demon suppression army, you can arbitrarily detain me.
What have I, Xu Feng, done wrong?
Let me tell you, my mother is the CEO of the largest genetic engineering corporation in Linen City.
Detaining me will come back to haunt you, demon suppression army." With a sharp crack, Zhao Yunfei vanished from his spot.
When he reappeared, he had already landed a vicious slap across Xu Feng's face.
Chapter 96, Who the hell do you think you are? Vote for gold selection. Zhao Yunfei was no one to trifle with.
With his explosive temper, he had no intention of giving Xu Feng any chance.
The single blow sent Xu Feng's face swelling instantly.
Watching Xu Feng's pained expression, Zhao Yunfei sneered coldly, "Xu Feng, you can barely save your own ass, where do you get the nerve?
Where'd you get the guts to talk to me like this?
Your old man's locked up next door, and your mother's standing right outside, neither of them dares talk to me like this.
What the hell do you think you are?" Xu Feng was instantly rendered speechless by Zhao Yunfei's words.
He felt his pride being brutally trampled. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Zhao Yunfei, his heart filled with bitter resentment.
Today felt like the most humiliating day of his life. First, he witnessed Su Mo achieve one milestone after another, stunning every beast tamer.
Then, he had to witness Su Mo ultimately humiliate him, exposing everything he and his father had done in the past, leaving him utterly disgraced.
Xu Feng couldn't accept any of this.
From childhood onward, he had always possessed an intense sense of pride. From his earliest years, his family had groomed him as their heir apparent, nurturing him as a future prodigy.
Who could have imagined he'd end up facing such an outcome?
Now imprisoned here, even the person before him could freely bully him. Even the soldiers who had just brought him here showed him such disrespect.
As the second young master, accustomed to having his every need catered to, when had he ever endured such humiliation?
Xu Feng glared at Zhao Yunfei through gritted teeth, his voice cold.
"Zhao Yunfei, I remember you hitting me today. I will repay every single one of those blows." Zhao Yunfei chuckled.
"Very well, young master Xu Feng certainly has spirit.
Fine, I'll wait for you.
Wait to see when you come to repay me."
With that, Zhao Yunfei finally sat down across from Xu Feng.
After carefully reviewing the documents handed to him by his subordinate, he finally spoke, "Xu Feng, the charges against you usurping others' merits, suspected oppression of the demon-suppressing army, and scheming to frame a demon-suppressing army colonel are sufficient to exact a price from you.
Effective immediately, all merits you have earned are hereby revoked and confiscated."
Furthermore, you are stripped of any future eligibility to earn merits.
We will also confiscate your ironclad brown bear. Once the 24-hour period passes, you will be released.
Until then, you'd better stay put here.
Xu Feng couldn't accept this outcome. He shouted, "Why should you take away my iron armor brown bear? Why must you take away my ability to earn merit?"
Zhao Yunfei slammed his fist on the table, roaring in fury, "Because you're nothing but a freeloading bastard.
Because all you know how to do is steal from your brother."
In this world, even ordinary beast masters could earn merit points.
Merit points function as currency within the Military Affairs Bureau, allowing the purchase and trade of various items.
Whether you're part of a civilian organization or an official one, completing missions earns you merit points. These merit points could be used to acquire all manner of supplies within the Military Affairs Bureau. Even high-tier beasts were almost exclusively available there unless you were lucky enough to discover them through independent exploration.
But how many possessed such formidable strength?
Thus, for most beast tamers, the primary way to obtain merit points is by undertaking various missions, accumulating them, and then using them to acquire supplies within the Military Affairs Pavilion. The Military Council and the Demon Suppressing Army function as complementary entities. Though the Military Council, the Demon Suppressing Army, and the Academy are collectively known as China's three major official organizations, any disciplinary action taken by the Demon Suppressing Army inevitably impacts the Military Council, a consequence many would prefer to avoid. This explains why Xu Feng was so agitated after losing his eligibility to earn merit points.
Xu Feng could accept returning the ironclad brown bear and all previously spent merit points and honors to Su Mo.
But he could not accept losing his very ability to earn merit points. Zhao Yunfei, however, gave a cold laugh.
"Xu Feng, what the hell gives you the nerve to say those things to me just now? From childhood onward, how many abilities have you stripped from Su Mo? How many rights and qualifications that rightfully belong to him? Do you have any idea how much suffering and torment Su Mo endured? And now you dare ask me why? Because Su Mo is the war god of the southern frontier.
Because for the past 3 years, he risked his life to protect the livelihoods of countless people, to safeguard the homes and families behind him.
Is that reason good enough?"
Xu Feng stared blankly at Zhao Yunfei, his expression tinged with indescribable bitterness. He seethed with hatred that Su Mo had snatched all this from his grasp. Yet in Xu Feng's eyes, it had always belonged to him, something he was destined to claim.
What right did Su Mo have to strip him of it all? What right did he have to make him pay this price?
Zhao Yunfei paid no heed to these thoughts. Soon, an officer approached and informed Zhao Yunfei that Xu Feng's mother, Dongfangya, had already left, likely due to urgent matters at the company. After all, with today's events, the company Dongfangya ran was likely already in chaos.
Today's incident would surely give her headaches for some time.
After a moment's thought, Zhao Yunfei chuckled and said, "All right, in that case, release Xu Feng." The various punishments for Xu Feng had already been carried out. Zhao Yunfei believed Xu Feng wouldn't cause any major trouble in the future, so it was better to just let him go.
With that, Zhao Yunfei rose and departed, intending to visit Su Zongsheng.
Before heading over, however, Zhao Yunfei intended to gather some information about Su Zongsheng's recent activities.
Little did he know.
5 minutes later, Xu Feng departed the Demon Suppressing Army's linen theater camp and hailed a taxi by the roadside, heading toward his home. But after driving for a while, the car suddenly pulled over to the side of the road. Surrounded by desolate emptiness with no one in sight, Xu Feng frowned and coldly addressed the driver. "What are you doing? Didn't I tell you to take me to the Su family villa? Why did you stop here? Keep going."
But
the driver remained unhurried, instead chuckling softly. He turned to face Xu Feng and said, "Young Master Xu Feng,
it's an honor to meet you here today." Chapter 97, The Wise Know When to Retreat? Vote for gold selection. What? For a moment, Xu Feng froze.
The driver before him wore a pure white mask, revealing nothing about him except his eyes. Yet that pure white mask seemed to instill a faint sense of dread in Xu Feng. Simultaneously, the driver's gaze radiated a hint of cunning and ruthlessness.
Xu Feng instantly furrowed his brow and instinctively asked, "Who are you? How do you know I'm Xu Feng?
And why won't you show your true face?"
"What? Is hiding like a turtle really your thing?"
Hearing Xu Feng's words, the figure showed no sign of anger. Instead, he chuckled coldly, "Young Master Xu Feng, you certainly have a sharp tongue.
Having been pampered at home all these years, you've grown quite arrogant, haven't you?"
Xu Feng pressed urgently, "Who are you, exactly?" He hadn't expected this man to directly mention the various things he'd experienced at home, or even know about his pampered upbringing all these years.
Who was this man?
Instinctively, Xu Feng's hand gripped the doorknob beside him, ready to retreat at any moment. The masked man smiled. "Young Master Xu Feng, there's no need for such worry or panic.
I am not here to harm you. In fact, I have come today to offer you an opportunity." "An opportunity? What do you mean?"
Xu Feng asked instinctively, his hand pausing slightly. The man continued, "I hear that young Master Xu Feng was betrayed by your elder brother, Xu Mo. I also hear that the Demon Suppression Army has stripped you of your future ability to earn merit points?"
Furthermore, all the merit points you've spent in the past, along with the ironclad brown bear you purchased, have been returned to that Sumo? Xu Feng's eyes blazed, widening as he demanded, who exactly are you? How do you know all this? This wasn't the first time he'd asked. Xu Feng felt a wave of panic wash over him. He couldn't shake the feeling. Things weren't that simple. The man chuckled softly. Young Master Xu Feng, look at your memory. I've told you time and again I'm your friend, not your enemy. Why dwell so much on my identity? Of course, I wouldn't dare deceive you, young Master Xu Feng. Enough talk, let me tell you this, right now, I can change your situation. Without the ability to earn merit points, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to obtain high-tier beasts in the future. But I can help you. I can grant you countless formidable beast tamers. Do you know why? Sumo broke Long Canghai's record precisely because he obtained a high-tier beast. It was that beast that brought him all that honor and attention. And I can grant you these same advantages while simultaneously accelerating your cultivation progress. Don't assume that your mother's genetic company, which has nurtured you since childhood, can guarantee your rapid growth. But if I told you that by becoming my friend, your future growth rate would be several times faster than all your past years combined and that I could even help you surpass Sumo after a period of time, would you believe me? When that time comes, I'll make sure you get back every single thing Sumo did to you, every injustice you endured. Oh, and I hear Zhao Yunfei slapped you a few times? Trust me, it won't be long before everything unfolds exactly as you wish. I'll make sure you get every last bit of it back. Upon hearing this, Xu Feng showed no trace of doubt. Instead, he pressed eagerly, really? All the suffering he'd endured over the years made him lose his usual caution in that moment. Truth be told, Xu Feng had never been the calculating type. From childhood onward, whenever anyone bullied him, his sole thought was to make them pay. Now was no different. Xu Feng could see his parents would likely never help him again. From here on out, the only righteous path was to rely on his own abilities, making everyone pay for their actions bit by bit. Noticing the urgency in Xu Feng's demeanor, the man chuckled softly. Young Master Xu Feng is quite impatient, aren't you? But the more eager you are, the less likely I am to disappoint you. Rest assured. Xu Feng nodded and asked, what do you need me to do? The man replied, young Master Xu Feng, you must leave Linen City with us. Without your father's protection, your mother is now embroiled in trouble. As for you, don't even think about going to Fuyao City to join some academy. Your future is already doomed to have no good outcome. But if you come with us, I absolutely guarantee you can continue enjoying everything you have now. I have a plan that will ensure your future remains brilliant. Xu Feng pressed again, where to? The man shook his head again. Young Master Xu Feng, that is not for you to decide. You only need to decide whether to come with us or not. One more thing, your father is also one of us. However, I currently lack the means to rescue him. Rest assured, my superiors are aware of this matter. We will never allow any injustice to befall those loyal to us. When the time is right, we will rescue your father. Xu Feng was utterly stunned. He never imagined his father belonged to the same organization as the man before him. But wasn't his father part of the demon suppression army? Who was this man from the organization? And what exactly was this organization? Xu Feng's mind raced with questions, lost in thought for an unknown duration. The man showed no sign of impatience. He rolled down the window, puffing steadily on his cigarette as he waited in silence. After an unknown amount of time, Xu Feng clenched his teeth, lifted his head, and said earnestly, all right. I agree. I accept your invitation to join your organization. Very good. The man chuckled. Young Master Xu Feng truly knows when to be pragmatic. There's an old saying in China, those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I believe Master Xu Feng will surely attain all the glory you deserve in the future. Now, young Master Xu Feng, I can give you one final chance. You may send a message to your mother, informing her that you are leaving Linen to cultivate alone. As for the future? It seems you won't be returning here for quite some time. Xu Feng instinctively asked, can you guarantee it? Guarantee that I'll avenge today's humiliation? The man shook his head. I cannot guarantee it. But I can tell you this, when you return, it will be when you have achieved greatness. But when exactly that will be, and how far you will have grown. All of that depends on your own willpower. Xu Feng hesitated for a moment before nodding. However, he decided against messaging his mother. His mother was already overwhelmed with worries. Xu Feng didn't want to burden her further with this. The man chuckled softly, snatching the phone from Xu Feng's grasp. With a forceful squeeze of both hands, he instantly crushed it into pieces. Tossing the remains onto the grass beside him, the man turned to Xu Feng and smiled faintly. Young Master Xu Feng, welcome to officially join. Shadow. Chapter 98. Does Su Sanxing have backing? Vote for gold selection. Linen City. Inside the camp office of the Demon Suppression Army's war zone. At that moment, Zhao Yunfei sat here, dialing a number bound for the capital on his phone. On the other end was none other than Long Canghai, the current commander-in-chief of the Demon Suppressing Army.
A century ago, following the world's great catastrophe, countless individuals awoke to their innate talents. They began appearing across the land, gradually emerging to safeguard the peace of their respective regions. To better manage this new reality and effectively regulate such a large number of individuals, the nation naturally chose the strongest among them, Long Canghai, ultimately establishing the demon-suppressing army. It was precisely through the demon-suppressing army's involvement and emergence that China achieved greater stability and order. Yet now, at the Demon Suppression Army headquarters, Long Canghai found himself frowning deeply.
After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly into the phone. You're saying that Sumo has already surpassed level 11? What terrifying speed of advancement! It's only been 3 weeks, right? As he spoke, Long Canghai drifted into recollection. I'm thinking back to 100 years ago, when China established academies nationwide. At that time, I believe it took me about 5 weeks to break through to level 12. Sumo, that kid, has reached level 11 in just 3 weeks? He might even be higher. He must possess some secret we're unaware of, some hidden trump card that allows him to perform at this level. Zhao Yunfei nodded silently. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, General Long, do you think we should interrogate Sumo to uncover his trump card? Unnecessary, Long Canghai shook his head. We don't need to interrogate him that deeply. All we need to know is that he absolutely won't do anything excessive to Huaxia, nor will he harm its people without cause. As for the rest, it's entirely unnecessary. Zhao Yunfei nodded, saying nothing. Then Long Canghai continued, oh, right. I didn't get a chance to ask earlier what was his second beast? I'm genuinely curious which 2 beasts this kid used to successfully track me down and even set a new record. His first beast was the Thunder Dog, I know that much, but it's only of ordinary rank. So what is this second one? Zhao Yunfei hesitated awkwardly for a moment, unsure how to respond, as another thought occupied his mind. Long Canghai rolled his eyes and said, alright, stop dithering around. What is it? What, are you embarrassed to say it? No. Zhao Yunfei hurriedly explained. General Long, it's not that I'm embarrassed to say it. It's just that this second beast actually has quite a connection to you. Oh? Long Canghai asked curiously. What do you mean? Explain in detail. Zhao Yunfei declared, Sumo's second beast is the final legacy of the Azure Dragon lineage, the Azure Dragon Divine Beast. What? Long Canghai froze, his brow furrowing. A hint of astonishment crept into his voice. You mean this kid possesses the final legacy of the Azure Dragon lineage? Zhao Yunfei nodded. That's correct. He continued, General Long, to be honest, I was just as surprised as you when I heard this news. Of course, all this was told to me by Zhang Haining. Long Canghai chuckled. What? You don't think I'm jealous of him, do you? What are you thinking? I've lived 100 years, what storms haven't I weathered? While the Azure Dragon lineage is indeed a beast I've long coveted, it was never meant to be mine. That Sumo was able to inherit the Qinglong lineage and forge a contract with its final beast master, well, I suppose that's his destiny. As he spoke, Long Canghai drifted into a sea of memories. Long ago, Long Canghai had wandered the world tirelessly. He hoped that through his relentless search, he might find a supreme beast companion. In China, ever since the Great Cataclysm struck a century ago, legends of the 4 divine beasts had persisted. Rumors abounded of beast tamers who had glimpsed the traces of these 4 divine beasts, seen their footprints, yet no one had ever laid eyes on their true forms. Long Canghai had always understood that whoever truly possessed the 4 divine beasts would wield combat power that would undoubtedly be unmatched. Yet today, he unexpectedly heard the legend of the 4 divine beasts. Even more astonishing was the revelation that Sumo had contracted the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 divine beasts. Curiosity piqued, Long Canghai inquired, by what means, and from where, did Sumo contract this Azure Dragon divine beast? Zhao Yunfei scratched his head and chuckled, General Long, I'm afraid I don't know the details. But I suspect this beast's origin lies with Sumo and Zhang Haining together. If you're truly curious, perhaps you should ask her yourself. Additionally, I'd like to seek your guidance today regarding Su Songxing, Zhao Yunfei continued. The reason is this. Zhao Yunfei recounted the entire story between Su Songxing and Sumo to Long Canghai. He harbored deep anger over everything that had transpired between the two. Therefore, he hoped Long Canghai would provide a clear directive on how to handle the matter. Although Su Songxing held a rank 1 level higher than Zhao Yunfei, at the end of the day, Su Songxing was also a major general within the demon-suppressing army. As fellow generals, the final disposition of Su Songxing still required Long Canghai's approval. After hearing Zhao Yunfei's account, Long Canghai snorted coldly. Su Songxing. I truly never imagined he could be so arrogant, even going so far as to harm his own son. He truly has no shame left. I'm genuinely curious where he got the audacity. Could it be because of the organization backing him? What? Zhao Yunfei froze upon hearing this, his heart skipping a beat. Instead, a different thought began to form in his mind. After hesitating for a long moment, Zhao Yunfei finally asked, General Long, what do you mean by that? Could it be that Su Songxing has another organization backing him? Could it be that Chapter 99, Long Canghai, you have no right. Vote for gold selection. At this point, Zhao Yunfei's heart skipped a beat. Amidst his deep confusion, a sense of unease began to take root within him. If things truly unfolded as he suspected, it was highly likely things would become rather tricky.
Sure enough, Long Canghai sighed across from him and replied, I know you're shocked by this development, and I know you probably didn't want to see it happen. But after you left, my people uncovered a trace of evidence. They did indeed discover that Su Sangxing had contact with someone from an organization in Linen City. Yes, the Shadow. Shadow? The Shadow again. Zhao Yunfei began to feel uneasy. Shadow. Just like the name of his organization, like a shadow. Up to now, none of us have found a single trace of it. General Long, your brother. How is he so skilled at hiding? Long Canghai sighed and said, what can I do? The rift between my brother and me has grown so deep, and then there's the matter of the Shadow Organization. Nowadays, not only in China, but all over the world, there are shadow minions. We're all caught up in headaches and troubles because of this, and can only wait for the next bit of investigation to uncover more clues. However, it's now certain that Su Sangxing has indeed been in contact with the Shadow's minions. I'll send you the evidence shortly. As for Su Sangxing's fate, that's up to you. Personally, though, I think we should spare his life. Zhao Yunfei nodded in agreement and hurriedly said, General Long, if Su Sangxing is indeed colluding with the Shadow Organization, shouldn't we find a way to control Dongfangya? I fear that if Dongfangya is also connected to the Shadow Organization, they could work together from the inside and outside, causing significant trouble for us. Long Canghai fell silent for a moment before shaking his head on the other end of the line. Personally, I think we shouldn't tip our hand just yet. If Su Sangxing has been in contact with the Shadow Organization, it's highly probable that Dongfangya might also have connections with them. But if we really do scare the snake out of its hole, we might not be able to implicate many people within the Shadow Organization. For now, keep this under wraps. Focus on Dongfangya, assign someone to monitor her around the clock. If she shows any signs of trouble, you handle it immediately. I have full confidence in your ability to handle this. Yes, General Long, rest assured. I will handle this matter flawlessly. Long Canghai exhaled deeply upon hearing this, then spoke slowly, Old Zhao, you've been with me for many years. You know my temperament, and you know what happened between my brother and me. At the same time, regarding the Shadow Organization, its current influence and standing in the world, I believe you understand it even more clearly. This time, I need you to take this seriously. Su Sangxing is likely the most crucial lead we can uncover in our investigation of the Shadow Organization. There must be absolutely no mishaps. Zhao Yunfei replied solemnly, rest assured, General Long. I won't let you down. I will handle this matter properly. Good. Long Canghai responded. With that assurance, I can rest easy. I'll hang up now. Finally hanging up the phone, Zhao Yunfei let out a long sigh. He never imagined this matter would turn out to be so complicated. The Shadow Organization? It was an entity that the Huaxia demon-suppressing army, along with countless official organizations worldwide, had long sought to investigate. Yet, true to its name, the Shadow Organization's actual location remained elusive to this day. Only peculiar activities and occasional connections between individuals could be detected. Yet in the end, these clues always vanished without a trace. Thinking of this, Zhao Yunfei sighed again and said slowly, the Shadow Organization truly has its fingers in every pie. I wonder when we'll ever be able to catch them completely. Never mind. At least we have some leads now. We can start investigating. Let's start with you, Su Sangxing. Soon, Zhao Yunfei's phone buzzed with evidence from Long Canghai linking Su Sangxing to the Shadow Organization. Scanning the photos and the corresponding evidence of covert communications within various emails linked to Long Canghai's accounts, Zhao Yunfei snorted coldly. Su Sangxing? I never imagined you'd been in cahoots with the Shadow Organization for so long. You've caused us no end of trouble. But so what? You'll pay the price for this eventually. As he spoke, Zhao Yunfei began meticulously organizing the materials he had gathered, preparing for a thorough discussion with Su Sangxing. Not long after, Zhang Haining finally returned to her beast-taming pavilion. She chatted briefly with the staff, reviewed the day's revenue figures, and offered a few instructions before retreating to her private lounge on the top floor. After a shower, Zhang Haining sat before the floor-to-ceiling windows in a silk nightgown that accentuated her figure, her gaze sweeping over the cityscape of linen while she swirled a glass of red wine. Zhang Haining furrowed her brows slightly, her gaze intense. She murmured softly, Suamo, I wonder where you are now. Will you make it in time? Ah. Those soldiers in the southern frontier, they're all such unfortunate souls. I wonder if they'll survive this wave. As she spoke, Zhang Haining sighed, her gaze sharpening slightly as she murmured, Shadow, you who infiltrate everywhere, where exactly are you now? Just then, Zhang Haining's phone buzzed urgently. Setting down her wineglass, she picked up the phone and frowned instantly upon seeing the contact name displayed. Long Canghai? Why was he calling me? Could it be about Brother Suemo? After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Haining answered the call. However, her tone was far from enthusiastic.
She gave a cold snort and said, "Well, General Long, you actually have time to call this humble lady? I'm truly flattered. Should I light incense, bathe, and await your arrival with reverence?" On the other end, Long Canghai fell silent for a full half-minute before finally sighing and saying slowly, sister-in-law, Don't call me sister-in-law." Jiang Heining's sharp retort cut him off abruptly.
Her voice turned icy as she continued, "Long Canghai, you have no right to call me sister-in-law."
"How many times have I told you? I have a name. Do you understand?" Long Canghai nodded hastily. Yes, I understand. Jiang Haining. Ms. Jiang? Is that acceptable? Chapter 100, what? He's still alive? Vote for Golden Selection. Capital City. Demon Suppression Army Headquarters.
Long Canghai sat at his desk, staring at the phone he'd just used to call Jiang Haining.
His mouth hung open for a moment before finally closing with a sigh.
At that moment, Long Canghai felt profoundly helpless. Jiang Haining hadn't been wrong, she truly was his sister-in-law. Back in the day, during his journey defending Huaxia, Long Canghai had indeed encountered many exceptional individuals.
Among them was Jiang Haining's husband Xia Hai, also known as the Swordmaster. His blade techniques were masterful and transcendent. Coupled with his dual cultivation of martial arts and spiritual power, he was renowned throughout the demon-suppressing army.
He had slain countless demonic beasts, profoundly impacting the lives of the people behind the army, the millions of households and the citizens of Huaxia. Yet fate dealt a cruel blow later on. Xia Hai perished during a mission, and the rift between him and Jiang Haining began precisely because of this. When Long Canghai first found her, Jiang Haining was emotionally shattered. She screamed frantically, demanding Long Canghai uncover every detail of what had happened. But the entire area within miles had been reduced to rubble.
How could any clues possibly be uncovered?
Long Canghai regarded Xia Hai as his own brother, and Jiang Haining as his sister-in-law. But from that day onward, Jiang Haining had completely severed ties with Long Canghai. They hadn't spoken a single word to each other in years, yet this did nothing to diminish Long Canghai's deep sense of guilt toward her. Thinking of this, Long Canghai sighed softly and murmured, "Jiang Haining, what happened back then is already done.
We can't change it now. You should move on. Why keep tormenting yourself like this? What purpose does it serve you?" Jiang Haining gave a cold laugh and said, "Long Canghai, what gives you the nerve to say these things to me? Didn't I tell you years ago that I demanded answers for Xia Hai's death? And what about you? All these years, you've made zero progress in the investigation. Now, what right do you have to bring this up with me? Do you even understand? Xia Hai was my entire life. I devoted my entire existence to him. And in the end, we ended up separated by life and death. Long Canghai, you want me to treat you better? Fine. Bring Xia Hai back to me. I promise to send a palanquin tomorrow to your demon-suppressing army headquarters to thank you and present you with a banner of gratitude. Do you want that?" Long Canghai fell silent once more. He truly didn't know how to broach the subject with Jiang Haining. Xia Hai was someone he regarded as a younger brother. His death had left Long Canghai deeply troubled. He too wanted to uncover the truth behind Xia Hai's death all those years ago, but how often did things go according to plan? Sigh. Long Canghai sighed and said, "Alright, let's not dwell on the past. It was indeed my fault. To this day, I still harbor doubts about whether the Shadow Organization was involved in Xia Hai's death, but I have no concrete evidence. I know you harbor deep resentment toward me and have no desire to speak with me again, but what I need to discuss today is truly important. First, I want to ask you what rank of Beastmaster is that kid Sumo now? What business is that of yours?" Jiang Haining retorted without mercy. "What? Long Canghai, are you just so fond of prying into other people's private affairs? Beastmasters themselves possess no greater personal strength than ordinary people. That's precisely why, over the years, Beastmasters have been forbidden from revealing their personal ranks to others to prevent them from slaughtering each other. Why are you suddenly prying into Sumo's cultivation level now?" Long Canghai sighed. Alright, Jiang Haining. Can you stop acting like a child now? We may have our differences, but you don't need to be this confrontational. Let me put it this way, this matter is quite complicated. Right now, I genuinely want to know his situation. Also, Zhao Yunfei mentioned that Sumo has contracted a second beast? And it's from the Azure Dragon lineage? I'm not trying to snatch the beast Sumo as from him, I'm not that kind of person. I just wanted to mention that Sumo has been assigned to the southern frontier, he must be on his way there by now. As for why I asked about Sumo's strength, it's because my master has emerged from seclusion. He has even already set off for the southern frontier. What? Jiang Haining leapt to her feet at the news. Her hand holding the phone trembled uncontrollably. Within mere seconds, tears welled up in Jiang Haining's eyes. She struggled to steady her grip on the phone before urgently asking, Long Canghai, you're not lying to me, are you? You mean, he's still alive? But didn't you tell me? Years ago, you told me he was dead. Why is he still alive now? Long Canghai froze for a moment before speaking solemnly after a long pause. Jiang Haining, I did tell you he was dead back then.
But that was the information I had at the time, and I conducted my own investigation. You were with me the whole time, and you know that every clue pointed to his death. Why he's reappeared recently, I have no idea. All I know is that he sought me out recently. We spoke for a very long time, and it was only then that I confirmed he was still alive. Zhang Hanying asked mechanically, then why didn't you tell me back then? Why did you wait until days after seeing him to tell me? Long Canghai sighed and said, well, it was my teacher's idea. He told me to keep it secret, wanting to surprise you later. I simply had no choice. Sumo's situation is too unusual. I had to tell you this immediately to earn your trust. I hope you can keep this to yourself and not spread it around. My teacher surely intended to surprise you later, please give him that chance. This time, it was Zhang Hanying's turn to fall silent. She remained silent for a long time, tears welling up in her eyes. After a long while, her breathing grew ragged and her body began to tremble. On the other end of the line, Long Canghai remained utterly silent, waiting patiently. He knew too that waiting was the only thing he could do now. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Zhang Hanying exhaled deeply and spoke slowly, ask whatever you want to ask. Chapter 101, that person wants to take him as a disciple? Vote for gold selection. Hearing Zhang Hanying's words, Long Canghai's heart felt bitter as he recalled everything he had experienced with his own master. The world knew him as Long Canghai, the foremost warrior of Huaxia, yet few realized that behind him stood a true mentor, his master. His master had accompanied Long Canghai through countless years, imparting all manner of combat techniques. Long Canghai's current achievements were inseparable from his master's guidance. Yet fate had dealt a cruel hand. Certain events from the past had left both Long Canghai and Zhang Hanying with profound grievances and torment. For both of them, these were events they never wished to have seen unfold. But, even so, what could be done? Life is like that, it rarely goes as planned. Fortunately, upon finally hearing Zhang Hanying's words, Long Canghai exhaled in relief and said, as long as you can accept this in your heart, I can rest easy. Now, can you tell me about that little punk Sumo? Rest assured, I, Long Canghai, never go back on my word. Besides, after all these years, don't you know my character? I would never covet the azure dragon beast he possesses. Though truth be told, the 4 divine beasts of China have been my lifelong pursuit, a means to strengthen my power. But at my age, I've lost much of that competitive drive and no longer seek to draw undue attention. Sumo, however, is different. He possesses abilities I simply cannot fathom. A beast master with accursed talent and the ability to transform vital energy, yet he's managed to advance so rapidly without harming his body or disrupting his overall state. I'm genuinely curious what's behind it. Seated before the floor-to-ceiling window, Zhang Hanying's gaze sharpened as he sank into deep thought. After a long hesitation, he sighed and said, Long Canghai, since you told me about this today, I'll tell you. Sumo has indeed contracted the Azure Dragon Divine Beast, mastering the Azure Dragon Beast. Moreover, he has now become a level 15 Beast Master. His outstanding performance in the Mystic Tower today stems directly from this. As for why his body remains unaffected, I prefer not to discuss that. It's Sumo's personal matter. Is this information satisfactory? Long Canghai narrowed his eyes slightly. After a long moment, he finally said, no wonder that kid could perform so exceptionally well. Still, for a level 15 Beastmaster to break through to the 25th floor of the Mysteries Tower shows he truly possesses remarkable strength. Very well. With that, I understand. Oh, and my teacher mentioned to me that his purpose for going to the southern frontier was specifically for this Sumo. What does that mean? Zhang Hanying frowned, asking. Long Canghai spoke slowly, I saw him the very night I received news of the southern frontier incident. After that, my teacher came to my room and we had a long, heart-to-heart talk. He inquired about your current situation, the state of Huaxia today, and also learned about this Sumo lad. He developed a strong curiosity about this kid, much like I do now. We're both very curious, how can someone with Qi blood rebirth cultivation maintain such formidable strength and excellent condition? That's why we're both so intrigued by him. But my teacher went ahead of me. He said he wanted to investigate this young man's circumstances and, if possible, take him as a disciple. Aha! Zhang Hanying seemed to be in high spirits, likely because of what Long Canghai had just told her. Hearing Long Canghai's words, she blurted out in surprise, you mean, he wants to take Sumo as a disciple? Doesn't that mean you two will become fellow disciples? Long Canghai gave a bitter smile. You have such strange things on your mind. But you're right, if that kid really becomes his disciple, we'll definitely be fellow disciples. But never mind. Let things take their natural course. If this kid truly earns the master's favor, if he genuinely gains his favor, wouldn't that be a good thing? That's why I was curious to ask you earlier what exactly is going on. Zhang Hanying nodded in sudden understanding, finally grasping why Long Canghai had been so fixated on Sumo. At the same time, though Zhang Hanying harbored many grievances against Long Canghai, she still trusted his character. Long Canghai was never the type to take advantage of others' misfortune, nor was he one to bully the weak. If he said he wouldn't harm Sumo, then he certainly wouldn't.
Moreover, with that person keeping such a close watch on Sumo now, Long Canghai would be even less likely to do anything out of line in the future. Besides, both were soldiers of China. Such internecine conflict? Long Canghai wouldn't do it. But, thinking about how Long Canghai had revealed so many secrets to her today, and recalling the numerous conflicts between them, Zhang Haining felt a bitter taste in her heart. After a long pause, she snapped, "Alright, anything else? If not, I'm hanging up." "Yes, of course there is," Long Canghai hurriedly replied. "There's another matter I need to tell you. There might be progress regarding Xiaohao's death, along with the deaths of your adoptive father and your brother. There might be progress." "What do you mean?" Zhang Haining pressed urgently. This was the answer she craved most. Now that Long Canghai had brought it up himself, Zhang Haining couldn't wait to hear more. Long Canghai spoke slowly. "I recently received intelligence that finally uncovered a crucial lead regarding the Shadow Organization. I discovered that Sumo's father, Su Tsangxing, had connections with the Shadow Organization. Zhao Yunfei has already begun actively investigating and interrogating. If he can truly extract any information, then you likely won't have to wait much longer. If we can get answers, it's highly likely we'll uncover some leads on the Shadow Organization. As you know, over the years we've investigated countless leads. The deaths of your father, brother, and husband all seem connected to the Shadow Organization, yet we've been unable to uncover more concrete evidence. That's why I've never been able to give you a definitive answer." Chapter 102, You actually said thank you? Vote for gold selection. Long Canghai hadn't misrepresented the facts, and these were precisely the details Zhang Haining had shared with Sumo. Indeed, back then, through Long Canghai and his team's relentless investigations, they had discovered that the deaths of Zhang Haining's adoptive father, her brother, and her husband, all the clues and mysteries pointed to the Shadow Organization. Yet to this day, where exactly does Shadow exist? What kind of vast collective was it? All of this remained shrouded in mystery. Yet this did not deter Long Canghai and his team from relentlessly pursuing their investigation into the Shadow Organization. The Shadow had become the most wanted target for the Huaxia demon-suppressing army and countless official organizations worldwide. Precisely because of this, Long Canghai had always been unable to provide Zhang Haining with the most precise clues or sources of information, leading Zhang Haining to harbor immense dissatisfaction toward him. Yet now, upon learning a single thread of information concerning the Shadow, Zhang Haining was struck with shock. "You mean the Shadow is connected to Su Tsangxing?" As he spoke, Zhang Haining swiftly grabbed the clothes nearby, set his phone aside, and began dressing. Hearing the commotion, Long Canghai urgently asked, "Zhang Haining, are you going over there?" Zhang Haining answered without hesitation, "Of course. I finally know who the hell murdered my adoptive father, my brother, and my husband. Do you think I can just sit here and take it?" Long Canghai pleaded urgently. "Zhang Haining, calm down. I knew the moment you uncovered the truth or found any clue, you'd stop at nothing to investigate. Have you considered why I told you this? I didn't want you to investigate. I just wanted you to feel better. I only wanted you to understand that I, Long Canghai, have been investigating this case all these years and never gave up. I didn't want you to act impulsively now and alert the enemy." Zhang Haining's movements froze abruptly. She stood rooted to the spot, tears welling in her eyes once more, falling one by one. Finally, she couldn't hold back any longer. She crouched down on the ground, sobbing and choking out. "Then tell me, what should I do? I've finally found a chance to avenge them. Am I supposed to just stand by and watch them continue to evade justice?" Long Canghai sighed. "I know this has been unbearable for you. You've been desperate to resolve it, to investigate. But Zhang Haining, I need you to give me some time. Can you trust me? You want revenge for them so badly, don't you think I feel the same? The pressure I've endured all these years, the things I face every day, aren't they just as severe as yours? I'm asking you to calm down and give me some time. Trust me, it won't be long before I uncover the full truth behind this. I won't let the killer evade justice any longer. Even if it means I have to confront him myself." At these words, Zhang Haining calmed down. Especially when Long Canghai said, "Even if I have to face him myself." How could Zhang Haining not understand the difficulties Long Canghai was facing? After a long pause, she sighed and slowly said, "Alright, I understand. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up now." Long Canghai hesitated for a moment before saying, "Oh, right. The teacher has two purposes for going to Nanjing. First, he has his own secret informants, and they've discovered possible traces of the Shadow in the southern frontier. Second, he wants to check on that kid Sumo sort of to protect him. The master told me this kid could very well become the key figure to save China in the future. Moreover, based on my investigations, I now have reason to suspect that the repeated beast waves plaguing the southern frontier over the years may also be linked to the Shadow Organization. While it's true that beasts naturally exhibit pack behavior, 3 years of continuous attacks is highly unusual. With the teacher stepping in this time, I believe the issues in southern frontier will be resolved swiftly. At the same time, if things truly become unmanageable in the end, I will head to the southern frontier immediately to handle the situation. I can see you care deeply about that kid, Sumo. Rest assured, the teacher won't let anything happen to him. I'll also do everything in my power to protect him. Zhang Haining nodded softly in agreement.
Before hanging up, she suddenly said, "Thank you."
Long Canghai, who was about to end the call, paused abruptly. He instinctively asked, "What did you say?" Zhang Haining shot him a disdainful look and snapped, "I said thank you." Long Canghai, you're forcing me to spell it out clearly, aren't you? You're determined to make me lose face, aren't you? Ha 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 ha. Long Canghai finally caught Zhang Haining's words and burst into laughter.
Zhang Haining, I never imagined you'd ever say thank you to me.
Heh, how many years has it been?
How many years since I last heard you say such words?
Zhang Haining retorted without hesitation, I'm thanking you for caring so much about brother Suemo.
I'm thanking you for never giving up on investigating the truth behind their deaths all these years.
I'm thanking you for telling me he's still alive. That's all. Long Canghai, stop flattering yourself. Beyond that, I don't harbor any special feelings for you. Fine, whatever you say. As long as you're happy. Long Canghai chuckled. Alright, there really is nothing else this time. Let's hang up. Zhang Haining hung up without hesitation.
A faint blush spread across her face, whether from overwhelming emotion or the sudden embarrassment of having just uttered those words of thanks, she couldn't tell. After a long moment, Zhang Haining put her nightgown back on and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Gazing out at the panoramic view of Linen City, she sighed softly and murmured, "Old man, brother, my dear.
I can finally begin to avenge you all. Though I'm not strong enough to fight personally, rest assured Suemo will help me accomplish this. I don't know if it's right or wrong to place all of this on his shoulders, to entrust our entire fate to him. But I trust he won't let me down." Chapter 103, Su Songqing's arrogant indifference seeking gold votes.
Finally hanging up the call with Zhang Haining, Long Canghai stared at the now black screen of his phone and suddenly chuckled aloud.
Interesting. Truly interesting.
Zhang Haining, I never imagined we'd ever reach this day. I thought that in this lifetime, perhaps only after fulfilling your greatest lifelong wish could we return to our former relationship.
Little did I know I'd receive your gratitude ahead of time.
In all my years, Long Canghai, this is truly the first time I felt such joy. After speaking, Long Canghai turned his gaze to the side and murmured softly, "Shadow."
Things are getting more and more interesting. I wonder where exactly you are now. Linen City. At this moment, Zhao Yunfei had finally completed his investigation of all the clues.
Clutching a stack of documents, he strode deliberately into another interrogation room. Inside, Su Songqing sat slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant and his face ashen, as if resigned to his fate. Upon seeing Zhao Yunfei enter, Su Songqing instinctively tried to rise, only to realize he was already restrained to the chair. His hands pressed hard against the table as Su Songqing glared at Zhao Yunfei and shouted, "Zhao Yunfei! I made one mistake, I hurt my eldest son.
But no matter what, this is our family's business. What right do you have to detain me?
I will admit my mistakes to Suemo and make amends. I demand you release me immediately. I intend to go with my wife to confess our past actions to him and seek his forgiveness."
Zhao Yunfei snorted coldly.
"Su Songqing, you abused your authority to harm others, violating the laws and regulations of our demon-suppressing army.
Do you really think the demon-suppressing army would let you off?"
Su Songqing hurriedly retorted, "Even if I did violate regulations, the name signed on the enlistment roster back then was Xu Feng's.
What evidence do you have to prove that it was Suemo who went to the southern frontier, not Xu Feng?
Therefore, without concrete evidence, you have no right to detain me."
"I believe General Zhao understands this matter even better than I do, right?" Zhao Yunfei chuckled and said, "You're right, Su Songqing. I've already investigated.
The person who signed up for military service in the southern frontier back then was indeed Xu Feng.
I've also compared it with Xu Feng's handwriting, it matches perfectly.
Even after returning, the signature on the military merit register was Xu Feng's. But after 3 years of combat in the southern frontier, Suemo rose to the rank of colonel.
So tell me, who do you think signed the commendation documents, Xu Feng or Suemo? All the soldiers and officers who enlisted in the southern frontier know Suemo. Who do you think will be believed when this matter comes to light?" Su Songqing hurriedly replied, "So what? That means Xu Feng deliberately imitated Sumo's handwriting to impersonate him in the southern frontier.
You can't just take Sumo's one-sided account and believe that the person who went to the southern frontier must be Suemo." At this point, Su Songqing's mind gradually settled. This was precisely what he had considered back then, the very reason he remained so unconcerned about Sumo's situation. Even after Sumo's deception was exposed, he could stay so composed, even engaging in conversation with Zhao Yunfei. He had anticipated this very scenario years ago when he arranged for Suemo to replace Xu Feng in the southern frontier, ensuring he had backup plans in place. He was confident that ultimately, everything would unfold as he desired, perfectly within his grasp.
Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Zhao Yunfei burst into loud laughter. This outburst made Su Songqing frown deeply, prompting him to ask instinctively, "What are you laughing at? You're not planning to torture me for a confession, are you?" Zhao Yunfei shook his head. "How could that be? What do you take me for?" Old Zhao here has never been one to resort to brutal interrogation or underhanded tactics. I'm laughing because you, Su Songxing, are utterly foolish. Do you truly believe your schemes are flawless, that no one will uncover them? Do you really think everything unfolds exactly as you desire? Su Songxing's heart skipped a beat as an ominous foreboding settled over him. He asked urgently, "What do you mean?" Zhao Yunfei finally tossed all the evidence he held onto Su Songxing's desk.
With a wave of Zhao Yunfei's hand, a bird flew out from behind him, flapping its wings to lift the documents before them, revealing photographs within. Watching Su Songxing's stunned expression, Zhao Yunfei spoke slowly. "Su Songxing, even the most meticulous plan has its weak spot, doesn't it? All these years, despite your caution, this day of exposure was inevitable. General Long has uncovered your long-standing exchange of intelligence with the Shadow Organization's informant. Simultaneously, you've exploited your wife Dongfang's company to forge a false identity, collaborating with the firm to facilitate continuous transactions with the Shadow Organization. Dongfang's company appears to have supplied the Shadow Organization with a significant quantity of genetic agents, correct? Moreover, we've traced an overseas account belonging to you that received countless payments from the Shadow Organization. You even used these funds to secretly purchase multiple properties and amass countless resources. Su Songxing, the former Major General Su, how do you explain all this?" Su Songxing's face drained of color instantly. He stammered, "How could you possibly uncover all this? For all these years, I've operated entirely in the shadows. The funds underwent multiple transfers, there's no way anyone could have uncovered this. Besides, those properties and resources aren't even registered under my name. How could you possibly know about them?" Zhao Yunfei laughed heartily as he watched Su Songxing lose his composure, feeling immensely satisfied. Zhao Yunfei declared, "Su Songxing, let me tell you this, there's nothing in this world we can't uncover. You really thought you were flawless? What a joke. You must be intimately familiar with all the evidence above, right? I suppose there's no need for me to explain it to you in such detail." Zhao Yunfei waved his hand, and the bird hovering before him returned the notebook to his grasp. Su Songxing slumped in his chair, lifting his head to look at Zhao Yunfei. After a long moment, he suddenly burst out laughing. Chapter 104, Better Late Than Never, Vote for Gold Selection. "Oh?" Seeing Su Songxing suddenly smile, Zhao Yunfei narrowed his eyes and asked curiously, "What? What are you laughing at, Major General Su?" Su Songxing gave a cold chuckle and slowly replied, "I'm laughing that it took you all these years to discover this. I think you've realized it far too late. I, Su Songxing, have been enjoying it for a very, very long time. How should I put it?" Su Songxing lowered his head, fiddling with his fingers before chuckling, "I've had my fill. I don't care about it anymore. Besides, you wouldn't dare do anything to me." Zhao Yunfei asked again with curiosity, "Why are you so certain I won't do anything to you?" Su Songxing chuckled. "Because all these years, every single member of the Demon Suppression Army has been desperately trying to uncover the Shadow Organization's existence, yet you found no way. Shadow moves like a ghost. If I hadn't been a bit careless in my old ways, I'd never have believed you could uncover the Shadow Organization's existence or even track my movements. Otherwise, why would it take you all these years to come after me? Therefore, I can conclude that your next move will be to use me as bait. You'll use me to investigate Shadow's whereabouts, then gradually trace the clues back to take action against Shadow. Given that, it's even less likely you'd do anything out of line to me." At this point, Su Songxing's mood actually lifted. Crossing his legs, he looked at Zhao Yunfei before him and chuckled, "All right, General Zhao, no need for further words. There's no need for us to test each other's intentions. I can say with certainty that you wouldn't dare do anything to me. If that's the case, what else is there for me to worry about?" Zhao Yunfei laughed heartily upon hearing this, clapped his hands, and gave Su Songxing a thumbs up in admiration. "Well said, well said. You truly live up to your reputation, Major General Su. Analyzing things so logically and methodically, that's just your style." All these years, Major General Su has relied on this very quality, his meticulous caution, which is precisely why he's managed to evade our detection even under the demon-suppressing army's rigorous scrutiny. "But?" Zhao Yunfei fixed Su Songxing with a piercing gaze, his voice calm as he spoke each word deliberately. "General Su, would you say your wife is just like you? Was she collaborating with the Shadow too? If that's the case, then your wife will likely face the same fate as you. Both of you will be detained by our demon-suppressing army. Oh, and your young son, Xu Feng, he won't escape investigation either. Su Mo, however, need not be concerned. Everything he's experienced from childhood to now is completely clean. During those 3 years when you were in the most frequent contact with the Shadow Organization, Xu Mo remained in the southern frontier the entire time. There's absolutely no need to worry about our investigation concerning him. But the other 3? That's another story entirely. What are you going to do?" Su Songxing had been relatively calm until now, but after Zhao Yunfei finished speaking, panic instantly gripped him. He blurted out, "Zhao Yunfei, what are you trying to do? Don't you know that misfortune shouldn't befall one's family? I, Su Songxing, may have ties to the Shadow Organization, but my wife and children never have. What exactly are you trying to do?" Zhao Yunfei chuckled.
I just made myself perfectly clear, and you've analyzed the situation yourself. What do you think I'm after? Since General Xu is so confident we won't touch you, we'll just have to approach this from a different angle. I'll personally go and take a look, to understand what your wife and son have been up to. Oh, and by the way, we might have to detain them for a very, very long time. On our end, it's not uncommon for guards to forget to deliver meals to detained suspects. Sometimes, men and women might even be housed together. What your wife and son will endure then, I can't guarantee. Of course, Major General Xu probably won't care about any of this, right? You beast. Su Zongxing shouted angrily, Zhao Yunfei, this has absolutely nothing to do with my wife and child. Why do you keep hurting them over and over? Take it out on me if you have a problem. Do whatever you want to me. Are you even a man? Zhao Yunfei roared with laughter, ha ha ha. What? Su Zongxing, how is this my problem? I'm just following protocol. Besides, your wife is about to arrive. I plan to wait until then. Once it becomes public knowledge in Linen City that Director Dongfang is suspected of colluding with the Shadow Organization and that her husband, Su Zongxing, is even the current liaison for the Shadow Organization, her fund company will likely be finished for good. Just imagining that outcome is utterly delightful. Zhao Yunfei, you wait. Once the Shadow rescues me, I'll make you pay dearly. Su Zongxing shouted, seething with rage. Zhao Yunfei chuckled. Then I'll wait for you. But you'd better think carefully, will your wife and children break down first, or will Shadow rescue you first? Knock knock knock. Just then, the sound of knocking echoed. Zhao Yunfei called out, come in. An officer stepped inside, saluted beside Zhao Yunfei, and reported, General Dongfang, chairman of the Dongfang Group, has arrived. Oh? Hearing this, Zhao Yunfei responded with outward composure, but inwardly, he was filled with astonishment and confusion. What was going on? Zhao Yunfei thought to himself that he hadn't summoned Dongfang. Why was she here now? Could it be related to Su Zongxing's matter? Still, he hadn't anticipated her arrival. Her presence would perfectly suit the pressure tactics he'd just employed against Su Zongxing. Zhao Yunfei decided to go with the flow, chuckling lightly. All right, then. Take her to the interrogation room first. The officer looked slightly puzzled, unsure why Zhao Yunfei insisted on sending her to the interrogation room. But when Zhao Yunfei gave him a subtle wink, the officer seemed to grasp the implication and promptly nodded in agreement. The officer then departed. Su Zongxing panicked. Seeing Zhao Yunfei rise to leave, he urgently called out, wait. Zhao Yunfei chuckled. Though he didn't know why Dongfang had chosen to come here today, it was indeed a stroke of luck perfectly playing into his hands. He resolved to use this opportunity to fish out whatever secret Su Zongxing might still be hiding. Chapter 105, Trouble. Xu Feng missing? Vote for gold selection. Su Zongxing slumped into his chair like a deflated balloon, his eyes vacant and his face ashen. Even his hands trembled uncontrollably. Su Zongxing sighed deeply and spoke, well then, Zhao Yunfei. I have information on several individuals connected to the Shadow Organization. They're all business owners in Linen City and figures from various industries. I'll give you all their names, but... Su Zongxing looked at Zhao Yunfei, his tone resigned as if he had nothing left to lose. Zhao Yunfei, I can tell you all this, but you must release my wife and children. I assure you, they are innocent. They have never had anything to do with the Shadow Organization. I hope you won't let the innocents suffer, don't drag them into this mess for no reason. Su Zongxing had completely abandoned his future. His eyes filled with resignation as he said, by telling you this, I've already decided I won't need the Shadow Organization to rescue me. It also means I've given up any plans for future collaboration with them. Does this guarantee my sincerity? Zhao Yunfei pondered for a moment before replying, is that so? We'll see when the time comes. It depends on your actions. With that, he called out, someone come here. At Zhao Yunfei's command, an officer entered from outside. Approaching Zhao Yunfei, he inquired, General, what are your orders? Zhao Yunfei waved his hand. Bring paper and pen. Have our Major General Su write something. After uttering these words, Zhao Yunfei shot Su Zongxing a glance. Su Zongxing, I advise you not to play any tricks. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what extreme measures I might take. With that, Zhao Yunfei exited the interrogation room. Outside the interrogation room, Zhao Yunfei lit a cigarette and furrowed his brow in deep thought. He had previously researched Su Zongxing's background. Su presented himself as deeply devoted to his family. The Shadow Organization was filled with ruthless individuals, yet Su Zongxing was unusually devoted to his family. Many comments mentioned how exceptionally attentive Su Zongxing was to his wife and children. That was precisely why Zhao Yunfei had just tried to use this matter to see if he could coax out some secrets belonging to Su Zongxing. Unexpectedly, he had succeeded. But what puzzled him even more was why Dongfang, Su Zongxing's wife and head of the Dongfang Group, had also come here. Taking a drag on his cigarette, Zhao Yunfei decided it was better to go and see for himself than to speculate further. After making inquiries, he headed straight for the nearby interrogation room. As he approached the door, he happened to see Dongfang walking toward him from the opposite direction. Her brows furrowed, she looked at Zhao Yunfei coldly and said, General Zhao, why have you brought me here? I didn't come here as a suspect, did I? Su Songqing's actions had nothing to do with me. I also have a cooperative relationship with the demon-suppressing army. Even if you want to pin the blame on me out of thin air, isn't that a bit unnecessary? Zhao Yunfei quickly forced a smile and said, no reason. I just happened to be in the area and thought I'd drop by to see Director Dongfang. What brings you here today, Director Dongfang? Shall we go inside for some tea? Dongfang shook her head. No need. I'm not in the mood for this right now. General Zhao, I've brought my lawyer with me this time. I intend to secure bail for my son, Xu Feng. What? Hearing this, even Zhao Yunfei, usually composed and calculating, hesitated. His brow furrowed slightly before he inquired, Ms. Dongfang, what exactly do you mean? Young Master Xu Feng left this place an hour ago. Why come looking for me? He must have returned home long ago. Returned home? Dongfang frowned deeply, her words coming instinctively. You tell me Xu Feng went back long ago? How could that be? I just left home and didn't see him at all. With such a major incident happening to him, where else could he possibly go but home? Hearing this, even Zhao Yunfei couldn't help but feel puzzled. He couldn't fathom where Xu Feng could possibly be. Dongfang spoke coldly, Zhao Yunfei, this joke of yours isn't funny at all. I advise you to release Xu Feng immediately. I came here with my lawyer. If you don't release him, you'd better watch out for the trouble I'll cause you. Zhao Yunfei replied slowly, Ms. Dongfang, I have no reason to deceive you in this matter. In fact, it's exactly as I said, Xu Feng was indeed released over an hour ago. If you don't believe me, feel free to check the surveillance footage. Dongfang hesitated for a moment before nodding. She found it hard to fully believe Zhao Yunfei's explanation. However, when the two arrived at the surveillance room and reviewed the footage, they discovered that Xu Feng had indeed been released an hour earlier. Dongfang frowned deeply, pulling out her phone and muttering, this can't be right. Xu Feng would definitely come home. Why haven't I seen him yet? After saying this, she dialed Xu Feng's number, only to hear the message that the phone was turned off. This discovery made Dongfang's heart skip a beat, and she began to worry that things might be more complicated than she had anticipated. At that moment, Zhao Yunfei finally sensed something was amiss. He spoke slowly, Ms. Dongfang, I've already made myself perfectly clear. I did release Xu Feng long ago. I don't think you need to keep pressing me on this, do you? After pondering for a moment, Dongfang finally nodded. She decided to investigate further before making any conclusions, then hurriedly left the premises. Watching her go, Zhao Yunfei called over the officer and urgently said, go get me the surveillance footage from nearby right now. For some reason, Zhao Yunfei couldn't shake the feeling that things weren't as straightforward as he imagined. He had a nagging feeling that something wasn't quite right about Xu Feng. Half an hour later, after the surveillance footage was retrieved, Zhao Yunfei finally saw that after Xu Feng got into a taxi, his phone was thrown out. Following that, the footage showed another item, a card, being tossed out as well. Zhao Yunfei instinctively ordered, go retrieve that card and the phone immediately. Half an hour later, as he examined the card in his hand, he saw a landscape scene bathed in moonlight. Yet, in the corner of the card, elongated by the moonlight, a shadow stretched out. Zhao Yunfei's brow furrowed deeply. Chapter 106, Southern Frontier, Fight to the Death. Vote for gold selection. Boom. 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 At this moment, in the southern frontier of China. 6 o'clock in the evening. The southern frontier had received advance warning from scouts. Another group of young stage beasts was charging toward their territory. Throughout the entire day, all warriors remained on high alert, awaiting the arrival of this horde of beasts. Standing atop the city walls, Zhao Yunfeng frowned deeply as the tremors beneath his feet grew increasingly violent. This was the harbinger of the demon beast horde's approach. They were far from strangers to this spectacle, yet an inexpressible bitterness now weighed upon their hearts. Up until now, for reasons unknown, the beasts had conducted a reconnaissance and found no signs of the main horde continuing its advance. Yet this morning, the entire army had suddenly sounded the alarm, informing all warriors that tonight, a beast tide would strike. Night had long since fallen, and a full moon hung high in the sky. Searchlights swept across the distant horizon from atop the city walls, yet not a single beast had appeared thus far. Yet the earth trembled violently. Every soldier's expression was grim as they gripped their various firearms, preparing to face the unknown threat ahead. General Zhao Yunfeng of the Southern Frontier Command stood upon the city walls. The Southern Frontier Command had two generals, one was a beastmaster, while the other was an ordinary person. Zhao Yunfeng was precisely that, just an ordinary man. Renowned for his command skills, Zhao Yunfeng stood there with a furrowed brow, a wave of frustration washing over him. Unexpectedly, the South Frontier battlefield, which had already been pacified, received another report from scouts at the front. Hundreds of young stage demon beasts were heading toward the South Frontier. This news gave Zhao Yunfeng a headache. But regardless, as the general of the Southern Frontier Theater, he now had no choice but to lead countless warriors into battle. Yet the Southern Frontier's combat strength had dwindled by 2/3 compared to before.
Xiao Yunfeng didn't know if the southern frontier could withstand the onslaught now, but he couldn't retreat and dared not retreat. Standing atop the city walls, the tremors beneath their feet grew increasingly violent. Finally, under the moonlight, they saw a dark mass several kilometers away rapidly approaching. "They're here." Xiao Yunfeng's heart tightened. He immediately ordered, "All soldiers, be on full alert. Prepare for battle. We will fight to the death and never retreat." The warriors shouted the 4 words, "We will not retreat," in unison, then sprang into action. Wielding various ranged weapons, they fired relentlessly toward the approaching threat. Others swiftly left the city walls, boarding armored vehicles to rush toward the distant beasts. This was the routine every time the warriors faced the endless waves of beasts from the southern frontier. The wasteland ahead had long been scarred beyond recognition by countless wars. The ground rumbled again and again, flames shooting skyward, illuminating the entire night with such brilliance. Yet for these ordinary soldiers, such attacks likely couldn't inflict significant damage on the beasts. Still, they had no choice but to proceed this way. Dozens of kilometers from the southern frontier, countless beastmaster squads were deep within enemy territory. They repeatedly scouted the environment while eliminating high-level beasts. This was precisely why the southern frontier suffered from a shortage of troops. Otherwise, it wouldn't be facing such dire straits now. Xiao Yunfeng sighed, watching the ceaseless roar ahead while inwardly wondering, how much longer would Suemo take to arrive? Earlier that morning, he had received a call from Lu Mingsheng, who informed him that Suemo was already making arrangements to board a flying beast and was rushing here as fast as possible. This undoubtedly brought a glimmer of hope to Xiao Yunfeng, though he remained uncertain of Suemo's exact arrival time. The earth continued to tremble violently at that moment. Xiao Yunfeng had long since grown accustomed to all of this. Every time the southern frontier faced the onslaught of beast swarms and engaged in combat, Xiao Yunfeng was right in the thick of it. In the past, Sumo's assistance had been invaluable, a true war god among commoners, his personal prowess and command abilities beyond question. Especially Suemo. In the hearts of the ordinary warriors, he had become something akin to a faith. Through battle after battle, Suemo had earned the profound respect of every warrior, bit by bit, through his formidable strength and his unwavering support for others. This was the first battlefield in 3 years where Suemo did not participate in confronting the beast tide. At the same time, Xiao Yunfeng recalled another name, Zhou Nantian. 3 years ago, Zhou Nantian had been the war god among the ordinary soldiers in the southern frontier. He had led all the soldiers to fight countless waves of demon beasts. It was only later that Suemo gradually rose to prominence. At the very beginning, no one believed Suemo could ultimately achieve such greatness and earn the faith of so many. Yet that was precisely how he did it time and again. He relied on his formidable strength to ultimately attain his current status and standing. Thinking of this, Xiao Yunfeng couldn't help but recall how Zhou Nantian had lost his life just half a year ago. Recalling those events, Xiao Yunfeng couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sorrow. Yet perhaps this was fate, the cruel twists of destiny. The battle raged on ahead. Xiao Yunfeng picked up the custom sniper rifle beside him and instantly locked onto a massive demon beast in the distance. After several consecutive shots, one bullet finally pierced the beast's skull and detonated. Drenched in blood, the enormous beast died instantly. Yet these beasts were ferocious beyond measure. Even those at the juvenile stage were no match for ordinary men. A horde of scrawny juvenile beasts launched a frenzied assault. Using their agile bodies, they soon breached the frontline tank and heavy armor defenses. The bombardment erupted instantly. Xiao Yunfeng's brow furrowed as he watched helplessly, witnessing one warrior after another flee in all directions. Yet these beasts showed no intention of granting them any chance to escape, savagely slaughtering any living thing they encountered. Within mere minutes, reports reached Xiao Yunfeng's side indicating that at least hundreds of warriors had already fallen on the front lines. Xiao Yunfeng's heart tightened. He shouted urgently, "All soldiers, fight to the death! Charge!" With that, he dropped a rope from above and rushed down. A single, unwavering conviction burned within him: these beasts must not be allowed to reach the base of the city walls. Should they reach the walls, Xiao Yunfeng and his men would face nothing less than the walls collapsing upon them. By then, the devastation they would face would be far worse than anything they endured now. Just 100 miles behind the city walls lay a city where hundreds of thousands of residents lived. How could Xiao Yunfeng possibly allow these innocent people to be trapped in such a perilous position? Even if it meant sacrificing his own life, he would defend the countless homes behind him. Chapter 107, that's the hope of survival. Vote for gold selection. Roar! 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 The deafening roars of countless beasts echoed across the land, hundreds of meters from the city walls. Ordinary soldiers, these common folk, were maneuvering and fighting against the beasts. Every kind of firearm and explosive weapon imaginable appeared, all aimed at the monsters charging forward. Yet, apart from specialized weapons, few others could inflict truly lethal damage upon these beasts. The battle grew increasingly fierce. Even Xiao Yunfeng bore wounds. His left arm now dangled limply, torn by a beast's bite, rendering him utterly incapable of combat. Xiao Yunfeng now felt a tingling numbness throughout his body, likely the result of poisoning. He refused to retreat.
He saw countless warriors around him, many wounded in the past half hour of battle, and countless others now lying on the ground, severely injured, barely clinging to life. Their eyes were lifeless, as if they had already given up hope for their own survival. Nearly a month earlier, in the southern frontier, after surveys confirmed no large-scale demon beast invasions were imminent, Xu Feng had ordered the countless soldiers and officers who had enlisted over the past 3 years to leave the region. Yet, unexpectedly, on this very day, they encountered another demon beast assault. Though not as massive as any of the previous 3 years' assaults, the scale was far beyond what the now diminished force, a mere third of its original strength, could withstand. The Southern Frontier Command now had only a few thousand soldiers left, and even they had already suffered heavy casualties. Xu Feng's heart tightened as a sorrowful thought crossed his mind. Could it be? Is the Southern Frontier destined to fall today? An overwhelming sense of unwillingness surged within him. Damn it! Brothers, we absolutely cannot retreat. Behind us stand the people of China, the lights of 10,000 homes. If we retreat now, millions of people will die in this battle, perish under the beast's onslaught. We must hold our ground. Xu Feng's heart was filled with anguish. Earlier, large numbers of Beastmaster squads had also departed en masse, leaving only a few teams behind. They had ventured deep into the heartland to eliminate the remaining high-tier demon beasts, as reconnaissance had revealed that many relatively powerful beasts still lurked within a 100-mile radius. The other general was the commander-in-chief leading these Beastmaster squads. Xu Feng thought sadly to himself that this time, it was indeed a tactical error in command between him and the other general. If they had left behind a Beastmaster squad, they likely wouldn't have faced such an outcome today. But the group had ventured deep into the heartland, and contact with them had long since been lost. Even if Xu Feng desperately wanted to locate them and urge their immediate return, it was an incredibly difficult task. All the surrounding warriors couldn't help but feel sorrow at that moment. How could they not understand the bitter regret gnawing at Xu Feng's heart? How could they not grasp that if they fell today, once the city walls breached, the countless civilians behind them would inevitably suffer? For centuries, even generations before, the soldiers of Huaxia had always embodied the spirit of self-sacrifice. How could anyone bear to see countless Chinese citizens suffer? How could anyone stand by while they fell prey to monstrous beasts, meeting a tragic end? Brothers, charge! Today, we fight to the death. I'll give my old life to make sure these beasts die in the southern frontier. You're damn right. My wife and daughter are still living in the cities behind us. How could I ever stand by and let these beasts threaten their safety? Even if I die today, I'll make them pay for this. The Huaxia demon-quelling army fight to the death, never retreat. Fight to the death, never retreat. Countless warriors of the demon-suppressing army roared in unison, shouting slogan after slogan. That emotion spread through every heart. For some reason, the warriors' fighting spirit ignited anew. Gripping their weapons, they charged forward like madmen, confronting the demonic beasts ahead. Roar! A dragon's roar echoed through the air, freezing every warrior including Xu Feng in their tracks. Heads turned skyward, gazing toward the distant horizon. It was already past 8 o'clock late at night, and though darkness had fallen, faintly visible beneath the bright moonlight was a dark speck rapidly soaring toward them from several miles away. Hearing the dragon's roar, everyone felt a surge of fear welling up within them, a primal, bloodline-level suppression. Even as ordinary humans, they found themselves struggling to breathe under the weight of that overwhelming presence. What is that? One warrior snapped out of it and spoke first. Countless warriors lifted their heads simultaneously, only to discover in astonishment that all the beasts ahead had suddenly fallen to their knees. The creatures trembled violently, none daring to raise their heads toward the distant sky. The warriors were suddenly dumbfounded, sparking a wave of chaotic discussion. What's going on? What is that thing? Could it be a new type of beast? What kind of beast could possess such overwhelming pressure, making the monsters we're facing now prostrate themselves on the ground, unable to move? Doesn't that mean it's at least the leader of this pack? Their boss. Damn it! We can't even handle these young beasts now, let alone such high-tier monsters. What do we do? Is the southern frontier doomed to fall today? Damn it! Are the people of China destined to be trampled and ravaged by these beasts? Why? Didn't we survey this area a month ago? It was impossible for so many beasts to exist here. Why have they all gathered today? Mom! I'm such an unfilial son, I can't go back to take care of you. I hope you and Dad can live well from now on. I'm so sorry our family line will end with you. No! But suddenly, just as all the warriors had lost all hope for survival, one soldier snapped to attention. He shouted to those around him, "Everyone, did you notice? This direction, isn't this the way to Huaxia? He came from China. Could he be a beastmaster from our homeland? A beastmaster? What?" Only then did all the warriors snap to attention, their expressions filled with shock. They suddenly understood this wasn't a demon beast arriving, but hope for survival. Chapter 108, Suemo arrives. Monsters submit, vote for gold selection. Seated atop the azure dragon's back, Suemo frowned deeply, his heart heavy with worry.
Ever since receiving news of the southern frontier incident this morning, Suemo had been consumed by worry over the region's fate, fearing it might face grave danger. He was especially concerned about the countless warriors who had once lived and fought alongside him. These were his comrades in arms, brothers in arms who had shared life and death with him. Suemo understood the sacrifices they made to protect the homes of countless families. Over the past 3 years, he had shared every hardship with these warriors. Now, with the beast tide approaching, how could Suemo possibly bear to see everyone harmed once more? If Suemo hadn't awakened his Beastmaster talent earlier, he might genuinely worry that even if he managed to reach this place, he might not be able to save many people. But now, Suemo had no need for such worries. Having become a Beastmaster, he possessed formidable strength alongside 2 innate talents, Chi Blood Rebirth and Chi Blood Healing. Suemo firmly believed he could save countless lives today. Yet as he sat atop the Azure Dragon's back, he also felt the immense convenience afforded by riding a flying beast. The little Azure Dragon was truly formidable. As a descendant of the Azure Dragon lineage among the 4 divine beasts, its flight speed was simply unmatched. In the blink of an eye, covering thousands of kilometers in less than 10 hours, they arrived at the southern frontier of China. Along the way, Suemo also encountered numerous flying magical beasts in China's wilderness attempting to attack him from the air. However, these flying magical beasts weren't particularly formidable. The stronger ones had long been eradicated by countless Beastmaster squads during their various missions over the years. This development made Sumo's journey considerably easier. Moreover, the mere dragon's roar from Little Green Dragon caused these low-tier flying magical beasts to flee the area instantly, not daring to linger for even a moment. Suemo finally sensed the formidable pressure emanating from the Qinglong bloodline. Though the Little Green Dragon was currently only at the 8th stage of the juvenile realm, any magical beast that hadn't reached the mature realm dared not even lift its head in its presence. As Suemo flew closer, he suddenly caught sight of the situation several miles ahead in the forest. He witnessed the scene unfolding beyond the southern border city walls. Watching the roar of battle, witnessing countless demon beasts savagely attacking all the southern frontier warriors, Suemo clenched his teeth, his heart tightening. An ominous foreboding gripped him. He could only guess that his comrades in arms, those he had fought alongside, lived with, and shared life and death experiences, were now facing grave danger. Without hesitation, Suemo commanded the Little Green Dragon to unleash a dragon's roar. The dragon's roar possessed tremendous penetrating power, instantly forcing countless demonic beasts to prostrate themselves on the ground. This brought Suemo some relief, easing his mind slightly, though it was far from time to relax completely. Suemo could already imagine that many warriors were likely wounded by now. While the Vitality Healing Array couldn't revive the dead, Suemo was determined to spare no effort to save the wounded warriors still clinging to life. Suemo acknowledged he wasn't a saint, nor should he blindly sacrifice to save everyone. Yet, he possessed infinite resurrection, immortal and indestructible. He had no need to fear the physical toll of using the Vitality Healing Array. Moreover, it was precisely because of their sacrifices, their selfless, fearless dedication of everything they had, that present-day China could enjoy such stability and peace. How could Suemo possibly bear to see these people die here? Finally, with a flick of his thoughts, the Little Green Dragon soared above all the demonic beasts. Sumo's thoughts stirred, and through his psychic power, he commanded the Little Green Dragon to roar once more. The roar instantly forced back hundreds of juvenile stage demon beasts before it. Countless young beasts scrambled to their feet and fled the area in a panic, daring not to linger and cause further harm. However, they had only fled a few hundred meters away when, at the Little Green Dragon's next roar, they once again collapsed motionless onto the ground. The warriors who could still stand and muster strength covered their eyes. They never imagined such a formidable beastmaster would arrive at this very moment. Some warriors urgently called out, "Who are you? Have you come to rescue us? Good heavens! Finally, the demon-suppressing army headquarters has sent reinforcements. We're saved. Family, comrades, we won't die here today. The people in the city behind us will live on. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. It's a shame, the other comrades. They probably can't be saved now, can they? Old Zhang. Hang on. The demon-suppressing army headquarters sent people to rescue us. Just hold on a little longer. I'll get you to the camp immediately. You'll definitely survive. Squad leader. Wake up. Wake up. Don't you dare fall asleep." The soldiers cried out in various voices. Some were overjoyed. Finally, the demon-suppressing army headquarters had dispatched new beastmasters who instantly resolved the crisis here, causing the countless demon beasts to retreat at the mere sound of their approach, no longer daring to stir up trouble. Others, however, gazed at their comrades lying nearby, mortally wounded and barely clinging to life, their hearts filled with bitter sorrow. Suemo, suspended in the air, naturally heard all of this. As the Little Green Dragon successfully landed, Suemo repeatedly boosted his vital energy, causing his senses to grow ever more acute. Every word spoken by each person reached his ears. Without hesitation, Suemo soared upward from a height of over 10 meters above the ground, landing with a swift leap. Without pausing to greet his comrades, Suemo crossed his legs and sat on the ground. With a thought. Centered on his body, within a 100-meter radius, a crimson gold formation
soared into existence in an instant. Chapter 109, The Healing Array Reveals Its Divine Might. Vote for gold selection.
This crimson gold formation radiated an overwhelming aura, commanding awe at first glance. With a diameter of 100 meters, it instantly enveloped countless warriors nearby.
All the warriors sensed the formation's emergence, enveloping them within its embrace.
They felt a gentle light and soothing energy radiating outward from its core. This energy merged into their bodies, causing a warm current to flow through them.
Everyone gasped in astonishment. What is this? Could this be the skill talent of a beast master? It's unlike anything we've ever seen before.
Indeed. We have several Beastmaster squads here in the southern frontier, but we've never witnessed such a talent.
100-meter diameter formation? That's incredibly powerful.
Look at all those obscure, incomprehensible runes within the formation.
What exactly are they? What purpose do these runes serve? Why do I suddenly feel so much better? It's as if my injuries have been completely healed. Good heavens, I can stand.
My legs were crushed by a demon beast just moments ago, yet here I am, standing once more.
Can someone tell me, is this all a dream?
At that moment, Xiao Feng stood at the edge of the formation. Inside the formation, he heard the voices of countless warriors around him, and he was just as astonished as they were. At that moment, Xiao Feng froze, staring in disbelief at his left arm. Moments ago, a demon beast had torn into his left arm. The entire limb was numb and throbbing, utterly devoid of strength. Years of combat experience told Xiao Feng that his arm was likely already completely ruined. Even if it could be saved, whether he would ever regain full use of it was uncertain. Yet in that instant, Xiao Feng suddenly realized every trace of the strange, agonizing pain in his arm had vanished. He raised his left hand in astonishment, only to find it completely unharmed.
Xiao Feng was stunned, his mind racing in disbelief. What on earth is this?
Over the years, I've experienced countless trials and witnessed the innate abilities of many beast tamers. I've even encountered numerous healing-type beast tamers, yet I've never seen such a formidable formation, let alone a large-scale healing array like this.
Who is this person? Could it be Xu Mo?
Xiao Feng knew exactly what kind of communication had transpired between him and the Demon Suppression Army headquarters recently. He also knew Xu Mo had boarded a flying beast this morning and was racing toward the southern frontier.
Yet Xiao Feng simply couldn't wrap his head around it. Could this really be Xu Mo? That was impossible.
A mere month ago, Xu Mo had been nothing more than an ordinary, unremarkable soldier. Though he held the rank of colonel, he was still fundamentally an ordinary man. How could he have become so formidable in less than a month? Even though Lu Mingshang had mentioned Xu Mo becoming a beast master, he couldn't possibly be this powerful. Xiao Feng peered cautiously, trying to catch a glimpse of who stood at the very center of the grand formation ahead.
Yet now, he could not make out any of it. The crowd was too dense. Thousands of warriors had gathered here. Amidst the sea of people and the swirling throng, how could he possibly make out the figure emerging ahead? As for Xu Mo, having unleashed the vital energy healing array, he could freely alter its overall scope based on his intent and the amount of vital energy he channeled. Just as Xu Mo was nearing this area, he had already grasped the situation on the ground. At the distant edge of the initial battle zone, countless warriors had already fallen. Meanwhile, wounded soldiers, supported by their comrades, were rushing back to the main camp. That was why Xu Mo chose the very center of all the warriors to unleash the vitality healing array. This was the first time he had ever unleashed a healing formation of such vast scale. Simultaneously, he felt his own vital energy depleting rapidly. In the blink of an eye, half a minute passed, and Xu Mo's vital energy reserves were completely depleted. Gritting his teeth, Xu Mo expended every last ounce of his vital energy. With a thunderous roar, he activated the vital energy healing array once more. Amidst the agony, the crimson gold formation shot skyward once more, forcibly splitting into two layers that enveloped everyone within. Gentle energy surged into the bodies of countless wounded warriors. Xu Mo could sense the physical condition of every individual within the array. Simultaneously, he discovered the array could perform individualized healing. This meant Xu Mo could now freely choose to heal humans, beast tamers, or demon beasts, whatever he desired. However, as the healing continued, Xu Mo's own body grew increasingly weak. Simultaneously, he summoned the little green dragon that had just descended from the sky with a thought, wrapping himself in its true form. Enveloped by the azure dragon, all the warriors outside were unable to discern Xu Mo's condition. Xu Mo did this precisely to prevent his innate trait of immortality and indestructibility from being exposed to others. Beyond Zhang Haining, Xu Mo refused to let anyone else discover his secret or trump card. Such knowledge would be utterly detrimental to him. Once the little green dragon had fully enveloped him, preventing any external observation, Xu Mo finally felt his body grow so weak it was on the verge of unconsciousness. In the blink of an eye, he recovered completely. Feeling his vital energy surge once more, he immediately activated the vital energy healing array again without hesitation. The crimson gold light blazed even more intensely than before.
Under this vital energy healing, more and more warriors regained their strength. Even those who had been gravely wounded on the brink of death found themselves able to stand once more through the relentless treatment.
Countless warriors gasped in astonishment, glancing around in disbelief.
Having just faced death, they were utterly bewildered.
Is this real or not? I was barely clinging to life just moments ago. Can someone tell me if this is heaven? Why? Why am I still alive? Squad leader, have you gone to heaven too? Heaven my ass. Look around you, every single comrade has been healed by this formation beneath our feet. No matter how severe the injuries, we've all recovered in this moment. Heaven? Did you really wish for death? Could you really abandon your wife and children? I've actually been healed. Just how powerful is this healing beast master? A beast master who can heal humans. That's insane. Yeah. Doesn't that mean I won't die today? I can go back home. In time, I might even be able to be with my wife and kids again? Enough. What time is it now? Thinking about your wife and children? Focus on the situation on the battlefield first. Chapter 110, Kill. Leave not a single one alive. Vote for gold selection. Shock, astonishment, joy. A complex whirlwind of emotions exploded within Xiao Yunfeng's heart. He now sensed countless former comrades in arms around him, those soldiers and officers who had been on the brink of death now restored to health after absorbing the Crimson Gold Formation's energy. Xiao Yunfeng's heart swelled with immense joy. Just then, the Crimson Gold Formation around him slowly dissipated. Suemo revived once more, finally opening his eyes with a leisurely ease. A flash of golden light erupted from his eyes in an instant. He chuckled softly. Today, he didn't know what to say, nor could he tell whether this was a blessing or a curse for him. Many soldiers had perished in the battle, yet most had been saved by Suemo. Just now, to heal the wounded warriors, Suemo had resurrected 5 times. Through these 5 resurrections, Suemo had successfully elevated his spiritual power to 2,218 points and boosted his vitality to 1,389 points. Indeed, Suemo had broken through again. His physical prowess now approached 14 times that of an ordinary person, while his spiritual power had surpassed 2,200 points. He had become a level 16 beast tamer. Just this morning, Suemo was still a level 14 beast tamer. After reviving during the battle in the mysterious tower, he gained 1 level, and now he had become a level 16 beast tamer. Such an astonishing rate of advancement was unprecedented. Suemo had never heard of anyone achieving this level of growth. Suemo couldn't help but feel elated. The faster he progressed, the sooner he could reach level 50 as a beast master and uncover the enigmatic secrets of his past. Finally, under Sumo's mental command, the little green dragon soared into the air, rising directly upward and circling endlessly. As Suemo slowly rose to his feet, the countless warriors surrounding him finally recognized the figure before them, Suemo. All the warriors shouted in unison. Suemo! It's Suemo! Upon hearing the name Suemo, Xiao Yunfeng instantly surged with excitement. It really was Suemo. Xiao Yunfeng had harbored some doubts, finding it hard to believe Suemo would come here. But now that Suemo had truly appeared, his heart swelled with immense joy. This man, hailed as the war god of the southern frontier, was the faith of countless ordinary soldiers. Today, he had finally arrived in the southern frontier to support them. Xiao Yunfeng's heart swelled with joy. For these ordinary soldiers, this moment held extraordinary significance. Suemo! It really is Suemo, the soldiers shouted wildly. Who would have thought the war god Suemo would return? Holy crap, has war god Suemo become a beast master? He's so powerful, truly formidable. I thought he'd never return after retiring, but today he's finally back. With war god Suemo here, I believe we won't have to worry about anything anymore, right? Yeah, but I wonder if he's here to join our ranks permanently or just lending a hand for now. Who knows? But either way, it's good news for us. Could it be that Suemo, the war god, has awakened as a healing type beast master? But why would a healing type beast master possess such formidable combat prowess? And what exactly is that colossal dragon circling overhead? Who cares? We're finally winning this battle against the demon beast invasion. Isn't that reason enough to celebrate? Simultaneously, the warriors snapped to attention, standing at the ready to salute. With solemn expressions, they shouted in unison. Hail the war god Suemo, reinforcing the southern frontier. With each successive shout, more and more warriors joined in, their voices echoing across the heavens as they bellowed the 4 words, "Welcome the war god." Seeing the familiar faces and feeling the warmth and recognition from his former comrades in arms, Suemo smiled. Though he had left the southern frontier theater less than a month ago, the time spent living alongside these comrades, those days of hardship, struggle, and shared trials had never faded from his memory. Suemo felt an overwhelming sense of nostalgia and profound joy. Finally, from beyond the crowd, Xiao Yunfeng stepped forward. Spotting Xiao Yunfeng, Suemo promptly saluted and said, "General, it's been a while." Xiao Yunfeng chuckled, returned the salute, then stepped forward. Patting Suemo on the shoulder and giving him a thorough once-over, he remarked, "You kid, haven't seen you in a month, and you've changed quite a bit." You seem even stronger now. Is this the power you've gained since becoming a beast master? Impressive. And thank you. Su Mo laughed heartily. General, why say such things? As long as I'm a soldier, I'll always be one. For the people of China, for countless comrades in arms, isn't this what I should do?
No need for further words.
Oh, right, give me some time.
As he spoke, Su Mo turned his gaze toward the south, and the soldiers instinctively parted to form a passage.
As the path opened, Su Mo saw hundreds of silent beasts lying prone in the distance.
Not a single one had dared to move thus far. This was all due to the bloodline pressure exerted by Su Mo's tamed beast, the little azure dragon. Seeing the beasts prostrate on the ground, Su Mo sneered coldly.
Poof. A bunch of lowly beasts dare to trespass upon my southern frontier. Dare to trespass upon my China. Today, you shall pay the price. With a thunderous shout, Su Mo soared into the air.
Moments later, he appeared atop the azure dragon's back alongside his thunder dog.
Su Mo spoke slowly, little fatty, let's go. Not a single one of these beasts will be left standing today. Without hesitation, the young azure dragon let out a dragon's roar and charged forward.
In the blink of an eye, they covered 100 meters.
The young azure dragon now hovered about 20 meters above the heads of all the demon beasts. Su Mo patted the thunder dog beside him and chuckled, lightning, it's all yours now.
The thunder dog barked twice, its body instantly crackling with lightning power.
Then, its form vanished from the azure dragon's back in an instant.
Chapter 111, Farewell to the Martyr, Rest in Peace seeking gold votes. Su Mo could not only enhance his physical attributes through the rise in his vital energy, but also observe every detail of the thunder dog's combat trajectory with his own eyes. He could also share the entire battle scene through the shared vision between his psychic power and the thunder dog. This was the immense enhancement granted by mastering both beast-taming and martial arts. The thunder dog now appeared amidst countless demonic beasts, its entire body crackling with lightning, leaving only a trail of afterimages in its wake. Such movements were nearly impossible for ordinary people to follow.
Countless warriors around him, including officers and generals like Xu Feng, were utterly stunned. They exclaimed, my goodness, is this what true strength looks like? How did Su Mo become so powerful in just 1 month? Indeed. Who could have imagined Su Mo would become a beast master? But didn't he just demonstrate his healing abilities? How could his combat prowess be this formidable too? Holy crap, I thought I caught a glimpse of that beast, wasn't that a Thunder Hound? And just an ordinary grade 1 at that? How could it suddenly possess such overwhelming combat power? And, that dragon-shaped beast Su Mo's riding, now what kind of dragon is that? More and more people were stunned. Everyone was hesitant, astonished by the combat prowess Su Mo had displayed. Regardless, though everyone was stunned, they were also deeply relieved. They understood that today, the southern frontier had finally been defended. They no longer had to fear its fall endangering the countless civilians behind them. Their hearts were filled with immense joy. Within mere minutes, hundreds of demon beasts and magical beasts before them collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The thunder dogs proved overwhelmingly formidable. As beasts renowned for their speed, though not of the highest rank, they devoured the demon beasts before them. These creatures, already immobilized by the bloodline suppression of the little azure dragon's roar, became mere sustenance for the thunder dogs. With all the beasts vanquished, the thunder dog trotted over, tail wagging, carrying a small prey in its jaws. It looked up at Su Mo in the sky. Su Mo chuckled softly. Go ahead, eat. Eat whatever you want. There's more than enough here to fill you up. The Thunder Hound opened its mouth wide, swallowing the beast whole in one gulp before letting out 2 satisfied barks. There were several ways to handle the beast's carcasses. First, leaving the carcass behind to sell for vast sums of gold. Second, submit it to the official genetic research organization of the demon-suppressing army to develop various genetic potions for countless warriors and battlefronts. Third, after special processing, the beast's carcass could serve as sustenance for the troops. Though they were beasts, they were ultimately just animals, and their flesh was edible. Finally, surveying the complete annihilation of all beasts before him, Su Mo chuckled softly. Turning to face the countless warriors in the distance, he bellowed, South Frontier Battle Zone, hear my command. This beast tide is utterly vanquished. Boom! At these words, every warrior's spirits soared. Their faces lit up with joy as they chanted War God, in unison, their voices swelling louder and more resonant with each cry. This was a testament to the warriors' recognition and gratitude toward Su Mo. But soon, Su Mo couldn't help but sigh. Riding the little azure dragon, he returned to the front of the warriors' camp, descending from the sky and landing within their ranks. Approaching Xu Feng, who stood at the very front, Su Mo saluted inside, I'm sorry, General Qiao. I still arrived too late. So many comrades and brothers perished in this beast-tide assault. I'm sorry. Xu Feng hastily shook his head, patted Su Mo's shoulder, and sighed, there's no need to blame yourself like this. Your arrival today saved over 1,000 warriors, bringing them back from the brink of death. That alone is a tremendous blessing. Why burden yourself with such guilt now? Many soldiers nearby chimed in with agreement. Exactly. There's no need for this. Your arrival to save us and resolve this beast-tide attack is already an immense honor. Why dwell on remorse now? We're simply grateful to be alive. Facing this battle, countless warriors had already resolved to risk everything, to give their all. Surviving this is nothing short of a miracle. Thank you. Thank you for saving us today. We're truly overjoyed. You really don't need to blame yourself like this. Watching countless people repeatedly offer him comfort, Suemo sighed. After a long moment, he found himself at a loss for words. After a helpless internal struggle, he finally shook his head and said, regardless, this battle is finally over. Seeing Sumo's moods slightly, Xiao Yunfeng waved his hand and called out, all soldiers, tally the casualties and collect every last one of these hundreds of beasts. 2/3 of the beasts are to be sent to the Southern Frontier Research Center of the Demon-Suppressing Army. The rest, well, they'll be our extra meals for the next few days. At these words, everyone burst into laughter, shouting with joy. Everyone was exceptionally pleased. The soldiers sprang into swift action, charging forward without hesitation. Some began tallying casualties, while others set about collecting the countless demon beast carcasses. Yet despite this, a complex mix of emotions stirred within every soldier. Amidst their joy, a profound sadness settled in. After all, today had claimed the lives of many comrades, brothers in arms who had shared their daily struggles, trained relentlessly, and faced death side by side. A portion of them had now departed this world. By 9 o'clock that evening, Suemo and the others appeared on an open plot within the southern frontier city walls. They busied themselves burying the bodies of their fallen comrades in the cemetery ahead. Their expressions were solemn, their hearts heavy as they bid farewell to their comrades. Suemo stepped forward, removed his hat, saluted, then bowed deeply. Slowly, he spoke, brothers, comrades, I'm sorry I came too late. I still let you leave this world. Rest assured, I will carry your unfinished business forward. I will continue to guard the southern frontier and protect the homes and families behind us. Farewell. Warriors of the demon-suppressing army. Rest in peace. Chapter 112, First Encounter with Long Canghai. Vote for gold selection. Suemo felt profound sorrow. Only later did he realize that if he had arrived here just half an hour earlier that morning, these brothers and comrades might not have perished. But the world isn't built on what-ifs or endless regrets. Suemo had ultimately arrived too late. At the same time, Suemo understood that this was already the fastest pace Qinglong Xiaopeng could manage. What Suemo had accomplished saving these lives was already nothing short of remarkable. Xiao Yunfeng stood nearby, offering constant reassurance to Suemo. Meanwhile, everyone finally gained a moment to catch their breath. No further reports of gathering beast swarms had surfaced. Following this, the remaining 2,000-plus soldiers in the combat zone, having eaten and drunk their fill, returned to their respective quarters to rest. Suemo followed Xiao Yunfeng to his office. The two sat down. Xiao Yunfeng poured a cup of tea and pushed it over. Suemo reached out and accepted it. Then both lit cigarettes and took deep drags. After finishing one cigarette, Suemo sighed and said, Sigh, I'm truly heartbroken, but I have no choice but to accept this outcome. Sumo's beast companion, the little green dragon, perched on his shoulder and let out a low growl. It seemed as though the little green dragon could sense Sumo's sorrow, as if it understood that had it arrived sooner, it might have saved more lives. Sensing the dragon's sense of loss, Suemo hurriedly said, Little fat, don't blame yourself like this. I'm just grieving for all the fallen comrades. Hundreds of our brothers died in today's battle. I don't blame you at all. You rushed here from Linen City at incredible speed. That alone was no small feat. You did exceptionally well. With that, Suemo retrieved a large chunk of meat from his storage ring and tossed it directly to the little green dragon's mouth. The little green dragon hesitated slightly, looking a bit sad, but still opened its mouth and swallowed the meat into its belly. Suemo stroked the smooth fur of the little green dragon, forcing a faint smile. Beside them, Xiao Yunfeng asked curiously, Suemo, I heard from Lu Mingsheng that you've become a beastmaster and even acquired a flying mount. But I had no idea you'd become so formidable. Lu Mingsheng also mentioned you broke the century-old record for clearing the Mystic Tower set by General Long in Linen City. Is all this true? With Xiao Yunfeng changing the subject, Sumo's mood eased somewhat. He chuckled and said, That's right, you heard correctly. I did break General Long's record, but it was pure luck. I broke through 2 levels deeper than General Long, so setting a new record was just luck. Xiao Yunfeng shook his head helplessly. What luck? Luck is part of your strength too. Still, I must thank you. Thank you for arriving in time today. It was precisely because you were there that we could minimize casualties. I know you're deeply troubled, especially since hundreds of comrades perished. But regardless, today's beast tide has been resolved because of you. Without your intervention, casualties would have been far greater, perhaps even leading to the fall of southern frontier. That would have endangered the homes and lives of countless civilians behind our lines. Therefore, your contribution today is undeniable. After the battle, I have already reported every detail of your actions to the demon-suppressing army headquarters. General Long is now aware of your situation. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Yunfeng's phone rang. He picked up the phone and hurriedly stood up.
Glancing at Suemo, he chuckled and said, "Speak of the devil, it's General Long calling."
Suemo also stood up, positioning himself beside Xiao Yunfeng.
After connecting the video call, Suemo instantly saw Long Canghai appear on the screen. Long Canghai looked younger than he had imagined. Despite having lived for a century, Suemo had envisioned Long Canghai as a white-haired old man. It turned out he had overthought it. Long Canghai possessed the appearance of a standard middle-aged man, his expression stern. Even through this video call, Suemo could sense the imposing aura emanating from him. Suemo understood clearly that this aura was undoubtedly cultivated through years of battle. It must be said, Long Canghai truly commanded respect. For a century, he had shielded the Chinese land from invasion, safeguarding the countless homes and lives behind him. Long Canghai deserved Suemo's utmost respect. Suemo and Xiao Yunfeng hurriedly saluted in unison, shouting, "General Long." On the screen, Long Canghai returned the salute before chuckling softly. "No need for such formality," he said. "You must be Suemo. You must be Suemo. To be honest, over the past 3 years, I've heard of your prowess, your reputation, and your experiences, though we've never met before. To meet you today, you truly live up to your reputation." Suemo smiled modestly and replied, "General Long, you flatter me. I'm just an ordinary fellow, nothing worthy of such praise. In fact, it makes me feel a bit embarrassed." "An ordinary lad?" Long Canghai waved his hand dismissively. "I've never heard of a dual-talented beastmaster calling themselves ordinary. Why must you be so modest before me, Long Canghai?" After a moment of silence, Sumo's gaze darkened slightly. He hadn't expected Long Canghai to have deduced his dual talents. Then again, it made sense. The moment he arrived today, he had instantly activated the Chi blood healing array. Long Canghai must have noticed. Then, Suemo scratched his head awkwardly and chuckled, "General Long, I didn't mean to hide anything, nor was I trying to be modest. It's just that compared to your triple talents, my dual talents really aren't anything special." Long Canghai waved his hand dismissively. "Enough with the modesty, lad. I'm genuinely curious, what exactly is your second talent, and how did it awaken? Care to share? Lieutenant General Xiao Yunfeng mentioned it to me, but I haven't been able to analyze it, nor have I found any records about this talent in any of the available data." Suemo hesitated slightly, turning his head to glance sideways at Xiao Yunfeng beside him. Before Xiao Yunfeng could speak, Long Canghai interjected with a laugh, "Alright, stop beating around the bush, you kid. Xiao Yunfeng has been with me all these years, he's the most trustworthy person. Otherwise, I wouldn't have entrusted him with such a critical mission guiding the vital southern frontier region." Indeed, Suemo had been somewhat concerned earlier would revealing too much provoke excessive suspicion from Xiao Yunfeng's side? After all, for a beastmaster, protecting one's privacy was paramount. Hearing Long Canghai speak so decisively finally put Suemo at ease, though he couldn't help but feel a touch of awkwardness. Chapter 113, Promoting Suemo to Major General? Vote for gold selection. Suemo glanced at Xiao Yunfeng, scratching his head awkwardly. Then he spoke up, "General Xiao, I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to hide anything from you. I just..." Before Suemo could finish, Xiao Yunfeng burst into laughter. "No need to apologize, young man. Truth be told, for you beastmasters, concealing your abilities is simply part of the job. But honestly, you really don't need to worry so much. Besides, in all my years serving General Long, nothing untoward has ever happened. Rest assured, this old man's mouth is tighter than a padlock." Suemo chuckled softly, realizing he'd been a bit impulsive just now. He hurriedly added, "I was a bit rash. Please don't take it to heart, General Xiao." Then, Suemo finally looked ahead and slowly said, "General Long, the second talent I awakened is called Chi blood healing." "Oh? Chi blood healing? What is that?" Long Canghai inquired curiously. Suemo explained in detail, "It's a power. When activated, it consumes the user's own chi and blood to simultaneously heal all designated living beings within the healing grade array. The range of the healing array increases with the beastmaster's rank and vital energy. Even creatures on the brink of death, be they one's own beasts or humans, will be healed. Moreover, the greater the infusion of vital energy, the more potent the healing effect becomes. Today, it was precisely through this ability that I healed all my comrades, both those with minor and severe injuries." Hearing this, Long Canghai remained silent, but Xiao Yunfeng stood beside him, utterly stunned. He stared at Suemo in disbelief, his pupils suddenly contracting. After a long moment, he finally spoke, "Using your own vital energy? Risking your own life to heal them? Don't you value your own life at all?" Suemo chuckled softly before replying, "Their lives matter too. The soldiers of China, the warriors of China, they fear neither life nor death. They guard the homes and families behind them with everything they have. What I do is nothing in comparison. Besides..." Suemo turned to glance at Long Canghai beside him and continued, "I imagine General Long has already noticed that I possess a few hidden cards, right? You haven't called me out, so you must know I have something to fall back on. That's why you remain so calm now, showing no surprise at all, right?" Long Canghai burst into laughter. "You're absolutely right, kid. I did suspect you had some hidden cards up your sleeve. But rest assured, I, Long Canghai, am not one to pry into every detail.
Nor do I need to know everything about you.
From the moment you rushed without hesitation to the southern frontier today to fight and protect countless warriors, your countless comrades, I chose to place my trust in you. You care for the people, you care for the common folk. You're willing to rush to the front lines to protect the lights of 1,000 homes.
With such conviction, faith, and integrity, what reason could I possibly have to doubt you? Suemo chuckled softly, his voice thick with emotion. Thank you, General Long, for your trust.
General Long, rest assured Suemo will never betray the demon-sealing army in this lifetime.
Should the demon-suppressing army ever need me, even if I've retired, I'll answer the call. Once a soldier, always a soldier.
Long Canghai roared with laughter.
Excellent. You're a fine lad, quite likable.
Oh, and one more thing, though we're only connected by video, I can still sense your surging vitality.
Are you perhaps someone who practices both martial arts and beast-taming? Though Xiao Yunfeng had already tested him earlier, Long Canghai needed to confirm this for himself. Suemo nodded. That's correct, General Long.
I practice both martial arts and beast-taming.
However, my combat prowess might not be that strong yet.
I happen to acquire 2 combat manuals, but I haven't had time to study them thoroughly.
Long Canghai nodded silently. I see. Those 2 manuals must have come from Zhang Haining, correct?
From what I understand, Zhang Haining does possess 2 combat manuals, the Grand Heavy Sword Technique and the Demon-Slaying Blade Art.
What? At this, Sumo's brows furrowed.
He stared at Long Canghai on the screen, silent for a long while. Noticing his expression, Long Canghai chuckled softly.
What? You're surprised, aren't you? Why would I know Zhang Haining? Why would I know so much about her? Suemo shook his head. Not really. Sister Han mentioned her position in the demon suppression army.
Given her role, it makes sense she'd have connections to General Long. I just didn't expect General Long and Sister Han to be this close. Still, it's all within my expectations.
Long Canghai laughed heartily. Good. You really are full of surprises, kid. Never mind.
Since Zhang Haining has already told you, I won't elaborate further. It's probably more prudent for her to explain certain matters to you herself. Additionally, I called this time partly to commend you for rushing to the southern frontier. I, Long Canghai, am grateful to you for appearing in time to save countless soldiers' lives and protect the homes of countless families. There's another matter as well, a decision I've just made, and it directly concerns you.
Hearing this, Suemo grew puzzled. General Long, what could possibly concern me now? Long Canghai chuckled softly, finally ready to speak. The second matter is something I wish to inform you of.
Given your actions over the past 3 years in the southern frontier of China, you have earned the profound respect of countless soldiers. Add to that how your appearance today saved the lives of thousands of soldiers.
You've safeguarded the homes of countless families. All these achievements are your doing, and your contribution is undeniable. For our demon-suppressing army, this is an occasion that deserves our utmost praise and encouragement.
Therefore, I have decided to promote you, Suemo, to the rank of Major General in the demon-suppressing army.
From this day forward, you will be the youngest Major General in the demon-suppressing army.
You will be a source of awe among all our warriors and a goal for their growth.
Suemo, I hope you will accept this honor.
Tomorrow, Yunfeng will conduct the investiture ceremony for you. After Long Canghai finished speaking, Suemo was momentarily taken aback before hastily responding, his voice tinged with excitement.
He waved his hands hastily. General Long, this is a bit too abrupt. After all, I'm only 18 this year. Becoming an officer was already no small feat. If you were to suddenly promote me to Major General, it might be difficult to convince the others, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 114, Su Songqing will show no mercy. Vote for gold selection. This was Sumo's concern. Suemo was genuinely worried. Could such an incident make it difficult for him to command respect later on? Could it ultimately lead to him being the subject of gossip throughout the entire military? Suemo himself felt the entire situation was utterly surreal. Where in the military had there ever been such a young general? If the gossip grew too persistent later on, Suemo would inevitably feel awkward. Long Canghai, however, chuckled and said, "Young man, why fret so? You should understand that in the demon-suppressing army, strength reigns supreme. In a world ravaged by such demonic beasts, might always reign supreme. I know you're worried about feeling embarrassed, but do you realize that your future strength will make you worthy of all this?" Xiao Yunfeng, standing beside him, patted his shoulder and chuckled, "Suemo, stop making excuses. You must know that within our ranks, every warrior looks up to you as their ideal. Every ordinary soldier dreams of possessing such prowess to defend their homeland, not only to safeguard the homes of countless families behind them, but also to protect their own safety. So all of this is what you deserve. I believe every soldier feels the same as I do. We all eagerly anticipate and wholeheartedly acknowledge your remarkable growth to this level." Suemo scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this, then sighed and spoke slowly. I never imagined Generals Long and Xiao would elevate me to such heights. What have I done to deserve this? I only wish to grow stronger, to protect more people. That's all." Long Canghai chuckled. Alright, it's settled then. I've already signed the relevant promotion regulations. Tomorrow, Yunfeng, assemble the entire army. For the soldiers still stationed at the camp, hold a commendation ceremony for Sumo. Xiao Yunfeng nodded earnestly beside him, then turned to look at Sumo and smiled. Sumo, from now on, you'll be a general in our demon-suppressing army too. I'm confident you'll thrive in the future and earn everyone's admiration and support. Sumo shook his head helplessly, ultimately accepting Long Canghai's promotion. Just as Long Canghai was about to hang up, Sumo suddenly spoke up. Wait, General Long. Long Canghai glanced curiously at the screen and spoke slowly. What is it? Sumo replied, you know my situation now. I wanted to ask how things are at home. After all. Long Canghai smiled faintly, though he couldn't entirely hide the displeasure in his expression. Oof. I never imagined it would come to this. Your father, mother, and younger brother, the three of them conspiring against you. Moreover, your father, Su Changxing, has violated the code of conduct expected of a soldier and an officer in the demon-suppressing army. He has even harmed our southern frontier's meritorious officers. I certainly cannot forgive him. They have already been taken into custody by Zhao Yanfei, and the corresponding investigation has been initiated. What awaits him next is the full force of the demon-suppressing army's disciplinary measures. What? You little brat, you're here to plead for him? Sumo shook his head and replied, General Long, how could you say such a thing? How could I possibly plead for that old man? From the moment I first understood this world, he has harmed me time and again. He made me pay an unimaginable price. Even after fighting for 3 years on the frontier, risking my life, everything I earned was snatched away by others the moment I returned home. I, Sumo, am no saint, nor do I possess boundless patience. How could I possibly tolerate Su Changxing continuing to evade justice? Therefore, General Long, your actions have satisfied me. I must thank you for handling these matters on my behalf. Long Canghai shook his head and smiled. Enough, young man. Stop flattering me here. Truth be told, I can feel the rage burning in your heart. I share your fury. Now, at last, we've settled this matter once and for all. You'll certainly feel much better now, but... Long Canghai trailed off. Sumo inquired curiously, what is it, General Long? Could there be some unexpected twist? Long Canghai chuckled softly. Nothing. It doesn't concern you. You needn't overthink it. Alright, you two should get some rest. It's getting late, almost midnight. You should sleep early in the middle of the night. Also, the southern frontier has been unsettled lately. Though we haven't detected any demon beasts descending or beast waves attacking yet, I estimate that within the next few days, at least one wave of beasts will attempt to invade our southern frontier. They'll enter our territory from the south, causing harm to countless civilians. As the sole beastmaster within the southern frontier cities, I entrust you with safeguarding these strongholds. Once the scouting teams dispatched deeper into the frontier return, your duties should lighten considerably. You may then make your way back. Additionally, I've already spoken with the headmaster of Fuyao Academy. You needn't worry at all about how this southern border mission might affect your upcoming enrollment. Rest assured, I've made arrangements with them. Focus solely on your duties in the southern frontier. Above all, prioritize your safety. Here in Linen City, though your parents and younger brother have faced the punishment they deserved, many still care deeply for you. Especially your girlfriend, Jiangya. That girl truly possesses remarkable talent. I'm confident she'll receive excellent care at Fuyao Academy. I've also spoken with Fuyao Academy, you needn't worry. The Academy's principal will personally ensure she receives special attention. At these words, Sumo's face flushed crimson in an instant. He lowered his head, cheeks slightly reddened, unsure what to say. After a moment, he finally murmured, General Long, Sister Jiangya and I, we haven't even begun to consider such things. Long Canghai retorted without mercy, humph. Do you truly believe this old man cannot see the mutual affection between you two? He continued, alright, I've already arranged everything for you. Just focus on protecting the people of the southern frontier. This time, consider it a favor owed to you. Making you leave Linen City without delay for the southern frontier is indeed asking a lot of you. Sumo shook his head. General Long, you flatter me. Long Canghai chuckled, when you come to the capital someday, I'll treat you to a drink. Chapter 115, Long Canghai Sai? Seeking gold votes. Long Canghai ended the call without further small talk. Sumo couldn't help but feel a bit overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Receiving such attention and care from Long Canghai was a privilege not granted to just anyone. Long Canghai had even gone out of his way to contact Fuyao Academy specifically for him. In Huaxia, where the Military Affairs Council, the demon-suppressing army, and the Academy faction formed a delicate tripartite balance, such mutual concessions were exceedingly rare. And for Long Canghai to go to such lengths for a newly awakened freshman who hadn't even entered the academy yet, how could Sumo not feel overwhelmed by the honor? Yet Sumo understood clearly that all this stemmed from his dual talents, from his ability to repeatedly shatter records once set by Long Canghai himself. Sumo had become a figure watched by every beastmaster across the nation.
Given such remarkable performance, receiving such special attention from someone like Long Canghai was understandable. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yunfeng patted Su Mo on the shoulder beside him and chuckled, "Well, congratulations in advance, young General Su. I'll arrange your medal ceremony for tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp. All soldiers still stationed at the camp will witness your moment of glory. I know you might find it hard to accept or feel unworthy of such a rank, but rest assured I've witnessed firsthand how the soldiers have spoken of you these past days. In the hearts of every soldier, you have long been regarded as a general. They revere you as a war god, a beacon of faith among ordinary men. In the future, you will undoubtedly become the very model they aspire to emulate as they grow stronger and strive for greatness." Su Mo felt a pang of awkwardness upon hearing these words. In the end, he had no choice but to accept Long Canghai's promotion. After exchanging a few more casual words with Xiao Yunfeng, Su Mo finally set off toward his quarters. In the Southern Frontier Theater, the soldiers' quarters were nothing more than ordinary houses. Su Mo didn't request special accommodations, he was assigned a single room at random. After washing up, he lay down on the bed. Staring at the ceiling, his mind drifted back over everything he'd experienced these past years, countless honors he'd earned, nearly snatched away by that man, Su Tsangxing. Had Su Mo not arrived 3 years prior with innate abilities immortal and indestructible, growing stronger with each trial until reaching his current state, he likely would have suffered this injustice in silence. This world never lacked its dark side, but what it truly lacked were those who chose to stand up amidst the darkness. Su Mo felt profoundly fortunate to have become one of them. He cherished the growing recognition his abilities had earned him, along with the honors that came with it. He knew it hadn't come easily. As for Su Tsangxing, Su Mo had long ceased to regard them as family. Ever since his rebirth 3 years ago, ever since he learned from the original host's memories about the schemes they had plotted against him, Su Mo's heart had been filled with seething anger. He wanted Su Tsangxing to pay for it. Now, at last, his wish had been granted. Su Mo snorted coldly and said, Su Tsangxing, I never thought you'd meet this day. Time and again, I, Su Mo, have made you pay a bitter price for your deeds. And Xu Feng, do you recall what I said back then? Can you truly bear such honor? It seems now that you cannot. But this is for the best. I, Su Mo, never wished for things to become so bitter between us. Yet you all schemed against me, harming me at every turn. All this is merely the price you must pay. But, as he pondered, Su Mo couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He was deep in thought. Su Mo couldn't shake the feeling that Long Canghai's earlier words seemed to carry some hidden meaning. For some reason, Su Mo couldn't shake the feeling that Su Tsangxing was hiding something from him. But what exactly it was, he had no clue. After a moment, Su Mo could only sigh inwardly, thinking that perhaps only when he truly matured to a certain level and learned more would the truth gradually unfold. After pondering for a while, Su Mo soon drifted off into sleep. At the headquarters of the Huaxia demon-suppressing army, Long Canghai finally wrapped up his day's work. He no longer spent his days rushing about to battle everywhere like he used to. Since becoming commander-in-chief of the demon-suppressing army, Long Canghai's life had undergone a complete transformation. Yet for some reason, he found himself sighing over this change time and again. Suddenly, it dawned on him, what he truly longed for deep down was the life of constant combat and relentless battles he once led. Yet life rarely went according to plan, and the past could never be reclaimed. Sighing, Long Canghai soon departed. After returning home, washing up, and lying in bed, he couldn't help but lament, Su Mo. I truly don't know whether all this I've told you is for your own good or not. I don't know if it was right or wrong to keep all this from you. What I didn't tell you is that your father is connected to the shadow. Your younger brother has now been absorbed by the shadow. Your mother, though still unaware. But what she will ultimately become, no one can know. Still, I only hope you, Su Mo, can grow up successfully. The Huaxia demon-suppressing army, along with official organizations worldwide, now face the threat of the shadow. With their relentless infiltration, no one can predict whether the future will bring good or ill, nor what challenges we'll ultimately face. Just don't let us down, kid. After a moment's thought, Long Canghai sighed, a sense of helplessness welling up within him. At present, all manner of responsibilities weighed heavily upon him, causing Long Canghai considerable headaches. Especially when he thought about what Zhao Yanfei had said today about his younger brother and the shadow. This weighed heavily on Long Canghai. But ultimately, what could he do? He could only proceed step by step with the investigation. Once he uncovered any trace of evidence, Long Canghai was confident he would make the other party pay the price. Chapter 116, Fearless for China, This Life. Vote for Gold Selection. Knock knock knock. In the blink of an eye, the next morning arrived. Su Mo rubbed his head, instantly waking at the sound. He opened his eyes and looked toward the distance. The door was being knocked upon. Su Mo responded with a grunt before scrambling to his feet. Dressed and ready, he strode toward the door. Opening it, he found Xiao Yunfeng standing there. Xiao Yunfeng stood there, holding 2 breakfasts in his hands. He chuckled and said, Hey, you're still sleeping in? All right, get up. Breakfast is ready. Eat first. Also, I've already notified the entire army in 3 hours, we'll assemble at the rear parade ground for your medal ceremony.
Sumo glanced at the time. It was barely 6 in the morning.
But upon reflection, he felt it was no big deal. That was just how things were in the southern frontier.
The warriors of the demon-suppressing army rose early each day to tidy their quarters and train.
They constantly honed their physical prowess and fortified their stamina. All this was simply to survive the attacks of the demon beast's minions.
No one finds that arduous survival is the paramount concern.
Sumo chuckled softly and remarked, it's mainly because between training and all that, constantly pushing myself, it threw my schedule completely out of whack. But thankfully, the habits ingrained in my bones haven't changed too much. He invited Xiao Yunfeng inside. After a quick wash-up, the two shared breakfast together.
After eating their fill, Sumo headed to the training grounds.
He chatted with a group of soldiers for a while before they all began training together. Before they knew it, 9 o'clock rolled around. All the soldiers gathered in the center of the field and stood at attention. After forming ranks, they stood silently, gazing toward the viewing platform ahead. Shortly after, Sumo arrived at the front alongside Xiao Yunfeng and several officers. Xiao Yunfeng, holding documents issued by the demon-suppressing army headquarters, stepped forward and announced loudly, "All soldiers, hear my command. I hereby announce the directive from the headquarters of the Huaxia demon-suppressing army. Sumo is hereby promoted to the rank of Major General." A thunderous roar erupted, instantly sending shockwaves through the crowd. A murmur rippled through the ranks, but soon fell silent. Xiao Yunfeng chuckled and said, "Comrades in arms, veterans, you all know the truth. Over the past 3 years, Sumo has achieved remarkable feats within the military, leading countless ordinary soldiers into battle time and again. Even yesterday, he traveled thousands of miles from Linen City to the southern frontier solely to rescue all our soldiers from suffering.
Regarding Sumo's actions, I believe no further words are needed."
The soldiers nodded slightly.
How could they not understand all this?
Xiao Yunfeng continued, "Sumo's deeds have already reached the ears of General Long Canghai at the Demon Suppression Army headquarters. He fully appreciates Sumo's dedication and hard work. Therefore, by decision of the Demon Suppressing Army headquarters, Sumo is hereby awarded the rank of Major General. In the future, we hope Sumo will continue to strive forward, leading our Huaxia Demon Suppressing Army to vanquish all demonic beasts and safeguard the peace of our lands."
Now, the award ceremony will commence. Amidst the soaring music and various ceremonial rituals, Sumo finally completed his decoration ceremony.
Then, under the admiring and respectful gazes of all the warriors, he raised his right hand on the viewing platform and solemnly swore, "I, Sumo, swear that from this day forward, I will lead the Huaxia demon-slaying army to vanquish demons and monsters, protecting the homes of all. As long as I draw breath, every battlefield I engage in and every corner I stand guard over in the southern frontier shall remain forever free from demonic creatures. I pledge my life to safeguard the lights of every household in China."
All the warriors echoed Sumo's words, roaring in unison, "We pledge our lives for the safety of every household in China."
Every heart was stirred to its core in that moment. For many, becoming a member of the Huaxia demon-suppressing army meant paying the ultimate price, embracing fearlessness and fighting with unwavering courage. Yet the faith in their hearts had been passed down for centuries, even millennia, never broken, never wavering.
Hearing these resounding cries, Sumo sensed the unwavering resolve within each warrior to sacrifice everything for China.
A whirlwind of emotions swirled within Sumo's heart. This was the very reason the Huaxia demon-suppressing army had stood firm for a century. A shared faith burned within each soldier, a devotion to sacrificing personal interests for the greater good. Finally, the commendation ceremony concluded. Sumo was promoted to Major General, becoming the youngest Major General in the entire century-long history of the Huaxia demon-suppressing army. No one felt envy at this moment, nor did anyone question Sumo's worthiness of the rank. Over the years, Sumo's actions had more than earned him this honor and recognition. Finally, Xiao Yunfeng watched as Sumo received his medal. Patting him on the shoulder, he chuckled and said, "Congratulations, Major General Su. From this day forward, you are a general within the demon-suppressing army. I hope you will charge forward with courage, remember your mission and responsibilities, and achieve great things in the future.
You've now caught the attention of General Long, and I'm confident you won't disappoint anyone."
Sumo chuckled softly. The sudden bestowal of titles and military rank had indeed caught him off guard. But now that he held such a high position, his mindset had shifted. Moving forward, he must forge ahead with determination. For the soldiers, this was merely a minor interlude, yet it did nothing to diminish their heartfelt congratulations and genuine affection for Sumo. On the way back to camp, as each soldier greeted him, Sumo felt the weight of his new status. Yet above all, he could sense the genuine recognition each of them held for him.
Sumo chuckled softly before arriving at Xiao Yunfeng's office shortly after.
They sat down, and Xiao Yunfeng first poured Sumo a cup of tea. Xiao Yunfeng frowned deeply as he spoke. "Based on our current estimates, all the Beastmaster squads deployed to the front line should return to camp in about 10 days or so. But until then, you'll need to remain here on guard. I know this will be difficult for you, but at present, we have neither the opportunity nor the time to redeploy Beastmaster squads from headquarters. I hope you can hold out."
Suemo replied, "Rest assured, General Qiao. This much I can certainly manage."
Having resolved to come to the southern frontier at all costs, it follows that I must protect all the warriors and safeguard the peace of the homes and families waiting behind the front lines. But for the time being, unless something urgent arises, I'll likely spend most days immersed in the training chamber, relentlessly honing my skills and pushing my limits.
Chapter 117, The Beautiful Landlady Calls. Vote for gold selection. Xiao Yunfeng nodded without hesitation.
After chatting idly for a while longer and sharing a meal, Suemo made his way back to his quarters.
Crossing his legs on the bed,
Suemo finally summoned his intent, retrieving from his storage ring the two sets of techniques Zhang Haining had given him, the Grand Combined Heavy Sword Decision and the Demon-Slaying Blade Technique.
Gazing at the two manuals, Suemo couldn't help but reminisce.
He recalled everything he and Zhang Haining had experienced together.
Truth be told, Suemo felt it all seemed somewhat dreamlike.
He never would have imagined he could end up crossing over to this world. But upon reflection, perhaps this was simply his destiny. What he never could have imagined was that Su Sangxing's entire family would commit such heinous, outrageous acts against him. Fortunately, through relentless effort, he had finally made them pay for their crimes. And he had finally succeeded in reclaiming everything he had once possessed. As for what became of Su Sangxing and his kind in the future, Suemo couldn't care less. At the same time, Suemo couldn't help but think of Zhang Haining. Since arriving in this world, countless stories had unfolded between him and Zhang Haining. When he first met her, Suemo had assumed Zhang Haining harbored ill intentions toward him. But now, upon reflection, Zhang Haining likely only had certain ideas about him. She likely needed his assistance to accomplish certain things. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would likely leave anyone feeling resentful. Or perhaps choose to minimize contact with her altogether.
Yet Suemo and Zhang Haining were now bound by countless threads. Her adoptive father, Zhou Nantian, had lived with Suemo for 2.5 years before his death 6 months prior. Zhou Nantian poured his entire being into teaching Suemo every combat instinct and technique he possessed, holding nothing back. Yet in the end,
he departed this world, betrayed by others. At the time, Suemo had believed it was all her fault that she had caused Zhou Nantian to meet such an end. Little did she know that behind it all lay so many untold stories. Originally, Suemo had no obligation whatsoever to help Zhang Haining endure all this. But Zhou Nantian was too important to him. After living together for so long, they had developed a bond as close as father and son. Seeing the tangled web of events and lingering mysteries surrounding Zhou Nantian, Suemo yearned to do something for Zhou Nantian. How could Suemo possibly stand by and let his mentor, the man who had given him a second chance at life, face such threats and schemes? Suemo narrowed his eyes, gazing at the two technique manuals before him. A wave of sorrow washed over him as he spoke slowly. "Old man, rest assured. Now I finally understand everything you've endured. I won't let you die without closure. I will clear your name and make those who wronged you pay." At the same time, Suemo thought of Zhang Haining. For his growth, Zhang Haining had sacrificed so much, especially by giving him the Great Combined Sword Technique and the Demon-Slaying Sword Method. Suemo felt immense gratitude toward her. That Zhang Haining had entrusted all this to him spoke volumes about the importance and recognition she placed on him. Suemo would spare no effort to grow stronger swiftly, not to disappoint her, nor to let others suffer because of it. Moreover, Suemo now possessed another gift from her, the Eye of All Things. Many, including Long Canghai, believed Suemo was merely an ordinary dual talent possessor. Yet no one knew Suemo possessed a third talent, the Eye of All Things. Of course, if one counted the four transcendent talents: immortality, indestructibility, imperishability, and endurance that had attached themselves to him upon his arrival from another world. Suemo now could arguably be considered a 7-talent individual. This was truly unique in the world, a combination never before possessed by anyone. Suemo did not consider himself a saint. He saw no need to grow powerful for the sake of protecting everyone. Wouldn't that be blatantly trading his life for all this? Yet, whether before or after his transmigration, Suemo had always yearned to become a soldier. Especially since joining the demon-suppressing army, he has come to understand and deeply feel the bond shared among countless comrades in arms. One after another, these warriors chose to sacrifice everything for their homeland, for the countless homes and lives they left behind. Immersed in this collective, Suemo naturally embraced the same beliefs and legacy as his comrades. This was the emotion that surged within Sumo's heart across 2 lifetimes, never wavering in the slightest. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, Sumo's phone vibrated. He picked it up to see it was a call from Zhang Haining. Curious, Suemo answered. As the video call connected, Suemo saw the sexy Zhang Haining on the screen. He couldn't help but inwardly marvel. Zhang Haining radiated an irresistible charm from the inside out. Suemo thought to himself, if it weren't for the deep affection he'd harbored for his younger sister Jiangya over the years, Zhang Haining would have been a pretty good choice. Giggle giggle giggle, what's up? Little brother Suemo, what are you doing? What's wrong? Your gaze seems a bit off when you look at your big sister. As Suemo pondered, Zhang Haining giggled, her words laced with playful teasing.
Suemo shook his head with a wry smile. Alright, you really are teasing me here. What is it? I was just about to go practice. Practicing the Grand Union sword technique and the demon-slaying blade art? At this remark, Suemo paused slightly before chuckling. You really can't be fooled, can you? Yes, I'm going to practice these two techniques. You know very well that these two arts will inevitably become my primary path forward and my means of survival. How could I possibly set them aside? What is it, Sister Haning? Is something wrong? Jiang Haning chuckled softly. Nothing major. I just heard about your situation from Long Canghai. Congratulations, you managed to make it in time. Though there were some casualties, I know this was the absolute best you could achieve. There's no need for you to feel down about it. Chapter 118, The Beautiful Landlady's Confession Vote for Gold Selection. Hearing Jiang Hanying's words, Suemo hesitated for a moment before sighing. Sigh. How could I not know all this? It's just that my heart still aches a little because of it. Never mind. What's done is done. Dwelling on it now serves no purpose. Jiang Hanying nodded slightly and continued. Also, Long Canghai mentioned to me that you've been promoted to Major General. From now on, we'll be equals. Hearing Jiang Hanying's words, Suemo narrowed his eyes slightly and asked curiously, Sis Hanying, are you also a brigadier general in the military? Jiang Hanying smiled faintly and replied, thanks to my husband. If not for him, how could I have ever qualified to join the demon-suppressing army? Much less become a major general in the demon-suppressing army today. Sigh, if only he were still alive, I'd gladly trade this outcome. It's all the damn shadow organization's fault. Suemo furrowed his brow slightly, asking curiously, Haning, when I left in such a hurry back then, you only told me there was an organization behind it all. They truly did influence everything we experienced across China. But what exactly is this organization? Would you be willing to explain it to me in detail now? I understand you said my current strength isn't enough to confront them, but surely I should know something beforehand? Jiang Haning pondered for a moment before sighing slowly. Ah, Brother Suemo, I didn't mean to hide things from you. It's just that the truth might not be what you hope for. All I can tell you now is that this organization is called Shadow. They operate with supernatural skill, moving freely across the globe. They have agents embedded in every corner of countless nations worldwide. You could say Shadow is like the dark corners where sunlight never reaches. Their presence is everywhere. For years, Shadow has perpetrated countless atrocities. It boils down to a clash of ideologies. Their target and creed is the demon beast. Suemo asked curiously, what do you mean? Jiang Hanying fell silent for a moment before finally speaking slowly. Let me put it this way, the Shadow's objective is to eliminate every human who refuses to submit to them, while simultaneously allowing the beasts to conquer the entire world. This is how they intend to satisfy their twisted desires. Suemo blurted out instinctively, asking, you mean, the Shadow Organization's primary goal is to conquer the world while simultaneously controlling the beasts, forcing them to coexist with the organization to achieve their objectives? Jiang Hanying sighed. Yes. I know you must think this is insane, right? Seeing Suemo nod, she continued, when I first learned about the Shadow Organization, I thought exactly what you're thinking now. They're utterly insane. That's precisely the Shadow Organization's vision. They hope to rule the world through this, bringing the entire world under their control. Perhaps only then can they fulfill the Shadow's ultimate twisted desire. Of course, I understand how difficult it must be for you to accept this. But that's how it happened. Jiang Hanying paused briefly before adding, remember why I never wanted to discuss this with you before? It was precisely because, during my relentless investigations, I suddenly discovered that both the old man and my brother seemed to have connections with the Shadow Organization. Though the clues were vague, they were undeniably real. My adoptive father, Zhou Nantian, was a master of martial arts, a true luminary in the field. Over the many years before he journeyed to the southern frontier, he had trained countless exceptional martial artists. As these warriors grew stronger, they repeatedly caused significant trouble for countless demonic beasts and the Shadow Organization, all while carrying Zhou Nantian's name. Ultimately, the Shadow Organization chose to strike at the heart of the matter. From that point onward, they plotted against him. It was precisely because of this that Zhou Nantian ended up in his current state. My brother followed a similar path. Armed with his eye of all things, he uncovered countless individuals, greatly aiding the demon-suppressing army. It was precisely because the Shadow Organization recognized his power that they regarded him as a thorn in their side. As for me, his sister? Though I share some connection to Zhou Nantian and my brother, in their eyes, I'm no more than an ant. They wouldn't even give me a second glance. Sumo's brow remained furrowed throughout. He never imagined all this stemmed from the Shadow Organization. Nor could he fathom their ideology and objectives to harm the entire world. Such utter evil. No wonder Jiang Hanying had tried to protect me time and again. Had I truly known these things back then, I might well have sought out information about the Shadow Organization. That would inevitably lead to the Shadow Organization discovering him, and they would undoubtedly take action against him. Suemo pondered for a moment before looking up at Jiang Hanying and asking, then why tell me about this now? Jiang Hanying chuckled softly. It's a combination of factors, really.
First, Brother Sumo, your fame has grown too great. When I learned you intended to break Long Canghai's record, I debated whether to tell you. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble. Once you truly become powerful, you will inevitably draw the shadow organization's attention. I was genuinely worried about all that. But I figured if you traveled from Linen City to Fuyao City, nothing untoward might happen along the way. Once you reach Fuyao City and enter Fuyao Academy, there'll be even less to worry about. As long as you grow and strengthen yourself quickly, these threats won't affect you much. But later, I realized I was mistaken because you received that notice from the southern frontier. Only then did I finally understand you were never meant to be confined to a small world. Chapter 119, The Old Man Who Seems Off? Vote for Gold Selection. Zhang Haining spoke with deep emotion because you left Linen City for the southern frontier. From this point onward, what you'll face is this, Brother Sumo, you will inevitably draw increasing attention because of this. By then, the shadow organization will likely find you with ease. That's when I thought it best to inform you of these matters beforehand. Perhaps this way, you can be somewhat prepared. The shadow organization's greatest pride in surviving in this world lies in their possession of a weapon capable of shifting forms. This equipment can manipulate magical beasts, compelling them to serve the organizations, will be it a beast tide or any other force. It breaks the limitation that beast masters can only contract one beast or demon beast every 10 levels. For instance, the hundreds of beasts you encountered last night could have been easily handled by a single individual. Sumo's brow furrowed deeply. At this moment, he finally grasped the true might of the shadow organization. One person commanding an army. Add to that the fact that for years, no one knew how many members the shadow organization truly had. If every single member of the shadow organization were to mobilize, especially as demon beasts proliferate, just how formidable would they become? Zhang Haining continued, of course, Brother Sumo, I'm telling you this now not to urge you to continue investigating the shadow organization. I only wish for you to understand that the organization you now face is exceptionally formidable. In the future, it could easily destroy everything you hold dear. But precisely because of this, Sumo, you must grow stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you protect yourself and fulfill all the ideas and plans in your heart. The old man's death, my brother's death, and all the other events, they demand your relentless effort. At the same time, I urge you to be wary of every unfamiliar face around you. Be extremely cautious, it's highly possible one among them is a member of the shadow organization. Beware of them harming you. When that happens, you won't even have a place to cry. Sumo nodded earnestly. Rest assured, Sister Haining. Since you've chosen to tell me this, I trust you've weighed the pros and cons. I won't let you down. Rest assured, I'll approach everything I encounter with utmost caution from now on. Good. Zhang Haining chuckled. You truly live up to being the younger brother I favor, Sumo. You put my mind at ease. Oh, right, one more thing. Since you arrived in the southern frontier, have you encountered any strange or unusual people? What do you mean? Could the shadow organization have infiltrated already? Zhang Haining shook her head. Never mind. I won't tell you about it now. Sumo couldn't help but feel puzzled, wondering why she was being so evasive about these matters. Then Zhang Haining said, what you need to know is that Sister Jianya already knows. Shortly after you left, Sister Jianya arrived here. She was in seclusion training when suddenly, the Mystic Tower broadcast announced you'd broken a new record. She intended to come celebrate with you, only to learn you'd already departed. Sister Jianya was quite upset about it. Later, she asked me to tell you, she hopes you'll grow stronger as quickly as possible, and she also hopes you'll be extremely careful about your safety in the southern frontier, Brother Sumo. Sister, that's exactly what I wanted to tell you too. You absolutely must prioritize your safety. Though you're formidable now, with many hidden cards up your sleeve, and both you and I know your capabilities. But ultimately, these very things will only make others more determined to eliminate you or even imprison you. Therefore, you absolutely cannot afford any mishaps. In Linen City, in the future Fuyao City, and even within the demon-suppressing army you're joining, countless eyes are watching you, and many are praying for your safe return. Sumo nodded earnestly. Alright, rest assured, Sister Haining. I understand. Alright, since that's settled, I'll hang up now. Zhang Haining hurriedly ended the call. Sumo had intended to ask Zhang Haining why she'd spoken so evasively just now, but he never expected her to hang up so abruptly. After pondering it over and over, Sumo sighed to himself. Maybe Zhang Haining didn't want to talk about it, or maybe the time just wasn't right yet. Regardless, Sumo was undeniably feeling immense pressure right now. His gaze sharpened as he murmured to himself, who would have thought such an organization existed in this world? The shadow organization likely rarely targets ordinary people. Their goal is simply to dominate the world, to eliminate anyone who stands in their way. As for ordinary people? Once the shadow organization conquers the world, perhaps all these problems will be solved effortlessly. That must be why the shadow organization didn't harm me back then. Sumo smiled faintly. Yet now, he could finally grasp the underlying reason. It must be that within the shadow organization, they would gradually discover him growing increasingly formidable. They would realize that his future development would inevitably threaten their own ambitions, potentially driving them to take drastic measures against him. Given that, Suemo had to make his own plans beforehand to ensure his future safety.
At the same time, Sumo's thoughts turned to Jiangya.
The thought of that adorable girl, the one who had been inextricably linked to him from the very beginning, sent a wave of warmth through his heart.
He resolved he must not disappoint her.
He must strive to grow stronger, only then could he guarantee a future where he lived the life he desired.
With that, Suemo sighed, gathered his thoughts, and stood up to head outside. He retrieved 2 cultivation manuals from his storage ring and stood up to head out. Yet, the moment he stepped out, he froze. Before the door stood an old man, ostensibly looking around idly, yet his movements seemed deliberately evasive. Suemo frowned slightly at the old man's appearance, wondering who exactly was this person. Why was he standing right outside his room? "Hello," Suemo asked curiously, "have we met before?" The old man looked slightly awkward and quickly shook his head. "Young man, how could we have met before? What is it? Is there something you need?" Suemo shook his head. "Nothing. Probably just my imagination running wild." With that, Suemo focused his mind and activated the eye of all things to scan the old man's information. But Suemo discovered he couldn't see any information about the old man at all. He couldn't help but think, perhaps he'd misjudged the situation. The man was likely just an ordinary person doing odd jobs within the camp. Perhaps he was just curious after seeing that he had become a major general? After a moment's thought, Suemo shook his head, dismissing this absurd notion from his mind and paying it no further attention. Then, he set off toward the training room reserved for beast masters within the camp. Chapter 120, Breakthrough. Beast Tide approaches. Vote for gold selection. Meanwhile, at the Tiandao Pavilion of the Beastmaster Academy in Linen City, Zhang Haining had just ended her call. Sitting on the sofa, she kept patting her chest. She couldn't help but ponder, murmuring to herself, Suemo probably didn't notice anything just now, right? Thank goodness I kept my mouth shut and didn't reveal anything crucial. But if Brother Suemo investigates further, who knows if he might start suspecting something? Still, after telling him about the shadow organization today, Brother Suemo should be more vigilant now. Sigh, Zumo, I hope you won't disappoint your big sister from now on, and I hope you won't encounter any more danger. But how could that be? How could the shadow organization possibly let you off the hook? But despite all this, I can only leave it to fate. Before long, Suemo finally arrived at the Beastmaster's training chamber. Here, she would attempt to cultivate the 2 techniques she'd obtained from Zhang Haining, simultaneously enhancing her own strength. For the next few days, barring any major incidents or sudden beast swarms, she would dedicate herself to her cultivation here. Gazing at the 2 cultivation techniques in her hands, sword technique for slaying demons and grand heavy sword decision, Suemo briefly contemplated them and immediately sensed the formidable power within. A wave of astonishment washed over her. No wonder the demon slaying blade technique and the grand heavy sword decision could unleash such formidable power in the hands of Xiahai and Zhonantian. As he grew more familiar with them, Suemo increasingly sensed the profound and varied abilities within the 2 techniques. She firmly believed that once she mastered both techniques, they would undoubtedly bring significant changes to her future. Yet this would likely demand considerable time. In this world, what martial art or technique could ever be mastered overnight? Fortunately, Suemo considered himself young enough to have ample time to dedicate to this endeavor. At the same time, Sumayue now felt a sense of crisis creeping in. Originally, Suemo hadn't given it much thought, believing that rapid advancement alone would suffice. But today, upon hearing Zhang Haining's revelations about the Shadow Organization, Suemo finally understood, as his status and influence grew, drawing more attention, the Shadow Organization would inevitably keep a close watch on him. Then, he would face numerous perilous situations. Suemo refused to endure such trials and knew he had no choice but to grow stronger swiftly. Though he possessed immortality and no longer needed to fear for his life, one crucial issue remained: even with immortality, his opponents could still imprison him. In that case, Suemo would be utterly trapped, his freedom restricted for the rest of his life. Only by demonstrating overwhelming power, driving all demons and enemies far from his world, could he live longer and avoid having his personal freedom restricted. Suemo then began cultivating the demon-slaying sword technique and the grand combined sword decision. Meanwhile, his 2 tamed beasts Thunder Dog and Little Green Dragon remained by his side, offering constant companionship. After rising this morning, Suemo had already enhanced these 2 beasts through chi blood transformation. Both beasts had now reached their maximum enhancement capacity for the day. Now, Suemo needed to focus on his own advancement. Yet he failed to notice that outside his training chamber, the elderly man he had encountered earlier now sat there. The old man narrowed his eyes, sensing the various activities inside. He chuckled softly, murmuring to himself, "How interesting. Young man, I never imagined you harbored so many secrets unknown to me. These will all become tremendous driving forces for your future growth. I eagerly anticipate your swift development. Don't let anyone down." Suemo, of course, remained unaware of the events unfolding outside. He had been cultivating here for a full day, returning to his room only after night had fallen. This single day had truly brought Suemo immense growth.
He had grasped some unique mysteries within the demon-slaying sword technique and the grand heavy sword decision. All of this would form the foundation for his continued growth and serve as his primary trump cards for self-protection. Though he didn't know when such trump cards would be needed, it was always better to have more skills than not. Having a skill to safeguard his own safety was ultimately a good thing. Thus, Suemo spent a full 7 days in the southern frontier. Throughout those 7 days, Suemo trained relentlessly while keeping a close eye on the others. Jiangye held a special place in his heart. Even now, Suemo still didn't know how she was faring. Suemo had sought out Zhang Hanying for casual conversation. Zhang Hanying mentioned that Jiangye was currently growing and cultivating within a beast-taming academy. As for the exact extent of her cultivation progress, no one knew. Zhang Hanying also reassured Suemo that there was no need for such worry. When the time was right, the answers would naturally come. He was confident Jiangye would never disappoint Suemo. That evening, Suemo was in his room. Having just finished a day of cultivation, he was preparing to rest while constantly mulling over the information he'd gathered from Zhang Hanying over the past period. Xu Feng's disappearance most likely meant he had joined the Shadow Organization. Meanwhile, Zhao Yunfei, stationed in Linen City, had uncovered a trace of Xu Feng's whereabouts. Among his findings was a photograph, a token left behind by the Shadow Organization. That photograph was uniquely associated with the Shadow Organization. Therefore, it was now highly probable that Xu Feng had ties to the Shadow Organization. Long Canghai had also learned of this development, yet he found himself unable to take any action. What could he do? The Shadow Organization was notoriously elusive. Even if he tried to follow the clues now, it was likely already too late. Long Canghai could only worry privately that in the future, Xu Feng, his own younger brother, might become entangled in numerous incidents involving Suemo. He could only hope it wouldn't cause trouble for Suemo. Meanwhile, according to intelligence from Chao Yunfeng, the Beastmaster squad sent deeper into the hinterlands would return within 3 to 5 days. However, this severely impacted Sumo's schedule for returning to Fuyao Academy. Despite this, Suemo had no choice but to accept it. After all, the matters here were far more crucial. He had to be present to safeguard the safety of countless households. Over the past few days, aside from scattered low-level beasts appearing here and there, no major beast swarms had occurred. This development greatly facilitated Sumo's work and eased his burden considerably. But Sumo's mind was constantly preoccupied with Long Canghai's earlier warning about the next wave of beasts that might soon appear in the southern frontier. Furthermore, his recent lengthy conversation with Zhang Hanying had deepened his understanding of the Shadow's existence. Suemo suspected this wave might be closely tied to the Shadows. The Shadow. This organization, previously unknown to Suemo, had unexpectedly brought him so much trouble after he learned of its existence. He had no idea what form his future confrontations with this organization would take. Just then, the entire earth suddenly began to tremble. Suemo furrowed his brow, feeling the tremors beneath his feet. Decades of experience screamed at him, the beast tide was coming. Suemo snorted coldly, "Humph, I never expected it, but here it comes. Looks like this beast tide is the Shadow Organization's doing again? Fine. Today, I'll meet you head on. Since you're known as the Shadow Organization that can manipulate beasts, there must be someone pulling the strings, right? I wonder if I'll get to meet you today. If any of your people cross my path, I'll have a good long chat with you." It was worth noting that over the past 7 days, Suemo had leveled up repeatedly. Suemo now possessed 3,019 points of spiritual power, reaching the rank of a level 20 beast tamer. With his increasingly formidable spiritual power, his connection with Thunder Dog and Little Green Dragon would become even more seamless and effortless. Simultaneously, his vitality had surged to 1780 points, approaching 18 times that of an ordinary human. With a single punch capable of delivering thousands of pounds of force, Suemo could now effortlessly handle even young stage beasts, or even those in the adolescent stage, relying solely on his own strength. Notably, the Thunder Dog had now reached the first stage of the mature realm, while the Little Green Dragon and Little Fatty followed closely behind, both entering the first stage of the youth realm. Though these two beasts lagged by a major realm, the Little Green Dragon possessed innate abilities like bloodline pressure. Moreover, inheriting traits from the divine beast lineage, its attack power and other capabilities were on par with the Thunder Dog. Meanwhile, the Little Azure Dragon had now manifested its true form, stretching to 100 meters in length, a sight that was truly awe-inspiring. And all of this would all become Sumo's absolute strength when he faced the beast tide that would soon appear in the southern frontier. After a moment's thought, Suemo let out a cold laugh, "Umph. Now, let me see the results of my training over the past 7 days." In an instant, Sumo's intent flickered, and he materialized at the doorway in the blink of an eye. These were all manifestations of his newfound power. Yet, the moment he pushed open the door, Suemo froze in place. Chapter 121, Sumo's suspicion of the old man vote for gold selection. Sumo's brows were tightly furrowed. Seeing the figure that had materialized near the doorway, he couldn't help but frown. Originally, Suemo had dreamed of witnessing the beast tide's arrival, continuing its invasion of China's southern frontier.
He had finally thought he might have a chance to do something about it, to properly showcase the improvements he had gained through his relentless cultivation and growth over this period. He had also anticipated encountering members of the Shadow Organization, which was why he had rushed without delay to the southern frontier city walls. Moreover, under such a beast tide, what would all the people of the southern frontier do? The warriors of the southern frontier, everything they had done for so long, the purpose of everyone's efforts, the relentless training and all the other sacrifices, what was it all for? Was it not to safeguard the peace of the southern frontier, to protect the countless homes and families behind them? Meanwhile, around Sumo, various alarm systems began blaring one after another at this very moment. The alarms were exceptionally urgent. For all the warriors, the imperative was clear: prepare swiftly, fully arm yourselves, and take your positions upon the city walls to meet the oncoming tide of beasts. Yet when Sumo stepped out of his room and saw the old man standing before him, his brow furrowed involuntarily. Sumo instinctively asked, "Who exactly are you?" This wasn't the first time Sumo had seen this old man. He had seen him before. It had been 7 days ago when he first met this old man. At that time, Sumo had already felt a great deal of confusion about him, wondering who this person really was and why he kept appearing before him time and again. Initially, Sumo had assumed the old man might be a janitor or odd job worker within the military compound, perhaps drawn to his room out of curiosity or admiration. Yet as the days passed and Sumo witnessed him repeatedly, he realized the old man's presence stemmed from something else entirely. In the mess hall, during training sessions, Sumo would always spot him lurking in one hidden corner after another, watching him with obvious curiosity. Sumo could sense the curiosity in the old man's gaze, as if he harbored some particular emotion toward him. Each new encounter deepened Sumo's unease, fueling his suspicion about the old man's true identity. Especially when he recalled what Zhang Haining had told him earlier, that members of the Shadow Organization might be secretly planting agents one by one in the southern frontier to harm him. Sumo was no longer the same man he once was. He had already made a name for himself in the southern frontier's military, revered as a god of war among ordinary men, commanding the respect of countless people. But ultimately, Sumo was still just a mortal. No matter how formidable he became, what kind of storm could he truly unleash? Therefore, at that time, Sumo's status as an ordinary person meant he could never attract significant attention from the Shadow Organization. To put it bluntly, harming or even killing the Sumo of that era would have been child's play for the Shadow Organization. They wouldn't have given it a second thought. But the Sumo of today was different. Having become a beast tamer, she now had to consider her own safety, knowing the Shadow Organization would inevitably keep a constant watch on her. When seemingly harmless individuals began approaching Sumo one after another, she would inevitably face numerous threats from unknown sources. Ultimately, Sumo would have to pay the price. This realization made Sumo grow cautious. For the first time in recent memory, doubt began to stir within him regarding the person before him. Sumo began to question the true identity of this old man before him and the nature of their relationship. What was he scheming? Sumo never considered himself the type to be overly suspicious about everything, but the old man had appeared before him far too many times, forcing Sumo to become cautious. Sumo stared at the old man before him, his expression momentarily frozen in surprise. His brows furrowed as he spoke. "Old gentleman, what are you laughing at? I must say, I'm quite curious now. Who exactly are you?" The old man paused briefly before chuckling softly. "Why, young man, are you so curious about me? Is my identity truly that important to you?" Sumo responded without hesitation. "Over these past 7 days, this isn't the first time we've met. I've seen you repeatedly try to keep tabs on me. So, old gentleman, I am genuinely curious. What exactly are you, and what are your intentions toward me?" As he spoke, the heavy sword, the Lord of the Underworld, materialized in Sumo's hand. He effortlessly raised the heavy sword, then held it upright before the old man's eyes. His gaze sharpened slightly as he spoke coldly. "Old man, I think we should be frank with each other. You'd best tell me honestly who you really are and what your purpose is in approaching me. If I don't get a satisfactory answer, I'm afraid you'll pay the price for this today." The old man burst into laughter before replying. "Young man, I'm just an ordinary person within the military zone. Why focus all your attention on me? Think about it, what harm could I possibly pose to you? None, I'm sure. Why should you care about me? I'm merely curious about your abilities, curious about the status you've attained. In your young people's terms, what do you call that? A little fanboy. Heh, why not just consider this old man your fanboy? Wouldn't that be just fine?" Sumo stared intently at the old man before him. He never imagined the old man would utter such words to him. He thought he might extract some information from him, or perhaps force the old man to reveal something under pressure. But he realized he'd been overthinking it. Activating the Eye of All Things once more, Sumo summoned all his innate abilities. Through his recent exchanges with Zhang Haining, Sumo had grasped a crucial principle of the all-seeing eye. Its ability to probe levels was directly tied to the Beastmaster's own strength. For instance, when Sumo was a level 16 Beastmaster, he could only detect Beastmasters below level 26. Now, having reached the rank of a 20th level Beastmaster, Sumo's detection range extended to those below level 30. Any beastmaster below level 30 could not escape Sumo's all-seeing eye and would be detected by him. Yet, upon casting the all-seeing eye once more, Sumo discovered the old man before him remained as before without a single flaw. Chapter 122, Letting Sumo Escape Unscathed? Vote for Gold Selection. Sumo had once sought Zhang Heining's insight regarding this discovery. At the time, Zhang Heining had told him there were only two possible explanations. Either this person possessed strength superior to Sumo's, rendering him unable to probe deeper. Or this person was an ordinary individual, making it impossible to detect anything at all. Sumo frowned deeply, carefully weighing which possibility held true. Zhang Heining had once told him that the individual orchestrating the invasion of the southern frontier using these ordinary beasts, all at the juvenile realm stage, could not possibly be a powerful being. Those with true power possessed a proud and aloof sense of self-worth. If they truly intended to act, they would never come to the southern frontier to manipulate such low-level beasts. Similarly, if the intention was to scheme against Sumo, they wouldn't have chosen to send someone overly powerful. This was the shadow organization's absolute pride. They would strategically look down upon such things. As this thought crossed his mind, Sumo found himself strangely doubting his own judgment. He began to wonder if the old man before him was just an ordinary person. Yet, observing the old man's unflappable composure now, Sumo found himself growing even more perplexed. Maintaining such composure while facing the threat of a weapon was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Who exactly was this man? The question surfaced again in Sumo's mind. Could it truly be as he claimed, just an ordinary military personnel? Or perhaps merely a janitorial worker, as Sumo had assumed? As Sumo pondered this, the alarm sirens around him grew increasingly shrill. Sumo snorted coldly, his form shifting in an instant. He vanished from his spot, heading straight for the camp's outer walls. He had no time to entertain the old man now. He had to deal with the beast tied outside first. Watching Sumo depart, the old man smiled faintly and remarked, "Not bad, young man. You possess the vigilance you should have, and you've always been suspicious of me. It seems I won't need to keep proving myself to you. Your performance has satisfied me greatly. From now on, I'll just keep an eye on your safety." "Ah, Haning. Sunhai, you two care deeply about this youngster's safety, don't you? Neither of you wants to see him harmed. Rest assured, this old man will protect him. You care so deeply for him, don't I? I'm also eager to see just how far this boy can grow. I only hope he won't disappoint me." With that, the old man smiled faintly. The moment his toes touched the ground, his figure vanished instantly. His speed was several times faster than Sumo's earlier. Thump! 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 The footsteps echoed like a heavy hammer striking countless hearts, simultaneously signaling the tense atmosphere that now permeated the air. Everyone sprang into action. The remaining 2,000-plus soldiers within the military district moved without hesitation at this very moment. All were fully armed, wielding various weapons as they raced toward the southern city wall ahead. Sumo soon arrived at the scene as well. Taking 3 steps at a time, he soon reached the top of the wall. Xiao Yunfeng had already been standing on the ramparts, his brow furrowed as he gazed several kilometers ahead. Under the cover of night, a faint sense of unease lingered in everyone's hearts. Spotting Xiao Yunfeng, Sumo hurried over. Sumo was tempted to ask Xiao Yunfeng if he recognized the old man. But he reconsidered. His own assessment of the old man was merely that of an ordinary janitor. As a general in the military district, Xiao Yunfeng naturally wouldn't pay attention to such a person. After all, he couldn't possibly know every single individual. Especially someone so ordinary. Sumo quickly spoke up, "General, how far is the beast tied from here?" Xiao Yunfeng's brow furrowed as he replied coldly, "According to our latest drone reconnaissance, this wave of beasts is only about 6 kilometers away. Barring any surprises, they should come into our line of sight within 10 minutes. "Alright, General Xiao. Any concerns on your end?" Sumo inquired. Xiao Yunfeng shook his head slowly. "Nothing is amiss. However, the most formidable demon beast within that horde is." Sumo frowned and inquired, "What?" Hearing this, Xiao Yunfeng sighed instead. "This is precisely what I was worried about earlier. Our various equipment detected that this wave suddenly crossed over through a dimensional gate. There are over 400 beasts in total. Among them, there is even 1 mature stage demon beast and 2 young stage demon beasts at the 7th level." At this point, Xiao Yunfeng fixed his gaze intently on Sumo and said earnestly, "Brother Sumo, I trust our relationship needs no further explanation. My only question is this: facing these 3 beasts beyond the juvenile stage, do you possess absolute certainty, 100% confidence in eliminating them? If not, I urge you to depart immediately. I will contact every Beastmaster squad in the surrounding cities without delay. Whether they're civilian organizations or other groups, I will mobilize them all here to jointly defend against this horde of over 400 beasts." Sumo frowned deeply, his voice tinged with surprise. "General Qiao, you want me to leave?" Xiao Yunfeng hurriedly explained, "General Long places immense importance on you. He's deeply concerned about whether you can withstand these beasts' onslaught. He refuses to see you harmed in any way.
I've discussed this privately. General Long has always regarded you as the future hope of the demon-suppressing army. He firmly believes that as you continue to grow, you will reach a point where you can protect countless people, countless citizens.
That's why you cannot die here now.
Hearing this, Suemo paused slightly but quickly replied, General Qiao, if you put it that way, I, Suemo, have even less reason to retreat. As a member of the Huaxia demon-suppressing army, as a soldier, my duty is to defend our homeland.
Now, you tell me to desert my post in the heat of battle? How is that any different from being a deserter? Even if I were to survive, what meaning would it hold?
I would spend the rest of my life consumed by regret, reliving today's actions daily.
I doubt I could ever find peace again.
Xiao Yunfeng hurriedly interjected, do you realize that with your current strength, General Long once told you that you possess an unknown trump card within you? That's why, even with these two cursed talents, you've managed to survive unscathed. Though I don't know the full truth behind it, I refuse to see you threatened because of it. You must survive. You must grow stronger. Only then can you save more people in the future.
Suemo smiled faintly. Don't worry. You don't really think I can't handle it, do you? Chapter 123, What? Important news. Vote for gold selection.
Seeing the confidence in Sumo's expression, Xiao Yunfeng's eyebrows twitched slightly.
He asked instinctively, what do you mean by that?
I just wanted to let you know that I absolutely won't back down or waver because of this. Rest assured, my strength and that of my two beast companions make dispatching these beasts before us a trivial matter.
Suemo declared. Really?
Xiao Yunfeng blurted out urgently. This was precisely the most genuine thought in Xiao Yunfeng's heart. Through his ongoing conversations with Long Canghai, he had come to understand Sumo's true importance.
Long Canghai had also made it clear that Sumo's safety must be the absolute priority, no matter what.
At the time, Xiao Yunfeng had wondered if it was because too many people, whether in Linen City or the demon-suppressing army, were watching Suemo.
Could it be that the importance of these people was precisely why Long Canghai cared so deeply?
However, in subsequent conversations, Long Canghai clarified to Xiao Yunfeng that this was not the case. It was precisely because Suemo himself was so crucial. Though Xiao Yunfeng himself was not a beastmaster, he possessed considerable knowledge about their affairs. Long Canghai then explained to Xiao Yunfeng, a man cursed with a fatal affliction, who had repeatedly faced death and whom everyone believed would never amount to much, yet under such circumstances, this man had strived to grow stronger and now stood unscathed. He must possess some hidden trump card. It was precisely because of this hidden strength that Long Canghai paid him special attention. Xiao Yunfeng understood that in the future, Suemo would astonish everyone and achieve remarkable feats. Moreover, he might very well lead the demon-suppressing army to new heights, his importance potentially surpassing even Long Canghai's. That was precisely why Long Canghai had instructed Xiao Yunfeng to keep a close watch on Suemo and ensure his safety. This entire conversation made Xiao Yunfeng realize Sumo's significance. The sudden appearance of the gate to another realm today, which had unleashed countless demon beasts, sent a chill down Xiao Yunfeng's spine. As the drones dispatched by Xiao Yunfeng's forces scanned the area with various detection devices, they discovered 2 young stage 7th-tier demonic beasts and 1 mature stage 1st-tier demonic beast. Xiao Yunfeng wondered if Suemo could withstand the threat. He feared that if Suemo suffered any misfortune because of this, he would become the scapegoat. He certainly didn't want to bear the weight of countless accusations and face Long Canghai's scathing criticism. He understood that if Suemo survived today, it would likely lead to a favorable outcome for the entire demon suppression army, countless warriors, the southern frontier, and various factions and individuals. That was why he had made this decision. At the same time, Suemo also grasped the gravity of the situation. In this world, demon beasts emerged through 2 primary means. First, environmental factors, perhaps infection or genetic mutation, caused many animals to undergo drastic changes, transforming them into demon beasts. Second, all demonic beasts traverse through portals to this world, emerging from unknown realms to descend upon the entire world. Once all the beasts had descended, these portals vanished without a trace. This very phenomenon has made magical beasts a major headache for governments and organizations across China and countless nations worldwide. Currently, governments and organizations worldwide have developed methods to detect demonic beast energy and track their movements. However, the appearance of the gate to another world is entirely unpredictable. This uncertainty causes many to worry anxiously, fearing that a sudden attack might leave them unable to make decisions or take action. Fortunately, this portal had descended upon the southern frontier, where Suemo was stationed. Suemo glanced at Xiao Yunfeng and chuckled. "General Qiao, don't worry. Do you really think I'm a pushover? If I dared to come here alone, attempting to save the southern frontier, it proves I possess the ability to deal with them. So rest assured. Even if it's a mature realm stage 1 demon beast, you might not know that on the 25th floor of the Mystic Tower, I faced opponents of that exact level, 2 of them at that I destroyed them both in one fell swoop without losing a single soldier. And now we're only facing a single mature stage demon beast? Besides, I haven't been idle these past days. Do you truly believe I've been doing nothing, that my cultivation has yielded no results? My current strength is far beyond your need for concern.
At these words, Xiao Yunfeng blurted out urgently, "Really?" As he spoke, his eyes flashed with intense excitement. He thought to himself, Su Mo was right. Though he wasn't particularly familiar with the Mystic Tower, Su Mo's explanation had made him understand the nature of the beasts within. If Su Mo wasn't deceiving him now, then didn't that mean he truly possessed the strength to handle the upcoming mature stage demon beast? At this thought, Xiao Yunfeng finally let out a chuckle. His mood lifted considerably as he slowly replied, "All right, with your assurance, I can rest easy. I no longer need to worry about more casualties among our warriors, nor about the countless lives and homes of the city behind us." Su Mo smiled faintly, patting Xiao Yunfeng on the shoulder. "Rest assured, I've got this covered. If the data is correct, this next wave of over 400 beasts should be easily dealt with." Su Mo asked curiously, "Old Xiao, over these past 3 years in the military, I've learned a thing or two. I understand perfectly well that the appearance of the gate to the other world happens without warning. But I still can't help wondering, hasn't anyone, not even the researchers from our Huaxia demon-suppressing army or other major organizations, ever detected the slightest hint of an interdimensional gate's arrival? Is it truly impossible to predict, with no discernible pattern whatsoever?" Xiao Yunfeng sighed. "Ah, that's not entirely true. I understand your perspective and your reasoning. Truthfully, for our Huaxia demon-suppressing army, if we could grasp the patterns or other signs of these portals descending upon our world in advance, perhaps we wouldn't have to deal with this headache. But, in the very beginning, there were indeed patterns to follow." "What did you say?" Su Mo froze upon hearing this. He urgently asked, "Are you saying that long ago, we actually discovered patterns regarding the appearance of portals to other realms in this world?" Chapter 124, Preparing for the Beast Tide's Return Seeking Gold Votes. Xiao Yufeng nodded solemnly. "Yes, we did identify relevant patterns before. But for some reason, these patterns don't seem as predictable as what we've observed. Let me put it this way, before a portal first manifested, there would be significant fluctuations in air temperature, erratic weather patterns, and changes in magnetic fields. These were all patterns and manifestations associated with portals descending upon our world. Initially, we did indeed use these patterns to predict where the gate would appear. We even developed specialized detection equipment nationwide, deploying it across the country to maintain control over the portals. However, we later gradually discovered that the appearance of the portal to the other world followed no discernible pattern whatsoever, which proved quite a headache for us. So later on, we didn't place much more emphasis or preparation on those surveying devices." Su Mo listened, his brow furrowed, nodding slightly as he finally grasped some information about the portals. For some reason, a nagging premonition took root in his mind, as if the gate's emergence wasn't as straightforward as Xiao Yunfeng described. Yet, for the moment, he couldn't fathom any other possibilities. Thud. 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 The relentless stomping of countless demonic beasts echoed across the ground, like the relentless footsteps of a grim reaper, sending a chill of unease through everyone's hearts. Every ordinary soldier nearby felt a wave of unease wash over them, even panic. No one wished to face this catastrophe. It meant war, death, brutal combat, and the loss of lives. For every warrior present, who among them wasn't someone's child, or a parent to their own children? Among them, young and old, men and women each had a family, a story, and a world to protect. Yet at this moment, to protect China, to defend the southern frontier, to safeguard the countless homes and people behind them, they chose to give everything they had. Every soldier of the demon-suppressing army faced death without flinching, fighting fiercely against the demonic beasts to defend their homeland. Living in such an environment, Su Mo truly felt exceptionally fortunate. In the China he had known before his journey, countless soldiers had also dedicated their lives to this very cause. As long as they could see China continue to enjoy a time of peace and prosperity, with the nation thriving and its people secure, they did not consider these sacrifices significant. Their hearts were filled with unwavering faith. This was the faith passed down through 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, a legacy forged by all the heroic martyrs and forebears of China. And now, even after traveling through time to the present, Su Mo could still feel this spirit. He truly believed that being born on Chinese soil, becoming a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, was the greatest joy of his life. Thus, Su Mo resolved in his heart, no matter what, he would protect these brave Chinese soldiers today. The previous Su Mo had come here precisely because he was concerned for the safety of the southern frontier and all its warriors, choosing to protect this place's peace at all costs. Now, as the beast tide approached once more, how could Su Mo possibly abandon this mission? Though he harbored lingering doubts about today's beast tide, a sense that he had overlooked some crucial detail, he could only focus all his attention on the impending onslaught. Standing atop the city walls, Su Mo could hear the deafening roar of over 400 demon beasts charging madly as the horde advanced. Su Mo could feel it too, even from atop the ramparts. The ground beneath his feet trembled violently. Xiao Yunfeng beside him couldn't help but sigh, slowly saying, "It seems the beasts arriving this time are quite massive. This commotion is far more intense than before. Unfortunately, our detection equipment was destroyed by this horde before it could transmit any detailed imagery. I suspect there are countless flying beasts among them as well." "Su Mo, my friend, enough talk. You must prioritize your safety. Do not act impulsively or try to prove yourself.
Every soldier in the Huaxia demon-suppressing army fears neither life nor death, but no one wants to see you pay with your life. As long as you survive, there will always be hope for the future.
Xiao Yunfeng said. Su Emo shook his head and smiled confidently.
Old Xiao, don't give me that discouraging talk here. I don't know what you think about this, nor how you perceive my performance or my strength, but I hope you can rest assured and wait to see what I do next. As Sumo's words fell, nearby soldiers instinctively armed themselves, standing at the ready.
After a moment's hesitation, murmurs began to spread. Did you feel that? The commotion, the aura. It seems the beasts arriving today are more formidable.
Yeah, and I just heard the company commander say that among the beasts arriving this time, there are even young and mature stage beasts.
I wonder if Major General Su Mo can hold them off. Who knows? But what else can we do besides pin all our hopes on Major General Su?
Right now, within the southern frontier theater of the demon-suppressing army, he's the only beastmaster we have.
There's nothing else we can do. Damn it, I don't care anymore. Screw these damn beasts. Even if I die here, so what? As long as I can use this life to kill one beast, it's worth it.
As long as I can protect these people and let them live happily, I'll die with no regrets. The soldiers harbored all manner of thoughts. At this moment, none feared death. Even facing unknown dangers, unseen demon beasts, or uncertain hardships ahead, no one chose to give up. Yet even Su Mo failed to notice that in a shadowy corner of the city wall, the old man he'd been watching, the one he'd long suspected, stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes burned with intensity, as if he could see the unfolding events in the distance. A faint, cold smile touched his lips. Oomph. It seems my suspicions were correct after all. The shadow organization, you've become increasingly sophisticated. But never mind that I'm still around. Even that boy Su Mo, you probably can't stand up to him. I'm quite looking forward to seeing you lot get your comeuppance over this. Even if that boy Su Mo faces danger because of this, I absolutely will not stand by and let him be harmed by you. Finally, a voice rang out from somewhere in the ranks. Look! The beast tide is coming. Chapter 125, Life and Death with the General Vote for Gold Selection. As the soldier's cry rang out, all the surrounding warriors began to stir with agitation. Every pair of eyes turned toward the front, filled with intense worry. Su Mo and Xiao Yunfeng were no exception, their eyes fixed intently on the approaching tide of beasts. Their expressions turned grave. About 3 kilometers from the southern frontier walls, the farthest their vision could reach, a dense, pitch-black mass loomed under the moonlight. The sheer sight of it sent a wave of intense anxiety surging through everyone. Such an overwhelmingly dark mass ultimately instilled panic in everyone. Without hesitation, Su Mo grabbed the night vision binoculars nearby and scanned the distance. Finally seeing the scene 3 kilometers away, his brow furrowed deeply. A sigh escaped his lips before he spoke slowly. Sure enough, there are dozens of flying magical beasts among them. No wonder all our aerial detection equipment was successfully suppressed and destroyed by this horde. Moreover, these beasts are significantly larger than those in the wave that arrived 7 days ago. Su Mo was shocked. Damn it! Venomous scorpions, enchanted rabbits, iridescent scaled crocodiles, flame-breathing oxen, thunder frogs. So many elite beasts from the ordinary tier have all appeared at once. Su Mo glanced at Xiao Yunfeng and instinctively asked, Old Xiao, did the previous beast tide feature this many high-tier, high-damage skill beasts within the ordinary tier? To Su Mo, while magical beasts shared a tier system with tamed beasts, they also possessed inherent strength disparities. This disparity was reflected in the unique skills each beast possessed, skills that defined their inherent traits. This explained why so many people had mocked Su Mo when he acquired the Thunder Dog earlier, completely dismissing its potential. This demonstrated that even within the same tier, there existed a hierarchy among beasts and beast masters, a sort of food chain within the realm of beast taming. Take the Thunder Hound, for instance. Its innate nature feeds on vital energy, making it an unpopular choice among beast tamers. Simultaneously, for magical beasts themselves, their diverse skills, destructive power, damage output, and other attributes all serve as criteria for judging their relative strength. Hearing Su Mo's words, Xiao Yunfeng also frowned. Having fought in the southern frontier for so many years, he had seen every kind of storm and naturally understood the strengths and weaknesses of magical beasts. Among the hundreds of common grade beasts, he understood their strength distribution. Upon hearing Su Mo list those 5 beasts, Xiao Yunfeng frowned and blurted out, What? So many beasts possessing high-tier skills within the ordinary tier have arrived. This was unprecedented in any beast tide that had ever occurred in the southern frontier. It seems things are becoming increasingly unexpected. These beasts possess unique traits, and under their coordinated attacks, we might truly be powerless to resist. Su Mo nodded silently, sharing Xiao Yunfeng's concerns. Over the past 3 years, Su Mo had experienced countless battles in the southern frontier, including numerous beast tide invasions. Their perspective remained consistent. The mere appearance of 2 high-level beasts of ordinary rank in each wave was already a headache, and such waves were termed major beast waves. Sometimes, the severity of a beast tide wasn't solely defined by its numbers. The combat strength of the beasts, the grades of the various magical beasts, and other factors all played major roles in determining its rating. Su Mo never imagined so many high-tier magical beasts would appear.
Xiao Yunfeng asked anxiously from the side. Suemo, are you confident you can handle this?
Suemo immediately smiled with confidence. No matter how formidable these beasts are, no matter their rank, today they simply cannot stand against me.
Rest assured.
Today, I will find a way to ensure every last one of these beasts remains in the southern frontier.
This is my promise to the countless homes behind me, and a testament to my own strength. Suemo chuckled and bellowed, all soldiers, hear my command.
In an instant, as Sumo's words fell, the thousands of soldiers standing on the city walls behind him were startled by the sheer power of his voice, amplified by his high vitality.
They never imagined Suemo could project such a penetrating voice without any amplification.
After a mere moment of stunned silence, the entire army roared in unison, reporting for duty, Major General Su. Beside him, Xiao Yunfeng cast a curious glance at Suemo.
Suemo gave a cold laugh before declaring, all soldiers of the Southern Frontier Theater, hear my command. From this moment on, you shall fight alongside me.
With a thunderous roar, a single stone sent ripples across the pond.
Every soldier was stunned, their eyes brimming with astonishment as they stared at Suemo.
They certainly understood that this wasn't just telling everyone outright that all the warriors could now stand down, simply watching Sumo's actions from here without needing to act.
But the soldiers murmured among themselves, what? Did I hear that right? Major General Su wants us to just stand by and watch him? Has he lost his mind? This is a high-level beast tide.
Sure, most are young beasts, but there are plenty of young adult and mature beasts mixed in.
How could General Su possibly handle this?
Yeah, I never imagined General Su would actually have a stand guard here for him.
What if something goes wrong? What if he gets injured? What will we do then? Exactly.
7 days ago, General Su traveled all the way from Linen City to be here. He's been tirelessly protecting us all, charging forward without hesitation.
Are we really just going to stand by and watch him put himself in danger? As some soldiers finally snapped to attention, they shouted towards Suemo, General Su, you absolutely must not. You absolutely cannot risk yourself like this. Let us fight alongside you. Yes, General Su.
Your selfless journey here 7 days ago to save us has already filled us all with gratitude. Old Zhao here owes his life to you, General Su.
Now you ask me to abandon fighting alongside you and stay here to cover your back? That's not something old Zhao could ever do. General Su, you gave me this life.
Even if I die here today, I will never let you face this alone. Fight alongside General Su to the death, defending the southern frontier. More and more soldiers were alarmed by Sumo's suggestion to hold the rear. As their emotions grew more intense, the idea of Suemo leaving them to guard the rear alone became increasingly unacceptable to them. Even the most disciplined soldiers voiced their respect for Suemo, pleading to stand with him in this battle.
Chapter 126, The Entire Army. Guarding the general's flank vote for gold selection. Truth be told, Suemo was genuinely moved. The selfless dedication of these soldiers moved him deeply.
They were willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with him to face whatever came. During the 3 years before Sumo's discharge, he had shared life and death experiences with every soldier in the southern frontier. Though those days were arduous, they had forged an indelible bond in everyone's hearts. It was precisely because of these bonds that no one wanted to see Suemo face such a threat alone. Everyone wanted to stand shoulder to shoulder with him through thick and thin. Even as they faced the formidable beast tide ahead, Suemo merely chuckled. His heart held its own confidence.
Xiao Yunfeng couldn't help but smile slightly. Hearing Sumo's words, he instinctively blurted out, brother, have you lost your mind? You want the entire army to hold the line for you while you charge the beast tide alone? Are you out of your mind? Do you even know how dangerous the beast tide ahead is? It can only be overcome through the combined efforts of all our warriors. If you persist in this stubbornness, I'll have to report this to General Long. Even if it means bearing the blame and enduring your curses, I refuse to let you face any harm. What will I do when General Long pokes fun at me behind my back? Suemo chuckled. That chuckle actually startled Xiao Yunfeng. He instinctively asked, why did you suddenly laugh? Suemo smiled and said, alright, old Xiao, how could I not know what's on your mind? How could I not understand how worried you are about my safety? But what I want to tell you is this, rest assured. I understand your concerns perfectly well, and I know you don't want to see me in danger. But I have confidence, that's why I made this decision. And it was precisely during my last visit that I witnessed so many warriors, fearless in the face of life and death, giving everything they had. This time, I will fight for their future. Rest assured, these beasts are no match for Suemo. Dealing with them will be a breeze. Xiao Yunfeng asked curiously, you're not lying to me, are you? Suemo nodded, and Xiao Yunfeng's inner conflict only grew stronger. Just then, Xiao Yunfeng's phone rang. The beasts were closing in, advancing toward the southern frontier cities at a rate of 1 kilometer per minute. Xiao Yunfeng sighed inwardly, muttering under his breath, damn it, who the hell is calling me right now? But when he pulled out his phone, he froze. The caller ID displayed none other than Long Canghai. Startled, Xiao Yunfeng nearly dropped the phone. He quickly answered and stammered, General Long, why are you calling? Long Canghai replied slowly, I've received reports of the beast tide attacking the southern border. How is it? Xiao Yunfeng, what's the situation over there? Do you have the capability to withstand this beast tide?
Xiao Yunfeng urgently replied, General Long, I was just about to tell you this. You might not know this, but Major General Su Mo ordered the entire army to support him while he plans to face the beast tide alone.
I can't talk him out of it anymore. General Long, why don't you speak with him?
Seeing the phone appear before him, Su Mo froze for a moment. He waved his hand and shook his head helplessly, thinking to himself that even though Xiao Yunfeng was a grown man, he still liked to tattle. Su Mo smiled, took the phone, and spoke slowly, Hello, General Long, it's me.
Long Canghai's voice came through the line, Su Mo, have you lost your mind? You're choosing to face the beast tide alone? Do you realize that going it alone is the greatest taboo in the demon-suppressing army?
Our demon-suppressing army has always had strict regulations forbidding such actions.
Su Mo smiled faintly. Of course I know.
That's precisely why, General Long, if I didn't possess absolute confidence and strength, how could I possibly make such a decision?
Long Canghai asked curiously, so you're saying you're confident you can take on every single demon beast? Su Mo declared with unbridled arrogance, of course. You don't take on a job you can't handle. Long Canghai, unexpectedly, fell into hesitation. After repeated pauses, he instinctively pressed, Spill the beans, kid. How certain are you that you can eliminate every demon beast before us? Without a moment's thought, Su Mo replied without hesitation, 100%, of course.
Long Canghai wasted no more words. He handed the phone to Xiao Yunfeng and said, Xiao Yunfeng, agree to Su Mo's request for today. Let him demonstrate his prowess before the entire army. Let the entire demon-suppressing army witness the true might of the figure they revere as a war god. At the same time, let Major General Su Mo establish himself as a role model and an image in the hearts of all soldiers. Let them strive towards such a goal in the future. Accept Major General Su Mo's request today.
Xiao Yunfeng urgently retorted, General Long, you were the one who said Major General Su Mo is too important that I must protect his safety.
That's why I stopped him from facing the beast tide alone. And now you're actually joining him in this reckless endeavor.
Long Canghai laughed heartily. So what?
In all my years, I've rarely indulged in such reckless fun.
Enough.
Today, I'll grant his request.
Before Xiao Yunfeng could say another word, Long Canghai hung up. Xiao Yunfeng turned to look at Su Mo. After a long moment, he could only sigh.
You, Su Mo, my brother, I truly don't know what to say to you.
Should I call you mad, or just plain reckless? Fine. Xiao Yunfeng chuckled, then picked up the nearby megaphone.
Scanning the area, he bellowed, All soldiers of the Southern Frontier Theater, hear my command.
All soldiers roared in unison once more. Xiao Yunfeng hesitated for a few seconds before finally speaking, All soldiers, rally behind Major General Su Mo. With a thunderous roar, the announcement sent shockwaves through the ranks.
Despite their shock, hesitation, and worries, at this very moment, everyone was stunned by Xiao Yunfeng's words. They now understood that their only course was to obey Xiao Yunfeng's command. Some warriors couldn't help but think, good heavens, what is General Qiao doing? Is he joining General Su in this madness? Has he lost his mind too? General Su alone was already insane enough to try fighting all the beasts before him single-handedly.
Why is General Qiao getting involved too?
Countless soldiers and officers each harbored their own thoughts, each filled with deep concern.
Su Mo, however, merely chuckled.
He simply wished to experience the various results he had gained from his recent training. As for whether it was exaggeration or arrogance, neither applied. Su Mo was confident that with the aid of his two beast companions Little Azure Dragon and Thunderdog, confronting the army of over 400 demon beasts before him would be a mere trifle.
Chapter 127, Dragon Breath sweeps 10,000 li, revealing divine might.
Vote for gold selection. Though his words might sound exaggerated, they reflected Su Mo's most genuine thoughts at that moment. Noticing the worry in every warrior's eyes, Su Mo smiled faintly and said, No need for such concern, everyone. Today, I'll lead our southern frontier war zone to victory. With that, Su Mo patted the Thunderdog standing beside him and glanced at the little green dragon perched on his shoulder. He spoke slowly, Little fatty, lightning, this horde of beasts shouldn't pose much of a challenge for the two of you, right? The two imperial beasts, Little Green Dragon and Thunderbolt Hound, responded joyfully. The little green dragon instantly manifested its true form in midair. All around, the soldiers and officers froze in shock when they saw the 100-meter-long dragon appear in the sky. Good heavens, what is that? What an enormous dragon! Is this the result of General Su's cultivation over the past 7 days? Holy cow! I distinctly remember General Su's Qinglong was only around 50 meters long a week ago. How could it possibly be 100 meters now? Terrifying. Just seeing this colossal dragon obscuring the sky gives me an overwhelming sense of pressure. Is this the confidence Major General Su brings? No wonder Major General Su is so confident, so certain he can single-handedly withstand the beast tide today. It's all because of this. Well then, I finally don't have to worry about anything now. Though I wonder how long this battle will last for Major General Su? As the warriors continued their discussions, Su Mo chuckled softly. Then, soaring into the air alongside the Thunder Dog, he landed directly upon the back of the little green dragon.
He even found himself wondering if calling it the Little Azure Dragon was still appropriate.
After all, the Qinglong lineage had now grown to 100 meters in length, a size that could hardly be called small. Still, standing atop the little green dragon's back at this size felt exceptionally comfortable. Sumo stroked the dragon's scales on its body, causing the little green dragon to wriggle its body repeatedly, as if it were being affectionate. Sumo chuckled softly, gazing at the demon beast now only 1,000 meters from the southern frontier walls.
"Let's go, little fatty," he said slowly.
"Today, I'll let these beasts taste the formidable might of the Azure Dragon lineage. Today, let these beasts taste the formidable might of your Azure Dragon lineage." The little green dragon let out a dragon's roar, soaring into the sky and vanishing in an instant. As the warriors frantically searched for them, in the blink of an eye, they realized the little green dragon had already carried Sumo and the Thunder Dog to the very apex of the demon beast horde.
The young Azure Dragon's roar instantly froze the movements of over 400 demon beasts.
They stood frozen in place, hesitant to move, daring not to make a single sound. Hovering directly above them, the young dragon opened its massive jaws. A swirl of azure flame coalesced within its mouth, eventually forming a fiery orb radiating scorching heat. With a slight nod from the young dragon, the fireball plummeted downward. Within mere seconds, a thunderous boom echoed as the fireball slammed into the ground, striking the very center of the surging horde. The earth trembled violently in its wake. All the warriors on the southern border city walls nearly lost their footing, barely managing to steady themselves. When they turned their gaze forward, they froze in shock.
Good heavens, what kind of power is this?
So powerful, truly powerful. Look, blue-green flames are rising from beneath every beast in the horde.
Even though they're about a kilometer away, why do I still feel this scorching heat? Holy crap, this is terrifying. Is this the formidable power General Su wields over beasts? It's just too strong. Look at those demon beasts.
They're being scorched by the flames and scattering in all directions. Some lower-tier beasts collapsed lifeless the moment they escaped the flames. Goodness, so powerful, truly formidable. I was wondering where General Sumo got his confidence from, worrying about his safety and fearing he might get hurt.
Turns out I was overthinking everything.
With General Sumo's beast at his command, what else is there to worry about?
Our earlier worries were completely unnecessary. Watching the scene unfold before them, all the warriors finally understood. Sumo truly had something to rely on. Sumo's beast companion, the Azure Dragon, unleashed its second skill, Dragon Breath 10,000 miles.
Within the reach of Dragon's Breath across 10,000 miles, the Azure Dragon's fiery breath could be unleashed at will within a 100-meter radius, scorching everything in its path. Originally, the little green dragon's Breath had a release range of 100 meters in diameter. But since Sumo had repeatedly enhanced it, and the little green dragon had reached the first stage of the youth realm, its skills had rapidly upgraded. Bloodline Roar reached level 4, while Dragon's Breath across 10,000 miles advanced to level 3, expanding its range from 100 meters to 200 meters. The over 400 demon beasts before him were spread out in an area roughly matching the new breath's coverage, placing them entirely within the blue dragon's breath. It must be understood that among all beast tamers, the Azure Dragon lineage stands as an absolutely formidable presence. Beasts simply lack the qualifications or capability to confront the Azure Dragon lineage at the same level, let alone these mere juvenile stage beasts.
Sumo could still see 3 beasts swiftly fleeing the fiery formation at that moment.
They had reached the farthest edge, now watching Sumo in the sky ahead with intense vigilance. Sumo's gaze instantly sharpened. With a flick of his thoughts, he activated the Eye of All Things. Finally discerning the overall strength and various details of these 3 beasts, he chuckled coldly, "Humph, no wonder. No wonder these 3 beasts could escape Xiaopang's dragon breath from 10,000 miles away. These 3. So they were the young and mature stage beasts after all. Woo!"
Just as Sumo pondered, the little green dragon beneath his feet let out a weak whimper and began to sway. Chapter 128, Young Master Su is truly powerful. Vote for gold selection. Hearing the sound, Sumo looked down. He saw the little green dragon's body swaying unsteadily in midair, visibly on the verge of collapse, its exhaustion growing by the moment. After sensing its condition, Sumo's heart skipped a beat, fearing something was seriously wrong. But he soon realized it was simply because the little Qinglong, Xiaopang, was exhausted. After all, unleashing the 10,000-mile dragon breath had nearly drained all the power within his body. Such exhaustion was understandable, and Sumo breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the little green dragon was fine. Although Sumo could use the Chi Blood Rebirth Array to restore the little green dragon's body, just then, the dragon shifted its form mid-air and was about to plummet to the ground. Sumo and the Thunder Dog swiftly landed on the ground together. The little green dragon's dragon breath had completely burned out. The ground now looked no different from usual, save for the countless beast corpses scattered about, emitting a distinct burnt odor. After landing, Sumo hastily cradled the little green dragon in his arms and asked softly, "Little fatty, how are you? Can your body still hold out?" Xiaopang nodded urgently, letting out a whimper, as if using his will to tell Sumo he could still endure. This finally allowed Sumo to breathe a sigh of relief. His greatest fear was that something might have happened to the little green dragon that would break his heart. Fortunately, no matter what Xiao Qinglong faced, Sumo firmly believed that with his innate curse-type abilities blood reincarnation or blood healing he could ultimately cure him by expending his own vital energy. Sumo possessed this confidence, yet he now faced a dilemma. Although his body held the power of immortality, he couldn't manifest this ability. If he were to activate the Qi blood rebirth array to repair Xiao Qinglong, he would inevitably fall into a state of extreme weakness. At that point, others would inevitably sense the unusual state within his body. Sumo wasn't foolish. How could he possibly reveal himself like that? After all eyes were on him now. Fortunately, the little green dragon could recover on its own through rest. Sumo murmured softly, "Little fatty, hang in there a little longer. Once I've dealt with the other beasts, I'll restore you." With that, Sumo retrieved a meal from his storage ring and offered it to the little green dragon's mouth. The little green dragon opened its mouth and slurped it down, a faint glimmer of vitality flickering briefly in its eyes. Watching the little green dragon's body slowly recover, Sumo finally exhaled a long breath. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment, a series of chaotic footsteps echoed out. Sumo turned his head to see, in the distance, a color-scaled crocodile at the 7th stage of the youth realm, a flame ox at the 7th stage of the youth realm, and a thunder frog at the 1st stage of the mature realm, all heading toward the depths of the southern forest. Instantly, Sumo's brows knitted together. His gaze, sharp as a sword, fixed on the direction the three beasts had vanished. Simultaneously, his mind raced, based on his past combat experiences, under the bloodline suppression of the little green dragon, a stage 1 mature realm beast rider or even a young realm beast rider would be utterly powerless against its overwhelming pressure. Even when the little green dragon was merely at the 7th stage of the juvenile realm, within the mysterious mechanism tower, all the virtual beasts either bowed in submission, dared not touch it, or had their cultivation levels suppressed. Yet now, Sumo couldn't fathom why these three demon beasts stood before him unscathed, seemingly oblivious to the little green dragon's oppressive aura. This puzzled Sumo, causing his brow to furrow as a different thought gradually formed in his mind. But now, he had no time to ponder. Glancing at the little green dragon, now collapsed on the ground and restored to its bird form, Sumo said, "Little fatty, rest well here. Leave the remaining three beasts to me and Lightning. The two of us can definitely handle them." The little green dragon let out a whimper, its eyes clouded with a hint of disappointment, as if grieving that it hadn't been able to fight alongside Sumo until the very end. Sumo didn't dwell on it. The little green dragon had already done more than enough. Could he really expect it to fight from start to finish? As a beastmaster, one could recontract a new beast every 10 levels. What truly mattered was the teamwork and coordination between the beastmaster and their beast companions. This world is never a paradise for lone wolves, nor does it permit any beastmaster to stake their entire future on a single beast. That would be nothing short of a sacrilege against combat and a disregard for one's own life. Old Joe. Keep an eye on little green dragon for me. I'll be back in a moment. Watching the three beasts flee from his side, nearly vanishing from sight, Sumo snorted coldly. He intended to uncover whatever hidden secrets these creatures carried. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunfeng atop the city wall nodded urgently. Understood. Rest assured, Major Sumo. I'll handle it. Sumo gave a slight nod before turning his gaze to the thunder dog beside him. Man and dog exchanged a nod. In an instant, both vanished from their positions. On the city walls, all the ordinary soldiers and officers who witnessed Sumo's actions couldn't help but be stunned. That was terrifying. Is that really Major General Su? I never imagined that Major General Su, who possesses dual talents in martial arts and beast-taming, could be this formidable. Yes, I always thought his greatest strength was his beast control, the dragon he possesses. But now, it turns out his own personal strength is also formidable. And that thunder dog, it seems under his training, it's become quite powerful too. Exactly. While we don't know the full extent of Major General Su and that thunder dog's combined power, I think we finally have nothing to worry about today. What else could it be? Look, over 400 demon beasts have already suffered heavy casualties. Only 3 have fled in disarray. This is a monumental victory for our southern frontier, and the most resounding triumph for all our warriors. Listening to the buzz of discussion among countless soldiers and officers around him, Xiao Yunfeng's lips curved into a faint smile, his heart brimming with satisfaction. He was deeply pleased with the achievements Sumo had brought about. It must be said, Sumo had successfully established himself as a role model in the hearts of all the warriors, becoming a figure they deeply respected. Xiao Yunfeng shouted loudly, "Comrades in arms, from this day forward, we must never forget how we came to possess all that we have now. Since joining our ranks 3 years ago, Major General Sumo has led us into battle against the beasts. He saved countless lives and, just 7 days ago, secured our very survival. I hope everyone will forever remember this day. Sumo is the goal we should all strive to become. Even if we cannot become beast masters, we must still rely on our own combat strength, our courage to charge forward, and our fearlessness in the face of life and death to do something for this world, for the countless homes and people behind us." At these words, the warriors' expressions grew solemn. One by one, they nodded in agreement with Xiao Yunfeng's words. Chapter 129, Heavy Sword Unsheathed. Charge into battle. Vote for gold selection. Immediately afterward, Xiao Yunfeng descended from the city walls, leading a fully armed squad. They charged forward at full speed, soon arriving at the location of the little green dragon. Seeing the young dragon's weakened state, Xiao Yunfeng stepped forward and gently lifted it into his arms. The little green dragon struggled fiercely, thrashing violently in his arms until it finally wriggled free. For a moment, Xiao Yunfeng froze, utterly baffled by the young dragon's current state. He stood rooted to the spot, a look of confusion creeping across his face. Finally, he muttered to himself, "What's going on? Is there a specific way to hold a beast? Did I do something wrong just now? That shouldn't be it. What's really happening?" But just then, the little green dragon mustered its strength, leaping into the air. It soared over Xiao Yunfeng and dashed straight behind him. Xiao Yunfeng froze upon witnessing this scene, as if suddenly understanding something. Sure enough, the little green dragon flung itself into the arms of a female officer standing behind him. Then, with glazed eyes and an expression of pure bliss, the little green dragon settled comfortably in her embrace. This. Xiao Yunfeng was dumbfounded. He wasn't stupid. How could he not see that the little green dragon's current expression looked anything but normal? He finally understood why the other soldiers and officers who had come along were all frozen in place. Especially the female officer. Holding the little green dragon, feeling its fluffy fur, and sensing nothing unusual about its body, she lifted her head and looked at Xiao Yunfeng with an awkward expression, scratching her head. Xiao Yunfeng chuckled helplessly. Never mind. Since this adorable little beast favors you, you can take care of it. I don't know how to look after beasts anyway. The female officer froze in place. Little Qinglong whimpered softly, as if telling the officer, "You don't need to take care of me. I just need to lie here with you, and I'll recover on my own." Everyone chuckled in silence. Who would have thought that the beast Major General Su possessed would be like this, acting like a little pervert? In the midst of their dash, Su Mo sneezed. After scanning his mind, he finally grasped what the little green dragon was up to. With a helpless expression, Su Mo muttered under his breath, "Damn it, you can't walk past a woman, can you?" With no choice, Su Mo had neither the mood nor the energy to deal with this now. Ahead, the colorful scaled crocodile, flame ox, and thunder frog were about to vanish from sight, now only about 200 meters away from Su Mo and the thunder dog. Su Mo spat angrily before commanding in a deep voice, "Lightning, pick up the pace. These three beasts must stay in the southern frontier today." As he spoke, his figure vanished instantly from the spot. In that moment, he resolved to pursue them with all his might. Seconds later, Su Mo stood directly before the three beasts. They halted their pacing, their eyes blazing with fury as they glared at him. Sumo's gaze sharpened, his eyes radiating a fierce, commanding presence. He spoke in a low voice, "I wonder what's so unusual about you three beasts. How is it that under the bloodline suppression of the little green dragon, you remain completely unharmed? Not only are you showing no reaction, but you're moving about freely. But it doesn't matter. Whatever secrets you three beasts hold, I will uncover them soon enough." The three beasts continued to dig at the ground where they stood, emitting low, growling sounds one after another. After activating the Eye of All Things and confirming their strength, Sumo's mind raced with thoughts. His current vital energy stood at 1788, equivalent to the 7th stage of the youth realm. Sumo thought to himself that with his current abilities, combined with the great heavy sword technique and demon-slaying blade art he had mastered over the past 7 days, facing two 7th-stage youth realm beasts simultaneously shouldn't be a problem. The remaining beast at the first stage of the mature realm and the Thunderdog Lightning were both at the same cultivation level. Sumo was confident Lightning could handle the Thunder Frog with ease. Sumo spoke slowly, "Lightning, I'll leave that frog to you. Don't be fooled by its size. That frog stands over a meter tall. And like you, it's also a lightning-type beast. Be extremely cautious, don't linger too long in its grasp. Its lightning bolts carry venom. If you're struck too many times, you won't gain anything from this." Thunder Dog barked twice solemnly, signaling to Sumo that he needn't worry, it would handle the task with utmost seriousness. Only then did Sumo relax, patting its head. In that instant, the blue-purple lightning surged around its body. Over the past 7 days, after successfully breaking through, the Thunder Dog's strength had grown formidable. Its basic claw strike skill had reached level 8, while its lightning flash ability, which enhanced its speed, had also reached terrifying levels. Simultaneously, Sumo felt an even stronger premonition than before. He increasingly sensed that the latent power within Thunder Dog Lightning seemed to be growing more intense. Though lacking Zhang Heining's beast-taming perception, Sumo could sense the Thunder Dog's power gradually nearing its full potential. While he didn't know exactly when it would be unleashed, he firmly believed that day was drawing near. His gaze then fell upon the two creatures ahead, both at the 7th stage of the youth realm, a multicolored scaled crocodile and a flame-breathing ox. One was a crocodile covered in iridescent scales that shimmered with an intense glow. Though visually striking, the hidden danger, the potent venom lurking within those scales, compelled Sumo to exercise extreme caution. The other creature, a flame ox, was covered in fiery red fur that radiated scorching heat at that very moment.
Even as it breathed in and out, scorching flames erupted from its nostrils, compelling Sumo to take it seriously. Both beasts were at the 7th stage of the youth realm, matching Sumo's strength, yet each possessed formidable unique abilities. Sumo couldn't be sure if he could gain an advantage against them, but regardless, he would have to face these two beasts today. He would either take them down himself or wait for the Thunder Dog to finish off the Lightning Frog and come to his aid. In any case, this battle was unavoidable. As Sumo's heavy sword, Lord of the Underworld, appeared in his grasp and he charged forward wielding it, all the soldiers and officers on the rear city walls froze in shock. Chapter 130, General Su. Survive. Vote for gold selection. Within the rear ranks, every eye was fixed on Sumo charging forward, including Xiao Yunfeng's. Watching Sumo charge forward with his two beasts, locking horns with every demon beast in his path, Xiao Yunfeng's heart was already filled with deep concern. After all, Long Canghai had given him special instructions earlier. Long Canghai had explicitly instructed him to protect Sumo, ensuring he suffered no harm whatsoever. The thought alone brought a wave of headache to Xiao Yunfeng. In the southern frontier, how could anyone possibly have such smooth sailing? Ultimately, one would face crisis after crisis. In the southern frontier, life and death were the most commonplace matters. Ironically, this was what warriors cared about the least, yet it did nothing to diminish the fear that welled up in their hearts. No one wished to perish in this battle, nor did anyone want to leave this world, to be separated from their loved ones and friends. So when the beasts descended upon this world, every warrior Xiao Yunfeng included desperately hoped someone would step forward to hold them back, allowing more comrades to survive. Yet even so, Xiao Yunfeng knew these hopes would likely remain unfulfilled. Then, especially 7 days ago, before Sumo had arrived, Xiao Yunfeng's heart was filled with unbearable anguish. He truly did not wish to see himself and all his comrades in arms depart from this world, nor did he wish to see the countless homes and countless people behind them leave this world as a result. Yet suddenly, Sumo appeared. His very appearance seemed to bring a glimmer of hope for survival to this world and to all of them. Through Sumo's battle, they finally achieved victory, securing this triumph and successfully protecting their own lives, the land beneath their feet, and the countless homes and families behind them. Yet, precisely because of this, Xiao Yunfeng later uncovered some unknown secrets about Sumo. Though many things remained unclear to him, Sumo's formidable strength and extraordinary nature were deeply etched into Xiao Yunfeng's mind. It made Xiao Yunfeng realize just how much attention Sumo's current status attracted, and precisely because of this, Xiao Yunfeng was utterly unwilling to see Sumo suffer even the slightest harm. Not only would Sumo's image crumble in the eyes of all the warriors, but it could also lead to Long Canghai blaming him for everything. After all, as Long Canghai had stated, Sumo now represented the very future of the entire demon-suppressing army. Though he didn't know what exactly Long Canghai valued in Sumo, Xiao Yunfeng understood that all of it was likely a secret Sumo himself would keep buried deep within his heart. As a beastmaster, their combat prowess was inherently limited. Consequently, many beastmasters buried their secrets deep within, never to be revealed to most people in their lifetime. This very fact meant that few truly understood the various hidden cards a beastmaster held. Thus, Xiao Yunfeng remained unaware of Sumo's hidden cards. Even Long Canghai himself likely didn't know. Watching Sumo's two beasts display such formidable signature power at this very moment, Xiao Yunfeng couldn't help but feel a moment of stunned silence. Holy crap! Is this truly the power of a beastmaster? How old is he? Barely 18 years old, yet he possesses such formidable prowess and commands such powerful beasts to defend the peace of the southern frontier. This kid's future is absolutely boundless. What I can't fathom is the true extent of his power. How does he maintain such overwhelming strength while commanding so many beasts? How does he keep pushing himself to new heights while his body remains seemingly unaffected? Xiao Yunfeng understood Sumo's situation. He possessed the cursed talent of Qi blood rebirth. To everyone else, this seemed like a mockery of existence itself. Yet he couldn't fathom why Sumo, despite possessing such a talent, one that everyone believed would surely shorten his lifespan, still displayed such formidable prowess. In fact, judging by his physical condition, there seemed to be absolutely no deficiency whatsoever. Xiao Yunfeng had even researched certain beast tamers, particularly Sumo's Thunder Dog. This creature, scorned by countless beast tamers, fed on human qi and blood. Under normal circumstances, its cultivation speed would be severely hampered. Yet now, the Thunder Dog was terrifyingly formidable, showing no hesitation even when facing a mature stage demon beast from afar. This left Xiao Yunfeng utterly perplexed. How had the Thunder Dog achieved such a level of power? Had it truly transformed into its current form by consuming Sumo's vital energy during the blood reincarnation war? If that were the case, it only deepened his bewilderment. But for the moment, he couldn't quite articulate his thoughts. Regardless, for the southern frontier, today's battle against this beast tide must be met with utmost vigilance. He also firmly believed that Sumo would not disappoint anyone. Meanwhile, all around them, the warriors frowned deeply, their eyes clouded with worry. Good heavens, am I seeing this correctly? Is General Sumo actually going to face those three beasts alone? Good heavens, what on earth is General Sumo up to? His dragon-shaped beast has already dealt with most of the beasts. But look, those last three beasts are about to leave. In this situation, General Sumo absolutely doesn't need to take such a reckless risk. And his last beast, the Thunder Hound, no matter what, it couldn't possibly hold off 3 beasts at the youth realm and mature realm levels.
Yeah, has General Sumo lost his mind? Doesn't he care about his own safety at all? This is a sure way to get hurt. Some warriors watched Sumo shouting ahead, unconcerned whether he could hear them. General Sumo, please return. Don't pursue desperate foes. If these 3 beasts wish to flee, let them go. Why risk your own life? Yes, yes. General Sumo, you truly have no need to do this. You've already done enough to protect the southern frontier and spare us the hardships of war. There's no need to get yourself into such danger. Good heavens! Can't we do anything for General Sumo?
7 days ago, General Sumo came here and saved us all, saved the southern frontier, saved the homes and people behind us.
Now he's risking everything again, charging headlong to face 3 powerful beasts. This is sheer madness.
Yes. When General Sumo first appeared in our southern frontier 3 years ago, none of us imagined he would become this formidable. Seeing him charge headlong into danger like this now, it truly pains me.
Chapter 131, All Eyes on Sumo. Vote for gold selection. At this moment, for all the warriors present, it was truly unbearable to witness Sumo risking his very life.
Deeply troubled, they desperately wished to spare him such hardship. Just a week ago, Sumo's very presence here protecting their safety, resolving that most brutal battle, saving countless warriors had already been an immense blessing for them. Yet now, Sumo was charging headlong into the thick of the fight without regard for his own safety. It truly left everyone speechless. Tears welled up in everyone's eyes. They were all profoundly moved by Sumo's actions. Sumo was that kind of man, forever disregarding danger, ignoring all pain and torment.
Time and again, in such circumstances, he scaled new heights, time and again leading countless warriors to successfully repel the demon beast invasions.
In the past, everything Sumo had done had earned him the deep admiration and respect of countless warriors.
His actions brought the warriors unprecedented joy and an unparalleled sense of security.
Precisely because of this, Sumo gradually became known to all as the god of war, a figure of faith in everyone's hearts, steadily occupying an exceptionally important place in the eyes and minds of all.
This very situation meant that whatever Sumo did now drew the care and concern of many. Concern and worry for Sumo, he was now the focal point in everyone's eyes.
Watching Sumo, his hand gripping the familiar heavy sword, Lord of the Underworld, as he faced off against 2 or 3 beasts, some clenched their fists tightly. Tears welled up in the eyes of some, while others felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and join Sumo on the battlefield. Just then, Xiao Yunfeng roared, "Halt!" All the surrounding warriors froze in place, turning to look at Xiao Yunfeng. The warriors shouted even louder. "General Xiao, why? Major General Sumo is fighting so fearlessly on the front lines, risking his life. Are we supposed to just stand here and watch?" "Yes, General Xiao. How can we bear to watch General Sumo fight alone against all this? How can we accept this? General Xiao, let us advance. We truly wish to fight alongside General Sumo. Even if the enemy is a youth realm beast, even if it's a mature stage demon beast, we would die without regret. General Su shows such fearlessness in the face of death. At just 18, he possesses such a broad-minded spirit and makes such sacrifices. What is there we dare not do?" Observing the torrent of words pouring forth, Xiao Yunfeng sighed deeply, yet his brow remained furrowed as he spoke coldly. "Enough. Do you think I'm unaware of your current thoughts? Do you believe I don't understand the status and standing Sumo holds in all your hearts? Do you truly believe I don't yearn to charge forward? Do you think I don't long to stand shoulder to shoulder with Sumo? But consider this, since joining the Southern Frontier strategic campaign 3 years ago, when has Sumo, the young Major General, ever fought unprepared? What has always commanded respect about Major General Sumo is his formidable command abilities, his sharp intellect, and his foresight in warfare. It is precisely because of his formidable strength that we have endured far less suffering and torment. Now, since Sumo has decided to face these demon beasts alone with only 2 tamed beasts, it proves he is absolutely certain of his own capabilities. What would we gain by rushing in recklessly now?" Seeing the confusion on all the warriors' faces, Xiao Yunfeng spoke coldly, "We would only cause him trouble. If Sumo were to get injured because he was holding back for our sake, could you bear the consequences?" Finally, with Xiao Yunfeng's words, all the warriors snapped out of their daze. Yes, they now realized they had been too hasty earlier. Their concern had clouded their judgment, and they had genuinely feared something might happen to Sumo. But they hadn't considered the most crucial point. If they had actually engaged in the fight and gotten hurt, or if Sumo had paid extra attention to them because of it, there was a real possibility, a high probability that Sumo would focus on and help him. If something truly went wrong then, if Sumo were to get hurt again because of them, they would undoubtedly feel terrible. Only upon realizing this did all the soldiers finally snap out of their daze. They lowered their heads, their eyes brimming with profound embarrassment. Some even turned to Xiao Yunfeng and said, "General Xiao, we're sorry. You're right. We were mistaken, and we wrongly accused General Sumo. If we had charged forward and been injured, General Sumo might well have suffered harm because of it."
Seeing their reactions, Xiao Yunfeng exhaled deeply. Truthfully, he too was deeply concerned about everything Sumo was currently enduring. How could he not care about Sumo's safety? But often, things didn't unfold as Xiao Yunfeng imagined. Xiao Yunfeng was deeply concerned, but even with that worry, what could he possibly do? At this moment, the only thing he could do was wait silently here. Lifting his head to gaze at Sumo a kilometer ahead, Xiao Yunfeng could now clearly discern an extraordinary resilience and fearless determination radiating from the figure's silhouette. Xiao Yunfeng's brow furrowed deeply as thoughts raced through his mind. Sumo, you absolutely cannot falter now. If something truly happens to you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to all the warriors. I wouldn't know how to explain it to Long Canghai. I wouldn't even know how to explain it to all those who care about you and hold you dear in other parts of Linen City. You must survive. Sumo, meanwhile, watched the color-scaled crocodile and flame ox relentlessly clawing at the ground before him. A cold smile touched his lips. For two 7th-tier youth realm demon beasts, an ordinary beastmaster would likely have to rely on their own beast to fight alongside them against these two. Beast tamers themselves generally possess no combat ability. Facing these two beasts, if their tamed beasts couldn't hold their own, they'd have no choice but to accept death. Yet in this world, there existed an anomaly, a dual cultivator of martial arts and beast taming. That anomaly was Sumo himself. Chapter 132, Mental Force Manipulation? Seeking gold votes. In this world, the dual cultivation of martial arts and beast taming is no longer a secret. Yet many beast tamers have long recognized that when facing demonic beasts, none possess the ability to combat or oppose them directly. Therefore, an increasing number of beast tamers aspire to enhance their personal strength, turning to martial arts cultivation as their path. The problem is, most beast tamers possess physical constitutions indistinguishable from ordinary people. In fact, years of focusing on cultivating their spiritual power often leads to enhanced mental abilities but leaves their physical strength notably lacking. Consequently, throughout the land of Huaxia, there has been a nationwide push to encourage beast masters to continuously improve their physical fitness. In combat, this translates to greater self-preservation capabilities. At the very least, should their tamed beast encounter serious trouble, the beast master would have a better chance of escaping. Though retreating might seem insulting to a beast master, this has been the reality in countless battles over the years. Beasts are excessively vicious and brutal. They show no regard for anything, and their combat techniques are exceptionally savage. These monstrous beasts, driven by such twisted nature, will stop at nothing when confronted with humanity, human settlements, or anything connected to humans. They will seek to destroy it all by any means necessary. It is precisely this relentless assault that has left humanity's entire homeland teetering on the brink. Ultimately, it has forced mankind to cling to survival in the present day, enduring an existence of extraordinary hardship. Who wouldn't yearn for an era of peace? Yet such a dream remains elusive. The beast savagery has forced all beast tamers to endure their brutal attacks. Should their tamed beasts lose their combat ability or perish, the tamers themselves face nothing but death and ruin. This is precisely why the Great Huaxia Empire vigorously promotes and advocates for beast tamers to train themselves once more, to cultivate martial arts, and to develop the ability to face the apocalyptic crisis. It is the primary reason for cultivating the self-preservation skills needed to survive the ravages of the beasts. But ultimately, these are still ordinary people. All warriors, all beast masters, they have far too much to accomplish. Warriors have it somewhat easier, needing only to enhance their physical hosts. But beast tamers face immense difficulty. This is precisely why dual cultivation of beast taming in martial arts has always been a rare feat. Beast tamers are too busy. Their daily intense cultivation already consumes an enormous amount of time. Those who can still find time to train their bodies are extremely rare. Add to that the need for innate talent, comprehension, and willpower qualities beast tamers struggle to possess, making them truly one in a million. Fortunately, Sumo was one of those rare individuals. After joining the Southern Frontier Warzone, Sumo started as an ordinary person who hadn't yet awakened his innate abilities. It was precisely because of this that he mastered numerous combat techniques under Zhou Nanshan's tutelage. Through repeated trials, Sumo's willpower was forged. Witnessing countless life and death partings only strengthened his conviction that he could drive away the demon beasts and deliver fatal blows to them. This conviction fueled his unwavering belief that he would make every demon beast pay the ultimate price. Sumo had always acted upon this conviction. Fortunately, hard work pays off. After 3 years of rigorous training, Sumo finally succeeded in elevating himself, becoming a prodigy in the martial arts. He mastered the Great Union heavy sword technique. Upon returning to Linen City, he also awakened his talent as a beast tamer. Ultimately, he became a prodigy, excelling in both martial arts and beast taming, drawing astonishment and envy from countless people. Yet one unexpected twist left Sumo somewhat bewildered. He had believed the grand heavy sword technique he learned under Zhou Nanshan was the most perfected version, convinced the master had imparted everything he knew. But to his astonishment, Zhou Nanshan had held back a crucial element. The great heavy sword technique Sumo had mastered previously amounted to merely 1/3 of the original.
Truth be told, when he obtained the complete version of the Grand Heavy Sword technique from Jiang Hanying, Suemo had harbored some dissatisfaction or perhaps a lingering regret. He wondered if that old fox Zhou Nantian had withheld the full techniques, questioning why he'd only imparted 30% of the art. However, as he grasped the various techniques within the Great Union Heavy Sword Manual and fully understood its essence, Suemo finally realized the remaining 70% of the manual was fundamentally tied to mental energy. In that moment, Suemo unlocked the door to a new world. He discovered that a beastmaster's spiritual power wasn't just for controlling beasts, it could also be harnessed for oneself. By channeling spiritual energy through his own body, he could elevate his entire being's strength. In other words, spiritual power could enhance a beast's strength, unlock its latent potential, and ignite its combat drive. Simultaneously, it could also elevate the beastmaster's own capabilities. Yet this all hinged on one crucial prerequisite: the practitioner of the great merging sword art must be a dual cultivator of martial arts and beast-taming, possessing formidable physical constitution. Otherwise, the baptism and onslaught of this mental energy would likely prove unbearable for an ordinary person. This is precisely why Zhou Nantian never entrusted Suemo with this technique back then. This very reason had left Suemo harboring such lingering doubts. But now, Suemo harbored a resolute conviction. He was profoundly grateful to Zhou Nantian. He was profoundly grateful that Zhou Nantian had imparted these teachings to him back then. By enhancing his physical prowess, Zhou had successfully guided him to enter the path of martial arts. He was also grateful that Zhou Nantian had later entrusted him with such a monumental gift. Though his current physical vitality was merely 17 times that of an ordinary person, when combined with the activation of his spiritual power, Sumo's true strength far surpassed what he currently displayed. Yet whether he could effortlessly defeat the two demon beasts before him remained uncertain. The rainbow-scaled crocodile and the flame ox were both beasts renowned for their defensive prowess and unique traits. They were exceptionally powerful among ordinary grade beasts, virtually unmatched within their tier. The rainbow-scaled crocodile possessed exceptionally thick scales that shimmered with iridescent light, though this radiance was coated in the viscous mucus secreted by its body. This mucus was highly toxic. Once it came into contact with the skin, it was absolutely impossible to treat with any of the world's current scientific capabilities. As for the flame ox, its thick, rugged hide and massive frame radiate scorching flames from head to toe. Approaching it is exceedingly difficult for ordinary people, and for a beast tamer untrained in martial arts, getting close is practically impossible. Chapter 133, Deeper Insights into Sword Techniques. Vote for Gold Selection. Fortunately, Suemo had cultivated martial arts. His physical toughness and enhanced capabilities were far beyond what ordinary people could match. Thus, today, Suemo faced these two demon beasts with immense confidence. Suemo patted the head of the thunder dog beside him. The dog barked twice. Finally, with lightning constantly flickering across its body, it charged toward the distant thunder frog. The thunder frog opened its mouth, lightning coiling around its tongue. As it lunged forward, the bolt struck precisely where the thunder dog had just been standing. The thunder dog reacted swiftly. Boosted by its thunder flash skill, it instantly vanished from its previous position. It swiftly reappeared beside the thunder frog, plunging into a fierce battle. Both the beast and its rider possessed the same lightning element. Both unleashed the latent potential within their bodies, amplifying their speed capabilities. Naturally, this resulted in their speeds being evenly matched. Suemo had no idea who would emerge victorious in this battle. But one thing Suemo understood clearly now: his only course was to find a way to engage the fight head-on. At the very least, he couldn't let the thunder dog fight alone. Sumo's plan was to focus on his duel with the rainbow-scaled crocodile and the flame ox. At the very least, he aimed to eliminate one of them, or at least severely wound both, crippling their combat effectiveness. That way, he could then join the fray to support Thunder Dog. With that, Suemo swung the heavy sword Hades in his hand. The massive blade cut through the air, stirring up a whirlwind of wind and waves. This was Suemo channeling his mental energy, unleashing formidable power from within his body. Under this power, the heavy sword king of the underworld felt as light as a feather in his grasp, whirling through the air to create wave after wave of sword wind. Raising the heavy sword to point at the rainbow-scaled crocodile and flame bull ahead, Suemo lifted his face and sneered coldly, "Come on. Today, let me, Suemo, see just how formidable the two of you truly are." In truth, Suemo had already heard the countless warriors behind him, each one harboring profound concern for his safety. Yet upon hearing this, Suemo felt an extraordinary surge of joy and deep emotion welling up within him. He was moved that within the army, in the eyes of all the soldiers and officers, he could command such profound respect. Suemo felt exceptionally pleased. Who wouldn't be happy to receive such esteem from others? At the same time, a resolve hardened within Suemo: no matter what, he must now demonstrate even greater strength. He absolutely could not let anyone down. He had to make them witness his formidable growth. As time ticked by, the flame ox and color-scaled crocodile had opened their mouths slightly, their eyes flashing with displeasure. It seemed as though Sumo's taunts had struck a nerve, making them feel looked down upon. The fire bull and color-scaled crocodile let out low growls one after another. Finally, the two beasts strained every muscle and charged swiftly towards Suemo.
Their bulky bodies were simply too massive. Wherever they trampled, the ground trembled with each step. The constant rumbling made it difficult for anyone to stand firm on the ground. Simultaneously, it felt as if heavy hammers were pounding on everyone's hearts, gradually plunging them into panic. Yet Suemo remained utterly unfazed by it all. Armed with his unyielding resolve, he was certain he would emerge victorious today. Charging forward, Suemo unleashed his first strike against the bodies of the rainbow-scaled crocodile and the flame ox. This was a newly mastered technique from the Grand Union Heavy Sword Art. Beginning with the second volume of the Great Union Heavy Sword Technique, every subsequent move required spiritual energy to activate. Suemo reflected that calling it spiritual energy was less accurate than describing it as a form of internal power. Spiritual force was indeed a type of internal power, and this power could not only be channeled into all his beasts but also harnessed for his own use. Suemo stepped before the flame ox, halting abruptly. He lowered his center of gravity into a horse stance, anchoring his dantian as the core. Like a torrent, he channeled his spiritual energy into the sword. This spiritual energy then surged through Sumo's limbs and meridians, instantly infusing into the heavy sword. Sumo's arms now guided the heavy sword, executing a diagonal slash from right to left, starting from above his head. In that instant, harnessing the rotational force from his waist and the inertial momentum gained from lowering his center of gravity, he channeled every ounce of his body's power into the blade of the heavy sword. Suemo let out a sudden, thunderous shout at that moment. His voice pierced the heavens, searing itself into everyone's minds like a branding iron, instantly galvanizing their spirits. His feet anchored to the ground like iron stakes, his torso twisting with effortless fluidity. A howling wind surged through the air, whipping up a violent storm that sent countless grains of sand and pebbles flying. A heavy sword descended with brutal force, its icy glint illuminated by moonlight. Wherever its icy edge passed, the air itself seemed to shriek with a piercing roar. Even those standing a kilometer away felt the overwhelming aura emanating from Sumo's strike the moment he executed it. They sensed the overwhelming power emanating from Sumo's heavy sword, as if the entire sky were crushing down upon the earth. A crushing pressure weighed upon their spirits, leaving them gasping for breath. And precisely at that moment, during Sumo's slow downward swing, an arc-shaped blade aura erupted. In an instant, it slashed across the flaming ox in a sweeping arc. The flame ox let out a furious growl. Facing the Beastmaster's defiant gaze, it felt its pride deeply wounded. After all, it was a demon beast, a vicious, ruthless one at that. Thus, it began to underestimate Suemo, intending to brace its body and endure the blow head-on. Yet the scene that unfolded next exacted a terrible price from it. Chapter 134, Is Suemo a monster? Vote for gold selection. In a world ravaged by demon beasts, these creatures oppressed countless humans daily. For the beasts, this had proven a sweet taste of victory, naturally breeding in arrogance beyond measure. Now, facing Suemo ahead, this flame beast was acting exactly that way. At this moment, it paid no heed to Sumo's strength. To it, Suemo seemed as insignificant as an ant, utterly unworthy of concern. As the massive sword chi approached, the flame ox casually blocked it with a mere sideways shift of its body. Yet, the moment the sword chi struck its body, with a sharp thud, it pierced right through its thick hide and fur. The instantaneous searing pain shot through its nerves, causing the flame ox to let out a piercing, agonized bellow. Stunned, its eyes bloodshot, it stared at the foolish human before it. The flame bull couldn't comprehend how this mere mortal could display such formidable power. Suemo suddenly let out a cold laugh. He saw a massive gash on the side of the flame ox's body, a wound deep enough to expose bone, still spewing countless bursts of scorching flames. Its very blood was burning fiercely. Truly worthy of the name Flame Ox. Earlier, Suemo had harbored some doubts, wondering if his sword chi could truly harm this beast. But now, all his worries vanished. Among creatures of equal tier, especially after mastering the updated techniques of the Grand Heavy Sword Art, Suemo brimmed with confidence. He was now invincible. He smirked and chuckled, amusing. They say beasts of the wild are mindless creatures, and it seems they're quite right. Facing my attack, it doesn't even try to dodge. Ha! Does it look down on me? But then, I wonder if you'll like this move of mine. The flame ox panted heavily. From the gash on its side, blood mixed with burning flames seeped steadily downward. Upon hitting the ground, the flames slowly extinguished, and the blood on the surface gradually dried. Bloodshot eyes blazing, the flame bull faced the human who had wounded it, its rage now fully ignited. Then, the flame bull charged forward on all fours, hurtling towards Suemo. Meanwhile, the colorful scaled crocodile, sensing its companion's injury, let out a roar before charging towards Suemo with lightning-fast movements. Sumo's eyes narrowed. He knew well that even with his strong confidence at this level of power, it didn't mean he was arrogant. He certainly didn't want to act like those villains in TV dramas facing an army of heroes, raising a finger and bellowing, "Come at me all at once." He considered that utterly foolish. As the old saying goes, to catch the thief, first catch the king. Since these two beasts had no clear leader, he would deal with one first. Thus, harnessing his mental energy, Suemo instantly amplified his speed throughout his entire body. In that instant, he became a blur and vanished from his original position. Behind him, when all the warriors saw Sumo vanish, they couldn't help but gasp in shock, exclaiming repeatedly, "Good heavens! General Su, is he some kind of monster? How can he be this strong?" Yes. General Su was already formidable with his beast-taming skills alone, but who knew his personal abilities were this powerful too? Could this be what they call mastering both martial arts and beast control? Is this General Su's true strength, his formidable display? Goodness gracious, no wonder General Su was once hailed as a war god. Even before, relying solely on his physical prowess and raw strength, he could make all young stage demon beasts pay a heavy price. And over the past month, General Su seems to have grown even more formidable. Indeed. Under veteran Zhou's guidance, General Su repeatedly trained with the heavy sword. When veteran Zhou passed away, he bequeathed the heavy sword of the Nether King to him. Unexpectedly, General Su has now finally unleashed the even more formidable power of the heavy sword, Lord of the Underworld. I feel that bestowing the heavy sword King of the Underworld upon General Su and having him wield it was the most correct decision possible. I was worried whether General Su could handle these beasts, but now I have no doubts. Indeed. Seeing General Su cripple the Flame Ox with a single strike, I believe he will steadily wear them down and ultimately claim victory. And look at General Su's other beast, the Thunder Dog. It seems to be handling the Lightning Frog with remarkable ease now. Though the two sides remain locked in a stalemate, at least it's a 50-50 situation. All the warriors felt considerably more at ease than before. Soon, unmistakable smiles spread across their faces, each person radiating joy. Even Xiao Yunfeng, standing at the very center, suddenly broke into a smile. At this moment, Xiao Yunfeng no longer had to constantly worry about Sumo's condition. No longer did he need to agonize over how he would explain things to Long Canghai or how he would face the guilt towards Sumo's friends and family who cared deeply for him. Seeing Sumo's formidable display, Xiao Yunfeng felt a surge of satisfaction, yet he was also secretly astonished. Good heavens! Could this be the formidable power granted by the dual cultivation of martial arts and beast taming? He's completely different from any powerful martial artists or beast tamers I've ever encountered. Over the years, Xiao Yunfeng had fought countless battles in the southern frontier. As a general, he had naturally encountered many prodigies who mastered both martial arts and beast taming. Yet he had never witnessed anyone like Sumo, who could wield his techniques with such consummate mastery. Xiao Yunfeng felt an extraordinary surge of excitement within him. Yet the more he felt this, the greater his anticipation grew, anticipation that Sumo would surely deliver some unexpected display in the moments to come. Watching the Flame Ox struggle under the immense impact and damage to its flank, its movements grew increasingly cumbersome. Sumo finally let out a cold laugh, thinking to himself, "Flame Ox? You really do act like a big, dumb oaf. After inflicting such damage on you, you don't even consider why I'm so fearless, why I can hurt you. Instead, you just keep charging crazier and crazier." As the Flame Bull charged relentlessly toward Sumo suddenly let out a cold laugh, his eyes glinting with mockery. He then summoned his spiritual energy once more, channeling it into his legs. His internal energy ignited one meridian after another within his legs. Under this relentless stimulation, Sumo instantly felt a power surging through his legs several times stronger than usual. Then, Sumo leaped into the air with explosive force. Chapter 135, The Demon-Slaying Blade emerges once more. Vote for gold selection. Previously, Sumo could already leap tens of meters high or even higher thanks to his physical abilities, which were dozens of times superior to those of ordinary people. But now, fueled and enhanced by his spiritual energy, Sumo's power had grown even more formidable. The explosive power in his legs propelled him soaring into the air, reaching a height of about 30 meters before leaping forward. A kilometer behind him, all the warriors were stunned. Such superhuman, unimaginable power was displayed by Sumo with such effortless ease. The very thought of it felt terrifying and hard to believe. Yet in that instant, Sumo reached the air above, fixed his gaze on the flaming ox below, and thrust his heavy sword downward in a vertical strike. From the initial explosive leap, propelling him skyward like a cannonball, to the sudden descent of the heavy sword at its zenith. At that very instant, the heavy sword erupted with an intense blaze of light. Such was the brilliance that the surrounding air seemed to freeze, its temperature dropping several degrees in that single moment. Under everyone's gaze, Sumo plummeted through the air like a meteorite, the sword tip driving viciously into the Flame Ox's body. Despite the Flame Bull's formidable physical defenses and the sword's lack of a true edge which might seem incapable of inflicting harm to others, yet the force of gravity combined with the psychic energy swirling around its surface transformed it into the sharpest blade imaginable. With effortless precision, it pierced the Flame Bull's body, tearing through its internal organs before cleaving its frame clean in two. Following this, due to Sumo's immense power, or rather, the razor-sharp sword energy conjured by his mental force, the heavy sword instantly slammed into the ground after cleaving the Flame Bull in two. In that instant, the heavy sword plunged directly into the ground. Within mere breaths, a shocking sight unfolded before everyone's eyes. The ground beneath Sumo's feet began to crack violently, fissures spreading outward for dozens of meters. Behind him, every warrior who witnessed this scene froze in utter disbelief. Everyone gasped in unison, their voices trembling as they repeated, "My God, is this truly a power a human being can possess?" Holy crap, Major General Suemo is this powerful? Just one sword technique from the sky can crack the earth inch by inch? Holy crap, this Major General Suemo is way too powerful. How did he even do that? It's beyond comprehension, beyond comprehension. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. I never imagined there could be such a formidable presence among us human beast tamers. This is practically unbeatable, okay? I simply can't fathom who else among humanity could possibly rival Major General Suemo. Well, there was one. Many years ago, our nation gave birth to a god of war named Xiahai. Unfortunately, he perished in battle. No one knows why he died, but his demon-slaying sword technique and the demon-slaying sword he wielded cut down countless demonic beasts wherever they went. It was precisely because he saved millions upon millions of Chinese people, allowing countless lives to be preserved. The name of Blade Master Xiahai is truly one we dare not forget. Ah, yes, I remember him too. And lately, I can't help but feel that Major General Suemo possesses abilities that could rival those of the Blade Sovereign Xiahai. Powerful. So powerful. Today, I think we finally won't have to feel this pain anymore. I believe we will finally taste the victory of war. Every soldier's heart swelled with extraordinary joy at that moment. At that moment, Suemo let out a cold, mocking laugh. He watched the raging flames engulfing the ground, flames that would soon consume the severed half of his own body, leaving nothing but a pile of ashes. Only a pile of ashes remained on the ground. Suemo let out a cold laugh, swinging the heavy sword in his hand. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through, scattering the ashes to the winds. Turning his head, Suemo looked at the colorful scaled crocodile beside him. Fear flickered in its eyes as it turned to flee. Its form flickered, propelled by the control of its spiritual energy, its speed now more than double what it had been before. In the blink of an eye, he was before the colorful scaled crocodile. The colorful scaled crocodile halted instantly, its eyes brimming with terror as it stared at Suemo, seemingly yearning, pleading for mercy. But how could Suemo possibly grant him that chance? How many comrades had perished because of these beasts? How many brothers had lost their lives? How could Suemo possibly spare one of the chief culprits so easily at this moment? Suemo then scrutinized the colorful scaled crocodile from head to toe, his mind racing through memories. Whether from his training as a beastmaster or his countless battles against beasts in the southern frontier, Suemo had gained considerable knowledge about many magical beasts. The rainbow-scaled crocodile was renowned for its formidable skin defense. Under this protection, its body became as hard as steel. Simultaneously, the iridescent glow emanating from its body was composed of mucus secreted by its skin. This mucus not only enhances its physical resilience but also possesses potent toxicity within each droplet. Among ordinary tier beast tamers and magical beasts, it ranks among the most destructive and damaging entities. Coupled with its highly developed musculature, it possesses strength measured in thousands of pounds. Attempting to clash with its body head-on was utterly impossible. Thus, Suemo conceived another strategy to counter it using his own agility. As he contemplated, the heavy sword king of the underworld vanished from Sumo's grasp. In its place, a pitch-black long blade materialized in his right hand. The moment this blade materialized, it radiated a sinister black aura. As Suemo drew it from its scabbard, the surrounding air plummeted several degrees in temperature. A dense, murderous aura surged skyward, casting a faint shadow over Sumo's entire form. Yet all the warriors and officers standing behind him, including Xiao Yunfeng, froze in shock. Xiao Yunfeng instinctively exclaimed, "The demon-slaying blade? Suemo! How could Suemo possess the demon-slaying blade?" In an instant, all the soldiers were stunned, and murmurs of discussion spread throughout the ranks. Among them were some who had once crossed paths with Xiahai. As a godlike figure in the demon-suppressing army, Xiahai constantly fought battles to protect the peace. It was understandable that they, as soldiers, had seen him. The warriors continued to argue among themselves, "Good heavens, it really is the demon-slaying blade. Who would have thought Major General Suemo actually possesses the demon-slaying blade? How is that possible?" Yes, ever since General Xiahai, the Blade Sovereign, perished in battle years ago, all traces of him vanished without a trace. Countless of us lamented his loss, feeling it was such a pity. Who would have thought that now, the demon-slaying blade once wielded by General Xia has appeared in General Su's hands? Could it be that General Xia was General Su's master? Whenever the demon-slaying blade appears, countless fall. In the past, when the Blade Master Xiahai wielded it, his peerless slashing technique claimed the lives of innumerable demonic beasts. It was precisely because he guarded the peace of this land. Who would have thought we would witness the demon-slaying blade reappear today? Does that mean young General Su can replicate some of the glory of the legendary Xiahai? As the conversation continued, Sumo's lips curled upward at the front. Chapter 136, You have signed your own death warrant. Vote for gold selection. This was not Sumo's first time wielding the demon-slaying blade, but it was his first time truly holding his own against demonic beasts. Previously, whenever he grasped the demon-slaying blade, Suemo always felt as though he were standing amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. As if participating in an exceptionally brutal battle. The fierce aura emanating from the demon-slaying blade repeatedly assaulted his nerves. It was precisely under this demon-slaying sword technique that Suemo had repeatedly come close to losing himself. Fortunately, like Xia Hai, Suemo had survived by repeatedly struggling through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The demonic aura and blood of countless beasts had long since stained his very being. This had allowed him to quickly adapt to the backlash effects of the demon-slaying blade. Thus, Suemo gripped the hilt of the demon-slaying blade tightly, lifting his eyes to meet the colorful scaled crocodile before him. His body showed little sign of discomfort. With a cold chuckle, Suemo declared, "You will be the first demon beast to die by the demon-slaying blade since I obtained it. You should consider yourself fortunate." The colorful scaled crocodile before him listened to Sumo's words. Whether it could understand them was unknown, but it could certainly sense the resentment in Sumo's tone and the intense killing intent radiating from his words. For the colored scaled crocodile, the only path ahead was death. Yet it could never accept this fate willingly. Scratching at the ground and letting out two howls, the colorful scaled crocodile fixed Suemo with a burning stare. It knew survival was its only option today. It refused to die. This was the instinct of every creature, and beasts were no exception. Only by killing the man before it could it find a way to escape this place. Watching the colorful scaled crocodile strain every muscle as it charged toward him, Suemo suddenly smiled. Well, he chuckled, who would have thought a cornered beast like you would try a last-ditch attack before dying? You don't seriously think you can defeat me or hurt me, do you? You're being far too naive. As he spoke, Suemo vanished from his spot, and the colorful scaled crocodile froze in its tracks. It suddenly noticed Sumo's vanishing form and stood still, scanning its surroundings left and right. Despite its formidable destructive power, the color-scaled crocodile's reflexes were worlds apart from Sumo's. It was simply no match for the man before it. Just then, the color-scaled crocodile finally detected Sumo's silhouette reappearing. In an instant, Suemo materialized directly before it, charging forward at breakneck speed with the demon-slaying blade in hand. The colorful scaled crocodile reacted swiftly, lunging forward twice before attempting to evade Sumo's attack from the side. But it was overestimating itself. Sumo's speed was far too swift for the color-scaled crocodile to evade. Watching the colorful scaled crocodile charge toward him, Sumo's lips curled into a cold smile. Laughing aloud, he instantly tapped his feet lightly against the ground. His form glided forward like a phantom, skimming the ground with blinding speed. A piercing, icy glint flashed in Sumo's eyes as cold as frozen ice, as if the beast's fate were already sealed. Sumo's long blade dipped slightly, skimming the ground and sending sparks flying. In the instant he closed in on the rainbow-scaled crocodile, Sumo's blade shot upward with lightning speed, striking out like a bolt of lightning. The speed was so blindingly fast that even the color-scaled crocodile couldn't react, let alone the ordinary warriors. Before anyone could even discern Sumo's actions, the blade's tip traced a series of afterimages through the air. Each afterimage converged upon the colored scaled crocodile's body as its final point of impact. In that moment, Suemo resembled a grim reaper from hell, methodically stripping away the colorful scaled crocodile's life bit by bit. The entire sequence unfolded in a flash, mere moments, mere breaths before Suemo and the rainbow-scaled crocodile abruptly halted their movements. The colorful scaled crocodile halted its movements, struggling to turn and face Suemo. Its jaws opened wide, spewing a torrent of blood. The blood splattered onto the ground before him, instantly raising wisps of white smoke. Then, the colorful scaled crocodile's body crashed heavily to the ground. Suemo turned to witness the end of the colored scale crocodile's life. A sneer curled his lips as he coldly remarked, "With such meager strength, you dare to threaten our Chinese nation? Our Chinese territory tolerates no invasion by demon beasts." At that moment, when all the soldiers and officers including generals like Xiao Yunfeng witnessed the scene unfolding before them, when they saw Suemo successfully cripple these two 7th-stage young stage demon beasts, their expressions lit up with joy, and they erupted into cheers. Waving their diverse weapons, they shouted loudly in place. "Yes! General Su has won! Fantastic! Fantastic! This is the best news I've heard all day! Goodness gracious, General Su is truly formidable! He dispatched those two youth realm beasts with such effortless ease. Indeed, under circumstances where one of his own beasts was unable to engage in battle, General Su managed to eliminate the others with such overwhelming force. That level of power is truly terrifying. Truly worthy of General Su. He's just too strong. Goodness gracious. I was actually worried about how General Su would perform today, but now it seems all my concerns were for naught." Exactly. With General Su's abilities, forget about young beast realm beasts. Even that lightning frog at the first stage of the mature beast realm probably wouldn't stand a chance against him. "Oh no! Look at that thunder dog over there, something seems wrong," someone shouted. In that instant, Sumo's heart skipped a beat. Suemo whipped his head around. At the same time, within the range of his spiritual perception, he sensed something amiss. Suemo wasn't stupid. How could he possibly miss such a thing? He couldn't help but think, as expected, even within the ordinary tier, there are disparities. Despite his thunder dog being trained to such formidable strength, when compared to the lightning frog, both remained within the ordinary tier. Facing the lightning frog would likely prove difficult.
The Thunder Frog not only possessed lightning-type abilities, but its body, much like the rainbow-scaled crocodile, contained potent toxins that severely impaired neural judgment, affecting an opponent's reflexes and reactions. After carefully observing the situation, Suemo finally understood that during the previous battle, the Thunder Dog had already pushed its speed to the absolute limit and fought the Thunder Frog with the utmost caution. But even the most meticulous plan has its flaws. The Thunder Dog had inevitably come into contact with the slime coating the Thunder Frog's body and was subsequently poisoned. Now, it felt its body severely affected, its movements becoming sluggish. Based on his knowledge of the Thunder Frog, Suemo understood that the toxin wouldn't instantly kill a beastmaster or a human. However, once the body slowed to a crawl, it would inevitably become the Thunder Frog's meal. 100 meters ahead, the Thunder Frog extended its monstrously long tongue, poised to sweep the Thunder Dog into its belly. In that instant, Suemo roared, "Humph! You puny Thunder Frog dares harm my beast? I see you've chosen your own path to death." Chapter 137, Instant Annihilation of the Thunder Frog. Vote for gold selection. Suemo sneered inwardly at the Thunder Frog before him. That puny Thunder Frog had actually poisoned his beast companion the Thunder Dog. This incident only deepened his growing dissatisfaction with the creature. In Sumo's view, today's battle should be easily handled by Thunder Dog. Yet, he still harbored some apprehension. It wasn't that Thunder Dog lacked strength. Rather, among ordinary great beasts, the lightning frog possessed a unique trait. The venom coating its body made it exceptionally difficult for both beasts and their masters to withstand. These factors would ultimately become the price Thunder Dog would pay in its confrontation with the Thunder Frog. When the Thunder Dog sustained even minor injuries, when its movements slowed to a crawl, and when it seemed increasingly unlikely it could continue fighting the Thunder Frog before it, Suemo finally decided to intervene. For all beast masters, or those with their own beast master squads, constant collaboration among members, healers, assault specialists, defenders, and various other roles forms a perfect combat system to withstand the assaults of demon beasts. This was a refined system developed over years of evolution among beast masters. But for someone like Suemo, who faced these challenges alone, he could only rely on his own strength. Fortunately, Suemo now possessed far greater combat prowess. Through his mastery of the great heavy sword decision and the demon-slaying blade technique, he had grasped the manipulation of spiritual energy over the body. With a flash, Suemo vanished from his original position, reappearing with unprecedented speed and terrifying force. Radiating boundless momentum, he charged toward the Thunder Frog. All the warriors watching from afar couldn't help but be astonished by Sumo's display. A group of warriors began discussing among themselves. Good heavens! Look at General Su, how can he be even faster than before? Yeah, unbelievable. I thought the strength he displayed earlier was already formidable, but this is even more powerful. Holy crap, that speed is impossible to track. Look, General Su is already right in front of the Thunder Frog. Someone shouted. Sure enough, as everyone's gaze followed, they saw Suemo had already flown right in front of the Thunder Frog. In that instant, the Thunder Frog spotted Suemo too. A flicker of rage flashed in its tiny eyes. It opened its mouth wide, extending an incredibly long tongue. Even from a distance, the foul, fishy stench emanating from its tongue was overwhelming, and countless strands of slime could be seen. Suemo wasn't stupid. He instantly analyzed the situation. This Thunder Frog likely possessed neurotoxins within its body. It was precisely because of this that its venom could inflict harm and affect others, preventing them from maintaining high-frequency movements. Suemo sneered coldly, "Humph! Little Thunder Frog, you don't seriously think this is enough to oppose me, do you? You're mistaken." As the lightning frog extended its tongue, Sumo's heart coldly laughed. Then, gripping his demon-slaying blade, he unleashed every ounce of his spiritual energy. In an instant, an overwhelming aura surged around Suemo. A windless breeze stirred the fabric of his robes, rustling them sharply. Then, with a thunderous shout, Sumo's feet slammed against the ground. His entire body shot forward like a meteor, streaking toward the front in an instant. Mid-air, Suemo gripped the long blade tightly in both hands, raising it high above his head. In that instant, the blade erupted with a dazzling radiance. Bathed in moonlight, it radiated a piercing, icy glint, accompanied by an aura capable of shattering the heavens and obliterating the earth. With a deafening roar from Sumo's throat, the blade in his hands became a dazzling river of light, slashing down toward the ground in an instant. A surge of blade energy erupted outward from the blade, swirling around the entire demon-slaying blade. The surrounding space seemed shattered by this terrifying force, rippling with waves of energy. Crackling sounds echoed like rolling thunder and flashing lightning, creating a deafening roar. Though Sumo's strike appeared slow from afar, every warrior felt the overwhelming aura emanating from the blade. It seemed to lock onto them all, silencing every breath, stifling every movement, and slowing their very actions. In that instant, a single thought consumed every mind: Sumo's power was terrifying. How could he wield the demon-slaying blade with such mastery, as if he were a god slaughtering demons? In that instant of collective dread, the blade's edge finally made contact with the Thunder Frog's body. With a thunderous boom, a deafening roar erupted around the Thunder Frog's body, as if a massive hammer had struck it. As the blade met its skin, the Thunder Frog's body was instantly cleaved in two.
With a popping explosion, its entire form dissolved into a cloud of blood mist, vanishing into the air in an instant. Suemo halted his movements, a faint smile touching his lips. He lowered his head to examine the demon-slaying blade in his hand. The frog's blood that had stained its surface now dripped completely onto the ground, vanishing with the wind. He turned to find the thunder dog had already arrived beside him, now rubbing against his pant leg. Suemo chuckled softly, patting its head as he hurriedly asked, "How's it going, Lightning? No trouble, right?" Lightning barked twice, its voice brimming with gratitude towards Suemo. How could Suemo not understand the reason behind Lightning's behavior? Clearly, it was thanking Suemo for appearing in time to protect its safety. Even though Lightning understood that as long as it had a breath left, Suemo would always be there to help it survive, deep down, the thunder dog still didn't want to go through all of this. As Sumo's beast companion, the thunder dog possessed its own pride and dignity. It yearned to grow stronger, to stand on its own 2 feet. Yet today, it had failed once more. This frustration weighed heavily on the thunder dog, causing it to let out a low, mournful whine. How could Suemo not sense the thunder dog's emotions? As a beast master, he could sense every emotion and thought of the beasts he had contracted. Chapter 138, The Elder's Overwhelming Power? Vote for gold selection. Suemo chuckled softly and said, "Alright, Lightning, no need to blame yourself like this. For you, this was nothing. I know that Thunder Frog is quite powerful. Among ordinary creatures, its innate traits are simply stronger than yours. It's only natural that you couldn't gain any advantage against it. The mucus it secretes from its body would have hindered your every move. Don't blame yourself. Haven't we already overcome it? A beast master and their beast are meant to work together in harmony. Through constant effort, we'll improve ourselves bit by bit. Our coordination will only grow stronger in the future. As I contract more and more beasts, our partnership will become even more seamless. There, don't be sad." As he spoke, Suemo crossed his legs and sat down on the ground. Before him, the Chi blood rebirth array materialized. The thunder dog, who had been feeling a bit downhearted, finally calmed down somewhat after Sumo's comforting words. Immediately afterward, the thunder dog leaped up. It settled within the Chi blood rebirth array Suemo had unleashed, crouching there and wagging its tail. Today's battle with the thunder frog had indeed left the thunder dog tainted with poison. This had caused a slight sluggishness in its movements, and during one of the thunder frog's attacks, it had sustained a minor injury. Now, the thunder dog's body was indeed experiencing a hint of discomfort. Only then did Suemo summon the Chi blood reincarnation array, choosing to treat it, hoping to restore the thunder dog's body to its original state. Throughout the healing process, Suemo simultaneously monitored every aspect of the thunder dog's condition. Just as the recovery neared completion, he suddenly sensed his own vital energy reserves rapidly depleting. Sumo's heart skipped a beat. He never imagined that healing the thunder dog would nearly deplete his own vital energy. After all, Suemo currently possessed over 1,700 vitality points. With such formidable vitality reserves, how could this nearly deplete him? Precisely because of this, Suemo could once again feel how the thunder dog's current enhancements were far more formidable than before, capable of withstanding significantly greater energy loads. Consequently, each time Suemo healed or enhanced the thunder dog, the life force consumed grew increasingly greater, a clear sign of positive development. The next moment, Suemo called out to the little green dragon in his mind, "Little fatty, hurry over. I can't hold on much longer. Transform into your dragon form immediately. How's your recovery progressing?" Suemo kept calling out to the little green dragon in his mind. Soon, the little green dragon responded to Suemo through its own mental awareness. Its message was clear: having just consumed some sustenance, it had regained a measure of strength. However, Suemo actually sensed a hint of reluctance in the little green dragon's emotions. In an instant, Suemo snapped out of it, groaning helplessly, "Damn it, what's with the reluctance at a time like this? Hurry up and come over. Why are you so obsessed with that female officer? If you insist, we might as well dissolve our contract. You can go hang out with her every day. Why not find yourself a female beast tamer? How about that?" The little green dragon let out a helpless snort, its entire demeanor radiating resignation. Clearly, it had no desire to seek out a female beast tamer. Staying by Sumo's side required little training. Thanks to the Chi blood rebirth array, it could forcibly enhance its strength. How was that any different from getting something for nothing? For the little green dragon, enduring all that was absolutely out of the question. With that, the little green dragon swiftly flew out of the female officer's embrace. The female officer, who had been holding it, felt a pang of reluctance. She instinctively reached out and called out urgently, "Where are you going? Has your body recovered yet?" The little green dragon nodded. Beneath its round, curious eyes, it shot into the sky, instantly transforming into its true form. In the blink of an eye, it flew to Sumo's side. Its body spiraled around, enveloping Suemo within its coils and blocking the view of everyone nearby. Just then, Suemo felt the little green dragon's embrace and finally exhaled a long breath. Then, with a flicker of his thoughts, his body swayed slightly as his instant recovery skill activated. Suemo opened his eyes. Indeed, he had once again activated the undying skill. Simultaneously, a gust of wind arose around Sumo, and a surge of energy erupted from his body. With a thunderous boom, it reverberated across the heavens and earth like a sudden clap of thunder. Sumo examined his body. His spiritual power now stood at 3,030 points, while his vitality, boosted by the recent resurrection, had surged to 1,800 points. It was precisely because Sumo had successfully increased his vitality to 18 times that of an ordinary person. This breakthrough had shattered the bottleneck within his body, causing the thunderous roar. Feeling the power surging within him, Sumo recovered in the blink of an eye. An even more abundant force than before filled his body, and he suddenly smiled. Sumo relished this power and the sensation of his own strength. Only by growing stronger could he protect more people in the future and achieve the plans and goals he aspired to accomplish. Sumo firmly believed that with such formidable growth, the future version of himself would inevitably command the awe and respect of more and more people. Then, what would he be unable to do? Of course, one thing was already accomplished for Sumo at this stage. He had avenged the injustice done to him. Through his own efforts, he had finally settled a small score for this phase. But now, Sumo had even more matters to investigate. The death of his mentor, the weight of Zhang Heining's expectations he carried, and even whether he would ever possess the strength to protect Jianya. All of this became the foundation for Sumo's future endeavors. Yet, unbeknownst to him, atop the southern frontier city walls, a figure stood silently in the distant darkness. It was the elderly man who had once crossed paths with Sumo. His eyes functioned like telescopes, clearly observing every detail unfolding around Sumo. Chapter 139, Sumo's Worries and Doubts? Seeking gold votes. Even with the little azure dragon blocking his path ahead, under the old man's gaze, Sumo appeared as transparent as air. Watching Sumo's body sway precariously just moments ago, only to blink and return to complete normalcy. For a moment, a hint of surprise flickered in the old man's eyes. He chuckled softly and remarked, "Haha, youngster, what secrets do you harbor within you?" It truly piques this old man's curiosity. But I understand this must be your trump card, something you can never reveal to anyone. Never mind, never mind. I'm not one to pry into such matters. All I need to know is that you are loyal to all the common folk and to the demon-suppressing army. That is enough. I only wish to nurture you well, so you may grow even stronger in the future. Long Canghai was saying earlier that if I were to take you as my disciple, wouldn't that make you two brothers in arms someday? Come to think of it, that makes sense. But even if we were sworn brothers, what difference would it make? Our ideals are the same, devoting our lives to the cause of China. Sumo, my brother. Just then, one after another, figures rushed toward them. They gathered around Sumo. Xiao Yunfeng charged ahead at the forefront. Seeing the little green dragon on Sumo's shoulder restore its true form, returning to its adorable appearance, he let out a sigh of relief. He hurried over, helped Sumo to his feet, and examined him closely. "Brother," he asked with concern, "how are you feeling? Did you get hurt anywhere? You absolutely can't scare us like that. If there's anything wrong with your body, tell me. I'll take you straight to the camp hospital and have the doctors give you a thorough checkup. If something happens to you, I won't know how to explain it to General Long. I'd become a criminal over it." Hearing this, Sumo felt an overwhelming surge of emotion. He never imagined Xiao Yunfeng would care so deeply for him, and this genuine concern truly brought him great joy. As a soldier, receiving such care and support from others was truly rare. Sumo shook his head and chuckled. "All right, old Xiao, don't worry. Look at me now, I'm perfectly fine. Why are you so eager for me to get into trouble? If something really did go wrong, you wouldn't even have a place to cry about it." Xiao Yunfeng playfully punched Sumo's shoulder and teased, "What's wrong with you? You know exactly how worried I am right now, and you're still joking around like this. Honestly, I don't even know what to say to you." Sumo chuckled and said, Fine, I won't bring it up anymore. See? I'm perfectly fine right now. Rest assured, I know my own limits. Besides, I, Sumo, never go into battle unprepared. You really don't need to worry about anything." Xiao Yunfeng exhaled deeply upon hearing this, shot him a disapproving look, and then complained, "Thank goodness you're perfectly fine. If something had actually happened to you, I wouldn't have known how to explain it to General Long. If General Long found out you were hurt, I bet he'd want to skin me alive." Sumo burst out laughing. "Old Xiao, you're that scared of General Long?" Xiao Yunfeng shot him another annoyed glare and muttered under his breath, "Cut the crap. You know perfectly well how terrifying General Long is. Most people wouldn't stand a chance against him. But never mind, I won't bore you with it. Anyway, you didn't do anything wrong, so I can relax." Some nearby soldiers began murmuring among themselves, "That scared the hell out of me. I thought General Su might get hurt. After all, that was a mature stage demon beast. While 2 youth realm beasts might be manageable for General Su, I feared a mature realm beast was beyond his capabilities. Yeah, without knowing General Su's capabilities or testing his limits, who knows what he might have faced. But thankfully, we don't have to worry about that anymore. General Su, you're incredible. Facing so many powerful beasts, you managed to navigate through them. A month ago, you were just an ordinary person. A mere mortal turned war god. Yet in just this short month, you've grown so formidable. I'm truly in awe. Indeed, indeed. General Xu is the god of war among ordinary warriors, isn't he? But I believe he could also be called the god of war among beast-tamers, couldn't he? Today's unexpected battle in our southern frontier has finally been successfully resolved. I declare General Xu the mightiest being in my eyes. No one can gain any advantage against him. Hearing the constant praise from those around him, Suemo felt his face flush slightly. He waved his hand and said, all right, everyone. Stop flattering me like this. If you keep it up, I'll feel embarrassed. Besides, this was simply my duty. Safeguarding the peace of the southern frontier, ensuring all soldiers enjoy tranquility and harmony, protecting the countless homes and families behind us, isn't that the greatest conviction in the hearts of our entire southern frontier theater and every soldier of the demon-suppressing army? We've all been striving for this. Before, I was just like you ordinary soldiers, one after another, fearless in the face of life and death, doing what we could for this nation and its people. How could we possibly abandon all this now? Alright, since this battle is over, let's prepare to head back. The beast tide had finally ended. The warriors began preparing to depart. But at that moment, Suemo halted his movements. Xiao Yunfeng couldn't help but ask curiously from the side, what's wrong? Brother Suemo, do you have any other questions? Suemo nodded, watching as the warriors departed one after another. Then he turned his head slightly to look. Beside him, the thunder frog lay split in two by his own strike, its body cleaved cleanly from top to bottom. Yet despite the devastating blow, its form dissolved into the very air and sky. Suemo then glanced toward the nearby area, spotting the multicolored scaled crocodile he had just slain. Chapter 140, Man and Blade as One, Mind and Intent in Harmony seeking gold votes. This color-scaled crocodile was the sole survivor among the 2 youth realm and 1 mature realm demon beasts Suemo had faced. The instant he saw it appear, Sumo's brows knitted tightly. After stepping forward and confirming all the warriors had departed, Suemo exhaled deeply. He crouched down, meticulously examining the remains of the color-scaled crocodile before him. Xiao Yunfeng approached and asked with a hint of curiosity, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Suemo nodded and replied slowly, Old Xiao, remember what I told you before? Didn't you find these demon beast swarms appearing far too bizarre? Of course, you also mentioned something to me earlier that all the warriors in our demon-suppressing army had noticed strange phenomena accompanying these beast waves. Things like unusual celestial signs and environmental shifts. Remember? Xiao Yunfeng nodded. Hadn't he just mentioned this to Suemo during the battle? What do you mean? Xiao Yunfeng couldn't fathom why Suemo was suddenly bringing up these questions now, leaving him pondering. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Xiao Yunfeng's brow furrowed deeply. He blurted out instinctively, could it be that? Xiao Yunfeng trailed off mid-sentence. A flicker of unease crossed his mind. He never imagined Suemo would speak so directly to his innermost thoughts. Then, Xiao Yunfeng hurriedly blurted out, are you saying, you little rascal, that all these monster waves, every single one that's appeared over the past 3 years, including today's, aren't as simple as we previously thought? That they aren't completely random as we analyzed before, but rather, deliberately manipulated? Suemo nodded. Exactly. Don't forget, we've discussed the Shadow Organization before. Xiao Yunfeng nodded. Suemo had indeed mentioned the Shadow Organization to him before. Truth be told, Xiao Yunfeng hadn't intended to reveal the Shadow Organization's existence to Suemo. But unexpectedly, Suemo had secretly uncovered this information himself. Now, even if Xiao Yunfeng hadn't mentioned it, there was little point in keeping it hidden from Suemo. Thus, Xiao Yunfeng asked, are you suggesting it's highly possible that these beast swarms are being manipulated by the Shadow Organization? Suemo nodded. Precisely. That's why my perspective differs entirely from yours. Let me explain it this way, the beast standing on my shoulder possesses a unique trait, it can exert a formidable pressure on other beasts. This is a bloodline-based pressure unique to tamed beasts. Under such pressure, many magical beasts cannot inflict even the slightest harm upon it, and even more often, they fall into a state of panic. You must have seen it yourself, those juvenile stage beasts, cowering on the ground under my beast companion's pressure, not daring to move, ultimately facing their own demise. Seeing Xiao Yunfeng nod in agreement, Suemo continued, however, what surprised me was that these 2 young stage beasts and that mature stage beast showed none of that reaction. This made me start to wonder, to suspect that these beasts might possess some hidden ability. After a few seconds of silence, Suemo lit a cigarette and spoke earnestly, or perhaps these 3 beasts no longer possess souls within their bodies, but are instead being controlled by human hands. Xiao Yunfeng exclaimed in surprise, what? From what I understand, the Shadow Organization uses a specific device, whether it's frequencies or bioelectric waves, to control these beasts. Or perhaps someone's innate talent was replicated, allowing members of the Shadow Organization to undergo such transformations. But I've never heard of these beasts having any kind of device inside them that allows beast masters to control them. If that's the case, doesn't that mean just anyone could control them? After a moment's thought, Suemo nodded and said, it's just a theory. We'll need to investigate further.
Xiao Yunfeng inquired curiously from the side. Earlier you mentioned your beast control could instill panic in these beasts.
Why not apply that suspicion to the juvenile stage beasts? Su Amo shook his head. Because young stage beasts can't resist the bloodline pressure my beast master exerts on them. So they should be normal.
The shadow organization probably manipulates them using the most primitive methods, essentially controlling their most primal desires.
The most primal desire of all beasts is to destroy human settlements and annihilate humanity.
Yet those three beasts were different, they weren't controlled by the bloodline pressure.
As he spoke, Su Amo retrieved the demon-slaying blade from his storage ring once more. The demon-slaying blade was razor-sharp, slicing through iron like mud. Over this period, Su Amo had sensed an even more formidable energy emanating from the demon-slaying blade. Su Amo couldn't help but sink into a moment of reflection.
Just now, under the blade's formidable aura, Su Amo had experienced an unprecedented display of power. That exhilarating sensation, utterly satisfying, felt as though he and the demon-slaying blade had become one. In that moment, Su Amo finally grasped the scenes that had unfolded when the blade master Xiahai forged the demon-slaying blade. Memories of the past played like a slideshow, endlessly echoing within Su Mo's mind. He seemed to relive the life and death battles Xiahai had endured, recalling every grueling memory of struggle and hardship. Amidst this torrent of memories, Su Amo gained profound insights. Simultaneously, he discovered a remarkable synergy between the demon-slaying blade art and the Grand Union sword technique.
Within the demon-slaying blade art, Su Amo sensed the presence of spiritual inner energy and incredibly formidable force. Each strike was lethal, infused with supreme momentum, all due to the manipulation of spiritual energy. It was precisely this spiritual energy's enhancement of his body that heightened Su Mo's perception of all things, making the execution of various techniques effortless. It could be said that Su Amo genuinely felt himself becoming a weapon.
Under the command of this weapon, he achieved unprecedented enhancement and performance, filling Su Amo with immense satisfaction. At the same time, Su Amo realized that merely casually mastering the demon-slaying blade technique would never have granted him such power and prowess.
Chapter 141, Coincidence Makes the World Go Round. Vote for Gold Selection. Sumo's current mastery stemmed from the refined control of his spiritual energy.
Moreover, his techniques now incorporated the outward projection of this energy, much like scenes from fantasy novels where a practitioner's projected energy forms blades capable of damaging surrounding objects.
Su Amo keenly felt the formidable power born from cultivating both martial arts and beast-taming. But not everyone could withstand such an impact.
The assault of spiritual energy on the body was intensely brutal.
Ordinary people would absolutely be unable to endure it.
It was precisely this reason that allowed Su Amo to wield it with such mastery. No wonder all practitioners of martial arts and beast-taming across the world were so formidable. No wonder dual cultivation demands such high standards of beast-tamers, and why so few could ever achieve it.
The secret behind it all was so incredibly intricate.
Gripping the demon-slaying blade, Su Amo channeled his spiritual energy to instantly project an external aura of sharpness from the blade, forming an incredibly razor-sharp air blade. With a light downward swing of the demon-slaying blade, Su Amo dismembered the colorful scaled crocodile before him.
As Su Amo continued dismembering it, he realized the color-scaled crocodile was no different from ordinary demon beasts.
Moreover, its body constantly emitted potent toxins, all of them deadly.
Xiao Yunfeng dared not even approach nearby. He noticed a faint white glow emanating from Su Mo's body at that moment. This white light was somehow blocking the blood from entering Su Mo's body. Curious, Xiao Yunfeng couldn't help but ask, "What is this? Why is your body exhibiting this phenomenon?"
Su Amo chuckled and replied, "This is actually something I've grasped through my dual cultivation of martial arts and beast control.
It's rather complex, so I won't go into too much detail." Xiao Yunfeng nodded without hesitation upon hearing this. He understood Su Amo wouldn't reveal every secret. Those were the Beastmaster's most vital trump cards for survival. Su Amo wasn't foolish. Why would he reveal such things?
Besides, he wasn't the type to pry for answers, so there was no need to ask more.
As long as Su Mo's safety remained uncompromised, and as long as Su Amo could ensure Xiao Yunfeng returned to give a proper account to Long Canghai, that was sufficient. Everything else was secondary.
Finally, at this moment, Su Amo snapped to attention. He had just now noticed something amiss with the colorful scaled crocodile before him. With Su Mo's swift actions, he dismembered the colorful scaled crocodile's head, slicing it into 8 pieces. Next, Su Amo extended his hand. Using his mental energy and inner strength, he formed a protective barrier in his palm, shielding himself from the toxins.
Then, Su Amo retrieved a chip.
As the chip appeared, Su Amo extended his hand. With a force that seemed to press down from the void, he instantly pulverized the colorful scaled crocodile's body into powder. Rising to his feet, Su Amo approached Xiao Yunfeng with the chip in hand. "Old Xiao," he said, "what do you think this is?" Xiao Yunfeng, equally curious, fixed his gaze on Su Mo's hand. When he saw the chip, he froze for a moment, hesitating before saying, "Could this be the chip controlling the color-scaled crocodile's actions?"
Su Amo hesitated slightly but nodded. "Perhaps, just as you say. I've been wondering why the color-scaled crocodile, the thunder frog, and even that flame ox showed no reaction whatsoever to the soul pressure of my beast taming. Now, I believe I have the answer to all of this.
Perhaps it is precisely because they possess such a chip within their heads that this very chip forms the foundation controlling all their actions. They can be said to have long since lost their souls and their own thoughts, existing like the walking dead as they carry out the various commands issued by their manipulators. This very mechanism enables them to perform diverse actions without being affected by events unfolding around them. As he spoke, Sumo's brow furrowed deeper. At this moment, he sensed the situation was unfolding in ways he hadn't anticipated. Earlier, Sumo had imagined that the shadow organization, possessing that device, could manipulate all the beasts, causing such profound changes in them to inflict all manner of harm upon humanity and the defenses across China.
This development genuinely caught Sumo off guard. He had been deeply concerned that such unrestrained attacks could escalate into increasingly dire crises for humanity. Yet now, he had caught a glimpse of something, or rather, an idea had taken root in his mind. Suddenly, it struck him that the shadow organization wasn't as shrouded in mystery as he'd previously imagined. Everything seemed to be becoming more transparent, as if he was gradually grasping some of its characteristics or finding a handle on it. He believed that when confronting the shadow organization next, he would no longer be so clueless. It would become incredibly easier. Beside him, Xiao Yunfeng frowned and asked, "Brother, what do you plan to do next? Now that you've discovered such a crucial chip, are you planning to do something about it?" Sumo nodded. "Of course I'll do something about it. This trip can't be for nothing. After enduring all this, if I don't make the shadow organization pay, wouldn't it all have been for nothing? But..." Sumo paused to think before continuing slowly, "For now, I can't do anything. After we return, I'll report this matter to General Long. Additionally, I intend to personally escort this chip. In about 4 or 5 days, all the Beastmaster squads belonging to our demon-suppressing army's southern frontier will be returning. At that time, I will take this chip to the headquarters in the capital. I will personally deliver it into General Long's hands and then discuss the matter with him. As for how General Long chooses to handle and analyze all this, that is entirely up to him." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunfeng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. He felt that Sumo's decision was indeed the more prudent course of action. If he were to send everything back himself now, he might only dispatch ordinary soldiers. If they encountered shadow men on the return journey and something went wrong, Xiao Yunfeng would be devastated. He certainly did not wish to see such an outcome unfold. Only then did Xiao Yunfeng give his nod of agreement. However, as luck would have it, "General Qiao." An officer sprinted over at that moment. The officer looked at Xiao Yunfeng with a hint of respect in his eyes and said, "General Qiao, a video call from General Long at the demon-suppressing army headquarters." Hearing this, Xiao Yunfeng hesitated briefly before chuckling. "Speak of the devil. Whenever General Long is mentioned, he always calls us. Don't you think that's a bit too coincidental?" Chapter 142, Sumo, have you lost your mind? Vote for gold selection. Sumo chuckled silently beside him. Yeah, it really was too coincidental. Talk about mentioning someone and they show up. Who would have thought Long Canghai would call at such a perfect moment? Xiao Yunfeng answered the call. Soon, Long Canghai's face appeared on the screen. Xiao Yunfeng and Sumo both saluted in unison, saying in perfect harmony, "Good evening, General Long." On the screen, Long Canghai's face showed a rare look of satisfaction and contentment. He chuckled and said, "Good evening. I've heard about what just happened on the scene. Sumo, you did well. Single-handedly repelling a beast tide of over 400 beasts, including 2 young beast realm beasts and 1 mature beast realm beast. This battle was exceptionally grueling for you, yet you ultimately succeeded in holding back the horde. I am very satisfied. Well done. Once this matter concludes and you return whether to Linen City or Fuyao City, I will personally deliver your well-deserved commendation. Moving forward, always remember your duty as a member of the demon-suppressing army. Strive to improve yourself for the sake of the future, for the countless households, the people behind you, and the nation itself." Sumo nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, General Long. As long as I am Sumo, I will remain a soldier for life. The faith I hold within me compels me to sacrifice everything for this nation without hesitation. I also hope to contribute something meaningful to this country." Long Canghai chuckled. Very well, very well. Since you put it that way, I'm satisfied. By the way, you're not having any physical issues now, are you?" Hearing the genuine concern in Long Canghai's words, Sumo felt deeply touched. He shook his head and replied urgently, "Of course I'm fine. General Long, you can rest assured whatever happens to anyone else, it won't happen to me." Ha ha ha. Long Canghai laughed heartily. "Good. I really like that attitude of yours. I love your reckless, headlong drive. Alright, since you insist you're fine, I'll rest easy. Also..." Long Canghai glanced at Xiao Yunfeng and continued, "I've received the on-site report. I saw that all the demon beasts were under Sumo's control. Under the Beastmaster's attack, they were all incinerated. It seems we won't be able to obtain their carcasses for research or other purposes this time. In that case, let it be.
Meanwhile, you should take every opportunity to spread the word throughout the entire army.
What Suemo accomplished today deserves to be remembered by all of us. Xiao Yunfeng nodded.
Long Canghai continued, well, I didn't call for any particular reason.
I just wanted to confirm that young Suemo is in good health. As long as he's fine, I can rest easy. I'll hang up now. Wait, General Long. Xiao Yunfeng interjected urgently.
Long Canghai paused his hand as he was about to end the video call, then asked with a hint of curiosity, what is it?
Is there something else?
Xiao Yunfeng hesitated slightly but spoke up, General Long, actually, Suemo and I were just talking about you.
We have something we need to discuss with you. Hearing this, Long Canghai's gaze shifted slightly toward Suemo with renewed interest.
Suemo took out the chip he had just retrieved and said, General Long, this is a chip I discovered inside the head of a color-scaled crocodile, a beast from the youth realm. I suspect this chip was implanted by the Shadow Organization. It strips these beasts of their own thoughts and ability to act independently. It is precisely this chip that enables all magical beasts to attack our human homelands and countless beastmaster squads without hesitation, fearing neither life nor death. Earlier, when my beastmaster exerted bloodline pressure on it, I noticed these three beasts showed no reaction whatsoever, as if they had no thoughts of their own. Now, upon discovery, it proves exactly as I suspected. This chip is the most compelling evidence supporting my theory. Long Canghai frowned deeply, his curiosity piqued. Could this be one of the characteristics possessed by the Shadow Organization? That's something I hadn't anticipated. Are you certain this chip can truly manipulate the minds of these demon beasts? Suemo nodded. I've dealt with youth realm beasts before in the Mystic Tower. Yet when confronted with the pressure of my beastmaster bloodline, these creatures all prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to move. That's why I'm now inclined to believe it. And right now, aside from this explanation, it seems we don't have any other more compelling explanation. Additionally, General Long, I've been discussing with Old Xiao that in another 4 or 5 days, once all the Beastmaster squads in the Southern Frontier Theater have returned, I'll also be heading back to Fuyao City to prepare for enrollment. At that time, I intend to personally deliver these items to the headquarters in the capital, into your hands.
What do you think, General Long? Long Canghai pondered for a moment before nodding. All right. Your arrangement is indeed the most prudent course of action. Otherwise, if someone else were to deliver them, they might face threats. Who knows if the Shadow Organization might secretly plant someone to ambush them along the way. Compared to that, having a formidable beastmaster like you handle it gives me far greater peace of mind. All right, then. We'll proceed as you suggest. Suemo nodded, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He sensed Long Canghai's absolute trust in him. All of this deeply moved Suemo. Finally, after exchanging a few more casual words, he ended the call. Suemo and Xiao Yunfeng headed together toward the front lines, the military camp within the walls of the Southern Frontier Theater. Suddenly, Suemo halted in his tracks. Xiao Yunfeng froze beside him, quickly asking, "What's wrong?" "Suemo, is something wrong?" Suemo instantly turned his head to look behind him, then muttered under his breath, "Someone's watching me from behind." Xiao Yunfeng felt every hair on his body stand on end. He froze, utterly taken aback that Suemo had claimed someone was watching him from behind. Yet when he glanced backward, the moonlight illuminated the area though obstructed, he could still make out the distant outline. But where was Xiao Yunfeng supposed to find anything unusual at that moment? He instinctively asked, "Suemo, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Let me tell you, this isn't funny at all. Why does it sound like a horror movie when you say it? This southern frontier is deserted. Who'd be so bored as to watch you? Huh? Wait, no. Wait." Suddenly, Xiao Yunfeng caught on and blurted out, "You mean someone from the Shadow Organization?" Suemo whispered, "Highly likely. After all, today's beast tide was most likely orchestrated by the Shadow Organization. Otherwise, I don't believe monsters transported through the portal would have chips implanted in their brains. This must be man-made." After finishing, Suemo cautiously added, "Old Xiao, you head back first. I plan to go take a look." Xiao Yunfeng's eyes widened as he exclaimed urgently, "Are you out of your mind? What are you going to do? You want to go check it out? Have you no regard for your life? Do you realize that if you get hurt because of this, if the Shadow Organization retaliates against you, your life could be over?" Suemo replied earnestly, "This is our only chance to catch the Shadow Organization. It's also our only chance to make contact with them. Are you telling me to just stand by and let this chance slip away?" Chapter 143, Suemo Ventures Deeper? Vote for Gold Selection. "No, I absolutely won't let you go." Xiao Yunfeng spoke urgently. "Have you forgotten what General Long said earlier? You can't act on impulse. If those Shadow Organization operatives are truly formidable and actually harm you, you'll be finished. How would I explain that to General Long?" Suemo chuckled. "Relax. My beast is one of the fastest flyers. I'm confident they won't be able to harm me. Trust me, I possess absolute self-defense capabilities, and I have hidden cards up my sleeve. You should know this too.
I can guarantee you that within this territory, I will return safely without a scratch. Xiao Yunfeng's brows instantly furrowed upon hearing this, deep concern welling up within him. Despite Sumo's confident assurances, anxiety and worry still gripped his heart. No matter how confident Sumo appeared, he couldn't shake the fear that something might go wrong. If things spiraled out of his control, regret would come too late. In truth, this was precisely Sumo's hidden confidence. Although the Sumo of the past had been extremely cautious, constantly thinking of himself, he must never allow himself to be struck down physically by arrogance or indifference, only to be controlled by others. But ultimately, Sumo still held on to his own secret assurance. This confidence made Sumo firmly believe he would surely turn danger into safety in the coming events and avoid significant peril. With a chuckle, Sumo said, "Alright, old Xiao, trust me, I wouldn't joke about something like this. Head back and wait for me. I'll be right back." As he spoke, Sumo assessed the situation. Under the recent Chi blood healing array, not only had the Thunder Dog Lightning been restored, but the little green dragon and little fatty had also been fully healed. Both beasts' physical capabilities had now returned to their peak condition. Sumo was confident that with him in such condition, escaping the scene with him without any harm would be a breeze. A faint smile touched Sumo's lips. Instantly, his figure vanished from the spot. Soaring into the air, the little green dragon had already manifested its true form, transforming into the shape of a green dragon. Sumo and the Thunder Dog then stood atop the young dragon's body, vanishing instantly toward the horizon. Sigh. Xiao Yunfeng watched Sumo vanish from his sight in an instant, his words caught in his throat. An endless wave of helplessness surged within his heart. Xiao Yunfeng knew full well that Sumo now possessed formidable strength to rely on. Yet he couldn't help but worry it was only human nature. He didn't know the exact extent of Sumo's abilities. Wasn't it perfectly reasonable to worry? Watching Sumo vanish from sight, he could no longer track his whereabouts. Xiao Yunfeng sighed and without hesitation picked up his phone again to call Long Canghai. Before long, Long Canghai answered, asking curiously, "What's up, Xiao? Why are you calling me at this hour?" Xiao Yunfeng spoke urgently, "General Long, I don't even know how to explain this." Sumo suddenly sensed someone watching him just now. At the same time, he saw a figure flickering in the forest behind him. So Sumo has already ridden his dragon-type beast away from the scene and is heading over there to investigate. Long Canghai frowned deeply. What is that kid up to? Xiao Yunfeng sighed helplessly, "How should I know? That's why I'm calling you now to ask if you have any way to help Sumo escape this danger." General Long, I was just about to call you to ask if you had any ideas on how to help Sumo escape this danger. Long Canghai gave a bitter smile. Alright, I understand. Let him be. From what I know of him, he never fights unprepared battles, nor is he that arrogant. But rest assured, I've already made advanced preparations on my end. I'll be contacting a powerful figure shortly. He happens to be in your southern border region. I trust he'll ensure the boy's safety. This time, I hope he can uncover even a shred of evidence about the Shadow Organization. It would be a rare lead for our demon-suppressing army after all these years. If we can truly gain control over that person or uncover any clues from him, it would be a significant advantage for us. Let him go. Hearing this, Xiao Yunfeng couldn't help but inwardly groan. How come General Long is now acting just like Sumo, indulging his petty whims and acquiescing to all his demands? But upon reflection, General Long had also mentioned that Sumo had his own calculations and never engaged in unprepared battles. He must have made this decision after deep deliberation. In fact, Xiao Yunfeng had even caught a hint in General Long's words that Sumo had specifically placed a spy in the southern frontier. This spy would undoubtedly be tasked with protecting Sumo's safety. Xiao Yunfeng sighed in resignation. How could he possibly know what arrangements General Long had made? But then again, with over 2,000 soldiers in the military, how could he possibly keep track of every single one? Uncovering someone lurking in the shadows would be exceptionally difficult. Under these circumstances, Xiao Yunfeng gave a wry chuckle and said, "Very well. Since General Long has spoken thus, I shall say no more. I'll hang up now. General Long, please proceed with your arrangements." Long Canghai chuckled, said nothing more, and ended the call. Xiao Yunfeng stood rooted to the spot, gazing in the direction Sumo had just departed. Beside him, the space was already empty. Under the moonlight, Xiao Yunfeng's silhouette appeared profoundly lonely. Yet as he gazed in the direction Sumo had departed, he murmured to himself, "Young man, you mustn't get into any trouble. If you get hurt or something goes wrong, I wouldn't know what to do. General Long values you more and more, and how could I not feel the same? Your formidable performance, your repeated displays of strength, have only deepened my curiosity about you. I also look forward to the day when a connection, a story might develop between us." As he finished speaking, Xiao Yunfeng felt a figure suddenly dart past him, streaking toward the direction Sumo had vanished. The figure moved so swiftly that even Xiao Yunfeng failed to register its presence. The shadow of such a person swept past like a gust of wind. Hadn't the garment just brushed against his shoulder, leaving a stinging ache in his muscles, Xiao Yunfeng might not have believed it was a human at all. Watching the dark silhouette vanish ahead, Xiao Yunfeng narrowed his eyes and murmured, "Impressive.
That speed is formidable. I've never seen such blinding speed among ordinary beast masters. That speed was even faster than Sumo's earlier and carried far more momentum. Only General Long comes close to matching that. Who on earth is he? At that moment, Xiao Yunfeng felt an intense curiosity about the figure that had just passed him by. Simultaneously, he understood that this figure was likely the person Long Canghai had mentioned earlier, the one secretly deployed to the southern frontier war zone. As for this person's identity, abilities, and true nature, Xiao Yunfeng knew nothing. Yet at this moment, he felt completely at ease. With such a formidable figure protecting Sumo, he truly had no need to worry about Sumo's safety. At the same time, Xiao Yunfeng found himself even more intrigued. Just how much importance did Long Canghai place on Sumo that he would dispatch such a formidable individual to the southern frontier solely for his protection? Chapter 144, No chit-chat, just action? Seeking gold votes. Moonlight poured like water across the entire land of Huaxia. Sumo now walked amidst countless fallen leaves. His footsteps were light and deliberate, his brow furrowed as he scanned his surroundings constantly. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Yet it was precisely this silence that stirred a faint unease within Sumo at this very moment. The small green dragon on his shoulder remained as vigilant as ever, while Thunder Dog slowed its pace, striving to make no sound. Sumo was exceptionally focused at this moment. He trusted his judgment completely. Just now, he had definitely seen a human figure appear. At Sumo's current level of cultivation, ordinary beast tamers would naturally be unable to detect the slightest disturbance in their surroundings. After all, for most of them, they were just ordinary people merely possessing slightly stronger spiritual energy, nothing more. But for Sumo, it was entirely different. Sumo possessed 18 times the vital energy of an ordinary person, and his physical prowess was now incomparable to what it once was. With such formidable strength, he could see things through the dark night that ordinary people would struggle to detect. It was precisely through his recent observation that he spotted a figure emerging from the ancient forest's edge, roughly 2 kilometers away. That figure was staring intently at Sumo. Instantly, Sumo's brow furrowed as a thought struck him. That person over there was undoubtedly connected to the Shadow Organization. Sumo trusted his instincts. If this person wasn't from the Shadow Organization, why would they choose to appear here at this moment? If he were a soldier belonging to the Southern Frontier Demon-Suppressing Army, he wouldn't be here at all. He would have chosen to gather with the others and depart from this place. Sumo's brows knitted tightly. During his flight, he had also caught a glimpse of a figure racing toward this location. At that speed, he should have been able to catch up. Yet when Sumo entered this forest, bathed in moonlight, the surroundings plunged into utter darkness. Sumo couldn't find any trace of the person at all, which made him frown deeply as he kept thinking, what's going on? Ahead lay a patch of grass about a meter tall. Sumo cautiously felt his way forward, but when he pushed aside the grass and emerged on the other side, he stopped abruptly. Before him lay a cliff plunging 100 meters deep. During his flight, Sumo hadn't seen it at all, completely obscured by the towering trees. And sure enough, at the bottom of the cliff, Sumo spotted a figure sprinting forward. There! Sumo shouted. The small green dragon on his shoulder reacted instantly transforming into its dragon form. It carried Sumo and the Thunder Dog forward. In just about 10 seconds, Sumo had already overtaken the dark figure dashing ahead. Before him stood a robust man, now halting in place. Beside him stood 3 tamed beasts. Sumo's mind stirred, and his ability, the Eye of All Things, instantly activated. Sumo assessed the strength of the man before him, as well as that of the 3 beasts at his side. Soon, Sumo furrowed his brow. He saw that the man before him was a level 22 beast tamer. Under the Eye of All Things, Sumo could detect anyone within 10 levels of his own rank. This became a primary foundation for Sumo to judge the specific strength of others when facing them. It was precisely this ability that gave Sumo a means to protect his life. Staring at the man before him, Sumo's brow furrowed deeply. His gaze then swept over the 3 beasts, a level 9 Youth Realm Ironclad Brown Bear, a level 10 Youth Realm Burrowing Turtle, and a level 3 Youth Realm Greenlight Rabbit. Among these 3 beasts, one specialized in defense, another combined defense and offense, while the Green Glow Rabbit served as a healing beast. Sumo pondered briefly. These 3 beasts could indeed lay the initial groundwork for his combat squad. At the same time, this level 22 beast tamer inexplicably stirred a sense of apprehension within Sumo. The Eye of All Things couldn't peer into the opponent's health points, it could only perceive his current spiritual power and the strength of his beast-taming abilities. This ability had been passed down to Sumo by Zhang Haining. Sumo was deeply grateful to Zhang Haining for imparting such a talent to him. Even more profound was his gratitude for the trust Zhang Haining had placed in him. Of course, these were not Sumo's concerns at the moment. Frowning deeply, he stared at the man before him and slowly asked, "Are you part of the Shadow Organization?" The man before him, who had been frowning moments ago, suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his face breaking into a simple, honest expression. The man appeared to be in his early 30s, with dark skin and a square jawline. Among ordinary people, he would likely be mistaken for a farmer tilling the fields. Yet now, he had Sumo deeply concerned. He sensed the man before him held some hidden trump card.
Of course, Sumo's composure stemmed largely from his own hidden card. Following closely behind, the man gave Sumo a sheepish grin and said in a down-to-earth tone, hello there. I'm Lee Dainio, just out for a night run around here.
Need something from me? Cut the act, buddy. Sumo burst out laughing.
Bro, if you're gonna make up a story, at least make it believable.
Just now, there was a massive wave of beasts coming from your direction. You tell me you are out for a night run? Do you really think anyone would buy that? Enough with the lies.
I know you're part of the Shadow Organization. Hearing Sumo's words, the man named Lee Dainio, who had been wearing a simple, honest smile, suddenly froze. Scratching his head, he gave a bitter smile. I never imagined anyone would actually know about the Shadow Organization.
Sumo curled his lip. Come on, do you really think the Shadow Organization is some top-secret group? Looks like you're one of them. I'm genuinely curious, was that wave of beasts you summoned just now? Lee Dainio chuckled. What's the matter, brother? So curious about this? So eager to uncover the Shadow Organization's beast-tied secrets? Sumo nodded without hesitation.
Of course.
If I didn't want to know these things, what would be the point of joining the demon-suppressing army?
Lee Dainio chuckled darkly. Too bad.
I'm afraid you'll never know that secret.
As he spoke, Lee Dainio gave a mental command. The two beasts beside him instantly charged towards Sumo. Seeing Lee Dainio charge forward so relentlessly, without a shred of mercy, Sumo narrowed his eyes. A smirk touched his lips as he scoffed. What?
No more chatting? You're just going to attack? Lee Dainio nodded.
Of course.
I still have to report back. Who has time to mess around with you? Chapter 145. No words, just action. Vote for gold selection. Thud. 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 100 meters below. The entire world seemed to tremble violently. Sumo's expression turned grave.
He could sense that the three beasts before him possessed extraordinary power. The ironclad brown bear was already massive in stature and ranked among the highest-tier beasts.
Both its destructive power and defensive capabilities were formidable.
At that very moment, the burrowing turtle vanished from its spot in an instant. Only the green light rabbit remained perched on Lee Dainio's shoulder, silently observing the scene. After a moment's thought, Sumo spoke slowly. Xiaopang, you take on the ironclad brown bear.
Lightning, you track the burrowing turtle. Be extremely cautious, do not let the burrowing turtle ambush you. Watch your safety.
As Sumo's orders fell, the Thunder Dog and Little Green Dragon, the two tamed beasts, set off on their respective missions.
Sumo, however, wasn't idle. He fixed his gaze on Lee Dainio before him and rubbed his wrist. Then, the demon-slaying blade appeared in his hand. Sumo chuckled. Now that they each have their tasks, shouldn't the two of us settle who's superior? Sumo had no intention of concealing his strength. During the earlier battle against the wave of over 400 beasts, Sumo had already demonstrated his formidable combat prowess. He was confident that Lee Dainio, having observed him from the shadows all this time, must have witnessed this firsthand. There was no need for him to conceal anything, doing so would only invite unnecessary danger. Lee Dainio, however, chuckled and produced a staff made of some unknown metal. He looked at Sumo and said with a smile, brother, you're so eager to beat me? That's really not giving me any face. We get along so well, can't we just chat and have a drink or something? Sumo shook his head. No thanks to the chatting and drinking. I'm not interested. Come on. Our fight is finally about to begin. With a thunderous boom, Sumo vanished from his spot in an instant. At this moment, Sumo had no intention of giving Lee Dainio any openings. He simply didn't have the time. Sumo would now engage Lee Dainio head-on. He only needed to deal with Lee Dainio. Once that was done, the three beasts bound to his contract would naturally cease their attacks. In that instant, Sumo materialized directly before Lee Dainio. Instantly, Lee Dainio's aura surged violently, his clothes torn apart by bulging muscles. Sumo watched as Lee Dainio's muscles bulged high and taut. The overwhelming aura radiating from his entire being was unleashed without restraint. What terrifying aura! Sumo narrowed his eyes. This was the first person he had encountered since joining the southern frontier or since crossing over into this world who possessed such overwhelming power. After a moment, he thought to himself, this Lee Dainio was no ordinary man. After all, he's the one who brought the Shadow Organization here today for such an important mission. He must possess extraordinary abilities. At that very moment, Sumo gripped the hilt of the demon-slaying blade. The demon-slaying blade hummed with a low, resonant vibration, trembling incessantly beneath the hum. Indeed, the demon-slaying blade was once again craving blood. Sumo's mouth opened slightly as he let out a thunderous roar. The sheer force of his shout blew countless fallen leaves away from his surroundings. In the next instant, Sumo flicked the demon-slaying blade upward from below, slicing through the air as if tearing it apart. The moon hanging high in the sky grew even colder at that moment. Upon its blade, the spirit energy manifested as a dazzling light, reflecting countless threads of light that spiraled madly along the blade's patterns. The razor-sharp edge now streaked toward Lee Dainio's chest. The blade's intent raged, causing cracks to appear in nearby trees.
The trunk split open, revealing one crack after another, like the claws of a soul-devouring demon. In that instant, Sumo unleashed one of the most powerful attacks he had mastered within his demon-slaying sword technique. He intended to leave Li Dania no room to maneuver.
He wasn't foolish. In a battle like this, testing each other's limits could prove dangerous. It was far better to unleash his most powerful strike directly, cutting his opponent down with a single blow. Yet, at that very instant, Sumo froze. Just as his demon-slaying blade was about to touch Li Dania's chest, Li Dania suddenly raised his staff made of an unknown material. With effortless ease, he placed it horizontally across the blade of the demon-slaying sword. With a thunderous crash, the collision seemed to compress and evacuate the surrounding air. Instantly, Sumo's ears rang and his head spun. He instinctively stumbled back over a dozen steps. Li Daniu also retreated about 6 or 7 steps before lifting his head. He continued to wear that incredibly simple, honest smile as he looked at Sumo. Sumo's brow furrowed tightly, a jolt of realization striking his heart. He realized Li Daniu was far more formidable than he'd imagined. Just from the fact that Sumo had retreated so far, while Li Dania seemed far more relaxed and at ease than he was. Sumo asked instinctively, "Are you also a dual cultivator of martial arts and beast-taming?" After uttering these words, Sumo silently pondered. No wonder Li Dania seemed so utterly fearless earlier. No wonder his bloodthirsty aura felt overwhelming, his physique so robust, his sheer power practically radiating from him. So this Li Dania truly is extraordinary. Li Daniu, however, merely chuckled, scratching his head. "Haha, so you're curious about my background, brother? Why the sudden interest in digging up dirt?" Sumo spat out a disdainful snort. "Cut the nonsense. You're one of the shadow organization. I'd gladly carve you into 1,000 pieces and still feel no remorse." Li Dania shrugged indifferently. "Fine. No matter what kind of power you wield, today I'll cut you down from your horse." Sumo was now utterly resolved Li Dania would pay for this. At the same time, he understood he couldn't reveal too much of himself to Li Dania just yet. He held his own trump card, confident it would deliver the most devastating blow to Li Daniu. But just how effective they would be? He'd have to play it by ear. As for whether he would die here today, Sumo wasn't the least bit worried. Thus, Sumo fixed his gaze on Li Daniu before him. As he spoke, Sumo charged forward once more. Before long, he leapt and landed on a nearby tree branch. Standing on the branch, Sumo's demon-slaying blade emitted a piercing, icy glint. Driven by Sumo's relentless spiritual energy, the formidable power within him erupted in an instant. The surrounding fallen leaves were violently swept away by the raging whirlwind, forming a vortex several meters wide. As he raised the demon-slaying blade, its blade light turned crimson, unleashing a raging tempest wherever it passed. As his body vanished from its original spot, the branch snapped cleanly. Sumo then raised the demon-slaying blade overhead, bringing it crashing down from the sky. A devastating blade strike surged toward Li Daniu. Chapter 146, You're also a dual cultivator? Seeking gold votes. Frown deepened on Sumo's face as he hung mid-air. He could now sense that Li Daniu's physical prowess far surpassed his own. Li Daniu was also a beastmaster who cultivated both martial arts and beast control. At the same time, Sumo's conviction deepened. That Li Daniu had come here specifically for him. Otherwise, an organization as arrogant as the Shadow Group would hardly have dispatched someone of such formidable strength to this place. They could have sent any beastmaster. Those who mastered both martial arts and beast control were already beyond the reach of ordinary men, rare talents selected from countless beastmasters. The Shadow Organization specifically sent someone like Li Daniu, someone connected to him, to this place. Wasn't their purpose precisely to confront him? This realization weighed heavily on Sumo's mind. He now understood that the Shadow Organization had likely begun to take notice of him. Regardless of today's battle's outcome, it seemed inevitable that he and the Shadow Organization would become inextricably entangled in the days ahead. The realization that trouble would likely follow him relentlessly in the days ahead gave Sumo a headache. But there was no choice. The Shadow Organization had already harmed countless innocent lives. Sumo must confront this challenge head-on and ensure they paid the price, bit by bit. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Sumo raised his demon-slaying blade high in the air. A towering wave over 2 meters high surged skyward behind him, sweeping up countless fallen leaves in its path of raging wind and torrential waves. Simultaneously, an immense blade aura crystallized along the blade's edge. Descending from above, it splashed outward, lifting countless fallen leaves into the air like a layer of powder. As they drifted slowly downward, the blade energy finally reached Li Daniu's head. Seeing the blade energy appear, Li Daniu bellowed, "Brilliant! Brother, you sure know how to play hardball, going all out right from the start, huh? Fine. I'll play along." As he spoke, the staff in Li Daniu's hands instantly transformed, swelling to twice its original size. With a swift motion, he raised the staff, forcibly blocking Sumo's attack. But at the same time, with a thunderous boom, Li Daniu's feet sank deep into the ground. Under Sumo's powerful and forceful attack, he sank over half a meter into the ground, both knees buried beneath the earth. Yet Li Daniu paid it no mind. His muscles tensed instantly, veins bulging as he lifted himself up, forcefully knocking the demon-slaying blade from Sumo's grasp. Sumo was sent flying backward by the recoil, catching the demon-slaying blade mid-air before landing once more. Just then, Sumo focused his mind, sensing the battle between the little green dragon and the thunder dog. The little green dragon had now fully transformed back into its dragon form, its massive body obscuring the sky as it clashed relentlessly with the ironclad brown bear. Its innate bloodline pressure destabilized the ironclad brown bear's cultivation realm. Yet whether it unleashed ordinary claw strikes or its signature dragon flame burning 10,000 miles, neither dealt significant damage to the ironclad brown bear before it. The ironclad brown bear's defenses were too formidable, so strong that the little green dragon found it difficult to overcome for the time being. Meanwhile, the thunder dog finally located the burrowing turtle. Under the thunder dog's relentless clawing at the ground, the burrowing turtle could endure no longer. It burst out of the earth to engage the thunder dog in direct combat. Though the burrowing turtle was a size smaller than the thunder dog, its defensive capabilities were unmatched among all tamed beasts and magical creatures alike. The repeated attacks had now made the thunder dog somewhat impatient. Sumo urgently communicated telepathically with his two beast companions, warning them not to act rashly. They must find a way to maneuver skillfully against their opponents and pinpoint weaknesses in their attacks. As luck would have it, at that very moment, little green dragon's shark gaze finally spotted an opening in the ironclad brown bear's defense. It charged forward, its claws striking precisely at the gap in the ironclad brown bear's defenses. This strike left a bloody gash across the bear's chest, from which fresh blood seeped steadily outward. Sensing the injury, the ironclad brown bear roared in fury, its cries shaking the very ground beneath them. Immediately afterward, the ironclad brown bear's form began to swell rapidly. Already standing 2 to 3 meters tall, it now surged to over 6 meters in height. Ignoring the bleeding wound on its chest, the ironclad brown bear watched the little green dragon's relentless taunts. It pounded the ground with both paws, then lunged forward, attempting to swat the little green dragon. Though the little green dragon was a flying-type beast, its size proved too great to handle. After only a few exchanges, it was struck by the iron-armored brown bear, its form momentarily unsteady. Sumo frowned deeply, observing both the little green dragon and the armored brown bear, each sustaining some injury. Just as he pondered his next move, Lidania chuckled, scratched his head with a simple smile, and patted the green glow rabbit that had appeared on his shoulder. Only then did Sumo grasp the situation. The green light rabbit possessed little combat ability. Its sole purpose lay in its innate healing power. It could draw upon its own vital energy to heal any target it chose. Watching the green light burst forth from the rabbit's body, it flowed like a stream into the ironclad brown bear's body. Within mere breaths, Sumo watched the gash on the ironclad brown bear's chest rapidly mend. Damn it! Sumo cursed inwardly, stunned by the green light rabbit's unexpected potency. He even watched Lidania pull a rapid chi and blood recovery gene serum from his storage ring, feeding it to the green light rabbit as if it were worthless. Sumo steeled his resolve. He knew now that the only way forward was to capture the king first. Only by first severely wounding or killing Lidania could they proceed to take down the remaining uncontrolled beast tamers one by one, either eliminating them completely or bringing them under their control. But Sumo knew full well that taking down the resilient Lidania would be incredibly difficult. He'd likely have to resort to other means. With a spit of contempt, Sumo swung his demon-slaying blade once more. Instantly, as his spiritual energy surged through the blade, a blood-red aura erupted from the sword's surface. The air temperature plummeted by 10 degrees, and a thin layer of frost began to form. Standing on the ground, Sumo swung the demon-slaying blade toward his opponent. A layer of frost now clung to its blade. He lifted his head, coldly gazing at Lidania before him, and roared, "Humph! Never imagined today I'd encounter another who cultivates both martial arts and beast-taming. Lidania, you truly are extraordinary. But brace yourself for this next move." Under the bright moon, Sumo planted his feet firmly and shot upward in an instant. Chapter 147, Lidania's inner frustration seeking gold votes. Hovering briefly in midair, Sumo's thoughts raced. He must find a way to inflict some damage on Lidania. Otherwise, he would likely be unable to match Lidania in the ensuing battle. His plan would likely be impossible to execute. So, mid-air, Sumo gripped the demon-slaying blade with both hands, channeling his spiritual energy with frenzied intensity. A blinding golden light erupted from the blade's surface, illuminating the entire night sky. Far away, Xiao Yunfeng remained rooted to the spot. Watching the sudden explosion of light several kilometers ahead, he clenched his fists tightly. Xiao Yunfeng didn't know whose move this was. Was it the one from the Shadow Organization, or was it Sumo's? Xiao Yunfeng shared the same confusion as Sumo. Today's beast tide, complete with both young beast realm and mature beast realm beasts, had indeed caused him significant trouble. Xiao Yunfeng had always known that confronting these beasts would be no simple task. Sumo's formidable strength, however, offered Xiao Yunfeng a measure of reassurance. Sumo's discovery of the sudden, uninvited intruder whose identity remained entirely unknown surprised Xiao Yunfeng. Yet what intrigued him more was whether the figure who had just darted past him had noticed Sumo's presence. Did that person possess the ability to protect Sumo's safety?
As these thoughts swirled, Xiao Yunfeng felt an overwhelming tension, even finding himself incessantly praying that Sumo would return safely.
Sumo soared into the air, unleashing a thunderous roar.
The surging momentum from his blade materialized into a tangible force, descending from above like the primordial force that split heaven and earth. Wherever the golden light passed, the surrounding air froze, warping and distorting. Even the ground beneath Li Danio's feet began to crack inch by inch. This was the formidable display of power born from vital energy 18 times stronger than an ordinary person's, amplified by the manipulation and reinforcement of spiritual inner strength.
Amidst the biting cold winds, an overwhelming aura radiated outward. Countless trees surrounding his body were now encased in a layer of frost. Sumo's aura surged violently, descending with overwhelming power like a celestial being descending to cut down all the world's evils. Li Dania finally furrowed his brow at this moment. He sensed the overwhelming power emanating from Sumo, felt the sheer force he displayed. This unstoppable momentum, carrying a murderous intent that pierced the heavens, forced Li Dania to take the situation seriously. Finally, in the blink of an eye, Li Dania felt endless frustration welling up inside him. He couldn't help but silently curse, "What the hell possessed me today? The higher-ups suddenly ordered me here to attempt an assault on the southern frontier's city walls. And to top it off, I'm supposed to pay special attention to all the reactions triggered by this assault. I've been watching from the shadows all along, only to discover Sumo's presence. Watching Sumo charge toward me, my cowardly self immediately began fleeing without hesitation. Yet, in the end, I never imagined Sumo would catch sight of me. Now, this battle between us two is one we must inevitably face." At this moment, Li Dania felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. Yet, he could only tense his muscles, summoning his full strength with the aid of his spiritual energy to brace for the impact. Finally, the blade energy radiating from Sumo's demon-slaying blade collided with the weapon Li Dania held in his hands. With a thunderous boom, the earth shook violently, the ground trembling more fiercely than before. Yet under this formidable impact, the counterforce sent Sumo soaring backward through the air. He flew dozens of meters, smashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. Sumo knelt on one knee, lifting his head to see Li Dania before him, finally unable to hold back. A mouthful of blood spurted forth. Countless muscles and skin on Li Dania's body began to split open inch by inch, blood seeping through. A metallic taste filled his throat as he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the green-glowing rabbit perched on Li Dania's shoulder lay dying, its eyes finally closing. The sudden realization struck Li Dania, freezing him in place for a moment before panic and fury erupted in his expression. He raised his head to stare at Sumo and shouted, "You! So your goal was to kill the green-glow rabbit?" Sumo wiped the corner of his mouth, stood up unsteadily, and chuckled, "What else? Did I make such a huge commotion just to slander you?" A bitter smile played on Sumo's lips. All this commotion nearly tore him apart, and yet he'd only managed to kill a green-light rabbit at the third stage of the youth realm. Indeed, this was Sumo's ultimate objective, to capture the king first. That much was true, but the green-light rabbit possessed the ability to heal both beasts and their tamers. Sumo knew well that unless he eliminated the green-light rabbit, no matter how severely Li Dania was injured, as long as he possessed the gene serum to restore his vital energy, he could repeatedly have the rabbit heal him. In that case, he would still be unable to engage in a proper battle. Ultimately, Sumo would gain nothing from Li Dania. Of course, Sumo still held one trump card, the very trait he had always prided himself on, his immortality. Even now, Sumo felt no pain whatsoever. Yet, to fully play his part before Li Dania, he forced himself to spit out a mouthful of blood. Of course, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Meanwhile, Li Dania, having suffered internal injuries, found his physical strength slightly diminished. Furthermore, upon discovering the death of the green-light rabbit, Li Dania was overcome with fury. With a roar of rage, the metal tube in his hand made of an unknown material transformed before Sumo's eyes into a tang sword. Gripping the tang sword, Li Dania glared at Sumo through gritted teeth, his voice cold as ice. "You dared kill my beast companion. I'll make you wish you were dead." As the words "make you wish you were dead" fell from his lips, Li Dania's form surged forward. A whirlwind of force surged around him, making him appear like a demon risen from hell. In the blink of an eye, Li Dania vanished from his original spot. Sumo's eyes narrowed in surprise. "Damn it," he thought. "I never expected Li Dania to be even stronger than I imagined." Sumo had assumed Li Dania was a martial arts prodigy, perhaps marginally stronger than himself at best. But now he realized the man was far beyond his expectations. Just now, when Li Dania vanished and charged toward him at that speed, Sumo realized he might not even reach that level even if he increased his chi blood by another 1,000 points. Finally, Sumo's gaze sharpened as he caught sight of Li Dania's figure charging toward him. The demon-slaying blade vanished from his hand, replaced by the heavier, more sweeping weapon, the Nether King. He held it horizontally across his chest. No sooner had he assumed his defensive stance than Li Dania arrived before him. In the next instant, Li Dania thrust his tang sword forward, driving it into the blade of the king of the underworld. With a thunderous boom, the ground beneath Sumo and Li Dania caved in, sinking a full 5 meters.
A crater approximately 5 meters deep and 10 meters wide appeared.
Chapter 148, one shocking revelation after another. Vote for gold selection. Creak, creak. Sumo's teeth chattered. He heard the distinct cracking sound of his own arms snapping. Sumo's brows furrowed tightly as he glared at Lidania through clenched teeth. At that moment, Lidanio gnashed his teeth in fury, consumed by an uncontrollable rage that demanded Sumo's complete annihilation. Fueled by this fury, he coldly declared, "Why did you kill my best companion? It was the very first partner I contracted since entering the realm of martial beast-taming. You actually killed it. Wah, I'll make you wish you were dead." As Lidania raised his tang sword, Suemo summoned his strength, holding his heavy sword horizontally above his head. The tang sword instantly struck the heavy sword, the lord of the underworld. In that instant, a sharp crack echoed. Suemo felt his head buzzing, as if he'd lost all control over his limbs. Simultaneously, he felt his arms go limp, unable to hold the blade any longer. His hands dangled limply at his sides. The tang sword then drove itself brutally into Sumo's shoulder, sinking 3 inches deep into the bone. Though Suemo felt no pain, his body reacted with brutal realism. For instance, his mouth opened, spewing a mouthful of blood that splattered directly onto Lidanio's face. Blood-soaked, Lidanio looked even more ferocious. Gnashing his teeth, he snarled, "Brother Suemo, killing my beast comes at a price. Today, you'll pay with your life." As he spoke, Lidania drew his tang sword. The blade plunged downward, piercing straight into Sumo's abdomen and twisting violently within his gut. The sensation was bizarre, like having your appendix yanked out after anesthesia, then hearing the snip-snip of scissors cutting through flesh. Though he felt no pain, Suemo still felt a twinge of toothache. At the same time, he could only feign agony by letting out a series of roars. Yet Lidanio never once doubted him. Why were Thunderdog and Little Green Dragon still fighting as if nothing had happened, showing no sign of panic whatsoever despite the agony Suemo was enduring? Lidanio watched Suemo collapse into the deep pit and turned to leave. Suddenly, Sumo's weak voice called out, "Wait." Lidania turned back, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Suemo. "Got last words?" "Oomph. Fine, spit 'em out. Want to tell someone? When I get the chance to meet them, I'll deliver your message before I kill them." Sumo's heart tightened slightly. He hadn't expected the Shadow Organization to be so ruthless and merciless. But for the sake of his own plans, Suemo forced out a weak question, "Why? Why can your Shadow Organization summon beast waves?" Lidanio paused briefly before chuckling. "I didn't expect anyone to figure it out." "Well, it seems you've caught on to something. Over the years, whether in China or around the world, 70% of the beast waves were orchestrated by our Shadow Organization. I have no qualms telling you, since you're already a dead man. Once you die, your 2 tamed beasts will lose their contract power. Then they'll either be in my grasp or meet their end by my blade." Lidania chuckled softly, watching the ironclad brown bear and the burrowing turtle hold their own against Sumo's 2 tamed beasts. At least for the next 5 minutes, he didn't need to worry about injury or anything else. His interest peaked, he fumbled a cigarette from his pocket, sat down on the ground, and lit it, as if to ease the discomfort spreading through his body. The minor wounds Lidania had inflicted on Suemo just moments ago had already scabbed over. He retrieved another bottle of potion from his storage ring and downed it, feeling his strength return by more than half. He sat there on the ground, exhaling a puff of smoke and chuckling. "The Shadow Organization is everywhere across the globe, and I, Lidanio, am one of its members." Following the cataclysmic shift in the world a century ago, the Shadow Organization emerged almost immediately. Simultaneously, through unique frequencies we've mastered, we've uncovered patterns in the emergence of consciousness-bound beasts across the globe. Following this, we began gradual analysis. After decades of research, we finally discovered methods to control these magical beasts. Lidania looked at Suemo and continued, "I saw earlier that you noticed something off about that color-scaled crocodile, didn't you?" Suemo blinked, signaling his weakness made speaking difficult, but he could still respond. Lidania chuckled. "You noticed correctly. The chips inside them are precisely the result of our research. Through that chip, we can control all magical beasts. At the same time, we also discovered something peculiar about these beasts. They originate from another world." "Another world?" Suemo responded weakly, asking in a small voice, "What does that mean?" Lidanio burst out laughing. Never mind. It just so happens I haven't met anyone worth talking to in years. Since you asked, I'll tell you all about it. That other world is a realm teeming with magical beasts, a place where you can find everything you desire, from the beasts themselves to their tamers. However, up until now, we haven't figured out how to enter that world. But we can precisely calculate the timing and methods for all magical beasts to appear in our world. It's precisely because we've mastered this that we can seize control of these beasts the instant they appear, harnessing them for our purposes, even raising them in captivity. Sumo's mind was now churning with a storm of shock. Hearing Lidania's words, he felt as if his entire mind had ceased to function. The Shadow Organization could not only control demon beasts but also raise them? Didn't that mean that as long as they possessed a large number of beasts, and as long as the quality of those beasts was high enough, they could cultivate more and more powerful, higher-tier beasts without limit? Noticing Sumo's eyes widen in shock, Li Dania chuckled. What do you think? Pretty unexpected, huh?
Unfortunately, the methods currently mastered by the Shadow Organization for simultaneously breeding and cultivating beasts are still incomplete. It will likely take a considerable amount of time to fully develop. Still, that doesn't diminish our current strength in the slightest.
Li Dania continued, remember those 3 beasts you were hunting earlier?
They were bred through our Shadow Organization's research. Originally, cultivating a single youth realm beast had only a 1 success rate. Cultivating a mature realm beast required a 1 in 10,000 chance. This shows just how difficult it is to cultivate these beast-riding beasts right now.
Sumo remained silent. Li Dania chuckled again. But the boss is really good to me.
He actually entrusted me with this mission to trample the southern frontier. He also told me that regardless of success or failure here, once I return, I, Li Dania, will earn countless merit points.
He. Sumo instinctively asked, who is your boss? Chapter 149, Li Dania's death by ignorance. Vote for gold selection.
At this question, Li Dania actually froze for a moment.
He curled his lip, looking at Sumo as if he were a fool. After a long pause, he finally spoke, seriously? You're a beastmaster in the demon-suppressing army, and you don't even know who leads the Shadow Organization? What do you mean? Sumo asked weakly. Li Dania curled his lip and said, fine. Telling you won't hurt.
The leader of our Shadow Organization is none other than the younger brother of your demon-suppressing army's general, Long Canghai.
Boom!
A single stone sent ripples across 1,000 waves.
Even lying on the ground feigning weakness, Sumo couldn't conceal the shock surging through his heart. What the hell? Sumo was stunned. He never imagined the Shadow Organization's leader would be Long Canghai's own brother. But how could this be possible?
Ever since crossing over into this world, he had been fighting on the southern front lines.
Through countless battles over these 3 years, Sumo had never once heard anything about Long Canghai's background, let alone that Long Canghai had a younger brother. Sumo realized there were likely many secrets still waiting for him to uncover.
Yet he also understood why Long Canghai and the others had never mentioned this to him before. Even if he asked now, it would likely be pointless. Seeing Sumo grow increasingly weak, his complexion turning paler by the moment, Li Dania finally stood up, clapped his hands, and patted his backside. He stubbed out his cigarette beside Sumo and chuckled, brother, today you've lived a full life.
Getting to hear all these stories from me, Li Dania, means you can die without regrets, right? Ha. Alright, I won't waste any more words. I need to pack up and head back to report.
With you chasing me just now, I completely forgot to retrieve the device I left in the woods.
Gotta hurry back. But honestly, I'm really pissed at you today.
You killed my most important partner, Greenlight Rabbit. Sure, once I get back, the gene potion the boss gave us can forcibly break the death contract between me and Greenlight Rabbit. But I'm still gonna get chewed out by the higher-ups.
Well. The higher-ups specifically ordered me to keep tabs on you.
If I ever got the chance to kill you, today would count as fulfilling that wish. Li Dania curled his lips, his eyes brimming with contempt. But those 2 beasts of yours are quite interesting.
Once you're dead, I'll claim them both. Impressive, really, but soon they'll all be mine. Ha.
Li Dania was now as delighted as a child who'd just received a cherished toy. He gave Sumo a sly grin, as if thanking him for everything he'd done. Then he turned away, humming a tune as he prepared to stride off, rushing forward to support his 2 beasts.
But just then, thud!
Li Dania froze instantly, staring down at the spot where his heart should be.
A blade protruded cleanly from back to front. Li Dania recognized the blade instantly. It was none other than Sumo's demon-slaying blade. Blood dripped steadily from the blade's tip. Li Dania finally couldn't hold back any longer, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
He mechanically turned his head to the side, where Sumo had finally arrived beside him.
Sumo yanked the demon-slaying blade free, flicked the blood from its edge, and stared coldly at Li Dania.
The latter frowned deeply, his voice trembling as he asked, You were dead. Why are you still alive?
Why do you even look perfectly normal?
Sumo bared his teeth, blood still dripping from the corners of his mouth, but he paid it no mind. He chuckled darkly, everyone who knew my secret is dead.
And I don't like sharing my secrets.
So even if you were dead, I wouldn't tell you. With a sharp whoosh, Sumo swung his demon-slaying blade in a diagonal upward slash. Golden light flashed as the blade severed Li Dania's head. His body fell lifeless to the ground, eyes wide open in death. His eyes remained fixed on Sumo even in death. Sumo watched it all with a cold gaze. He had long ceased to care about such things, or perhaps he had simply grown accustomed to them.
Countless demonic beasts had fallen by his blade over the years.
How many beasts, in their final moments, had gazed at him with eyes filled with terror, confusion, fear, and utter stillness?
Yet at that very moment, Li Dania's death profoundly affected the 2 beasts he had contracted as a beastmaster.
The ironclad brown bear and the burrowing turtle staggered, their power seemingly halved.
It was precisely under these circumstances, with their strength diminished, that the Thunder Dog and Little Green Dragon effortlessly slew both beasts. Watching the little azure dragon transform back into its original plump little bird form, it swiftly flew alongside the Thunder Dog to Sumo's side. Sumo sat cross-legged on the ground, his vital energy swirling before him, manifesting an extraordinary phenomenon. The two tamed beasts sat cross-legged at the center. Infused with Sumo's vital energy, their bodies rapidly recovered. Half a minute later, both beasts were fully restored. Sumo glanced down at his Beastmaster bracelet, checking his attributes. Having just been killed by Li Danyu, revived, and then healed to resurrect his two beasts, his spiritual power reached 3,061 points, and his vital energy hit 1812 points. Both had increased once more. Pulling a cigarette from his storage ring and lighting it, Sumo exhaled deeply, a sense of helplessness welling up in his heart. He thought gloomily to himself, thankful he had this trump card up his sleeve. Sumo had also kept a trump card hidden in his heart when facing Xiao Yunfeng earlier. Xiao Yunfeng was deeply concerned that Sumo might encounter problems because of this, yet he didn't know, not even Long Canghai knew, that Sumo possessed the innate talent of immortality. Sumo feared neither death nor felt any pain. It was precisely this strength, this unique trait, unknown to others, that allowed Sumo to come here regardless of the cost. He knew the shadow organization operated in secrecy. He understood that if he didn't seize this chance to come here and resolve matters, to find even a single clue about the shadow organization, the next opportunity might never come. Sumo was confident that his unique gift would catch the shadow organization off guard, guaranteeing a surprise attack. Then, he could adapt to the situation as it unfolded. If the person proved weaker than him, he planned to capture them alive and extract the information he saw through interrogation. If the opponent proved too formidable, he would feign near death. Wasn't that how villains in novels and TV dramas always acted? Facing their impending demise, they never failed to spout a load of nonsense. Sumo hadn't expected Li Danyu to be any different. Perhaps Li Danyu hadn't encountered anyone worth conversing with in years. So when he suddenly encountered Sumo, he naturally tried every trick to strike up a conversation. Sure enough, it played out exactly as Sumo had anticipated. Chapter 150, Sumo's Moment of Life and Death. Vote for gold selection. But Sumo never imagined that today, he would hear something truly shocking. He never imagined the shadow organization could be so formidable. They even possessed, as Li Danyu had claimed, the complete mastery to investigate and analyze the patterns governing the arrival of all beasts and monsters through the portals from other realms. They had even discovered that these beasts all originated from a single otherworld. As someone who had traveled from Earth and was well versed in various novels, Sumo naturally understood the existence of other worlds. However, he had no idea what that otherworld actually was. In fact, even the researchers of the Demon Suppression Army had yet to uncover such a parallel world. What was even more alarming was that the shadow organization had somehow managed to capture and breed these beasts, optimizing and iterating their traits. Simultaneously, they could even surpass the innate abilities a Beastmaster possessed after awakening. Every 10 levels a Beastmaster ascended, they could contract a new beast. But if that beast perished, a death contract would inevitably form between the Beastmaster and the fallen creature. Under the curse of this death contract, the Beastmaster loses both the right and the ability to contract a new beast. This is why countless Beastmasters treat their beasts as the most precious companions in their lives. Yet, from Li Danyu's recent account, Sumo understood that the shadow organization had discovered a method to nullify the death contract. Terrifying. That was Sumo's only thought. Beastmasters were already a powerful yet heavily restricted group in this world. Yet within the shadow organization, all these constraints seemed to vanish entirely. The shadow organizations might far exceeded anything Sumo had imagined. This realization sent waves of unease crashing through Sumo's mind, making the true depth of the shadow organization's power impossible to fathom. Bit by bit, all these revelations flooded into Sumo's mind, causing his brows to furrow deeply. The shadow organization felt like an inescapable net, a giant hand in the darkness enveloping Sumo. A growing sense of danger began to creep over him. Simultaneously, Sumo resolved to return immediately. Once the Beastmaster squad returned from the Southern Frontier Theater, he would find a way to get back to Linen City, or rather, to the capital, as quickly as possible. He had to personally deliver this news to Long Canghai at the earliest opportunity. Naturally, Sumo couldn't possibly relay this matter over the phone. He feared that if intercepted and discovered, the shadow organization would inevitably fixate on him, and whatever awaited him would hardly be a favorable outcome. He believed that delivering the message in person was the only truly reliable method. Meanwhile, another revelation was poised to shock Sumo to his core. The leader and head of the shadow organization was actually Long Canghai's own younger brother? Over the years, Sumo had never once heard any mention of Long Canghai having a younger brother in any of their various conversations or casual chats. Much less had he ever heard of any connection between him and the shadow organization. Sumo desperately wanted to understand the situation, to ask questions and uncover the truth behind it all. But he understood that if he asked Long Canghai himself, the man would never reveal the truth. So who could he ask? A name instantly surfaced in Sumo's mind: Zhang Haining. He had considered asking Xiao Yunfeng, but then realized that after following Long Canghai for so many years, Xiao must know many of the details.
But precisely because of that, Xiao Yunfeng wouldn't simply hand it over to him. Given that, it would be better to ask Zhang Haining. It seemed he'd have to wait until matters here were settled, until he returned home, before inquiring.
Poof. Come out. You've been watching from the sidelines for quite some time now, haven't you? Is it entertaining? Come out. How about we have a proper chat?
Suddenly, Suemo spoke up, his voice cold. After speaking, Suemo lit another cigarette and sat in the deep pit, puffing away steadily. He lifted his head, gazing at the full moon hanging high in the sky, exceptionally beautiful.
Yet at that very moment, footsteps echoed, drawing into Sumo's line of sight.
The old man who appeared before him was precisely the one Suemo had been watching, guarding against, and treating with caution time and again during this period. The old man descended from the edge of the pit to Sumo's side, chuckled, and extended his hand.
Suemo asked curiously, "What's up?"
The old man replied, "Cigarettes. I came out a week ago in a hurry and forgot to bring any. Hand me one, kid." Suemo scratched his head, looking at the old man. "Seriously, who would believe that? You have a storage ring, don't you? And there's a supermarket in the camp. If you want to smoke, just go buy some yourself.
Why bother asking me?"
The old man scratched his head, grinning awkwardly.
Ha ha ha, I didn't bring any money. Sumo's mouth twitched. But he quickly caught a crucial detail in the old man's words. "Curious," he asked, "you said you've been here for over a week? So you followed me here?"
The old man nodded.
Suemo pressed further, "Who exactly are you? Why have you been following me like this?"
Suemo said, "Truth be told, I've been curious about you for a while now. Ever since I first saw you a week ago, I felt something was off about you. It's as if you're hiding something from me. But you seem just like any ordinary person, no aura of a beastmaster about you. It's hard to believe you're a powerful individual. Yet you've appeared before me every single day since, which only deepened my suspicions."
The old man took a drag on his cigarette and asked curiously, "Why? Is it just because I've been paying too much attention to you?"
Suemo shook his head. "3 reasons. First, the ring on your finger. Even though you often hid it behind your back when talking to me, I caught sight of it once.
Second, you appeared outside my room door. Time and again, I never caught sight of you beforehand.
You materialized like a ghost, leaving me baffled.
That's precisely why I started to suspect something. I realized you must be hiding some secret.
Third, just now. When I unleashed the demon-slaying blade technique repeatedly, displaying that formidable power when I attacked that Li Danio, I sensed a figure vanish instantly beside me. Then, during the attack, I deliberately glanced at you. I suppose you noticed too."
The old man chuckled. "Of course I noticed.
I saw your movements, I saw your eyes.
After that, I didn't bother hiding anymore. I just watched from nearby.
I have to say, you're quite the surprise."
"Surprised by what?" Suemo narrowed his eyes, questioning the elder.
The old man delivered a startling revelation. "What surprises me is the fearless talent you possess." With a sharp swish, the demon-slaying blade reappeared in Suemo's hand the moment the old man finished speaking, instantly pressing against his throat.
Chapter 151. Who exactly are you? Vote for gold selection. Silence fell. Sumo's brows were tightly furrowed. The demon-slaying blade in his hand was pressed firmly against the old man's throat.
Yet Suemo had an uneasy feeling. He feared he wouldn't gain any advantage from this old man.
Earlier, Suemo had assumed the old man was just an ordinary person.
Even now, under the scrutiny of his all-seeing eye, he appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. There were only 2 possibilities. Either this old man's beastmaster rank was above level 30, surpassing the all-seeing eye's detection capabilities. Or he was genuinely an ordinary person, something Suemo absolutely refused to believe. First, 7 days ago, this old man had arrived here with him. Secondly, as Suemo just mentioned, whenever the old man appeared before him during this period, he always did so silently. After successfully reaching over 1800 vitality points, Sumo's perception of his surroundings had become exceptionally acute. Now, Suemo could easily detect even the slightest rustle or movement. Yet the old man appeared outside his room without a sound, meeting him time and again. It was clear his purpose was to deliberately draw Sumo's attention. Or perhaps his power was simply too formidable to conceal anything from Suemo. 2 points were most crucial. First, during the battle, Suemo suddenly realized the old man had also arrived here. When he unleashed his demon-slaying sword technique, that terrifying aura had not inflicted even the slightest harm upon him. Second, he had actually uncovered the secret behind Sumo's immortality. This man already knew his secret. At this very moment, Suemo felt a profound sense of helplessness. He felt the other was truly too powerful. The calm composure he displayed before Suemo now made him feel utterly incapable of standing against him. In fact, Suemo had the illusion that in the blink of an eye, the next second he would die before him. That overwhelming, serene aura made Sumo's heart skip a beat.
At his shoulder and by his feet, the Azure Dragon and the Thunder Dog stood on high alert, poised to strike. At this moment, Sumo's two beast companions resolved to protect his safety at all costs. To the two beasts, the task seemed daunting, yet they knew they must act regardless. Sumo, coldly observing the old man before him, spoke slowly. Who exactly are you? I think we should be honest with each other, don't you agree? The old man laughed heartily, seemingly unconcerned by the demon-slaying blade pressed against his shoulder. You're absolutely right, he said. We really should be more honest. But young man, with that demon-slaying blade pressed against my throat, is that really showing much sincerity? Sumo snorted coldly. I could kill you right now. You know my secret, and everyone who knows my secret except for one person is dead. The old man raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You mean Zhang Haining, right? What? Sumo froze abruptly, his hand gripping the demon-slaying blade trembling slightly. Sumo's brow furrowed as he blurted out, who exactly are you? Alright. The old man shrugged casually, yet that single gesture carried overwhelming force, instantly flinging the demon-slaying blade from Sumo's grasp. Watching the blade land 10 meters behind him, just outside the edge of a deep pit, Sumo froze in place, his brow furrowed. What immense power! Sumo had admitted he'd exerted every ounce of strength to control the demon-slaying blade. Yet this old man had deflected it with nothing more than the force of his shoulder. Sumo knew just how formidable a display of power and skill that required. Yet in that very instant, Sumo's eyes widened again. He suddenly realized he couldn't move. That's right, utterly immobilized. This was the reaction induced by the overwhelming pressure emanating from a true powerhouse. Sumo now felt like a wooden statue, his body constantly subjected to the relentless pressure of overwhelming might. Beyond breathing and blinking, he could do nothing else. The old man watched Sumo's wide-eyed expression, his face filled with astonishment. He chuckled softly and spoke slowly. Young man, I merely wished for you to experience my power. Between us lies a chasm as vast as heaven and earth. You possess no right to oppose me. Now, would you be willing to chat with me? The sooner we finish, the sooner you can return. That little one, Xiao Yunfeng, is still waiting for you in that clearing. If you agree, blink your eyes twice. Seeing Sumo blink twice, the old man finally smiled faintly. Instantly, Sumo felt the oppressive aura surrounding him vanish completely. He promptly collapsed onto the ground. Crossing his legs on the ground, he patted the heads of the little green dragon and the thunder dog before saying, that dead ironclad brown bear and that burrowing turtle are your extra meal. Go eat. I'll have a chat with this old man here. The little green dragon and thunder dog let out a couple of barks before reluctantly leaving the area. Worry filled the eyes of both beasts, but upon sensing the confidence in Sumo's gaze, they finally departed. Though they didn't understand why Sumo had suddenly abandoned resistance or even any plan of action, they accepted his decision. He pulled 2 packs of cigarettes from his pet ring, handing one to the old man and opening the other for himself. Sumo lit his cigarette and sat put. The old man watched him curiously. Why not try resisting again? I can give you the chance. You can fight back however you want. Go ahead and use every trick in your bag, it won't matter. Put. Give me a break. Sumo rolled his eyes in exasperation. With your strength, I doubt I could handle you even if I leveled up 10 times over. Why waste my energy here? I imagine controlling me would be child's play for you. For me, Sumo, I've always relied on this immortality. Time and again, it's turned dire situations around. But possessing immortality comes with a drawback. If someone truly controls me and prevents my death, my freedom in this lifetime would be utterly restricted. That's why everyone who knew my secret besides Zhang Haining is dead, and now you're next. Sumo narrowed his eyes at the old man. You're saying all this today, it must have a lot to do with Zhang Haining, right? Who exactly are you? Sumo frowned as he asked. Indeed, the Sumo of just moments ago had held nothing back. He had always relied on his own immortality, a talent he'd brought with him from his previous life. But this gift came with a powerful flaw. If anyone truly discovered it, if they knew Sumo would resurrect after every death, each time with enhanced physical prowess. At that point, if anyone managed to control him, Sumo would ultimately have no way to continue living or fighting. Sumo would be trapped like a bird in a cage, utterly powerless to act. Simultaneously, under the overwhelming pressure emanating from the old man before him, Sumo sensed an intense grasp of control over himself. For the first time, he truly felt fear. Chapter 152, He is his master? Vote for gold selection. This was the first true fear Sumo had ever felt since crossing over from Earth. Fear that stemmed from the utter inability to resist the old man before him. How was this any different from his greatest fear, spending his entire life as a caged bird? Yet amidst this shock, Sumo's mind grew strangely calm. He suddenly noticed the old man had been watching him all along with a faint smile. Sumo had an instinctive feeling that this old man wasn't his enemy. He seemed quite friendly toward him. So when the old man offered him an opening, Sumo responded in kind. Ha 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 ha. The old man before him burst into hearty laughter upon hearing Sumo's words. He clapped his hands, his expression radiating satisfaction. He chuckled, you truly live up to your reputation.
Even that youngster Long Canghai has praised your sharp mind and your ability to read the situation. Of course, you were a bit reckless today. Well then, allow me to introduce myself.
My name is Zhang Tianlong. Suemo instinctively asked, this Jiang, is it the Zhang of River? Seeing the elder nod, Suemo continued, what's your relationship with Zhang Haining?
In that moment, Suemo voiced the suspicion that had been gnawing at his heart.
Like Zhang Haining, both shared the surname Jiang.
Both possessed formidable strength.
In fact, Suemo suddenly noticed a striking resemblance between the old man before him and Zhang Haining.
But he shouldn't call him old man now. He should address him as Zhang Tianlong. Zhang Tianlong chuckled softly, his expression tinged with a hint of sigh and gloom. He sighed and spoke slowly, Zhang Haining, she is my daughter.
What?
Suemo stared wide-eyed at Zhang Tianlong before him.
You mean Zhang Haining is your daughter?
But Zhang Haining told me her father had died long ago. Zhang Tianlong froze, nearly coughing up a mouthful of blood.
He cleared his throat and said, that damn little brat. She's been going around telling everyone I'm dead, hasn't she?
Suemo gave an awkward chuckle and hurriedly added, it's not really Sister Han Ying's fault. After all, we never heard a single word about you all these years. Plus, though we didn't know why, Zhang Haning said nearly every piece of information from everywhere pointed to you having sacrificed yourself.
As for whether it's true or false, or the reasons behind it, I really don't know. Zhang Tianlong waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, never mind. Ignorance is no crime.
Truth be told, even Zhang Haning herself doesn't know what's happened all these years. If I don't blame you, I certainly won't blame her. As he spoke, pain filled Zhang Tianlong's expression. Truth be told, I feel so much guilt toward that child. I'll carry this burden for the rest of my life, and I don't know when I'll ever be able to make it up to her.
Suemo frowned deeply, trying to pry, what exactly happened between you two? Could you tell me? Zhang Tianlong hesitated for a long moment before sighing.
When you return to Linen City and I see Zhang Haining, I'll tell you then.
Enough of this for now.
I know you probably still harbor some wariness toward me.
Suemo nodded without hesitation.
Zhang Tianlong laughed heartily, pulling his phone from his pocket and muttering to himself, goodness, I haven't used a phone in years. Good thing these things haven't changed much over the years. As he spoke, he dialed a video call to Long Canghai.
It was already 11 p.m.
On the other end, Long Canghai was still dressed in his military uniform, apparently sitting in his office, not yet ready to call it a night.
Suemo also sensed Long Canghai's unwavering resolve to sacrifice everything for China and its countless citizens. This man was truly tireless.
Yet the moment Long Canghai saw Zhang Tianlong appear on the screen, he sprang to his feet. He hastily saluted, his face brimming with respect as he called out, Master, why did you call?
Master.
Sumo's eyes widened beside him, and he instinctively gasped in surprise.
Holy crap, so General Long actually had a master, and this master was right under his nose? Goodness.
Long Canghai, now a level 91 Beastmaster, a dual cultivator of martial arts and beast control, hailed as China's guardian general.
A name familiar to all. Yet, Zhang Tianlong was actually Long Canghai's master? Did that mean his strength surpassed even Long Canghai's? Level 91.
The maximum level is 100, unattainable by anyone in the world. But this at least proves that Zhang Tianlong must also be above level 90. Holy crap. Just thinking about it made Sumo's jaw nearly drop.
It was terrifying.
Tonight felt like the most astonishing night of Sumo's life. Not only had he learned about the Shadow Organization, but now he'd discovered Zhang Tianlong's existence, and even that he was Long Canghai's master. One bombshell after another, each one landing like a heavyweight punch on Sumo's heart. Just then, Long Canghai spotted Suemo through the camera lens. Zhang Tianlong had turned toward him. You little brat, he said, looks like you're safe and sound.
No physical issues, right? Suemo nodded. Long Canghai chuckled. I knew you wouldn't run into trouble. I already informed my master.
He's been stationed in the Southern Frontier Theater all this time, and I made sure he'd do whatever it takes to keep you safe. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt comfortable letting you charge out like that. Suemo realized that all of this was because Long Canghai cared about him. His heart stirred with emotion. Then Suemo hurriedly said, Thank you, General Long.
And thank you for caring so deeply about my safety. Long Canghai chuckled. No need to thank me. Truth be told, I'm not the only one concerned about your safety. Suemo understood. He instinctively turned to look at Zhang Tianlong, realizing Zhang Tianlong must have been watching over him all along too. Goodness.
The thought struck Suemo, making him wonder what he possibly deserved to warrant such attention from them.
Just pondering it left him feeling both flattered and a bit overwhelmed.
Soon, Zhang Tianlong pursed his lips and spoke up, Hey, kid, I called you this time because this youngster has some doubts about my identity. He keeps worrying that old man here might be trying to frame him. So, I'm trying to get you to introduce yourselves and chat with him.
Go on, tell him, am I, Zhang Tianlong, a good guy or a bad guy? Hearing this, Suemo felt awkward.
He hadn't expected Zhang Tianlong to call him out so directly.
He gave an awkward chuckle and hurriedly said, "Haha, General Long, I don't really have that many doubts anymore. I was just talking nonsense, ha ha ha." Long Canghai looked utterly exasperated. "Cut it out. Don't think I don't know what you're up to.
But it's only natural you'd be suspicious of my master. After all, he suddenly appeared before you. Any normal person would be suspicious."
Chapter 153, Sumo's Second Apprenticeship? Vote for Gold Selection. Sumo gave an awkward laugh, his smile even more earnest than Li Daniu's. But Sumo understood that Long Canghai held no ill will toward him.
Moreover, it was a relief that neither Long Canghai nor the man before him, Zhang Tianlong, seemed displeased with him.
He finally let out a long breath.
Then Long Canghai reassured him, "All right, don't be afraid, and don't worry about anything.
Let me tell you this, he truly is my master."
Whether it was my path to enlightenment through martial arts or my dual cultivation of martial arts and beast-taming, my master holds an incredibly important place in my life.
It was precisely because he guided me that I was able to grow stronger time and again.
And it is precisely because of him that I possess such formidable strength today. If anyone in this world could threaten your life, you needn't worry about me or my master."
Sumo nodded.
Long Canghai smiled with satisfaction.
"You youngster. Master, I wasn't wrong about him back then, was I? He truly is extraordinary. See? He hasn't disappointed you, has he?" Zhang Tianlong smiled faintly.
"Indeed, he hasn't disappointed me. This kid does have some skill, but it's nothing extraordinary. He still needs a lot more polishing. Plus, his grasp of martial arts techniques is still too rudimentary, like a child playing house. But no worries, I'll naturally mold him into shape."
"Ha!"
Long Canghai chuckled upon hearing this. "Good, master.
Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Anything else?"
Seeing Zhang Tianlong shake his head, Long Canghai said with a pout, "Then I'll hang up for now.
I have some important matters to attend to. I need to write up the report on the battle that just ended in the southern frontier. I'm afraid I can't chat with you for too long. MHM. Zhang Tianlong nodded without hesitation. "Get back to it.
Oh, and one more thing.
Sumo just took down one of the Shadow Organization's operatives.
While he didn't let him survive, he managed to uncover some secrets about the Shadow Organization.
To prevent these secrets from being exposed, we'll have to withhold them from you for now. In a while, I'll bring him back to the capital.
I'll arrange for you to meet him personally, and then we can discuss everything in detail."
Long Canghai nodded urgently. "All right, fine. Hearing that puts my mind at ease.
We've been tracking and investigating the Shadow Organization for decades now. There's no rush over the next few days. Additionally, I hope you can focus on protecting that young man, Sumo, during this period. It's not just your curiosity about him, the secrets he holds may very well hold crucial significance for the future of the demon-suppressing army. I'm not one to pry into such matters, nor am I particularly interested in his secret. Still, I hope he avoids any mishaps."
Zhang Tianlong nodded.
"Rest assured, I've got it covered."
"All right, I'll sign off now. Get back to work and rest early tonight."
His words brimmed with boundless concern for Long Canghai.
After hanging up and putting away his phone, Zhang Tianlong turned to him. "You kid, you're really lucky to have run into me today. Otherwise, well. Hey, what are you doing?"
But mid-sentence, Zhang Tianlong suddenly noticed Sumo kneeling on the spot. Staring at Sumo's sudden prostration, Zhang Tianlong scratched his head in bewilderment.
"What are you doing? Why are you kneeling on the ground?" "Master." Sumo said earnestly, "Master, please accept this disciple's bow.
I humbly request your patient guidance. Rest assured, I will strive to grow and will never disappoint you on the path of martial arts."
Zhang Tianlong chuckled but maintained a serious facade as he asked, "Oh? How do you know I'd accept you as my disciple?" "Master." Sumo chuckled. "Didn't you just tell General Long everything?"
Your words clearly show you've begun paying attention to me, wanting to take me as your disciple and guide my growth in the martial arts.
I'm not stupid, how could I not pick up on that? As he spoke, Sumo broke into a simple, honest smile, one even more genuine than Li Daniu's earlier grin. Hearing this, Zhang Tianlong raised his hand and smacked Sumo's forehead in exasperation. "You're such a smooth-talking little rascal. I should have had Long Canghai thoroughly investigate you earlier to see just how cunning you really are. But never mind, never mind. I do indeed have an interest in taking you as my disciple. You do pique my curiosity, though I wonder how many secrets you're hiding.
So far, I've only discovered you seem fearless in the face of death.
But never mind, I don't want to pry too much. The fewer people who know your secrets, the better. The less that leaks out, the better.
Suppose one day, this old man truly falls into someone's hands.
They torture me mercilessly, pressing for your secrets. If I can't hold out and slip something out in a moment of weakness, well, that would be disastrous. Master, what are you saying? Who could possibly harm you? Surely you're at least level 91 now, right?"
You've got some insight, kid." Zhang Tianlong smiled confidently. "I'm a level 93 beast tamer, mastering both martial arts and beast taming.
All three talents are SSS tier. The latter part of his words exploded in Su Mo's mind like a thunderclap. Just as Su Mo had suspected, Zhang Tianlong's strength was truly formidable. Moreover, like Long Canghai, Zhang Tianlong possessed all three talents. Such formidable strength made him more than qualified to be his master. Watching Su Mo thud three bows on the ground, he then shouted, "Master, please accept this disciple's homage." Zhang Tianlong chuckled softly, quickly helping him up. "Enough," he said. "Stop with all this fancy nonsense, kid. But hey, everyone says you should bring something when you seek a master. You didn't bring anything? Aren't people supposed to bring tea or something? What? You didn't even bring tea?" "Heh, Su Mo chuckled. "Didn't I just give you a pack of cigarettes? Just a pack of cigarettes? He. Su Mo shook his head vigorously. "Don't underestimate this pack of cigarettes. This is a disciple's devotion to his master. This pack of cigarettes finally quenched your 7 or 8 days of craving, bringing you joy. Master, think about it, aren't you happy now?" Seeing Zhang Tianlong nod, Su Mo continued, "If you feel happy, clap your hands." Zhang Tianlong was about to clap his hands when he sensed something was off and stopped. "Master, if you think this pack of cigarettes is a bit too extravagant, then let's just leave it at that. Brothers should keep clear accounts, and as master and disciple, we should keep clear accounts too. You could give me the money for this pack of cigarettes now, and when we get back, I'll throw you a grand initiation ceremony. I'll serve you tea and water, making sure you're thoroughly satisfied. How does that sound?" Zhang Tianlong was at a loss for words. It finally dawned on him, damn it, this kid Su Mo was trying to trick him. Where would he get the money now? He'd just told Su Mo he hadn't brought any cash when leaving home. Otherwise, would he have been unable to buy cigarettes at the military supermarket? Would he have had to ask Su Mo for a smoke just now? Zhang Tianlong curled his lip. Damn it. Talk about the hunter becoming the hunted. You actually dare scheme against your own master? Su Mo chuckled, but his expression suddenly turned serious. Master, it's not that I'm being disrespectful. It's just that, since you became General Long's mentor yet remained largely unknown to the world all these years, I imagine very few people know your true identity. You must not want to draw attention to yourself. How could I possibly prepare a formal initiation gift for you? It's best we keep things low-key, don't you agree? Chapter 154, Truly Bringing Nothing? Vote for Gold Selection. Zhang Tianlong was correct about one thing. Before arriving, Zhang Tianlong had indeed conversed extensively with Long Canghai and gained considerable insight into Su Mo. Yet in Long Canghai's accounts, Su Mo was described as a sharp-minded individual who always thought several steps ahead in any situation. Now, upon meeting him, it proved true. Unexpectedly, from these few words, from his past background and various other insights, Su Mo had already figured out Zhang Tianlong's thoughts completely. Zhang Tianlong burst into laughter. Very well, very well. You've got me figured out completely, young man. Fine. I won't bother you with all this nonsense anymore. Truth be told, I don't care much for all this superficial nonsense, nor do I enjoy dealing with troublesome matters. This whole master-apprentice business? Completely unnecessary. As he spoke, Zhang Tianlong sighed again. For so many years, the Shadow Organization has sought to uncover my existence. It's not suitable for me to step into the limelight. I've always protected you from the shadows. If anything ever happens to you, I'll be there to shield you. Hearing this, Su Mo frowned deeply and blurted out instinctively, Master, there's something I've always been curious about. What exactly is this Shadow Organization? I didn't know much about them before, but lately, I've learned more and more. I've discovered the Shadow Organization seems far more complex than I imagined. As you likely heard just now, they possess methods to analyze the arrival of portals from other realms into this world, and they can even independently cultivate and breed magical beasts. All this likely proves the Shadow Organization's formidable strength. Yet what piques my curiosity now is this, based on what Li Dania just mentioned, it seems the head of the Shadow Organization shares an unusual connection with General Long. Seeing Zhang Tianlong nod, Su Mo thought calmly to himself, just as I suspected. This matter is indeed rather complicated. But Zhang Tianlong shook his head. Never mind. After all, you should understand the background of that boy, Long Canghai. It's not quite appropriate for me to discuss this with you in such detail. If it were to upset that young man, once his stubborn temper flares up, even I wouldn't be able to control him. Su Mo felt awkward. It seemed he wouldn't uncover the truth now and would have to wait until he met Zhang Haining to ask him directly. All right. Zhang Tianlong finally snapped back to reality and spoke slowly, let's go. We shouldn't linger here too long. That kid Xiao Yunfeng is still waiting nearby. He knows my identity anyway, no need to hide anything from him. Let's head back. Su Mo nodded silently. Su Mo instructed the little green dragon to transform into its true form. As Su Mo and the Thunder Dog stood atop the dragon's body, he paused in surprise. Su Mo turned to Zhang Tianlong and asked, Are you coming with me? What about your beast? Zhang Tianlong shrugged and quickly replied, Can't you tell? When have I ever appeared before you with a beast companion? I came here empty-handed. Where would I have a beast? Suemo froze for a moment, utterly stunned that Zhang Tianlong hadn't even brought a beast companion. Suemo retorted, "That's a bit irresponsible of you. Who comes here without even bringing their beast?" Zhang Tianlong chuckled, "Wasn't it just a rush? Besides, bringing a beast would just draw unnecessary attention. If the shadow organization spotted me, it'd be hard to explain. This way, it's actually more convenient, right?" Suemo looked utterly helpless, and even little green dragon let out a slightly frustrated cry, leaving Zhang Tianlong feeling rather embarrassed. Then, the little green dragon soared into the air. Suemo didn't send the little green dragon back to the clearing ahead in the southern frontier first. Instead, he led it toward the forest ahead. Suemo hadn't forgotten what Li Danio had told him earlier, that Li Daning mentioned there was a device within that forest. The Shadow Organization was attempting to use it to control all the beast tamers. He hoped to retrieve that device as well, so they could analyze it later. If the Demon Suppression Army's research team could decipher any clues from it, they would undoubtedly be better equipped to handle the Shadow Organization in the future. At the same time, Suemo stored the carcass of the slain ironclad brown bear and the remaining half of the burrowing turtle into his storage ring. All of this would eventually be handed over to Long Canghai. After all, this forest was simply too vast. Suemo and Zhang Tianlong searched for a full half hour before finally spotting a faint trace with the help of the Thunder Hound. Before him lay a device no larger than a basketball, now embedded in the ground. Suemo picked it up. Inside were intricate precision instruments and various designs that left him dizzy. He knew he couldn't hope to analyze anything from it. He stowed it back into his storage ring. Only then did Suemo mount the little green dragon's back, carrying Zhang Tianlong toward the open field ahead in the southern frontier. From a distance, bathed in moonlight, Suemo spotted Xiao Yunfeng appearing on the clearing. Deeply moved, he couldn't help but feel touched. As the general of the southern frontier war zone, Xiao Yunfeng hadn't returned to the war zone to handle the various matters arising from today's battle among the soldiers. Instead, he had stayed here waiting for Suemo. His concern truly moved Suemo. Little did he know that Xiao Yunfeng had even resolved to take a desperate gamble. So much time had passed now. He could only hear faint rumbling sounds from ahead and see flashes of light in the distance. Yet, even after half an hour, there was still no response. Xiao Yunfeng worried whether Suemo might have encountered trouble, and even whether the mysterious figure who had passed by him earlier might be in danger. Suemo was crucial to the entire army, and Xiao Yunfeng desperately wanted to find a way to rescue him. Just as he was about to lose patience, he suddenly spotted the little green dragon charging toward them from the distance. Xiao Yunfeng's expression brightened, and he frantically waved his hand. Chapter 155, Surprise. It's you? Vote for gold selection. Finally, Suemo and Zhang Tianlong arrived overhead. The two descended from the sky, and soon after, the little green dragon and thunder dog reverted to their true forms. Then, the two men and their beasts approached Xiao Yunfeng. Xiao Yunfeng, who had been chuckling to himself, was about to step forward to inquire about Sumo's current physical condition. But the moment he saw Zhang Tianlong appear, his expression changed drastically. "Senior Jiang, what brings you here?" Suemo narrowed his eyes, realizing for the first time that Xiao Yunfeng also knew Zhang Tianlong. Their relationship must be quite special. Zhang Tianlong chuckled, "I'm here on orders from that youngster Long Canghai, sent to protect this kid Suemo. Sigh, I really didn't want to come. But that kid Long Canghai is just too stubborn. He kept insisting I come here to keep an eye on him. What could I do? This old man had to give him face, so here I am." Suemo stood nearby, his mouth twitching. "Good grief, master, you really can spin a tale without batting an eye. Just moments ago you claimed excessive concern for me, and now to save face, you're shifting the blame straight onto Long Canghai? Wonder if General Long would just sneeze a few times upon hearing this." But Suemo, determined to protect his master's dignity and worried the old man might take it out on him, kept his mouth shut. Xiao Yunfeng finally understood, nodding urgently. "So that's how it is. No wonder. I never imagined that the figure who just brushed past me was you. That explains everything. I was wondering who was so powerful they could arrive here without a sound. It was you all along." Zhang Tianlong chuckled, clearly pleased with Xiao Yunfeng's praise. After exchanging a few more polite words with Zhang Tianlong, Suemo, who was standing nearby, realized that Xiao Yunfeng was aware of the matter involving Zhang Tianlong and Master Long Canghai. After all, such a significant matter would be difficult to conceal from Xiao Yunfeng. Having been by Long Canghai's side for so many years, it was understandable that such matters would eventually come to light. Xiao Yunfeng then turned to look at Suemo and hurriedly asked, "Brother Suemo, how did things turn out?" Suemo smiled. "It's all taken care of, General Xiao. Rest assured. We did indeed find someone from the Shadow Organization and uncovered some secrets from him. If you wish to know, I can tell you. If not, let's head back first. I'll explain everything to you in detail once we're back." Suemo had absolute trust in Xiao Yunfeng. With Long Canghai's guarantee, if Xiao Yunfeng were also part of the Shadow Organization or harbored ulterior motives, there would be no one left in the world worthy of trust. Finally, everyone set off on foot, strolling along the road toward the southern frontier war zone. It was only a kilometer or two away. As they walked and chatted, Suemo learned some details about Zhang Tianlong.
Ever since meeting Long Canghai, Zhang Tianlong had been captivated by the formidable offensive power, extraordinary abilities, and combat prowess, or perhaps it was the profound understanding of martial arts that emanated from Long Canghai's physique. It was for this reason that he had continuously nurtured Long Canghai. Fortunately, Long Canghai proved to be exceptionally gifted and did not disappoint Zhang Tianlong. It was precisely because of this that Long Canghai had now grown to such an impressive level. As for any more amusing or numerous stories between them, although he had overheard Zhang Tianlong and Xiao Yunfeng mention some embarrassing incidents involving Long Canghai in their conversation, Suemo thought about it and decided it wasn't quite appropriate for him to pry further.
The more you know, the harder you fall. Before long, they finally returned to the military district camp. All the soldiers had been growing concerned about Sumo's delayed return. They stood scattered across the camp, each straining their necks, peering out toward the perimeter. When Suemo finally appeared, joyful smiles lit up every face. A crowd rushed forward, urgently asking about his safety. Suemo always greeted them with a smile. He was pleased their concern for him brought him genuine happiness. Zhang Tianlong and Suemo entered Xiao Yunfeng's office, where everyone took their seats. Xiao Yunfeng respectfully poured a cup of tea for Zhang Tianlong, but Suemo reached out and snatched it, presenting it to Zhang Tianlong instead. Hee, master, didn't you just say I never pour you tea? Here, I'm making up for it now. Damn it! Zhang Tianlong looked thoroughly annoyed. You're quite the expert at passing the buck, aren't you? Did you brew this tea yourself? Just give it to me then. Suemo chuckled. At that moment, Xiao Yunfeng exclaimed in mild surprise beside them, No way, Master Jiang, you took Suemo as your disciple? Zhang Tianlong nodded slightly. Yes. This boy truly possesses many exceptional qualities and is quite perceptive. It's been years since I last took on a disciple. From now on, he and that kid Long Canghai will be brothers in the art. Xiao Yunfeng was secretly astonished. He never imagined Suemo would have any connection to Zhang Tianlong. What kind of power did Zhang Tianlong wield? He was Long Canghai's master, currently the strongest combat force in all of China. Of course, Xiao Yunfeng couldn't be certain whether Suemo was aware of Zhang Tianlong's status and standing. Unlike others, he wasn't overly curious or a gossip, so naturally he wouldn't blab about such things. With Suemo finally free, he began recounting to Xiao Yunfeng the information he'd gleaned from Li Dania that day. With each revelation, Xiao Yunfeng's brow furrowed deeper, his mind churning with a storm of shock. After an unknown amount of time, when Suemo finally finished speaking, the outside had long since fallen silent. The warriors had all fallen into deep slumber. Xiao Yunfeng, however, remained deeply troubled. He spoke slowly. I never imagined the Shadow Organization had grown so powerful. They've even begun cultivating demon beasts. But based on what you know, and what Li Dania said, the Shadow Organization probably won't pose a serious threat to us in the near future. Suemo nodded in agreement. This was precisely what he'd gleaned from Li Dania. Sigh. Xiao Yunfeng sighed. I only hope you can hurry and bring all information about the Shadow Organization back to the capital. Then, General Long can analyze it as quickly as possible. Or if we can reverse engineer their devices to control those beasts ourselves, fighting the demonic beasts might become much easier in the future. But whether that's possible now remains to be seen. Wait 4 more days. I just received a message from the front lines. The beast riding squad will return to the southern frontier in 4 days. After that, they cut off the wireless signal and haven't sent any further updates. Suemo nodded silently, saying nothing more. Through repeated battles, humans discovered that the radio signals transmitted within their military forces were often intercepted by demonic beasts. This frequently triggered violent behavior in the beasts. Therefore, many Beastmaster squads chose to maintain radio silence during operations. Only in genuine emergencies or when transmitting critical intelligence would they send wireless signals. Moreover, no one knew what hardships the Beastmaster squads were facing deep within the southernmost reaches of the southern frontier. Xiao Yunfeng glanced at the time. It was indeed quite late. He quickly turned to look at Zhang Tianlong. It's getting late. Perhaps you should get some rest. Ah, General Long never mentioned it was you who came here. If I'd known, I would have arranged proper lodging for you. No need for you to hide out day after day. Zhang Tianlong waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. I came here specifically to observe that youngster, Suemo. What difference does it make where I stay? Xiao Yunfeng said no more. Since Suemo already knew Zhang Tianlong's identity, there was no need to keep hiding it anymore. He promptly arranged for Zhang Tianlong to stay in the room next to Sumo's. Back in his room, Suemo looked at Zhang Tianlong as if he wanted to say something more, but the latter waved him off. I'm a bit tired. Let's call it a night. Be up at 6 sharp tomorrow morning. Let this old man see what you're made of. Suemo eagerly agreed, his heart brimming with excitement. Zhang Tianlong. That was Long Canghai's master. And his own master too. To receive such attention and care from him, to be personally instructed by Zhang Tianlong the very next day, just the thought of it filled Suemo with joy. Chapter 156, Special Training? Skill Enhancements Seeking Gold Votes. That night, Suemo lay awake in bed for a long time. After who knows how long, he finally drifted off in a daze. His heart raced with excitement, eagerly anticipating tomorrow's training session with Zhang Tianlong. Before he knew it, the next morning arrived. Suemo rose punctually at 5:30, slipping into his familiar combat uniform. After washing up, he walked to the door and pushed it open. Before he could reach Zhang Tianlong's door, he saw Zhang Tianlong already stepping out. Awake? Suemo chuckled softly. Zhang Tianlong gave a slight nod, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. He then led Suemo out of the base, leaving the military camp behind as they walked deep into the mountains. Suemo asked curiously, "Master, where are you taking me?" Zhang Tianlong pursed his lips. "To a secluded spot to teach you. We'll train for a day so you can truly understand what's wrong with your body, and I'll give you some guidance. We can't be seen around camp, it'll raise too many suspicions. I can't be seen by any living members of the Shadow Organization, not even for a moment unless they're dead. The Shadow Organization has gone to great lengths for me, just like they did with Zhou Nantian back then." Suemo walked on, then suddenly halted. His gaze fixed intently on Zhang Tianlong's retreating figure, yet a profound emotion surged within him. He never expected Zhang Tianlong to mention the name Zhou Nantian at this moment. Who was Zhou Nantian? He was Sumo's previous master, a mentor and friend who had guided Suemo into the martial arts path, ushering him into this world. Without Zhou Nantian's guidance, Suemo admitted, he might not have become who he was today. He realized that if he had had to learn combat skills through trial and error, it would have taken him far longer than it did. He wouldn't have attained his current distinguished status, nor would he command the respect others now accord him. Zhou Nantian occupied a pivotal role in Sumo's life, his battles, and his growth. Yet now, hearing Zhang Tianlong mention that name again, Suemo yearned to uncover more. He hurriedly asked, "Master, could it be that you, like Zhou Nantian, also hold a pivotal position in cultivating the martial arts of beast tamers?" Zhang Tianlong halted his steps, chuckled softly, and turned to look at Suemo. After hesitating several times, he finally nodded in response. "You could say that. Though it might sound like I'm tooting my own horn, it's true, I do hold a significant position in this field. As you know, Long Canghai is my disciple. It was through my guidance that he reached his current level. Later, at Long Canghai's request, I led countless beast tamers and those with exceptional martial arts talent, continuously nurturing them. Each of these young ones has shown remarkable prowess, slaying countless demonic beasts and members of the Shadow Organization. Through repeated counterattacks, the Shadow Organization eventually uncovered my existence. They poured all their fury onto me, just as they had done to Zhou Nantian back then. As you already know, the Shadow Organization's leader is none other than Long Canghai's own younger brother, a formidable opponent. We had clashed once before, over 20 years ago. In that clash, we fought until the sky turned dark. That battle left both of us severely wounded, each suffering heavy injuries. All these years, I had Long Canghai announced to the outside world that I was dead, but in truth, I was in seclusion, recuperating from my injuries. Only recently have I finally awakened. Shortly after, I heard news of you. Like Xia Hai, another disciple of mine from the past, you are exceptionally strong and possess remarkable talent in the martial arts. That is why I have been keeping such a close watch on you." "Xia Hai?" Sumo's brows furrowed. He hadn't expected to hear Xia Hai's name again today. Xia Hai, the Blade Master, was the original owner of the demon-slaying blade he now possessed and also the deceased husband of Zhang Haining, who had offered him so much assistance. Unexpectedly, Xia Hai shared such a connection with Zhang Tianlong, and even more unexpectedly, he was linked to me in this way. Zhang Tianlong gave a bitter smile and waved his hand. "Never mind. Let's not speak of these things. None of that matters to us now. What you need to do now is grow stronger as quickly as possible. Only when you become strong enough will you no longer need my protection. I have many matters to attend to, unfinished business to resolve. I cannot stand guard over you like a parent, ensuring your safety day in and day out. You must grow strong as quickly as possible." Suemo nodded firmly. "Rest assured, I have my own reasons for needing to grow stronger." Suemo refused to be bullied in this world. Having come into existence with the gift of immortality, he was determined to make his mark. Moreover, the stronger he became, the less vulnerable he would be to harm from others. At that point, Suemo might well be confined by others due to his own weakness, becoming a prisoner in their hands. Suemo refused to become that. He yearned for the freedom he desired. Moreover, protecting the people of China was the faith that burned within him, a man who had lived 2 lifetimes. By joining the demon-suppressing army, Suemo also hoped to contribute something to this nation, to the countless people behind him, and to the countless households illuminated by the glow of home. Finally, the two had reached the depths of the mountains, surrounded by desolate wilderness and towering forests. Zhang Tianlong and Suemo stood at the very center of a clearing. Suemo then unleashed his full strength, engaging Zhang Tianlong in relentless combat. Chapter 157, Trouble for the Beastmaster Squad? Vote for Gold Selection. Suemo had initially considered holding back, but then he remembered that Zhang Tianlong, as a level 93 Beastmaster, possessed an unimaginably terrifying amount of vitality. He doubted he could even scratch a single hair on Zhang Tianlong, let alone inflict any real damage. Thus, Suemo unleashed nearly his entire strength, employing almost every skill he had mastered from the Grand Union heavy sword technique and the demon-slaying blade method. With each strike, Zhang Tianlong offered guidance from the sidelines. Gradually, Suemo realized he was gaining new insights. His perception of the air around him grew more acute, as if he could sense the slightest thread of energy within every breath. This energy ultimately transformed into Sumo's own power, allowing him to move with greater ease and fluidity in battle. Under Zhang Tianlong's enlightening guidance, Suemo even learned to harness the air and every element of nature to propel his movements. This made his combat power more mature and fluid. Watching Suemo and Zhang Tianlong's relentless battle, Zhang Tianlong roared with laughter, "You're something else, kid. No wonder even Long Canghai held such high expectations for you. Your grasp of things is truly rare in my lifetime, surpassing even that of Long Canghai's child. Come on, again and again." Zhang Tianlong roared with laughter, sparring with Suemo again and again. Suemo felt an extraordinary sense of ease in his body. Even though the repeated battles left him somewhat fatigued, absorbing the elements from the air into his body seemed to restore his fighting strength, making him move with even greater ease. As the sparring stretched into the evening, Suemo wasn't overly exhausted, but the muscle soreness radiating through his body left him genuinely drained. He collapsed onto the ground. Zhang Tianlong approached. Unlike other masters who might have reprimanded Suemo for faltering after such modest exertion, his eyes instead brimmed with satisfaction. A complex expression flickered in Zhang Tianlong's eyes as he thought to himself, "This child truly deserves my attention and cultivation." Simultaneously, he was acutely aware of the mounting pressures he currently faced and the countless plans for the future. Each demanded that he develop Suemo as quickly as possible. He had placed everything on Sumo's shoulders, and he hoped that perhaps Suemo could truly fulfill his expectations. Yet this did not diminish Zhang Tianlong's satisfaction with Suemo in the slightest. He chuckled softly and remarked, "Not bad. Strict teachers truly produce outstanding students. You've earned my utmost satisfaction, honest, disciplined, and never slacking in your training or self-improvement. I am very pleased with you. However, today I have imparted all the methods and techniques of martial cultivation to you. How far you ultimately grow and how many people you satisfy in the future depends entirely on you." Suemo nodded firmly. Zhang Tianlong glanced around, hesitated for a moment, chuckled, and vanished instantly from his spot. Suemo couldn't help but feel puzzled, wondering where Zhang Tianlong had gone. Within mere minutes, Zhang Tianlong reappeared carrying a bundle of branches and 2 rabbits in his hands. Zhang Tianlong chuckled, then proceeded to build a campfire right before them and began roasting the wild rabbits. Deep in the wilderness, master and apprentice feasted heartily on the roasted rabbit. Suemo even pulled out a few bottles of beer from his storage ring. The master and apprentice drank heartily and chatted freely. Zhang Tianlong asked curiously, "What's with stashing beer in your storage ring, kid? Got nothing better to do?" Suemo chuckled, "I snuck out last night and bought these. I figured you might like it, master, so I got it specially. Turns out it hits the spot." Zhang Tianlong was even more pleased upon hearing this, laughing heartily as his words overflowed with praise for Suemo. After eating and drinking their fill, master and disciple finally headed toward the camp. Over the next 2 days, Suemo accompanied Zhang Tianlong to this spot daily, sparring with him relentlessly while applying the combat techniques he had mastered. Over these 2 days, Sumo's physique underwent a dramatic transformation. In combat, his physique grew increasingly sturdy, and his strength became more abundant. Simultaneously, his mastery of spiritual energy reached unprecedented heights. As Zhang Tianlong had said, unless one was vastly superior in rank or equally skilled in both martial arts and beast-taming, Suemo would likely be unmatched. Yet Suemo remained mindful of Zhang Tianlong's constant admonition, there were always those more skilled than oneself, and the sky was limitless. Even with Zhang Tianlong's current praise, he had already drawn the attention of the Shadow Organization. The Shadow Organization would likely dispatch one formidable opponent after another to scheme against Suemo. From this day forward, Sumo's path would likely be fraught with endless dangers. Of course, whether he ended up in Fuyao City, Linen City, or even the capital, the Shadow Organization might not act so brazenly, but that wouldn't stop them from taking covert actions against Suemo. Suemo understood this well, and it only strengthened his resolve to remain vigilant at all costs. 4 days passed in the blink of an eye. That evening, after finally finishing training, a sweat-drenched Suemo and Zhang Tianlong returned to the camp together. Before they could even enter the camp or head toward their quarters, Xiao Yunfeng appeared ahead, rushing toward them with an anxious look on his face. Seeing Xiao Yunfeng so visibly tense and worried, Suemo and Zhang Tianlong exchanged glances, both their eyes reflecting a hint of puzzlement. Zhang Tianlong asked curiously, "What's going on? Why are you rushing around like this? You're a general in the military, after all. If you keep acting like this, who knows what the soldiers will say about you?" Xiao Yunfeng paid no heed, urgently blurting out, "Old Jiang, Suemo, something's happened. Seeing Xiao Yunfeng's frantic state, Suemo and Zhang Tianlong knew he wasn't joking. Suemo quickly asked, could it be related to the Beastmaster squad? Chapter 158, Long Canghai's unfulfilled regrets seeking gold votes. What do you mean? Hearing this, Suemo instantly furrowed his brow.
He turned to look at Xiao Yunfeng, who now stood with his brows deeply furrowed. He blurted out instinctively, 20 minutes ago, I received an emergency distress signal from Beastmaster Squad 9527. They are currently in our southern frontier, approximately 25 kilometers from our location. The area is surrounded by mountains with complex terrain. Their distress signal also indicated they're in danger. And I have no idea what kind of danger they're facing. Currently, we have 10 Beastmaster teams deployed in the field. The other teams have not yet reported back. Only they have transmitted a message first. Suemo, Elder Jiang. Xiao Yunfeng looked earnestly at Suemo and Zhang Tianlong before speaking urgently. I know that for you, whether you're heading back to Linen City, the capital, or Fuyao City. But the situation is truly dire now. I need you. I hope you can help Team 9527 as soon as possible, help them solve the problems they're facing. Otherwise, I truly don't know what to do. I fear they might face danger. If they get into a situation they can't get out of, they could get hurt or even face a devastating outcome. Suemo has always held the Huaxia Beastmaster squad in the highest regard. Every Beastmaster squad, especially those belonging to the demon-suppressing army, strives to defend this nation with their own strength and everything they possess. Therefore, Suemo didn't want to see any of them face danger. He recalled his own past encounter with a Beastmaster squad. When he faced mortal peril, they had resolutely appeared before him. They helped him successfully fend off countless demon beasts. Suemo had always held a special regard for beast tamers, for it was precisely because of them that he was able to remain safe and sound today. Of course, being immortal, Suemo didn't care about such things. Still, he felt genuine gratitude toward a Beastmaster squad like 9527. Zhang Tianlong beside him nodded and said, alright, send the address to that kid Suemo immediately. We'll head over right now. Beastmasters are the most crucial force for our nation's future defense against demonic beasts, or rather, they are the ones who repeatedly lead all our people to survive. We absolutely cannot allow any harm to come to them. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunfeng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. He had been worried, after all, since Suemo and the others were about to leave this place. Xiao Yunfeng couldn't predict whether Suemo and Zhang Tianlong would agree to his sudden request today. Simultaneously, Xiao Yunfeng pulled out his phone without hesitation and sent a location terminal to Sumo's device. He then said earnestly, according to the intelligence relayed back by Team 9527, it appears they are facing 3 Beastmasters from the Shadow Organization. These 3 Beastmasters are likely formidable opponents. You must be extremely cautious. Zhang Tianlong chuckled. So what if they're strong? No matter how formidable they are, could they possibly stand against this old man? Rest assured, I've got this covered. Xiao Yunfeng smiled faintly. With Zhang Tianlong present, he realized he'd been worrying needlessly just moments ago. He had been worried that the situation might become irreparable, but now he realized that worry was entirely unnecessary. With Zhang Tianlong present, what else was there for him to worry about? Suemo took out his phone, glanced at the location sent to him, and nodded. With a flicker of his thoughts, the small green dragon on his shoulder instantly transformed into its true dragon form. Suemo leapt up swiftly, and Zhang Tianlong followed closely behind. Mounted on their 2 beasts, the pair flew toward the area 25 kilometers to the south. Watching them depart, Xiao Yunfeng suddenly smiled and said, you two must return safely. I'll be waiting for news of your triumphant return. Soaring through the air, Zhang Tianlong felt the wind howling around him. Standing with his hands behind his back on the small green dragon's back, he smiled faintly and said, not bad. I never expected your mount to fly this fast. If I'm not mistaken, it must be a descendant of the Azure Dragon lineage, right? Suemo nodded earnestly. Oh? Master, you know about this too? Xiao Yunfeng waved his hand grandly. What do you mean, you know too? What? Do you really think your master is some ignorant fool who knows nothing? Before coming here, Long Canghai already briefed me on the situation. He said you indeed carry the legacy of the Azure Dragon lineage. Ah, speaking of which, that kid Long Canghai has spent so many years pursuing the 4 divine beasts of China. He always hoped that with the aid of the 4 divine beasts, he could enhance his own power. But in the end, he spent his entire life in a daze, never finding even a trace of the 4 divine beasts. His closest brush with the 4 divine beasts was this Qinglong lineage inheritance, the very parents of this little Qinglong. Yet when he finally received word and arrived at the scene, he found nothing but emptiness. This became a lifelong regret in his heart, but Zhang Tianlong patted Sumo's shoulder and chuckled, don't worry, kid. There's no need to fret so much. Even if Long Canghai shows interest in the Azure Dragon lineage's contract inheritance, he wouldn't resort to force to seize it. That's the last thing he'd ever stoop to. Suemo shook his head. Master, how could I possibly misunderstand my senior brother like that? General Long Canghai has always shared his thoughts with me.
Now that he holds such a high position, he doesn't have many ambitions left. Besides, someone his age still fighting over things every day would be a bit embarrassing. Very well, very well. Since you say so, I'm satisfied. Zhang Tianlong smiled faintly. When you encounter members of the Shadow Organization, first carefully assess the strength of those three individuals. If you can handle the situation yourself, I'd actually prefer you get into the zone early and engage them. Let's see what progress you've made with your recent training. If you can handle them all with ease, I won't need to intervene. In fact, you might even earn the gratitude of those Beastmaster squads. Of course, if you can't handle it, rest assured I'll step in to help you immediately. But with your current level of skill and that fearless attitude, I have no worries. Suemo scratched his head and chuckled. Master, you say that, but if you step in to help me, I wouldn't have anything to worry about. Of course, I know you want to see how much I've improved these past few days to witness my current strength. So, I'll go face the challenge first. If I can't handle it, I hope you'll step in to help me right away. Chapter 159, Bring them on, I'll take them all. Vote for gold selection. Zhang Tianlong chuckled softly. He was actually quite pleased. Over the past period, witnessing Sumo's growth through their daily encounters had been a constant source of satisfaction. His fondness for Suemo deepened with each passing day. He realized Suemo wasn't like any of his previous disciples, each either arrogant or timid. Suemo, however, carried himself with neither servility nor arrogance, a trait that mirrored Long Canghai from years past. Deep within Sumo's bones lay his own sharp mind and strategic calculations, along with a shred of unyielding spirit. Thus, the two stood atop the young green dragon's back, racing forward. They soared over countless forests and mountains until finally, a ring of mountains appeared ahead. Suemo frowned as he scanned the landscape below, yet even within this mountainous enclosure, he could find no trace of human presence. Simultaneously, he pulled out his phone and continued searching using the location terminal. Finally, Suemo frowned and pointed ahead, saying, Master, they should be just beyond the mountains up there. Let's go. Zhang Tianlong nodded in agreement. The two mounted the small green dragon, swiftly soaring over the mountains ahead and landing atop the summit. Looking down, the moonlight illuminated the surrounding peaks, but visibility was low, obscured by dense foliage. But suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, and a flash of light burst forth ahead. Sumo's gaze sharpened. He leaped off the dragon's back. The little green dragon reverted to its original form and perched on Sumo's shoulder. At that moment, the thunder dog stood beside him, ready for battle. Suemo turned to Zhang Tianlong and asked, Master, will you hold the rear here? Shall I proceed ahead? Zhang Tianlong silently nodded and waved him off. With his master's permission, Sumo's gaze sharpened. Clutching the demon-slaying blade, he leaped downward. These past few days of training had brought Suemo another formidable leap in strength. His current vitality had reached 1889 points, nearly 19 times that of an ordinary person. Simultaneously, his mental power had surged to 3,278 points, placing him just one step away from becoming a level 21 beast tamer. The most crucial aspect of this advancement was that upon reaching level 21 Beastmaster, Suemo would gain the ability to contract a third beast. Of course, one rather troublesome matter still loomed for Suemo: where exactly would he find this third beast? Suemo had no clue, and his mind was completely blank on the matter. The Demon Suppression Army had already returned all the military merits Xu Feng had seized from Suemo. With these merits, Suemo could now visit the Military Affairs Pavilion to exchange them for powerful beasts. However, once spent, these merits were gone forever. Suemo still hoped to accumulate more merit points in the future. He wanted to ensure that when he truly needed something urgently, he would have the means to use these merit points to purchase what he required. He always liked to hoard things, always liked to stockpile supplies. Descending the mountain, it wasn't long before Suemo reached the foot of the hill. There, two groups stood facing each other in opposition. On Sumo's side stood 5 individuals, all men and women, each bearing severe injuries. Behind them lay countless fallen beasts, with only 2 or 3 struggling to remain standing. Suemo looked toward the front of this group, where 3 figures stood. Before them were 10 tamed beasts, all fully armed and preparing to confront their opponents. Observing the trio, Suemo instantly activated his all-seeing eye. On the left and right stood a male and female beastmaster, respectively a level 28 and a level 24. The figure at the front, however, proved impossible for Suemo to gauge. Naturally, Suemo suspected this individual was likely a beastmaster above level 30. The 4 beasts standing before him alone suggested a level of at least 31. 10 beasts in total. Each appeared to have sustained only minor injuries, their condition still relatively sound. The leader of Sumo's group frowned deeply, glaring intently at the 3 figures ahead. He gritted his teeth and spat, "Humph. Never imagined the Shadow Organization would take such pleasure in pursuing others. Do you Shadow Organization members also relish ambushing people? You lot are probably only good for this kind of despicable, underhanded tactics." As soon as the man finished speaking, the man and woman flanking him wore displeased expressions. The leader waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. "What? Our shadow organization's goal is to eliminate every beastmaster in the world, to exterminate humanity, and to establish our dominance over the globe. Isn't that common knowledge? Why bother with honor when killing you? Our creed is to maximize gains at minimal cost. What good does it do to lecture me on morality now, to accuse me here? Damn it! The man clenched his fists tightly, grinding his teeth in fury. He sensed that every member of his team was already at their absolute limit. Their continued presence here was nothing but a desperate struggle to hold on. Each bore severe internal injuries. Whether they could gain anything further in this battle was already painfully obvious. Their side had suffered heavy losses. Now, with internal injuries and countless beasts lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. In stark contrast, the three figures before them, accompanied by a total of 10 beast riders, showed not a hint of fatigue. The disparity in strength was stark. One team member asked, "Captain, have you sent word to the southern frontier war zone? We don't know if any other beastmaster squads have returned yet. If they have, they could rush over to support us immediately. But if not, we'll likely die here today." Hearing this, the captain sighed. He had successfully relayed the message to the Southern Frontier Theater moments ago, but immediately afterward, his communication radio had been completely destroyed by the enemy. It was now utterly useless. He had no idea what response the Southern Frontier had sent, nor whether anyone would come. The captain looked up, his voice hardening. "Regardless, today we can only pin our hopes on someone coming to rescue us. Hold on, brothers. Only by persevering now can we meet reinforcements later. We absolutely must survive." Hearing this, the team members gathered around him felt the flame of hope reignite within their hearts. But they knew full well that what awaited them might not be what they hoped for. Yet what choice did they have? What else could they do but endure? Oh ho! Across the battlefield, the leader of the Shadow Organization chuckled coldly. "What? Still hoping for a rescue? Let me tell you this, today, if one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill both. Not a single member of your demon-suppressing army will escape." Oh, is that so? The Shadow Organization talks a big game, doesn't it? Chapter 160, Shadow? The Zhao family squad? Vote for gold selection. As the Shadow Man's words fell, a sudden voice rang out. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed through the air, causing everyone to freeze in shock. Especially the members of the Shadow Organization, who frantically lifted their heads to stare into the darkness ahead. Their brows furrowed in tension as they instinctively shouted, "Who's there? Come out now. Stop lurking in the shadows like some timid turtle. Why do you all love playing turtle, hiding in the shadows and refusing to show yourselves?" Similarly, the Beastmaster squad from the demon-suppressing army frowned and instinctively glanced behind them. Yet they found no response whatsoever. The woods behind them were eerily silent. Suemo chuckled softly, finally stepping forward with Little Green Dragon and Thunder Dog. Although Suemo hadn't been able to discern the realm of the Shadow Organization's leader earlier, he had clearly assessed the realms of their 10 beasts. While several were rare or legendary tier beasts, the strongest among them was merely at the 8th stage of the youth realm. Given this, Suemo had initially worried about how to confront these people. Yet, unexpectedly, the 10 beasts brought by these 3 beast tamers were surprisingly weak. At the same time, Suemo turned his gaze to his own team of beast tamers. He observed that the beasts they commanded were actually not vastly different in rank from the 10 beasts before them. It seemed, as the leader had mentioned earlier, that they had likely been ambushed set up by members of the Shadow Organization, leading to this sudden peril and severe injuries. Suemo absolutely refused to believe that, with such evenly matched strength and their own side holding the numerical advantage, they could have suffered such devastating losses. Lost in thought, Suemo slowly made his way over to the Demon Suppression Army's Beastmaster squad. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it silently, then chuckled. "Guys, I'm not too late, am I? Looks like you're still holding on." The man nodded. "Hello. You must be the one dispatched from the war zone. We're Beastmaster Squad 9527. I'm the captain, Zhang Dong. These 4 are my team members, Ma Jin, Wang Ruffing, Gui Jingjing, and Zhang Moli. Where are your teammates? And which squad are you from?" Suemo scratched his head awkwardly upon hearing this and turned away. "What teammates? I don't belong to any squad. I only arrived from Linen City a week ago." "Wait, you're Suemo?" Finally, someone from Squad 9527 recognized him, the woman named Gui Jingjing. She exclaimed in surprise, "Suemo, how did you end up here? Aren't you the war god among ordinary people? Aren't you just a regular soldier? Wait, look at your beast and that thunder dog. Could it be you've become a beastmaster?" "Yes." Suemo chuckled. "You've been deep in the heartland all this time, relentlessly hunting all kinds of demon beasts. You probably didn't know, but I became a beastmaster a month ago. These 2 are my beasts." "What?" Ma Jin exclaimed in shock. From Sumo's words, he learned that Suemo had become a beastmaster a month ago. Of course, this was a nationwide simultaneous awakening. The detail wasn't important. What truly mattered was that Suemo had managed to contract 2 beasts within a single month. Didn't that mean his current Beastmaster rank was already above level 11? Such terrifyingly rapid advancement left everyone present momentarily stunned. But Zhang Dong frowned and said, "You're not seriously planning to rescue us with just these 2 beasts, are you, brother? Don't be ridiculous. I know you're a god among ordinary warriors. I've heard whispers of your fame before, and you hold a formidable reputation among the warriors. Even so, even though you've become a Beastmaster now, taking on this trio of Beastmasters is absolutely impossible. This is sheer folly. Come on, while you still have the strength, let's go. We'll cover your retreat." Hearing this, Suemo felt a surge of emotion. He never expected Zhang Dong would choose to cover his retreat. Meanwhile, the 4 members beside Zhang Dong each wore expressions of readiness to face death. The man known as Wang Ruffing spoke with solemn determination. "Indeed. I've heard you hold a special place in the hearts of all warriors. No matter what, we won't let you die here today. I never imagined you'd come in alone, at that. Isn't that just throwing your life away? Today, even if we die, we'll make sure you get out alive. Cut it out." Before Suemo could respond, a member of the shadow organization across from them spoke up. "Oh, what's this? Playing the brotherly loyalty card now? Pretending the 3 of us don't exist, huh?" The man glanced at Suemo, his gaze sharpening. "You're Suemo? You've become quite the name in our shadow organization lately. Everyone, from top to bottom, knows you. Even our boss issued a 1 million yuan bounty on your head. Killing you nets $1 million, but capturing you alive? That's a whopping 10 million. Who'd have thought? I was just planning to investigate you in the southern frontier war zone, and today you've walked right into our hands. Ignorance truly knows no fear. You wouldn't actually be planning to take us on with just these 2 beasts, would you?" Ha 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 ha. Sumo's eyes narrowed as his mind raced. He never imagined he'd become so notorious among the shadow organization factions that someone would actually put a bounty on his head. The leader of the shadow organization, the so-called younger brother of Long Canghai, had now issued an internal bounty specifically for his capture or elimination. It seemed he had become like Zhou Nantian before him. Once famous, he naturally drew the shadow organization's attention. They would stop at nothing to eliminate him, believing only by crushing him in his infancy could they truly neutralize the threat. Long Canghai's earlier concerns had proven correct. Zhang Tianlong, as Sumo's current mentor, had been sent to the southern frontier to protect his safety, a decision that now seemed exceptionally wise. Suemo even thought, if Zhang Tianlong hadn't come here today, hadn't accompanied me, things might have been truly difficult. He snorted coldly, his voice laced with scorn. "So what? Many have sought to kill me or capture me. Who do you think you are? State your names." "I, Suemo, never fight nameless nobodies." As he spoke, Suemo drew his demon-slaying blade. The man across from him burst into laughter. "You want to know our names? Fine. I'm Zhao Da. These 2 are my brothers, Zhao Er and Zhao San. We're the Zhao family squad. We're somewhat well known within the shadow organization. You're lucky we caught you today. At least we don't have a habit of torturing people. If Li Dania had found you, he'd have tortured you mercilessly. TSK, looks like you got lucky, kid. Li Dania didn't catch you." Chapter 161, Slaying. The 3rd Zhao. Vote for gold. "What? You're already wanted by the shadow organization?" From the rear of squad 9527, Zhang Dong asked with a furrowed brow. Then, his voice filled with concern, he added, "What are we to do? Looks like you won't be leaving here today. Suemo, you need to get out of here now. Take our advice, leave immediately while we can still cover you. If you don't leave now and they catch you, it'll be too late. Yeah, get out of here. You won't gain anything by staying." Suemo gave a faint smile. Though he felt a touch of helplessness about being hunted by the shadow organization, that didn't mean he, Suemo, would back down today. Especially upon hearing the name Li Daniu, Suemo felt a twinge of exasperation. Who would have thought Li Daniu was such a freak? After a moment's thought, Suemo chuckled. "Ha? You mean that Li Daniu, the one who looks pretty honest, has incredible physical strength, and practices both martial arts and beast-taming? What?" Zhao Er's brows furrowed at this. "What? You've already encountered him? How is that possible? Li Daniu's strength far surpasses yours. Based on the strength you showed earlier, you wouldn't stand a chance against him. I absolutely refuse to believe you could have survived. Could it be?" Zhao Er trailed off. Suemo chuckled. "That's right. I killed Li Daniu. He's already lying in my storage ring. But don't worry, you 3 will be meeting him soon enough." With a swift swish, Suemo vanished from his spot the moment his voice faded, charging forward. He wouldn't give the Zhao family squad any more chances. Better to eliminate all 3 of them completely. Talking more only meant more trouble. Once he swiftly disposed of them, he could focus on treating the exhausted members of Squad 9527 behind him. Suemo was also concerned. He sensed something was seriously wrong with Team 9527's current state. The 5 members, along with the countless beasts behind them, were all on their last legs. Zhang Dong and the others were merely clinging to their last breaths, barely holding on. Ending the battle swiftly was Sumo's top priority. As Sumo charged forward, Zhao frowned deeply before tossing a projectile on the spot. The projectile instantly detonated, sending plumes of white smoke billowing upward. Immediately after, 3 beasts charged forward, preparing to engage Sumo. Sumo roared in command, bellowing, "Xiaopeng, lightning, we're going in together." Behind Sumo, in front of Zhang Dong and the others, the little green dragon had been soaring through the air. Zhang Dong and the others had been puzzled. Sumo's contracted beasts were a thunder dog, the most useless breed among common varieties, and a bird of unknown origin that looked adorably clumsy. But when the little green dragon manifested its 100-meter-long dragon form, everyone's jaws dropped. Holy crap, what is that? What kind of beast is that? So powerful, so huge, so massive. What the hell are you doing, driving like that at a time like this? What breed of beast is this? How can it be so powerful? The pressure it radiates still makes me feel fear even now. And that thunder dog, how can it move so fast? What even is this thunder dog? Its level is ridiculously high. And look at Sumo, he's already engaged 3 beasts and isn't losing ground at all. Is he also a dual cultivator of martial arts and beast taming? Right. I remember now. Don't forget, Sumo was once the war god among ordinary people. Sumo's formidable strength is undeniable. Back then, relying solely on his physical prowess before he even became a beast master, he could slaughter armies and withstand thousands of demonic beasts. Yeah, he's incredible. Looks like Sumo might actually save us today. Too bad my beast is barely hanging on. Even if I rush back, it probably won't last much longer. Each person harbored their own thoughts. Some felt exhilarated, others joyful, while a few were overcome with sorrow and gloom. Sumo heard every word, yet he made no move to respond. His sole focus now was swiftly dispatching the 3 men before him and their 10 beast tamers. As the white smoke dissipated, Sumo met 3 of the beasts head-on. His demon-slaying blade danced through the air, tracing intricate patterns of light. Amidst the flashing blades, his spiritual energy surged through the blade. His relentless attacks swiftly inflicted severe wounds upon the 3 beasts. Following this, the small green dragon in the air let out a dragon's roar. Under its bloodline's imposing pressure, the remaining 7 beasts showed no reaction whatsoever. Sumo narrowed his eyes and said, "Xiaopeng, don't waste any more time. It's pointless. They all have chips implanted in their heads. This won't work." As Sumo's words fell, Zhao, far away, instinctively blurted out, "How is that possible? How could you know about our shadow organization's chips?" Sumo curled his lips and snorted, "Do you really think your shadow organization can operate like shadows, unnoticed? That's wishful thinking. Today, you'll all stay behind." As he spoke, Sumo charged forward with his 2 beast companions. His demon-slaying blade whipped up a whirlwind of chaos around him. With a single downward slash, he instantly dispatched a flying beast mid-air. Yet the blade's momentum didn't pause, hurtling forward. In an instant, it sliced through Zhao San's body, cleaving him in 2. His form froze solid as if encased in ice before crashing to the ground. In the span of mere breaths, exchanged in just a few sentences, Sumo had instantly slain 4 beasts and eliminated 1 opponent. The 3 beasts contracted to Zhao San, now deprived of their bond, saw their physical capabilities drastically diminished. Yet they pressed forward relentlessly, continuing to engage in combat. Over the past 4 days, Sumo had transformed beyond recognition, far surpassing what these opponents could have anticipated. During this period, the Shadow Organization had undoubtedly kept him under constant surveillance, gauging his strength, and surely reports had been circulating among these men. Of course, the Sumo of the past 4 days was far more formidable than before. His command over his spirit was now as fluid as flowing clouds and water. Were it not for his still unrefined spiritual energy and insufficient vitality, Sumo might even have considered obliterating everyone before him in an instant. Yet today, the Zhao family squad before him would also remain. As members of the Shadow Organization, their deaths were inevitable. Whether it was the Demon Suppression Army or the official organizations of nations across the world, all bore a blood feud with the Shadow Organization. The Shadow Organization had long been the target of universal hatred and resentment, with everyone eager to see them eradicated. Moreover, having witnessed Sumo's formidable power today, releasing them would inevitably lead to his information being updated. Therefore, Sumo absolutely could not let them leave today. As Sumo advanced to face them alongside Little Green Dragon and Thunder Dog, Zhao's brows knitted tightly. He snarled, "Sumo, you dared kill my Zhao family's 3rd son. You won't live to see tomorrow." As he spoke, a pill appeared in his hand. Chapter 162, Battle Mastery. Vote for Gold Selection. Seeing the pill appear, Sumo's brow furrowed, a hint of unease stirring within him. Watching Zhao swallow the pill, Sumo asked curiously, "What did you just take? Is it something to boost your kidneys? So eager to boost yourself? Or afraid your kidneys won't perform well in hell after you die?" Before Zhao could respond, Zhang Dong from 9527 shouted from behind, "Brothers, that pill he took instantly unleashes his latent potential, turning him into a martial artist. We were ambushed by his suddenly enhanced strength. And this pill can also boost the power of all the beasts he contracts. Be extremely careful." Cough cough. As he spoke, Zhang Dong nearly coughed up blood. Sumo's eyes narrowed as he uncovered yet another secret about the shadow organization. He hadn't expected that taking such a pill could not only enhance a person's physical capabilities and unleash their potential, but even affect their beast-tamer abilities. Suemo then noticed Zhao Er beside Zhao De also swallowing a pill. Immediately after, the remaining 5 beasts contracted to the 2 men erupted with explosive power. Their bodies swelled instantly, growing more than twice their previous size. A palpable sense of immense power and overwhelming pressure radiated from every beast. Zhao De wiped the corner of his mouth and gave a cold laugh. Poof. Though we shouldn't take more than 2 pills a day, we can't afford to worry about that today. Even if my body suffers severe backlash, Suemo, you're dead today. If I were you, I'd probably be on my knees begging for mercy by now. How about this? Kneel down, bang your head on the ground a few times, and beg for mercy properly. Maybe I'll spare you. Suemo scoffed at this. Oh ho, what's this? Do you people just love mocking others? Instead of wasting time on that, you'd be better off thinking about how you'll kneel before me begging for mercy when you die. As he spoke, Suemo vanished from his spot in an instant. Turning to face Zhao De and Zhao Er, the 2 instantly drew their weapons and charged forward without hesitation. At the same time, Suemo was processing the information flooding his mind. Soon, he sensed that the little green dragon and the thunder dog were struggling against the remaining 5 beasts. Sumo's brow furrowed deeply. He knew he must find a way to deal with the 2 before him first. Simultaneously, he sensed the surging vitality coursing through their bodies after consuming that pill. Suemo sensed that the power within their bodies might surpass his own. Yet he remained confident that someone like him, who had cultivated his path through martial arts, was absolutely not someone these 2, who had grown through the aid of drugs, could possibly contend with. His brow furrowed. Suemo believed he could handle these 2. He absolutely could not let his master down. In the blink of an eye, Suemo vanished from his spot. His spiritual energy erupted like a volcano, surging instantly into the demon-slaying blade in his hand. The blade was instantly enveloped by surging spiritual energy, glowing crimson like a fiery inferno. A piercing crackling sound erupted from the surrounding air. Suemo swung his blade forward in a sweeping arc. A fiery blade energy, several meters wide and long, roared forth like a ferocious beast. Wherever it passed, the surrounding vegetation instantly burst into roaring flames. A sea of fire engulfed Sumo's body, scorching the ground black beneath him. The fiery blade energy surged toward Zhao De and Zhao Er ahead, colliding with the blades in their hands with an earth-shattering explosion. Flames shot skyward, igniting and illuminating the entire sky. The raging inferno and scorching heat waves made the surrounding air feel unbearably hot. Suemo vanished from his spot once more. He sensed that Zhao De and Zhao Er wouldn't suffer severe injuries from this assault. Their vitality was simply too formidable. Sure enough, as the flames gradually burned out, a faint glow lingered on Zhao De and Zhao Er's bodies before quickly fading. They looked slightly disheveled, yet remained largely unaffected. Watching Zhao De and Zhao Er close in, the 3 grappled fiercely. Behind them, the members of Beastmaster Squad 9527 stood frozen in disbelief. Holy crap, is Suemo even human? Is this the kind of overwhelming power you get from mastering both martial arts and beast taming? Goodness, judging by his appearance, he probably hasn't even reached a level 21 Beastmaster yet? To possess such formidable combat prowess at this level. And that blade that just appeared in his hand, it looks like the demon-slaying blade, doesn't it? It seems to be the very weapon used by Xia Hai, the legendary blade master of our Huaxia, during his lifetime. Suemo is just too powerful. Captain, we might actually survive today. Yeah, Captain. If we make it out alive, we absolutely have to take a few days off when we get back. I feel like I've been on the verge of breaking down these past few months. Captain Zhang Dong furrowed his brow, deep in thought. How could he not be astonished? Zhang Dong had nearly lost all hope of surviving. Yet, unexpectedly, Suemo had appeared here. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope that they could survive had flared up in his heart. But upon hearing Suemo had come alone, worry began to gnaw at him once more. His emotions felt like a roller coaster of agony at that very moment. But now, witnessing Sumo's formidable strength, he finally realized Suemo was far more powerful than he had ever imagined. It seemed he no longer needed to worry about anything. Yet at the same time, the last 2 members of the Shadow Organization, Zhao De and Zhao Er, had forced their abilities to the limit by consuming pills that unleashed their latent potential. Even their remaining 5 beasts had become incredibly formidable. Zhang Dong's heart began to fill with worry again, wondering if Suemo could resolve the crisis before him. Meanwhile, atop the mountain behind them, Zhang Tianlong's gaze was fixed intently on Suemo. Running his fingers over his chin, he chuckled. Not bad. Your training lately hasn't been in vain. You're performing exceptionally well now. Looks like I won't need to step in for today's battle. The fewer who know about me, the better. As each person harbored their own thoughts, Suemo watched Zhao De and Zhao Er charge toward him. A cold smile spread across his lips. Over this period, with Zhang Tianlong's constant guidance, Suemo had undergone a transformative change.
If his previous martial arts comprehension had been akin to a kindergarten student, he was now likely at the level of a high schooler. Under Jiang Tianlong's guidance, especially while comprehending the natural forces around him, Suemo discovered he could merge with every element in the surrounding air during combat. These abilities would form the foundation for his victory in this fight. Chapter 163, You Think I'm Stupid? Vote for Gold Selection. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Sumo's feet lightly tapped the ground. His body erupted with formidable power, propelling him upward like a ghostly apparition. He hovered briefly in midair. Then, the spiritual energy within Sumo's body surged violently. The air around him turned as cold as an ice cave, chilling to the bone. On the blade of the demon-slaying sword, layers upon layers of frost now crystallized over the searing flames that had burned moments before. A faint, eerie blue chill emanated from the blade's perimeter. Suemo swung downward from above, cleaving the sky with a crystalline, ice-blue blade of light that sliced through the air, hurtling toward Zhao De and Zhao Er below. The bitter cold permeating the air had already impaired Zhao De and Zhao Er's mobility. As the blade's glow approached in an instant, tiny ice crystals began drifting through the air, forming a path that shimmered with a cold, icy light. Wherever the blade's glow touched, endless layers of icy coldness appeared on the ground, gradually transforming the surrounding trees and plants into crystalline forms. Zhao De instantly reacted, leaping backward into the air. He rolled twice in place, attempting to evade the attack. But Zhao Er froze in place beside him. He felt his body growing sluggish, as if frozen stiff by the bitter cold. Damn it! Zhao Er roared inwardly, straining every muscle to force his body backward. But by the time he managed to shift back half a meter, the icy glint had already descended upon his head. With a thud, the icy blade struck his skull, instantly severing his body. Zhao Er never escaped Sumo's attack range, dying with eyes wide open. A thick layer of frost spread over his body before he collapsed to the ground. Zhao De, watching nearby, let out a pained cry. Then, lifting his head, he glared viciously at Suemo and snarled, You killed my second brother. I'll make you wish you were dead. As Zhao De unleashed a powerful aura, Suemo channeled his spiritual energy mid-air once more. A massive tornado swirled around his body. This was the power Suemo had grasped through relentless training and insight over the past 4 days with Jiang Tianlong. The demon-slaying blade spun rapidly within the whirlwind, breaking free from his grasp as terrifying light radiated from its blade. Within the light, illusory forms swirled. With a thunderous shout, Suemo sent the demon-slaying blade hurtling down toward Zhao De. In a flash, a cold gleam flashed, and Zhao De's hands were cleanly severed by the demon-slaying blade. He collapsed to his knees with a thud, wailing in agony, screaming in pain. After landing, Suemo turned to see the Thunder Dog and Little Green Dragon had already turned the tide. Facing the 5 beasts bound to Zhao De and Zhao Er, the 2 tamed beasts had previously struggled to hold their ground. But after witnessing Zhao Er's death, they instantly disposed of 3 more beasts, leaving only 2 belonging to Zhao De. 2. Thunder Dog and Little Green Dragon now found the fight effortless. Suemo stepped forward, picked up the demon-slaying blade lying on the ground, and raised it to Zhao De's throat. He looked at Zhao De, gave a cold laugh, and said, Humph. What? This is what you meant earlier when you told me to kneel and apologize to you? But now, it seems to me that you're the one kneeling on the ground. Zhao De glared at Suemo with bitter resentment, his voice laced with confusion. Just how strong are you? Suemo replied, How strong am I? I'm merely at the entry level. But, this isn't something you lot, who artificially boosted yourselves with pills, can handle. Even among those who train their bodies through hard practice, there are differences. Did you really think those little pills could forcibly enhance your abilities enough to hurt me? You should see the situation clearly now. But I never expected you to say earlier that you're pretty strong? With this? You still have the nerve to say you have some reputation within the shadow organization. You're truly weak. Hearing Sumo's words, Zhao De, though missing both arms, gritted his teeth. His eyes, bloodshot with fury, fixed on Suemo as endless agony consumed his heart. The greater his former arrogance, the deeper his present agony. Suddenly, Zhao De lifted his head to stare at Suemo, urgently pleading, Please spare me. Begging you, spare my life. If you let me go today, I'll give you anything you want. The pills I've been taking, you must need them, right? Once you take them, your body's latent potential will be unleashed, making you exceptionally powerful. Then no one will be able to harm you. Oh, and I can give you money too. Over the years, we've saved up a fortune. It's all right here in this storage ring. Please let me go. Let me leave this place. I'll take a detour from now on. I swear I'll never harm you again. Can you do that? Hearing Zhao De's plea, the members of Squad 9527 behind him frowned deeply. Team member Zhang Dong shouted even louder, He harmed us today. Tomorrow, they won't show any remorse. If you let him go now, when you meet him again in the future, he definitely won't let you off. Bull. Zhao De bellowed. Zhao De, never go back on my word. I swear it, if you spare me, I'll give you everything. Just spare my life. Deal? Suemo suddenly smiled. Are you sure? If I let you go, you promise to spare my life? You won't come looking for trouble again?
Zhao De nodded, leaving the 5 squad members behind him utterly dumbfounded. They were all shocked, never expecting Su Mo would actually agree to Zhao Da's terms. The group wanted to speak up and stop Su Mo. They simply couldn't accept such a condition. Zhao De had led beast tamers to attack beastmaster squads and committed countless atrocities. He deserved to rot in hell, yet Su Mo was considering giving him a second chance? Zhang Dong felt an endless wave of sorrow wash over him. He never imagined Su Mo could be so driven by greed. Hearing Zhao Da's words now, he couldn't believe Su Mo was abandoning their conflict and actually considering sparing Zhao Da's life. He had believed Su Mo would use his formidable abilities today to protect them while eliminating every member of the Shadow Organization. Yet, the outcome had turned out like this. Just as Zhang Dong was about to voice his disappointment in Su Mo, suddenly, Su Mo raised his demon-slaying blade. With a fierce flick of his wrist, he cleanly severed Zhao Da's head in an instant. Everyone behind him froze in shock. Su Mo merely flicked the blood from his demon-slaying blade, then sneered, "You think telling me this will help? I killed you. Your connection to the storage ring is severed. Do you really think I can't access what's inside?" As he spoke, Su Mo walked over and plucked the storage ring from Zhao Da's severed arm. He felt inside and discovered it contained numerous small pills, a substantial amount of gold coins, and several other items. Su Mo chuckled. "Looks like you weren't lying after all. You actually had some resources stashed away." Chapter 164, Xiao Yunfeng's Worries and Gratitude Vote for Gold Selection. Behind him, Zhang Dong and the others froze in shock. None of them had expected Su Mo to kill without hesitation, giving Zhao De not a single chance. At the same time, they finally exhaled in relief. Who would have thought that today, they would be rescued by someone who had previously been just an ordinary warrior? Within a single month, a newly minted Beastmaster had undergone such a remarkable transformation, truly unexpected. After scanning the area to confirm no other threats remained, Su Mo finally turned back and approached Squad 9527. Before Zhang Dong could speak, Su Mo coldly ordered, "No talking. Treat your injuries first." As he spoke, Su Mo crossed his legs and sat down on the ground. Instantly, a green light array formed within a 10-meter radius centered on his body. Su Mo channeled his vital energy into the array. Zhang Dong and the others, who had been staring in astonishment at Su Mo's actions. But immediately afterward, they all felt their internal injuries rapidly healing. Simultaneously, they turned to look at their beasts behind them. The creatures, which had been barely clinging to life moments ago, now had a vibrant sparkle in their eyes. "Su Mo, he's healing us. Are you a healing-type beast tamer?" Su Mo shook his head and smiled faintly. It took a full 30 seconds to finish healing everyone present. Fortunately, there weren't too many people or beasts to heal, otherwise, he would have risked depleting his own vital energy reserves. Fortunately, this treatment only consumed 1/3 of his vitality. He wouldn't need to resort to desperate measures to revive himself or evade others just yet. Watching Zhang Dong and the other 4, along with their beasts behind them, all recover, Su Mo chuckled softly. "Does it really matter what kind of beast master I am? What matters is that you've all survived. That's enough." Hearing Su Mo's words, the group paused in surprise before nodding in agreement. Zhang Dong said, "You're right. The abilities we beastmasters possess shouldn't be widely known. Beyond our squad or other trustworthy individuals, it's best to keep some things concealed. Still, thanks for your help, brother." Zhang Dong stepped forward, clasping his fists in a solemn salute. "If you hadn't rushed here today, we might never have known what we were facing." Su Mo shook his head. "Alright, your mission is complete, right? If so, let's head back." As he spoke, Su Mo soared into the air and landed atop a little green dragon. "Everyone," he announced, "I'll be waiting for your triumphant return at the southern frontier war zone." With that, Su Mo headed off into the distance. Upon reaching the mountaintop, he met up with Jiang Tianlong. The two turned to see Beastmaster Squad 9527 also heading toward the southern frontier from the hinterlands. Judging by the distance, they should be able to return in about an hour. Jiang Tianlong chuckled with satisfaction. "Well done. You haven't disappointed me today. But I never imagined that after all these years of seclusion and recuperation, the Shadow Organization would undergo such earth-shattering changes, even developing some sort of pill." Su Mo also frowned deeply, nodding in agreement. "Yes, I too didn't anticipate this. Things are gradually spiraling beyond our expectations. But whether it's these pills, the chip devices they're manipulating, or the various intelligence within the Shadow Organization, we'll need to discuss all this thoroughly with General Long once we return. The Shadow Organization now resembles a vast, hidden net. Who knows when it might ensnare all of us in the demon-suppressing army, or even the ordinary citizens." Hearing Su Mo's earnest words, Jiang Tianlong patted his shoulder and said, "Alright, don't dwell on it here. I can sense you're unwilling to see either the demon-suppressing army or the common people affected like this. But right now, we're in the open while the Shadow Organization operates in the shadows. Investigating them and countering their moves won't be easy. Return first. We'll discuss further once back. Also, once all the Beastmaster squads return, you should prepare to head back as well." Su Mo nodded, and the two set off toward the southern frontier war zone.
Several minutes later, as Xiao Yunfeng stood atop the city walls and spotted the distant azure dragon, a smile finally spread across his face. For nearly the past hour, Xiao Yunfeng had been burning with anxiety. Yet as an ordinary general, he knew little he could do and could only stand here in silent waiting. Now, seeing Su Mo and the others finally appear, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yet his heart sank when he saw only Su Mo and Zhang Tianlong before him.
What? What's wrong? Did something happen to them? Why didn't they come back together? Su Mo chuckled. Alright, old Xiao, no need to panic.
They're behind us, making their way back on their own.
My little Qinglong can't handle them all. I reckon they'll be back in about 40 minutes. Xiao Yunfeng finally exhaled deeply, then pressed Su Mo for details.
Sumo's explanation sent Xiao Yunfeng's emotions on a roller coaster ride, but the positive outcome finally brought a smile to his face.
Looking at Su Mo with genuine emotion, he said, Su Mo, my brother, thank you. This time, I owe you. Su Mo shook his head. Why say that? You never owe me anything.
Every Beastmaster squad, every soldier, every officer does what they do for the people of China.
What could you possibly owe me? Enough of that. Let's hurry inside. We'll figure things out once everyone's back.
2 hours later, as all the Beastmaster squads rushed back to the demon-suppressing army's southern frontier command camp, the clock had already struck past 11 at night. As everyone gathered in the conference room, Su Mo felt a complex mix of emotions looking at the dozens of Beastmasters surrounding him. It was precisely because of these Beastmasters, because of each and every one of them, that the current peace of China was safeguarded. Over the years, countless Beastmasters had fallen in battle, yet not a single one had ever backed down.
Those who returned today were all meritorious heroes.
Xiao Yunfeng expressed his gratitude to them, then decided to grant them a well-deserved period of rest. He also assured them that the demon-suppressing army would never be stingy with their compensation and rewards for their service. Everyone would receive what they deserved.
Finally, Su Mo slowly stepped forward, accompanying Zhang Tianlong into Xiao Yunfeng's office.
Xiao Yunfeng poured them both a cup of tea before chuckling and saying, Brother, you've truly worked hard these past days.
I've also received word that the Academy's new students have already begun enrolling.
By the time you return to the capital to speak with General Long, the enrollment ceremony will likely be over. Fortunately, we've already secured your future path, so you needn't worry about anything. I'd like to invite you to stay for lunch here tomorrow. We'll celebrate the victories of both Beast Waves and all the Beastmaster squads together.
After that, you can head back.
Furthermore, your merit points and honors will be personally awarded to you by General Long at that time.
Chapter 165, Zhang Tianlong's Grand Gift? Vote for Gold Selection. Su Mo chuckled softly.
For the Southern Frontier Theater, or rather, for every warrior of the demon-suppressing army, each battle earned countless merit points and honors for every single one of them. Or, more significantly, those of greater importance.
Su Mo had single-handedly slain countless demons and monsters on these 2 occasions, safeguarding the peace of the southern frontier. His honor and merit points would certainly be substantial.
Su Mo estimated his merit points would likely reach as high as 150,000 by then. Even acquiring a Dominator or Mythic tier beast in the military council would be a breeze.
Yet Su Mo still hoped to take a chance if he could contract an even more formidable beast. That would be even better. With a chuckle, Su Mo replied, Alright, since everything here is settled, I'll stay for the celebratory banquet tomorrow noon before departing.
Heh, good. Now that you've agreed, brother Su Mo, I can finally relax. Speaking of these past few days, whenever I passed by the barracks, I heard all the soldiers expressing their deep gratitude toward you.
They're eager to share a hearty drink with you. If you can stay, that would be wonderful. I'm sure the soldiers would be overjoyed. Su Mo waved his hand and hurriedly said, I never thought I did anything special. I just used my own strength to secure a little breathing room for everyone. It's getting late. Let's each get some rest.
Soon after, Su Mo and Zhang Tianlong headed for their quarters and returned to their rooms. Shortly after, Zhang Tianlong appeared in Su Mo's room. After sipping some tea, he asked curiously, Under my observation, lad, it seems you won't be long in breaking through to a level 21 Beastmaster.
Any thoughts on that? Su Mo hesitated slightly before replying, I really don't know. Zhang Tianlong smiled faintly. In that case, I have an idea I'd like to share. Would you be willing to hear it? Oh? Master, please speak freely. Zhang Tianlong smiled faintly. Over the past 2 or 3 decades, I've been secluded in a remote mountain forest, cultivating in seclusion. As luck would have it, I stumbled upon a high-grade beast egg. After it hatched, the beast turned out to be a mythical-grade diamond squirrel. It's currently waiting for me at my seclusion site. I had originally intended to bestow this diamond squirrel upon someone destined to receive it. Since you have chosen to become my disciple, I shall consider it your initiation gift. Upon hearing Zhang Tianlong's words, Su Mo's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. A diamond squirrel? Only 3 exist in this world. One belongs to Long Canghai, while the other 2 reside in different nations. The Vajra squirrel is a rare mythic tier beast. Its most formidable trait is the ability to erect an ironclad defensive barrier around its body, a fortress as impenetrable as the Great Wall.
This makes the Vajra squirrel indispensable in combat, its defensive prowess unquestionable and unmatched in the world.
The defenses brought forth by the iron-armored brown bear simply couldn't compare.
Legend has it that a diamond squirrel alone can withstand the onslaught of 1,000 troops and countless demonic beasts, ensuring its defenses remain utterly unshaken.
Suemo now possesses the little azure dragon and the thunder dog, but ultimately, both are offensive-type beasts. He still lacks a defensive-type beast.
Once he acquired a defensive beast, through constant coordination and cooperation, both defense and offense would become second nature.
Moreover, the diamond squirrel possessed the ability to conceal its movements. It could bury itself underground while creating a natural landscape around its body. Within this camouflaged environment, both humans and beasts would remain undetectable to outsiders.
Coupled with its formidable defensive capabilities, it was virtually impenetrable, truly a powerful defensive-type beast.
However, Suemo hastily waved his hands and said, "Master, how can you give this diamond squirrel to me?
You discovered it and nurtured it from hatching all along.
How could I possibly accept it?" Zhang Tianlong chuckled and replied, "Why bring that up? I've already contracted 10 beast companions. I'm perfectly content now.
Though the Shadow Organization possesses methods to sever or erase contracts, I have no need for them. Each of these 10 beasts has accompanied me through a century of growth. Every single one holds profound importance to me.
With them by my side, I have all I need. You youngster truly need a defensive beast. Giving you the golden squirrel is indeed the most appropriate choice. We'll happen to pass by that area on our way back. You'll accompany me there. As for whether the diamond squirrel will choose to contract with you, that I cannot say. But logically speaking, the golden squirrel favors the strong. Seeing the Qinglong lineage inheritance you possess, its regard for you should rise considerably." Seeing Zhang Tianlong so insistent, Suemo found himself unable to refuse. Truthfully, he harbored a deep anticipation for the diamond squirrel's existence and hoped to contract a defensive-type beast himself. Clearly, the diamond squirrel was a perfect match for Suemo. A smile of satisfaction touched his lips. Zhang Tianlong asked curiously from across the table, "What? What are you laughing about? Not satisfied? Or is it that you don't like the diamond squirrel? I can select an even stronger one for you."
No, Suemo hastily waved his hands.
"How could I be dissatisfied? I just never imagined I'd receive so much help from so many people. 3 years ago, Zhou Nantian guided me into the path of martial arts. 3 years later, it's you, Master, who has meticulously cultivated me in the martial way. And now, I'm surrounded by countless friends who are all helping me, including you, Master. You're offering me the diamond squirrel. It truly moves me. What have I ever done to deserve this?" Zhang Tianlong's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. He patted Sumo's shoulder and chuckled, "Enough with the sentimental nonsense, you little brat. Acting all mushy like that.
We're helping you because you possess something we truly desire. Plus, your character and talent are nothing short of astonishing. You deserve this. Besides, with your fearless nature and talent, you'll absolutely deal a heavy blow to the Shadow Organization in the future.
But I want you to understand, you must grow stronger quickly. If you don't, should the Shadow Organization ever imprison you with mental pressure again like before, no matter how great your abilities become, you'll remain under their control for the rest of your life." Suemo nodded resolutely. "Yes, Master. Rest assured, I understand." Zhang Tianlong chuckled with satisfaction. "Good. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Get some rest. After breakfast tomorrow, we'll head back. I'll be hitching a ride with you, so don't forget to take me along." Suemo sighed exasperatedly. "Master, how could you come here without bringing any of your beasts?" Zhang Tianlong chuckled. "My pets are gluttons. All these years of seclusion training, they've devoured every last bit of my savings. Besides, isn't that what you're for? You can freeload for me, why should I bother spending my own?"
Upon hearing this, Suemo felt helpless inside, but ultimately saw Zhang Tianlong off.
Chapter 166, Janya being pursued at school? Vote for gold selection. After washing up. It was almost noon. Suemo lay back against the headboard, staring at his phone for a long moment.
He decided to find Jiangya's WeChat and sent her a message, "Little sister Jiangya, I'm done here and will be back tomorrow at noon. But after I get back, I still have some things to take care of. It might take me a couple more days to get back to Fuyao Academy."
"How about you? You should be getting ready for bed now, right?" No sooner had he sent the message. Sumo's phone vibrated. He picked it up to find a video call from Jiangya.
Without hesitation, he answered.
Jiangya's face was radiant with excitement as she exclaimed, "Suemo, did you really wrap up all your business? How are you feeling? Are you hurt? Did anything bad happen to you during this time?" The endless worry in Jiangya's eyes was plain to see.
Suemo chuckled softly, shook his head, and felt a warm surge in his heart. Jiangya had always been like this since childhood. She'd followed him around like a shadow, constantly watching over him. But ever since she returned from the other city and they met again, Suemo noticed she had matured significantly, truly grown up. At the same time, her feelings of concern for him seemed to have intensified.
Suemo shook his head, lightly stroking his forehead. It's fine. How could anything be wrong? Everything's over now.
All the Beastmaster squads from the Southern Frontier Theater have returned. From here on, they'll guard the southern frontier.
For the foreseeable future, there shouldn't be any more danger. Sumo's thoughts kept circling.
Logically speaking, as long as no one from the Shadow Organization appeared here, the Beast Tide probably wouldn't return. Even if a powerful Beast Tide did appear, with the remaining dozens of Beastmasters working together, they should be able to keep the southern frontier safe for years to come.
Suemo breathed a long sigh of relief.
After over 3 years of war, the southern frontier had finally found stability.
At the same time, Suemo could finally embark on his academic journey for the next 3 years. Back to the screen.
Jiangya, hearing Sumo's words, finally exhaled deeply and patted her chest, causing Suemo to feel a bit dizzy from the motion. Finally, Jiangya said, Suemo, as long as you're okay, that's all that matters. All this time, I've been thinking about asking you, but I was so worried that asking might disrupt your life. If it really affected your battles, I'd feel like a criminal. I wouldn't know how to live with myself.
Faced with what seemed like an abrupt confession from Jiangya, Sumo's face flushed slightly, and he quickly changed the subject. Oh? Right. Jiangya, what level beast tamer are you now?
Hearing this, Jiangya stuck out her tongue and giggled. I've already become a level 7 beast tamer. Among this year's freshmen at Fuyao Academy, I'm one of the strongest.
Suemo asked with slight curiosity, one of the strongest? What? Are all the freshmen at Fuyao Academy this high level this year? Jiangya shook her head. Yeah. Before, whenever classmates called me a genius or whatever, I always felt like I was getting a bit too full of myself. But after arriving at Fuyao Academy, I finally saw what a true gathering place for geniuses looks like. Fuyao Academy, as one of the 4 great academies of Huaxia and the most prestigious among them, truly has exceptionally talented students. According to our teachers, among this year's Fuyao Academy freshmen, 3 have already broken through to level 10 or higher in Beastmaster rank, while over 30 others are between levels 5 and 10. Holy crap! Suemo inwardly gasped.
I never imagined Fuyao Academy possessed such profound depth. If he remembered correctly, Lin Fei, the second young master of the Lin group in Fuyao City, with whom he'd had a minor conflict, was a second-year student at Fuyao Academy. Yet Lin Fei was only at level 8.
Suemo mused, looks like Lin Fei must have bought his way in.
Otherwise, given his status in Fuyao City, it wouldn't make sense for him to be so arrogant at the academy with such a low rank.
However, Suemo soon noticed a slight evasiveness in Jiangya's eyes. Curious, Suemo asked, what's wrong? Is something bothering you? Did you run into trouble with your enrollment?
Jiangya hastily shook her head and gave a nervous chuckle.
Of course not. Don't worry, brother Suemo. How could I possibly have any problems? I'm doing quite well here at Fuyao Academy and get along perfectly with my roommates.
But the enrollment ceremony will end in the next couple of days, and then we'll start classes and training. Brother Suemo, I heard from my teacher that General Long has already informed the academy's principal.
So you don't need to rush back.
Focus on finishing your own matters first. I know you have important duties in the demon-suppressing army and are constantly striving for the nation.
Please make sure to resolve everything on your end first. Suemo nodded, chatted with Jiangya for a while longer, then hung up.
The moment he ended the call, Sumo's brow furrowed deeply. He pondered the unusual emotion he'd seen in Jiangya's eyes just now. He was certain something had happened to her at school. Otherwise, Jiangya would never have displayed such emotions in her usual composed manner. But what could it be? Suemo even considered reaching out to Long Canghai to ask for his help in investigating and inquiring about it. After much deliberation, he shook his head. It wasn't worth bothering Long Canghai over such a minor matter. Besides, he'd be returning to Fuyao City in 2 or 3 days. He could ask whatever he wanted then. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory of Fuyao Academy in Fuyao City, Jiangya finally ended her call with Suemo. Her 3 roommates, all lying on their beds, turned their heads toward her with curious expressions.
Who were you talking to just now? Suemo? Could it be that Suemo who broke 2 of General Long's records? The war god among ordinary soldiers in the demon-suppressing army? Is that him?
Yeah, you kept calling him Suemo brother, your relationship must be pretty special.
Is he your boyfriend? Who would have thought?
As one of the few SS-tier talents in our school, your boyfriend is just as amazing.
Oh, what are you two talking about? Jiangya flushed crimson. Suemo and I aren't even dating yet.
Oh?
Not boyfriend and girlfriend? One roommate chuckled. So? Are you chasing him? Or is he chasing you? You two better hurry up.
You know what's been happening these past few days? Ji-yun, the young master from the Ji family in the capital, has been chasing after you non-stop, trying desperately to get you to confirm your relationship. If you don't confirm things with your Suemo soon, watch out, young master Ji-yun might just swoop in and snatch you away.
Oh my, you guys, what nonsense are you talking about? Chapter 167, did Zhang Haining know all along? Vote for golden selection. Oh my, what nonsense are you talking about? Listening to this, Jiangya puffed out her cheeks in annoyance and said, that Ji-yun? I don't have any feelings for him at all. So what if he's rich? So what if he has status and connections? Even if he's a big shot in the capital, just because he casually pursues me, does that mean I have to agree? Oh my, oh my, oh my. What? You don't want to give him to us? Exactly, exactly. Her roommates teased in unison.
You're turning down such a great opportunity.
What a waste.
Jianya shot them a disapproving look and retorted, alright, stop teasing me.
Truthfully, I only ever wanted to be with brother Sumo. As for that Ji Yun from the capital? I couldn't care less. Alright, it's getting late. Let's go to sleep.
With that, Jianya lay down, pulled the blanket over herself, and turned her back to the wall, her heart filled with endless sorrow.
Simultaneously, her thoughts kept circling, Sumo, when will you come back?
That Ji Yun from the capital is like a clingy plaster, bothering me every single day.
I really don't know what to do.
Please hurry back and make him behave himself. Sumo, of course, knew nothing of the ordeal Jianya was enduring. Just as he was about to lie down, his phone buzzed with a message from Jiang Haining. When he answered, he saw Jiang Haining looking exceptionally well on the screen, a constant smile on her face.
Sumo chuckled, oh ho, Sister Han-ing, you look absolutely radiant. Must be in a great mood, huh? Jiang Haining chuckled, of course I am.
Because I've already heard the news of your triumphant return.
I heard you're coming back tomorrow, right? Sumo rolled his eyes. You really can't keep anything from me. I just finished talking with old Xiao, and you already know about it. Jiang Haining chuckled. Naturally. Don't forget my standing in the demon-suppressing army.
Alright, I'm here to congratulate you. Congratulations on returning safely. Also, I'll be waiting for you in Fuyao City when you arrive.
Fuyao City? What's that about? Aren't you in Linen City? Your beast-taming pavilion is in Linen City too. Why move to Fuyao City?
Jiang Haining chuckled softly. I've acquired new ventures in Fuyao City and plan to focus on developing them here. I'll continue managing the Tiandao Academy in Linen City as well. Since you, Brother Sumo, are about to spend the next 3 years of your academy life in Fuyao City, I'm quite worried about you. That's why I thought I'd be here to keep you company. What if something happens to you? Or if some girl sweeps you off your feet and you get into trouble? If I can't find you, what am I supposed to do? At least in Fuyao City, I can keep an eye on you every day. Listening to Jiang Haining's playful teasing, Sumo wore an exasperated expression. But at the same time, how could he not understand the underlying meaning, or rather, the true intent behind Jiang Haining's words? Jiang Haining was undoubtedly planning to help him, to keep an eye on him in Fuyao City, or rather, to protect his safety. But at the end of the day, Jiang Haining had no combat skills to speak of. He couldn't count on her to offer any real help. Regardless, Sumo felt Jiang Haining's concern for him, and deep down, he was quite happy. After a moment's thought, he chuckled and said, alright, then we'll meet at Fuyao. But it might take 2 or 3 days. I need to head to the capital first. Over the past week or so, I've met with the Shadow Organization multiple times, clashed with them repeatedly, and learned some things about their operations. I need to return and discuss matters with General Long first. Only after we've exchanged information can I proceed to Fuyao City. Jiang Haining nodded slightly. Understood. Since that's the case, there's no need for further discussion. Just be careful. Xiao Yunfo mentioned your battles in the southern frontier. He said they were incredibly dangerous, and you even killed several Shadow Organization members. The risks are immense. You must be extremely cautious, especially after returning. Members of the Shadow Organization might intercept you along the way. If anything were to happen, I'd be heartbroken. Hearing Jiang Haining's teasing tone, Sumo felt helpless. He hadn't expected such flippant banter. Sumo thought to himself, danger? What danger could possibly befall him? Zhang Tianlong would be accompanying him the entire time. If even Zhang Tianlong couldn't hold off the Shadow Organization if they ambushed him, then the entire nation of China would be doomed. Zhang Tianlong was a level 93 Beastmaster. His vitality was likely boundless. If even he couldn't hold them off, there'd be no point in him living either. Alright, Sister Han-ing, it's getting late. Sumo chuckled. Anything else? If not, I'll sign off now. Wait. Are you alone in your room right now? Yeah. Why? You wouldn't. Hey, Sister Han-ing, don't get any ideas. I'm just a kid. No G-chat stuff. We can't mess around like that. Hearing Sumo's playful teasing, Jiang Haning rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. Alright. What are you thinking? I don't have those kinds of feelings for you. I just want to see you safe and sound. With Jiangya liking you, how could I possibly take what belongs to someone else? Hearing Jiang Hanying's teasing, Sumo's face flushed slightly. He hadn't expected Jiang Haning to know about his relationship with Jiangya. Then Jiang Haning whispered, what I really want to ask is, how is he? Is he okay physically? Has he aged? Who are you talking about? Sumo asked curiously, genuinely puzzled. But suddenly, Sumo realized what she meant and blurted out, you're talking about
He hesitated, unable to bring himself to utter the name Zhang Tianlong. He feared his suspicions might be wrong, and revealing Zhang Tianlong's secret could ruin the surprise he was planning for Zhang Haining. Then, Zhang Haining whispered softly, "I'm talking about Zhang Tianlong, my father. I assume you've already met him?
Little brother, there's no need to keep secrets from your sister like this."
What? Suemo finally snapped out of his daze.
He instinctively looked up at Zhang Haining before glancing around his room again, confirming Zhang Tianlong was nowhere to be seen.
Suemo exclaimed in shock, "Sister Haning, how do you know about this?"
Zhang Haining chuckled softly.
"How I know is none of your concern. All you need to understand is that I know he's still alive. And if I'm not mistaken, he'll likely show up before me soon to give me a surprise, won't he?" Chapter 168, Speculations on the Shadow Plan? Vote for Gold Selection. How to describe this feeling? It's like finally scoring first place in a school exam after all your hard work. Only to return home excitedly and discover your parents already knew.
That surge of excitement gradually fades, leaving only a trace of helplessness. Right now, Suemo felt exactly like that. Though the matter between Zhang Tianlong and Zhang Haining had nothing to do with him, it didn't lessen Sumo's sense of helplessness one bit. He had once imagined that if Zhang Tianlong truly returned to Zhang Haining and revealed the truth that her father was not dead, she would surely be overjoyed. Little did he expect, things would turn out like this. Suemo chuckled bitterly. Who would have thought the surprise your master prepared for you would end up being something you already knew about?
Master? Zhang Haining looked surprised. You took him as your master? Doesn't that mean we're now senior and junior sisters? And you and that Long Canghai are also master and disciple now? Suemo nodded awkwardly. Zhang Haining chuckled.
Well, I never imagined you'd get such a great opportunity, but it's pretty cool. The old man left me when I was very young, before I could even remember anything. Later, I was adopted by Zhou Nantian. Both he and the old man were masters in the martial arts world, each shining brightly in their own fields. After Zhou Nantian passed away, all the information I received indicated that my biological father had long since perished in the Shadow Organization. It was only recently, through Long Canghai's account, that I learned the truth. This is the first bit of good fortune in my otherwise turbulent and painful life, right? By the way, how is he doing now? Suemo nodded. He's doing very well. As a level 93 beast tamer, he's even stronger than General Long. He's in robust health. The vigor of his chi and blood is astonishing even to me. His strength is truly formidable, otherwise, I wouldn't have eagerly sought him out as my master.
Zhang Haining chuckled. Of course.
The old man's strength is beyond question.
Long Canghai is his most favored disciple.
Many of his other disciples did indeed fall one after another to the Shadow Organization's minions. Truth be told, the old man has lived a life full of regrets. But that's just how it is, this is the path we walk. We beast tamers, all of us in the Demon Suppression Army, must face this reality for the sake of the people of China, for the sake of the world. The Shadow Organization seeks to harm all humanity and destroy our homes. Naturally, someone must stand up. Naturally, someone must dedicate themselves and fight without fear of life or death. The old man had likely long since come to terms with this truth. Now, your appearance must have piqued his curiosity and drawn his attention. He surely wishes to witness your growth. As for me, sister, I carry many blood feuds that I hope you will resolve. Though it may seem presumptuous of me to impose such demands upon you, Zhou Nantian is connected to you. Therefore, I still hope you will mature swiftly. Suemo nodded earnestly. Don't worry, Sister Haning. I understand. Alright, I won't keep you any longer. It's getting late. After attending the celebratory banquet here tomorrow noon, I plan to return with the beast tamer. Master will accompany me as well. We'll head to the capital first. Since that's the case, I'll bring Master directly to Fuyao City so the two of you can meet. And you make sure to play along properly. Don't act like you already knew about this. After talking with Master non-stop these past few days, I can tell he truly cares about you. He knows he owes you so much, which is why he wants to surprise you quickly and make you happy. Just make sure you put on a good show when the time comes. Zhang Haining chuckled and said, alright, I get it. Don't worry, sis, I'll make it look super real. But honestly? I really do want to meet him. My biological father, whom I've never seen since childhood, sacrificed so much for China and ultimately abandoned me to retreat into seclusion. Who wouldn't want a father? I want a real father too. Seeing Zhang Haining's somber expression, Suemo offered a few words of comfort before ending the video call. This time, no one would disturb him. Lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling, Suemo felt a complex mix of emotions. Before his transmigration to Earth, Suemo had been fatherless and motherless. After arriving in the Su family, he thought he finally found parents, whether Su Sangxing or Dongfangya. At least he could experience the warmth of family in this lifetime. Yet, who could have imagined that Suemo would endure the Su family's relentless scheming? All his achievements merely became stepping stones for his younger brother, propelling him to ever greater heights. Suemo felt profound sorrow. Why couldn't he have a happy, warm family? But now, such a wish had become utterly impossible.
Su Songxing had paid the price, Xu Feng had vanished, and Dong Fangya was now engaged in who knew what.
None of them acknowledged him, no one treated him as the eldest son of the household.
If that was the case, if everyone despised him, then this family was nothing but a burden. Su Mo sighed and finally drifted off to sleep. The next morning came in a flash.
Rising early, he and Jiang Tianlong strolled casually through the vicinity, observing numerous soldiers and beastmaster squads. Jiang Tianlong chuckled quietly from the shadows.
This is our Huaxia demon-suppressing army.
With them here, the southern frontier should remain trouble-free for years to come.
Su Mo asked curiously, Master, do you also believe the shadow organization won't attempt to come to the southern frontier anymore? Jiang Tianlong nodded.
The shadow organization's leader is deeply calculating, a renowned strategist with a sharp mind. Over the past 3 years, every operation they've launched in the southern frontier has ended badly.
Any sensible leader would likely choose to lie low and regroup.
Moreover, within the shadow organization, the cultivation of beast tamers is still in its infancy. With their current imperfect systems, they likely won't attempt such a large-scale invasion of our southern frontier again. Moreover, having suffered 3 consecutive years of defeats in the southern frontier, coupled with the presence of these beastmaster squads which have inflicted severe damage on the shadow organization over the past 3 years, they must now carefully weigh their options, given their severely depleted strength.
Su Mo nodded.
Jiang Tianlong continued, Young man, I can't quite explain why, but I have a strong premonition that the shadow organization will likely try every means to infiltrate our cities next. When that happens, we might find many of their operatives right beside us. You, kid, must keep your guard up when dealing with people around you. I'm worried the shadow organization might target you. Your growth has been too rapid, drawing their attention. They've even put a bounty on your head. Sooner or later, someone will take desperate measures, breaking through our defenses to infiltrate the city and get close to you. Su Mo sighed deeply, ultimately shaking his head in resignation. Chapter 169, Jiang Tianlong's secret base vote for gold selection. Su Mo knew. The shadow organization had now set its sights on him, and things were bound to get complicated from here on out.
But no matter what, Su Mo would have to keep striving and growing.
Only when he became powerful enough, only when he could eliminate countless enemies and ensure the safety of everyone around him. That was when he finally relaxed completely, but it was nowhere near as it is now.
After pondering for a moment, Su Mo and Jiang Tianlong wandered around for a while longer.
Then Jiang Tianlong spoke up, I'm truly looking forward to going to Linen City to see my daughter now. But before that, I'll personally escort you to retrieve the diamond squirrel. I'll also accompany you to the capital to meet Long Canghai. Once I've safely delivered you to Fuyao City, I'll depart. I hope all this comes to pass soon.
All right. Su Mo chuckled. Master, actually, you don't need to go to Linen City.
You can just head straight to Fuyao City to meet Sister Han Ning.
Ha? What do you mean?
Jiang Tianlong, unaware of Su Mo's phone call with Jiang Haning, was suddenly filled with curiosity.
Su Mo chuckled. Well, Sister Han Ning called me last night. She said she's already established a new business venture in Fuyao City. She'll likely be staying there for the next 3 years and won't be visiting Linen City as often. You don't think she's doing this for you, do you?
Hearing Jiang Tianlong state it so bluntly, Su Mo felt a bit awkward.
I didn't want it to be like this either.
He chuckled sheepishly.
What can I do?
Your disciple is just too talented, too charismatic.
With all this attention, what choice do I have?
Jiang Tianlong playfully smacked him.
Since when did you become so self-absorbed? So shameless? Ah, right, you haven't told her about me, have you? Su Mo shook his head, speaking against his better judgment. Of course not. Rest assured. Sister Han Ning is definitely in the dark about it. Once you appear before her, she'll be overjoyed. Jiang Tianlong finally exhaled deeply. Alright, that puts my mind at ease. Come on, let's get ready to eat.
At the Southern Frontier Command of the Demon-Suppressing Army, today's celebratory banquet was exceptionally lavish, with an array of dishes filling the tables. Su Mo and Xiao Yunfeng rose from their seats at the head table and began circulating among the guests. For the soldiers, alcohol was off limits, everyone's cups held only beverages. Yet this did nothing to diminish their respect for Su Mo. Each person felt profound gratitude for what he had done for them during this time.
This was especially true for the Beastmaster Squadron, designated 9527.
Zhang Dong slung his arm around Su Mo's shoulder, saying gratefully, Brother, this time, I owe you big time.
Thank you for showing up and helping us out of this crisis. Every one of us owes you our lives.
If we ever cross paths again and you need anything from Team 9527, just say the word. We'll risk our own lives to protect you.
Su Mo smiled faintly. Alright.
No need for all this talk about lives. At the end of the day, we all share the same ideals and beliefs. We're all fighting for China, for all its people.
Let's not dwell on that. Come, let's eat.
The celebratory banquet concluded at 2 p.m.
Su Mo stood atop the little green dragon's back, saluting all the soldiers below. Over 2,000 soldiers returned the salute in unison before shouting in unison, "Farewell, War God, Major General Suemo." Amidst the repeated shouts, Suemo finally commanded the little green dragon to turn and depart. Arriving deep within the mountains, he picked up Jiang Tianlong, and the two set off toward the capital. Guided by Jiang Tianlong, Suemo finally arrived at a remote mountainous region. This mountain range had long been untouched by human feet, a truly pristine wilderness. After descending, the two men, accompanied by their two beasts, wandered through the terrain. Spotting a cave ahead, they headed inside. No sooner had they stepped inside than torches hanging along the walls ignited simultaneously. Only then could Suemo see the vast expanse before him, a colossal platform larger than an entire residential complex. It appeared as though a giant space had been carved out with a blade, concealed by the surrounding mountains. Suemo couldn't help but feel a chill. He blurted out, "Master, could this be the place you've lived all these years?" "Indeed," Jiang Tianlong chuckled. "When I first arrived here, Long Canghai supplied me with countless provisions. I've been recuperating and rebuilding my strength here for a very, very long time. Fortunately, this place's unique geographical advantages meant no one discovered me, allowing me to live here safely for so long. But once I set out to handle my own affairs, who knows what dangers I might encounter." Suemo stopped in his tracks, looking at Jiang Tianlong and urgently said, "Please be extremely careful about your safety." Jiang Tianlong's eyes softened slightly, a warm feeling spreading through him. He quickly replied with a smile, "Rest assured, I value my life even more than you do. I have far too many people I care about. Alright, let's go inside." As they walked forward, Suemo surveyed the vast space around them. He noticed one after another of the beast tamers appearing on the level ground, a full 10 of them. His all-seeing eye couldn't discern the exact rank of each beast, but he'd studied the records. According to historical accounts, every single one of these 10 beasts was a dominator, a mythical, or even higher in rank. Each possessed formidable combat prowess. Upon spotting Jiang Tianlong, the beast swiftly converged at his feet. The stone surface beneath him cracked inch by inch, nearly collapsing under the pressure. Jiang Tianlong smiled faintly, stroking each beast before him. Suemo watched from the side, secretly startled. Good heavens, even if just one of these 10 beasts were taken out, it would be enough to astonish anyone. All 10 together, even an army of hundreds of thousands of demon beasts might struggle to withstand their formidable might. After a long moment, Suemo spoke up, "Master, these 10 beasts are just too powerful." "Heh, it's nothing special. These are all beasts I found during my travels across the land with Long Canghai. Our mounts are of similar rank, and they have always been the foundation of our ability to protect our homeland." With that, Jiang Tianlong led Suemo forward. Soon they reached a spot where a bed stood, flanked by 2 raised stones. Watching Jiang Tianlong sit down on one stone, Suemo followed suit. But the moment he sat down, he leaped up with a startled yelp. Chapter 170, Third Talent Vitality Burning, seeking gold votes. Good heavens, at that moment Suemo was intensely grateful for his quick reflexes. Otherwise, he would have ended up with a bloody mess. After taking a few steps forward, Suemo finally turned to look at the stone-like presence behind him. Finally, he saw the stone shift slightly. Before long, a squirrel emerged. The squirrel radiated a metallic sheen all over its body, giving it a rather imposing presence. Its large eyes fixed intently on Suemo. After a moment, the squirrel darted forward, scrutinizing Suemo closely. Jiang Tianlong chuckled beside him, "You little rascal, I didn't even stop you, and you just hopped right onto it. Isn't that exactly the nature of the golden squirrel?" Suemo scratched his head, finding the golden squirrel before him exceptionally adorable. It even kept making squeaky noises. He hadn't realized he'd actually sat right on top of it. Then, as the golden squirrel hopped onto his shoulder, Jiang Tianlong raised his hand to pat its head, chuckling, alright. Stop clinging to me like that. I brought my apprentice here today precisely so you could contract with him." Chirp. The squirrel chirped, glancing between Jiang Tianlong and Suemo. Its eyes seemed to say, "Make me contract with him? No way. The golden squirrel's eyes brimmed with contempt. Such was the nature of the golden squirrel, it favored the strong. And it was precisely this preference for the powerful that made them so rare. Some even choose to end their own lives when forced into a contract with someone they deem too weak. This very trait is why golden squirrels have become such an exceptionally rare existence today. They were too powerful and possessed too much pride. Thinking of this, Suemo glanced at the gaze Jiang Tianlong cast his way and chuckled softly. Then, with a flicker of his thoughts, the little green dragon soared into the air. In an instant, it transformed into its true dragon form, instantly drawing the attention of the 10 beasts nearby. As the 10 beast tamers showed signs of alertness, Jiang Tianlong frowned, and they immediately calmed down. Turning to the golden squirrel, its eyes lit up the moment it recognized the small green dragon before it. Possessing the ancient lineage of the azure dragon, a bloodline 1 rank higher than the golden squirrel's own, it was instantly captivated. Immediately afterward, as the little green dragon reverted to its bird-like form, the diamond squirrel hopped over, chattering excitedly beside it as if communicating something. Moments later, Suemo received the little green dragon's response in his mind. The little azure dragon informed Suemo that the Vajra squirrel had decided to form a contract with him. Suemo finally exhaled deeply, sat cross-legged on the ground, and summoned the Chi Blood reincarnation array. He forcibly and continuously elevated the ranks of both the Thunderdog and the little green dragon. Within mere minutes, both the little green dragon and Thunderdog saw their power surge once more. After several consecutive Chi Blood rebirth cycles, a powerful momentum finally erupted within Sumo's body. Suemo opened his eyes, and a sharp gleam radiated outward from his pupils. He sensed the formidable power emerging within his body. This surge came from his breakthrough to level 21 Beastmaster, coupled with his Chi Blood reaching 1953 points. Indeed, Suemo hadn't enhanced either of his two beasts this morning, and contracting a third beast required at least reaching Beastmaster level 21. Fortunately, by leveraging the Undying trait, Suemo had ascended to level 21 through two consecutive Chi Blood rebirths. At that moment, a voice echoed in Sumo's mind. It was the voice announcing that Suemo had acquired yet another talent. Earlier, when he broke through to level 11, Suemo had discovered he had awakened his second talent in this world, Vitality Healing. It was precisely the emergence of Vitality Healing that made Suemo realize he likely awakened a new talent every 10 levels. Suemo had been anticipating this, and now his expectations were confirmed. He sensed the third talent manifesting within his mind. SSS-rank curse talent, Vitality Combustion. The Beastmaster burns their own vital energy to enhance combat prowess, with the intensity of this enhancement proportional to the amount of vital energy consumed. Oh ho! Suemo chuckled. Unexpectedly, it was yet another SSS tier curse talent tailor-made for him, one never recorded in historical texts. With a flicker of thought, Sumo's vital energy ignited in an instant. The air around Sumo's body became scorching hot, while his aura, strength, perception, and other abilities surged exponentially. Moments later, Suemo withdrew the power, savoring the overwhelming sense of strength he'd just experienced. Though the boost lasted only half a minute, it consumed roughly 30% of his vital energy. Yet despite the rapid depletion, Suemo clearly felt how the burning of his vital energy enhanced his combat prowess. Suemo smiled with satisfaction. His confidence in his future grew stronger. Even when facing the encircling attacks of the Shadow Organization, he now possessed another means to protect his life. Previously, he could only rely on his immortality to improve himself, repeatedly confronting his opponents. But now, with the Chi Blood burning technique, Suemo could ensure his combat prowess would grow ever more formidable. Simultaneously, Suemo sensed that as his combat prowess surged through Chi and blood burning, the nearby Thunderdog and Little Green Dragon seemed to gain a slight enhancement as well. It resembled the chain reaction triggered by the Shadow Organization's pills earlier, only vastly superior. Though it consumed his own Chi and blood, for one possessing the Undying Immortality ability, this was practically a talent skill with no tangible cost. Just then, Jiang Tianlong frowned deeply. Lighting a cigarette, he asked curiously, "What's going on?" "Just now, I sensed something new within you." Suemo hurriedly clasped his hands in a bow and replied, "Master, I've awakened my third innate talent." "What? You've awakened a third innate talent? Your previous two talents were both SSS grade cursed abilities, one for Chi and blood rebirth, the other for Chi and blood healing. Now you have a third? Excellent. Excellent." Jiang Tianlong clapped his hands, his eyes brimming with delight. "I, like Long Canghai, possess 3 talents. Never did I imagine my new disciple would awaken 3 as well. Ah, but what is this third talent? Of course, if you'd rather not share, there's no need." "All right." Suemo chuckled. "There's nothing I can't share. You're my master, like a father to me. How could I ever hide anything? My third talent is called Vitality Combustion. It burns my own vital energy to boost my combat power. It's an SSS tier curse talent. Moreover, under Chi Blood Combustion, the strength of Little Azure Dragon and Thunderdog also increases. In the future, even the Golden Squirrel seeking to contract with me will be able to grow stronger with my aid. That's my new talent. What kind of cursed grave did you dig up in your past life, kid? How come all your talents are cursed?" Chapter 171, Successfully Contracting the Diamond Squirrel. Vote for Gold Selection. Jiang Tianlong didn't dwell on the matter for long. He chuckled and said, "Alright, whatever. Cursed talents are cursed talents. Lately, I've noticed you don't seem to care about your vitality draining at all, you just get stronger and more aggressive. Since that's the case, this talent clearly suits you better than any other, and it hasn't caused any side effects. Very well. Under these circumstances, I shall say no more." Suemo chuckled softly, then muttered under his breath, "Actually, I'm not a triple talent possessor. You wouldn't happen to possess a fourth talent, would you? How could that be possible?" Jiang Tianlong remained utterly composed. "But..." Suemo raised his hand and formed the number 8 with his fingers. In an instant, Jiang Tianlong froze, stumbling off the rock and landing flat on the ground. 8 talents? Are you running a wholesale operation? Even wholesale, you couldn't possibly have that many. Seeing Jiang Tianlong's utter shock, Suemo chuckled. He hadn't intended to reveal his secret to anyone, but Jiang Tianlong wasn't an outsider. They'd grown up together.
As both mentor and friend, sharing it with him was no issue. If Jiang Tianlong harbored ill intentions toward him, Suemo might as well just die. After a moment, Jiang Tianlong finally composed himself, waving his hand dismissively.
Forget it, forget it. This old man doesn't want to pry into every detail.
I won't press you on which 8 talents you possess either, lest I slip and reveal it later. Truth be told, you've truly astonished me. In this world, possessing 3 talents already marks one as exceptional. 4 talents are virtually unheard of.
Yet here you are, possessing 8 talents. It feels like the future of China is about to change dramatically. But the more extraordinary you are, the happier I feel. Jiang Tianlong patted Sumo's shoulder and said, remember this, besides Jiang Haining and Long Canghai, if you wish to tell them, you may. But to no one else. Do not reveal your secrets to anyone else. These gifts will become your trump cards in the future, but they will also become things others covet. Especially those from the Shadow Organization. When they discover you possess all 8 talents, they will be filled with curiosity. They might even try to control you or harm you. If you get hurt because of this, I wouldn't know how to save you. Treat these as your trump cards, only reveal them when your very life is on the line. Suemo nodded.
His usable trump cards were the eye of all things, chi blood combustion, immortality, and indestructibility, these 4 great talents. As for his other talents, Suemo intended to integrate them into his combat style. He couldn't rely solely on martial arts every time, he needed to interweave them to hone their synergy and fluidity. And so, time passed slowly. But just then, Suemo finally felt something brushing against his pant leg. He looked down and saw it was the golden squirrel. It stood upright on the ground, its little paws raised, swaying back and forth. Its eyes shimmered with a pleading expression, as if begging for something. Seeing the golden squirrel's eager gaze, how could Suemo not understand? He chuckled softly and said, what's up? You're that eager to make a contract with me? The golden squirrel chirped and nodded incessantly. Suemo understood why. Firstly, the sheer number of talents he possessed was staggering, each one capable of overwhelming the golden squirrel. Secondly, the azure dragon he had already contracted was 1 rank higher than the golden squirrel itself. The diamond squirrel naturally revered strength, yearning to bond with the powerful. Choosing Suemo was only natural. This actually brought Suemo a sense of relief. He had been worried about how to contract with the golden squirrel, truly hoping to gain its allegiance. Now that the diamond squirrel had initiated the contract, all barriers between them were removed. As they grew together in the future, it would undoubtedly become another major asset to Suemo. Jiang Tianlong chuckled from across the room, saying, all these years, the golden squirrel has been by my side. Its bloodline is exceptionally pure, and its strength is beyond question. Moreover, over the years, through my repeated feeding, it has continuously cultivated by my side. Thus, though it hasn't yet contracted with any beastmaster, its level has already reached the 8th stage of the juvenile realm. With the enhancement from your chi blood rebirth array, it won't be long before it grows to match the thunder dog and little green dragon in rank. You've truly stumbled upon a treasure, young man. I wouldn't even give this to just anyone. Hearing Jiang Tianlong's boastful words, Suemo chuckled softly. He then approached Jiang Tianlong, knelt before him, and cawed out several times, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, master, for bestowing the diamond squirrel upon your disciple. This favor shall remain unforgettable for the rest of my life. Jiang Tianlong nodded with satisfaction, waving his hand dismissively. All right, rise. No need for such formality. You are my disciple nowadays. The only disciples I have left in this world are you and Long Canghai. If I don't look out for you, who else would I care for? All right, hurry up and seal the contract. All right. Suemo finally nodded, hastily rising to his feet and raising his hand. Instantly, a white light flared from his palm, followed by obscure, cryptic runes drifting out. He bit his finger, and a drop of blood flew out, landing directly on the runes before him. The runes emitted a dazzling radiance before, under Sumo's mental control, directly entered the diamond squirrel's mind. Within mere seconds, Suemo sensed a stream of information emerging in his mind, the diamond squirrel's attribute data. Only then did Suemo realize he hadn't even given the diamond squirrel a name yet. Seeing the creature's intensely eager gaze fixed on him, Suemo agreed he really should give it a name. After pondering for a while, inspiration struck Suemo. He couldn't help but mutter admiringly, I'm so clever, I'm practically a genius at naming things. From now on, you'll be called Iron Egg. The golden squirrel had been waiting happily for Sumo's name, but upon hearing Tai Dan, it froze. It turned its head toward Jiang Tianlong, offering a pleading look, as if asking whether it was still possible to break the contract now. Jiang Tianlong burst into laughter. All right. Iron Egg is a great name. It's sure to be easy to raise. All right, little squirrel, you'll just have to listen to your master. From now on, you're called Iron Egg. Also, my apprentice, I hope you treat him well from now on. He absolutely won't shortchange you. In fact, by following him, you won't even need to exert yourselves in training or cultivation. Just stand within that chi and blood rebirth array, and that's it. Where else would you find such a good deal? Don't you dare slack off. When the time comes to protect him, you must give it your all.
The diamond squirrel iron egg whimpered twice before reluctantly nodding. It remained perched on Sumo's shoulder. Sumo's left shoulder bore iron egg, while his right shoulder held the little green dragon. Meanwhile, the thunder dog at his feet lifted its head, looking utterly dejected. It seemed to be asking Sumo, "Can I get up there too?" "Get lost," Sumo shot at a disdainful look. "You want to crush me? Don't you have any idea how heavy you are now?" Chapter 172, Zhang Tianlong's personal grudge vote for gold selection. The thunder dog, having heard Sumo's complaint, flashed an awkward expression. Zhang Tianlong, observing the scene from the side, burst into laughter. "Well now, lad. It's been years since I've witnessed such a harmonious moment between a writer and their beast. I can tell you genuinely adore your beast companions. Whether it's this thunder dog, the little green dragon, or even that golden squirrel in the future, they'll all be well taken care of by you, kid." Zhang Tianlong patted Sumo's shoulder, his expression earnest as he spoke. "Young man, I want you to remember this, from now on, your beast companion will be your partner. It will journey with you across this world, accompanying you through life. Your beast will become the most important companion in your life. It will guard your safety and protect you at all times. I hope you will care for it well in the future. Do not let anything go wrong." Sumo nodded without hesitation. In this world, Sumo had long recognized the thunder dog's absolute importance to him and understood just how formidable a beast companion truly was for a beast master. Though Sumo possessed formidable martial arts talent, he knew that ultimately, one could not have everything as he wished. Thunder Dog would inevitably face countless dangers in the future. Amidst these perils, Sumo would need the beast mastering to aid him in growing stronger. Surveying the many beast tamers gathered around him, Sumo couldn't help but chuckle. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. "Master, rest assured. I will never disappoint you. I will grow stronger as quickly as possible." Zhang Tianlong chuckled. Very well, very well. Hearing you say that, I understand and am at ease. It's getting late. Let's have dinner first. After dinner, we'll still have 3 or 4 hours to reach the capital. But from now on, after handling matters in the capital and visiting my daughter in Fuyao City, I must settle some personal grudges of my own. Ever since Sumo had known Zhang Tianlong, the old man had constantly spoken of these personal grudges. Curiosity piqued, he pressed, "Master, what exactly are these personal grudges you keep mentioning?" Zhang Tianlong chuckled. "Ah, how to explain it to you? Suffice it to say, this old man has deep-seated grievances with the Shadow Organization. Their repeated betrayals have cost me dearly. Naturally, I cannot allow them to live in peace. While I've been in seclusion practicing my cultivation these past months, Long Canghai hasn't been idle either. Though the Shadow Organization remains elusive to us, their actions and whereabouts still hard to pin down, we've managed to uncover some clues. Among them are several who have harmed me personally. Now that I know their whereabouts, I intend to settle this once and for all." Sumo frowned deeply, his voice tinged with concern. "Master, how powerful are these individuals? If they were capable of harming you before, doesn't that mean they're exceptionally strong?" Zhang Tianlong chuckled softly, leading Sumo forward as he remarked, "What strength? Back then, they were merely a bunch of cowards who relied on sheer numbers and petty tricks to repeatedly wound me. Such men are beneath my contempt. Had they not inflicted serious wounds upon me, causing me some harm, they would likely have passed away long ago, their anniversaries long forgotten. Therefore, I must return and have a proper chat with them, make them pay for their past deeds." Sumo finally nodded. Seeing Zhang Tianlong speak like this, he surmised that those people were still somewhat inadequate in Zhang Tianlong's eyes. With that settled, he no longer needed to worry about Zhang Tianlong's safety. Still, Sumo spoke earnestly, "Master, while you are indeed powerful, your disciple still hopes you'll take care of yourself. Please, whatever you do, don't get hurt." Zhang Tianlong smiled faintly. Very well, very well. I didn't expect you to care so much about me, kid. Don't worry, I'll be careful. This world still holds so many things I've yet to see, and so many people worth caring about. How could this old man simply leave this world so easily? Of course, you mustn't slack off either. Over this period, I've imparted much to you. These are the fundamental techniques a beast master who cultivates both martial arts and beast control should master on the path of martial arts. Beneath these countless foundational techniques lies your future. What you become depends entirely on you. Young man, I hope you can integrate all this knowledge and become someone who won't disappoint anyone in the future." Sumo nodded earnestly as they finally reached their destination. They found themselves inside a cave filled with all manner of supplies. Sumo was genuinely startled. At the same time, he understood why Zhang Tianlong had been able to live here undisturbed for so many years. The sheer volume of stored supplies was staggering. Of course, Sumo also knew that Zhang Tianlong's supplies here probably wouldn't last much longer, and it just so happened that he was about to emerge from seclusion. After gathering some food from below, Zhang Tianlong leapt up, and the two began their evening meal on the cavern's vast platform. As time slowly passed, Zhang Tianlong and Sumo glanced backward and to the side while eating. Suddenly, they saw the Thunder Dog and Zhang Tianlong's time beast locked in a tense standoff nearby. The Thunder Dog bared its teeth, emitting low, menacing growls. In contrast, the time beast stood hesitant on the sidelines approach, their eyes filled with wariness. Zhang Tianlong felt a hint of curiosity while Suemo remained utterly baffled, completely clueless about what was unfolding. After a long moment, Zhang Tianlong spoke slowly, "Kid, have you sensed something off about the Thunder Hound you've contracted?" Suemo nodded earnestly. "Master, I have indeed sensed it. Sister Han Ing mentioned this to me back then too. But at the time, I didn't know what exactly it was. I always felt like a more formidable energy was about to descend upon this world. Ever since I first contracted it, I've had this feeling, yet I couldn't quite figure out what it meant." Chapter 173, The Thunder Hound's Bloodline Pressure? Vote for Gold Selection. Zhang Tianlong chuckled softly. "It's only natural you'd feel that way. I too sensed something just now. I've discovered this little fellow seems to harbor a hidden bloodline within him, and from the looks of it, it's no trivial matter. However, I have no idea when it will finally emerge and awaken." "Heh, you're one lucky kid. You contracted a thunder dog, a creature universally disliked among the common ranks, yet somehow managed to bind such a powerful being with a hidden bloodline." Suemo froze upon hearing this. Earlier, Zhang Hanying's beastmaster perception talent had indeed detected something off about the thunder dog. Zhang Hanying had explained it to Suemo then, but he'd been completely baffled at the time, unable to comprehend or sense any of it. Little did he expect Zhang Tianlong would now expose the truth. At the same time, Suemo saw the thunder dog confronting Zhang Tianlong's 10 beasts. Each of these beasts possessed an exceptionally high rank. Surprisingly, the thunder dog showed no sign of being intimidated by their bloodline power, maintaining its own dominance throughout. This would have been absolutely impossible before. Suemo sensed that as its level continued to rise, the power of its bloodline within it grew increasingly formidable. At the same time, it had grown far braver than before. After hesitating for a long time, Suemo finally chuckled. In this world, beast tamers also possess their own hidden bloodlines. Not all tamed beasts were as straightforward as one might assume, they were not merely what they appeared to be. In fact, countless beasts displayed extraordinary power, some inheriting the legacy of the vermilion bird lineage, others that of the azure dragon lineage, and so on. As for hidden bloodlines, in the early stages, these beasts showed little difference from ordinary ones. But once they awoke their hidden bloodline, while their physical form might not change drastically, the power and various manifestations brought by that hidden bloodline would truly transform the beast. Suemo chuckled softly, his heart brimming with joy. He never imagined Zhang Tianlong would share all this with him, nor did he expect that his own Thunder Hound, a beast he had contracted through an ordinary bond, would prove so extraordinary. Back then, when everyone doubted its potential, Suemo had focused solely on the remarkable synergy between the Thunder Hound and his own innate talents. Being a physical type creature that reincarnated through vital energy, it consumed this energy to enhance its existence. Combined with the Thunder Hound's unique trait of feeding on vital energy, its nature was perfectly suited to Suemo. Thus, Suemo didn't overthink it. He simply believed that possessing the Thunder Dog would maximize his own growth. By achieving results within the Mysteries Tower, he could then, with the Thunder Dog's aid, make a name for himself and gain the attention of the demon-suppressing army. By then, he would successfully draw the demon-suppressing army's notice and Long Canghai's. Whatever he wished to do to the Xu family would become effortless. Little did he expect such a theory to exist. No wonder Zhang Hanying had shared so much with him back then. The Thunder Dog truly was extraordinary. Lightning, come back. Those are the beasts contracted by our master. What are you doing? Do you want to pick a fight with them? At Sumo's words, the Thunder Dog whimpered and darted back to his side, wagging its tail as if to say, "They started it. They kept provoking me. I had no other intentions." Suemo sighed helplessly, patting its head as he said, all right. I know. No need to say more. Here, have a piece of meat." Suemo retrieved 3 portions of food from his storage ring, distributing them to the Thunder Dog, the little green dragon, and the golden squirrel perched on his shoulder. To Suemo, it all felt like a dream. Just a month ago, he'd been an ordinary warrior. Then, unexpectedly, during the awakening ceremony, he'd awakened his talent, an SSS tier curse talent. This ability, which everyone had dismissed as worthless, had unexpectedly propelled Suemo to his current level of growth. Suemo felt immense joy and satisfaction. He firmly believed he would never disappoint anyone and would grow stronger as quickly as possible. While dining with Zhang Tianlong, Suemo glanced at the Thunder Dog beside him, pondering what hidden bloodline it might possess. He racked his brain, searching his memories. It seemed that from beginning to end, not a single Thunder Hound had ever possessed a hidden bloodline. Since the concept of the Beastmaster world emerged and countless records were documented, such an occurrence had never been recorded. As for other beast tamers who had awakened their hidden bloodlines, each one was renowned throughout the world. Suemo thought, if the Thunder Hound could become such an existence, it would undoubtedly play a crucial role in his Beastmaster arsenal and in his formidable performance. It would surely bring him immense joy. Of course, even if the Thunder Dog never awakened its hidden bloodline and remained forever mediocre at its current rank, Suemo wouldn't care in the slightest. Sumo's true aspiration was to treat each of his beasts with utmost sincerity, hoping to journey through this world alongside them. He never believed the quality of his beasts would determine his future combat prowess. Yet, let us not forget he was, at the very least, a dual cultivator of martial arts and beast-taming. He believed that through his own performance and strength, he would astonish everyone. He was certain that through his efforts and by fighting alongside his beasts, they would grow together. Regardless, today's events were undeniably a source of great joy for Sumo. Seeing his beast, the Thunder Dog, harboring hidden bloodlines within its body, bloodlines that had even earned Zhang Tianlong's affirmation. Sumo stroked the Thunder Dog's head, chuckled softly, and said, "Though I don't know what bloodline you've awakened, or if any of this will truly come to pass, rest assured whether you awaken your hidden bloodline or not, I will always treat you with the utmost care. Together, we'll strive to grow stronger, facing every critical moment that lies ahead." Listening to Sumo's words, the Thunder Dog sensed his sincerity. After barking twice, its eyes brimmed with joy. Zhang Tianlong burst into laughter across from him and said, Good. That you have such thoughts, that you take Thunderbolt so seriously, it seems his life with you has been worthwhile. A dog like Thunderbolt, who appeared when no one believed in him, has been by your side through so much. That alone should make him exceptionally happy. Alright, hurry up and eat. Once you're done, we should get moving. Sumo nodded earnestly, finally satisfied in full. The two of them, accompanied by their 3 beasts, left the room and exited the cave. Chapter 174, Arrival. Capital Headquarters. Vote for gold. They had originally intended to bring the beasts left behind in the cave with them. But upon reconsideration, the large group would only slow their progress. Moreover, Sumo needed to depart quickly. After handling matters in the capital, he still had to return to Fuyao City for enrollment. Zhang Tianlong didn't want to interfere with Sumo's plans. At the demon-suppressing army headquarters on the capital's outskirts, countless soldiers bustled about patrolling, carrying out daily tasks, and generally maintaining a busy rhythm. Surrounding the headquarters, countless fully armed soldiers stood with furrowed brows, their gazes fixed intently on the surroundings. Every face bore a solemn expression. The demon-suppressing army headquarters endured periodic assaults from hordes of demonic beasts. For the soldiers stationed here, these recurring events had long become routine. Yet precisely because every experience felt so familiar, they remained intensely vigilant during each patrol, determined to prevent any unexpected incidents. Yet, as several patrol teams gathered at the gate for a shift change, one soldier suddenly raised his rifle and shouted, "Look out there! Monsters!" As he spoke, the soldier raised his rifle and scanned the horizon. There, soaring toward them, was an enormous dragon over 100 meters long, its body radiating an overwhelming aura. In the blink of an eye, the dragon was upon them. Witnessing the dragon's appearance, the group of soldiers reacted instantly. They sounded the alarm and raised their weapons to attack the dragon before them. But suddenly, a voice rang out, "Hold! It's not an enemy!" Hearing that familiar voice, everyone turned their heads. At that moment, Long Canghai had already rushed over at incredible speed. The sight of Long Canghai sent a shockwave through the ranks. Who was Long Canghai? Everyone knew. He was the general of the demon-suppressing army. Seeing him arrive, they urgently cried out, "General! General!" The calls rang out one after another. Long Canghai smiled faintly as he stepped to the very front of the soldiers. The alarm had just sounded, and though it ceased quickly, countless soldiers still rushed toward this spot. More and more people spotted Long Canghai's arrival, and whispers began to spread among them. "Good heavens! Did you see that? General Long is here?" No clue. And what was that alarm about? Why did it suddenly stop? Who knows? And what on earth is that thing up ahead? A massive dragon just transformed into a plump, chubby little bird? What on earth is going on? And now there seem to be 2 people standing on the dragon's back. One of them has 2 beasts perched on his shoulder and beside him. What on earth is going on? Hey, did you notice? That guy standing on the dragon looks familiar. Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? Isn't that Sumo? Didn't we all see him on those army recruitment posters before? Yeah, him. Could it really be Sumo? The one who sacrificed everything for the southern frontier? The one who, year after year in the military, created legends among ordinary soldiers? And I heard you remember, right? These past few days, it seems like they've been deliberately, within our demon-suppressing army, they've been specifically promoting how he went to the southern frontier and rescued countless soldiers again. Amidst wave after wave of beast swarms, he ultimately turned the tide and successfully turned danger into safety, slaying countless demon beasts on the spot. How old is he? How long has it been since he awakened his beastmaster talent? How has he achieved such remarkable feats already? Goodness, it's not just that. Word is General Long personally promoted him to Major General. His prestige now ranks among the highest in the entire army. Everyone was puzzled, constantly discussing and pondering why Sumo had returned here today. Meanwhile, some also expressed mild curiosity about Zhang Tianlong, who had appeared behind Sumo. However, Zhang Tianlong had his face completely concealed at this moment. It seemed unlikely anyone would notice his presence. Suemo chuckled softly as he finally landed on the ground.
The little green dragon deftly perched on his shoulder, joining the golden squirrel.
The two beasts stood flanking him, one on each side.
Spotting Long Canghai ahead, Suemo quickened his pace to reach him, saluted respectfully, and greeted him with deference. "General Long, I'm here. My apologies for the delay. I made a detour to visit my master on the way, which cost me some time."
Long Canghai chuckled. "No need to apologize.
I received a call from the Southern Frontier War Zone at noon. They mentioned you were attending a victory banquet over there, so your late return is perfectly understandable." Stepping forward, Long Canghai patted Suemo on the shoulder under the astonished gazes of all the soldiers. With a smile, he said, "You're doing well, kid. Your military achievements in the southern frontier are remarkable, and you've rescued countless people from dire straits. It's fair to say that your presence has truly turned many dangerous situations into safe ones."
"Truth be told, I should be thanking you." Suemo hastily waved his hands. "General Long, please don't be so formal. This is simply what I should do.
As soldiers of Huaxia, it's only right that we sacrifice for the world and the countless civilians back home. I never thought my actions deserved such praise from you, General Long. Honestly, I'm a bit overwhelmed by all this. But as long as the soldiers are satisfied, and as long as you feel I haven't done anything wrong, I'm truly happy." General Long laughed heartily. "Very well, very well.
Hearing you speak like this puts my mind at ease. Come, let us proceed inside."
As he spoke, Long Canghai glanced back at Jiang Tianlong and whispered, "Master, let's go inside."
Jiang Tianlong understood perfectly well that Long Canghai was reluctant to reveal his identity. This had always been Long Canghai's way. At this moment, he felt no resentment toward Long Canghai's lack of courtesy.
Finally, surveying all the soldiers around him, Long Canghai waved his hand dismissively.
All right. Everyone, disperse. Resume your regular patrols. Regarding what you've just witnessed, I suppose I should briefly explain.
He is the war god among the ordinary soldiers of the southern frontier. Over the years, our demon-suppressing army has mentioned him not just once or twice, but repeatedly emphasized his extraordinary status in the hearts of all soldiers. Over a week ago, Major General Suemo journeyed to the southern frontier. Single-handedly, he withstood a beast tide of over 400 creatures, annihilating the entire horde. He saved over 2,000 soldiers in the southern frontier, thereby protecting tens of thousands of families and countless ordinary citizens behind the front lines.
Major General Suemo, I have formally conferred upon him the rank of Major General.
From this day forward, he stands as a general within our demon-suppressing army. You have seen him today. I hope that in time, every one of you will understand his significance to the demon-suppressing army, all he has done for us. May you all take pride in him and hold him as your goal." Hearing these words, the soldiers nodded in unison. Suemo, however, felt a bit awkward. He hadn't expected Long Canghai to try to forcefully elevate his own status at this moment. Chapter 175, Exchanging Supplies and Mutual Assistance Seeking Gold Votes. Still, Suemo didn't say much about it. After all, Long Canghai's recognition of him in this manner was, in itself, a tremendous honor for Suemo. Within the demon-suppressing army, all warriors sought nothing more than the recognition of their peers. It was about letting everyone witness just how profound each individual's prowess truly was, and how many heartening deeds they had performed for the countless common folk across the world. Suemo was now basking in the glory of it all. Finally, amid the repeated cheers of the surrounding warriors, Suemo chuckled softly. He then accompanied Long Canghai as they led Jiang Tianlong, the three of them walking inward. Before long, they arrived at Long Canghai's office. The room wasn't extravagantly luxurious, but it was well equipped with everything necessary. Long Canghai hastily invited Jiang Tianlong to sit down, then invited Suemo to take a seat beside Jiang Tianlong. Then, with a respectful expression, he picked up a teacup, ready to pour tea for both of them. Suemo quickly snatched the task away. Though he now possessed considerable power and attracted much attention, he wasn't foolish. He understood what was appropriate and what was not. He was well aware of the importance of respecting one's teacher and honoring the way of the martial arts. Moreover, he and Long Canghai were now fellow disciples, so Suemo naturally held him in special esteem. Seeing Sumo's demeanor, Long Canghai couldn't help but smile and remarked, "You youngster, when did you learn to be so smooth-talking? Why didn't our previous investigations uncover this side of you?" Suemo chuckled. "Senior brother, now you're talking nonsense. What's so smooth-talking about this? It's simply respecting one's teacher and honoring the way. As a disciple, as your junior brother, it's only right that I do these things." Long Canghai chuckled, while Jiang Tianlong, standing nearby, looked particularly pleased. He remarked, very good. Such young age and already understanding propriety. Long Canghai, take a look at him. When you have free time, you should learn from him." Long Canghai instantly felt awkward and helpless as he asked, "Master? What do you mean I should learn from him? Wasn't this courtesy present when I first became your disciple? Are you starting to look down on me now, master?" Jiang Tianlong chuckled softly, saying nothing more. Suemo watched the master and disciple interact, finding their dynamic remarkably harmonious. He had initially wondered if their relationship might be overly formal, but now realized he'd been overthinking it. Finally, after everyone took a sip of tea, Xu turned to Long Canghai with a serious expression. Senior brother, during my journey to the southern frontier with Master, many unexpected events unfolded. I must recount them to you in detail.
The Shadow Organization's current strength far exceeds our expectations. This matter is likely more complicated than we thought.
Long Canghai frowned deeply, speaking slowly. Tell me. I'm quite curious just how formidable the Shadow Organization has become. Previously, the Shadow Organization repeatedly attempted to harm our nation and breach defenses across the country, yet we managed to hold our ground. Moreover, over the years, our nation has vigorously cultivated beast tamers at all levels, continuously replenishing our ranks. This has ensured that our strategic reserves remain robust and beyond concern. Hearing you put it that way, it seems the Shadow Organization hasn't been idle these past years.
Xu nodded, then retrieved the bodies of Li Daniu and the others from his storage ring, tossing them aside.
He proceeded to lay out the various supplies retrieved from their bodies on the screen before him. Xu stated, these are the supplies I recovered from the Shadow Organization members, surveying and mapping devices, transmitters capable of influencing every magical beast's movements, and chips. There are also various pills. Plus, I heard earlier that a member of the Shadow Organization named Li Daniu. I also heard he carried some unusual secrets. After hesitating, Xu finally continued, the Shadow Organization has already mastered the patterns governing all demon beasts' arrival in this world. They've even replicated the gate to another realm, forcibly altering each demon beast's landing location. They can now freely deploy their own demon beasts to any region worldwide. During the second beast tide, when I faced Li Daniu and those two beasts, one at the youth realm and the other at the mature realm, that was precisely the Shadow Organization's doing. At the time, under the Shadow Organization's influence, I had assumed the appearance of these beasts was merely an extraordinary coincidence, or perhaps they had originally existed in other worlds, only to be brought here by the Shadow Organization. Yet upon witnessing the appearance of the portal to another realm, I began to harbor other suspicions. Sure enough, events unfolded exactly as we had foreseen, culminating in the current situation. Moreover, the Shadow Organization, through continuous advancement, not only gained control over the current demon beasts but also repeatedly forced the enhancement of beast tamer abilities. This enabled countless beast tamers to attain enlightenment through martial arts. After becoming a powerful being through this enhancement, I clashed with them. Though their strength, as ordinary humans enhanced, still fell slightly short of mine. But this clearly demonstrates their extraordinary prowess. Ordinary beast masters facing them in combat, enhanced as they are, stand no chance of gaining any advantage. In fact, they're likely to be severely injured. This was precisely the case when the 9527 Beastmaster squad I had rescued clashed with these opponents. After the adversaries consumed potions to forcibly amplify their power, the 9527 squad suffered repeated crushing defeats. They nearly paid the ultimate price. Fortunately, my master and I arrived in time. With my master supporting me from the sidelines, we ultimately succeeded in rescuing them as expected. But senior brother, this doesn't mean we can rest easy in the future. Everything Team 9527 went through serves as a stark warning to us. From now on, we must find ways to take every emerging organization seriously. Plus, what my master told me earlier. Xu hesitated several times before deciding to take the initiative and recount his master's words. He chuckled and said, Master once told me that after this incident, the Shadow Organization might not be overly conspicuous for a while. But that doesn't mean they won't repeatedly infiltrate cities, searching for all our Beastmaster squads, whether official or civilian, to harm them. This was everything Xu intended to convey to Long Canghai upon his return from the southern frontier. Xu truly felt that the various matters now before him were becoming exceedingly difficult to handle. Xu couldn't shake the feeling that matters were growing increasingly complex, and that the Shadow Organization would inevitably make their next move. Chapter 176, Xu Feng's Rage? Vote for gold selection. Just as I suspected. Long Canghai murmured, then spoke slowly. It seems the Shadow Organization truly intends to lie low for now, yet they haven't entirely abandoned their activities. What you just said is correct, and both your suspicions and those of your master about the Shadow Organization are accurate. When I received word of your return today, I also got a report from my subordinates. They informed me that across countless cities in our nation, numerous suspicious incidents have indeed been occurring. Based on our analysis, these individuals are most likely advanced intelligence operatives infiltrated by the Shadow Organization. Subsequently, they will likely conduct repeated independent infiltrations into cities or uncover various anomalous activities. While their future actions remain unclear, I believe they are undoubtedly linked to the Shadow Organization. Our agents have already begun infiltrating their ranks, attempting to glean information from them. Whether this will yield any discoveries remains to be seen. Xu, I urge you to exercise extreme caution. If you notice any suspicious individuals around you, be extremely vigilant. They could very well be operatives of the Shadow Organization. Do not let them harm you. Additionally, your younger brother, Xu Feng, has most likely joined the Shadow Organization. Xu frowned deeply. He had harbored suspicions before, having heard about Xu Feng's disappearance, but he never imagined Xu Feng would actually join the shadow organization.
Suemo then asked curiously, "Senior brother, are you certain you're not mistaken? Xu Feng joining the shadow organization? No matter how you look at it, he wouldn't stoop to that, would he?" Long Canghai chuckled. You really underestimate human nature and the depth of their anger toward you." Suemo scratched his head as Long Canghai continued. "It's precisely because of your past actions, everything you did, that forced Xu Feng and the others to pay the price, that created this sense of loss within Xu Feng. That's why he kept trying, time and again, to make you pay for it. Yet Xu Feng found himself unable to achieve this. In the end, you became this renowned figure, the focus of countless eyes, repeatedly thrust into the spotlight. Think about it, Xu Feng used to have everything done for him at home, living the life of a pampered young master. Losing that idyllic existence suddenly must have been unbearable for him. So his resentment toward you runs deep. He might even go to extreme lengths to make you pay. Yet he finds himself unable to act. The shadow organization's emergence, however, has given Xu Feng a lifeline, a glimmer of hope to crush and shatter you. Naturally, he won't let it slip away." Hearing this, Suemo shook his head helplessly. "Sigh, I never imagined Xu Feng harbored such deep resentment toward me. How shameless. Did I really do all this? Wasn't it the Xu family who repeatedly hurt me, trying to strip everything from me? Wasn't it the Xu family who only wanted to reap without sowing, demanding I pay the price? And now it's somehow become my fault." Long Canghai chuckled. All right, kid. No need to brood over it now. Anyway, it's already happened. You, kid, just be more careful from now on. Also, if you find any news about Xu Feng, report it to me immediately." Xu Feng was handpicked by the shadow organization, even captured deliberately, which means his status must be extraordinary. Yet we found no evidence linking your father to the shadow organization recently. He remains under our control, and we don't know when the shadow organization might attempt to rescue or if they've already given up on him. Regardless, all we can do now is wait patiently. Suemo, little did I expect we'd become fellow disciples. This very fact shows how highly Master regards you. I'm sure he's imparted combat skills to you as well. I hope you won't disappoint him in the future." Suemo nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, senior brother. I, Suemo, will prove myself worthy of your respect." Long Canghai chuckled. "In that case, let's get some rest. I've been waiting for your return and have arranged accommodations for you. Stay here tonight. Tomorrow I'll return some of your belongings to you. Stay here for one more day. After that, you may return to Fuyao City. All the entrance exams in Fuyao City have concluded by now. Even if you're eager to return, you likely won't make it in time. It would be better to rest properly here for a day or two. I've already informed Principal Li Xiaoyao of Fuyao Academy in advance, so you needn't worry about anything. Tomorrow will also be a good day to sort things out for you. Everything you've experienced in the southern frontier during this time requires the organization to award you countless honors and merits, along with the corresponding merit medals. Oh, and I was wondering, do you plan to contract your own beast companion next? What level are you at now?" After hesitating for a moment, Suemo chuckled. "Senior brother, I'm already a level 21 beast tamer now." Even Long Canghai, who had weathered countless storms and witnessed countless prodigies, was utterly stunned at this revelation. His eyes widened as he stared at Suemo, blurting out, "You're not pulling my leg, are you? You're a level 21 beast master now?" Suemo nodded, and Jiang Tianlong chuckled beside him. "Can't you tell? The current Suemo possesses 3 beasts." Long Canghai finally looked over and indeed saw 2 beasts appearing on Sumo's shoulders, one a small green dragon, the other a golden squirrel. The thought struck him, and Long Canghai blurted out, "Of course I saw them. When I came in earlier, I spotted your diamond squirrel, master. I was wondering why it was perched on Sumo's shoulder. But then wait, you didn't actually give that squirrel to that kid Suemo, did you?" Long Canghai looked utterly astonished. Jiang Tianlong chuckled. "Why wouldn't I? This golden squirrel belongs to me, I can give it to whomever I please. Besides, golden squirrels naturally follow the strongest. Neither you nor I need it anymore, so giving it away is the most appropriate solution. I do hope this child will treat it well in the future." "Oh, right." Jiang Tianlong frowned and spoke again. Chapter 177, Long Canghai's hidden past vote for gold selection. This time, when that kid Suemo was confronting the shadow organization, he uncovered another extremely serious matter. "What do you mean?" Long Canghai asked curiously. Suemo seemed to recall something and hurriedly interjected. "It's like this, senior brother. As you surely know, the shadow organization has a rule for all beast masters. Once a beast master's contracted beast dies, the root of the death contract is engraved within the beast master's body." Long Canghai nodded. Suemo continued, "But precisely because these runes of the death contract appear, the beastmaster loses the qualification to form a new contract with a beast. This matter has long been common knowledge among all beast tamers. This is precisely why beast tamers place such extraordinary importance on the beasts they contract, treating them as partners in life and death." Long Canghai nodded and said, "Of course I know that.
Otherwise, beast masters wouldn't be so cautious in this world, and they certainly wouldn't have such strong emotional bonds with their beasts.
But what's the point of you bringing this up? Are you suggesting the Shadow Organization has some other method targeting this specific characteristic of the death contract? Sumo nodded.
Senior brother, that's precisely what I wanted to tell you. The Shadow Organization possesses the ability to erase the death pact.
What? Long Canghai froze. Are you saying the death contract ceases to exist entirely within the Shadow Organization? That it can't possibly affect them at all? Seeing Sumo nod, Long Canghai frowned. Good heavens, I never imagined this matter would be far more complicated than I thought.
I thought the Shadow Organization merely possessed abilities to enhance vitality, unlock physical potential, and forcibly control beasts. I never imagined they possessed such capabilities.
How did they achieve this? Where did they acquire all this knowledge?
Zhang Tianlong spoke up slowly from the side. Who are you asking? That's your own flesh and blood brother.
You don't even know what your own brother has been up to, and you're asking us? Long Canghai looked utterly helpless. Master, you can chat all you want, but why drag my own brother into it? Honestly, I never imagined he'd turn out like this. What do you expect me to do?
Truth be told, seeing him like this is tearing me apart. Sumo, standing nearby, instantly lit up with intense curiosity upon hearing their exchange. He rubbed his hands together secretly, his ears growing exceptionally sharp.
Wow, what does this mean? It means gossip is coming. Sumo was beyond excited. He'd been incredibly curious all along.
Especially after learning from Li Daniu of the Shadow Organization that Long Canghai and the Shadow Organization's leader shared such a connection. The revelation had left him utterly stunned and intensely curious. What kind of relationship did Long Canghai and the other party actually have? Seeing Long Canghai notice Sumo's curiosity, he hesitated for a moment before sighing.
Ah, never mind. There's no need for me to hide this from you all. Long Canghai continued, Sumo, I imagine you've already heard something from the Shadow Organization's people, haven't you? Sumo nodded awkwardly.
Being called out like this did make him feel somewhat embarrassed, but it was indeed the truth of what he knew. Long Canghai sighed again, turning to his master, Zhang Tianlong, and spoke slowly, Master, I still believe it would be best to explain this matter to junior brother Sumo.
Zhang Tianlong chuckled softly.
This is your own family matter.
I have no desire to meddle. But that lad Sumo is absolutely trustworthy. It makes sense to share it with him.
Long Canghai smiled faintly and spoke slowly. Truthfully, ever since humans first discovered their innate talents, the ability to awaken as beast masters, or rather, since some awaken other gifts, like martial arts prowess or other abilities, there has always been another person in my heart.
That person is my own younger brother. His name is Long Guochen. Sumo frowned deeply, remaining silent.
He had no intention of interrupting now, knowing Long Canghai would surely recount the entire story bit by bit. Long Canghai continued, I had always believed my younger brother would become my right-hand man in this life. Together, we would complement each other perfectly, as the saying goes, brothers united are as sharp as a double-edged sword. I believed that with Long Guochen's support and our relentless efforts, facing the arrival of the demon beasts and confronting them all would be a simple matter. But alas, it was precisely after experiencing a beast tide that we witnessed countless common folk utterly defenseless against the onslaught. What awaited them, or rather, what they prepared to face, was their own demise. My brother and I stood alongside these people, slaying countless beasts and guiding them through crisis after crisis. I believed that with this, my brother and I would finally be able to face every crisis this world presented together. I was confident he would always be there to support me. But then he said one sentence to me.
Sumo finally asked instinctively, what did he say? Long Canghai gave a bitter chuckle.
It was only then that I truly realized how fundamentally different our philosophies were.
Long Guochen told me, why not try to control the beasts? Why not let them influence the world? Why not let them conquer and rule it?
That way, as long as we could control the beasts, the world wouldn't face so many crises.
Hearing Long Canghai's words, Sumo finally understood why the Shadow Organization had always held such a philosophy.
It must have been Long Canghai's younger brother, Long Guochen, who conceived the idea of controlling the beasts that appeared in this world. Long Guochen had always regarded ordinary commoners as burdensome. It was likely precisely because of this that he envisioned letting the beasts dominate the world.
Once they controlled the beasts, wouldn't it mean the world would be free from so many dangers? At this thought, Sumo couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow at the profound ideological divide between Long Canghai and his own younger brother. Long Canghai sighed bitterly.
When I heard those words, I was utterly shocked. I never imagined Long Guochen would voice such a mad idea that he considered ordinary people a burden, that he wanted to harm them, that he envisioned beasts as the dominant force in this world. It truly pained me deeply, leading to a long, bitter argument between us. It was precisely because of this that a deep rift formed between us brothers at that time.
Chapter 178, Long Guochen's ambitious plans. Vote for gold selection. Sumo nodded silently beside him. He finally understood. Why did the Shadow Organization hold such beliefs? Why was its leader named Long Guochen? What was the nature of the relationship between Long Canghai and Long Guochen? And why had the Shadow Organization been attempting to seize human territory for so long? Every single piece of information now crashed over Sumo.
As his understanding was shaken, Jiang Tianlong chuckled beside him. This is precisely what Long Canghai has endured all these years. It was precisely because of this that he and his younger brother later developed a profound conflict.
Long Canghai nodded and continued, Master, you're absolutely right. Sumo, you might not be aware of this.
It was precisely after this incident that a rift formed between my brother and me, leading to a major conflict. Later, during a beast tide, the capital city of our Huaxia was invaded by the beasts. Had all the beast masters not given their all, and had I not fought with the spirit of facing death without fear, none of us would have gained anything from that beast tide. It was precisely because of this beast tide that so many people nearly lost their lives, paying the bitter price of death. My brother and I were among them. In our attempt to rescue thousands of civilians trapped within a county town, we both narrowly escaped with severe injuries. Many others in our squad also paid with their lives. My younger brother, Long Guochen, confronted me then, demanding to know why I was doing all this. Was it worth it? I told him that regardless of worth, each was a citizen of Huaxia. We had neither the right nor the duty to abandon them all here. That would be irresponsible and could lead them to gradually lose faith in Huaxia. That was Long Canghai's philosophy for Huaxia at the time. Yet those very words ignited my brother's fury. He shouted at me, if I had supported his vision back then, if I had allowed all warriors and beasts to dominate the world, then controlled them in turn, none of this suffering would exist. None of these grievous wounds would have been inflicted. At that moment, I felt profound sorrow. It was then that I finally understood. Long Guochen had seen the beasts seeking to transform the entire Blue Star into a zoo-like place under the pretext of protecting it. Think about it, isn't that reason utterly absurd? Isn't that idea completely ridiculous? Sumo pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, Sumo now truly felt all of this was absurd, utterly ridiculous. Long Guochen actually wanted to cage the demon beasts to achieve their world domination scheme. The beasts harbored no rebellious thoughts whatsoever. Whatever he desired, whatever he sought, he could accomplish at will. Instead, how many lives would be lost because of this? It was precisely this that caused the ultimate clash of ideals between Long Guochen and Long Canghai. Long Canghai sighed and continued, that's precisely why we had countless heated arguments and ultimately fell out completely. From that day onward, Long Guochen left me, and from that day onward, we lost all contact. Years later, I finally learned that Long Guochen possessed a device capable of controlling magical beasts. It was precisely this discovery that made me begin to harbor different thoughts about Long Guochen. He told me he'd mastered the method to control the beasts, urging me to join him in using them to dominate the world, to accompany him in wiping out all humanity. He claimed that once the beasts conquered the world, he and I would reign supreme, possessing everything we desired. I firmly refused him then. Yet what followed were increasingly frequent beast invasions. I participated in battle after battle, traveling across the land of China. Eventually, I joined the demon-suppressing army and gradually climbed the ranks to my current position. As for Long Guochen, he established his own shadow organization, but Long Canghai frowned. Sumo, standing nearby, seemed to grasp something and blurted out, but senior brother, you didn't anticipate that the Long Guochen of before controlled all the beasts solely through his device. Now, however, he possesses something like a chip. Long Canghai narrowed his eyes, glancing at Sumo. I must say, senior brother, I've always considered you sharp and clever, and it seems I was quite right. You're truly sharp-witted. Merely through this conversation with me, you've already picked up on the inconsistencies here. Exactly what I was thinking. Earlier, Long Guochen told me he'd discovered a device capable of controlling beasts, essentially a technique akin to the mind-clearing chant. I didn't take it seriously at the time, and even before you returned, I still dismissed it. But now, who would have thought Long Guochen could also implant chips into the minds of demon beasts? Truth be told, our demon suppression army had conducted similar research before. We discovered that the brainwaves and other substances within these demon beasts' minds are vastly different. Achieving complete control over their thoughts is truly difficult. All these years, we've yet to find a perfect solution. It's never been what we hoped for. The shadow organization is growing increasingly complex. Dealing with them in the future will likely become more and more difficult. Sumo chuckled. Senior brother, what if it is difficult? We must strive for this cause, and we will not let these criminals continue to evade justice. Even though he's your junior brother, I believe they'll still pay the price for their actions. Long Canghai chuckled. Good. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Right now, you're the most watched figure among all shadow organizations. Yet, the trump cards you hold one after another remain unknown to them. They only assume you're a dual cultivator of martial arts and beast-taming. I hope you'll continue to conceal your true capabilities. Remember this. Those who know your secrets, except for those you trust with your life, must be made to vanish from this world forever. At the same time, grow stronger as quickly as possible. Only when you've grown strong enough to confront the shadow organization will you have a better chance in the future to do something for the entire world, for the people of China, and for all manner of things.
Alright, I've said enough for today. It's getting late. Junior brother, I've arranged accommodations for both of you. My men will escort you there shortly.
I have matters to attend to here, especially after what junior brother Suemo shared with me today.
I must give this careful consideration.
I hope it serves as a warning and prompts a response.
Long Canghai and Suemo nodded earnestly.
They both understood that for someone of Long Canghai's stature and responsibilities, being constantly occupied with such matters was perfectly normal.
A wave of deep emotion washed over Suemo.
It was precisely because of individuals like Long Canghai and legions of demon-suppressing army soldiers like him, those who resolved to sacrifice everything for the entire nation, that Huaxia could enjoy its current era of peace and prosperity.
It was an immense honor for China to have them. Chapter 179, Reuniting with Old Friend Zhao Yunfei. Vote for gold selection. Not long after, the door to Long Canghai's room swung open.
Turning his head, he saw Zhao Yunfei standing there.
Seeing Zhao Yunfei's arrival, Suemo chuckled. Well, General Zhao, it's been a while.
Zhao Yunfei stepped forward to greet Suemo, then noticed Jiang Tianlong beside him. He chuckled again. Old Jiang, it really has been ages. When I saw you appear earlier, heard you were still alive, and learned you were here, I must admit, it truly moved me. I never imagined all those years of rumors about your death were false.
I never imagined you were still here. Jiang Tianlong chuckled. Enough. Stop with the flattery, kid. I had my reasons back then. The more people paid attention to me, the greater the danger I faced. That's why I ended up like this. But enough of that.
Zhao Yunfei then glanced at Suemo and chuckled.
Suemo, I've been calling you young Master Su and Brother Su all this time. Now I suppose I should address you as Major General Su.
These two will be colleagues in the future, so I do hope you'll look out for them.
Suemo shook his head, steering the conversation elsewhere. If we're talking about attention, it's you who's been paying attention to me.
I'm just a greenhorn, hardly worthy of General Zhao's concern.
Also, General Zhao, what's the situation in Linen City?
Zhao Yunfei hesitated slightly before chuckling and replying, the situation in Linen City is indeed rather complicated. Your father, Su Tongxing, has already paid the price. He's under our military's constant surveillance, layers upon layers of security. We've been suspecting all along that members of the Shadow Organization might still be plotting to rescue him.
That's why we've been on edge, waiting and watching. But so far, there's been no word.
It seems unlikely the Shadow Organization will attempt a rescue.
Regardless, even if they don't come, Su Tongxing will spend the rest of his days within our demon-suppressing army. Zhao Yunfei sighed. He brought this upon himself. We'll give him the chance to speak. If he chooses silence, then a life of monotony awaits him.
Suemo sighed softly, fully aware that a traitor like Su Tongxing, who betrayed China, could never hope for a decent life. These were simply the consequences Su Tongxing must bear.
Suemo pondered for a moment, a sigh welling up in his heart. Zhao Yunfei asked him why he was sighing. Was he feeling sentimental? Regret? Suemo shook his head. It's not regret.
It's just that the Shadow Organization has infiltrated every aspect of our lives, affecting us so profoundly.
I feel a sense of helplessness. I wonder when the day will come when the Shadow Organization is utterly destroyed. Zhao Yunfei shook his head. Completely destroying the Shadow Organization? That's not something you can just casually accomplish.
Anyway, regardless of how it happened, things have at least reached some sort of conclusion. I know you must have your thoughts about this, but whatever they are, it's already happened.
Dwelling on it now won't change anything. Suemo chuckled, of course.
Rest assured, I won't dwell on it or let it bother me.
I just feel a bit helpless.
At the same time, Su Tongxing's situation serves as a warning for us.
We must be cautious moving forward.
It's entirely possible the Shadow Organization is buried deep within our ranks, lurking and attempting to harm us time and again.
Zhao Yunfei nodded in agreement. At that moment, Long Canghai waved his hand from the side.
Alright, old Zhao, quickly arrange for junior brother Suemo and the master to rest in their rooms.
Right away, General Long. I'll see to it immediately. Junior brother Suemo. What? Zhao Yunfei finally caught the oddness in Long Canghai's words. He hurriedly asked, what did you just say? Junior brother Suemo? Doesn't that mean? Long Canghai chuckled and nodded. Exactly.
I hope he truly becomes my junior brother. From now on, you'd better take good care of him.
Zhao Yunfei chuckled. Well now, I never would have guessed.
Not only has Major General Suemo become a Major General, but he's also become General Long's junior brother.
Alright, looks like I'll need to reassess things properly from now on.
Either way, this is certainly a case of good news coming at the right time.
Ha. Well, it's getting late. I'll be off then.
Finally, Zhao Yunfei departed with Suemo and Jiang Tianlong. After leaving the office, the two headed toward their quarters in the rear.
Shortly after, Suemo greeted Jiang Tianlong before heading back to his own room to lie down. It was already past 10 o'clock at night, quite late indeed. But for many young people, this hour was just right.
Within Fuyao City and Fuyao Academy, countless young people were either strolling about or relaxing in their dorms, savoring their rare moments of leisure. They sat watching TV dramas and variety shows, or listened to music, savoring the leisurely life that belonged to them. Yet in her own dorm room, Jiangya was just about to settle down for the night. Before she could climb into bed, her roommates burst in, shouting, "Jiangya! Jiangya! Come quick! Oh my gosh, Mr. G from the capital is confessing his feelings to you right outside. Wow, this is so romantic, all these flowers and candles, the scene is dazzlingly colorful, it's absolutely gorgeous." Jiangya frowned, hurriedly getting out of bed and rushing to the window. Sure enough, at the entrance of the girls' dormitory, countless candles formed a pathway wide enough for a person to walk through. Beside the candles, various LED lights spelled out "Jiangya, I love you" above the path. Beside it, Ji-yun stood before a piano, dressed in a tuxedo, looking exceptionally refined. Ji-yun's sidekick pulled out a megaphone and announced, "Jiangya, Jiangya. I know you're in the dorm. Please come out so we can talk properly. Young Master G has a gift for you." Jiangya heard the megaphone's persistent calls, and countless heads poked out from the girls' dormitory windows, all looking out. The scene below inevitably sparked a flurry of excitement. More and more people joined the discussion, and Jiangya heard every word. Oh my gosh, seriously? That's young Master Ji-yun from the prestigious Ji family in the capital. Is he declaring his love for our freshman campus beauty, Jiangya, again? Oh my gosh, he sure is direct. If it were me, I'd be dying to say yes right now. Exactly. The Ji family from the capital is one of China's 4 major conglomerates. Who wouldn't want to see someone connect with them? But somehow, it feels like Jiangya isn't too keen on it. Pfft, she's just putting on airs. With the Ji family from the capital practically begging her out, she's probably secretly thrilled inside. Chapter 180, Escalating? The confession ceremony vote for gold selection. Jiangya heard the commotion outside her window. Standing by the windowsill, she listened as one classmate after another mocked her relentlessly. Her brows furrowed involuntarily. She felt humiliated, misunderstood, and wronged by others, a feeling that truly rankled her. Her heart had always belonged to Sumo, the brother she cherished. She could never possibly harbor any feelings for Ji-yun. Yet her classmates refused to acknowledge this. Instead, they repeatedly misunderstood Jiangya, persistently trying to pin various labels on her. Jiangya thought about it, feeling a bit resentful, then lifted her head to look around. At that moment, Ji-yun was peering at her. Spotting Jiangya, he flashed a faint smile and waved her over, clearly signaling for her to come down and meet him. A flicker of disgust crossed Jiangya's eyes, disgust toward Ji-yun. She didn't want any connection with Ji-yun. In fact, she wished he'd disappear as far away as possible right now. But alas, she couldn't seem to do it now. Everyone was watching her. Her roommates were now pounding on the windowsill, each wearing an expression of starstruck adoration. They were egging her on, chattering excitedly, "Wow, my goodness. Young Master G is being so sweet to you. Yeah. That confession clearly means he wants something with you. Jiangya, aren't you going to accept him?" "Exactly. Young Master G has been confessing to you for so long, you're not planning to string him along forever, are you? What if you really end up upsetting him? You'll have a hard time saving face then." Jiangya sighed helplessly. "I've told you before, you all know my situation. I've always had someone I like in my heart. Do you really want me to get involved with Ji-yun from the capital? What if the person I like comes back? What am I supposed to do then?" Everyone froze for a moment before sighing in resignation. Then, with genuine concern, they asked, "So you're just going to keep stringing Ji-yun along like this? If Ji-yun grows dissatisfied with you or takes action, you'll find yourself in a difficult position. What if something really happens? How will you handle it?" Jiangya sighed at the thought. "What can I do? What do you expect me to do now?" My roommate spoke up. "Why not go down and turn him down? Explain things clearly to him. I'm sure Ji-yun isn't the type to pry relentlessly or scheme against you. He'll understand the pain in your heart. Besides, love isn't something you can force. Ji-yun should understand that, right?" After careful consideration, Jiangya nodded. She then stepped away from the window, opened the door, and headed downstairs. Many roommates on the same floor caught sight of her. Curiosity filled every pair of eyes, and whispers spread. "Who'd have thought this is Jiangya, the one everyone calls the freshman campus beauty? She doesn't seem all that special. You guys don't know, but Jiangya was once called a prodigy. She even awakened an S-class talent, attracting so much attention. So what if she's a prodigy? The future is all about teamwork and beast-taming skills. No matter how high her talent, if her beast-taming is weak, she's still headed for a dead end. What good is being pretty? Can her face scare away all the beasts? Oh my, did you see that? Young Master G down there is confessing his feelings. I was going to confess to Jiangya, but seeing her come down, I guess she's ready to accept it." Exactly. If she accepts Ji-yun, she'll become the Ji family's future daughter-in-law. Her life will skyrocket, rising effortlessly to new heights. Why would she need to keep training?
Why would she stay at our school? All it'll take is one word from Ji Yun, and Jiangya could be back in the capital tomorrow, managing the Ji family's businesses there. After that, she won't have to endure all those dangerous activities anymore. You're absolutely right. But who would have thought Ji Yun would be so extravagant? Who knew he'd be so taken with Jiangya's looks? Isn't that what rich playboys like them crave, beautiful women and the chance to upgrade their lifestyles time and again? Hearing their words, Jiangya stopped in her tracks. Enough. You people never tire of gossiping behind others' backs, do you? I, Jiangya, haven't done anything to offend you, and I've never gossiped about you behind your backs. Now you're all here mocking me. Don't you think that's utterly disgusting? Hearing Jiangya's words, the others hesitated before responding with a cold laugh. Don't try to play us. Do you really think you can justify yourselves with some offhand remarks? You're not trying to have your cake and eat it too, are you? No way. You actually think Ji Yun likes you because of some inner quality, some talent, or some ability you possess? Jiangya hesitated, wanting to retort fiercely, but after a moment's pause, she sighed and followed her 3 roommates downstairs. Finally reaching the entrance of the girls' dormitory, she was greeted by a sea of lights, twinkling like stars. Moonlight spilled across the lawn, creating an exceptionally beautiful scene. Candles flickered around them, and countless lights dotted the ground. The lawn itself was now covered in an endless carpet of flowers, roses and bouquets of every kind. Standing there, Jiangya narrowed her eyes. While many claimed every girl would adore such a scene, she personally disliked it, or rather, she disliked everything Ji Yun had prepared. Her heart belonged to someone else entirely, someone completely unrelated to Ji Yun. And now, Ji Yun doing all this was nothing more than slapping her in the face, making her feel disgusted and repulsed. In contrast, Ji Yun stood over 6 feet tall, appearing exceptionally refined. His well-proportioned figure, gold-rimmed glasses, and tousled hair framed his sharply defined features, lending him an air of quiet elegance. Today, Ji Yun stood before the piano in a tuxedo, his fingers long and slender. Finally, upon seeing Jiangya arrive, Ji Yun offered a faint smile. You're here. This next piano piece is for you. It's my favorite composition, and also the very first piece I mastered since learning piano. It holds extraordinary significance for me. It represents my first time in life, signifying a pure affection and love. I hope you enjoy it. Ji Yun smiled faintly, then settled onto the piano bench. He pressed the pedal and began to play. Seeing this, Jiangya felt only helplessness in her heart. Chapter 181, Moral Blackmail. Should I agree? Vote for gold selection. Jiangya had been constantly chatting online, scrolling through Weibo and various social media platforms. She had noticed that many people were just ordinary yet confident. She didn't find anything wrong with that. She thought as long as her Sumo wasn't like that, as long as he remained exceptional enough to keep her affection, making her willing to give everything for him, that would be enough. Yet now, seeing Ji Yun appear before her, a wave of helplessness washed over her. She realized Ji Yun truly was ordinary yet confident. So what if he came from a prominent family? So what if he had some money? So what if he had some talent? Jiangya thought to herself, he probably meant nothing compared to Sumo. Yet precisely because of everything she and Sumo had experienced together since childhood, countless trials they'd weathered side by side, Jiangya found herself growing fonder of Sumo by the day. And precisely because of this, her feelings for Sumo had spiraled out of control. And it was precisely this that drove her to repeatedly try to express her feelings. Yet Ji Yun, who now stood before her, held no such allure. Watching Ji Yun recklessly fix his gaze upon her, Jiangya repeatedly wanted to stop him, to tell him there was no need to play for her, that she felt nothing for him. But Ji Yun paid no heed to any of this. His sole focus was on improving himself, believing that by repeatedly showcasing his talents, he would eventually win Jiangya's affection. What girl wouldn't be drawn to a man of such talent, a man who knew how to create romance? And so Ji Yun began to play the piano piece. The piano melody echoed continuously across the lawn covered in rose petals. Ji Yun swayed his head rhythmically, completely lost in the music. This drew the attention of many nearby, who couldn't help but whisper in awe, "My goodness, young Master Ji is truly breathtaking." Yes, yes. Who would have thought young Master Ji was so talented? To be his friend, or even his lover, would be the greatest happiness in the world. Oh my, look at Jiangya over there. I bet she's got something going on with young Master Ji. If I were a normal person, faced with such a confession, I'd probably say yes. Who would refuse at a time like this? Anyone with their wits about them would accept Ji Yun's confession. After all, becoming the partner of the third young master of the Ji family in the capital would guarantee a future of smooth sailing and rapid advancement. Who wouldn't want that? Countless people were buzzing with discussion. Everyone felt envious and moved by Ji Yun's sudden confession today. At the same time, some couldn't help but wonder why such opportunities never came their way. Of course, for many, Jiangya had been the center of attention and discussion since her freshman year as the campus beauty. Many eyes were fixed on her, and it was clear she commanded immense attention. Most recognized her. Add to that the arrival of Ji Yun, another prominent figure, and countless people began discussing the situation non-stop.
Many even wondered why the person being confessed to couldn't be themselves. If it were, it would be the greatest fortune of their lives.
But life doesn't operate on what-ifs. How could things possibly unfold as they wished?
Meanwhile, Janya felt nothing but helplessness.
If you want this kind of luck, go ahead and take it. Enjoy it yourselves.
Janya had absolutely no interest in such matters. Finally, as the piano piece concluded, Ji-Yun rose slowly, straightened his clothes, and accepted a rose and a small box from someone beside him.
He then walked deliberately toward Janya.
Ji-Yun lifted his head, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and finally looked at Janya with a serious expression.
He spoke slowly. Janya, hello. It's good to see you again. I never imagined our connection would be such a coincidence. Hearing Ji-Yun's words, Janya silently rolled her eyes internally. What do you mean coincidence? Weren't you just standing outside the girls' dormitory with a megaphone, shouting for me to come down? Weren't you the one calling for me? Why are you suddenly talking about fate and coincidence now? Do you think I wanted to come down? It's only because the commotion got so big that everyone was watching me.
If I hadn't come down, who knows what would have happened down there?
Janya sighed inwardly, but Ji-Yun just kept chuckling to himself. We've been at Fuyao Academy for 3 or 4 days now. Ever since we entered Fuyao Academy, I've been drawn to you. Every time I see you, my heart races and my breathing quickens. I finally understood that feeling it was love at first sight. After that, I tried to pay attention to you, to understand you.
I discovered you're truly outstanding and incredibly hardworking. I saw countless shining qualities in you, and witnessed the effort you put into transforming your life and becoming an exceptional beastmaster.
And it's precisely because of your actions and passion that I've grown to like you more and more. Janya, I want to confess my feelings to you. I want to be your boyfriend. I want to give you everything I have from this day forward. I want you to feel the depth of my love for you. Will you accept me? Janya, will you be my girlfriend?
As he spoke, Ji-Yun dropped to one knee and offered the bouquet in his hand. Then, with his right hand, he opened the box in his palm, revealing an enormous diamond ring inside. The crowd of men and women around them gasped in astonishment at the sight. Goodness gracious, that diamond ring.
Could it be the heart of the ocean that's been all the rage lately?
That heart of the ocean, which cost billions to acquire at auction, ended up in Ji-Yun's hands. Yes, when the ocean heart first appeared, I secretly hoped to see it someday.
That would have been the most perfect moment in my life. Never imagined I'd actually see it today. Turns out it's in young Master Ji's possession. Goodness, I'm starting to envy Janya now.
She's easily the happiest woman I've ever seen in my life. To receive such a declaration of love from Ji-Yun, it's just too perfect.
Say yes. Say yes. Say yes.
Students at Fuyao Academy began chanting in unison, one after another shouting the 3 words, say yes. To Janya, it all sounded so helpless. At this moment, Janya truly didn't know how to respond.
Chapter 182, Ji-Yun's confession rejected? Seeking gold votes.
Yet, looking at Ji-Yun before her, his eyes seemed to radiate absolute confidence, as if he were certain Janya would accept his proposal.
But in reality, how could Janya possibly agree to Ji-Yun?
Her heart was still occupied by her beloved brother, Sumo. After hesitating repeatedly, Janya looked at Ji-Yun but still showed no reaction.
Ji-Yun smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Are you too nervous or too happy? It's okay.
If you feel too embarrassed to accept me in front of them right now, maybe we should just call it off.
May I take you out for a nice dinner?
I'd like to show you around campus, let you experience the scenery, and give us some precious time alone together.
Would you give me that chance?
Janya, I know you're probably very shy, but please trust me. I, Ji-Yun, will treat you very well.
From this day forward, I will give you everything I have, without holding anything back." As he spoke, Ji-Yun reached for the ring, intending to slip it onto Janya's finger. But just then, Janya took a half step back, dodging Ji-Yun's hand as it reached for hers.
Then, looking at Ji-Yun before her, she sighed and said, I know that ever since you saw me, you've been desperate to meet me, desperate to confess your feelings.
In fact, this isn't even the first time you've confessed to me. You don't still think I find your confessions too unromantic, do you? You don't think that this kind of confession could win my affection, win my approval?
Seeing Ji-Yun's expression freeze in surprise, Janya continued, Ji-Yun, you're overthinking this.
Don't get the wrong idea.
I, Janya, have been clearly rejecting you from the very beginning. There's no way I'd ever be with you, and I have no other feelings for you whatsoever.
Why can't you see any of this? Ji-Yun's expression visibly stiffened. He blurted out, you don't like me at all? How could that be? Shock flooded his heart. All these years since childhood, what had Ji-Yun ever wanted that he couldn't have? Within the Ji family, one of China's 4 major conglomerates, what had Ji-Yun ever wanted that he couldn't have? In all these years, had there ever been a single person or thing he couldn't obtain? Had anyone ever dared to refuse him?
In this moment, Ji-Yun suddenly realized Janya had rejected him, and he instantly felt his pride deeply wounded.
Even the countless classmates around them were buzzing with whispers. Good heavens, did I hear that right? What did I just hear? Janya actually turned down Ji-Yun? How could that be?
Ji Yun is so outstanding, so wealthy, young and rich, and the third young master of the Ji family in the capital. Whoever gets involved with him is bound to have a smooth path to success in the future.
Exactly. Any sane person with half a brain wouldn't turn Ji Yun down. Who'd have thought Jianya would actually dare reject him right in front of us? What was she thinking? Goodness gracious, my dear, has she lost her mind?
If she'd accepted Ji Yun now, her future would be set. She wouldn't even need to become a beastmaster and risk herself through all those trials.
Yet here she is, rejecting him? This is utterly unexpected. More and more people joined the discussion.
Clearly, no one had anticipated Jianya rejecting Ji Yun's romantic confession at this moment.
Everyone was certain Jianya would accept Ji Yun's proposal. Even Ji Yun himself was confident she wouldn't refuse him.
Yet, unexpectedly, this had happened. Ji Yun stood up, his brow furrowed as he looked at Jianya. I hope what you're telling me now is that you're just too nervous to accept my confession, not that you don't like me at all. In all my years, no one has ever refused me anything I wanted.
I advise you to think carefully before answering. Jianya shook her head. Ji Yun, I think I've made myself perfectly clear.
I hope you won't bother me anymore from now on.
I have absolutely no feelings for you whatsoever. I've always had someone I like. Who is this person you like? Could he possibly be more accomplished than me? Could he possibly be wealthier than our Ji family in the capital? Ji Yun's emotions began to unravel slightly, and he instinctively retorted at Jianya. Hearing this, a flicker of helplessness passed through Jianya's eyes, helplessness at Ji Yun's utter lack of understanding.
She hadn't expected Ji Yun to constantly measure people solely by their status and background.
Jianya sighed slowly before speaking. Ji Yun, I know you've probably been drawn to me since the moment you saw me. I don't know what I've done to deserve your affection. But what I want to tell you is that I truly have someone I love.
He may not be as young and wealthy as you, nor does he have such a distinguished background.
In fact, he's currently facing life entirely on his own.
But what I want to tell you is this: he and I have spent countless years together since childhood.
He always knows what I know and feels what I feel.
He understands my preferences, comprehends my emotions, and has consistently strived to care for me through his actions.
Feelings don't develop overnight.
Love at first sight may exist, but true love requires mutual affection to blossom.
At least in my heart, there was someone I liked more before you came along. You'll never be the one I truly love. I hope Ji Yun won't be angry, but there's definitely no future for us. But I believe in you, you'll find someone you love. Hearing this, Ji Yun's brows furrowed deeply.
His fists clenched so tightly that the ring in his hand creaked.
A flicker of resentment toward Jianya stirred within him.
Ji Yun noticed her reaction and replied coldly, Ji Yun, I admit you're exceptional.
I also admit you deserve a girl even more outstanding than me to love you. But clearly, that girl isn't me, Jianya. That's all. It's getting late. You should get some rest. Perhaps we can become friends in the future. That's entirely possible. I'll be going now. With that, Jianya turned and walked away.
Watching her retreating figure, Ji Yun clenched his fists tightly. His heart was filled with bitter resentment. He never imagined Jianya would reject him at this moment.
The blow to his pride was immense. Countless classmates witnessed the scene, murmuring among themselves, who would have thought Ji Yun, one of the most outstanding freshmen in Fuyao Academy, a beastmaster ranked above level 11, would get rejected after confessing today? Ji Yun has been groomed since childhood as the family's future heir.
Whoever succeeds in being with him is bound for a life of unparalleled success.
Has Jianya lost her mind? Sacrificing such a promising future for someone she likes? Is love really that important to her? Wow, the pure love warrior just got knocked down hard. So this is love? To reject someone like young Master Ji for it. Is this really Jianya? What a surprise. Chapter 183, an unwelcome guest arrives. Vote for gold selection.
Listening to the constant whispers around him, Ji Yun clenched his teeth in fury.
He felt his pride utterly trampled by Jianya.
Having grown up accustomed to getting whatever he desired, Ji Yun found this sudden reversal of fortune utterly unbearable. He couldn't accept this outcome either, and a wave of sadness washed over him. After a moment's thought, Ji Yun turned to one of his henchmen beside him and said coldly, find out exactly who this Jianya likes.
I want all the information on that person.
I need to see why Jianya chose him over me. Where exactly do I fall short compared to him? The man beside him nodded urgently and immediately set off to investigate. Then Ji Yun looked at the gazes of those around him. In varying degrees, they all carried a hint of personal emotion.
But to Ji Yun, these gazes seemed like endless mockery directed at him.
His pride was deeply wounded. With a cold snort, he kicked away the surrounding bouquets, tossed the one in his hand aside, and stormed off in a huff. As the crowd dispersed before him, one figure remained, leaning against a large tree. A cigarette dangled from his lips, his eyes brimming with mockery. Who would have thought Ji Yun, the third young master of one of China's 4 major conglomerates, would actually get humiliated today? From childhood onward, you, Ji Yun, have been so aloof, so arrogant. You've never failed to win over anyone or anything you desired. Who would have thought you'd suffer such a defeat today?
But Ji-yun, what awaits you next might just knock the arrogance right out of you. The person Jiangya loves is Sumo. That Sumo is stronger than both of us. I simply can't fathom what advantage you, Ji-yun, could possibly gain over him. You think your schemes and family connections will win Jiangya's affection or hurt Sumo? How presumptuous. But... The man chuckled again. Who would have thought? Earlier, Sumo and I had some friction. I even declared in front of him and countless others that I wouldn't provoke him anymore. Lately, I've been pondering how best to use others as my weapon to make Sumo pay a price for this. Now that you, Ji-yun, have appeared, I've found a way forward. As he spoke, the man smoothed his clothes and set off after Ji-yun. Before long, he caught up and called out, "Young Master Ji, please wait." Ji-yun, who had been striding ahead in a rage, halted abruptly. He turned to face the figure behind him, his brow furrowing. "Who are you?" Hearing this, a hint of displeasure flashed in the man's eyes, but he forced a smile and chuckled. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Fei, the eldest son of the Lin Group in Fuyao City. Young Master Ji, you must have heard of the Lin Group." Indeed, the man now standing before Ji-yun was none other than Lin Fei. His excessive curiosity about Jiangya had driven him to Linen City time and again, attempting to dine with her or rather, to get closer to her. He had paid the price for that pursuit. Little did he expect that today, he would witness the scene unfolding between Jiangya and Ji-yun with his own eyes. Upon hearing the name Lin Group, Ji-yun nodded silently. As the third son of the Ji Group in the capital, Ji-yun was well aware of the Lin Group. At the end of the day, they were all merely standouts in the business world. Though the Lin Group might pale in comparison to the Ji family, their status and standing within Fuyao City remained undeniable. In fact, over the years, the Ji family had deliberately sought to expand their presence in Fuyao City. Ji-yun chuckled softly. "So you're Lin Fei, the young master of the Lin family." "Ha ha. Ever since arriving at Fuyao Academy in such a rush, my father specifically instructed me to pay a visit to the Lin Group upon reaching Fuyao City. Lately, I've been preoccupied with personal matters and completely forgot about it. The day after tomorrow, whenever you have time, I'll head straight over to the Lin residence to pay my respects. I hope you'll mention this to your father." Lin Fei nodded upon hearing this. The fact that Lin Group could establish connections with the Ji family, or rather, that they were held in such high regard by the Ji family, was proof enough that the Lin family's status and standing were truly extraordinary. Rumors even circulated that the Ji family might pursue collaborations with the Lin family in the near future. The Lin Group's status would only rise with the tide. What was there not to like about that? Lin Fei was quite pleased to see this unfold. He chuckled and said, "Not at all, not at all. Young Master Ji, your esteem for our Lin family truly makes us feel honored and humbled. Young Master Ji, should you wish to visit at any time, please don't hesitate to contact me. The Lin family will make immediate preparations to extend our warmest hospitality." With that, Lin Fei pulled a business card from his pocket and handed it to Ji-yun. Ji-yun nodded slightly, tucked the card away, then asked Lin Fei with curiosity, "Oh, right. Young Master Lin, what brought you here today?" Lin Fei chuckled. "Nothing much. I just happened to witness the moment when young Master Ji confessed to Jiangya." Hearing this, Ji-yun's face flushed with embarrassment. He immediately replied coldly, "What? Enjoying my humiliation, are you? Or perhaps you're here to mock me too? I advise you to think carefully before acting. Mocking me, Ji-yun, won't necessarily bring you any benefits." Lin Fei quickly interjected, "What are you saying? How could I possibly mock you over this? The Lin and Ji families have always had a close relationship. I would never mock you. Rather, I came to see you because there's something quite intriguing. You must be curious about who Jiangya has feelings for, right?" At this, Ji-yun instinctively replied, "Of course. Do you happen to have any information?" Lin Fei chuckled, "Naturally. I visited Fuyao City recently, met with Jiangya, and learned some things about her. The person she likes is named Sumo." Sumo. Why does that name sound so familiar? Ji-yun furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Lin Fei prompted him at the right moment. Actually, it's quite normal for the name Sumo to sound familiar. He was the son of Su Tsangxing, a general in the demon-suppressing army's Linen City district. Of course, that's all in the past now. After certain events unfolded, Su Tsangxing was captured and taken under the demon-suppressing army's control. To this day, his fate remains unknown. As for Sumo, he is naturally the eldest son of the Su family. Simultaneously, Sumo was honored as the war god among ordinary soldiers by the demon-suppressing army in the southern frontier. He has remained a figure of significant public attention ever since. Moreover, Sumo is actually a student at Fuyao Academy, though. Chapter 184, Lin Fei's proxy assassination? Vote for gold selection. Ji-yun furrowed his brow. Sumo is also from Fuyao Academy? But why haven't I seen him around lately? I haven't even noticed any particularly intimate gestures between him and Jiangya. Lin Fei chuckled softly, thinking to himself, to effectively use Ji-yun and to choose the path of using others to achieve his own ends, today he decided to withhold certain details about Sumo. He didn't want Ji-yun to learn too much about Sumo through excessive description.
If Ji Yun started to gauge Sumo's capabilities and decided against forming any connection or relationship with him, then his entire plan would likely fall apart. Lin Fei chuckled again and said, it's all about some things that happened between Sumo and his family. I hear Sumo has been handling his family affairs all along, and with his connections in the southern frontier, he's earned a lot of respect. Later, the southern frontier even submitted a special request on his behalf, allowing Sumo to delay his enrollment. So that's why he hasn't appeared at Fuyao Academy, at least not where you'd see him. It's understandable, really. Ji Yun nodded, but soon let out a cold snort. Southern frontier? The god of war among ordinary soldiers? I'd heard of him before, but never took him seriously. What difference does it make how formidable he is? At the end of the day, he's still just an ordinary person. But since he managed to get into Fuyao Academy, he must have some skill. Still, even with that skill, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. Lin Fei chuckled. Naturally, young Master Ji. With all the support and nurturing you've received from the Ji family since childhood, your prowess is undeniable. You stand head and shoulders above your peers. No one could possibly gain an advantage over you. These are indisputable facts. With your status and abilities, young Master Ji, anyone who meets you would naturally treat you with utmost respect. Lin Fei's subtle flattery instantly brought a smile to Ji Yun's face. He thoroughly enjoyed this kind of flattery from Lin Fei. Ji Yun responded immediately, young Master Lin, no need for such flattery. I'm merely the third young master of the Ji family, constantly honing my skills and improving my abilities. I've never considered myself worthy of others' admiration or attention. I simply hope to improve myself more and more, to gain the favor and recognition of an increasing number of people. Your words are truly humbling. Lin Fei quickly forced a smile, but inwardly he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Damn it, Ji Yun, you really know how to put on a show. One thing to your face, another behind your back. I just flattered you like that, and you're still trying to elevate your own status here. But these thoughts remained unspoken. He dared not reveal them, instead offering a forced chuckle and saying, there's no need for such modesty. Your abilities are evident to all. What I said earlier was all truth. Today, I happened to see young Master Ji and also happened to learn some information. I heard that Sumo might be returning to Fuyao Academy soon. We can keep a closer eye on things then. Janya has been childhood sweethearts with Sumo all along. It's only natural she likes him. I suspect she might be harboring some blind infatuation in her heart. What do you mean by that? Ji Yun asked curiously. Lin Fei smiled and explained, from what I understand, Janya has always held an unshakable belief in Sumo's strength and prowess. Ever since meeting Sumo, no one has ever gained any advantage over him. It's precisely because of this that he's captured Janya's affection. My point is, if you with your level 10 plus Beastmaster prowess could humiliate Sumo in front of her, completely shatter his pride, or even cripple him so badly he can't take care of himself, it might just shake Janya's resolve. She might start to lose that infatuation. At that point, she'd very likely transfer her affection to you. Then, for young Master Ji to rekindle a relationship with Janya, wouldn't that be a piece of cake? Oh? Ji Yun narrowed his eyes at Lin Fei's explanation, then chuckled. I never expected meeting you today would lead to hearing such insights from you, young Master Lin. It seems you understand Janya quite well, young Master Lin. But I'm curious, how did you come to know her so intimately? Could it be that you and Janya have some history together? A flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Fei's face, but he forced a smile. Young Master Ji, what are you saying? How could there possibly be a story between me and Janya? I only heard about it after arriving in Linen City, where everyone was talking about it. It's hardly a secret anymore. But since you've always been in the capital, it's natural you wouldn't know about it. Janya gave a satisfied chuckle at Lin Fei's explanation. Oh, right. I heard that your family, young Master Lin, is considering some kind of cooperation with our Ji family in the capital. Well, as it happens, I actually have several cooperative projects in the works right now. Once I arrive at the Lin residence the day after tomorrow, I hope to have a proper conversation with you and your father. Also, thank you for sharing that information with me today, young Master Lin. When the opportunity arises, let's find a place to have a couple of good meals together. From now on, we're friends. Lin Fei heard these words and thought to himself how smoothly today's plan to use others as tools had gone. Finally, he chuckled and said, Hey, young Master Ji, you're being too polite. How could I possibly let you treat me? This is what we'll do, when things settle down, I'll host. I'll reserve a table at the finest hotel in Fuyao City. Just come over, and we'll eat and drink together. Alright. Since you put it that way, it's settled. Alright, young Master Lin, I still have some matters to prepare for contract-related details regarding our collaboration with the Lin family. We'll discuss them when we have time. Lin Fei hastily bowed and scraped, nodding repeatedly. Alright. Take your time, young Master Ji. I know you're busy. We'll sit down and have a proper chat when we have the time. With that, Ji Yun shot Lin Fei a look of particular satisfaction before slowly stepping away. Watching Ji Yun's retreating figure, Lin Fei chuckled softly. Oof, Ji Yun.
I thought you were some big shot in the G family back in the capital. Little did I know I could outmaneuver you with just a few words. This is perfect. Now all I need to do is wait for you to harm Sumo, wait for Sumo to be utterly defeated by you. As long as he pays the price, I have no interest in Jiangya anyway. Since you like her, you can have her. With that, Lin Fei chuckled and walked away. Chapter 185, Jiangya's roommate's betrayal? Vote for gold selection. In Jiangya's dorm room, her 3 roommates sat before her, each hesitating to speak. Finally, one roommate spoke up, "Oh, Jiangya, I still think rejecting Ji Yun so bluntly today might not necessarily benefit you at all." Another roommate chimed in, "Yeah, Ji Yun was notorious for being petty back in the capital. Nothing he ever wanted has ever slipped through his fingers. Once, Ji Yun set his sights on an item and schemed relentlessly to possess it. What happened? The original owner refused to give it up, and the next day, Ji Yun paid the price for it. I heard he was pretty badly injured back then." Jiangya froze upon hearing these words. She hadn't imagined Ji Yun had such a notorious reputation in the capital. Yet at that moment, she wasn't even considering whether Ji Yun might harm her because of it. Instead, her greatest concern was for Sumo. After all, she had just declared her feelings for Sumo in front of Ji Yun today, and it was precisely because of that confession that she had rejected Ji Yun. Jiangya wondered if Ji Yun would now direct all his pent-up resentment and frustration towards Sumo. If Ji Yun developed any resentment towards Sumo, or if he harbored any grievances and Sumo suffered even the slightest harm, Jiangya knew she would become the one to blame. The last thing she wanted to see was her brother Sumo getting hurt. With this thought, Jiangya took out her phone to send Sumo a message. But beside her, a roommate spoke up, "You're not planning to tell your brother Sumo about this, are you?" Jiangya nodded. "Yes. I'm afraid Ji Yun might hurt him, so I thought I should tell him." Her roommate shook her head. "I suggest you don't. If you tell your brother Sumo about this and he gets upset, what if he actually ends up fighting Ji Yun? Then this situation could get really messy. I don't know who's stronger between them, but if either one gets hurt or defeated, it won't be good for you either way." Jiangya froze instantly, understanding the stakes involved. Then she asked urgently, "So what should I do?" Her roommate replied slowly, "Let's just leave it at that. By the way, when is your brother Sumo coming back?" Jiangya thought for a moment before replying, "Probably sometime tomorrow or the day after." Her roommate continued thoughtfully, "In that case, why not wait until he returns and see how Ji Yun reacts before making any decisions? Starting the day after tomorrow, isn't the annual Beastmaster tournament happening at Fuyao Academy? We might as well handle it during the competition. At least the academy teachers will be there as judges to ensure everyone's safety, so you won't have to worry about anything." By then, the tension between them should have eased somewhat. Jiangya could only sigh in resignation. One of her roommates stood up and said, "All right, everyone, get some rest." "Oh, I need to step out for a bit, something came up at home." "I won't disturb your rest, so I'll head out now." Upon hearing this, the others offered her some reassurance, reminding her to be careful outside, and didn't think much more of it. Shortly after the roommate left the dorm, she exited the girls' dormitory and headed straight for the boys' dormitory. The boys' dormitory was largely similar in structure to the girls'. However, for many students from wealthy families, Fuyao Academy consistently provided superior living accommodations, 3-bedroom apartments with all the amenities one could need. Soon, Zhao Xiaoxue entered the boys' dormitory, which resembled an apartment building. She quickly approached a room and knocked on the door. Moments later, the door opened, revealing Ji Yun wrapped in a bath towel. Ji Yun frowned at the unexpected visitor and instinctively asked, "Who are you? What brings you here?" The woman chuckled softly. "Hello, Mr. Ji. I'm Jiangya's roommate, Zhao Xiaoxue. I hope I'm not disturbing you today." The mention of Jiangya's name brought a look of displeasure to Ji Yun's face. He replied instinctively, "What are you doing here? I don't seem to remember meeting you. I don't think we have any connection, do we? And that Jiangya, she completely humiliated me today. What are you even doing here? You're not here to apologize, are you?" Zhao Xiaoxue shook her head hastily. "Oh, come now. Why would I be the one apologizing to you? After all, it was Jiangya who offended you. She was blind to refuse you. It's her own lack of discernment, failing to see how every aspect of you is outstanding and worthy of everyone's attention." Hearing Zhao Xiaoxue flatter him like this, Ji Yun felt a bit satisfied inside. The frostiness on his face melted away, and he chuckled, very well, very well. You really know how to speak in a way that's pleasing to the ear. What is it you wish to tell me?" Zhao Xiaoxue smiled faintly. "Ji Yun, the person Jiangya likes, is named Sumo. I imagine you haven't heard of him yet?" Surprisingly, Ji Yun nodded. "You're mistaken on that point. But I do know something about the person Jiangya likes. Actually, I only found out today." Zhao Xiaoxue's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected that the news she'd brought today, intended to create a connection with Ji Yun, would be so easily exposed by him on the spot. She couldn't help but inwardly curse whoever had been so blind as to leak the secret to Ji Yun ahead of time. Ji Yun, however, chuckled across the table, "But it doesn't matter. If you have any more information, feel free to share it with me." Zhao Xiaoxue hurriedly added, actually, Suemo is from Linen City.
He and Jiangya grew up together as childhood sweethearts.
Also, Suemo is coming back the day after tomorrow. I don't know what you plan to do next, young Master Ji, but I happen to have a little plan of my own. Would you like me to find a way to get Jiangya out over the next couple of days?
Whether it's singing or dinner, once she's dead drunk, getting her would be a piece of cake. Even if she shares a deep bond with Suemo, even if she adores him, once she feels your affection and consummates things with you, wouldn't she then have no choice but to submit to you?
Ji Yun narrowed his eyes. What exactly is your purpose in doing this?
Zhao Xiaoxue chuckled softly.
No particular purpose. Truth be told, I've always admired and liked you, young Master Ji.
If this makes you remember my kindness, then my life would be worthwhile.
He. Ji Yun burst out laughing. Very well, very well. Since you're so captivated by my personal charm and have shown me such favor, I, Ji Yun, naturally won't disappoint you. Stay here tonight. If there's anything you fancy, just tell me, I'll buy it for you. But come through for me on that plan the day after tomorrow. Chapter 186, A Place Beyond Imagination? Vote for Gold Selection.
The next morning, Jiangya woke up early only to find her roommate Zhao Xiaoxue still hadn't returned. They were both puzzled, and Jiangya felt a bit curious too.
She quickly sent Zhao Xiaoxue a message. Xiaoxue, what are you up to? Why haven't you come back yet? Soon after, the other roommates also realized Zhao Xiaoxue hadn't returned overnight. Unlike ordinary universities, this school didn't have dorm supervisors checking whether everyone stayed on campus overnight.
But since they were all Beast Masters, future heroes destined to serve China, each had received special treatment from the nation. Therefore, no one really paid attention to what each student did day in and day out.
As roommates, they were simply worried that Zhao Xiaoxue might have gotten into trouble. That was all. Soon, the dorm door swung open.
Everyone saw Zhao Xiaoxue standing there, her clothes torn and tattered, her face bearing various marks, and her neck dotted with love bites.
The roommates froze in shock.
Jiangya stepped forward, her voice trembling with excitement. Xiaoxue,
what happened? Did you meet your boyfriend last night? Wow, you're dating and didn't even tell us.
The other two roommates chimed in. You've been keeping things under wraps.
You found a boyfriend and didn't even tell us? We should at least get to congratulate you. Zhao Xiaoxue gave an awkward laugh. It's nothing. My boyfriend's super busy. We barely get to see each other these days. Alright. Let's just get back to what we were doing.
With that, everyone dispersed without further comment. But Zhao Xiaoxue fixed her gaze on Jiangya, narrowing her eyes as she thought to herself, I've finally managed to climb the social ladder by hook or by crook and found Ji Yun.
From today onward, I'll inevitably become entangled with him. Soon enough, Ji Yun will be mine.
I'll even team up with him to scheme against you. Jiangya, when that time comes, you will pay the price for this.
Truthfully, I never wanted to hurt you, but what can I do? It's a pity you're so pretty and attractive.
I used you as a stepping stone to gain Ji Yun's attention, something I hadn't achieved yet.
But what can be done? You're nothing but an insignificant pawn.
Poof. I've also heard you're involved with some Suemo, though things between you two are unclear.
So what if Suemo is the war god of the southern frontier?
Before Ji Yun, he'll still have to bow his head in submission, kneel on the ground, and beg for mercy. Meanwhile, Suemo had risen early as well, patrolling the campgrounds with his master, Zhang Tianlong.
Their route remained undetected by the other soldiers. Zhang Tianlong, observing from the side, couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion.
He spoke slowly. It's been many years since I last set foot here. It was right here that I trained countless beast masters time and time again. They all possessed extraordinary talent in beast taming, each developing immense strength. They've led their respective squads to protect China. They truly shone in every battle against the Shadow Organization and all manner of demonic beasts that Huaxia faced. They were truly formidable, and I was immensely proud of them. Yet in the end, one by one, they all perished at the hands of the Shadow Organization's minions.
At this point, Zhang Tianlong couldn't help but sigh. Life is always like this, partings and reunions. There are always people we care about and cherish, yet one by one, they leave our world. I truly find this hard to accept. But upon reflection, these are indeed the trials we must endure. What can we do, even if we are dissatisfied? Suemo sighed beside him. He understood perfectly well that what his master, Zhang Tianlong, was describing was the reality faced by every Beastmaster squad today, by every single Beastmaster who had dedicated themselves to the future of China, to the welfare of its people, sacrificing everything in the process. Shadowy organizations have always lurked in this world, and their relentless scheming inevitably brings danger. They chose to dedicate everything they had for China. Throughout history, even back on Earth, as children of China, they had witnessed such scenes time and time again. Suemo truly felt the weight of everything everyone had sacrificed for China. Then, Suemo chuckled softly. Master, it is precisely because they have China behind them, the light of 10,000 homes, and a burning passion and faith in their hearts to defend China and this very land beneath their feet, it is this that has brought us all to where we stand today. Moreover, I believe that before sacrificing their lives, they must have felt an extraordinary sense of peace within. Though fear was present, their resolve to face death for the sake of China was undoubtedly shared by all of them. At that moment, Sumo's heart swelled with heroic fervor. Though he grieved for the countless heroic martyrs and beast-tamers who had sacrificed their lives to defend China. Yet Sumo knew that if he were ever faced with such a situation, he would undoubtedly feel the same way. With unwavering resolve, Sumo declared, "Master, I will be no different. When confronted by the Shadow Organization, when facing life or death peril, I too will sacrifice my life without hesitation and fight until the very last second." Zhang Tianlong smiled, his eyes brimming with meaning. The result? Wait. No. Zhang Tianlong suddenly snapped out of it, patting Sumo on the head as he said, "You're not afraid of death to begin with, so what's the point of making me promise this now?" Well. Sumo finally caught on. Damn it, I totally forgot I'm practically immortal. I've got nothing to fear. After pondering, he realized these were indeed his most urgent thoughts and what he most wanted to express, which is why it slipped out. But soon, Zhang Tianlong chuckled, "Alright, I was just teasing you. Even though you've got this trump card, hearing you speak so resolutely for the sake of the Chinese people, well, that truly warms my heart. Come on, I'll take you to see the place where Long Canghai once trained." And so, Sumo followed Zhang Tianlong as they walked forward. Before long, they emerged from the camp. Deep within the mountains behind them, a waterfall came into view. Zhang Tianlong added, "Today I'll teach you another technique, projecting your spiritual energy outward. It forms a barrier around your body. This barrier not only deflects attacks but also protects against rain, fire, and other elements." Oh, right, in your young people's terms, this sounds like the inner power from fantasy novels, doesn't it? You could consider it a similar concept, though our spiritual energy can control beasts, offering a deeper interpretation. Sumo chuckled. Indeed, he had always regarded this spiritual energy as something possessed by every immortal cultivator in fantasy novels. He had even devised his own applications for it, including projecting it onto his body's surface to shield against various external erosions. Chapter 187, Zhang Tianlong's Grand Gift Vote for Gold Selection. With that, both men thrust off with their legs, leaping instantly and passing directly through the waterfall before them. Upon discovering the hidden world beyond the waterfall, Sumo was taken aback. He never imagined that behind it lay a vast platform. The platform itself radiated a luminous glow. Looking up, he saw countless night pearls embedded in the ceiling, each emitting its own light, illuminating everything below. Sumo felt a surge of excitement, his eyes gleaming with intensity. He exclaimed in awe, "Holy cow, this place is spectacular. Master? Could this be the very spot where you and senior brother Long Zhongjun trained together?" Zhang Tianlong chuckled. "Yes, this very place. I used to bring him here time and again for training. That kid, Long Canghai, truly possessed remarkable talent. Under my guidance, he grew stronger with each session, eventually maturing into someone capable of leading his own forces. The boy truly didn't disappoint me. Though he was only a few years younger than me, he became one of my most satisfying disciples. Of course, I was pleased with every single one of my disciples. It's just that they've all left this world now." Zhang Tianlong sighed, a bitter smile touching his lips. "I imagine if they were still alive in this world today, their futures might have unfolded quite differently. It's even possible each of them would have attained a different status or position." Zhang Tianlong waved his hand dismissively as he spoke. "Never mind. There's no point dwelling on these old memories. They've left this world forever. No matter how much I miss them, it doesn't change anything. Come on, I'll show you something worthwhile." As they spoke, Sumo followed behind Zhang Tianlong, his curiosity piqued. What could this something wonderful be? They rounded a massive platform ahead, revealing a small room beyond. Stepping inside, Sumo gazed at the countless transparent boxes before him. Within each clear container sat one gene potion after another. Seeing this, Zhang Tianlong smiled faintly. Sumo stood nearby, slightly puzzled. "Master, what are these?" Zhang Tianlong chuckled and replied, "These are all kinds of gene potions I've collected over the years. Many were given to me by Long Canghai. I've kept them stored here all this time, though I must admit I'd forgotten about them for quite a few years. Each of these potions can rapidly restore strength. They can easily restore the power of the beasts you've contracted, even if they're severely injured. Earlier, when I accompanied you there, I noticed you seemed deliberately hiding this from everyone around. You didn't want them to see you using the Qi Blood Rebirth or Qi Blood Healing Array to treat your beast, then instantly revive it under the immortal and undying state, right?" Sumo nodded earnestly. "Yes, Master. I did indeed have that intention. I simply didn't want others to see this trump card of mine. As you can understand, if the Shadow Organization were to discover such matters, I would face devastating consequences." Zhang Tianlong nodded. "Therefore, these 100 bottles of potion are yours." Sumo hurriedly protested, "Master, this is absolutely unacceptable." Sumo shook his head urgently. "Master, these gene potions, whether for recovery or enhancement, each one rightfully belongs to you. At the very least, they should be handled by General Long or Senior Brother Long. How could you just casually give them to me? That would make me the one who steals the spotlight. How could I possibly do such a thing? Zhang Tianlong laughed heartily. Alright. I know you're genuinely reluctant to accept these and feel a bit awkward about it. But honestly, this was actually Long Canghai's idea all along.
These potions have been stored here all this time, undiscovered by others.
We hope to put them to good use.
Now, whether it's me or Long Canghai, we both possess formidable strength.
Don't doubt this, it's truly what we both believe.
So, I figure keeping these potions between us two probably won't do much good.
Better to just give them to you.
At the very least, once they're in your hands, they'll free you from that hesitant, cautious way you've been moving about.
You won't have to carry that weight of worry in your heart anymore. Suemo froze.
He never imagined Zhang Tianlong would entrust such precious items to him with such care. It was beyond his wildest dreams. Zhang Tianlong had sacrificed far too much for him. Tears welled up in Sumo's eyes, threatening to spill over.
He quickly wiped them away. He chuckled softly. Master, thank you. I never imagined you would go to such lengths to help me. I can never repay you in this lifetime. Perhaps the only way I can repay you is by dedicating myself to guarding China and its people. Zhang Tianlong roared with laughter. Enough. No need for promises here. I'm not one for empty promises.
If you have such thoughts, you'd be better off focusing on strengthening your abilities. Only when you possess both the resolve and the capability to protect the people of China in the future will Long Canghai and I be able to rest easy. Our entire lives have been dedicated to China, to protecting all its people and creatures. We've strived for this purpose throughout our existence. Hearing these words, Suemo felt at a loss for how to respond. If these items existed in the present world, each bottle would be worth at least hundreds of thousands. Though Suemo had some money now, purchasing these potions was utterly beyond his means.
Yet both Long Canghai and Zhang Tianlong had chosen to give such potions to Suemo without hesitation. How could he not feel profoundly moved and grateful?
After a moment's thought, Suemo nodded and finally stepped forward, storing all the potions into his storage space. Beside him, the thunder dog, the little green dragon perched on his shoulder, and the golden squirrel, all three of his tamed beasts, displayed expressions of astonishment. Or rather, their gazes conveyed profound emotion at Zhang Tianlong's recent actions.
Suemo knelt on the spot, looking earnestly at Zhang Tianlong before him.
Master, he said solemnly, everything you've given me these past days has deeply moved me. Rest assured, from this day forward, I will strive to grow stronger.
I will never disappoint you, Master.
In the future, I will take it upon myself to protect the people of China and safeguard the countless homes behind us. Zhang Tianlong smiled with satisfaction.
Enough of these touching words. Let's go prepare lunch. It's almost noon already.
This afternoon, that youngster Long Canghai will likely arrange various formalities and ceremonies for you.
You'll finally get to relax, far from the wars of the southern frontier.
Now you'll have time to enjoy some well-deserved leisure.
Suemo chuckled softly. Chapter 188, Zhang Heining's Little Scheme. Vote for Gold Selection.
Hearing Zhang Tianlong's words, Suemo chuckled softly. Yet at the same time, he couldn't help but think that things would indeed become somewhat easier for him from now on. After all, once he arrived at Fuyao Academy, he would become a student there, inevitably drawing the attention of countless people. As for what experiences awaited him within Fuyao Academy, he had no idea. Yet he remained determined he would make a name for himself within Fuyao Academy, unleashing his full potential to carve out his own path. Of course, there was one thing Suemo needed to be mindful of amidst all this, the existence of the Shadow Organization. Currently, the Shadow Organization was keeping a close watch on him. If he were to fall into any crisis or even danger because of this, it would likely be very difficult to handle. At that moment, Sumo's resolve strengthened. He must pay extra attention to everyone around him, ensuring they couldn't harm him in the slightest. Returning to the demon-suppressing army, they arrived just in time for lunch. All the soldiers streamed toward the mess hall, with Suemo and Zhang Tianlong following close behind. Led by Zhao Yunfei, the three headed toward the cafeteria in the rear. Along the way, Suemo asked curiously, Brother Zhao, I heard from Brother Long that Xu Feng has joined the Shadow Organization.
What's the current situation?
Zhao Yunfei hesitated slightly before sighing.
I can't say for certain at the moment. The Shadow Organization is inherently shadowy. Their methods and principles have always eluded detection, so even now, I don't know what state your brother is in. We've established numerous informants across cities nationwide, and even our Skynet surveillance system has consistently failed to detect any trace of your brother. His whereabouts remain a complete mystery. Rest assured, however, that our demon-suppressing army will investigate this for you. Should any information about him surface, we will inform you immediately. Zhao Yunfei asked curiously, Suemo, I wonder what you'd do if you actually encountered your brother? Suemo scratched his head and replied, naturally, I'll make him pay for his crimes. The Shadow Organization exists to harm everyone and disrupt the stability of China. If I truly encounter Xu Feng, I will make him pay the price. It will be a case of cutting ties with family for the greater good. Though I don't want to do it, it must be done. The Shadow Organization has harmed the people of China, harmed its citizens. These crimes must be settled.
What I witnessed in the southern frontier, countless warriors sacrificing their lives, was precisely because of this.
Every member of the shadow organization bears responsibility.
At this moment, Sumo's sense of justice surged within him.
For Zhao Yunfei, Sumo was also a figure worthy of his trust.
He had always been by Long Canghai's side, assisting him in managing all affairs within the demon-suppressing army. If Zhao Yunfei wasn't trustworthy, then surely no one else could be.
And so, the three of them arrived at the mess hall, where everyone shared a hearty laugh.
Long Canghai soon arrived as well. Over the course of the meal, Long Canghai informed Sumo that an awards ceremony would be held for him that afternoon.
At that moment, all that Sumo had endured and sacrificed would receive the demon-suppressing army's official recognition. Sumo felt deeply moved.
This was precisely what the demon-suppressing army had always done, and it was deeply satisfying. The demon-suppressing army never forgot the contributions of any soldier. Even if you were just an ordinary volunteer, the army recognized only merit and performance, never discriminating against anyone based on background. This was what satisfied Sumo most, and it was the best assurance countless soldiers could receive within the military. However, right in the middle of his meal, Sumo's phone rang unexpectedly. He picked it up to see a message from Zhang Haining. Sumo instinctively ducked away, glancing discreetly to ensure Zhang Tianlong hadn't witnessed his actions. Only then did he relax, hurriedly stepping aside before replying, "Sis Haning, what's up? What are you up to?" "I'm having dinner with my master and senior brother Long Canghai." Soon after, the reply came, "Hee, little brother Sumo sure knows how to enjoy life. Your sister here in Fuyao City is swamped with work at my new shop.
I'm so busy I'm sweating buckets." You. Not even a thought for your sister? How heartbreaking. What? Could it be you found another woman to adore? That's why you've stopped caring about your sister.
Seeing Zhang Haining teasing him like this, Sumo felt instantly awkward. He hadn't expected Haining to be so reckless with her words, teasing him regardless of the situation.
But then he remembered this was probably just Zhang Haining's personality.
She was always like a mischievous spirit, loving to tease others.
With that in mind, Sumo didn't say much more. He just chuckled and replied, all right, stop teasing me here."
"What's up?"
Zhang Haining replied, "Nothing much. I happen to be planning a lunch gathering tomorrow.
Since you mentioned bringing the old man to meet me,
why don't I send you the location? You bring him to the hotel I'm going to. I'll reserve the entire first floor.
When the old man shows up, I'll be so excited I'll give him a surprise."
What do you think? Sumo pondered this. He hadn't realized Zhang Haining was planning a surprise for Zhang Tianlong.
After some thought, he decided there was nothing particularly wrong with the idea. Sumo smiled and replied, "All right, since Sister Haning has this idea, I'll agree.
Here's the plan, we'll head back tomorrow morning. But we can't continue riding Shaoqinglong back. Traveling between cities is strictly prohibited unless absolutely necessary. We should arrive in Fuyao City around 11 a.m.
Over the years, the entire nation of Huaxia has maintained strict regulations for countless beast tamers, particularly those who possess flying beasts. This policy exists to safeguard the travel rights and interests of all ordinary citizens of Huaxia.
The Demon Suppression Army has always required all beast tamers, if you possess a flying beast, you must still obediently use public transportation when traveling between cities.
Exceptions were only permitted under exceptional circumstances. Chapter 189, Teasing from Long Canghai and the others seeking gold votes.
Zhang Haining could naturally understand Sumo's thoughts and empathize with his predicament. She chuckled softly and said no more. "All right then. Younger brother Sumo, I've made up my mind about this. Tomorrow, you absolutely must bring the old man along. I'll send you the location shortly. I'll be waiting for you at the hotel at noon." Sumo smiled faintly, readily agreeing to Zhang Haining's request.
Deep down, he was actually quite happy to do these things for Zhang Haining.
Sumo had always known that, to the outside world, Zhang Haining had been seen as an orphan her entire life. She'd had a tough life and desperately wanted to find her birth parents. Now that her father had appeared here, Sumo naturally wanted to do something for Zhang Haining. After all, Zhang Haining had helped him so much before, and that kindness had always remained etched in Sumo's heart. It was only natural that he wanted to do something for both father and daughter, to let them feel a little warmth, to experience the kind of things one feels at home, and to savor the joy of a long-awaited reunion between father and daughter. Now, as Zhang Tianlong planned to surprise Zhang Haining was preparing to surprise Zhang Tianlong in return. Truthfully, by this point, it no longer mattered who was hiding what from whom. On the day they reunited, when they embraced each other, pouring out their hearts and sharing their emotions, that alone was enough. Sumo finally put away his phone and returned to his seat. Zhang Tianlong, sitting beside him, asked curiously, "What were you doing? Who was texting you, making you so happy? Was it your little girlfriend? Hey, speaking of which, what's the status between you and your girlfriend now?" At Zhang Tianlong's words, both Zhao Yunfei and Long Canghai exchanged knowing glances, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. For a moment, Sumo felt utterly helpless.
He hadn't expected that these men who were practically big shots in the military, revered by countless soldiers and demon slayers, would be teasing him like this. It seemed their mood was quite good. But Suemo quickly chuckled, "Hey, guys, cut the banter. Honestly, nothing much has happened between me and Sister Jiangya yet. We haven't expressed our feelings to each other yet. In fact, I still don't know if Sister Jiangya even likes me." Hearing this, Zhang Tianlong scoffed. "What's there to say? Of course she likes you. You're so talented and capable, who wouldn't like you?" Long Canghai chuckled beside him, "Exactly. With your outstanding qualities, I'm sure countless girls have fallen for you. Plus, you and Jiangya have harbored feelings for each other all these years. You're practically childhood sweethearts. Honestly, it's about time you two made things official. Then you can plan a proper wedding or something. I'll accompany Master and bring old Zhao along to be your wedding witnesses." Suemo burst out laughing. He hadn't expected these men, especially Zhang Tianlong and Long Canghai, who were both over 100 years old, to suddenly play matchmaker for him. It left him feeling rather helpless. Moreover, Sumo's truest feelings were that he and Jiangya hadn't actually taken their relationship further. He was genuinely hesitant to express his feelings to her, fearing rejection or that she might start to distance herself from him. Zhao Yunfei chuckled beside him. "What's the matter? You're not nervous, are you? Worried she might turn you down?" "Well, to tell you the truth, I spent some time in Linen City before and met Jiangya too. Even from a distance, I could tell she really likes you. Her concern for you and that intense desire to share everything with you two are truly a perfect match. Jiangya's known as a genius girl, right? She's practically your perfect match." Suemo immediately sighed helplessly. "Cut it out. Stop teasing me like this. Honestly, this feels like going home for the holidays to meet the parents. You guys are making me really nervous." Hearing this, the three burst into laughter. "Why are you so nervous? We're only thinking about you and what's best for you. How can you not appreciate that?" Suemo hurriedly explained, "It's not that I'm ungrateful. It's just that matters of the heart should develop naturally. Your constant urging only makes me feel pressured and anxious. Besides, Jiangya and I still have so much life to experience together. We naturally have many things to do. Your constant urging might not even accomplish anything. All right. Let's eat. We've got things to do this afternoon." Long Canghai sighed helplessly. "Fine. Since you don't appreciate it and don't want me to say anything, we won't." Everyone pursed their lips slightly, and the atmosphere grew a bit awkward. They kept teasing Suemo relentlessly, and he couldn't do a thing about it. He didn't want to say anything more, and before he knew it, they had finished their meal. That afternoon, at the demon-suppressing army headquarters, most of the soldiers gathered on the parade ground. Long Canghai brought Suemo before the entire assembly. When all the warriors saw Suemo appear, their expressions shifted slightly. Each of them had privately discussed among themselves and learned that Suemo had now arrived at the demon-suppressing army headquarters in Jingchang. They were also well aware of everything Suemo had accomplished in the southern frontier. Deep within their hearts, the warriors felt profound gratitude towards Suemo. After all, as fellow warriors, they understood his struggles intimately. Sumo's actions in the southern frontier had safeguarded the lives of countless demon army soldiers. Not to mention that now, as a beastmaster, Suemo had saved the lives of countless ordinary people and countless ordinary soldiers. Sumo's deeds had long been sung and spread throughout the entire army. They had put themselves in his shoes, contemplating what it would be like. They understood that if such a fate befell them, they would likely feel utterly hopeless. Yet Sumo's emergence had allowed countless others to escape this very crisis. How could their hearts not be moved by this? Chapter 190, come on up and say a few words. Vote for gold selection. Then, in front of the entire army, Long Canghai reintroduced Suemo. Soldiers, good day. I'm sure many of you are already familiar with the man standing before us. His name has already been widely circulated throughout the entire district. At the same time, I'm sure everyone saw him return yesterday. Here, I will continue to introduce him to you all. He is Suemo, a man who has fought for 3 years in the southern frontier theater. 3 years ago, when mysterious beasts attacked our nation's southern frontier, the region nearly fell. At that time, we mobilized countless outstanding warriors nationwide, young and old alike, to contribute their strength to the southern frontier. Here, I thank you, and I thank every person like you. When our nation faced crisis, when the moment of peril arrived, every single one of you gave your utmost effort. At the same time, I also thank Suemo. Now, Suemo has become Major General Su. He will become an indispensable member of our demon-suppressing army, leading countless soldiers and even countless beast masters into battle time and again in the future. Together, they will confront the onslaught of demonic beasts and secure victory after victory for our nation. Here, I express my profound expectations for him, along with my deepest gratitude and appreciation. Whether in the southern frontier or throughout these many years, everything Major General Suemo has accomplished has deeply moved us all. In the years to come, he will shoulder even greater responsibilities. Through his tireless efforts, he has safeguarded countless homes and saved innumerable lives in recent years. For these reasons, I hereby award him the Huaxia 017 Demon Suppressing Military Medal. With a thunderous roar, as Long Canghai's words fell, every soldier present, despite knowing the strict discipline, could not help but let out gasps of astonishment. The significance of this demon-suppressing army medal flashed through every soldier's mind. It was extraordinary. For every demon-suppressing army soldier, it was unprecedented, truly worthy of such awe. Even Su Mo couldn't help but feel a flicker of astonishment. The demon-suppressing army medal, since the dawn of the beast-taming era in China, since the first encounters with demonic beasts and all manner of crises, had always been a symbol within the demon-suppressing army. It signified the greatest achievement and highest honor bestowed upon someone who, over countless years of battle and life in China, had dedicated themselves day and night to the demon-suppressing army and its people. Legend held that only 16 demon-suppressing army medals had been awarded to date. Over a century, China had bestowed just 16 such medals, a fact that truly commanded profound respect. At the same time, everyone shared Su Mo's thoughts. Every warrior understood what the demon-suppressing army medal represented for all soldiers. Yet those who possess it across the world today could be counted on one hand. Most recipients perished shortly after receiving the medal, fallen on the demon-suppressing army's battlefields. Each holder represented the pinnacle of China's might, either its foremost combat power, individuals who made monumental contributions to the nation, or those possessing extraordinary status and influence. Su Mo's deeds in the southern frontier, rising from an ordinary soldier to a god of war, were truly remarkable. Especially over the past week or two, he saved countless soldiers and protected the homes of thousands, preventing the southern frontier from falling. Su Mo's deeds and everything he has accomplished truly deserve this honor. The demon-suppressing army medal bearing the number 017 that Su Mo received signifies that he is the 17th individual to be honored with this distinction. At this thought, the soldiers' gazes toward Su Mo brimmed with reverence. They all understood that Su Mo's achievements were truly remarkable and absolutely deserved such an honor. For Su Mo himself, however, his heart was filled with profound emotion at that very moment. He never imagined Long Canghai would decide to bestow such a distinguished honor upon him. Su Mo had never considered his years of service worthy of such high praise. Truthfully, Su Mo had always believed that as a citizen of China, he should contribute something to this world, do something for the land beneath his feet. This conviction had been deeply rooted in Su Mo since his previous life as an earthling, as a son of China, a descendant of the Yellow Emperor. He truly never imagined receiving such an honor today. Having lived 2 lifetimes, this was truly something Su Mo could be genuinely happy about, something he could feel proud of. Under the gaze of everyone present, Su Mo nervously stepped forward. Facing the imposing figure of Long Canghai before him, he raised his hand and rendered a military salute of impeccable precision. His heart surged with extraordinary excitement and joy. After saluting General Long Canghai returned the salute and chuckled, all right. No need to be so stiff, kid. Truth be told, we've always been close. And all this time, I've kept a close eye on you. Everything you've done in the southern frontier of China holds extraordinary significance for the nation, for its ordinary citizens, and for countless soldiers. So there's no need for you to be so stiff here. Moreover, your past actions and all you've endured absolutely deserve this honor and commendation. Su Mo chuckled softly, a wave of emotion washing over him. Long Canghai's exceptionally high praise truly touched him deeply. Su Mo had always held this belief. He never considered his actions to be anything special, nor did he ever feel that his resolve to sacrifice everything for China warranted any reward. Whether it was the soldiers of Earth's China or the demon-suppressing army of Blue Star China, when carrying out their duties, how many truly sought such immense rewards? Su Mo held the same conviction. Watching this unfold, Su Mo reached out to accept the medal bestowed upon him by Long Canghai, then fastened it to his chest. At that moment, the demon-suppressing army medal on Su Mo's chest suddenly emitted a dazzling, blinding light, causing everyone present to feel a jolt of awe. Simultaneously, everyone felt a surge of passionate, surging emotion inspiring both admiration and longing. Then, Long Canghai looked at Su Mo and chuckled, saying, well, got anything to say, kid? After all, receiving this demon-suppressing army medal today is a moment of extraordinary significance. Moreover, I will soon bestow upon you countless merits and all the bonuses earned this time. But right now, every warrior here holds you in the highest regard. Everything you've done is worthy of emulation by all soldiers, setting an example for them to follow. Aren't you going to say a few words? Chapter 191, over 300,000 merit points? Seeking gold votes. Upon hearing Long Canghai's words, Su Mo actually hesitated slightly. He scratched his head awkwardly for a moment before chuckling. It's not that big a deal, right? Honestly, I don't think what I did was anything special. If you ask me to give a speech, I honestly don't know what to say. Long Canghai chuckled. You should speak up. Truthfully, for the warriors in our capital headquarters demon-suppressing armies theater, and indeed, for all theater warriors outside the southern frontier, they don't hold the same profound feelings toward you as before. They only know of your deeds through the documents disseminated by the demon-suppressing army. As for what you've truly accomplished in the past, what sacrifices you've made for this nation and its people, frankly, most don't know the full story. I truly believe you deserve to be properly honored and celebrated.
I believe that in time, your past deeds will be sung throughout the entire demon-suppressing army, becoming a source of faith in everyone's hearts. Zhang Tianlong chimed in from the side, urging, just agree to it, lad. Step forward and tell your story, tell them of your past deeds, tell them of the efforts you made for this cause. If you were to suddenly be gone one day, this would become a way for everyone to remember you. Ha! Su Mo was speechless upon hearing this, looking utterly innocent and helpless as he retorted, Master, couldn't you just wish your disciple well? Zhang Tianlong burst into laughter. Though his face remained hidden behind a mask, his mere presence piqued the curiosity of all the warriors present. They had no idea what kind of status Zhang Tianlong held, being able to stand beside Long Canghai and Su Mo, chatting and laughing with them. Just imagining such a position and status was likely extraordinary. But Su Mo understood he couldn't resist them. He was certain each of them hoped he would speak. Under these circumstances, Su Mo could only shake his head helplessly. He then stepped to the front, channeling his spiritual energy to fill his chest with all his strength. Instantly, his voice boomed out, all soldiers, officers, and Beastmaster squads, greetings. My name is Su Mo. Just over a month ago, I was nothing more than an ordinary soldier. Though it may sound like I'm tooting my own horn, the soldiers in the army called me the god of war among ordinary soldiers. Truthfully, I never felt I deserved such a title. I was merely doing my best to protect the homes of the people, safeguard the safety of all my comrades, and fight alongside everyone on the battlefield, slaying beasts, nothing more. I never thought my actions were anything worth boasting about. Yet a month ago, I awakened my innate talent and became a beastmaster. The talent I awakened was nothing more than the most worthless cursed talent, something every other beastmaster would sneer at. Yet afterward, relying solely on my own talent and relentless effort, I gradually carved out my own path. Through my persistent striving, I saved countless lives. As he spoke, Su Mo couldn't help but reminisce. He recalled the moment he first returned home, believing that all his sacrifices over the past 3 years since his transmigration would finally earn the Su family's recognition. He thought he would finally gain his parents' approval and secure a voice within the Su household. Yet he never imagined he would become the pawn in Su Sangxing and Dongfang's schemes, the sacrificial offering for Xu Feng's ambitions, the stepping stone for Xu Feng's ascent. Everything he had endured ultimately forged him into the person he was today. He couldn't tell whether his experiences were for better or worse, nor how others might judge them. Yet through his actions, he had repeatedly strengthened himself, repeatedly elevated his standing, all while forcing countless others to pay the price. At this thought, Su Mo chuckled and said, I've endured countless setbacks, faced endless ridicule and abuse from others, and even had many scheme against me. Yet through sheer determination, I clawed my way out step by step, climbing to where I stand today. Ultimately, I attained this status and standing. I never once felt that what I did was wrong. But since you all want me to speak, what I wish to say is this: in life, one will inevitably face others' criticism and endure countless mockeries directed at oneself. Perhaps our lives aren't as fulfilling as we'd like, and our abilities aren't as strong as we'd hope. But I believe that through our relentless efforts, like the slow bird that rises early, we'll eventually carve out our own space in the world. Even if we're cursed with a talent that makes us the target of everyone's scorn, what does it matter? We will carve out our own path in the end. As Su Mo finished speaking, all the warriors erupted in applause and cheers. Su Mo's words were deeply moving. He didn't dwell on his personal struggles, but instead used the metaphor of the slow bird taking flight in the journey of personal growth to help everyone understand his past actions and the outcome he now faced. Countless warriors saw in Su Mo an indomitable spirit and a resolve to sacrifice everything for the sake of countless families. Their hearts were deeply moved. Su Mo then smiled faintly and said, as for what comes next, I will forever cherish this demon-suppressing military medal I received today. In the future, I will take it as my personal mission to continuously protect all living beings, safeguard the people of China, and also guard the countless homes and families behind each and every one of us. Hearing these words, everyone sensed the unwavering resolve in Su Mo's voice. They understood that he was a man of his word. Any promise he made would be fulfilled. They believed that Su Mo would soon bring unprecedented tales to all. Finally, the medal ceremony concluded. Su Mo followed Long Canghai back to his office. Afterward, Long Canghai distributed all the merit points and huaxia currency. Su Mo habitually checked his Beastmaster bracelet and discovered he now possessed 330,000 merit points and 3.7 million huaxia currency. These 330,000 merit points were more than enough to redeem an ancient grade beast in the military rank store. But the Military Affairs Bureau simply didn't possess such formidable beasts for Su Mo to utilize. Chapter 192: Preparing to Depart. Soaring high. Seeking gold votes. You kid, you've accumulated an astonishing amount of merit points over the years. Long Canghai examined Su Mo's information, running a check on his assets. Unlike the psychic power and vitality displayed on a Beastmaster's wristband, these details were inaccessible to them. But merit points and huaxia coins function like bank cards typically used online, allowing for corresponding queries across the network. While issuing Su Mo his merit points and huaxia currency, Long Canghai also calculated Su Mo's current resource reserves.
He couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, then chuckled. You'll find it incredibly easy to exchange for resources within China from now on.
Suemo chuckled, you bet.
Even ancient great beasts, which require 300,000 merit points, would be a breeze to exchange.
Long Canghai scoffed, cut the crap. Stop bragging. Do you really think ancient great beast tamers are as common as cabbages at the market?
Just getting a mythic great beast from the military affairs pavilion is no small feat, let alone one of ancient rank.
Heh, who wouldn't want something better? Suemo thought to himself, if he had one or more ancient grade mounts, that would be absolutely amazing. However, Suemo had indeed felt a pang of disappointment and frustration earlier.
He'd been pondering how to acquire his own beast companion, how to strengthen and elevate his various abilities. He'd genuinely been down about it only for his master to conveniently bestow the diamond squirrel upon him afterward. For the time being, he wouldn't have to worry about it for a while. Long Canghai sneered, that depends entirely on what kind of strength you actually possess, kid.
Don't forget you only took a month to climb from level 1 to your current rank.
In comparison, your future holds boundless potential. The achievements and growth you attain will only continue to soar. Suemo scratched his head, genuinely surprised by Long Canghai's praise. But immediately after, he chuckled, senior brother, you really shouldn't be praising me like this. Sure, my advancement speed is exceptional, but the further I go, the more spiritual energy reserves I'll need to advance a single level.
How could I possibly maintain such rapid progress every single time? Lately, I've actually noticed my current pace of advancement isn't as swift as before.
But I believe both master and senior brother, and even what Jiang Hanying told me before, she hopes I can advance quickly through this, so I gain the ability to protect myself, safeguard the homes of the people, and fulfill all my plans. Therefore, I will continue striving relentlessly toward this goal.
Everyone chuckled and said nothing more. Finally, Long Canghai turned to Zhang Tianlong and asked, Master, are you returning tomorrow morning? Zhang Tianlong nodded. Suemo chimed in, perfect timing.
Sister Haning mentioned she'll be entertaining a client at a hotel around noon.
We could sneak in then. Sis Haning will be pleasantly surprised when she sees you there.
Zhang Tianlong had been brooding over how to meet Zhang Haning next, but upon hearing Sumo's suggestion, a smile spread across his face.
Great.
I was just worried about how to meet her.
Now that you've said that, I'm relieved. We'll do it that way then.
Long Canghai chuckled beside him, Master, it's clear you're truly eager to see Zhang Haning as soon as possible.
Zhang Tianlong sighed and nodded urgently. Yes, she's always been the person I most wanted to see.
I truly hope to meet her as soon as possible.
You know, with everything that's happened, it's been weighing on me privately. All these years, I've been secluded away from her, recuperating.
Meanwhile, Jiang Hanying has harbored a lot of resentment toward me.
Since childhood, she's never seen her father.
She only knows bits and pieces about him, but has never met him in person. As the old saying goes, you want to see the living or the dead.
I'm sure she must be eagerly anticipating this moment.
All these years, I've been fortunate that Nantian has always looked after her for me.
Now that I finally have the chance to see her, how could I not be eager? Alright, enough of that. Ah, right, Long Canghai, didn't you say you had something to give Suemo? Hurry up and give it to him. After that, we'll both get some rest.
Arrange for a helicopter to take us both to Fuyao City tomorrow morning.
Hearing this, Suemo froze for a moment before turning to look at Long Canghai beside him. Senior brother, you still have something to give me?
Long Canghai chuckled softly before pulling a small notebook from the drawer in front of him and handing it directly to Suemo. Alright, this is for you.
It's the highest level credential within our demon-suppressing army.
All official organizations in Huaxia, all military personnel, including the Beastmaster Squad, everyone undergoes training upon joining the organization.
Everyone understands just how crucial this is.
If you ever run into trouble you can't handle on your own, don't hesitate to show this to anyone. With this credential, no one will dare to mess with you or cause you trouble.
Suemo took it and retorted, you're giving this to me hoping I'll cause trouble in the future?
Long Canghai chuckled, come on, kid.
Don't you think I know what you're like?
Facing all kinds of situations, your actions have always been on a grand scale.
You always stir things up into a huge commotion.
If you actually had connections like this to help shield you from trouble, it would make things much easier.
Don't try to play the innocent here.
Besides, this credential will grant you unrestricted access to any official facility within our nation. Of course, certain private organizations might still pose challenges, like when you're in Linen City and need to enter the demon-suppressing army, or even access their archives, personnel, or equipment.
This credential will make all that effortless.
Of course, I want you to remember, this authority is granted solely to spare you future complications. After all, if members of the Shadow Organization attempt to frame you, and you require official cooperation during your escape, this document will ensure their unconditional compliance.
But that does not give you license to abuse your authority. You'd better not go around casually leveraging your connections.
Additionally, the demon-suppressing army medal I've given you can serve as proof of your identity. However, many places in China aren't particularly familiar with these medals. That's precisely why I've provided you with a second layer of protection. I trust you'll wield it wisely.
Suemo finally nodded. Alright, with your words, I feel reassured.
Senior brother, my master, and I will get some rest now.
Go ahead. Suemo and Long Canghai then departed.
They quickly returned to their lodgings and soon fell asleep. Before they knew it, the next morning arrived.
Suemo rose early and first sent a message to Zhang Haining, Sis Haining, were about to prepare for departure.
No sooner had he sent the message than he received her reply. Almost simultaneously, a knock sounded at his door. Opening the door, he found Zhang Tianlong standing there.
Seeing Zhang Tianlong before him, Suemo couldn't help but be moved. Chapter 193, The Life of Little Zhangya. Vote for Gold Selection.
Zhang Tianlong stood before him, dressed in traditional Chinese attire. His entire aura suddenly radiated out.
Zhang Tianlong had always been exceptionally handsome, even in his youth.
Now in his 100th year, his warrior constitution had slowed the aging process considerably. He appeared to be in his 50s or 60s.
However, today Zhang Tianlong had deliberately dyed his hair.
Not a single strand of white hair remained, and dressed in his traditional Chinese attire, he stood there with an impeccably straight posture, looking incredibly dashing. Suemo found himself staring, momentarily lost in thought.
Zhang Tianlong, noticing his gaze, asked curiously, "Hey kid, what are you staring at? Got something on my face?" Suemo shook his head hastily, chuckling as he said, "You don't have flowers on your face. It's just that your outfit today is a bit too stylish, right? How could you possibly look like you're over 100 years old? You look like a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s at most." As he spoke, Suemo suddenly stopped. A word flashed through his mind, but upon reflection, it seemed inappropriate to voice it. He might just earn Zhang Tianlong's wrath. Instead, Zhang Tianlong across from him caught on, curling his lip and snapping, "If you dare call me a human-shaped dog, I'll beat you so badly your own mother wouldn't recognize you." Suemo chuckled. "Alright, I won't say it then." Zhang Tianlong retorted, "Hey, so you really were going to say human like dog like, huh? Don't you have any other words to use?" Suemo chuckled again. Sometimes words just slipped his mind when he needed them most. "Master, junior brother, you're up so early?" A voice suddenly rang out. Turning to look, it was none other than Long Canghai. Long Canghai strode forward, looking energetic and alert. Clearly, a good night's rest had left him in fine spirits. He chuckled and said, "Well, did you sleep well?" Suemo and Zhang Tianlong nodded. Long Canghai continued, "Let's go. We'll head to the combat zone cafeteria for a quick breakfast. After that, I'll immediately arrange a special flight to take you to Fuyao City. Also..." Long Canghai glanced at Suemo and added, "Junior brother, once you arrive in Fuyao City, you must be extremely careful about your own safety. After Master meets with Zhang Haining, he'll likely depart without delay to attend to personal matters. I believe you understand what he intends to do. But I hope you understand that in the future, there won't always be someone by your side to protect you. Only by continuously growing stronger and honing your abilities can you confront crisis after crisis. Only then will others' worries about you gradually fade. Remember this, only by becoming formidable, only by gaining the ability to protect yourself, will you avoid being repeatedly shaken by those dangers." Suemo nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, senior brother Long. I remember." The three arrived at the cafeteria, ate a simple breakfast, and by the time they finished, it was already 8 a.m. Suemo and Zhang Tianlong sat in the military vehicle, heading toward the helipad in the combat zone. Just then, Sumo's phone buzzed. Glancing at Zhang Tianlong seated in the front passenger seat, Suemo checked his phone from the back seat. It was a message sent by two people. One was from Zhang Haining, reading, "Brother, have you guys left yet? I'll arrive at the hotel around 11:30 a.m. I'll finalize my business arrangements beforehand and have my friends set up the scene on site. That way, when the old man comes to meet me, he won't suspect a thing. I'll give him a surprise he'll never forget." Seeing Zhang Haining's eager preparations, even sending photos of the warmly decorated venue was genuinely touching. Suemo chuckled softly and replied, "Don't worry. We're heading to the helipad now and should arrive at the combat zone in Fuyao City around 11 o'clock. From there, we'll take a car to the hotel you arranged and should be there by noon." Zhang Haining hurriedly replied, "Great, that puts my mind at ease. I'll be waiting here. No need to notify me again when you arrive, we don't want the old man to find out. I've already arranged for lookouts at the hotel front desk. As soon as they spot the two of you, they'll let me know." Suemo then exited WeChat. Next, Suemo glanced at a message from another contact, Zhangya. Zhangya wrote, "Suemo, are you coming back today? He. I can't wait to see you back, to make sure you're not hurt, and I really want you to see how much I've grown lately. I've become a level 7 beast tamer now. My strength is nothing like it used to be. From now on, I'll definitely be able to stay by your side, Zumo brother. I'll fight alongside you and grow together with you." Seeing Zhangya had advanced to a level 7 beast tamer in such a short time, Suemo felt a pang of surprise. Thinking back to all those years when Zhangya had always followed behind him, calling out Suemo brother every day like a little shadow, Suemo found it rather amusing. But the thought of her constant care for him touched Suemo deeply. Suemo tapped the screen to reply, I'm currently en route to the military zone helipad and should arrive in Fuyao City around noon today. But I have some personal matters to attend to first, so I'll likely get back to Fuyao Academy around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. Let's grab dinner together that evening. Jiang Ye's screen quickly turned to typing. Before long, Suemo saw Jiang Ye's reply, sounds great. I'll be done with my meal by then too. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence today. When I woke up this morning, my roommate told me that since we've finally become dorm mates, she hopes we can get along well from now on. So we decided to grab lunch together. Brother Suemo, after we finish eating, it'll be around 3 or 4 o'clock anyway. After lunch, we'll head back to Fuyao Academy. I'll accompany you to the men's dorm first. Once you've gotten to know your roommates and found your room, we'll go out to eat. Hee. Today, I'm going to treat Brother Suemo to a feast. Suemo chuckled upon reading this, sending a doting emoji before reminding Jiang Ye to stay safe throughout the day. Little did Suemo know how perilous this meal would prove for both of them. Chapter 194, Jiang Ye's extraordinary talent. Vote for gold selection. Seeing Jiang Ye reply to the message. After exchanging a few words, Suemo exited their chat. He put away his phone and looked up. Just then, he happened to catch Jiang Tianlong turning his head toward him with a smile. Suemo asked with a hint of curiosity, Master, why are you looking at me like that? There's something off about the way you're looking at me. Jiang Tianlong chuckled, come on, what are you up to? Chatting with your little girlfriend again? Suemo smiled faintly, a hint of embarrassment flitting across his face. Jiang Tianlong wasn't stupid, he instantly understood. He'd probably hit the nail on the head. He sighed helplessly, you young folks these days, always caught up in this love and romance stuff. But old man here may not know much about your girlfriend, I still gotta give you a heads up. You carry too many responsibilities on your shoulders, too many things to accomplish. Don't let these romantic entanglements hinder your future growth. Though I shouldn't meddle in your personal life, I still hope you understand some truths. Suemo nodded firmly. Master, rest assured. I know full well that growth is paramount for me at this stage. And rest assured, Brother Long knows that my girlfriend is no ordinary person. She just messaged me saying she's now a level 7 beast tamer. To break through from level 1 to level 7 in just 1 month is truly extraordinary. Oh? Jiang Tianlong was genuinely surprised by this news. He glanced at Long Canghai, who was driving, and saw him nod in agreement. Long Canghai chuckled, yes, Master, you really have nothing to worry about. Sumo's girlfriend is quite talented. She has indeed become a level 7 beast tamer. Achieving such growth in just 1 month is truly astonishing. Her family runs a Beastmaster supply shop, but they don't have many resources, so her parents haven't been able to help Sumo's girlfriend much. Oh, I see, Jiang Tianlong remarked, slightly surprised. For a girl who hasn't received much support to climb to the rank of a level 7 beast tamer in just a month is truly remarkable. Compared to the prodigies from prominent families, she's worlds apart. Over the past century, since the explosive development of genetic biotechnology, countless wealthy families now have the backing of genetic biotechnology companies. These companies continuously develop genetic potions and various elixirs to enhance Beastmaster abilities, increase energy reserves, and more. It's no secret anymore that with enough money, you can cultivate a prodigy in the Beastmaster realm. Suemo nodded in agreement. Take Sumo's younger brother, Xu Feng, for example. He was cultivated at home for 18 years, consuming genetic potions daily like they were beverages. Over that time, he ultimately grew into an SS-tier beast tamer. Add to that the children of wealthy families in other cities who could similarly forcefully enhance their genetic constitution through such cultivation. This ensures countless children will astonish the world when they awaken their abilities in the future. Take Lin Fei, the young master of the Lin group in Fuyao City. Like Xu Feng, he believed all he possessed was rightfully his. They saw these privileges as their birthright. Ultimately, this led to one man being brutally humiliated by his own arrogance, while the other, despite being a second-year student at Fuyao Academy, remained a mere level 8 beast tamer. Back when they went to Linen City, Suemo had also given him a thorough lesson. These two serve as cautionary tales in this regard. But speaking of which, Long Canghai continued, this year's Fuyao Academy is far more competitive than in previous years. I specifically looked into it. There are only a handful of Beast Masters ranked 10th to 15th this year, while dozens are ranked 5th to 10th. This has never happened before in Fuyao Academy's admissions. Take last year, for instance, not a single level 10 to 15 student enrolled in Fuyao Academy. There are only about 6 or 7 Beast Masters between levels 5 and 10, including Lin Fei, the young master of the Lin group in Fuyao City. If I recall correctly, he had some issues with you before, right? Suemo scratched his head. Senior brother, nothing ever escapes your notice, huh? Long Canghai curled his lips. Cut the crap. Do you really think I don't know what you've been up to in Linen City? You're just too conspicuous. Ever since you surpassed my score during the new student entrance exam and shattered the world record, I've been keeping tabs on you ever since. What I never expected was that your younger brother and even your parents would scheme against you like this, pulling the wool right over my eyes. If you hadn't made those moves, I probably wouldn't have figured it out until the very end. But credit where credit's due, your current achievements have already surpassed what I accomplished at your age. I look forward to seeing you achieve even greater feats in the future, so the entire Chinese nation, indeed, the whole world, can witness the Eastern miracle that belongs to us. Su Mo was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Long Canghai to hold such high expectations for him, even hoping he would achieve something grand on the world stage. Zhang Tianlong chuckled. All right. Stop putting so much pressure on my apprentice. He's only 18. You were already 20 or 21 when you achieved those feats. Can you please ease up on him? Long Canghai sighed helplessly. It's not me pressuring him, reality is pressing hard. Now every nation understands that the Shadow Organization has drastically changed its usual tactics. It no longer rampantly invades our Chinese borders or other countries around the world. Instead, it has begun to infiltrate gradually. It's not just within China, other nations have also detected intrusions by mysterious individuals. They appear on streets and alleys, and we can't help but suspect this might be the Shadow Organization's doing. In the future, the Shadow Organization could potentially exert immense influence over China and nations worldwide. If infiltrators enter Fuyao City, and if the Shadow Organization targets Su Mo, taking action against him, what do you think we should do then? Zhang Tianlong rolled his eyes in exasperation beside him. What? You expect your junior disciple to shoulder the consequences of your own brother's actions? Long Canghai's face darkened at Zhang Tianlong's words. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Chapter 195. Could Zhang Tianlong be nervous? Vote for gold selection. Long Canghai knew his brother's actions were now harming the entire world. Logically, Long Canghai had absolutely no reason to place all the pressure on Su Mo. But now, with the world undergoing such massive upheaval, the Shadow Organization was like an insidious insect burrowing into every inch of land. Long Canghai couldn't help but worry whether Su Mo might encounter some unexpected danger. After pondering, Long Canghai sighed helplessly. Master, it's not that I'm placing pressure on him. Truthfully, the Shadow Organization's actions over the years have left us with no other choice. While I must acknowledge that Long Guochen is my own flesh and blood, our differing ideologies led him to betray me and ultimately establish the Shadow Organization. But it must be said, the Shadow Organization has become pervasive. Their entire objective seems to be hunting down and eliminating the most talented beast tamers among us humans. Though Fuyao Academy is renowned as China's premier beastmaster institution, the military has established extensive security measures around it. The purpose is precisely to prevent those gifted beast masters from suffering even the slightest harm, hoping they can grow rapidly within Fuyao Academy. As the vehicle approached the helipad and came to a stop, Long Canghai didn't rush to get out. Instead, he turned to look at Su Mo. His expression was earnest as he said, Junior brother, I know it's irresponsible of me to place this burden on you out of the blue. I even understand that everything we're experiencing now is likely deeply connected to the ideological differences between me and my younger brother a century ago. But I must admit, the reality is now before your eyes, and you must act accordingly. I know you feel resentment and helplessness. But I hope you will strive to grow stronger for your own goals, for your own safety, and for everything at stake. Su Mo nodded resolutely. Rest assured, senior brother. He then turned to Zhang Tianlong with a wry smile. Master, please don't blame my senior brother. Truthfully, no one wanted this to happen. Who could have foreseen that senior brother's own younger brother would eventually grow into what he is now, commanding such a vast organization? But since it's already happened, we can't blame others. It's simply that Long Guochen's heart was too narrow-minded, leading him to make one mistake after another. My senior brother couldn't stop him, understandable circumstances. As for me, I will grow stronger swiftly and will never cause any of you worry or disappointment. Zhang Tianlong sighed upon hearing these words, and the three finally stepped out of the car. Zhang Tianlong patted Su Mo on the shoulder and said, Young man, you've worked hard. Old man, I know this must be a heavy burden for you, but I also understand clearly that you carry secrets unknown to countless others. This secret will become your trump card, propelling you to grow stronger time and again. You've already become a standout among your peers, achieving the astonishing feat of reaching level 21 Beast Tamer in just 1 month. But at the same time, this trump card will inevitably become the object of others' covetousness, a fundamental reason they'll seek to harm you. The Shadow Organization will inevitably uncover your extraordinary abilities, and they may even seek to eliminate you. You must cultivate absolute self-preservation skills before they uncover your true potential. Only then can you ensure your safety and continue living without harm. Su Mo nodded earnestly. Master, I understand. Rest assured. After speaking, Su Mo glanced at Long Canghai, who gave a light chuckle. Only then did Su Mo say, Senior brother, I won't keep you long. Master and I must hurry to Fuyao City. Sister Han Ning has a reception this afternoon. I think if Master and I appear together, it will surely make her very happy. The thought that Zhang Haning was also secretly preparing a gift for him, keeping it hidden from Zhang Tianlong, filled Su Mo with excitement and anticipation. Long Canghai chuckled softly upon hearing this, saying nothing more. Under Long Canghai's watchful gaze, Suemo and Zhang Tianlong then stepped into the nearby helicopter cabin. Seated inside the helicopter cabin, the pilot started the engines. Under Long Canghai's watchful gaze and waving farewell, they set off toward Fuyao City. Inside the cabin, the golden squirrel, the thunder dog, and the little green dragon were all seated. The three little exotic beasts looked incredibly curious. Suemo watched them, feeling a surge of comfort and emotion welling up inside him. Over 3 years had passed since Suemo had first crossed over into this world. He had believed that all his efforts over these years would finally bear fruit, yet in the end, he had been betrayed by others. Both his life and his emotions had undergone tremendous changes. This outcome was indeed unforeseen, yet it also made Suemo realize that now, he had no choice but to become self-serving. Only by ceaselessly improving himself, only by claiming everything for himself, only by growing strong enough that no one dared harm him again. Only then could he safeguard his own safety and live more peacefully in this world. Seated aboard the aircraft, he gazed out at the countless cities now encircled by massive walls. Now, savage beasts roamed the wilderness, rendering the wilds unsafe. All humanity lived within one walled enclosure after another, shielding themselves from danger. This life, like that of a caged beast, felt utterly helpless. Suemo didn't know when he could escape this predicament, but he firmly believed that day would come. He hoped to witness it within his lifetime. At exactly 11 a.m., the helicopter touched down within the demon-suppressing army's combat zone in Fuyao City. After disembarking, he boarded a car with 3 tamed beasts. Without sending another message to Zhang Haining, the vehicle sped toward the hotel where she was staying. During the ride, Suemo noticed Zhang Tianlong sitting beside him, his expression unusually tense. He kept rubbing his hands nervously, betraying his anxiety. Suemo chuckled softly. "Don't be nervous. This is the day you've been longing for most. I'm sure Sister Han Ing will be overjoyed to see you." Zhang Tianlong chuckled and sighed, even though you keep reassuring me and I've been looking forward to this moment. But now that it's actually happening, I still feel incredibly nervous. Never mind. Let's not talk about it. We're almost there. This old man is going to catch a quick nap. With that, Zhang Tianlong closed his eyes, feigning sleep. Suemo knew full well Zhang Tianlong wasn't truly resting, he was likely just trying to ease his own nerves. Chapter 196, The Shadow Organization's Omnipresence Vote for Gold Selection. Watching the steel jungle rush past in a blur, Sumo's heart was filled with a complex mix of emotions. After all he'd been through, he finally had the chance to come to Fuyao City. To embark on a new chapter in his life. Yet Suemo also knew that the challenges awaiting him would only multiply from here on out. The Shadow Organization, working behind the scenes, would certainly take action against him. All of this would become the hidden crises Suemo would have to navigate. Suemo also worried about what the Shadow Organization might ultimately do. Regardless, the only thing he could do now was to grow stronger as quickly as possible. Squeak! Just as Suemo was deep in thought, the car suddenly slammed on its brakes. The vehicle came to an abrupt halt. Zhang Tianlong beside him snapped his eyes open, his expression sour as he snapped, "What's the matter? Why the sudden emergency stop? You don't have to drive like a maniac. We're not in any rush, so why all the frantic haste?" Zhang Tianlong didn't express dissatisfaction, instead, he comforted the driver in front of him. However, the driver's soldier turned around and said with a hint of apology, "I'm truly sorry, both commanders. There was an accident up ahead, 2 cars just collided. I reacted quickly, otherwise we would have crashed into them too." Suemo leaned forward to look and saw, as expected, 2 cars ahead colliding violently, instantly engulfed in a thick, fiery blaze. Without hesitation, Suemo got out of the vehicle, followed closely by Zhang Tianlong. Suemo rushed forward, seeing the 2 vehicles engulfed in flames, clearly at risk of exploding. He urgently waved his hands, calling out to the soldier to quickly evacuate the surrounding crowd. Suemo then approached the rear-ended vehicle. The driver had already pushed open the door and was stumbling away toward the side. He feared the towering flames would eventually trigger an explosion, which would spell the end for him. Yet, in the rear vehicle, there was no movement whatsoever. Suemo frowned as he approached. Peering through the window, he saw the door engulfed in flames. Fire erupted from the hood, the airbag deployed, and the driver lay unconscious inside. A growing crowd of onlookers gathered around, drawn to the spectacle. People just love a good show, and they love to huddle together. Suemo froze at the sight. Shaking his hands, he shouted, "What are you all staring at? If this car explodes, no one will survive." Hearing this, the crowd finally began to disperse. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, Suemo leveraged his now formidable physique to force the car door open. He stepped forward, scooped up the unconscious male driver in a waist hold, and carried him to an open space nearby. Without hesitation, Suemo began performing chest compressions meticulously while repeatedly calling out to the man. Soon, the man finally regained consciousness. Seeing Suemo, he asked dazedly, "Where am I? What happened to me?" Suemo recounted the incident.
Soon after, a fleet of police cars arrived at the scene. Seeing that the road ahead would be impassable for some time, Sumo thought he couldn't delay Jiang Heining's plan for the day. He pulled the car over to the side of the road, and the three of them prepared to walk along a small path toward the hotel. They were only 3 blocks away from the hotel when they suddenly passed through a narrow alley. The soldier driver halted his movement.
Sumo frowned and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is something the matter?" The driver groaned, "I suddenly feel like I can't breathe."
Sumo hurried forward to check on him, but in that instant, the soldier's lips twisted into a grimace. A dagger flashed in his hand, and he lunged, aiming it straight for Sumo's heart. In that instant, Sumo saw the resolute look in the soldier's eyes, a look that seemed determined to kill him, with no thought for any escape route. Yet, just as the soldier believed he had secured Sumo's demise, Sumo moved. With effortless ease, he raised his hand and pinched the blade between 2 fingers. Unflinching, he met the soldier's gaze. The soldier stared in shock. Who are you? How did you do that? Where did you get such strength?"
Sumo snorted.
This was the formidable display of power granted by nearly 20 times the vitality, strength, and physical prowess of an ordinary person. His reaction speed was something the soldier before him could never hope to match. In this world, it was already difficult for an ordinary soldier to possess physical prowess even slightly above average. Someone like Sumo was simply beyond comparison. Finally, Sumo looked at the soldier before him and chuckled. "What? You didn't even bother to do your homework before trying to kill me? Do you have any idea what kind of formidable strength Sumo possesses? And yet you're scheming to frame and kill me?" The soldier stared in stunned silence. Just as the soldier was about to clench his teeth, Sumo reacted instantly. He grabbed the soldier's jaw and yanked downward with force, dislocating it on the spot. Sumo then reached into the soldier's mouth, searching until he found a poison capsule hidden within one of his teeth. Sumo pulled it out and chuckled. "Heh, you really are a suicide assassin. The way you look, you've already decided to risk everything. No matter whether the mission succeeds or fails, you're prepared to fight to the death, aren't you?" The soldier glared at Sumo, intense pain making him want to scream, but with his jaw dislocated, he could only produce muffled woo-woo sounds as saliva flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth.
Sumo clapped his hands. "Well, I never expected you to hold out this long before striking.
The moment we got on the vehicle, I saw the murderous intent in your eyes.
I knew something was off about you.
I kept wondering when you'd finally make your move, even doubting my own suspicions. But it seems I judged correctly after all. You did come for me in the end." The soldier fixed Sumo with an intense stare as Jiang Tianlong approached from the side. He spoke slowly. "This situation seems rather complicated. This man must be part of the Shadow Organization. It seems the Shadow Organization has infiltrated too deeply. Even soldiers within the demon-suppressing army's combat zone have been compromised.
This makes me wonder if soldiers so close to us too can be infiltrated. Doesn't that mean officers could be compromised too?"
Jiang Tianlong frowned and continued. "This is the Shadow. Though we don't know if this soldier joined the demon-suppressing army with the intent to infiltrate from the start, or if he was later coerced or bribed by the Shadow Organization into defecting.
But regardless, this serves as a stark warning to our demon-suppressing army.
I believe this matter must be reported to Long Canghai."
Chapter 197, A Dagger to the Heart.
Vote for gold selection.
After much deliberation, Sumo could only come up with this solution.
He reasoned that reporting to Long Canghai was likely the only way to resolve this matter. Beyond Long Canghai, there was likely no one else within the demon-suppressing army he could trust. If anyone else were to come here, things would likely become even more complicated. Sumo then turned to the soldier before him, gave a cold chuckle, and said in a chilling tone, "Hey, I'm going to ask you a question.
I want you to answer honestly. Do you know anything about the Shadow Organization?"
"Soldier, if you know, blink your eyes twice."
The soldier stared fixedly at Sumo, seemingly unwilling to give him any opening.
Just as Sumo was about to speak again, 2 piercing whistles suddenly cut through the air. Turning his head, he saw 2 arrows appear simultaneously from left and right, streaking toward Sumo and Jiang Tianlong with blinding speed. Before Sumo could react, the golden squirrel perched on his shoulder, responding to his mental command, instantly erected a solid barrier around them. The barrier directly intercepted the 2 arrows before dissipating. Sumo and Jiang Tianlong immediately scanned the area, catching glimpses of figures darting between 2 rooms in the adjacent high-rises. Sumo's mind raced as he pondered whether these figures were connected to the Shadow Organization. At the same time, he and Jiang Tianlong reached an unspoken understanding. Both knew that capturing these 2 would be a breeze, but it might lead to a diversion tactic, leaving the soldiers before them unguarded.
Jiang Tianlong suddenly shouted, "You stay here. I'll be back in a flash."
No sooner had the words left his mouth than Jiang Tianlong thrust his legs off the ground. With a thunderous boom, his entire body shot skyward. The sheer force of his leap caused the ground beneath Sumo's feet to tremble slightly. In an instant, Jiang Tianlong materialized on the balcony of a nearby building, dozens of meters above the ground, exactly where one of the men had appeared moments before. Watching Jiang Tianlong vanish from sight, Sumo's mouth fell slightly open.
He desperately wanted to warn his master against such recklessness, but since Jiang Tianlong had chosen to confront the threat, Suemo had no choice but to grit his teeth and wait. Then he thought of Jiang Tianlong's current strength, arguably the most formidable combat power in all of China. If even he couldn't withstand whatever lay ahead, then it would be a matter of fate. Just then, footsteps approached. Suemo turned to see an elderly man walking slowly toward them. The old man carried a basket of vegetables, having finished washing them and preparing to head home. At the same time, Suemo blocked the soldier behind him. Suemo thought to himself, hoping the old gentleman wouldn't be frightened by the commotion unfolding here. In today's world, beast tamers were already a common sight in every city, so the old man didn't show any signs of panic. As the old man approached Sumo's side, Sumo's brow furrowed slightly. He caught a whiff of an overwhelmingly fragrant aroma. The scent was almost intoxicating, causing Suemo to instinctively inhale a deeper breath. Yet in the next instant, Suemo suddenly felt his mind grow hazy and dizzy, while the three beasts beside him began to stagger unsteadily. Suemo whipped his head around, a hint of confusion in his expression. He frowned at the old man before him and said, "You're the one who appeared in that building just now, aren't you?" The old man chuckled softly, then straightened his back. Upon closer inspection, the old man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, yet his demeanor was worlds apart from the feigned shuffling gait he'd displayed moments earlier. He strode with a brisk, purposeful step, his eyes gleaming with sharp vitality. Next, a snake and a toad crawled out of the basket in his hands. The snake slithered up the old man's arm, coiling itself atop his head. It flicked its tongue repeatedly, fixating on Suemo with a hissing stare, as if sizing up its prey. The toad also hopped onto the old man's shoulder at that moment. The old man chuckled and said, "Suemo, I didn't expect you to react so quickly, but unfortunately, it's still too late. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Fei. You may call me Old Li. I am a level 19 beast tamer. My rank isn't particularly high, but no one has ever survived my beast's attacks. See these two beasts? A snake and a toad both carry deadly venom. When attacked, they instantly render their victims weak for several minutes before plunging them into complete unconsciousness. Simultaneously, your mental energy will be utterly sealed. You'll be utterly unable to use your mental energy. Simultaneously, within half an hour, your body will begin to rot. In less than 10 minutes, your flesh will be completely decayed. Ultimately, death is your only fate." Suemo leaned weakly against the wall. "Are you also part of the shadow organization?" Li Fei nodded. "Exactly. Otherwise, who do you think would turn on fellow beast masters?" Suemo gave a bitter smile. "Who would have thought? Everyone in the shadow organization wants me dead. Am I really that popular among you lot?" Li Fei shook his head. "Killing you has nothing to do with the shadow organization. I've heard they've already revoked the bounty on your head. I hear higher-ups are re-evaluating your status. The boss doesn't want any more collateral damage from this." Suemo asked curiously, "Then why did you try to kill me?" Li Fei's expression suddenly twisted into a hideous grimace. "Why kill you? Because you murdered my son." Suemo felt his consciousness growing weaker by the second, on the verge of losing consciousness. Yet he managed to ask, "When did I ever kill your son?" "Wait." Suemo suddenly remembered something and asked, "You mean your son is Li Dainio?" "That's right." Li Fei roared, lunging forward. He fixed Suemo with a deathly stare, his teeth clenched as he ground out, "Suemo, I have no interest in the bounties posted by the Shadow Organization. Truth be told, old man here isn't even that interested in money. I just want to live my life in peace. But you should never, ever have harmed my child. Today, whether it's for the Shadow Organization's mission or to avenge my son, you must die." As he spoke, Li Fei drew a dagger from his waist. His gaze remained cold and unyielding as he fixed it on Suemo. "My son died from a stab wound to the heart, didn't he? Well, today. I'll make sure you die the same way. Go join him in the grave." With a sharp thud, as Li Fei's words fell, was pierced through on the spot. Whoa! Chapter 198, Preparedness is the safest strategy. Vote for gold selection. A searing pain surged through him as blood streamed relentlessly down the blade's edge. Li Fei struggled to open his mouth, mechanically lowering his head. He stared at the blade now embedded in his own heart. Demon-slaying blade. You're already drained of strength, how could you? He lifted his head to stare at Suemo before him. How did you manage this? Why, after being poisoned by my beast control, could you still stand? Still have the strength to fight back? Why? Li Fei stared at Suemo in utter disbelief, his expression frozen in shock. Suemo suddenly chuckled. Why? Maybe you'll find out in your next life. Me, Suemo, I hate telling my secrets to others. With that, Suemo drew the demon-slaying blade in his hand. With his support gone in an instant, Li Fei collapsed backward, his life completely extinguished. Blood continued to flow from Li Fei's chest, finally ceasing after a moment. Meanwhile, the toad and snake that had appeared on Li Fei's shoulders and head now seemed drained of energy, their spirits visibly wilted. Suemo raised his hand and swiftly beheaded both venomous creatures.
Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed in the distance. Suemo turned his head and saw Jiang Tianlong rushing over at full speed. In Jiang Tianlong's hand was a corpse. Jiang Tianlong carried it as if it were the most ordinary object, showing virtually no sign of exertion, a testament to the absolute dominance and strength gained after becoming a martial artist. Approaching, Jiang Tianlong frowned at the sight of Li Fei lying before Suemo and inquired, "Did this man come looking for you?" Suemo nodded. "Yes. Right after you left, master, he showed up. He pretended to be harmless, trying to deceive me. In the end, I killed him." "What about your end?" Suemo inquired. Jiang Tianlong sighed and nodded. "It's beyond words. He didn't last 2 or 3 blows before dying. I didn't get much useful information either, only that he was part of the Shadow Organization. It seems the Shadow Organization has begun targeting you, even deploying operatives in advance to infiltrate Fuyao City solely to eliminate you." Suemo shook his head. "Master, though they are from the Shadow Organization, this wasn't an order issued by Long Guochen." "Oh? What do you mean?" Jiang Tianlong looked at Suemo, his face brimming with curiosity. Suemo continued, "Master, do you recall the martial arts practitioner who cultivated both martial arts and beast-taming that I killed in the primeval jungle of southern frontier last time?" Jiang Tianlong nodded. Suemo continued, "His name was Li Daniu. Before I killed him, he told me some things. The man who just appeared here today is named Li Fei. He is Li Daniu's father. He's a level 19 beastmaster with 2 beasts capable of releasing toxins. Just now, he thought he could poison me with these 2 beasts and then find a way to kill me. Little did he know I ultimately managed to turn the tide and escape danger." As he spoke, Suemo focused his intent, instantly summoning a healing array beneath his feet. With the surging healing energy, he began to cure the poison afflicting his 3 beasts. Afterward, Suemo sensed his vitality had diminished, roughly by 30%, but this loss was insignificant. After pondering for a moment, Suemo couldn't help but feel fortunate. He was fortunate to possess extraordinary abilities, an immortal and indestructible body, and a talent that rendered him completely immune to any abnormal states. Whether it was dizziness or pain, Suemo felt nothing. Earlier, he had merely sensed something amiss in his body through his mind. His body had informed him he was now in a state of dizziness, yet Suemo hadn't felt any discomfort whatsoever. Therefore, he decided to play along, attempting to glean information from Li Fei before him. When Li Fei directly revealed his relationship with Li Daniu, Suemo chose to counterattack without hesitation. Watching Li Fei sprawled on the ground, Jiang Tianlong frowned deeply before nodding after a moment. Regardless, eliminating him is certainly a positive outcome. Still, this isn't exactly good news for us. Suemo nodded in agreement. Indeed. The Shadow Organization has now infiltrated the city. They've abandoned their previous tactics of blatantly encroaching on human territory. Their current actions are far more terrifying than their past border incursions. The danger lurking in the shadows is the most unpredictable. Jiang Tianlong nodded in agreement with Sumo's words. Suemo then pulled out his phone and dialed Long Canghai's number. It didn't take long for the call to be answered. "Hey, junior brother, what's up? If nothing unexpected happened, you should have reached Fuyao City by now. Why are you calling me at this hour? Not trying to reassure me you're safe, are you? Senior brother, let's skip the safety check for now. Master and I just encountered 2 members of the Shadow Organization." Long Canghai's previously cheerful and relaxed tone instantly turned serious. "What do you mean? The Shadow Organization has already taken action against you and Master?" "Yeah, it's complicated. The attackers today weren't sent by Long Guochen. It's because I hurt the son of a Shadow Organization member earlier. Both attackers are from the Shadow Organization. Today, his father came seeking revenge. But senior brother, this also proves one thing: the current situation has surpassed our expectations. Their infiltration plan has been far too smooth. They've slipped into the city without anyone noticing. It seems they face little difficulty living within these city walls. Whether becoming beast masters or martial artists, no one can stop Shadow Organization operatives from hiding within this vast city. Even ordinary soldiers or civil servants would be powerless against them, paying with their lives. I even suspect many have already died inexplicably in this covert struggle." Long Canghai frowned deeply, hesitating for a moment before replying, "I see your point. Based on what you said, it's highly probable the Shadow Organization has already infiltrated. Where are you now? Have you been harmed?" Hearing Long Canghai's concern, Suemo chuckled softly. "Don't worry, senior brother. With me and Master here, how could anything go wrong? I'll send you the address shortly. You need to arrange for someone to come handle the bodies immediately. They're still here. Master and I have other matters to attend to and can't stay here for now." Long Canghai agreed without hesitation. "All right, rest assured. I'll handle these matters. You and Master should hurry to meet Jiang Haining." Only then did Suemo exhale a long breath of relief. Chapter 199, Jiang Haining's Inner Thoughts. Vote for Gold Selection. As long as the aftermath could be resolved and Long Canghai didn't encounter too many complications, that was all that mattered. His top priority now was to hurry Zhang Tianlong to the hotel where Zhang Haining was staying. It was already noon, and they were running late for their meeting with Zhang Haining. Suemo worried that if Zhang Haining didn't notice Zhang Tianlong and his arrival for too long, she might start fretting unnecessarily.
After hanging up, Suemo sent Long Canghai a location pin.
Then, accompanied by Zhang Tianlong and their 3 tamed beasts, Suemo continued rushing down the small path ahead. Their pace quickened, and before long, they arrived at the hotel entrance. The doorman at the hotel entrance spotted Suemo and immediately stepped forward to greet him. He narrowed his eyes slightly before chuckling. "Hello, what brings you here? Do you two have a reservation?" Suemo chuckled and replied, "Yes, we were invited by Ms. Zhang Haining. Where might she be at the moment?" Upon hearing this, the doorman nodded eagerly and waved them forward. Shortly after, the lobby manager strode over and said, "Gentlemen, you must be the guests invited by Ms. Zhang today? Come, follow me. I'll escort you there." As they walked, Suemo followed behind the front desk manager. Zhang Tianlong murmured softly beside Suemo, "Hey, kid, they didn't even verify our identities. What if something really goes wrong? What then?" Suemo replied, "Relax, master. Sister Haning is a very prominent figure in Linen City, and she's naturally brought that reputation with her to Fuyao City. Besides, you heard it yourself, Sister Haning has a hospitality arrangement here today. She definitely made arrangements beforehand. They're bound to treat us like guests. And honestly, isn't that a good thing for you?" Zhang Tianlong murmured, "I'm still a bit nervous. I wonder what it'll be like when I actually see her." Suemo replied, "What else could it be? Sister Haning is definitely thrilled and eager to see you." Suemo felt a bit helpless inside. He hadn't expected Zhang Haning to handle things this way with the staff below. Upon seeing the two of them, she didn't even bother to pretend to investigate their identities first. At the very least, she could have made the whole thing seem more genuine. Fortunately, Suemo was quick-witted and immediately covered for Zhang Haining, preventing Zhang Tianlong from growing suspicious. Zhang Han's reception for guests was held on the entire second floor. Walking through the hallway, they could see only waitstaff present, no other guests were in sight. Suemo understood that Zhang Haining must have reserved the entire floor, with only the waitstaff present to attend to them. The ensuing story between Zhang Haining and Zhang Tianlong would naturally proceed unimpeded. Finally arriving at a room, Suemo pushed open the door and stepped inside. There, Zhang Haining sat by the door, still going through the motions of discussing a business deal. Hearing the door open, she turned and froze. "Suemo, little brother, why are you here?" Suemo chuckled, "Sister Haning, why wouldn't I come? As he spoke, he froze, turning to find Zhang Tianlong's figure had vanished beside him. Suemo couldn't help but think to himself, this Zhang Tianlong is way too nervous. He's a god of war on the battlefield, representing the top combat power among China's beast tamers. Yet now, facing his own daughter, he's this flustered. Watching Suemo take 2 steps back, Suemo sighed inwardly at the sight of Zhang Tianlong hiding by the doorway. With a sigh of resignation, Suemo grabbed Zhang Tianlong's hand and pulled him inside. At that moment, father and daughter finally locked gazes. What followed was Zhang Tianlong's awkwardness and Zhang Haining's overwhelming excitement. Even though she had known about this development beforehand, Zhang Haining was still overwhelmingly moved. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and tears welled up in her eyes. Ironically, upon seeing his long-lost daughter with his own eyes, Zhang Tianlong seemed less tense than before. He gave a bitter smile. "Haning, it's been so long. I left before you could form memories, before you came to know this world. All these years. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Are you Zhang Tianlong?" Zhang Haining asked instinctively. Hearing her words, Zhang Tianlong's expression froze for a moment before he nodded. Simultaneously, a wave of sorrow washed over him. Alas, his child had never seen him, never known his true face. Such a question was only natural. With a bitter smile, Zhang Tianlong was about to step forward to prove his identity to Zhang Haining when suddenly, she pushed him away. She rushed out in a hurry. Zhang Tianlong froze in place, turning urgently to ask Suemo, "What's going on? What's wrong with Haning?" Suemo shook his head. "Master, who do you expect me to ask? Why don't you hurry after her and see what's going on?" Only then did Zhang Tianlong snap out of it, dashing outside without hesitation. Watching Zhang Haining dash into a private room, Zhang Tianlong followed closely behind, rushing in swiftly. But when he burst in, he froze. Countless plaques filled the room, each displaying photographs taken at different stages of Zhang Hanying's life over the years. Alongside them was a dedicated board covered in handwritten messages of all kinds. Zhang Tianlong shifted his feet slightly, mechanically stepping forward to touch each photograph. Finally, he turned his gaze to the handwritten words on a nearby plaque. "Dad, I'm truly sorry I wasn't there to support you during your most difficult times. I know you gave everything for your country and its people, for the citizens of China, for all the soldiers, for the borderlands, and for this very land beneath our feet.
You devoted your entire life to the cause of defending our homeland. I don't know how to express this, nor do I know how much suffering you endured. After learning of your deeds, and even upon hearing that you vanished without a trace, never appearing before anyone again, as if you had disappeared from this world, I did not feel a shred of anger toward you. Instead, more often than not, I am filled with profound respect for you. You are a father worthy of my deepest respect, and a warrior worthy of the reverence of all the people of China. Your actions safeguarded this nation's peace. Though I once harbored resentment why you never saw your daughter before leaving, I now understand you were protecting me. Today, Father, you have finally come. My heart is filled with joy. I love you. Reading these words written by Zhang Haining, Zhang Tianlong could no longer hold back. Tears welled up in the corners of his eyes and spilled down his cheeks.